You little beast, where did you spend the money? That was your grandmother's life-saving money. Facing my father's furious roar, I calmly pointed to the trading screen. The money is in there, tenfold leverage, invested in yuan technology. In 1999, a 7-year-old boy bet his family's survival and became the biggest joke in the financial world. No one believed I could defy fate and change my destiny. They were all waiting to see me lose everything, but they didn't know. I am the only one who has seen through this junk stock's potential to create a myth in the A-share market. My name is Zhang He, 7 years old, but with the soul of a 40-year-old. In my previous life, my grandmother passed away due to insufficient funds for surgery, my parents lived in poverty their whole lives, and I ended up as a worthless laborer hauling bricks at a construction site. This life, I will defy fate and stand at the pinnacle of the world. My advantage is memories 20 years ahead of this era. I remember clearly, on June 18, 1999, a stock called yuan technology. The most frenzied scene in the history of A-shares is about to unfold, soaring by 400%. This is my only springboard. Chapter 1, Reborn in 1999, starting with an astonishing gamble. At the payment window of Shanghai First People's Hospital, the atmosphere was tense and still. Zhang He and his wife Li Sufang found themselves in a desperate situation. The 100,000 yuan meant for a life-saving purpose had vanished without a trace. This money was the deposit for my critically ill grandmother's surgery in the ICU. If lost, the hospital would stop treatment, effectively sentencing her to death. Li Sufang panicked, collapsing to the ground in tears, screaming that the money had been stolen. The young nurse immediately called the police and contacted Li Sufang's younger brother Li Jingcheng, the captain of the criminal police. The police arrived swiftly, and Li Jingcheng vowed to spare no effort in tracking down the thief. However, a remark recalled by a middle-aged man in the queue struck Zhang He and his wife like a bolt from the blue. Didn't a little boy just take something wrapped in newspaper from his father's bag earlier? A little boy? About 7 or 8 years old? A blue jacket? The couple instantly realized, the money wasn't stolen, it was taken by their son, Zhang He. What could a little child possibly do with 100,000 yuan? Li Sufang was overwhelmed with despair, her body swaying as she feared her son might have been tricked by human traffickers. Chapter 2, Not Stock Trading, This is Gambling with Life. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Stock Exchange, 7-year-old Zhang He, dressed in a small blue coat and standing on a footstool, was positioned in front of the trading window. His face showed a calmness and depth that starkly contrasted with his age. The tragedy of his past life taught him there was no time to accumulate slowly. To change his fate, he didn't hesitate to take the life-saving money. Kid, are you sure about this? Are you going to use all this 100,000 yuan to buy yuan technology, and with a tenfold leverage? The trader behind the counter asked with a strange expression. I'm sure. All the money, all in, 10 times leverage, now, immediately. Zhang He's voice was clear and resolute. Found him, Captain, at the stock exchange. The message over the walkie-talkie stunned everyone, including Li Jingcheng, and immediately the police car sped toward the exchange. Li Sufang screamed as she rushed to Zhang He's side, frantically searching. Where's the money? Was it stolen by some thugs? Zhang He calmly uttered 2 words, spend it. Where did you spend the money? That was 100,000 yuan. It's your grandmother's life-saving money. Zhang He's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand to strike. I used it to buy stocks. The money is in that account. Buy yuan technology now. Zhang He's clear voice rang out. Zhang He erupted in fury. What does a little brat like you know about stock trading? Get that money out immediately. Percent can't withdraw it. Zhang He shook his head and explained that according to stock market regulations, it couldn't be sold before the market opened. At this moment, stock market guru Lao Wang, revered by investors as a prodigy, walked over, basking in the admiration. Decided to lend a hand and take a look for them. He glanced at the position details and let out a disdainful scoff, delivering a final verdict, done for. This stock is nothing but absolute garbage. You're lucky if you can get back 50,000 out of the 100,000 you've invested. That would be thanks to your ancestors' blessings. Li Sufang let out a mournful cry and immediately fainted dead away. Zhang He was so enraged that his vision darkened. At that moment, old Wang stared at the screen with a shocked expression. He wasn't just fully invested, he'd also leveraged his position tenfold. Chapter 3, The Sky Has Truly Fallen, a Tenfold Leverage? The crowd instantly erupted in an uproar. A young stock investor explained, starting with 100,000 yuan in capital, borrowed 900,000 yuan to trade stocks with a total of 1 million yuan. Gain tenfold, lose tenfold as well. Once it's all gone, you'll owe the brokerage 900,000. 900,000. Zhang He's mind buzzed, going completely blank. His entire body froze in place. Percent just at that moment, the market opened. All eyes turned to yuan technology. After a brief flat opening, the stock line sharply plunged downward, a 1% crash. I told you so. It opened down 1%, and with your 10x leverage, $1,000 vanished in an instant. The stock guru old Wang's voice drifted in gloomily. Zhang He could hold on no longer and collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Jingcheng roared at Zhang He, happy now? If anything happens to your grandma, you'll be the one to blame. It's about to rise. Zhang He's voice, though quiet, carried unshakable conviction. Mediocre fools. This address instantly ignited stock god Old Wang's fury. He pointed at Zhang He and shouted loudly, "Fine. Today, I'll take this gamble with you, you ignorant little brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I bet this worthless stock of yours will never turn green today. If I lose, I'll give you 200,000 in cash. But if you lose, your family's house will belong to me." "Fine, I'll take that bet," Zhang He answered decisively and agreed on the spot. Old Wang immediately summoned a lawyer to draft the gambling contract. Without even glancing at it, Zhang He signed his name, making the contract effective. "Kid, here's 200,000 yuan, take it." Lao Wang tossed out 2 stacks of cash. Zhang He didn't even glance at the money and issued another command to the trader. "This 200,000, combined with the original 100,000 in my account, totals 300,000 in principal capital. Continue going all in, 10 times leverage. By Yuan technology." Hearing these words, the barely consciously Sufan let out another heart-wrenching scream before passing out completely. Zhang Jiping gazed numbly at his son, who seemed possessed by a demon, his heart filled only with desolation. Yet, just as everyone believed the family was utterly ruined, on the screen, that green line representing Yuan technology. At the moment of hitting the bottom, it suddenly surged upward. Green turned red in an instant. And it soared straight upward like a rocket. "It's rising? Holy shit! It's really turning red, asterisk asterisk." The entire hall fell into dead silence, with everyone's eyes wide open. In just an instant, it rose by 2 points. For Zhang He, who had leveraged tenfold, that meant a 20% profit. The original principal of 100,000 yuan has now become 120,000, a net profit of 20,000. Sufang, come quick, it's rising. Our money is back." Zhang Jiping trembled with excitement, shaking his wife. Chapter 4, You're nothing but a debt collector. Our money. She struggled to her feet. When she saw the broker trembling as he wrote down the figure of 120,000 under Zhang Jiping's relentless questioning, she could no longer hold back. She threw her arms around Zhang He and burst into loud, wailing sobs. "Son! Quick! Sell it! We have money now! Enough for grandma's surgery! Sell it now!" All she could think of now was clutching this miraculously recovered life-saving money tightly in her hands. But Zhang He gently pushed her away. "It's not enough." His voice was quiet, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water, dousing all the joy from his parents. "This money is nowhere near enough." "What?" Zhang Jiping's eyes flashed red. 12,000 wasn't enough? What the hell do you want? Li Jingqing lost his temper too, rushing over and shouting, "Zhang He! Stop this nonsense! Your grandmother is still waiting in the hospital. This isn't just your problem anymore." Zhang He ignored them, staring calmly at the screen. His gaze was like that of a cold-blooded hunter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "You bastard!" Zhang Jiping's rage erupted completely. He lunged forward, grabbed Zhang He by the collar, and yanked him off the bench. "I'll beat some sense into you today. Sell the money. Now!" His raised hand was about to strike again. But at that very moment, the red line on the screen underwent another astonishing transformation. As if stimulated by something, it surged upward with even greater ferocity. 5%. 10%. 15%. The entire trading floor fell silent as every investor held their breath. They watched helplessly as that line shattered barrier after barrier, trampling all technical analysis and market logic underfoot. Madness. Utter madness. This wasn't stock trading. This was a money printing machine. At the trading window, the trader's pen trembled in his hand as he calculated. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. When the line finally stabilized at a staggering increase, the funds in Zhang He's account had already surged past the 500,000 mark. 550,000. Zhang Jiping's raised hand fell limply to his side. Staring at the figure, he was utterly dumbfounded. Li Sufang and Li Jingqing stood frozen, utterly unable to think. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The stock guru Old Wang let out a piercing shriek, his face as white as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He frantically pulled out his Nokia phone and dialed a number with trembling fingers. "Hello? Is this Mr. Zhao?" "Yes. It's me. Wang Jiangwo. Quickly check Yuan technology for me." "Yes. That junk stock. Is there any inside information? Hurry." His connections came into play at that moment. The information came through quickly on the other end of the line. "Brother Wang. Found it. Some big-time capital player from the south. Planning to short this stock. First pump up the price to lure retail investors in, then dump everything at once. Trapping everyone inside. Shorting." Hearing those 2 words, a sickening maniacal thrill instantly surged across Old Wang's deathly pale face. "Ha! I knew it. So that's how it is." Grasping at what felt like his last lifeline, he pointed at Zhang He and roared at everyone, "Kid! Your luck's run out. A big shot's shorting this stock. It's about to crash back to rock bottom. No! Straight to hell. Wang Jiangwo. I'm doubling down. I'm putting my entire fortune on the line. I'm betting against you on this short. He charged madly to the window, slamming his account book down on the table. Short it. 10 times leverage. Short all of Ian technology. This news exploded like a bomb, plunging Zhang He and his wife, who had just glimpsed hope, back into an abyss with no bottom. It's over. Completely over. Li Sufang's legs buckled and she collapsed to the floor once more. This time, she didn't even have the strength left to cry. She could only stare at her son with despair and venom. You monster! You're nothing but a debt collector. What sin did we commit in a past life to deserve giving birth to a creature like you? If anything happens to your grandmother, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. We should never have given birth to you. Why won't you just die already? The vicious curses stabbed at Zhang He like knives, one by one. Zhang He's body trembled slightly. But he still didn't turn around, merely saying calmly, it will surely rise to greatness. Ha! Still talking tough. Old Yuan laughed until tears streamed down his face. You're just a kid who got lucky once. You actually think you're some stock market genius? The surrounding investors shook their heads in unison. Sigh, this kid's been blinded by victory. Yeah, knowing when to quit is the real key. Too greedy. When the big players short it, what chance do you have? Just then, as if to prove old Yuan's point, the unstoppable red line on the screen suddenly halted. Then, it began to slowly fall downward. Green. That green, symbolizing despair, reappeared. It fell. It really fell. Ha! I told you so. Kid, get ready to hand over your house. Old Yuan laughed until he doubled over. Zhang He and his wife's faces turned completely ashen. But just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, Zhang He moved. He slowly walked to the trading window and pushed the newly signed bet contract worth 200,000 yuan and a house toward the trader. He invested all the 200,000 yuan he had just won. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the silent hall. Continue buying yuan technology. Madman. Those two words echoed in everyone's mind. And the instant his words fell, the falling green line on the screen seemed to be infused with divine power. It executed a breathtaking V-shaped reversal, abruptly turning around. Then, it transformed into a towering pillar of red light, breaking through the sky with unprecedented, overwhelming force. It hit the daily limit up. Someone let out a shrill scream. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Holy God! This is a god. Quick! Buy! Go all in on yuan technology. Follow the little god. You'll have a villa by the sea. Those investors who had been mocking just moments ago were now completely mad. They rushed to the windows, throwing every last penny they had into the stock. Propelled by an avalanche of capital, yuan technology's stock price became unstoppable. And Zhang He remained just that slight figure perched on a stool. He watched the screen calmly. Wang Lao's face twisted with utter terror and despair, his parents' expressions frozen in stunned shock. He knew that from this moment onward, his life and the fate of this family would be completely rewritten. Chapter 5: The blood-sucking parasite arrives. Zhang He and Li Sufang were utterly dumbfounded. Their minds felt as if they had been scorched clean by that towering pillar of red light, leaving nothing but emptiness. Money? 50,000? No, the figure on the screen kept surging upward amid the frantic influx of retail investors, having long since shattered the million yuan threshold. And that bet they thought was lost? Now it seemed utterly ridiculous. Stock guru Old Yuan not only lost his entire fortune but also ended up owing Zhang a house plus 200,000 in cash. He slumped to the floor, his face ashen, muttering over and over, "It's all over. It's all over." Just then, Zhang He leapt up from his stool. He walked to the window and spoke calmly under the trader's gaze, a mix of awe and fear. "Hello, get me 300,000 in cash." What? The entire hall's clamor seemed to hit pause. Every pair of eyes focused on this slender figure. Zhang He and his wife trembled, staring blankly at their son. Soon, 30 neatly bundled stacks of cash, wrapped in brown paper, were carefully pushed forward. Zhang He picked up one stack and pressed it into his mother Li Sufang's arms. "Mom!" He looked up at his mother's face, a complex mix of shock, bewilderment, and wild joy. "Take this money to the hospital right now, you and Dad. For Grandma's treatment." Boom! Li Sufang's mind exploded. Trembling, she stroked the heavy stack of banknotes in her arms, still faintly fragrant with the scent of ink, and tears once again poured down her cheeks. But this time, they were tears of joy, tears of overwhelming emotion beyond words. "My son, my dear son." She babbled incoherently, desperate only to cling tightly to this son who had brought her such overwhelming joy. Zhang He rushed over too. This weathered man wept like a child now. Staring at Zhang He, his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yet in the corner, a pair of eyes filled with venom stared fixedly at this tender scene. It was old Wang. Gazing at the mountain of cash and the sight of Zhang He's family weeping with joy, the poisonous fire of jealousy consumed his reason entirely. Why? Why should this little bastard get lucky overnight? Why must he, Wang Jiangwo, the stock guru for decades, suffer such a crushing defeat? He refused to accept it. He sprang to his feet, a savage madness twisting his face, and pulled out his phone once more. "Hello? Is this the Regulatory Bureau? I need to file a report. A formal, real-name report. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Someone is exploiting miners for malicious market manipulation and insider trading. Millions of dollars involved. Yes. Send someone immediately. Hanging up, he let out a raucous, owl-like cackle. Kid, even if I lose, you won't get off easy. I'll make you spit out every last cent you've swallowed. And I'll send you to jail. Less than 10 minutes later. Two stern-faced middle-aged men in black suits strode into the lobby, escorted by the exchange manager. Hello, we're from the Securities Regulatory Commission. The lead man flashed his credentials, his piercing gaze immediately locking onto Zhang He in the crowd. Which one of you is Zhang He? Li Jingqing's heart skipped a beat. As a police officer, his instincts sensed trouble. He immediately stepped forward, shielding Zhang He behind him. Comrade, I'm the child's uncle. What's the matter? The leader stared at him expressionlessly. We've received a tip alleging insider trading involving this miner. We need him to accompany us for questioning. Insider trading? Li Jingqing felt as if struck by lightning, his face instantly turning ashen. He knew better than anyone what those 4 words meant. No. Impossible. My son would never do anything illegal. Li Sufang screamed, clutching Zhang He tightly. Zhang Jiping also panicked, pleading, Comrade, is there some mistake? He's just a child. What could he possibly understand? Will he be okay? Comrade. Yet the 2 men in suits didn't even glance at them. We won't answer any questions until the investigation results are in. Please cooperate. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. The cold, emotionless words shattered all hope for Zhang Jiping and his wife. Ultimately, after repeated assurances from Li Jingqing, Zhang He followed the 2 men away. The millions remaining in the account were immediately declared temporarily frozen. By the time Zhang He returned home, night had fallen. In the living room, his parents and uncle waited anxiously. The moment they saw him return, they rushed over. Xiao He, are you okay? What did they ask you? You didn't say anything out of line, did you? Zhang He shook his head, his face still bearing that uncharacteristic calm for his age. I'm fine. They just asked why I bought that stock. What did you tell them? Li Jingqing pressed nervously. I said I analyzed it myself, just got lucky. This answer plunged the 3 adults into silence. They wanted to scold him, but didn't know where to begin. They wanted to strike him, but seeing those 300,000 yuan their lifeline, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. In the end, they could only let out a helpless sigh. This son of theirs, they truly couldn't understand him, nor could they control him anymore. Just then, a loud, forceful knock echoed through the room. Zhang Jiping opened the door to find a dense crowd standing outside. All relatives they'd barely spoken to in years. Uncle Dai, Uncle San, Aunt Air, Aunt C each wore an overly warm smile. Oh my, Jiping. We heard you've struck it rich. I knew it. Little He's always been a bright kid bound to make something of himself. They all swarmed in at once, sitting down as if they were old friends, filling the small living room to bursting. After a few pleasantries, my eldest uncle spoke up first. Rubbing his hands together, he looked troubled as he said, Jiping, you see, I've been thinking about starting a pig farm lately, but I'm a bit short on cash. Could you lend me 100,000 yuan to tide me over? Right. Uncle San chimed in immediately, I want to expand my little shop to 5,000. Just 5,000. Consider it a loan from me. And me. My son's getting married, and I'm still short 80,000 for the dowry. My daughter. The barrage of demands caused Zhang Jiping and his wife's expressions to darken. Zhang He, however, merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Listening to those so-called projects, he could only sneer inwardly. A pig farm? His uncle had tried that in his past life, only to lose everything in a swine fever outbreak. Expanding the convenience store? Third uncle was a lazy bum, he'd just eat and drink all the goods he stocked. Not a single one of these ideas had any chance of succeeding. Seeing Zhang Jiping and his wife looking troubled and hesitating to agree, the relatives' faces gradually darkened. Second aunt sneered sarcastically, oh my, brother and sister-in-law, now that you've struck it rich, you look down on us poor relatives, do you? Exactly. Remember when your family was struggling? We were always there to help. Now that you've got money, you're acting all high and mighty? You don't even recognize your own kin anymore? How heartless. Don't you fear divine retribution? That money was earned by selling Grandma Xiaohe's life savings. Each accusation cut like a knife, piercing Zhang Jiping and his wife. Honest folk like them had never faced such an onslaught. Flushed crimson and utterly flustered, they were on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. Just then, a cool, detached voice cut through the air. Are you done? It was Zhang He. He rose slowly and walked to the center of the living room. Uncle, you borrowed 5,000 yuan from my father 2 years ago, claiming it was for medical treatment. Instead, you turned around and gambled it all away. Have you forgotten that? Uncle's face instantly turned the color of liver. Third uncle, last year you said you needed 3,000 for a business venture, but you ended up spending every day at the card room. Your wife even came to our house to complain. Need me to remind you again? Third uncle's smile froze on his face. Zhang He's gaze sliced through each relative's face like a sharp scalpel. And you, second aunt, when grandma was sick and dad asked you for money, what did you say? You claimed your family had no money, yet the very next day you bought your son the latest game console. Fourth aunt, you. With every word he spoke, another relative's face turned ashen. He laid bare every sordid secret and hidden past of these people over the years, one by one, right in front of everyone. The entire living room fell deathly silent. Every relative felt as if they'd been stripped naked, ashamed, humiliated, furious, yet unable to utter a single word in defense. Because everything Zhang He said was the absolute truth. Finally, Zhang He walked to the doorway and pulled open the front door. His gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Now that I've said my piece, get the hell out. Our family doesn't welcome you blood-sucking parasites. Get out. Chapter 6, Emotional Blackmail? I'll expose your true colors. Zhang He's words left the relatives flushed with embarrassment, speechless. Shame, embarrassment, but more than anything, they were seething with rage. Yet they still wouldn't give up. How could they easily give up such a juicy opportunity? Uncle Zhang Jigua's eyes darted about, and he instantly adopted a look of deep sorrow. He sidestepped Zhang He and grabbed Zhang Jiping's hand. Ziping. Don't listen to that child. What does a kid know? Have you forgotten? When we were poor as kids, whenever any family had something tasty, wasn't I the first to bring it to you? When you got bullied, who took you to get revenge? It was me. Third uncle joined in, his voice breaking. Yes, brother Ziping. When you got married and couldn't quite scrape together the dowry money, it was me. I took the funds set aside for my son's education to bail you out. Have you forgotten that? Second aunt started wiping tears away, wailing dramatically. Ziping, you can't be so ungrateful. When mom was hospitalized, we didn't contribute money, but didn't we visit her every single day? We may not have money, but we have people. How could you let a child stab us in the heart like this? We're family. Blood is thicker than water. Each heartfelt phrase, each overwhelming reminder of past kindness, wove an invisible net that tightly ensnared the honest Zhang Jiping. He was a man who valued relationships deeply. If someone showed him an ounce of kindness, he felt compelled to repay them tenfold. Some of what his relatives said was true, some was exaggerated, but in this moment, he couldn't tell the difference. His face flushed crimson, his lips trembling. He glanced from one relative to another, sinking into deep self-reproach and anguish. I was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Seeing Zhang Jiping like this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in the relative's eyes. Gotcha. As long as they could control Zhang Jiping, this soft target, what did it matter how capable his son was? But they were celebrating too soon. Finished? A cold voice instantly shattered the false warmth in the living room. Zhang He slowly stepped forward, blocking his father. His jet-black eyes held no childish innocence, only a chilling mockery. When my father married, Uncle San, you did take money 500 yuan. The very next day, my mother let you take 1,000 yuan from the dowry, saying it was for your son's tuition. Yet you turned around and went straight to the card room, not returning home for 3 days. Is that debt settled? Uncle San's sobs abruptly stopped, his face turning paler than liver in an instant. Uncle, you brought food to my dad because you stole it from the factory and feared it would spoil. Each time you delivered half a chicken, the next day you'd take a carton of cigarettes from our house. That debt was settled long ago, wasn't it? Uncle Zhang Jigua's hand trembled violently as he stared at Zhang He in disbelief. How did this little bastard find out about these ancient, rotten grains? Zhang He's gaze sliced through each of these so-called relatives like the sharpest blade. And you, second aunt. You visited grandma in the hospital 3 times, each visit lasting less than 10 minutes. My father paid for your round-trip transportation, and you even snatched 2 apples on your way out. You claimed to have someone with you. Where was that person? As for all of you. Zhang He sneered coldly, his voice suddenly rising. My grandmother's surgery cost 300,000 yuan. When my parents begged at your doorsteps, where were you? Now that our family has money, you all suddenly show up? Talking about family all the time? Do you even deserve it? Absolutely ridiculous. Zhang He's words cut to the bone. He tore away their last shred of decency, exposing their greedy faces in broad daylight. You little bastard. You're talking nonsense. We're talking to your father. What business is it of yours? Get out of here. You have no respect for elders. No manners whatsoever. Zhang Jiping, this is the fine son you've raised. Humiliated and enraged, the crowd abandoned all pretense, their bitter, spiteful nature laid bare. They began pointing fingers at Zhang Jiping and hurling insults at him. Zhang He nearly burst out laughing at the filthy insults. In his past life, it was this very group of so-called relatives who came storming into the house after grandma passed away. They claimed they'd done everything they could to cover her medical bills and that they deserved a share of the house. In the end, they forcibly snatched the last of the family's savings from his grief-stricken parents. And now, in this life, they wanted to pull the same trick again? Dream on. Seems like I'll have to give you a taste of your own medicine before you understand why the flowers bloom so red. Zhang He spoke softly, yet her words sent a chill through the entire living room. Second aunt, did you go to the newly opened See You Later cafe yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock with section chief wine from your workplace? Auntie's tirade abruptly halted like a chicken with its throat squeezed shut, all color draining from her face. Uncle San, wasn't yesterday the final repayment date for that 30,000 yuan high-interest loan you owe in the basement of the Prosperity Billiards Hall in South City? Want me to ask how much the interest has climbed today? Uncle Sanhan shuddered violently, staring at Zhang He in terror as if he were a demon. And Uncle Lao. Zhang He's gaze fell on a young man in the corner, dressed in an unusually trendy style. I hear you've been frequenting the men's restroom at People's Park lately, is that right? Boom. If exposing past sins was the prelude, this was detonating a nuclear bomb. Infidelity. Loan sharking. Homosexuality. Each one was a scandalous scandal that could ruin a person's reputation in this era. How did you know? Who the hell are you? The crowd was utterly shattered. They stared at the 7-year-old child before them, their eyes filled with terror. This wasn't a child. This was a demon. A demon who knew all their secrets. Zhang He slowly walked to the front door, yanked it open, and gestured for them to enter. Now, can you all get lost? This time, not a single soul dared utter another word. They scrambled and scrambled, scrambling to be the first to flee this suffocating room. Before leaving, their venomous glances were etched into the Zhang family's very souls. In the living room, only Zhang Jiping, Li Sufang, and Li Jingcheng remained, frozen like 3 stone statues, staring blankly at Zhang He. Their worldview had been repeatedly shattered and reshaped today by their own 7-year-old son. When had their mischievous little boy become this unfamiliar? After a long silence, Li Sufang finally found her voice. Her lips trembling, she asked, how did you know about those things? Chapter 7, Open an Internet Cafe? Are you crazy? Zhang He couldn't very well admit he'd been reborn, so he shrugged and said innocently, I guessed. Guessed? Who would believe that? But the 3 adults stared at his feigned innocent face, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Zhang Jiping let out a long sigh, breaking the awkward silence. He brushed the dust off his clothes, a hint of weariness on his face. The relatives are gone, but our family has a much bigger problem now. He looked at his wife, Su Fang. Lately, we've both been unable to work because of caring for Mom. The factory has already laid us off. Now we need to find jobs quickly, or we'll just be eating into our savings. Work? At the word, Zhang He's brow furrowed slightly. 1999 it was a turbulent era, a time when gold lay scattered everywhere. The wave of entrepreneurship was sweeping across the entire land of China. Countless get-rich-quick schemes swirled through his mind. The millions frozen in his account were merely the beginning. What he needed to do was build his own business empire. And now, the most urgent task was to lay the very first cornerstone for this empire. Zhang He lifted his head, looked at his worried-looking parents, and made a startling announcement. Dad, Mom, you don't need to look for jobs anymore. We're starting our own business. Open an internet cafe. Open an internet cafe? He stared wide-eyed at his son, utterly unable to believe those words had come from his own child. That thing can actually make money? He shook his head like a rattle, absolutely not. Li Sufang immediately stepped forward to protest, pulling Zhang He close with a look of deep concern. Son, don't scare your mother. We've barely saved up this money, it's the life-saving funds for your grandmother's treatment. How could you possibly squander it on such nonsense? Listen to Mom. Let's put the rest in the bank and live a steady life. That's better than anything else. Zhang He sighed helplessly. He knew his parents were conservative and understood their worries. But depositing the money in the bank, watching it steadily lose value to future inflation, there was no way he could do that. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Zhang He pulled away from his mother's hand and stood before the 3 of them. Do you know how much a computer costs these days? 8,000. 10,000. How many ordinary families can afford that? But do you know how many young people yearn to use computers and go online? This is a huge opportunity. We open an internet cafe. 3 yuan per hour, it doesn't sound like much. But what if we have 100 machines? Open 24 hours a day, even with only half the seats occupied, how much could we earn daily? Zhang He held up his fingers, beginning to calculate for them. 100 computers, half that is 50. 24 hours a day, theoretically 1,200 hours. Even if we have that to 600 hours, at 3 yuan per hour, that's 18,000 a day. Per month? That's 54,000. And a year? That's 640,000. And that's the most conservative estimate. Do the math, could you earn that much interest in the bank? 54,000 a month? Over 600,000 a year? The couple works themselves to the bone at the factory, and together they barely make over 1,000 a month. This is practically faster than robbing a bank. Li Jingcheng, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Seeing his brother-in-law's shocked expression, he couldn't help but interject, Sis, brother-in-law, I think Xiaoha has a point. Zhang Jiping wavered. He was a man, and deep down, he had a spirit of adventure. His son's words seemed to rekindle the embers of ambition that had been smoldering within him. But he still felt his pride was at stake. To be lectured on business by his 7-year-old son in front of his brother-in-law? Where could he possibly hide his face as the head of the household? He cleared his throat twice, his face stern as he lectured. What do you know, you little brat? Running a business isn't as simple as you make it sound. There's so much to it: choosing a location, renovating, buying equipment, wiring the place, hiring staff. What if you lose money? We won't lose money. Zhang He's reply was simple and confident. How can you be so sure? Zhang Jiping's temper flared at his son's attitude. Dad, actions speak louder than words. Zhang He looked at his stubbornly prideful father with a touch of amusement. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see for yourself. Exactly. Brother-in-law, seeing is believing. I'll drive, let's go check it out now. Li Jingcheng chimed in immediately, equally curious about this million-dollar venture. Zhang Jiping tried to maintain his dignity, but Li Jingcheng practically dragged him out the door. I'm just going to look. I never said I'd do it. Though he protested, his footsteps were faster than anyone else's. In the 1990s, Shanghai's nightlife was nowhere near as vibrant as it would become in later years. But a few places were exceptions. Li Jingcheng drove Zhang Jiping and his son to the entrance of an internet cafe called Flying Bird. He stepped inside and froze in shock at the sight before him. In the cramped, dimly lit space, dozens of bulky computers were densely packed together. Before each machine sat a young person, eyes gleaming, fingers furiously tapping away at the keyboard. Occasionally, excited shouts erupted from their lips. Holy crap! I just got a judgment. Hurry! Plant the bomb at point B. Webmaster! Webmaster! Bring me a bucket of instant noodles and a sausage. The bustling internet cafe stood in stark contrast to the quiet street outside. This many people? Zhang Jiping muttered to himself. Li Jingcheng looked equally stunned. It wasn't this crazy last time I came. How many days has it even been? Zhang He, however, remained calm, as if he'd anticipated all this. He tugged at his father's sleeve and pointed to the small blackboard hanging on the wall behind the front desk. Dad, look over there. Zhang Jiping followed his gaze and saw a few words scrawled in chalk on the board. All machines are occupied today. Please come back tomorrow. Fully booked? Zhang Jiping's heart gave a sharp pang. He hurried to the front desk and asked the young network administrator, who was sweating profusely, as if casually, young man, how many computers do you have here in total? The attendant looked up, gave him a dismissive glance, and said arrogantly, 50 machines, packed every single day. Want to use the internet? Get in line. Zhang Jiping's heart began to pound wildly once more. 50 computers. Fully booked every single day. His mind instantly recalled the calculations his son had just made. If 50 computers ran at full capacity 24 hours a day. He dared not think about it any further. Chapter 8, Market Research. Dad was shocked. He had run a small restaurant before. Though it failed, he still understood basic costs and profits. This business opportunity wasn't just profitable, it was like printing money. After leaving Flying Bird, they visited 2 more internet cafes. Without exception, every single one was packed to the rafters, every seat occupied. As he boarded the return bus, Zhang Jiping felt completely dazed. Gazing out the window at the rapidly receding cityscape, only one thought occupied his mind. Do it! We have to do it. Back home, before Zhang He could speak, Zhang Jiping slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling. Let's do it! We're opening this internet cafe. He threw his arm around Zhang He's shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. Son! You're my lucky star. This idea is brilliant. But... His tone shifted abruptly, his face taking on a fatherly sternness. Leave the location to me. Your old man may not be as sharp as you, but I've lived in this city for decades. I know better than you which areas are bustling and which have potential. He'd already decided the internet cafe would be on the city center's commercial street. That's where the foot traffic is heaviest, it's guaranteed to make money. But Zhang He shook his head without hesitation. No way. What? Zhang Jiping's face darkened instantly. Why not? Am I useless? Can't I even pick a location? He felt belittled by his son and was deeply annoyed. Zhang He cleared his throat and stated his answer. The best locations? There are 2. First, the university town. Second, the food street. The university district gathered the largest concentration of college students in all of Magic City. They had time, energy, and a strong desire to go online. Food streets have high foot traffic, and the people who come there have strong spending power. After eating, if they see an internet cafe nearby with nothing else to do, they're likely to walk in and give it a try. Li Jingcheng nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Xiaohua's analysis is spot on. Especially the university district, that place is practically tailor-made for internet cafes. He immediately frowned, though. But both those locations are prime real estate. Rent probably isn't cheap. Money isn't the issue, Zhang He replied calmly. As long as we pick the right spot, we'll recoup the investment quickly. He looked at his father, who still seemed unconvinced, and said, Dad, if you don't believe me, let's go check out both locations tomorrow and compare them. Zhang Jiping snorted but didn't argue further. The next day, the 3 set out again. First, they visited the food street, which was indeed bustling with people and vibrant with activity. But most of the visitors were couples rushing by. Their actual target customers were virtually non-existent. Next, they headed to the university district. The moment they stepped off the bus, a wave of youthful energy washed over them. On the streets, young students were everywhere in small groups, arm in arm. Zhang He watched these vibrant young people, then compared them to his own vision of the commercial street. He fell silent. He had to admit his son was right. This was the real gold mine. All right. Let's settle on this spot. Zhang He took a deep breath and made his final decision. He looked at his son, his eyes for the first time holding a genuine sense of awe. This son of his was truly extraordinary. However, when they excitedly approached the landlord to discuss rent, a bucket of cold water was dumped on their heads. 3,000 a month. The landlord held up 3 fingers, his tone leaving no room for debate. What? 3,000? Zhang Jiping's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 3,000 yuan. In those days, that was an absolute fortune for an ordinary family. His monthly salary was only 500 yuan. This month's rent was equivalent to half a year's worth of his earnings. The newly ignited ambition was instantly doused by that figure. He began to lose his nerve. Returning home, he recounted the situation to Zhang He with a worried expression. He expected his son to be intimidated by the price, but to his surprise, Zhang He simply replied calmly. No problem. Money matters, I'll handle it. You'll handle it? Zhang Jiping froze. But your account is frozen. Where would you even get that much money? Li Jingcheng, standing nearby, immediately grew tense. He grabbed Zhang He's shoulder and said sternly, Xiaoyi, you absolutely cannot do anything foolish. We must never get involved in illegal activities. Watching their anxious expressions, Zhang He couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, Dad, you're jumping to conclusions. He waved a finger in the air. Breaking the law? That's so low-tech. In this world, there's only one way to make money fast. Stock trading. Stock trading? Zhang Jiping's breath caught in his throat. He had thought his son's miraculous performance in the stock market last time was just a fleeting stroke of luck. But now it seemed. Could it be that his son was truly a once-in-a-century stock trading prodigy? Whether it was his earlier move with yuan technology or his current precision in targeting the internet cafe industry, this wasn't something an ordinary child, or even an ordinary adult, could achieve. He stared at his son, his eyes filled with nothing but profound shock. Xiuha, are you really confident? Li Jingqing's voice trembled slightly. He had witnessed his nephew's miraculous trading firsthand, turning 100,000 into a million in a single day. The visual and psychological impact of that feat still lingered vividly in his memory. Of course. Zhang He smiled confidently. But my account's frozen. So uncle, can I borrow yours? No problem. Li Jingcheng agreed without hesitation. Not only will I lend you my account, but I've got some personal savings here, I'll invest that too. But how will we split the profits? Zhang He blinked his eyes. We're family, no need to talk about splitting. Li Jingcheng waved his hand generously. That won't do. Brothers should keep accounts clear. Zhang He held up 2 fingers. I'll manage your account. You get 20% of the profits. Deal. But uncle, if you invest your own money too, then we'll have to recalculate everything. A sly, fox-like smile flashed across Zhang He's face. How would we split it? 60-40 split, I take 60, you take 40. Put. Zhang Jiping spit out the water he'd just taken a sip of. Pointing at Zhang He, he was too furious to speak. You little brat. Your uncle's putting up the money in the account, what gives you the right to take the lion's share? No way. 50-50 at most. Brother-in-law, don't interfere. Li Jingcheng grabbed Zhang Jiping's arm. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Zhang He. I agree. 640 it is. Chapter 9, 20x leverage. Back to the exchange. Li Jingcheng pulled out his last reserve of 50,000 yuan in personal savings. Zhang He still had 80,000 yuan in usable funds left from the 300,000 yuan cash he'd withdrawn last time. A total of 130,000 yuan. The next day, the three returned to the familiar Shanghai Stock Exchange. The moment Zhang He's slight figure reappeared in the bustling hall, all eyes instantly turned to him. Look! It's that little prodigy. Why is he back? Didn't he make over $1 million last time? Still not satisfied? I say he just got lucky. This time, he'll probably lose every penny he made last time. Exactly. Kids like him never know when to quit while they're ahead. He's bound to take a big fall sooner or later. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Most were just sour grapes, relishing the drama. In an inconspicuous corner, a gaze filled with venom locked onto Zhang He. It was old Wang. Last time, Zhang He had fleeced him out of his entire savings. Now, just seeing Zhang He made his teeth grind with rage. Zhang He ignored these flies buzzing around him, striding straight to the trading window. He addressed the broker inside in a crisp tone. Hello, sir. How much longer until ZTE technology opens for trading? Zhongxing technology? The moment that name was uttered, the trading floor fell noticeably quieter. Some veteran investors wore solemn expressions. In the corner, old Wang perked up. He'd been studying this stock for ages. Every technical indicator, every market analysis pointed to one outcome. That is a steep plunge. Could this kid have seen it too? Was he also preparing to short it? 8 minutes until the market opens. The trader looked at the boy before him and replied. All right. Zhang He nodded. He turned to his uncle. Uncle, is the money ready? It's all set. 13,000 yuan, fully in the account. Li Jingcheng said excitedly. Zhang He took a deep breath and delivered an order to the trader, enunciating each word clearly in order that would send shockwaves through the entire exchange. Use the entire 130,000 yuan principal to buy ZTE technology. Long position. Also, give me 20 times leverage. The entire trading floor erupted in chaos. Every investor stared at Zhang He with eyes that seemed to say he was insane. Old Wang in the corner, after a moment of shock, broke into a look of wild delight. The moment had arrived. The chance for revenge had finally arrived. He strode quickly to Zhang He's side, his face plastered with a fake smile. Young man, what guts you have. Since you're so confident, how about we gamble again? Zhang He lifted his eyelids, gave him a glance, and let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. Oh? How do you want to wager? Let's wager on the ultimate fate of this ZTE stock. Old Wang held up one finger, his eyes gleaming with greed. 500,000. I bet it'll crash today. That was a brutal bet. Li Jingcheng and Zhang Jiping's faces instantly drained of color. Xiao He. Don't be impulsive. You can't take his bet. Li Jingcheng urgently protested. Yet Zhang He seemed oblivious to his uncle's warning. Staring at old Wang, he uttered a single word with decisive clarity. Fine. He's lost his mind. This kid must be out of his mind. Bet against old Wang? And on Zhongxing Technology, a stock bound to crash? He must have hit his head on a door. This is going to be a show. Last time that kid got lucky, but this time old Wang will definitely get his revenge. The trading floor erupted instantly. Every investor craned their necks, ready to witness this earth-shattering wager. Old Wang watched Zhang He's calm expression, his heart filled with cold laughter. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhang He with a hint of smugness in his voice. Kid, you know what? To make absolutely sure I win, I went out of my way yesterday to consult my mentor. His assessment of this Zhongxing technology? Just 2 words. He paused, relishing the curious stares of the crowd, before slowly uttering. It's bound to crash. Whoosh. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Old Wang's master? Who's this legendary figure? You don't know? Old Wang's master is none other than Li Jianghe, the legendary Jiangnan stock sage who single-handedly and precisely shorted the share market, cementing his godlike status in a single move. Master Li. What? Master Li? Holy crap. He's a legendary figure. If even old Li predicts a crash, this stock is doomed. Not even a god could save it now. At the mention of Li Jianghe's name, Li Jingcheng and Zhang Jiping's faces turned as pale as paper. That name was thunderous throughout the financial world. A godlike existence in the hearts of countless investors. His judgment was practically equivalent to a decree from the stock market gods. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Li Jingcheng stared at his nephew's impassive face, nearly crying with desperation. Xiao Yi. We can still back out now. Quick. Tell him we're out of this bet. But Zhang He merely gave old Wang a dismissive glance, his tone tinged with disdain. Li Jianghe? Never heard of him. Even if he's some stock god, he's nothing but a common bird in my eyes. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The entire hall fell into dead silence. A 7-year-old brat dared to call Li Jianghe a legendary figure who'd navigated the stock market for decades a nobody? This isn't just arrogance, it's the recklessness of the ignorant. Good. 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 Old Wang's rage turned to laughter as he pointed at Zhang He, his entire body trembling. Today, I'll make you pay for your insolent ignorance. Fearing Zhang He might back out, he immediately summoned a lawyer to draft a bet agreement on the spot, even calling in notary public officials. Zhang He didn't even glance at it. He picked up the pen and signed his name directly on the document. Old Wang stared at the finalized contract, letting out a triumphant laugh. In his eyes, this bet was already won. Just then, a crisp ringing sound echoed throughout the entire hall. The market opened. 9:30. The official opening. In that instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the massive electronic screen, fixed intently on the much-anticipated ZTE technology. On the screen, the line representing the opening price remained steady for just 1 second. The next moment, it plunged downward like a cascading waterfall. Green. Blinding, eye-piercing green. Opening bell, plunge. It's falling. Ha! It really is crashing. Old Wang pointed at the screen and burst into maniacal laughter. See that, kid? This is reality. This is what happens when you challenge authority. 5 points down at the opening bell. You lost. You lost spectacularly. Ha! Old Wang's words struck like heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of Zhang Jiping and his son. Chapter 10, The Stock Guru's Mentor? Still crushed, Li Jingqing's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It's over. Everything was over. Not only could he never open that internet cafe, but he'd be saddled with millions in debt. This family was utterly destroyed. Zhang Jiping stared at his son, who remained frozen in place, motionless. An overwhelming wave of pain and rage surged through him. It's all his fault. All because of this good-for-nothing brat. You little bastard. I'll beat you to death. Zhang Jiping could no longer contain his emotions. He roared with fury and charged toward Zhang He. The surrounding stock investors all shook their heads and sighed. Ah, this child is utterly ruined. Yeah, he acted on impulse. Carrying millions in debt at such a young age, his life is over. Pity the fool who brought this upon himself, who told him to ignore all the warnings? The barbs of scorn wove themselves into a vast net of despair. On the screen, that green line continued its frantic descent. Everyone believed the outcome was inevitable. Just as Zhang Jiping's raised hand was about to strike Zhang He's back, a cold curve touched the corner of his mouth. In a voice only he could hear, he softly uttered two words. Here it comes. What was coming? No one knew. But the very instant his words fell, a sudden change occurred. On the screen, that green line, which had already hit the limit down and lay motionless in deathly silence, as if seized by an invisible divine hand. A stunning V-shaped reversal. The green rapidly faded at a visible pace, replaced by the colors symbolizing hope and fire. Red. Soaring skyward, crimson. It's rising? A stock trader rubbed his eyes, screaming in disbelief. Holy! It's really red. How the hell is that possible? Wasn't it hitting the limit down? How could it suddenly rally like this? Is the market maker dumping their shares? The entire trading floor fell into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone's breath seemed to stop in that moment. They watched helplessly as that red line charged upward with unstoppable momentum. From -10 to -5. From -5 to 0. From 0 to +3. +5. +8. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The maniacal grin on old Wang's face froze solid. He stared fixedly at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't believe it. Master Li. How could his master's judgment possibly be wrong? This defied all logic. The giant hand suspended mid-air slowly dropped, limp and lifeless. Zhang Jiping stared blankly at the blinding red beam on the screen, completely dumbfounded. Li Jingqing scrambled to his feet, his mouth agape, utterly unable to think. What the hell is going on? It hit the limit up. It really hit the limit up. A shrill, piercing scream erupted from someone no one knew who. Boom! The entire exchange hall erupted in chaos. God! This is a true miracle. Holy crap! From the limit down to the limit up. A floor-to-ceiling reversal. This is the legendary floor-to-ceiling reversal. Quick! Quick! Buy! Go all in on ZTE Tech. Those investors who had been mocking just moments ago were now going mad. They scrambled to the trading windows, desperate to get in on the action, only to find the stock had hit the upper limit and was completely locked up, no way to buy in. And at the center of everyone's attention, Zhang He remained just that slight figure perched on his small stool. He slowly turned around, picked up the $500,000 bet agreement from the trading window counter. Then he walked up to old Wang, whose face had turned ashen, and handed him the agreement. You lost. Now, along with the house and the $200,000 from last time, you owe me a total of $500,000. I'll give you 3 days. Deliver the money to my house. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Old Wang completely broke down upon hearing this. 500,000. Combined with the house and cash he lost last time, he now faced a staggering debt of 500,000. This sum was enough to crush him completely, leaving him unable to recover for the rest of his life. No! How dare this wet behind the ears brat trample him time and time again? How dare this brat snatch away the fruits of his entire life's labor with a few cheap words? The last shred of reason in old Wang's eyes was consumed by a blood-red frenzy. His face contorted into a hideous grimace, like a gambler blinded by loss in the casino, and he let out a roar. You little bastard! I'll fight you to the death. He lunged forward, straight for the betting agreement. Destroy it, and there would be no evidence. Zhang He stood on the small stool, already off balance. The force of old Wang's lunge sent his entire body reeling backward, teetering on the edge of falling. His small body swayed in midair, but his toes dug desperately into the edge of the stool, somehow stabilizing his balance. Meanwhile, old Wang had already snatched the agreement from his grasp. Ha! Now see how you'll get me to pay up. Old Wang held the agreement aloft, his face radiating the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. He clenched his fists, ready to tear the thin paper into shreds. You dare! Li Jingqing's eyes bulged with fury. His instincts as a detective kicked in instantly. He lunged forward in a single stride, his large hand clamping down on old Wang's wrist. At that critical moment. Stop! A commanding shout, full of authority, rang out from the back of the crowd. The noisy hall seemed to hit pause. Li Jingcheng and old Wang froze in place. All eyes followed the sound to see a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, his hair meticulously combed, striding forward surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. It was Sun Hongwei, the general manager of this securities exchange. Sun Hongwei didn't glance at anyone else. His gaze was fixed intently on old Wang's hand holding the agreement aloft, his expression dark enough to rain. Today's earth-shattering market crash had sent shockwaves through Shanghai's entire financial circle, and as the head of the exchange, he had received the news immediately. This child prodigy who had created a miracle was the most lucrative opportunity of the future, a walking god of wealth. And now, someone dared to play dirty tricks on the god of wealth right on his turf? Asking for death. Sun Hongwei didn't even bother with words. He merely shot a cold glance at his bodyguards. The two bodyguards immediately understood, splitting to either side and closing in on old Wang. With a sharp crack, old Wang's wrists were seized. Another bodyguard effortlessly snatched the betting agreement from his grasp and respectfully returned it to Sun Hongwei. Wang Jiangwo, right? Sun Hongwei held the agreement, glancing at the name printed on it, his tone icy. On my turf, you disrupt public order, start trouble, and now you want to tear up a legally binding contract? Chapter 11, more money than I've ever seen in my life. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to them. You think I can't make one phone call and have you locked up for months eating cornbread? Old Wang shuddered violently, the madness on his face instantly replaced by fear. He knew Sun Hongwei well, fully aware of the man's influence. One word from him could send him to the bottom of the prison for life. Mr. Sun, I didn't mean to. I just lost my head for a moment. Old Wang wilted completely, not daring to make another move. Sun Hongwei ignored him, turning instead to Zhang He with an instantly warm smile. He respectfully handed the perfectly intact agreement to Zhang He. Young man, I'm truly sorry you had to endure such a scare here. Rest assured, Wang Jiangwo's debt to you will be personally supervised by our exchange. We guarantee every penny will be delivered to you. Heroes emerge in youth. From a limit down to a limit up 20 times leverage. What does that even mean? It's a miracle. A man like this, you must befriend him, never offend him. Thank you for your help. Zhang He nodded politely, took the agreement, and casually slipped it into his pocket. He hopped down from the stool and walked toward his father and uncle, who were already frozen in place. Uncle, the account card. Ha? Oh. Li Jingqing snapped out of his daze, fumbling frantically in his pocket to pull out the bank card and a note with the password written on it, then handed them over. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He stared at his nephew, his voice trembling. Xiao He, how much money have we made exactly? Zhang He didn't answer. He took the card and walked back to the trading window. The trader who had barely acknowledged him moments ago now stood at attention, a respectful smile on his face. Young man, no. Young master, how may I assist you? Check the account. Right away. The trader dared not show the slightest delay, his hands flying over the keyboard. Soon, the account details appeared clearly on the small screen. Principal, 130 million yuan. Current total assets, 260 million yuan. Status, floating profit price limit hit. Li Jingcheng trembled as he leaned closer. When he saw the long string of zeros on the screen, darkness clouded his vision and the world spun around him. 260 million. He sucked in a sharp breath, his legs giving way. Had he not clutched the edge of the trading desk with all his might, he would have collapsed instantly. His 50,000 had turned into 1 million? Was this a dream? 1 million. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. Zhang Jiping leaned in too, his eyes glued to the screen, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. His brain had completely shut down the moment he saw that astronomical figure, leaving his mind a blank. Zhang He turned to his uncle, who was nearly fainting, and spoke slowly in a matter-of-fact tone. Uncle, your initial investment of 50,000 has now become 1 million. Based on our agreed 60-40 split, the profit is 950,000 yuan. Your 40% share is 380,000 yuan. He paused. I used your account. My initial investment of 80,000 turned into 1,600,000. The profit is 1.52 million. As agreed, you get 20% of that, which is 300,040. Therefore, your total earnings this time amount to 684,000 yuan. Li Jingqing's mind buzzed. He felt as if he were dreaming an absurd yet utterly real dream. 68,000. The sheer magnitude of the sum made his head spin, nearly knocking him off his feet. He'd spent his entire career as a detective, and even if he'd never eaten or slept, he still couldn't have saved even a fraction of that amount. Yet now, in just one day, no, less than half a day, his little nephew had earned it for him. What was this? A demon? No. This is the god of wealth incarnate. Li Jingqing's lips trembled. He wanted to praise him, to heap every lavish compliment in the world upon his nephew. But when the words reached his lips, only a few dry, hollow phrases came out. Xiaoha, you truly are your uncle's finest nephew. This money was enough to completely turn his life around. Zhang He paid no heed to his uncle, who was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent sentences. He turned and looked calmly at Zhang Jiping. Dad, the money for the internet cafe is more than enough now. And then some. Zhang Jiping stared at his son, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Shock, bewilderment, awe and a hint of fear he hadn't even recognized in himself. This son he'd known for 7 years felt utterly unfamiliar in this moment. Within that slender frame seemed to dwell a giant he now had to look up to. His jaw dropped, his Adam's apple bobbed, and after a long pause, a hoarse voice finally emerged. If your mother knew. Money is meant to solve problems. Zhang He cut him off immediately. Grandma's illness needs treatment, our family deserves a better life, and the internet cafe must open. All of this requires money. Now, the money problem is solved. He stared into his father's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. South gate of the university town, a second-floor shop facing the street, 300 square meters, monthly rent 3,000. Rent it? Zhang Jiping looked into his son's deep, unfathomable eyes. There was no childish naivety there, only a resolve that even adults rarely possessed. All his previous hesitations and doubts were utterly shattered in that moment. He was utterly captivated by his son's overwhelming confidence. He answered decisively. Rent it. By the time the three returned home, dusk had already fallen. Li Sufang paced anxiously back and forth in the living room. Hearing the door open, she rushed over, her face etched with worry. What happened? The money? Jingcheng, tell me. Did Xiaohua get into trouble? Li Jingcheng could hold back no longer. He grabbed his sister's shoulders, his face flushed crimson with agitation. Sis. Enough. It's all enough. He was practically roaring. Xiaohua made another 2 million. The money for the internet cafe is secured. 2 million? Li Sufang froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her mind went blank, utterly unable to comprehend the meaning of that number. It was a shock powerful enough to make her heart stop. Zhang He stepped out from behind his uncle and looked up at his dazed mother. Mom! Grandma's follow-up treatment costs are covered. Our family can move into a bigger house and live a better life now. Uncle also made over 600,000 yuan. A cascade of facts surged through Li Sufang like the most potent shot of adrenaline. Her vacant gaze gradually regained its spark. From disbelief to ecstatic joy, then to a torrent of tears. Unable to hold back any longer, she sank to her knees, clutching her frail son tightly to her chest as she wept uncontrollably. My son! My dear son! My dear son! Beyond these words, she could utter nothing else. Chapter 12, Renting a Shop. Zhang Jiping stood silently nearby, watching the mother and son clinging to each other in tears, his tiger-like eyes reddening. He stepped forward, reached out, and gently placed his hand on Zhang He's head, rubbing it softly. The gesture was clumsy, yet carried an unprecedented tenderness. Xiao He. Dad was wrong before. I wronged you. He looked at the son who had brought a miracle to their entire family, speaking solemnly, one word at a time. From now on, this family will listen to you. That night, the Zhang family slept more soundly than ever before. No anxiety over money, no fear for the future. The air itself seemed to carry the sweet scent of 100 yuan bills. Early the next morning, Zhang Jiping, a worker who had lived half his life as an honest laborer, seemed like a different person. The entrepreneurial drive he'd possessed back when he ran his small restaurant was reignited within him. He moved with lightning speed. Without waiting for his son to urge him, he headed straight for the south gate of the university town. The landlord of the second-floor shop was a portly man with gold-rimmed glasses, surnamed Lu. Leaning back in his wicker chair, a steaming cup of Longjing tea in hand, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He reclined in a wicker chair, holding a steaming cup of Longjing tea, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. He sized up Zhang Jiping. Worn-out work clothes, a weathered face, rough hands. A poor devil. Another one here to haggle, trying to drive a bargain. Landlord Lu sipped his tea and slowly uttered 2 words. 3,000. After a pause, he added. Not a penny less. Zhang Jiping said nothing. Silently, he pulled a bulging cloth bundle from his chest. He unzipped it. He slammed the contents onto the octagonal table in front of landlord Lu. Thud. The sound was muffled, yet it reverberated like a thunderclap. 2 stacks of crisp red bills, bound with rubber bands. Each bundle worth 10,000. Blindingly red. Landlord Lu's teacup froze mid-air. His eyes were glued to the 2 stacks of money, unable to look away. That's 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan in 1999. His 300 square meter shop has been on the market for nearly half a year, and this is the first time he's seen any return on his investment. Zhang Jiping watched him as he slowly pulled out 1 stack, counted out 10 bills from it, and added them to the pile. 21,000. 1 month's deposit, 6 months rent up front. 3-year lease. Landlord Lu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The lazy, contemptuous look on his face vanished instantly. Replaced instead by an almost fawning enthusiasm. He sprang up from the wicker chair with such force that the flab on his belly jiggled 3 times. Good heavens! Sir! I've been blind as a bat. Please, sit down. Quickly, take a seat. As if his butt was on fire, he personally fetched a stool for Zhang He, then scrambled to grab tea leaves and the contract. Rest assured, big brother, this contract is completely legitimate. I'll fetch it right away. The moment he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint, Zhang He stared at his name on the contract, feeling a surge of warmth rush from his feet straight to the top of his head. He stood tall. Never in his life had his spine felt so straight. At the same moment, Li Jingqing's call connected to an old friend in the city. Old Zhou, it's me, Li Jingqing. Help me find a renovation crew. They need to do a great job, work fast, and most importantly, be reliable. Money is no object. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered through the dust-covered windows, illuminating the empty second-floor shop. Zhang He, Zhang He, and Li Jingqing stood there. The renovation crew leader arrived shortly. A dark-skinned, sturdy man named Wang. Foreman Wang entered in a hurry, accompanied by 2 workers, measuring tape and blueprints in hand. His gaze immediately locked onto Li Jingqing. The aura of that police uniform couldn't be hidden. He glanced at Zhang He beside him, a typical honest laborer. Then, he noticed Zhang He. A little kid not even as tall as his toolbox. Captain Wang paid him no mind, extending his hand directly to Li Jingqing. Captain Li, right? I'm here on old Zhou's recommendation. My name's Wang. Rest assured, I'll get the job done right. Li Jingqing didn't shake his hand. He merely stepped aside, clearing the space behind him to reveal Zhang He. Zhang He silently took a step back as well. 2 grown men, a criminal police captain and a shop's contract holder. Yet at this moment, they stood like 2 bodyguards, respectfully positioned behind a 7-year-old child. Captain Wang's smile froze on his face. He stared blankly at the scene, momentarily bewildered. What was this all about? Zhang stepped forward, tilting his head up to look at Captain Wang, who towered over him. Captain Wang, hello. I'm in charge of this internet cafe. Captain Wang's brain froze for 3 seconds. He instinctively glanced at Li Jingqing, his eyes filled with question marks. What kind of joke is this? A kid calling the shots? Li Jingqing merely nodded, his expression solemn. Follow his lead. Captain Wang was utterly dumbfounded. He'd been in the renovation business for over a decade and had seen all kinds of bosses, but never anything this outrageous. Zhang He paid no heed to his shock. My requirements are simple. First, the overall style must be clean and bright. Paint the walls white using the highest quality eco-friendly paint. Second, ventilation. Install high-powered exhaust fans to ensure air circulation, no lingering smoke odors. Third, electrical work. Each workstation must have 3 5-outlet power strips. All network cables and electrical wires must be routed through the ceiling using the highest quality materials, with ample redundancy. Fourth, the front desk. It must be grand and eye-catching, positioned directly opposite the entrance. Zhang stated each point clearly. His voice was youthful yet articulate, his logic precise and professional. The slight condescension on team leader Wang's face gradually faded, replaced instead by solemnity and astonishment. These requirements were more professional than those of 90% of the bosses he'd encountered. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang He pulled several sheets of drawing paper from his small backpack and handed them over. These are my rough layout sketches. 30 machines in Zone A, 30 in Zone B, and Zone C is the high-end area with 20 machines. The remaining space will be converted into private rooms. I've marked the bathroom locations and fire exits. Captain Wang instinctively took the drawings. This wasn't childish scribbling. It was a professional sketch with clear lines, logical layout, distinct zones, and even load-bearing walls marked. Every computer's placement and every outlet's routing was clearly mapped out on the blueprint. This layout maximized space utilization while ensuring spacious and comfortable corridors. Perfect. It's practically textbook-level planning. Team leader Wang's hand holding the blueprint began to tremble slightly. He looked up again at the child before him. That frail frame, how could it belong to a mere 7-year-old? Clearly, this was a seasoned veteran of the industry, mastering strategy from the command center. Chapter 13, it's not over yet. He set aside all his disdain and doubt, bowing solemnly. Young boss. Rest assured. We'll follow your blueprints to the letter down to the last penny. The internet cafe renovation was in full swing. The whine of electric drills, the clang of hammers, and the workers' chants blended together, composing a symphony called Hope. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of the city, Grandma's surgery went very smoothly. Li Sufang shuttled tirelessly between the hospital and home, yet her face bore the brightest smile she'd worn in 20 years. Gone were the sighs and frowns over daily necessities. The kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Braised pork was tender and melt in your mouth, while the carp soup simmered to a creamy white. She served the finest dishes, each prepared with creative flair. Watching her husband and son tuck into their meals, her heart felt sweeter than honey. At the dinner table, Zhang He held the blueprints Zhang He had drawn, gesturing animatedly. Zhang He, your idea is brilliant. Separating strong and weak currents, running them through the ceiling, it'll make maintenance easier and look so much cleaner. And this ventilation system, even team leader Wang said it's more sophisticated than the city's biggest internet cafe, Feiyu. Li Sufang couldn't understand the technical details, but she could see. She saw the light reignited in her husband's eyes. It wasn't the numbness of an honest worker, but the boundless anticipation of a man, the head of a household, for the future. She could see the uncharacteristic maturity on her son's young, innocent face. This family now had its backbone. This feeling brought her immense peace of mind. At night, the couple lay in bed. Li Sufang rolled over and gently nudged her husband. Old Zhang. You know, we've put so much money into this. What if we lose it all? She couldn't shake the fear. If it all goes down the drain, this family will truly be ruined beyond redemption. Zhang Jiping opened his eyes in the darkness. He showed no impatience, merely reaching out to pat his wife's shoulder. Don't worry. Our son is no ordinary person. Just think about those stocks, tens of thousands of yuan turned into hundreds of thousands in less than a week. That kind of insight is sharp. Besides, Jingcheng oversees the renovation every day. I personally vetted the computer purchase. With the two of us and your brother involved, how could a 7-year-old possibly mess things up? Li Sufang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly settled back into her chest. Yes. Her son was a celestial scholar incarnate. Her husband had rediscovered his old drive and ambition. Her younger brother was the captain of the criminal investigation squad who would dare cause trouble? She exhaled a long breath of relief. Sleep. Zhang Jiping rolled over. Tomorrow, she'd have to go check on the shop's progress. On the afternoon of the third day, someone knocked on the Zhang family's front door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was heavy, tinged with hesitation. Zhang Jiping opened the door and froze. Standing at the door was old Wang. After just a few days apart, old Wang looked like he'd aged 10 years. His temples were flecked with frost, his eyes sunken, his face worn down. There was no trace left of the arrogance he once displayed at the securities firm. In his hand, he carried a large black travel bag. The bag bulged so much it pulled his arm straight down. Before stepping inside, he bent down and slammed the bag onto the floor. 50,000, it's all in here. Someone will contact you in a couple of days to handle the property transfer paperwork. With that, he straightened up and turned to leave, his movements hurried. Wait. A childish voice called out from inside the room. Old Wang's body froze instantly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He froze in place, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead, yet he dared not turn around. Zhang He emerged from behind his father. He approached the doorway, his small frame standing just inside the threshold. He stood there silently, watching old Wang's back. The wager was over. But your report against me, that's not over. Old Wang spun around abruptly, the color draining from his face as his lips trembled. What do you want? The money in the house, I've already given you everything. What more do you want? Zhang He's expression remained utterly unruffled. His dark eyes reflected old Wang's terrified face. I don't want anything. I just want to tell you one thing. Next time you try to play dirty or scheme, weigh the consequences first. He paused, his voice still flat, yet each word cut deep. My money isn't easy to take. My trouble is even harder to come by. Old Wang froze in place. Staring at the 7-year-old child before him, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. That wasn't a child. It was a demon. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. His face turned deathly pale. The next second, as if he'd seen a ghost, he spun around and scrambled away from the alley, stumbling and crawling as he fled. Zhang Jiping closed the door, glancing at the black travel bag filled with cash on the floor, then at his son. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. His son's methods and disposition sent a chill down his spine as a father. But this ruthlessness was reserved for outsiders. It was reserved for those who sought to take advantage of this family, who dared to bully them. With him here, this family was unbreakable. Zhang Jiping had lived half a lifetime, yet never had he felt such profound peace and security as he did at this moment. Zhang He walked over to the travel bag and gave it a gentle nudge with his toe. Dad, this money will be perfect for buying the machine and paying the deposit. The renovations have already started, and we need to hurry up and contact the computer supplier. His voice pulled Zhang Jiping back to reality from his complex emotions. 100 machines, the specs can't be low. Especially the graphics cards and memory. And the servers, they're the heart of the internet cafe. We must use the best available. Zhang Jiping's eyes lit up instantly. His chest puffed out as the fighting spirit ignited by his son burned brightly within him. Xiaohe, leave this to me. I know this stuff. Back at the factory, I specialized in tinkering with the circuit boards of imported machine tools. We won't buy those ridiculously expensive brand name parts. I'll scour the electronics market for parts and assemble it myself. I guarantee the performance won't be any worse than those branded ones, and will save at least a third on the price. Zhang He nodded, a hint of approval flashing across his face. All right, let's do it. Save where we can, spend where we must. Grandma was still in the ICU, and the ongoing treatment and rehabilitation would be a bottomless pit. Every penny must be spent wisely. Just then. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell rang unexpectedly. Zhang Jiping's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He'd just gotten rid of one pest, could another be arriving? He glanced at his son and saw that Zhang He's face was equally expressionless, though his eyes had grown slightly deeper. He walked over and opened the door once more. Chapter 14, back to the CSRC. Outside the door. Two familiar figures stood there. Suited and booted, their expressions stern, their gazes sharp. They were the same CSRC officers who had taken Zhang He away from the stock exchange last time. The man in charge was named Zhou Tian. He didn't look at Zhang Jiping, his gaze passed right through him, locking onto Zhang He inside the room. Zhou Tian presented his credentials without expression. Zhang He. We are from the Investigation Division of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. There has been new progress in the investigation into your suspected insider trading and market manipulation. Please accompany us back to assist with the investigation. Boom! These words exploded like thunder in the ears of Zhang Jiping and his wife. Li Sufang had just emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit when it clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Comrades! You must have the wrong people. Zhang Jiping stepped forward, his towering frame blocking the doorway like a bear protecting its cubs. He's only 7. What does he know about insider trading? What does he know about market manipulation? Yes. Comrade. Li Sufang rushed over too, her face drained of color, her voice trembling with tears. Our child just got lucky. It was pure blind luck. Please, spare him. He's just a child. Zhou Tian's face showed no flicker of emotion. We're following the law. Please do not obstruct official duties. Zhang He stepped out from behind his father. Stepping over the scattered fruit fragments on the floor, he positioned himself before his parents. He lifted his head and calmly met Zhou Tian's expressionless gaze. That composure beyond his years stirred a ripple in Zhou Tian's heart. Could this truly be a 7-year-old child? Zhang He spoke slowly, his voice childish yet crystal clear. All right. I'll go with you. With that, he stepped out the door. Li Sufang tried to rush after him, but Zhang Jiping held her back with all his strength. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, yet not a single word escaped him. He could only watch helplessly as his son's small figure disappeared beyond the doorway. Inside the car, a heavy silence hung in the air. Zhou Tian and his colleague flanked Zhang He on either side. They said nothing, merely observing the child through the rearview mirror. No crying. No fear. Not even the panic one might expect from a child. He simply stared quietly out the window at the passing street scenes, his gaze serene. Within Zhou Tian, a ripple of unease began to spread. This child was far from normal. In the CSRC Investigation Division conference room. At the central conference table, Zhou Tian and several stern-faced investigators sat on one end. At the other end sat only a child. Zhang He. The edge of the table barely reached his chest. His feet dangled in midair, unable to touch the floor. Zhou Tian opened the case file before him. Zhang He. Our preliminary investigation indicates that your trading activities in the stocks of Yuan Technology and Zhongxing Technology yielded substantial profits. Moreover, the timing of your buys and sells was astonishingly precise. How could a 7-year-old child achieve this without insider information? I need an explanation. Zhang He lifted his eyelids to meet the scrutinizing gaze. I have no inside information. I just watch the news and analyze it. He couldn't very well admit he relied on memories decades ahead of his time. A young investigator beside Zhou Tian let a sneer curl his lips. Watching the news? Analyze? Can you analyze a stock plummeting to its daily limit only to surge to its daily limit? Zhang He's gaze shifted from Zhou Tian's face to the young investigators. Why not? His youthful voice echoed through the conference room, clear and forceful. Take ZTE Technology, for instance. 3 days before its limit down, there was an inconspicuous brief in the corner of the Financial Morning Post. Did you notice it? The Ministry of Information Industry plans to increase investment in domestic communication infrastructure over the next 3 years, with a focus on supporting a group of local technology industries with independent R&D capabilities. The young investigator's expression froze. And there's more. Zhang He continued, speaking slowly but with each word carrying immense weight. For 3 consecutive days, mysterious million-level buy orders appeared on ZTE's block trading platform during the final 5 minutes before market close. Although they were immediately cancelled and never executed, the traces remained. What did this indicate? He paused, giving no time for reaction. His gaze swept across every person present. It signifies that truly powerful capital is quietly watching, preparing to enter the market. National policy is the tailwind. These bulk buyers are the ones ready to ignite the market. The limit down plunge was merely the final collective venting of panic selling and profit taking from earlier positions. It was a textbook bear trap. Once panic sentiment is fully released, with the tailwind blowing and a spark ignited, will ignite the flames. Dead silence filled the conference room. Only the faint hum of the air conditioning vents could be heard. Every face in the room bore the mark of profound shock. These words, coming from an adult financial analyst, would have been astonishing enough. Yet now, these words were spoken by a 7-year-old child. Zhang He leaned back in his chair, tilting his head upward. Is this really that hard to analyze? The young investigator's facial muscles froze completely. His mouth opened, his Adam's apple bobbed, yet no sound emerged. That financial brief had seemed vaguely familiar. But who would pay attention to a tiny news item tucked away in the corner of a newspaper? As for the phantom orders on the block trading platform, that required round-the-clock monitoring, an extremely sharp eye for data, and the terrifying ability to sift through mountains of useless information to uncover the truth. Not just a child, even professional investigators like them needed specialized software and teams to trace back and uncover the slightest clues. And he just looked? Several investigators exchanged instinctive glances, each seeing profound shock in the other's eyes. Zhou Tian's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Leaning back in his chair with his fingers interlocked, he fixed his gaze on the child before him. Zhang He's answers were flawless, leaving no room for doubt. The logical chain was complete, the evidence interlocked seamlessly. Every single element could be verified. And he knew the results would match the child's account exactly. And that was precisely what sent a chill down one's spine. A 7-year-old child possessed such insight and judgment. This transcended the realm of mere genius. It was deeply unsettling. In this world, there is no such thing as flawless logic. If there were, it would surely be because the other party concealed the most crucial piece. ZTE Corporation is a blue-chip stock with a track record. Its success could be attributed to exceptional talent. But what about yuan technology? That junk stock, discarded like worn-out shoes even by institutions. How did he unearth it? Chapter 15, Baffling. Zhou Tian leaned forward slightly. Very good. Then let's talk about yuan technology again. A junk stock that had been posting consecutive losses and was on the brink of delisting. No policy support, no capital attention. How did you determine it would skyrocket? Zhang He's small face still bore that unruffled expression. He hadn't even shifted his posture. Yuan Technology's small market cap, low price. With just tens of millions in capital, one could manipulate it at will. Perfect for market manipulation. He paused, seemingly giving those present time to digest the information. Back then, Southern hot money was scouring the market for shell companies and hyping concepts. You should know this rumor better than I do. Zhou Tian's heart skipped a beat. Its performance was abysmal, but its name was excellent. yuan Technology. In the midst of the dot-com boom, the word technology alone was worth its weight in gold. The young investigator's breathing had grown slightly ragged. All this was publicly available market information and rumors, yet no one had ever pieced it together so clearly. Zhang He raised a finger. The most crucial detail was its closing price. For the 2 weeks leading up to its surge, there had been a mysterious small buy order appearing in the final 5 minutes of trading every single day, forcibly pushing the stock price up by 1 or 2 cents. But the trading volume? It had shrunk abnormally. A cold, sharp curve, utterly incongruous with his age, touched the corner of his mouth. What was this called? Classic market manipulation, accumulating shares and tightening control. It meant the majority of the market's floating shares had been completely gobbled up by the manipulator. All that's left is to wait for the right moment to drive the price sky high. I've merely boarded the carriage ahead of time, before the market maker ignites the spark. He leaned back against the chair again, tilting his head to gaze at the lights on the ceiling. Piecing all these clues together. Poor performance, small market cap, catchy name, tight manipulation by market makers combined with the market's then frenzy over tech concepts. It was bound to be selected as a short-term speculative target. Was that really so difficult? The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhou Tian and his team of investigators seemed collectively drained of their souls. They stared blankly at the child dangling by his feet. If the earlier analysis of ZTE Corporation was shocking, then this dissection of yuan technology now was downright terrifying. Every word struck at the heart of the matter. Every judgment pointed directly to the darkest core of market operations. This wasn't blind guesswork, nor mere luck. It is a precise hunt built upon sifting through vast amounts of information, rigorous logical reasoning, and a beast-like market intuition. How could such ability exist in a 7-year-old child? Cold sweat beaded on Zhou Tian's back. Staring into Zhang He's calm, unruffled eyes, an utterly absurd thought surged uncontrollably through his mind. Could it be that within this child's body dwells an old stock market demon with decades of experience? It was utterly inconceivable. Just then, the conference room door swung open. A young woman in a well-tailored black skirt suit entered. She appeared to be in her late 20s, her long hair pulled back into a ponytail, her face cold and beautiful. Her high heels clicked rhythmically on the polished floor. Zhou Tian and his investigators instantly rose from their chairs. The look of shock hadn't fully faded from their faces before it shifted into one of respect. Team Leader Lin. The woman merely gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping past them to rest directly on the child surrounded by the group. Her gaze held scrutiny, inquiry, and beneath it all, a profound, indescribable curiosity. Zhang He also lifted his head. The moment he saw the woman's face, his normally still pupils suddenly contracted. It was her. Lin Wei. In her past life, this name represented iron-fisted authority and legend in China's financial circles. The youngest head of the CSRC's enforcement division, a nightmare for countless financial titans. Her father was destined to become the future head of the CSRC. Little did I expect to cross paths with her so early in this lifetime. Lin Wei paid no heed to the others, striding directly to the head seat at the conference table. Zhou Tian sensibly yielded his seat. She sat down, picked up the thin file on the table, and her slender fingers swiftly flipped through the pages. The pages rustled softly. The entire conference room fell silent. After a few minutes, she closed the file, looked up, and fixed her gaze on Zhang He once more. Your explanation is quite interesting. Logically sound, with precise points of entry even more seasoned than many of our internal professional analysts. This seemingly complimentary remark sent a chill down Zhou Tian and the others' spines. Zhang He remained silent, merely watching her intently. Lin Wei shifted her tone abruptly, her voice turning sharp. But this doesn't completely clear you of suspicion. On the contrary, it only makes the suspicions surrounding you grow stronger. A 7-year-old child possessing analytical skills that even professional teams might lack. The stark contrast between your age and your abilities is the greatest inconsistency of all. Therefore, we require a more thorough investigation. We must thoroughly trace the origins of all your funds and verify every single communication record. Communication records? A wave of frustration and helplessness washed over Zhang He's heart. He was a reincarnated ghost, with all information stored within his mind. Where could he find communication records to explain all this to them? This 7-year-old body had granted him a second chance, yet now it had become an inescapable prison. Zhou Tian immediately interjected, his voice stern. Team Leader Lin, according to regulations, to prevent further asset transfers or concealment before the investigation is complete. Zhang He's accounts involved in the case, including the temporarily frozen $1 million fund account, along with the profits from the ZTE technology operation in his uncle Li Jingqing's account, must all undergo judicial freezing. At these words, Zhang He's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. His uncle's account would be frozen too? To secure startup capital quickly, he had only withdrawn 100,000 yuan in cash from the account earlier. Plus the 500,000 yuan in cash that old Wang, that deadbeat, had delivered. That totaled just 600,000 yuan. The shops at the south gate of the university town have just begun renovations, and the construction payments haven't been settled yet. The subsequent purchase of computer equipment will be an even larger expense. Additionally, grandma's treatment at the hospital could require funds at any moment. The 600,000 yuan is utterly inadequate. Could it be that after reincarnating with memories 20 years ahead of the world, he would ultimately be crushed at the starting line by these tedious and cold-hearted investigative procedures? He refused to accept it. He had clawed his way out of the quagmire of fate with such difficulty he couldn't fall back in. Chapter 16, Is earning money quickly at a young age an original sin? A surge of uncontrollable rage welled up from Zhang He's chest. He abruptly rose from his chair. His short stature forced him to look up at everyone seated around the conference table. For the first time, a blazing fire ignited in those clear eyes. His youthful voice now carried a soul-piercing accusation. Is it just because I'm young? Is it because I earn money faster than you ever imagined? So this is my original sin? The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. All eyes instinctively turned to the face of the coldly beautiful woman seated at the head of the table. Zhou Tian and his men had beads of sweat forming rivulets down their foreheads. They'd dealt with countless arrogant financial sharks, yet never had a 7-year-old cornered them with such words. These were not words a child should utter. This accusation struck at the core, piercing the sliver of prejudice born of common sense deep within their hearts. Lin Wei's expression remained utterly unchanged. She simply watched the child standing on the chair, stubbornly tilting her head upward. In the depths of those sharp, phoenix-like eyes, something stirred silently. Original sin? This child's choice of words was truly harsh. He was right, they had no evidence. Every clue, every logical deduction, pointed to an absurdly impossible conclusion. He was a genius. A financial prodigy beyond comprehension, a demonic genius. But rules are rules. Regulations are ironclad rules meant to bind everyone. No exceptions can be made for a genius. If we make an exception for him today, tomorrow countless true market parasites will use genius as the perfect excuse for their insider trading. By then, the very foundations of the market would be shaken. But to freeze assets indefinitely, crushing a potentially innocent family? To crush a young man who has just begun to rise from the mire? That is not the intent of enforcement. The sword of justice should strike at darkness, not strangle a budding hope. Especially when he claims this money is for urgent needs. Lin Wei's slender fingers tapped lightly on the smooth conference table. Tap. The crisp sound broke the dead silence. Regulations must be followed. Zhou Tian and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if granted a reprieve. The fire in Zhang He's eyes dimmed slightly. Therefore, freezing the funds was a necessary procedure. However, Lin Wei's next words left everyone stunned once more. But her gaze swept over the tense faces of her subordinates. The purpose of the investigation is to uncover the truth, not to create a stalemate. None of the leads we currently possess can establish a substantive connection between Zhang He and any insider information source. Right? The investigators exchanged glances. Finally, under Lin Wei's piercing gaze, they reluctantly but inevitably nodded in acknowledgement. So, is indefinitely seizing a citizen's lawful property merely because it's unusual? Does this align with our original intent to uphold market fairness? The weight of those words was overwhelming. Zhou Tian felt his back instantly drenched in cold sweat again. He cautiously ventured a question. Team leader Lin, what exactly are you implying? Lin Wei's gaze returned to Zhang He. The once still waters of her eyes finally stirred. It was the admiration of a worthy opponent and the scrutiny of a superior towards someone of value. I have a compromise proposal. Given Zhang He's demonstrated exceptional abilities and the unique circumstances of this investigation, I can use my personal authority to secure him a special channel. She paused, then uttered 4 words. Asset liquidation. Asset transfer? What is that? Zhou Tian and the other investigators looked utterly bewildered. They had never heard of this term before. It was beyond their professional scope. Yet Zhang He's dull eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. He instantly grasped the meaning of those 4 characters. Lin Wei caught the shift in his expression, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of her mouth. This child truly understood. She turned away from Zhang He and addressed her bewildered subordinate. Freezing meant the stocks and cash in the account could not be directly withdrawn or traded. But the value of these assets remains objectively real. The millions in profits are genuine and undeniable. A live portfolio leverages the inherent value of these frozen assets as credit backing or collateral. Her voice was clear and forceful, each word striking a chord with everyone present. I will contact a trusted third-party financial institution to appraise the value of the assets in Zhang He's account. They will then provide a loan of equal value secured by this collateral. Lin Wei finally turned her gaze toward Zhang He, her eyes deep and penetrating. This loan represents entirely new, clean funds unrestricted by the freezing order. You can use it freely. At those words, Zhang He's heart began to race uncontrollably. An opportunity. This wasn't some compromise at all. This was Lin Wei, who had forcibly chiseled open a door for him in the iron wall of rules. A door to infinite possibilities. He didn't even need to find the money himself. Lin Wei had already secured the next buyer for him. She saw through his predicament, yet offered him a lifeline. This woman, what immense audacity. Such profound depth. Team leader Lin. Zhou Tian could no longer contain himself and cried out. His voice cracked with shock. This absolutely won't do. It's against the rules. He stepped forward urgently, his facial muscles twitching. We're the Securities Regulatory Commission. Not a charity. And certainly not a lending company. Using frozen assets as collateral for loans? Unheard of. The risk is too great. What if he uses this money for something else? If we lose everything, how do we account for it? Who takes responsibility for that? Lin Wei slowly turned around, her icy gaze slicing across Zhou Tian's face like a knife. Risk, manageable. First, the lender is provided by me, the trusted Ruweifeng Capital, which boasts China's most elite risk control team. Second, loan purposes are strictly defined in the contract, with every fund flow subject to oversight. Third, the loan amount will undergo rigorous assessment by Ruweifeng Capital's risk control specialists and will never exceed the safe ratio of the frozen account's net value. She paused, her gaze shifting past Zhou Tian to rest once more on Zhang He. The most crucial point. Can you use your skills to persuade that arrogant risk control director at Ruweifeng Capital to willingly part with the money? Chapter 17, Empty-Handed Wolf. In the conference room, every pair of eyes focused on that small figure. A 7-year-old child persuading a capital tycoon who controls billions? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Yet Zhang He merely straightened his tiny chest, meeting Lin Wei's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. A confident curve even lifted the corners of his mouth. All right. One word. Decisive. Resounding with conviction. A flicker of admiration passed through Lin Wei's phoenix-like eyes. This child was more interesting than she had imagined. She turned her attention away from Zhou Tian, who stood frozen in shock, her tone returning to its usual business-like coldness. The asset liquidation plan will be entirely under my supervision. I will personally oversee every step of the process. Should any issues arise, I alone shall bear full responsibility. You, she turned to Zhou Tian, take your team and continue investigating every possible lead. I don't want to hear any reports of slackness. Zhou Tian opened his mouth, about to speak. But when he met Lin Wei's utterly emotionless gaze, all words caught in his throat. He knew Lin Wei had made her decision. Within this investigation team, her decision was final. Yes, team leader Lin. He forced the words out through gritted teeth. Lin Wei nodded, picked up the documents from the desk, and turned toward the door. As she passed by Zhang He, her footsteps paused slightly. Wait for my call. Don't screw this up. You only get one chance. Zhang He nodded firmly. Night enveloped the old workers' neighborhood. Zhang He pushed open the door. Zhang Jiping shot up from the dining table, rushing to the doorway in 2 strides, his face etched with anxiety. Xiao He. How did it go? Did they give you a hard time? Did you get the money back? Zhang He took off his shoes and tossed his backpack onto a chair. He looked up at his father's bloodshot eyes, his expression calm. The money still hasn't been unfrozen. Zhang Jiping staggered slightly. The hope that had just begun to rise was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. What about the store? What about the renovation money? Zhang He pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Yet his face showed not a trace of disappointment. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement. Dad, that team leader Lin, even though he didn't approve the loan, he gave me an opportunity. A chance to pull off a scam with nothing to lose. Zhang Jiping froze. What do you mean, get something for nothing? Zhang He picked up a piece of braised pork, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled. This time, we're going to pull a fast one. He seemed to catch himself mid-sentence, paused, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. No, we're going to persuade a real banker to willingly hand over millions in cash for us to use. Zhang Jiping's brain completely shut down. Deceive? Banker? Millions? He felt like he couldn't understand a single word. Xiaoha, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? What banker? Where are we supposed to find? Before he could finish his question, Zhang He had already put down his chopsticks and bowl, turning to walk into his bedroom. Thud. The door closed softly, completely sealing off his father's face, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Behind the door, Zhang He leaned against the panel and exhaled a long breath. His eyes held no childish innocence, only the deep strategic calculation of a master strategist. Confronting the risk-control director of Ruweifeng Capital? This was not merely a matter of persuasion. It was a full-scale war. A war where wisdom and audacity leveraged capital. And his only weapon? Zhang He's memory 20 years ahead of its time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when elementary schools dismissed. As Zhang He stepped out of the school gate, he spotted a slightly worn Santana parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Wei's cool, exquisite face. Her gaze cut through the bustling crowd, locking onto Zhang He with pinpoint accuracy. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Ruweifeng Holdings Tower, 36th floor. Zhao Kai, Risk Control Director. I've already sent him your preliminary proposal. Don't be late. With that, the car window rolled up slowly. The black Santana merged silently into the traffic and vanished. The next day, 8:30 a.m. Shanghai, Lujiazui. The Ruweifeng Holdings Tower pierced the sky like a sharp sword. The glass curtain wall reflected the cold morning light, momentarily dazzling Zhang Jiping standing below. He nervously smoothed the only decent jacket he owned, his palms sweaty. Beside him, Li Jingcheng stood perfectly straight in his casual attire, his expression solemn. Only Zhang He, backpack slung over his shoulder, gazed up at this financial colossus. His eyes held no fear, only a burning fighting spirit. 36th floor, the executive suite. A secretary in a professional skirt suit, her high heels clicking elegantly, led the trio to a conference room. An impeccable smile graced her face, yet deep in her eyes lay a hint of curiosity toward this peculiar trio. A factory worker, a police officer, and an elementary school student, all here to meet Director Zhao, the man who controlled the very lifeblood of Ruweifeng's risk management? It was utterly baffling. The conference room door swung open. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling panorama of the metropolis. A middle-aged man in a bespoke suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat at the head of the long conference table. He was bent over, intently reviewing a document. It was the draft proposal for the Higuang Internet Cafe that Zhang He had worked through the night to complete. He didn't look up. Instead, he tapped lightly with 2 fingers on the chair opposite him. A simple gesture, yet it carried an invisible sense of pressure. Li Jingqing's eyes narrowed sharply as he pulled the still-dazed Zhang Jiping to sit down. Zhang He climbed onto the chair himself and sat upright in the center. His small frame seemed out of place in this spacious, luxurious conference room. Yet there was a strange harmony. 3 full minutes passed. Zhao Kai finally closed his documents and slowly raised his head. His gaze swept over the nervous Zhang Jiping, brushed past the wary Li Jingcheng, and finally settled firmly on Zhang He's face. The person introduced by team leader Lin was, indeed, extraordinary. His tone was flat, impossible to tell whether it was praise or sarcasm. Zhang He met his gaze without flinching. Director Zhao, my purpose is clearly outlined in the proposal. I require a 2 million yuan loan to launch the Higuang Internet Cafe project. The collateral consists of all financial assets under my name and my uncle Li Jingqing's name, which are currently frozen by the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Zhang Jiping couldn't hold back any longer and urgently added. Director Zhao, rest assured. We will definitely repay the loan. My son. Zhao Kai raised his hand in a restraining gesture, silencing all further words from Zhang Jiping. Chapter 18, 2 million secured. His gaze returned to Zhang He, a cold smile curling his lips. A 7-year-old child. A collateral asset frozen and at risk of being wiped clean at any moment. An internet cafe plan that, in my view, was utterly unoriginal and destined to lose money. He leaned forward, hands folded on the table, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. Zhang He, is that right? What makes you think I'd lend Ruweifeng's money to you for your make-believe games? The air in the conference room instantly froze. Zhang Jiping's face flushed crimson, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Li Jingqing's brow knotted into a tight knot. Zhang He, however, smiled. Director Zhao, you're mistaken. First, age is the least important factor here. What matters is that I turned 80,000 yuan into 1.52 million yuan in just 2 weeks. How many fund managers at Ruweifeng could achieve that? Second, collateral. The CSRC froze assets, not my capabilities. Team leader Lin Wei's willingness to serve as intermediary speaks volumes. I trust Director Zhao's wisdom can see through this. Third, and most crucially, my Higuang internet cafe. Zhang He leaned forward slightly, resting his small fist lightly on the table. What you see is an ordinary internet cafe. What I see is an entirely new social ecosystem, the embryonic form of a future esports industry worth hundreds of billions over the next decade. Internet access and gaming are merely its foundational functions. Membership programs, team leagues, pro coaching, online socializing, offline gatherings, these are the core of Higuang. I'm not selling internet time, I'm selling a sense of belonging and pride to the next generation. Within 2 years, a game called Legend will sweep the nation. Within 5 years, a game called World of Warcraft will define an era. What did all this mean for Ruweifeng Capital? The mockery in Zhao Kai's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deep, contemplative gaze. Every word Zhang He spoke struck precisely at the most sensitive nerves of Zhao Kai, a top-tier risk control specialist. What this young man described was not merely an internet cafe. It was a vast and complete blueprint for a commercial empire he had never imagined. Logically clear, each link seamlessly connected. Even the next blockbuster game was predicted with uncanny accuracy. Could this truly be the brainchild of a 7-year-old? This is nothing short of a prodigy. Even so, Zhao Kai remained unmoved. Risk. His career creed was to avoid all uncertain risks. The Zhang He standing before him represented the greatest uncertainty. No matter how flawless his plan or how convincing the collateral, he was still just a child. What if? There was no if. He couldn't gamble. Just as he was about to refuse, the private phone on the table buzzed as its screen lit up. A text message from Lin Wei. Zhao Kai's pupils contracted slightly upon reading the message. He stared at the screen, lost in thought for a long moment. Then, he slowly put down his phone and looked at Zhang He again. Your plan is very convincing. Ruweifeng Capital has always been willing to invest in the future. The loan is approved. Boom! Zhang Jiping's mind went blank. Overwhelming elation nearly made him leap from his chair. Li Jingqing's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed, his gaze toward his nephew brimming with pride. Zhang He remained composed. He leapt from his chair and gave Zhao Kai a slight bow. Thank you, Director Zhao. His eyes held no childish delight. Stepping out of the Ruweifeng Holdings building, Zhang Jiping's body still trembled slightly, not from nervousness, but from extreme excitement. He grabbed Li Jingqing's arm, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. 2 million. It was a sum he'd never even dared to dream of. And now, it was his? Li Jingqing patted him on the back, his own palm equally drenched in sweat. He looked at his nephew, the child with the small backpack, his expression still eerily calm. Shock. A shock unlike any he'd ever felt before. If his earlier dominance in the stock market could be attributed to luck and talent. But today, on the 36th floor of this tower, facing a risk control director who managed billions, Zhang He had displayed genuine, bone-chilling intelligence and strategy. That was not something a child should possess. It was the makings of a tyrant. Zhang He tilted his head back, gazing out at the city below, dwarfed like building blocks against the vast glass curtain wall. His eyes reflected the dazzling brilliance of the entire metropolis. Higuang Internet Cafe was merely the beginning. What he intended to achieve would extend far beyond that. The greatest opportunity of this era was about to arrive. He would ride the wind and soar to new heights. The contract was signed with remarkable ease. Zhao Kai's efficiency was astonishing, with the legal department clearing everything without a hitch. When the 2 million yuan figure appeared clearly in the newly opened bank account, Zhang Jiping felt as though he might suffocate. He double-checked the balance multiple times before daring to believe this wasn't a dream. With money in hand, everything suddenly became simple. The renovation project, previously stalled due to funding shortages, restarted immediately. Workers operated in 3 shifts, the roar of machinery echoing day and night. The Zhang household entered an unprecedented state of high-speed operation. Zhang Jiping quit his factory job entirely and threw himself into preparing the internet cafe. He didn't understand business models, but he understood machines. He took a few old co-workers and scoured every computer mall in the metropolis. He shopped around, haggling over every single part. Then, in a rented shop, he personally assembled 100 computers from piles of scattered parts, turning them into brand new machines. When soldering circuit boards, the blue smoke from the soldering iron stung his eyes red. When debugging systems, he sat for entire nights staring at blue screens filled with English text. He felt transported back to his apprenticeship days, brimming with boundless energy. Li Sufang knew she couldn't help much, but she didn't want to sit idle. She asked Zhang He to teach her the most basic computer operations, practicing typing one letter at a time. Powering on and off, opening programs, creating new folders. These tasks, as easy as breathing for Zhang He, proved exceptionally challenging for her, yet she tackled them with remarkable diligence. She also bought a calculator and practiced the basics of cashiering every day. She was determined to safeguard this home for her son and manage every penny. Zhang He, meanwhile, was the mastermind behind the entire plan. He locked himself in his room and expanded the initial draft of the internet cafe business plan dozens of times over. From membership tier classifications to tiered pricing strategies for different time slots. From opening promotional gimmicks to the embryonic rules for future team leagues. He even sketched out detailed layouts for the placement of every beverage and snack. Every detail was meticulously planned, leaving no stone unturned. The entire family pulled together as one. With one singular goal, to establish Higuang Internet Cafe as a solid presence in this city. Chapter 19, Let's get to work. Good news spread like wildfire through the workers' neighborhood. But dark thoughts also began to fester in the shadowy corners. Zhang's second son is opening an internet cafe. Heard he invested 2 million. The news sent shockwaves through the family circle. The flames of envy crackled and popped within certain hearts. Night. Dim lights illuminated a cluttered little room. On the greasy dining table sat a few plates of peanuts and a platter of pork head meat. Zhang Jigui unscrewed the cap of a bottle of Red Star Erguotu liquor and poured a full glass for his older brother Zhang Jifu across from him. Big brother, here, drink up. Zhang Jifu lifted his glass and downed half a cup in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned his throat. The second son's family has really made something of themselves. Stock trading, internet cafes, where did he get all that money? A sly, mocking smile played on Zhang Jigui's face. You can say that again. Not long ago, we went to his place hoping to borrow some cash to tide us over. Instead, Zhang and that little brat turned me down right in front of everyone. Accused me of wanting the money for gambling. Not a shred of decency. His anger grew as he spoke, slamming his wine glass hard on the table. I'm his own third uncle. The humiliation he suffered at the Zhang's house had become a thorn in his side. Now that he hears the Zhangs have become so powerful, that thorn has turned into a dagger piercing his heart. Why? Why should that honest, hard-working Zhang Jiping get rich? Zhang Jifu narrowed his eyes, jealousy nearly spilling from them. Running an internet cafe? I don't buy it. That thing's a money pit. Burning through electricity day and night, and the machines are ridiculously expensive. He doesn't know. He'll go broke sooner or later. Zhang Jigui immediately leaned in, lowering his voice. Big brother's right. He's bound to lose money. We can't just stand by and watch him flush his money down the drain. Zhang Jifu snorted coldly. What can we do? It's his money, can we really stop him? Though he said this, his mind was elsewhere. He glanced at Zhang Jigui and spoke slowly. Third brother, I've got an idea. He wants to open an internet cafe, right? Open one right next to his. You know more than him and are better at handling things. If he charges $10, you charge 8. If he runs promotions, you outdo him. Steal all his customers, let's see how long he lasts. The idea struck Zhang Jigui like a bolt of lightning, piercing through his foggy mind. Right. Steal his business. Make him lose his shirt. This would be 100 times more satisfying than going to his place to cause trouble. Greed flashed in Zhang Jigui's eyes. Bro, that's a great idea. To be honest, I've been on a winning streak lately and made some money, perfect for investing in this. He rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement, but his tone suddenly shifted. But with just my money, it might not be enough to make a big enough splash to take him down. Big brother, you're sharp, why don't you chip in too? Once we push second brother out of business and take over his shop, all the trade in this area will be ours, just you and me. Zhang Jifu's smile froze on his face. He could come up with ideas. But asking him to put up the money? No way. His money was set aside for retirement, not a single penny could be touched. He waved his hand, looking troubled. Third brother, it's not that I won't help you. You know my meager salary. With all the household expenses, I really can't spare any money. The smile faded from Zhang Jigui's face. He knew it would be like this. This eldest brother was shadier than anyone and stingier too. But he wasn't giving up yet. Big brother, don't refuse so quickly. Think about it, this is a surefire moneymaker. If second brother can borrow 2 million, it means there's definitely profit to be made in this business. If we seize the initiative now, we'll be raking in cash without lifting a finger later. Zhang Jifu still shook his head, unmoved. Seeing his brother's stubborn resistance, Zhang Jifu's eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. Alright, big brother, I'll figure out the money situation. You know a lot of people and have a lot of clout. Go talk to your relatives. Tell them we're starting a big business together and ask them to chip in some money. Once we make money, they'll get their share. Borrowing others' money to fund his own ventures. This proposal instantly struck Zhang Jifu's weak spot. He wouldn't have to put up a single penny, yet he could pull off a free ride and become the project's major shareholder. If it made money, he'd get the lion's share. If it lost money, all his relatives would share the burden. The risk was perfectly shifted elsewhere. Brilliant! A spark reignited in Zhang Jifu's eyes. He slapped his thigh. Alright. It's settled then. Zhang Jigui was overjoyed and immediately poured Zhang Jifu another cup of wine. Big brother, you're brilliant. The two raised their glasses and clinked them together with a loud clang. The crisp clink of glass echoed through the dimly lit room. A conspiracy targeting Zhang and his family was now set in motion. They exchanged a knowing smile and got straight to work. The next day, Zhang Jifu began his plan. He didn't seek out those distant relatives. Those folks were shrewd and stingy. Getting them to open their wallets would be harder than climbing Mount Everest. His targets were neighbors who had some connection to the Zhangs but weren't particularly close. And then there were the shady friends Zhang Jigui had met at the card tables. He used a carefully crafted sales pitch with each person. Hey, did you hear? Old Zhang's family is opening an internet cafe. My nephew, Zhang He, is a real whiz kid. He made a fortune in the stock market. Now he's borrowed 2 million from the bank. He's going big. First, he lavishly praised the Zhang family's success, stirring up everyone's curiosity and envy. Then, he shifts gears. My third brother, Jigui, has also set his sights on this business. He's sharp and unconventional, planning to open one right across from Zhang He's place. We grew up in the same courtyard, we should make money together. His place will be smaller, requiring less investment, just a few thousand per person to buy in. Once we squeeze out the second brother's family, this whole neighborhood's business will be ours. Then, we'll split the profits based on shares. Money will come rolling in. First, paint a big, tempting picture. Then lower the investment threshold as much as possible. Finally, use the malicious and provocative goal of crushing the second-place shop to ignite human greed and envy. In just a few days, using this pitch, he somehow scraped together 70 or 80,000 yuan. That day, at Higuang Internet Cafe, sweat trickled down Zhang Jiping's temples, dripping onto the freshly laid wooden floor. He paid it no mind. He wiped his brow with his dusty sleeve, his eyes burning with hope. The entire space was filled with the scent of fresh paint and wood. Pungent, yet it brought him an immense sense of comfort. The constant hum of machinery filled the air as workers busily laid cables and installed ventilation systems. 100 brand new computer workstations stood in neat rows. Zhang Jiping exhaled a long breath, a satisfied smile on his face, his gaze drifting unintentionally out the window. Then, it froze. The smile on his face instantly froze. Chapter 20, Going with the Flow? Across the street. That small storefront, only 70 or 80 square meters in size and long vacant, had been rented out at some point. A crude red banner hung crookedly above the door. 4 large characters were painted in white. Budget Internet Cafe. Several workers were huffing and puffing as they carried things inside. Not brand new equipment. Instead, it was a row of second-hand computers with yellowed casings and bulky monitors. A figure clad in an obviously ill-fitting cheap suit, hair slicked back with grease, stood at the doorway, hands on hips, barking orders with spittle flying. It was Zhang Jigui. What was he doing here? Zhang Jiping's brows knitted tightly together. As if sensing his gaze, Zhang Jigui looked up from below. He spotted Zhang Jiping at the second-floor window. He grinned, revealing a malicious smile. He deliberately raised his voice, bellowing at the workers below. You bastards better be careful. This is our bread and butter. It may not be fancy, but it's tough and reliable. Unlike some shops that go all fancy, wasting money on flashy decor that looks good but is useless. We're all about substance. And our prices have to be real too. Once we open, we'll be half the price of the place across the street. Let's see how he competes with us. Every word was like a steel needle, stabbing deep into Zhang Jiping's heart. Provocation. Blatant provocation. Zhang Jiping's fists clenched instantly, his teeth grinding with a sharp squeak. He couldn't understand. Why? They were brothers, why did it have to come to this? Downstairs, at the shop entrance, landlord Lou the Fat, his beer belly protruding, was sipping tea contentedly from a purple clay teapot. The sunlight was perfect, and the new tenant was generous, paying every penny of rent on time. He could already envision the steady stream of rent flowing into his pocket for years to come. A figure strolled leisurely toward him. Mr. Lou, business is booming, isn't it? Lou Fat lifted his eyelids, recognized the visitor as Zhang Jifu, and forced a smile. Ah, Jifu. What a rare visit. Zhang Jifu handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and took a deep drag. I hear you've leased this shop to our second son? Mr. Lou, you're truly a generous soul. This prime location, such a large space, the price you gave us is truly like family. Fat Lou sipped his tea, feeling quite pleased. Who doesn't like hearing kind words? But he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Jifu's words held some hidden meaning. He sensed a subtext. Sure enough. Zhang Jifu exhaled a smoke ring and continued slowly. These days, internet cafes are gold mines. Take my third brother, for instance, that good-for-nothing he opened one across the street. It's a tiny, run-down place. Guess how much rent he pays a year? He held up his fingers to gesture, then lowered his voice to give a figure. That figure was almost identical to what Fat Lou charged Zhang Jiping. Fat Lou's hand holding the teacup froze mid-air. Zhang Jifu shot him a glance, adding fuel to the fire. Let me tell you straight from the heart, Boss Lou. My second son, he's hit the jackpot. His son, my nephew, borrowed 2 million from the bank. A full 2 million to set up this internet cafe. Now he's rolling in dough, money's no object. Frankly speaking, your price is a total rip-off. A huge loss. With that, he patted Lou Fatty on the shoulder, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Only Lou the Fat remained, frozen in place. The lukewarm tea in his cup suddenly felt icy cold. Zhang Jifu's words were like a poison key, unlocking the door to greed in his heart. 2 million. Not short on cash. A loss? His shrewd little eyes, which had been narrowed, began to dart about restlessly. A flicker of greed ignited in the depths of his eyes. When he looked back at the bustling construction site, his gaze had changed. A few days later. Hagwang Internet Cafe. At the construction site, machinery roared and dust swirled. Everything was rapidly taking shape according to Zhang Jiping's vision. A figure peered cautiously through the doorway, seeming out of place amidst the bustling activity. It was Fat Lou. He rubbed his hands together, the fleshy rolls on his face squishing together as he strained to form a friendly smile. Spotting Zhang Jiping gesturing to the electrician about wiring, he shuffled over. Brother Jiping, you busy? Zhang Jiping turned and saw the landlord. He immediately set down his blueprints and enthusiastically offered him a cigarette. Mr. Lou, what brings you here? Come on in, take a seat. Fat Lou waved off the offer, his eyes darting around the freshly renovated ceiling and walls. Brand new central air conditioning ducts. Thick, sturdy fire hoses. And that solid wood flooring, clearly not cheap. Each of these things told him that this tenant was truly rolling in money. The flame of greed in his heart flared up a notch. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, once the renovations were complete, it would be even harder to broach the subject. He cleared his throat, his smile now looking a bit forced. Brother Jiping, no need to sit. I came here to discuss something with you. Zhang Jiping's heart skipped a beat. He was an honest man, and what he dreaded most was this kind of roundabout discussion. But he still stopped what he was doing and looked at Lou Fatty seriously. Go ahead, Boss Lou. Lou Fat chuckled awkwardly, gathering his thoughts. You see, the winds have shifted lately. My friends' shops on other streets, their rents are skyrocketing. You know our location here, it's prime real estate in this area, and the space is so large. He paused, carefully gauging Zhang Jiping's expression. So don't you think our rent should, keep up with the market? Just a little bit? Zhang Jiping's expression changed instantly. That genuine warmth quickly cooled. Mr. Lou, what do you mean by that? Isn't it clearly stated in our contract? 3 years, 3,000 a month. Seeing Zhang Jiping's reaction, the smile vanished from Lou the Fat's face. He knew a polite negotiation was out of the question. He straightened his back, making his belly appear even rounder. Contracts are contracts, but market rates are market rates. Who raises prices without a word these days? If I rented the shop to someone else, forget 3,000 people would be fighting over it at 4,000. I'm only giving you this face because we're neighbors on the same street. Zhang Jiping's temper flared up too. This isn't giving face, it's extortion. We've poured so much money into renovations, and now you want to raise the rent? That's outrageous. Chapter 21, The Little Devil in Human Skin. He couldn't fathom it. Just days ago, the landlord had been all smiles, calling him little brother constantly. How could he suddenly change his tune like this? Mr. Lou, you need to have a conscience. Our family's struggling, this shop is our only lifeline. Hard times? Fat Lou snorted as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever, his voice rising sharply. Hard times? You owe me a full 200. The words nearly slipped out before he realized his mistake, and he abruptly covered his mouth with his hand. A flicker of panic shot through his small eyes. Oh no. He'd slipped up. This is trouble. Just as the two stood frozen in place, a clear, composed child's voice rang out from the doorway. Dad. Zhang He arrived. He held a bottle of chilled orange soda, sipping it slowly. Zhang Jiping, as if finding his anchor, immediately recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Zhang He's expression remained unchanged. He simply walked up to Lou the Fat. He tilted his head back, looking up at the man towering over him. Mr. Lou. The contract clearly states a 3-year lease term, with a monthly rent of 3,000 yuan, and a 1-month deposit plus 6 months rent upfront. We've already paid 2 months rent and 1 month's deposit, totaling 9,000 yuan. Now, just as we've started renovations, you unilaterally demand a rent increase to 3,600. This is unreasonable and lacks legal basis. Being lectured in such a tone by a 7-year-old left Fat Lou feeling rather humiliated. What do you know, you little brat? This is grown-up business. Zhang He ignored his rebuke. He pointed his tiny finger toward the wall. There, carefully wrapped in plastic, hung a piece of paper. It was the receipt for the business license application issued by the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Mr. Liu, take a good look. All our procedures are legal and compliant. We're legitimate businesspeople who believe in honoring contracts. If you feel this contract is unfavorable to you and wish to unilaterally terminate it, fine. We're not unreasonable people. We will immediately halt operations and consult our legal counsel. Then we'll have a proper discussion in court. We'll discuss the exact amount of your breach of contract damages. Then we'll discuss how much you owe us for the hundreds of thousands in renovation costs, lost wages, and anticipated business losses. Looking into Zhang He's eyes that didn't belong to a child, Fat Lou felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat beaded on his bulging forehead. This was no child. This was clearly a little devil in human form. Lawyer, breach of contract damages, renovation losses. These words coming from the mouth of a 7-year-old were far more chilling than if uttered by any adult. Confronting him would bring nothing but trouble. Fat Lou's jowls twitched as he forced a smile uglier than crying. I was just saying, just discussing. He waved his hands frantically, adopting an extremely submissive posture. Little he and my nephew are right. The contract? We'll stick to the contract. 3,000 it is. I was foolish, utterly foolish. Zhang He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a forced smile. He knew exactly what was going on in that little mind of his. No doubt someone had stirred him up, hoping to take advantage of our massive renovation investment and our stuck between a rock and a hard place situation to squeeze us for more money. Too bad he miscalculated. Lou Fatty felt uneasy when Zhang He remained silent, as if he'd been seen through. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together and made an excuse. Well, you guys are busy. I won't bother you any longer. With that, he turned and slunk away, hastily leaving the renovation site. Watching the landlord's flustered retreat, Zhang Jiping exhaled a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at his son, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was satisfaction, pride, but more than anything, an unfamiliar feeling he couldn't quite place. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Shoha, at Lou Fatty just now, he seemed to slip up. He said, our family borrowed 200. But stopped mid-sentence. Zhang He's eyes instantly turned cold. 2 million. The only ones who knew that figure were his own family, Lin Wei, and Ruweifeng Capital. The rest? Only those relatives who'd love to see us go under. Zhang Jifu, Zhang Jigui. They were the ones who tipped off the landlord. Their goal was to make the landlord jack up the rent, driving a wedge into the very foundation of their internet cafe. Such a vicious scheme. Just then, a deafening roar of firecrackers erupted outside. Crackle! Father and son exchanged a glance and walked to the door in unison. Across the street, the shopfront that had also been under renovation now gleamed with a fresh new look. Above the entrance, four garish characters spelling out affordable internet cafe glinted with cheap gold in the sunlight. A garish red banner hung from the second floor all the way down to the first. The words scrawled across it were downright brazen. Grand opening special. Shocking low prices. Only 15 yuan per hour for all-day internet access. Out front, Zhang Jigui stood in a brand new but ill-fitting suit, clutching a tin megaphone and bellowing at the top of his lungs. Passers-by, don't miss out. The city's cheapest internet cafe is now open. Just 1.5 yuan for an hour and a half. You won't find a cheaper place anywhere. Zhang Jiping's face instantly turned the color of liver. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. 15 yuan per hour. This price doesn't even cover electricity and equipment depreciation. This isn't running a business. It was a blatant suicide mission. They're using this scorched earth tactic, hurting the enemy 1,000-fold while cutting themselves 800 to siphon off all customers during the opening phase. Once they've driven Higuang Internet Cafe into the ground, they'll jack up their prices again. How ruthless. So vicious. Zhang Jiping's anger flared up completely. What are they trying to do? They're trying to kill us. He rolled up his sleeves furiously, his face flushed crimson. I'm going down to confront them. A small hand gripped his arm tightly. Dad. Zhang Jiping turned to see his son's face as calm as still water. Xiaohe, don't stop me. They're pushing it too far. This is vicious competition. Zhang He shook his head. Argue? What's there to argue with them about? He wants to drive us out of business with rock-bottom prices. It's an open strategy. He paused, a flash of mockery unbecoming of his age glinting in his dark eyes. Too bad he doesn't understand what business is all about. His internet cafe won't last long. Zhang Jiping froze. Why? His prices are even lower than we anticipated. Everyone will flock to his place. Zhang He didn't answer directly. He merely turned to watch the boisterous opening ceremony across the street, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Dad. We're in no rush. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Chapter 22, The Higuang Membership System. The days that followed. The affordable internet cafe across the street became the gathering spot for all the young people in the neighborhood. Just as Zhang Jiping had feared, the shockingly low price of 1 yuan 50 per hour drew in every bargain-hunting customer. The internet cafe was packed to the rafters. The aisles were packed with people waiting in line for machines. Zhang Jigui stood behind the narrow counter, clutching a thick wad of change in his hand, counting each coin one by one. 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. Though the bills were small, the sheer volume made up for it. He secured the counted stack with a rubber band, tucked it into the drawer, and grinned so wide his cheeks nearly stretched to his ears. Inside the drawer, 7 or 8 such stacks of small change were already neatly arranged. How many days had the shop been open? Business was booming. Zhang Jigui shot a smug glance across the street. Higuang Internet Cafe was still clattering away, not even having a sign hanging over its door. His brilliant nephew, Zhang He, wasn't he supposed to be so capable? He knows the stock market, made a fortune, right? But I beat him to the punch. By the time his internet cafe opened, the opportunity would have passed. Then he'd just raise his prices a bit, and the customers would still be his. In less than 6 months, he'll bleed that kid dry of his entire 2 million. The thought of Zhang He's family going out of business and wailing in despair filled Zhang Jigui with a surge of satisfaction. Just then, an impatient shout rang out from the farthest corner of the internet cafe. Tech support. Damn it. It's frozen again. Can't we even play here? A young man in a floral shirt kicked the computer case hard. The manager behind the counter, a skinny young man as thin as a stick, cringed at the sound, his face etched with reluctance. He shuffled over to Zhang Jigui and lowered his voice. Boss, it's machine number 37 again. It's the worst piece of junk in that batch of second-hand computers the motherboard's shot. Can't be fixed. It crashes daily, and I get yelled at constantly. I can't keep doing this job. How about we just swap it out for a new one? The smile vanished instantly from Zhang Jigui's face. He lifted his eyelids and shot the network administrator a cold glance. Replace the computers? Easy for you to say. This batch of used computers, along with the desks, chairs, and renovations, had cost him and Zhang Jifu every last penny they'd scraped together. Where would they find spare cash for new ones? Besides, was it even necessary? Zhang Jigui rolled his eyes. At 15 cents an hour, he still wanted to get fancy? Just getting online was good enough. If it crashes, just reboot it for him. What's the big deal? Why all the fuss? The network administrator's face turned bright red. But the customer. Zhang Jigui waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. No buts. Just get it done. The network administrator stared at the boss's harsh face and swallowed the rest of his words. He could only sigh and trudge toward the corner, muttering under his breath as he went. This is bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Zhang Jigui paid no attention to his grumbling. He reached into the cash drawer again, grabbed a handful of change, and continued counting it with relish. Money. Nothing smelled better than money. He even pressed a stack of bills to his nose, closed his eyes, and took a deep, satisfying breath. However, the refreshing scent of ink he had anticipated never materialized. Instead, a tangled mess of smells assaulted him, the tarry stench of cheap cigarettes, the sour tang of fermented sweat, and that indescribable stink of feet after taking off shoes. Twisted into a single rope, forcefully invading his nostrils. Overpowering, intoxicating. Zhang Jigui's brows knitted tightly together. He flung the money back into the drawer in irritation. The loud thud echoed his pent-up frustration. Little did Zhang Jigui know that the jingling sound he despised would, 3 days later on a crisp morning, transform into the opening prelude announcing his downfall. That day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The long-covered construction tarps in front of the Higuang Internet Cafe were finally torn down. No deafening firecrackers, no tacky flower baskets. Instead, a gleaming glass door stood in its place, crowned by the 4 simple yet bold characters Higuang Internet Cafe in silver metallic lettering. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the interior. In that instant, everyone passing by or coming specifically to see it instinctively stopped in their tracks, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. This is an internet cafe? Compared to the dim, cramped, and air-filled with a mixture of sweaty feet and cigarette smoke internet cafe across the street, this place was like another world. Spacious and bright. The floor was covered in polished tiles, reflecting the soft light strips on the ceiling. 100 brand new computers, all equipped with the latest flat-screen monitors available on the market at the time, emitted a cool, tech-inspired glow accented by the blue power lights on their cases. They were neatly arranged in 3 distinct sections, A, B, and C. The most comforting aspect was the air quality. Several high-powered exhaust fans hummed silently in the ceiling corners, swiftly drawing away any potential stale air and leaving only the faint, unobjectionable scent of new machinery and building materials. Prominent signs denoting smoking and non-smoking areas adorned the walls. This was an unprecedented innovation in internet cafes at the time. The Guang Internet Cafe stood out like a high-end office building suddenly appearing in an urban village, completely out of place yet irresistibly alluring. Behind the front desk, Zhang He stood squarely in the center. His small stature required him to stand on a custom-made wooden step to reach the counter's height. Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang flanked him on either side. The couple's expressions mirrored each other's nervousness. They didn't know where to put their hands, yet they forced stiff smiles at the growing crowd outside the door. Li Sufang's hand clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her palm drenched in sweat. Will it work? Could this really work? With the place across the street so cheap, will anyone come to ours? That's a 2 million yuan loan, after all. Her heart felt like 15 buckets drawing water all over the place. Zhang He picked up a small megaphone covered in red cloth that had been prepared long ago and pressed the switch. After a faint crackle of static, his voice rang out clearly across the entire street corner. Neighbors, brothers and sisters, young friends. The Guang Internet Cafe officially opens today. We warmly welcome everyone to come and support us. A small stir rippled through the crowd. All eyes focused on the tiny-looking young owner. Zhang He paused, waiting until everyone's attention was fully captured before continuing. To express our gratitude for your support, we are launching the Guang membership program starting today. A membership program? What on earth is that? Even at the supply cooperative, I've never heard of needing a membership to buy things. Chapter 23, 100 times better than the competition. Amid the crowd, a young onlooker shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey boss, what's this membership thing? What's in it for us?" Zhang He had been waiting for this question. He raised his arm and pointed to a huge, eye-catching poster standing nearby. The poster, with its red background and yellow text, was designed with brutal simplicity. Every character seemed to punch its way into your eyes. Guang membership, top-up special. Preload 50 yuan, get 10 yuan free. Total account balance, 60 yuan. Preload 100 yuan, get 25 yuan. Total account balance, 125 yuan. Preload 200 yuan, get 60 yuan. Total account balance, 260 yuan. A line of smaller text appeared below. Become a member and receive an exclusive numbered membership card. Enjoy 1. Priority machine selection. 2. Complimentary tea service. 3. Redeem points for game cards, internet time, and other rewards. Boom! After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chaos. Holy! Deposit 200, get 60 free? That's practically giving money away. Let me calculate, 200 yuan gets you 260 yuan worth of internet time. At our standard rate of 2.5 yuan per hour, that works out to just 1.9 yuan per hour. Wait. Do the math again. 260 divided by 2.5 equals 104 hours. 200 bucks for 104 hours. That's 1.92 per hour. That's barely more expensive than the 1.50 across the street. A young guy who'd just run over from the cheap internet cafe across the street to gawk, still reeking of smoke, stared wide-eyed. Expensive my ass. Those crappy machines across the street, you play Legend of Mir and it lags every 3 steps, crashes every 5. Even yelling at the staff doesn't help. Look at these machines here, brand new. Flat screen monitors. And a smoke-free zone. How can you even compare? Plus, look, membership gets you priority access, no waiting in line, and they even serve you water. As if to prove his point, Zhang He clapped his hands. A young attendant, who had been waiting nearby, emerged from behind the counter pushing a cart loaded with glass cups and a hot water dispenser. He smiled and nodded to the group. The whole setup was just like in a fancy hotel. This instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Getting a bargain is human nature. But if spending just a little more could deliver a world of difference in experience, most people would choose the latter. Especially students chasing the gaming experience and young office workers with a bit more disposable income. Holy, this is 100 times better than the place across the street. What are we waiting for? Someone shouted first. The next second, the crowd surged toward the front desk. I'm first. I'm first. Sign me up for the 200 yuan plan. I want the 200 yuan one too. Here's my ID. Stop pushing. Stop ing pushing. Save me a spot. Dozens of young people waved cash and ID cards, scrambling toward the counter. The scene was crazier than grandmas fighting over discounted rice. Line up. Everyone get in line. Zhang Jiping snapped to attention, spreading his arms wide to block the crowd as he shouted to maintain order. One at a time. Everyone will get a share. Don't push and hurt yourselves. Li Sufang also snapped back to reality, grabbed a pen, and began registering people at lightning speed. Collect payment, record ID numbers, then pull a card from a stack of exquisitely crafted plastic cards and hand it to the customer. The card was made of sturdy plastic, blue and white, printed with the Guang Internet Cafe logo and a unique membership number. It looked infinitely more sophisticated than the handwritten notebook across the way. Here you go, your membership card. Keep it safe. By the time the last customer at the counter left satisfied with their membership card in hand, it was already mid-afternoon. A lingering buzz hung in the air. Of the 100 computers, 90 screens glowed, their rhythmic clatter of keyboards and clicks of mice filling the space. Zhang He, Li Sufang, and Zhang He slumped in the front desk chairs like soldiers emerging from a fierce battle, too exhausted to lift a finger. Lunch? Long forgotten. Li Sufang's hand was still trembling slightly, not from exhaustion, but from excitement. Her trembling hand pulled open the cash drawer. Clatter! The drawer was filled to the brim with cash. 10 yuan notes, 50 yuan notes, 100 yuan notes, red and green bills crammed together roughly, nearly spilling out of the drawer. Li Sufang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. The 2 million yuan loan had kept her awake for days. But now, looking at this drawer full of cash, the heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. She looked at her son, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Zhang He, look. We've already made this much money on our opening day. Zhang He merely glanced at it calmly and nodded. Mom, remember this, from now on, when you're at the front desk, no matter what customers ask, always be friendly. Be proactive about refilling tea. If someone asks where the restroom is, point them in the right direction with a smile. We're not in the one-time deal business. Li Sufang paused, then nodded firmly. Looking at her son's youthful yet utterly earnest face, an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Was this really the same son who used to be nothing but mischief? Mom understands. Mom will make it happen. Zhang He turned his gaze back to his father. Zhang Jiping was grinning like an idiot at the packed internet cafe, his face radiating pure satisfaction. Dad! Zhang Jiping snapped back to reality. Ah, son, what is it? Machines. Zhang He was concise. Our biggest advantage is that our machines are better than the competition's. You used to be the senior technician in the workshop, you know machines best. Starting today, every night, you'll inspect every single machine. If any has issues or is running slow, fix it immediately. We can't let a single customer curse because of lag or crashes. Zhang Jiping's smile faded as he listened. Don't worry, he assured, pounding his chest. This is my specialty. I'll make sure every machine runs like new. The family hastily ate instant noodles for lunch. With their stomachs full, Zhang He stood up and began patrolling the internet cafe. Sections A and B were packed to capacity. Most patrons were engrossed in Legend of Mirror or Stone Age, while others chatted using that blue penguin app called OICQ. Everything was just as he'd expected. However, when he reached Zone C, his footsteps halted. Unlike the other sections, Zone C was partitioned by waist-high frosted glass, creating semi-private booths that offered greater privacy. At that moment, 3 or 4 young people stood at the entrance to Zone C, craning their necks to peer inside, their faces brimming with curiosity. Zhang He recognized these individuals. They were renowned gaming experts in the area who had asked the most detailed questions about the machine configurations during the grand opening. Zhang He walked over. What are you looking at, guys? Chapter 24, You Think You Can Fly? The leader, a young man with dyed yellow hair, glanced back at him. Seeing it was just a kid, he curled his lip in disdain. Kid, why is this place empty? What's it for? This is the VIP section. Zhang He pointed to the machines inside. These 10 machines have the best graphics cards on the market, with memory upgraded to 256 megabytes. You can try the chairs, they're custom-made ergonomic chairs from Guangdong. You could sit all day without your back hurting. Hearing the detailed specs, the disdain on the young men's faces faded, replaced by astonishment. 256 megabytes of RAM? The mainstream machines on the market only have 64 megabytes, and the better ones max out at 128 megabytes. This setup is downright luxurious. The bespectacled man beside the blonde-haired guy couldn't help but ask. So how much does it cost? $1 for 4 hours. What? $4 an hour? Several people exclaimed in unison, staring at Zhang He as if he were a lunatic. They already thought the regular Zone's 250 was steep, and here they were charging $4. That's robbery. Yellow Hair wore an expression that said I knew it, about to open his mouth for a few taunts, when suddenly the man beside him who'd remained silent and seemed the most composed spoke up. The man stared intently at the faintly glowing computer case in Section C, his eyes flickering with intense curiosity. Can I try it out? He was a true gaming enthusiast. Money was secondary. The ultimate experience offered by this top-of-the-line machine held a fatal attraction for him. Zhang He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he countered, Bro, are you a member of ours? The composed man paused. No, why? Zhang He raised his hand, pointing to a small yet exquisitely designed metal plaque beside the entrance. It bore a single line of text, Members Only Gaming Zone. Sorry, sir. This area is exclusively for our members. It's reserved for elite players seeking the ultimate gaming experience and competitive challenges. Zhang He paused, watching their expressions shift instantly, then played his final trump card. Soon, games suitable for 5v5 team battles will be released here. When that happens, this will be the best battlefield in the entire city. Boom! Team battles? 5v5? These words instantly struck the hearts of these gaming experts. What did they enjoy most about gaming? Not slaying monsters, not leveling up, it's winning. That sense of accomplishment from trampling others underfoot. What's the point of going solo? Gathering a crew, forming a team, and crushing another group, that's what gets the blood pumping. The usually composed man's breathing grew ragged as he stared intently at Zhang He. Are you serious? What game? Zhang He gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. The young men exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontrollable fervor. The next second, the blonde-haired guy turned first, practically charging toward the front desk. Sign me up. Sign me up. Get me the 200 yuan package. Me too. Damn it, $4 is $4. I'm gonna see just how awesome this top-of-the-line machine really is today. As if afraid they'd miss their chance, the group scrambled to recharge their cards. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang He's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze deepening. Before long, a game called Counter-Strike would sweep through every internet cafe across the nation. The era of LAN battles was about to begin. And his Guang Internet Cafe, his Zone C, had already rolled out the red carpet for the king of that era. Days passed, yet the fervor at Guang Internet Cafe not only failed to wane but intensified. At 2 p.m., when occupancy should have been at its lowest, the place was buzzing with activity. Zhang Jiping, carrying a toolkit, shuttled between zones A and B. Young man, your mouse is drifting a bit? A young man playing Legend frowned slightly just as Zhang Jiping's voice came from behind him. Startled, the young man turned to see the middle-aged man smiling kindly. Ah, yes, a bit. Probably just dirty. Without another word, Zhang Jiping pulled a brand new double swallow mouse, still wrapped in plastic, from his toolkit and swapped it out in a few swift motions. Use this for now. I'll take the old one to clean up. If you have any issues, just call out to me. Oh, thanks, uncle. The young man was flattered and hurriedly thanked him. This service is beyond what I expected. Meanwhile, Li Sufang pushed a compact food cart loaded with several large thermoses and stacks of clean glasses, smiling as she refilled water for guests in the members area. Hey, handsome, have some water. You've been shouting for so long, your voice must be hoarse. A young man engrossed in a heated chat with a female online friend on OICQ scratched his head awkwardly when offered the hot tea. Thanks, auntie. Heh, no thanks, I'm fine. I'm fine. Free refills for members. Li Sufang smiled warmly. Drinking plenty of water is good for your health when you're on the computer for long hours. This family-like care warmed the hearts of the young patrons, most of whom were still teenagers. Word about the internet cafe's reputation quickly spread among students from nearby middle schools and gaming circles. Heard about it? That new place, Guang Net Cafe? Their machines are seriously awesome. Awesome doesn't even cover it. My buddy tried the VIP machines in Zone C playing Legend of Mir, Attack on Sand City, dozens of players unleashing skills without a single lag. Smooth as silk. Seriously? That exaggerated? Why would I lie? Plus, I heard the owner's kid spill that a new game called CS is coming out soon. When it does, the VIP section will be our battleground. Holy crap. Deal. Once that game drops, our Thanos squad will be the first to reserve the whole place. The heated chatter echoed throughout the place, with nearly every corner buzzing about machines, memberships, and that yet-to-be-released CS. While Huaguang Net Cafe was bustling with activity, just one street over at Shihui Net Cafe, occupancy was barely over 50%. Damn it! A furious shout erupted alongside the thunderous crash of a keyboard being slammed down. A young man with a buzz cut shot to his feet. Attendant! It crashed. It crashed again. I was just about to get some gear. In the corner, a staff member with dyed yellow hair was playing Red Alert with headphones on. Hearing the shout, he impatiently pulled off one earpiece and yelled back. Restart it! Can't you restart it? If not, switch to another machine. Which one? Which machine here doesn't lag? The buzzcut guy raged, pointing around. Look at this keyboard, it's greasy enough to cook with. This mouse? Click once and it doesn't respond. Click again and it flies off to grandma's house. A girl chatting on OICQ couldn't help but complain too. Yeah, the smoke is so bad. Cough cough. Can't you have a non-smoking area? The net cafe manager rolled his eyes and muttered, you're such a pain in the ass. It's $1.50 an hour, what do you want, the moon? Chapter 25, Refund. At that, the young man with the crew cut turned beet red with anger. Pointing at the manager, he yelled, what kind of attitude is that? You think I won't report you? Go ahead and complain. The attendant shrugged indifferently, slipping his headphones back on, clearly not taking him seriously. Many had come during the initial low-price promotion, but now that the discount period was over, no one wanted to linger in this environment for another second. A student-looking boy glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. The moment his balance hit zero, he stood up immediately. His friend asked, not renewing? Renew my ass. The boy wiped his hands with obvious disgust and walked away. Forget this dump, it'll shave 10 years off your life. Let's check out the place across the street. Heard the environment's better there, and they even have CRT monitors. Let's go. One by one, people stood up, paid their bills, and left without a second glance. Their destination was surprisingly unanimous, the Higuang Internet Cafe across the street. Zhang He sat at the front desk, his face dark as he watched it all unfold. His character had long since died in the game, but he remained oblivious. Watching another group leave, he crushed the red plum cigarette in his hand until it was deformed, ash falling onto his pants. Why? Why? He couldn't understand. Here it's 1 yuan 50, but across the street it's 2 yuan 50. A whole yuan more expensive. Where do these broke students and young kids even get that kind of money to burn? They were all the same machines, couldn't they all play games and surf the web? Why was his machine laggy and slow, while Zhang He's ran as smooth as silk? Zhang He glared across the room, his eyes burning with envy and resentment so intense it felt tangible, ready to erupt. Just then, a bespectacled, seemingly scholarly college student slammed his keyboard shut, stood up, and strode straight toward the front desk. Unable to contain his anger, he slammed a data card onto the counter. "Boss, give me my money back." Zhang He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with malice. He recognized the student, the one who'd been struggling with that broken machine in the corner all afternoon. "Refund? You've been online for half the day and now you want a refund?" Zhang He sneered coldly, crushing his cigarette butt into the metal ashtray already packed with stubs. "You think this is a charity? I spent a ing hour here and it crashed 3 times. Lost my game files twice. I called you over to fix it and the tech support guy was as useless as a dead man." The college student pointed at the guy in the corner still wearing headphones, his voice trembling. "I paid to use the internet, not to get treated like." Zhang He's heart skipped a beat as he caught the remaining customers in the internet cafe glancing their way. He couldn't let this escalate. If a few more people left, he wouldn't even cover the damn electricity bill today. Alright, what's with all the yelling?" He suppressed his anger, putting on an impatient expression. "What's the big deal? It crashed, just reboot it. Look, I'll give you a discount, 1 yuan 22 cents an hour. Fine?" He considered this a massive concession. The college student looked like he'd heard the biggest joke ever, his face flushing red with anger. "Who cares about your 3 cents? I want my money back. This crappy place, I feel cursed just staying here another second. Bad luck." Zhang He hated it when people called him unlucky. He was a gambling addict who believed in such superstitions. He was about to explode, but seeing the student's resolute gaze and the onlookers' spectator stares, he forced himself to swallow his rage. "Can't make a scene. Everyone's about to run away. Fine. I'm scared of you." Zhang He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws. 1 yuan an hour. Is that good enough? Consider it making friends. Keep playing, I guarantee no more lag. I'll have that kid swap out your machine. Who wants to be friends with you? I must be cursed for 8 lifetimes. The college student looked utterly disgusted, grabbed his internet card, and turned to leave. Just then, a young man who'd just bought drinks from the Higuang Internet Cafe across the street passed by the entrance. Overhearing the argument inside, he peered in. "Hey, buddy, why waste your breath on this crappy internet cafe?" The passerby grinned, pointing to Higuang. "If you're going to play, go across the street. Brand new computers, flat screens. Everything runs super smooth, and members get free refills on drinks." Hearing this, the college student paused mid-step, turning back with a skeptical look. "Seriously? It's that good?" "You bet." The passerby patted his chest with a smug look. "I just came from there. Their service is top-notch. If your mouse breaks, the owner personally replaces it. Thirsty? The owner's wife rolls over a cart with drinks. I've been staying overnight there these past few days. It's awesome. Why put up with this crap here?" The student's interest was piqued. He looked at the genuine excitement on the passerby's face, then glanced back at this smoky, dilapidated place where even the fluorescent lights hissed. His mind made up instantly. Damn it, isn't the whole point of going online to relax? Wait, I'm heading over right now. Without another glance, he headed for the door. "Hey! Don't go!" Zhang He panicked completely. He sprang up from his chair, darted around the counter, and reached out to grab the college student's arm. "Hey, buddy! Come back! It's on me! You can use the internet for free this afternoon. I'll treat you. Don't leave." But the student flung his arm away, didn't even glance back, and strode briskly across the street, heading straight for the Higuang Internet Cafe. "Damn it!" Zhang He's hand froze mid-air. Watching that resolute figure vanish behind the glass doors across the street, he trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. "Zhang Jiping. Li Sufeng. And that damn little bastard Zhang He. You bastards are deliberately trying to push me to my death." He spun around, surveying his own deserted internet cafe. Then he thought of the bustling scene across the street, where money was pouring in by the bucketful. A surge of rage shot straight to his temples. "No! This can't just be left like this. Why should you get the meat while I can't even get the broth?" Zhang He plopped back into his chair, his gaze fixed intently across the room. His mind raced, searching for a way to turn the tables. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Membership. Yes. The membership system. The reason his place was getting busier and busier was because of that damn membership. It had people hooked. Once they signed up with a card, those students would have no choice but to come running to him every single day. I'll do it too. He's got a business manual, right? I don't have a damn manual, but I can still learn, can't I? The moment that thought popped into his head, it spread like wildfire. Over the next few days, Zhang He became obsessed. He stopped paying attention to the internet cafe's business. Whenever he had a moment, he'd sneak up to the window on the second floor of his own cafe, grab a beat-up pair of binoculars, and secretly observe the comings and goings at the front desk of the Heguang Internet Cafe. Chapter 26: If you can't win fair, play dirty. He watched Li Sufang constantly issuing cards and topping up balances, meticulously recording each transaction in her notebook. Prepaid 100, get 20 bonus. Prepaid 200, get 50 bonus. He jotted down these most superficial details, convinced he'd grasped the essence. But when he tried to set up his own membership system, he was completely stumped. How did points accumulate? How did priority machine selection work? What exactly constituted VIP exclusive privileges? Their cash register system seemed different from his just swipe a card, whereas his still relied on handwritten entries? He jotted down the details in his notebook. What if someone claimed they'd deposited 200 when they'd only put in 100? How would he reconcile that? He pored over his crappy notebook for 2 whole days, his head nearly exploding, yet he couldn't grasp a single clue. Finally, in frustration, he slammed his pen down and crumpled the paper. Damn it! What kind of bull is this? Why make it so complicated? The path of imitation was a dead end. Zhang He stared at the crumpled paper in his hand, his expression darkening. The cold, ruthless glint in his eyes grew sharper by the second. If I can't learn it, I'll destroy it. The thought ignited like a fire in his heart, burning his very insides. Zhang He sprang to his feet, snatched the keys from the desk, and without a glance at the sparse customers in the internet cafe, stormed straight out the door. The night breeze cooled his mind, which had been clouded by rage and jealousy, bringing some clarity. Destroy? How? Smash the place? That was illegal, and his nephew Li Jingcheng, the captain of the criminal investigation team, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Alone, he couldn't accomplish anything significant. He needed help, someone more cunning, more ruthless, and sharper at strategizing than he was. A name instantly sprang to mind, his older brother, Zhang Jifu. Half an hour later, at a smoky street-side food stall. The plastic tables were greasy. A few plates of stir-fried snails and soybeans sat on the table, along with 2 bottles of cheap Yanjing beer, foam bubbling over the top. Zhang He gulped down half a bottle of beer, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and slammed the bottle down on the table. Bro! We can't keep going like this, he whispered, though his panic was impossible to hide. Zhang and that little bastard who knows where they picked up this bull membership scheme? They've got those students wrapped around their fingers. I've slashed prices, but nobody's coming. Another 2 weeks, and the 70 or 80 grand we poured in will be down the drain. Across from him, Zhang Jifu peeled a soybean pod with deliberate slowness, blew off the salt grains, and popped it into his mouth without so much as a glance. What's the big deal, he said, casually spitting out the bean skin. What could your pig brain possibly learn? They've got new computers, new renovations. You're trying to compete with a pile of junk? It's like banging your head against a brick wall. Zhang He was choked into a crimson rage. Then what do we do now? We can't just stand by and watch them get rich while we starve. Zhang Jifu finally lifted his eyelids, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He set down his soybeans and leaned forward slightly. If we can't win in the open, he murmured, his voice growing huskier, then we'll fight in the shadows. Underhanded? Zhang Ji's breath caught. He leaned closer, their heads nearly touching. What kind of underhanded tactics? Make it impossible for him to continue. A cruel smile curled the corners of Zhang Jifu's mouth. What did Zhang He rely on? Wasn't it just fast internet and stable machines? His voice dropped to a near whisper. Find a few unfamiliar faces, strangers with no ties to us. Wait until the dead of night, when the internet cafe is emptiest. Sneak into the alley behind his shop and snip his main network cable snip. Zhang Jifu mimed cutting with his hands. If one time doesn't work, do it twice. Cut his internet multiple times, make sure it happens when those students are in the middle of a heated game. They'll curse like madmen, but it won't help. See if he can keep his business then. Once his reputation is ruined, not even a god can save him. Whoa! Zhang He sucked in a sharp breath, a chill running down his spine that made him shiver involuntarily. That's ruthless. Moreover, seeing his expression, Zhang Jifu knew the plan was set. The smile on his lips deepened. You think he has a lot of students? Especially those in school uniforms, clearly under 18. You find a payphone and anonymously report to the cultural inspection team. Just say that Heguang Internet Cafe is harboring a large number of minors staying up all night surfing the web. These days, the higher-ups crack down hard on this stuff. One investigation, one bust. Even if Li Jingcheng protects him, that's his uncle, not his father. If this gets out, Zhang Jiping will be in deep trouble. Shutting down for rectification would be the least of his worries. A fierce glint shot into Zhang Jigui's eyes. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? Cut the internet. Report it. Double the pressure. Now let's see how that little bastard Zhang and his crew dare to act so cocky. His face contorted with excitement as he grabbed the liquor bottle, downed another large gulp, and nodded fiercely. All right. Brother. That's how we'll do it. I'll handle this. I know some brothers in the underworld. I guarantee it'll be clean. I'll go find someone right now. Zhang Jigui's efficiency was astonishingly high, and by 2 a.m., that efficiency manifested as two shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. Inside the Heguang Internet Cafe, the clamor had long since faded. Out of 100 computers, only 7 or 8 screens remained lit. A handful of young all-nighters, heads buried in their games with headphones on, were immersed in their virtual worlds, occasionally punctuated by muffled mouse clicks. Zhang Jiping yawned as he finished the final round of equipment checks and cleaning. The operational manual his son had written demanded meticulous attention to these daily maintenance tasks. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Days of relentless work had made his eyelids feel as heavy as lead. He dragged a chair to the front desk, intending to keep watch, but his head began to nod. Soon, he was leaning against the counter, dozing off. He didn't know that danger was approaching in the pitch-black alley behind the internet cafe. 2 men in black coats, their hoods pulled low, crept silently along the wall until they reached the back wall of the internet cafe. The taller, leaner one glanced warily down both ends of the alley. Satisfied it was deserted, he gave his companion a thumbs-up signal. The stocky man nodded, pulled a toolkit from his coat, and began probing the wall with practiced ease. Soon, he located the inconspicuous gray metal box, the network access panel. He pulled out a slender wire from his bag and fiddled with the keyhole for a moment. A soft click sounded. The protective cover was pried open, revealing a tangled bundle of multicolored cables inside. The stocky man scanned the mess with a glance and pinpointed the thickest, black main fiber optic cable. He pulled a brand new pair of steel jaw pliers from his toolkit. He aimed the jaws at the black cable that held the entire internet cafe's lifeline. Chapter 27, Heguang Internet Cafe means constant disconnections. Snap. A sharp, piercing snap echoed. The resilient main network cable snapped cleanly. The stocky man swiftly stuffed the severed end back into the box, snapped the lid shut, and even took care to disguise the lock as if it hadn't been tampered with. After finishing, the two exchanged a glance. Without a sound, they vanished into the dark depths of the alley. The internet's down. A piercing wail echoed through the Heguang Internet Cafe. A young man wielding an AWP and Counter-Strike, poised to execute a snipe kill behind the A site door on the Dust 2 map, froze in place as the blinding red connection problem message exploded across his screen. Immediately, a wave of angry shouts and startled screams erupted throughout the entire internet cafe. What the hell is going on? I just got a judgment in my legend. Admin. Where the hell is the admin? My connection dropped too. Damn it. This was a crucial team fight. I was about to unleash my ultimate. Keyboards clattered as they were smashed, mice were angrily slammed onto desks. The fury of dozens of players coalesced into a scorching wave of heat, surging toward the front desk. The deafening roar struck Zhang Jiping like a sledgehammer, smashing into his temple as he dozed against the counter. He jolted awake, staring blankly at the enraged customers before him. What the hell? Before his mind could process it, a young man with dyed yellow hair had already stormed up to him, pointing an accusing finger and yelling, "Manager! What kind of internet cafe is this? Just cuts out like that. My whole night's work is ruined. Refund! Refund! Refund!" The crowd began to stir, their murmurs growing louder. Zhang Jiping's heart sank. Trouble. Without pausing to calm the crowd, his first instinct was to rush toward the server cabinet in the corner. The router's indicator lights were flashing wildly, all red, a complete loss of signal. It wasn't the router. He checked the switch, the power supply, the cables, everything was normal. The problem must be coming from outside. A terrifying thought shot through his mind, and his face instantly turned ashen. He spun around, darted past the front desk, and charged like a madman toward the back door of the internet cafe. The alley at 2 in the morning was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Using the faint glow from his phone screen, he located the gray network access box. The lock on the box showed clear signs of having been pried open by force. Zhang Jiping's heart sank. His hands trembling, he pulled open the box door. Inside, the main fiber optic cable had been cleanly severed right down the middle. The cut was clean and fresh. An uncontrollable rage welled up inside him. This was deliberate. Who? Zhang Jiping clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. He trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, his chest feeling as if it might explode. But he knew this wasn't the time to lose his temper. Inside the internet cafe, dozens of customers were still waiting for an explanation. He turned and rushed back into the internet cafe. Everyone, calm down. My deepest apologies, everyone. Our main network cable seems to have been maliciously cut by some damn bastard. He didn't hide anything. His son had taught him that when problems arise, sincerity is the best approach. I'll contact the telecom company immediately for emergency repairs. Everyone here today gets their session free. All members, I'll add 2 extra hours to your cards at no cost. And I'll personally buy each of you a bottle of ice-cold red tea as my apology. With that, he opened the refrigerator and began handing out bottles of drink one by one. His honesty and compensation finally calmed the anger of most people. After all, the owner seemed like a victim himself. But some couldn't wait. Several young non-members cursed under their breath, grabbed their drinks, and slammed the door on their way out. Damn it! What a ing bummer. We're outta here. Let's go check out the place across the street. Heard it's only $1.50 an hour. Yeah, just one night anyway. Might as well go across the street. A few figures staggered across the street and walked straight into the opposite Shui internet cafe. Zhang He leaned against the doorframe of his own internet cafe, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Watching the commotion at the entrance of the Heguang internet cafe and the customers approaching him, the sly grin on his lips was impossible to hide. Got him. He took a deep drag, letting the acrid smoke swirl in his lungs before exhaling triumphantly. Zhang He. You little bastard. Think you're so capable? Think you know how to run a business? I'll make sure you can't even get online. See how you'll dare to cross me now. Zhang He exhausted every polite plea, made countless phone calls, practically begging the telecom repair crew until they finally agreed to rush over at dawn for an emergency fix. By noon the next day, the fiber optic cable was finally reconnected and the network restored. A night of prime time, plus a morning of downtime, the losses were devastating. But what stung even more was the hole punched in the hard-earned reputation he'd just begun to build. The peaceful days lasted only a single day. At nearly the same hour on the third day, the same method struck again. The snapping sound echoed through the back alley once more. Inside the Heguang internet cafe, the chaotic scene of internet outages, angry curses, and refund demands played out once more. This time, the customers' reactions were far more intense than before. Down again? What the hell, can't we even play here anymore? Twice in 2 days? What kind of internet cafe is this? Might as well shut it down. Refund. I'm never coming back. No matter how much Zhang He apologized or compensated, he couldn't mend the customers' already shattered trust. Once trust is shattered, it's hard to mend. Over the next week, the story of Heguang Internet Cafe's malicious cable-cutting incident spread like wildfire among nearby students. Heguang? Forget it. That place is unreliable, you'll get disconnected mid-game. Yeah, it's such a rip-off. Last time I was halfway through a dungeon run and got disconnected, lost all my gear. Word spread like wildfire. The equation Heguang Internet Cafe equals constant disconnects became etched into the minds of every potential customer. Once packed to capacity with customers lining up to get in, Heguang's occupancy rate began a precipitous decline. From 90% occupancy to 70%, then 50% even during daytime hours, they couldn't fill half the seats. The 10 high-end computers in the VIP section became mere decorations. The crushing weight of exorbitant rent, loans for 100 computers, utilities, and employee salaries once again bore down on this family that had just glimpsed a sliver of hope. Li Sufang stared at the meager daily receipts, losing sleep night after night, crying silently into her pillow. Across the street, the budget internet cafe, still shabby and smoke-filled, began to buzz with activity as it drew in customers lost by the newly upgraded shop. Chapter 28, Should We Just Give Up? As one rose and the other fell, Zhang He's spine grew straighter by the day. Inside the opposite Huisher internet cafe, Zhang He sat with his legs crossed, casually tapping his foot as his underling exaggeratedly described the dire state of Heguang internet cafe. The smugness on his face was almost overflowing. Brother Gui, you should have seen Zhang He's face as black as a pot bottom. And those students? They were cursing and swearing they'd never set foot in there again. Zhang He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, squinting his eyes. Sweet. Sweet. Ever since childhood, what he hated most was seeing his second brother, Zhang He, with his honest, down-to-earth demeanor, always managing to live better than him. Now, watching his internet cafe worth hundreds of thousands turned upside down by a few snips of his scissors, this thrill was more satisfying than winning at the card table. But that wasn't enough. He pinched the cigarette but between his fingers, his eyes darkening with malice. Cutting the internet cables only annoyed him, causing him to lose customers, but it didn't strike at the root. That little bastard managed to secure a 2 million yuan loan, didn't he? He could afford to wait it out. He needed to strike hard. Force him to shut down for good. A vicious thought crystallized instantly in his mind. He stood up and told his henchman, "Watch the shop. I'm stepping out." A few minutes later, Zhang He appeared at a secluded public phone booth on the other side of the university town. These old-fashioned IC card-operated booths were the best cloaking device of this era. He pulled out a pre-prepared IC card, inserted it into the phone, lifted the receiver, then pinched his nose tightly with 2 fingers. "Hello? Is this the Cultural Market Inspection Brigade?" His voice instantly became high-pitched and thin, like a castrated rooster being choked. A formal male voice answered, "This is the Cultural Market Inspection Brigade. Please state your business." "I want to report something." Zhang He pinched his nose, his voice feigning both indignation and timidity. "That Higuang Internet Cafe by the south gate of the university town. I'm telling you, they've got some serious issues going on there. Every day, a huge group of students in school uniforms are playing games inside. They're clearly minors. The owner doesn't care at all. He'll do anything for money. If you don't investigate soon, he'll ruin these kids. It's outrageous." Without waiting for a response, he slammed the phone down. Swiftly pulling out his IC card, he vanished into the night like a thief. His face twisted into a grimace of satisfaction at his scheme succeeding. "Zhang He. You little bastard. I'll see how you die this time." The tip-off call, like an invisible fuse, connected directly to the office of the Cultural Market Comprehensive Law Enforcement Brigade. A law enforcement officer in his 30s hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. He picked up a pen and scribbled a few words in his notebook. Higuang Internet Cafe, harboring minors. Another tip about Higuang. He looked up at his colleague beside him and said, "This one sounds pretty detailed. Seems serious." The colleague leaned in to glance at the notes, his expression turning grave. "Minors using the internet? That's a red line. Headquarters has repeatedly ordered strict crackdowns." "Exactly." The officer closed his notebook, making a decisive call. "We can't wait. Get ready, we're going in now for a surprise inspection. Catch them off guard." Meanwhile, at Higuang Internet Cafe, they were completely unaware of the impending disaster. An unprecedented quietness. The vast internet cafe, with its 100+ brand new computers, had only a scattered dozen or so screens lit up. The once bustling VIP section in Zone C was completely deserted. Zhang He looked utterly exhausted, his sunken eyes bloodshot. He recounted to his son in detail how the internet cable had been cut again last night and the customers' furious reactions. Only a handful of regulars still came by, not a single new customer. His voice was hoarse, heavy with resignation. "Son, this can't go on. Just the rent and utilities alone, we won't last much longer. Should we just call it quits?" The thought of giving up, once it surfaced, began to grow wildly. He was truly afraid. Zhang He listened quietly. His young face showed neither fear nor panic, only an uncharacteristic calmness for his age. His gaze drifted past his dejected father and out the window. Diagonally across the street, the cheap red sign of the Bargain Internet Cafe glowed harshly in the sunlight. Who else could it be? Besides those two relatives who wished for their family's ruin, there was no one else. "Dad, don't panic." Zhang He finally spoke, his voice quiet but reassuring, calming Zhang Jiping's troubled mind. "Come over here. We need to look at something." Saying this, Zhang He slid off his chair and walked to the main computer at the front desk, which served as the server. He began manipulating the mouse with practiced ease. Zhang Jiping followed him with a puzzled look. "What are we looking at?" Zhang He didn't answer, merely clicking open a player hidden deep within a folder. Soon, the screen displayed several split screens showing real-time footage from corners of the back alley and front entrance of the internet cafe. Zhang Jiping's eyes widened instantly. This is... A buzzing sensation filled his mind, and then it hit him. Surveillance cameras. Those tiny black boxes, smaller than a fist, that his son had insisted on installing, spending nearly 1,000 yuan under the most inconspicuous eaves and behind the air conditioner units. At the time, he'd thought it was a complete waste of money. Who would notice those things in this dark, deserted alleyway? Now it all made sense. A wave of dread washed over him, followed by relief. Thank goodness I listened to my son. Quick! Rewind! Go back to when the internet cut out last night. Zhang Jiping urged frantically, his voice trembling. Zhang He precisely dragged the timeline back to 2:17 a.m. In the scene, two shadowy figures appeared in the darkness of the back alley. Both wore hats and masks, their faces obscured. One kept watch while the other skillfully maneuvered a long iron rod with a powerful clamp attached to its tip, extending it precisely toward the network access box. Snap! A faint sound, inaudible to the ear, yet the swift retraction of their tools and their immediate dash for cover spoke volumes. The entire operation took less than 10 seconds. Damn bastards! Zhang Jiping slammed his fist hard onto the counter, trembling with rage. Someone was definitely up to no good. Who were these two? I'm going to the police station to report this. Get them arrested. Zhang He shook his head, pausing the footage on the fleeing figures' backs. Dad, reporting it won't do any good. How is it useless? We have solid evidence. Zhang Jiping roared. We don't know who they are. Even if we catch them, they'll just claim it was a spur-of-the-moment thing or make up some excuse. At most, they'll get a few days detention and a fine. Zhang He's tone was eerily calm. But the person who ordered them around? We can't touch him. Chapter 29, The Enforcer has arrived. Zhang Jiping froze, the fire in his chest instantly extinguished. Right. These two were clearly hired. And that mastermind behind the scenes. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out one by one through clenched jaws. Zhang. Ji. Gu A. No one else but him. Guessing it was him was useless. Zhang and Guan turned off the video, their faces tense. Without evidence, what could they do to him? Confront him? He'd just laugh at them like fools. Zhang Jiping slumped back in his chair, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. Yeah, no evidence. You know he did it, and he knows you know he did it. But you can't do anything about it. This feeling was more frustrating than getting punched in the face. Just then, the glass door of the internet cafe burst open with a loud clatter. Several stern-faced men in blue uniforms walked in. The lead officer flashed his badge and spoke with authority. We are the Cultural Market Enforcement Squad. We've received reports that your internet cafe is illegally allowing minors to access the internet. Now, everyone, show your IDs. The words sent a buzzing sensation through Zhang Jiping's mind, leaving him blank. The Cultural Enforcement Squad, they were the Grim Reapers who could shut down a shop outright. He'd never faced anything like this before. His face drained of color instantly, his lips trembling as he instinctively lunged forward, desperate to explain. Comrades. Comrades. It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. He was so flustered he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. We definitely don't have any minors here. His words came out fast and frantic, utterly lacking conviction, sounding like the desperate rationalizations of someone caught red-handed. The lead inspector frowned, his eyes deepening with suspicion. Just as Zhang Jiping was about to break down into incoherent babbling, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Jiping froze, looking down to meet his son's eyes still as a well. That gaze was eerily calm, as if the intimidating uniformed officers before them were merely ordinary people asking for directions. Dad, don't panic. Zhang He's voice was soft, yet it instantly calmed Zhang Jiping's racing heart. He watched his 7-year-old son, his short legs shuffling steadily, approach the inspectors and lift his childish face. Hello, uncles. The lead inspector looked down at the little kid, who wasn't even as tall as his waist, and waved his hand impatiently. Go on, kids. Let the grown-ups talk. Any other child would have been scared to tears by this scene. But Zhang He didn't. Not only did he not back away, he stepped forward. Uncle, I'm in charge of this internet cafe. If you want to inspect it, just ask me. The words hung in the air, stunning not just the inspectors but also the dozen or so customers still online. Stunned gazes turned toward the boy. A 7-year-old kid claiming he's in charge? What kind of joke is this? The lead inspector snorted, anger turning to laughter. You're in charge? Little punk, do you even know what we do? Do you know the consequences of forging documents or allowing minors to use the internet? I know, Zhang He nodded, his expression unchanged. That's precisely why I can say our internet cafe is absolutely clean. He paused, his small frame standing perfectly straight, then listed his points with clear logic. First, our internet cafe strictly enforces regulations. All members must present their original ID for registration, and we retain a copy on file. Non-members using the internet temporarily must also leave their ID as collateral. Second, considering student IDs are common in the university district, we accept them too. But our front desk strictly verifies the enrollment year to ensure users are at least 18. Third, all our accounts and internet usage records are meticulously matched. Every machine, every time slot, every member ID or temporary ID number is clearly documented in our ledgers and can be verified at any time. His explanation was clear and well organized, neither overly deferential nor arrogant, covering everything an experienced owner should address. The expressions on the faces of those inspectors, who had initially carried a hint of disdain, gradually shifted. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Could these words truly come from a 7-year-old child? Mom! Zhang He turned and called out to Li Sufang, who was now flustered and at a loss. Bring our membership registry and ledgers for these gentlemen to see. Ha! Oh! Li Sufang snapped out of her daze and hurriedly fumbled through the front desk drawer, pulling out 2 thick ledgers. One was the membership register, an old-fashioned hardcover notebook where each page held a photocopy of an ID card. Beside each copy, names, ID numbers, and contact details were neatly recorded in black ink. The other was a detailed ledger recording every transaction down to the exact time, member number, and duration of service. The lead inspector took the heavy ledger. It felt substantial in his hands as he opened it with suspicion. 1 page, 2 pages. His expression shifted from stern to astonished. This is too organized. More organized than 99% of the internet cafes he'd ever inspected. He gave his colleague behind him a knowing look. The colleague understood immediately and approached a young man who appeared to be the youngest in the room. He had dyed his hair blonde, wore an earring, and was playing StarCraft. Comrade, hello. Routine check. Could you please show me your ID? The young man with the yellow hair impatiently paused his game, pulled his ID from his pocket, and slammed it on the table. The inspector picked it up and checked 20 years old, within the legal age limit. He then randomly checked 5 or 6 more young people who looked like students. The youngest among them was already 19. Finally, the lead inspector snapped shut the registration book in his hand. He looked up, his gaze settling once more on Zhang He with a hint of admiration. Well done, young boss, he couldn't help but praise. I've been in this line of work for nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen an internet cafe managed so efficiently. Your accounts are clearer than our own unit's accountant. He patted Zhang He on the shoulder, his tone softening. Looks like this tip-off was malicious slander. You're doing great, keep it up. The crisis was resolved just like that. Zhang Jiping exhaled a long breath, feeling his back drenched in sweat. He looked at his son, his eyes filled with astonishment. Thank you, uncle, for your keen insight, said Zhang He, still with that mature demeanor. He smiled slightly. We will always operate legally. We welcome you all to inspect and guide our work anytime. He politely escorted the inspectors to the entrance of the internet cafe. Chapter 30, Fancy some real thrills? The enforcement vehicle drove away, its flashing lights wailing. Across the street, in the darkest corner by the entrance of the Sherhui internet cafe, a pair of eyes glowed blood red with intense resentment. Zhang Jigui clenched his fists tightly. What just happened? Why did they just leave like that? Shouldn't they have sealed the place, slapped on tickets, fined us, and arrested people? I spent $50 on an IC card, held my nose, and played the fool for ages, and they just left without so much as a fart? He even saw the head of the inspection team actually smile and pat that little bastard on the shoulder. They weren't here to investigate, they were here to socialize. Just as he was seething with rage and couldn't resist craning his neck for a better look, Zhang He, who had just seen off the inspectors, seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head and looked straight in his direction. That gaze was cold and piercing. Damn it! Zhang Jigui's hair stood on end. He instantly retreated deeper into the shadows, his back thudding against the wall. He clutched his wildly pounding chest, gasping for breath as the color drained from his face. Close call. He'd almost been discovered. Zhang Jigui shuddered, a chill running down his spine. He couldn't explain why, but in that instant, he felt as if every sordid thought in his mind had been laid bare. How the hell could that little brat's gaze be so terrifying? After the fear came a deeper, more venomous resentment. Why? Why the hell did he, Zhang Ji, have to spawn such a monstrous son? Why the hell did their family get to run such a successful internet cafe? Why the hell did he have to crawl around like a dog in the gutter, scheming against them? God damn it, life was so unfair. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jigui slipped silently back through the creaking, dilapidated door of the Huisher internet cafe, vanishing into the deeper darkness. Across the street, however, driving away the annoying fly didn't mean the household was clean. Zhang He withdrew his gaze, the unnatural coldness vanishing from his small face, restoring his childlike appearance. He knew full well that people like Zhang Jigui were like stones in a latrine, stubborn and stinking. One failed report wouldn't stop him, there would be a second, a third. Cutting the fiber optic cable, making threatening calls, these were merely appetizers. The real trouble was yet to come. Defense alone wouldn't hold. To achieve a permanent solution, he must strike, proactively crushing the Huixing internet cafe across the street until they could never rise again. He turned away, ignoring his father, still trembling with fear, and his mother, still shaken. He strode straight into Zone C. There, at the very heart of the internet cafe, stood 10 top-of-the-line computers. Each was equipped with the latest Intel Pentium 3 processors and TNT2 graphics cards, reserved exclusively for those gaming masters who didn't mind spending a little extra. He pulled an unlabeled CD-R from his small backpack. This was a treasure he had specially procured through his uncle Li Jingcheng from a computer whiz in the provincial capital some time ago, a game mod called Half-Life, version Beta 52. Its other name would echo through every internet cafe worldwide for the next decade. Counter-Strike. He skillfully inserted the disk into the optical drive of a desktop computer. A deep blue installation interface appeared. Lines of English code flashed by as a whole new world quietly descended upon this 1999-era machine. Hey, what are you installing on the computer? Zhang Jiping finally snapped out of his daze. Watching his son's small figure fiddling with the most expensive computer, he couldn't help but approach out of curiosity. What he'd just witnessed had hit him hard. He felt like he'd lived half a lifetime yet still didn't know as much or stay as calm as his 7-year-old son. Something that'll make our internet cafe business thrive again, Zhang He replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed on the progress bar. A game? Zhang Jiping leaned in to look. The screen was filled with gibberish, not a single word made sense to him. He couldn't help but doubt. What could a game possibly do? The hottest games in the internet cafe right now were either StarCraft or Red Alert. Installing another one would just drive the place across the street out of business? But the place across the street charged less, and those students were sharp as tacks. But the words died on his lips. Recalling his son's mastery of the stock market and his composure facing the inspection team earlier, Zhang Jiping realized his own outdated notions might truly pale in comparison to his son's world. Forget it. This internet cafe was his son's brainchild anyway. He'd let him run with it. He chose to trust his son. A few minutes later, all 10 computers in Zone C were installed. Zhang He walked into the main hall, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Quickly, he locked onto 4 targets. One was a young man named Old Gun, commanding a Zerg swarm to overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers. A lanky guy playing Quake with fluid movements and godlike aim, ID, mouse. A burly man nicknamed Madman who played Red Alert, favoring tank-heavy builds to crush everything with an iron flood, his style wildly aggressive. And finally, a bespectacled, refined-looking young man playing StarCraft Protoss. Though his movements were deliberate, his tactics were deceptively cunning, always executing masterful team plays. His ID was simply glasses. These four were the most skilled players since the opening of the Higuang Internet Cafe and held the greatest influence within the gaming community of the university town. Zhang He had been observing them for quite some time. He cleared his throat, walked behind the four, and patted each on the shoulder. "Guys, wanna try something truly thrilling?" The four were in the thick of battle when interrupted. They were about to snap back, but upon turning to see the young owner Zhang He, their anger instantly dissipated. They had long been impressed by this remarkable 7-year-old proprietor. "Young boss, what's up?" Old Gun paused his game and asked curiously. "I've got a new game, an internal beta version no one's played yet." Zhang He gave a mysterious smile. "Machines in Zone C are on me. Dare you give it a try?" He had previously hinted to them, intentionally or not, that he had a surprise in store. The moment they heard internal beta, the eyes of these four gaming enthusiasts lit up instantly. These days, what's the coolest thing about gaming? It's not how high your level is or how awesome your gear is, it's getting to play stuff no one else can. That's the ultimate bragging rights. Holy crap. Seriously? Mouse was the first to jump up. "Let's go. We gotta try this. The boss is a stand-up guy. Count me in." Madman yanked off his headset too. The five of them marched off towards Zone C. As the game loaded and the classic desert map dust appeared on screen, all four of them gasped in unison. "Holy! The graphics! The gun models! This is way too realistic. You can buy guns? You can buy grenades? Is this cops versus robbers?" Chapter 31, Brother He's Awesome. Zhang He briefly explained the rules, and the five quickly formed a police squad. "Let's go! Guys, push to point A." Crazy, as reckless as ever, bought AM-249 heavy machine gun and charged out yelling. "Mouse, you snipe. Glasses, follow me through the back alleys." Old Gun immediately began issuing commands. In an instant, Zone C became the liveliest corner in the entire internet cafe. "Someone at point A entrance. I spotted him. Got him. Damn it. He blew me to bits with a grenade. Help. B tunnel. Someone in B tunnel. I got one shot." The furious roar of machine guns, the deafening explosions of grenades, and the crisp bursts of various firearms, intertwined with the loud exchanges of four players, some exhilarated, others frustrated, instantly ignited the atmosphere. Unlike the boisterous foursome, Zhang remained as steady as an old dog. He didn't rush into battle but instead bought an AWP sniper rifle. Calmly positioned at the rear of the squad, he tracked enemy movements based on his teammates' reports. His gaze was intense, as if he had returned to the high-stakes battlefield of finance. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides trading victories. In a crucial late-game scenario, Zhang He's four teammates fell one after another, leaving him alone against a full squad of four enemies. "This is it. We're done for." Motzi dejectedly pulled off his headset. "Bro, don't send us off, just hold on to your guns. We'll win it back next round." Glasses chimed in too. Zhang He said nothing, only a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He maneuvered his character, cradling the green sniper rifle, and calmly positioned himself at a vantage point with excellent visibility. Suddenly, an enemy flashed around the corner. In the split second the enemy appeared, not even enough time to raise the scope. Zhang He's right wrist flickered like lightning. The mouse traced an arc across the desk, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The crosshairs seemed to teleport, locking onto the enemy's head in that instant. Bang! A deep, thunderous gunshot reverberated, making everyone's eardrums buzz. In the top right corner of the screen, a line of white text popped up. Zhang He AW Kiladanan with a headshot. Headshot. One shot headshot. The entire C-zone instantly fell deathly silent. Mouse, Old Gun, Madman, Glasses, four people, four mouths simultaneously formed perfect O's. Their eyes bulged wide as they stared fixedly at Zhang He's screen, as if they'd seen a ghost. Holy. Old Gun was the first to snap out of it, his voice trembling. Bro, was that just now a swing shot? Are you even human? That reaction speed. Madman slammed his palm on the table in excitement, making the keyboard bounce. Halsey practically lunged behind Zhang He, staring in disbelief at the small hands moving with such calm precision across the keyboard and mouse. Is this really the same 7-year-old? He's a monster in human skin. Finally, under the four players' frenzied gaze, Zhang He calmly picked off the remaining three enemies one by one with his ghostly positioning and godlike marksmanship. Police win. When the victory notification sounded, Zone C erupted. Awesome. Brother He. You're my real brother. This game is awesome. That gunplay was sick. I've decided. I'm done with StarCraft. This is what I'm playing from now on. Brother He, take me under your wing. The four of them swarmed around Zhang He, showering him with every possible compliment they could think of. They gushed about both the game and Zhang He himself, talking up a storm with spit flying everywhere. Zhang He felt a bit embarrassed by all the praise. He scratched his head and gave a shy smile. It was okay. Just got lucky. He paused, looking at the 4 gaming fanatics who were now completely hooked, and extended his olive branch. Guys, do you think this game could go viral? Popular? Mouse slapped his thigh. It won't just be popular, it'll explode. This game is 100 times more fun than anything out there right now. Zhang He smiled. For this game to take off in our university town, we'll need you guys to spread the word in your circles. Old Gun heard this and pounded his chest emphatically. Don't worry, brother He. We've got this covered. You bet. Starting tomorrow, the entire university town will know that our Higuang Internet Cafe has the only awesome game in all of Shanghai. The 4 swore solemnly, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of discovering a new world. They could already sense that a storm of esports was about to be unleashed upon this city, and they were the ones who would ignite it. Old Gun and his crew wasted no time. These guys were well-known figures in the gaming scene around campus. The next afternoon, before lunchtime even rolled around, the glass doors of Higuang Internet Cafe burst open. Lao Pao, Mouse, Madman, and Glasses stormed in, trailed by a dozen friends. Hey, boss. Brother He. We're here to show our support. Old Gun bellowed the loudest, his voice echoing the moment they stepped inside. The group trailing behind him wore expressions of disdain. A youth with streaks of yellow hair slapped Mouse on the shoulder and sneered, Mouse, no offense, but what game could possibly be more thrilling than Quake? Don't let this little boss fool you guys. Cut the crap. Try it and see. Mouse grabbed him by the neck and dragged him straight to Zone C. Today, I'll show you what a real first-person shooter is all about. Zhang He was helping his mother, Li Sufeng, register members at the front desk. Seeing the commotion, his eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. Brother Cannon, Brother Mouse, you're here. He smiled as he approached them. The machines in Zone C are reserved for you guys. Just head straight over. You're the man. Over a dozen people packed Zone C to capacity. Those who couldn't grab a machine formed layers upon layers of spectators behind the players. When the familiar desert map Dust 2 appeared across 10 brand new CRT monitors, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd behind them. Holy! What game is this? The graphics are way more detailed than StarCraft. Buy guns? Customize your own loadout? This is awesome. Cops? Robbers? Holy crap, this is way more realistic than Red Alert soldiers fighting. The blonde-haired youth was the first to grab a machine. Skeptically, he bought an AK-47 and clumsily charged out of the terrorist spawn point. The next second, at the sniper spot opposite a door, a bullet pierced clean through his helmet. The screen instantly turned gray. He froze. Who am I? Where am I? How did I die? Before he could process it, Mouse's excited roar blasted through his headset. Nice shot. Brother He, your sniping is god tier. 1 kill right off the bat. Chapter 32, this is just the appetizer. The blonde youth finally turned his head to look at Zhang He's screen beside him. There, the 7-year-old boy calmly controlled his character, wielding an AWP. He darted in and out from behind a crate, sometimes moving swiftly, sometimes holding his ground like the most seasoned hunter, waiting for his next prey. This sight ignited everyone's passion completely. A sight. 3 coming out of a sight. I'm reloading, someone finish them off. Damn it. Someone flanked me mid-lane. I'm dead. B-hole. B-hole cleared. Plant the bomb. Planted now. The entire Higuang Internet Cafe was drowned in the excited shouts of this group and the clatter of keyboards and mice. Players who had been engrossed in StarCraft and Legend were drawn over by the commotion, craning their necks to peer toward Zone C. What are they playing over there? Why are they going crazy like that? No idea. Seems like some new game. Never heard of it. Just half an hour later. The young man with the yellow hair, who had been full of disdain at the start, now had a flushed face. He slammed his fist on the table in excitement and shouted at a friend behind him who was equally stunned. See that? See that? Just now, I took on 3 of them alone. I'm that badass. His friend's eyes were glued to the screen, muttering, too intense. This is 100 times more thrilling than playing solo in Quake. Teamwork, every shot counts. This map. This gunplay. Another guy yanked off his headset, face burning with fervor. What's this game called? Counter-Strike? Holy, I'm playing nothing else from now on. Like a pebble sending ripples across a pond, news of a god-tier game appearing at Higuang Internet Cafe spread like wildfire across the entire university town overnight. From late-night dorm room chats to campus BBS forums and private conversations among gamers, Higuang Net Cafe and Counter-Strike became the hottest topics. Heard about it? That new Higuang Net Cafe in South City has this game called CS. They say it blows all current shooters out of the water. Seriously? That good? My buddy went yesterday and told me it's the most fun game he's ever played in his life. Now he's recruiting people to form a team. So, countless people rushed to Higuang Internet Cafe with mixed feelings, just to catch a glimpse of that legendary game. The result? Higuang Net Cafe was absolutely packed. Manager. Any spots left in Zone C? I'll pay extra. Boss. Put me on the waiting list. I don't care how long it takes, I'm not leaving today. What? 20 people ahead of me? Damn it. Screw it, I'll wait. The front desk of the internet cafe was packed to the gills. Zhang He frantically jotted down reservations in his notebook, his hand trembling as he wrote. Li Sufang collected payments and issued cards beside him, so busy she didn't even have time to take a sip of water, her voice hoarse from shouting. Yet the couple's faces beamed with brighter smiles than ever before. Business was more than 10 times better than when they first opened. Those who hadn't secured seats refused to leave. They crowded in layers behind Zone C, craning their necks to watch intently and learn. They watched the pros position themselves, control their aim, and throw flashbangs. When their turn came, they could show off their skills and get their thrills. Zhang He understood this feeling completely. He had his father bring in many small plastic stools. As long as the players agreed, spectators were allowed to watch from behind. He even had the staff serve tea and water to these observers. This thoughtful gesture earned him thunderous applause. Guang Internet Cafe became wildly popular in the university town. Day or night, it was always bustling with people, every seat occupied. Across the street, the Huishur Internet Cafe was deserted. Zhang Jigui stood at the entrance, watching the bustling scene across the way, his face as dark as a pot bottom. With so many people around, Zhang Jiping and his wife, along with Zhang He, became even busier. Every day they were exhausted, their backs and legs aching, yet their hearts felt as sweet as honey. Late that night, after seeing off the last group of students who lingered reluctantly, Zhang Jiping collapsed into a chair, exhausted, and massaged his aching back. Zhang He brought over a cup of hot tea and handed it to his father. "Dad, you've worked so hard." "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Jiping took the cup, looking at his son with eyes brimming with pride. We're so busy now. Your mom's barely keeping up at the front desk all by herself." Zhang He nodded. He had already anticipated this. "Dad, I've scouted 2 people these past few days. They both live nearby, are trustworthy and hardworking. Let's have them come in for a trial tomorrow." Zhang Jiping paused, taken aback. Looking at his son's calm and composed face, he felt as if he were seeing a mature adult strategizing behind the scenes. He couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling slightly. "Son, to be honest, when you were tinkering with that game before, I was genuinely worried. I kept thinking, could a game really be more effective than lowering the price by $1? I never imagined you'd actually pull it off." Even now, recalling it felt like a dream. Cutting internet cables, malicious reporting, price-cutting tactics. In the face of his son's new game, those underhanded tactics seemed utterly laughable. Zhang He felt a warm glow in his heart as he saw the unmistakable pride in his father's eyes. Gaining his family's approval brought him more joy than any amount of money. He smiled, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "Dad, this is just the appetizer." Before long, Guang Internet Cafe would become the hottest, most famous, and most profitable internet cafe in the entire Magic City. Zhang Jiping's heart surged with emotion. His son's words made him feel like his entire life up to this point had been wasted. A single game could revive the internet cafe from the brink of death and even make it this wildly popular. Then what would the main course be like? He dared not imagine it, nor could he fathom it. And Zhang He never made empty promises. As Counter-Strike's popularity reached its peak throughout the entire university town, with nearly every gamer taking pride in playing a few rounds at Zone C of Guang Internet Cafe, Zhang He knew the time had come. He intended to pour a bucket of boiling oil onto this raging fire. That afternoon, Guang Internet Cafe was packed as usual. The aisles were packed with spectators who'd brought their own small stools, eyes glued to the screens as they studied the tactics. Suddenly, a faint crackling static crackled through the internet cafe's PA system, drowning out the clamor of voices. Everyone instinctively looked up. There stood 7-year-old owner Zhang He, perched on a small stool atop the front counter cabinet. A small megaphone in hand, his expression was serious. Behind him, Zhang Jiping looked equally bewildered, unsure what his son was up to this time. Chapter 33, an unprecedented bonus. "Hello? Hello? Ahem." Zhang He tested the microphone and cleared his throat. "Thank you, fellow students and friends, for your recent support of our Guang Internet Cafe." The internet cafe instantly fell silent as everyone turned their curious gaze toward the small figure. Even the veterans in Zone C, engrossed in their intense battle, took off their headsets. To celebrate Counter-Strike's arrival at Guang and to thank everyone for their enthusiasm. Zhang He paused, his small chest puffing out proudly. He declared, word by word, in 3 days. This internet cafe will host the inaugural Guang Cup CS LAN Challenge. After a moment of silence. "Whoa! Awesome! A tournament! Holy crap! Boss, you rock!" The entire internet cafe erupted in excitement. Countless people leaped to their feet in excitement, chairs tumbling haphazardly in their wake. The tournament! For this group of hot-blooded young people, what could be more thrilling than those 2 words? Zhang He raised his small hand and pressed it downward, signaling for everyone to quiet down. This tournament only accepts 5-player team registrations. The moment he spoke, the crowd erupted into commotion. Many began exchanging knowing glances, swiftly communicating with friends nearby as they sought their dream team. Now, the part everyone was most eager to hear: the prize money. Zhang He deliberately drew out his words, his lips curling into a smile as he met the gleaming eyes below. For this competition, third place will receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Boom! The crowd erupted. Holy! 10,000? Are you kidding me? Third place gets 10,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? My dad doesn't even make that much in a year. In 1999, the sheer impact of 10,000 yuan in cash was enough to make any college student's heart skip a beat. But that wasn't all. Zhang He's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. Second place. Cash prize, 50,000 yuan. This time, the internet cafe didn't erupt in chaos, it fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, as if frozen in place. They doubted their own ears. 50,000? What kind of joke is this? Even Li Sufang, standing nearby, grabbed her husband Zhang Jiping's arm in shock. Old Zhang, did our son say that wrong? Where would he get that much money? Zhang Jiping's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He knew his son could earn money, but wasn't it meant to pay off debts? Was one competition really worth such a huge reward? Yet on stage, Zhang He seemed to think this bombshell wasn't explosive enough. And our champion will receive an unprecedented cash prize. 100,000 yuan. And the winning team will also receive a one-of-a-kind, mysterious grand prize personally provided by me. The moment those words were spoken, the entire Higuang internet cafe erupted. Ah! I'm gonna be rich. Crazy. Totally crazy. 100 grand. Damn it, I'm all in. That punk with the yellow hair who'd previously looked down on CS now had bloodshot eyes. He threw his arms around his friend's neck, screaming like a madman, "Team up. Now. Immediately. Right this second. Don't stop me. I'm taking this championship." Old Gun and Mouse literally leaped up from their seats in Section C. The group embraced each other in excitement, screaming and jumping around. 100,000 yuan. That kind of money would let them walk all over the university town. It would buy them the best computers, get them the hottest girls, and give them a life like gods. In that moment, StarCraft, Legend, Quake all were cast into oblivion. All eyes were fixed on that glittering 100,000 yuan in the game called Counter-Strike. I declare. Registration is now open. The moment Zhang He finished speaking, the crowd surged toward the front desk like a mad rush. I'm signing up. I'm first. Don't push. Stop pushing me. Let me go first. Pow. Mouse. Hurry up. Our bloodthirsty squad needs to sign up first for good luck. The Zhangs, who had been flustered moments ago, were instantly swallowed by the surging tide of people. The registration line stretched like a long snake from inside the internet cafe all the way out onto the street, drawing countless passersby who stopped to watch, thinking something major had happened. On this day, the popularity of Higuang Internet Cafe reached an unprecedented peak. As night deepened, the bustling Higuang Internet Cafe finally quieted down with the curfew of the university dormitories. Back home, Zhang Jiping closed the door and exhaled deeply, feeling as though he just fought a battle, every bone in his body aching as if it might fall apart. Li Sufang was so exhausted she collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to lift a finger. Yet her eyes remained fixed on her son. He, tell mom the truth. Where did you get all this money for the prizes? The championship alone is 100,000 yuan, and it's already close to 200,000 yuan. Did you take out all our family's savings? What if? She dared not think it through. That was their entire family fortune. Zhang He poured each of his parents a glass of water, his face showing no sign of panic. Dad, Mom, don't worry about the money. I've had it all prepared for a while. He looked at them calmly. I called you here today to talk about the day of the tournament. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he continued, this tournament won't just draw our regulars from the internet cafe. It could attract top players from the entire university district, even other areas. With so many people, things could get chaotic. Dad, over the next few days, get in touch with a few reliable neighbors. On the day of the competition, they'll be responsible for maintaining order from the entrance to the venue. Absolutely no chaos can be allowed, especially preventing anyone from deliberately causing trouble. Zhang Jiping stiffened at the words, sitting bolt upright. The weariness vanished from his face, replaced by intense seriousness. Also, Zhang He turned to his mother. Mom, you and the two new ladies need to stock up on all the drinks, instant noodles, and sausages in the internet cafe, triple the usual amount. During the tournament days, just selling water alone can bring in a huge profit. We also need to optimize the registration and payment process to ensure there are no mistakes. And power supply. Dad, you need to contact the power station tomorrow to ensure our circuit remains stable during the competition. If necessary, we'll rent a generator as backup. Absolutely no power outages allowed. Listening to their son's meticulous plan, the initial worry and panic in Zhang Jiping and his wife gradually gave way to sheer astonishment. How could they have forgotten? Their son was no longer the ordinary child who needed their constant worry. Hadn't he already created enough miracles? Chapter 34, Alert. Zhang He slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. Son, go for it. If the sky falls, your dad will hold it up for you. On the day of the tournament, even if your mom and I go without food, drink, or sleep, we'll make sure the venue runs like clockwork. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I'll be the first to take them on. 3 days later, on the opening day of the Yiguang Cup, the road from the university town to Yiguang Internet Cafe was already packed with people before dawn. The scene was even more chaotic than the first day of university registration. Several neighbors hired by Zhang He, wearing matching red armbands, set up a security cordon at the entrance. They shouted to maintain order, drenched in sweat. Li Sufang and 2 newly hired ants bustled nonstop between the front desk and the counter. Buckets of instant noodles piled up like mountains. Crates of iced black tea and Coca-Cola were hauled out one after another, only to be snatched up by cash-wielding customers before they could even reach the refrigerators. Zhang He watched the scene, which was so chaotic it bordered on uncontrollable, feeling both exhilarated and terrified. If it weren't for his son's advanced preparations, the sheer volume of people alone could have overwhelmed their internet cafe. His gaze shifted to his son. Zhang He stood by the window on the second floor of the internet cafe, holding a cup of hot milk, calmly surveying the roaring crowd below. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, all participating teams had completed their sign-in. Before the 10 top-of-the-line machines in Zone C sat the long-established gaming masters of the university town, the veteran bloodthirsty squad prominently among them. Each face radiated the arrogant confidence of those determined to win. Zhang He raised his red megaphone. I hereby declare the inaugural Yiguang Cup CS Challenge officially begins. The moment the words left his mouth. Crackle. A crackling electrical sound flashed through the air, and the screens of 10 competition computers in Zone C went black instantly. Crack. Old Gun slammed his fist on the table, staring intently at his own blackened screen. A blaring notification popped up, network connection disconnected. It wasn't just him, computers in Zones A and B also lost connection the instant the competition began. Damn it! What the hell? Again? No way. Crashing at the worst possible moment? What the hell is going on? How are we supposed to play like this? The players in Zone C exploded in anger, snatching off their headsets and leaping to their feet. The surrounding spectators snapped out of their earlier excitement, erupting into a roar of chaos. Another network outage. The previous disconnections had already annoyed many people, but this one happened during the highly anticipated match. Instantly, voices of doubt and complaints erupted. Many faces wore expressions of utter disappointment. Is Yiguang Internet Cafe even reliable? Their tech is terrible. Exactly. They hype up the prize money so much, yet they can't even guarantee a stable internet connection. Are they just messing with us? Li Sufang's face drained instantly as she looked at her husband helplessly. Zhang He felt a sinking sensation in his chest, his fists clenching tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. But Zhang He showed no sign of panic. He had anticipated this. A petty, vindictive person like Zhang He would never stand by and watch him host a successful tournament. Cutting the network cable was a despicable tactic. Once he used it, he'd use it again. He wouldn't dare to fight fair. Underhanded sabotage was his only skill. Attention, everyone. Please quiet down. Zhang He raised the megaphone again. I deeply apologize for this unexpected incident. To compensate for your losses, all customers present today will have their internet fees waived. All participating teams will receive double their entry fees back. The clamor of complaints immediately subsided. But, Zhang He shifted his tone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was no accident, it was deliberate sabotage. It was a crime. He turned to face his father, his voice firm. Dad, call the police. Immediately. Tell them our internet cafe suffered malicious sabotage during a major commercial event, causing significant financial losses and severe social repercussions. Malicious sabotage of business operations. Zhang He trembled at the accusation. He instantly grasped his son's intent. This wasn't mere internet cafe vandalism, but a criminal offense. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded firmly, turned, and rushed to the front desk. Grabbing the old rotary phone, he dialed the emergency number with force. Simultaneously, Zhang He signaled to a young man who had been standing by in the corner. The man nodded immediately, grabbed a toolbox, and skillfully led 2 companions around to the back alley of the internet cafe. Everything unfolded exactly as he had planned. Within 10 minutes, the shrill wail of sirens grew louder as 2 officers in Type 99 uniforms strode into the internet cafe. Leading them was a seasoned officer in his 30s, square-jawed and stern. He scanned the chaotic crowd. Who called the police? What's going on? Just as Zhang He was about to step forward, Zhang He had already jumped down from the counter. He walked up, tilted his head back, and said calmly, Officer, my dad called the police. Someone maliciously cut our computer network. The officer paused, clearly surprised that a 7-year-old was speaking. He crouched down, lowering his gaze to meet Zhang Heping's. Young man, do you know who did this? I don't know who. Zhang He shook his head, then changed tack. But the camera I installed in the back alley should have caught it. A camera? In 1999, that was a rare thing. Not just an internet cafe, many workplaces didn't have such equipment. The two officers exchanged glances, surprise evident in each other's eyes. Take us to see it. Zhang He nodded and led them to an empty computer at the front desk. He stepped onto a small stool, his small hands deftly tapping the keyboard to pull up a video file. The footage showed the inconspicuous corner of the alley behind the internet cafe. The timestamp showed just moments ago, 1 minute after the game had started. A man wearing a baseball cap and a blue disposable mask appeared furtively, accompanied by an accomplice who looked around nervously, acting as a lookout. The man in the cap moved with practiced ease, using a pair of pliers to pry open the network distribution box on the wall. He then made a sharp snip at the cables inside. Though his face was concealed, his distinctive gait and noticeable limp in his right leg and his faded denim jacket made him unmistakably recognizable. Time, place, person, action all crystal clear. Damn it! The younger officer muttered under his breath, pulling out a pen and notebook to jot down the details rapidly. The veteran officer's expression darkened as he instructed Zhang He, "Make us a copy of this footage. It's ironclad evidence. We'll start screening immediately. That limp and distinctive appearance are unmistakable. Anyone operating in this area won't get away with it." Chapter 35, Ruin his reputation. "Thank you, officers," Zhang He nodded obediently. Just as the officers were about to wrap up, the younger cop's gaze was drawn to a massive promotional poster on the wall. 100,000 yuan for the champion? The inaugural He Guang Cup CS Challenge, he asked curiously. "Are you guys running a tournament?" "Yes, officer." The young officer's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh. "Holy crap! So this is where it's at. My buddies have been raving about it nonstop, some god-tier game called CS that's even better than Quake. This is it." His face was lit up with excitement, all traces of his earlier seriousness gone. Zhang He smiled gently. "If you like it, uncle, you're always welcome to play. I'll save you a VIP spot." "Really? That's fantastic." The young officer rubbed his hands together excitedly, itching to sit down and play around right then. "One." The veteran cop cleared his throat beside him, his expression turning stern as he reminded him, "We're on duty here." "Oh, right. Yes, Captain." The young officer immediately composed himself. But before leaving, he couldn't resist turning back to Zhang He. "Kid, I'll definitely come when I'm off duty. Make sure you keep these tournaments going, okay?" The moment the officer left, the previously tense atmosphere instantly ignited. "This boss is awesome. Call the cops. Get the footage. Damn, that's some clear thinking. That's the way to do it. Take down those bastards pulling strings behind the scenes." The murmurs in the crowd shifted from doubt and complaint to unanimous admiration. The way they looked at that 7-year-old child had completely changed. They weren't looking at some small-time internet cafe owner. They were looking at a leader who could vent their anger and give them a stage for justice. "Everyone." Zhang He raised the megaphone again, his voice cutting through the noise. "The repair crew is already working on it. The network will be back up in 10 minutes max." Behind him, the two young men who had been standing by opened the wall-mounted distribution box. They connected cables and ran tests with lightning speed and unnerving professionalism. This flawless arrangement put everyone's mind at ease. Damn, this boss isn't just gutsy, he's got brains too. 10 minutes later, when the blacked-out screens in Zone C lit up simultaneously and the familiar Windows 98 startup chime blared, the entire internet cafe erupted in cheers even louder than when the match had begun. Old Gun took off his headphones and gave Zhang He a thumbs up from across the room. This kid had him beat. The rest of the match unfolded without a hitch. Intense gunfire, precise bursts, and seamless teamwork showcased the full brilliance of esports. Adrenaline surged through every corner of the internet cafe, the roar of cheers nearly lifting the roof. By evening, when the day's matches concluded, Zhang He didn't rush straight to the bargain net cafe to flaunt his victory with the evidence. Nor did he hand the tape directly to his uncle, Li Jingcheng. That would have been too slow and too easy for Zhang Jigui. Police investigations followed procedures, interrogations, detention, fines at most. That wouldn't break the little man's back. What he wanted was to destroy his reputation, to make him unable to hold his head up in this neighborhood ever again. Public opinion was the sharpest, swiftest blade of this era. Back home, Zhang Jiping and his wife were still excitedly tallying today's takings and accounts, grinning from ear to ear. Li Sufan looked at her son, her eyes brimming with pride and affection, all traces of worry vanished. Zhang He, however, shut himself in his room. Using his simple video capture card, he transferred the contents of the tape from the back alley onto his computer. He didn't keep the panicked, unmasked face of the limping man. Instead, he applied a thick layer of mosaic over it with software, leaving only his signature hobble and the gleaming wire cutters in his hand. After completing these steps, he opened a new Word document. Instead of directly declaring Zhang Jigui the murderer, he adopted the tone of a third-party investigator, meticulously piecing together all the clues. First, the timing of each internet cable cut coincided precisely with peak business hours or the imminent peak at Guangwang Internet Cafe. Second, the public phone booth used for the anonymous tip about Higuang Internet Cafe harboring minors was located just 50 meters from the corner of Shihui Internet Cafe. Third, the details described in the anonymous tip about the interior of Higuang Internet Cafe, such as the students' school uniforms and seating arrangements, were so precise that only someone who had entered the shop and observed it closely could have known them. Finally, he attached the Internet Cafe's maintenance records, expense receipts, and an estimate of direct economic losses caused by the Internet outage. Together, these materials formed a complete chain of evidence. While no names were directly implicated, every word pointed firmly to the owner of Shihui Internet Cafe, Zhang He. He burned all the documents onto a CD, printed a hard copy, and slipped them into a manila envelope. In the address field, he wrote carefully, Social News Department, Magic City Morning Post. Attention, ace reporter Old Gun. Old Gun was a notoriously tough reporter in the city, known for digging into explosive social scandals affecting ordinary people and never backing down from pressure. After finishing, he put on his hat and slipped the envelope into a mailbox several blocks from his home under cover of night. 3 days later, every newsstand in the city was dominated by a shocking headline. The Morning Post's Society section used the largest font size available, bold and black, across nearly the entire page. Cutthroat competition by unscrupulous rivals, cutting internet lines, fabricating reports, and attempt to strangle local esports events in their cradle. 3 photographs accompanied the article. One captured the bustling scene of teams lining up for the Higuang Cup tournament. Another was a close-up of Zhang He standing atop a cabinet, holding a small megaphone to announce the tournament's start. The child in the photo had a determined gaze, brimming with hope. The most jarring image, however, was the edited surveillance screenshot. A pixelated man, limping, was shown surreptitiously prying open a distribution box. His posture and the pliers raised high in his hand radiated the malicious satisfaction of a villain reveling in his petty triumph. The report's content was scathing. The veteran reporter's writing lived up to his reputation. He first lavishly described the grandeur of the Higuang Cup tournament, portraying it as the dream stage for young people in the university district of the Magic City and the dawn of local esports. Then, with a sharp turn, he denounced the shadowy mastermind lurking in the dark corners, detailing their despicable acts of repeatedly cutting network cables and making anonymous false accusations. Though the report didn't explicitly name Huixing Internet Cafe, it used highly suggestive descriptions: another low-cost, outdated internet cafe in the university district, whose owner had accumulated massive gambling debts. Every word and sentence steered readers toward pointing the finger at Zhang He. Chapter 36 serves him right to rot in jail. The reporter also interviewed several college students who were present at the time. Disgusting. That's not something a human being would do. His own business is failing, so he goes and sabotages others? We support Higuang. Support the Higuang Cup. More tournaments like this should be held. Boycott that shady internet cafe. Anyone who goes there is a fool. Public outrage erupted instantly. This report went viral among Shanghai's youth, especially among university students who already held Higuang Internet Cafe in high regard and were passionate about CS tournaments. Now, their shared sense of outrage was fully ignited. Anger spread like wildfire across BBS forums and QQ groups. Shihui Internet Cafe? Put. Not even a dog would go there. That guy with the limp, I think I recognize him. Isn't he the friend of the owner of the Huaishou Internet Cafe? That's him. Damn it, so he was the one behind this. The public eye is sharp. Once a clue is revealed, the truth can no longer be hidden. Inside the affordable internet cafe, Zhang He held a copy of the Morning Post, his hands shaking violently. When he saw that screenshot, his soul nearly flew out of his body. How could this be? How could there be a camera there? He had scouted the location beforehand. Just then, the door swung open and a student peered inside. He glanced at Zhang He, his eyes instantly filling with disgust. Without a word, he spat on the floor with a loud paw and turned to leave. Zhang He, who had been clinging to a sliver of hope, staggered and collapsed onto a rickety chair. He knew it was over. Completely finished. For the next few days, the Shihui Internet Cafe was deserted, not a single computer used all day. Occasionally, someone unaware would try to enter, only to be immediately pointed at and gossiped about by passing students. Look, that's the shady Internet Cafe. The owner is a backstabbing scoundrel. Those looks of contempt pierced Zhang He's heart like sharp needles. His Internet Cafe was dead. Zhang He had nailed it to the pillar of shame with a single newspaper. The very next day after the morning Metropolis Herald ignited public outrage, inside the Metropolis Criminal Police Division, Li Jingcheng slammed that copy of the Herald onto the interrogation room table, his gaze as cold as ice. Sitting across from him was the very man from the photo, a limping veteran of the underworld known as Lame 3. Have you seen the paper? Li Jingcheng asked, getting straight to the point. Lame 3 raised his eyelids, chuckled dryly twice, and flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Officer, the guy in the paper is blurred out. Doesn't look like me at all. He tried to play dumb. Li Jingcheng smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He tapped the table, and the young officer beside him immediately understood, pressing play on the video recorder. The interrogation room's TV screen clearly displayed the surveillance footage from the back alley. The footage captured Lame 3's furtive movements, his signature limping gait, and the gleaming steel wire cutters in his hand. Every detail was crystal clear. The frame froze on the moment he pried open the junction box, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Do you need me to remove the mosaic for you?" Li Jingqing's voice was soft, yet it felt like a heavy blow to Lame San's chest. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Having spent half his life on the streets, he knew better than anyone to read the situation. With the evidence staring him in the face, resisting further would only invite trouble. "Officer! Officer! I'll tell you everything." He leaned forward urgently. "This really isn't my fault. Someone paid me to do it." "Who?" "The owner of Huaishou Internet Cafe. Zhang He. Lame San spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. He gave me $500 to cut the internet cables. He said he and the owner of Higuang Internet Cafe were sworn enemies and he wanted to cripple the other guy." A cold smile curled the corners of Li Jingqing's mouth. "Very good. With both witness testimony and physical evidence secured, it was time to close the net." That afternoon, 2 police cars pulled up silently outside the Shihui Internet Cafe without even sounding their sirens. The internet cafe was deserted, save for the brothers Zhang Jigui and Zhang Jifu, who were red-faced and arguing fiercely over a pile of unsold second-hand computers and overdue rent. The shouting abruptly ceased when Li Jingqing and 2 officers pushed open the door. The sight of the police uniforms sent a chill down Zhang Jifu's spine. His legs went weak, and he instinctively took a step back, pointing at Zhang Jigui. "Officer, it's not my fault. It's all him. He did it all by himself." This older brother, when it came to profit, abandoned even the last shred of brotherly loyalty. Zhang Jigui's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling as he tried to wriggle out of it. What right do you have to arrest me? What law did I break?" Li Jingqing couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and immediately produced the signed confession from the cripple. "Zhang Jigui, you are suspected of intentionally damaging public and private property and inciting others to commit crimes. You are hereby summoned in accordance with the law. Please come with us." The cold handcuffs clicked shut around Zhang Jigui's wrists. In that instant, all his fleeting hopes dissolved into endless dread. Escorted by 2 officers flanking him, he was led out of the internet cafe and shoved into the police car. At the street corner, several passing students witnessed the scene. They froze for a moment before erupting into schadenfreude-filled whispers. "Look! The owner of the bargain internet cafe got busted by the cops. Serves him right. Running a shady operation like that, he deserves to rot in jail." Within half an hour, the news had spread across every BBS forum and QQ group in the university town. The affordable internet cafe was now completely discredited. Ultimately, Zhang Jigui's actions were classified as disturbing public order and intentionally disrupting business operations. With conclusive evidence, he was lawfully sentenced to 15 days of administrative detention and fined 5,000 yuan. 15 days later, when Zhang Jigui emerged from the detention center, his body exhausted, what greeted him was the completely shuttered Huishur Internet Cafe. A notice from the landlord demanding overdue rent was plastered on the door, while the rolling shutter bore 2 large characters spray-painted in red, black-hearted. Inside the internet cafe, the second-hand computers he had pieced together from various sources were covered in dust. The initial investment of 70 to 80,000 yuan, plus 2 weeks' rent and utilities, plus the 5,000 yuan fine. Zhang Jigui stood in the center of the deserted internet cafe, feeling the world spin around him. He had lost. He had lost everything, utterly and completely. And all because he couldn't bear to see his 7-year-old nephew living better than he did. Hagwon Cup CS Challenge Finals Day. The entire Higuang Internet Cafe was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy. All 100 computers were occupied, with even the aisles packed with people craning their necks to watch. Outside the internet cafe, layers upon layers of people formed a dense, dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like a celebrity was holding a concert. AA holds. The area has a grenade. Nice shot. Bloodthirsty sniper god lands a headshot. So cool. Oh no, Thunder's economy is going to collapse. Chapter 37, The Mysterious Gift. Cheers, gasps, and sighs mingled with the frantic clatter of keyboards and mice, forming a tidal wave of excitement that threatened to lift the ceiling. The 10 computers in the VIP battle zone were the epicenter of the storm. 5 members of the bloodthirsty squad, clad in matching uniforms, faced off against 5 equally intense Thunder squad members in a final, life-or-death showdown. The muffled crack of the AWP, the staccato bursts of the AK-47, and the ticking countdown of the C4 bomb made every heart in the room race. Zhang He stood on a small stool behind the cash register, calmly observing it all with a bottle of Waha AD calcium milk in hand. He was too short to see the whole scene clearly. Only from this height could he take in the entire battlefield. This was the scene he had envisioned. He didn't just want to run a profitable internet cafe. He wanted to ignite the first spark of esports in the Magic City and eventually across all of China. He wanted everyone to know that gaming wasn't a waste of time. It could be a source of glory, a dream, and an industry capable of generating immense profits. And he, Zhang He, would be the pioneer of this new era. The match reached match point. Bloodthirsty led 15-14. The final game would decide everything. The entire arena fell silent. Every breath was held as eyes locked onto the main camera feed on the giant screen. Time ticked away, second by second. When terrorists' wind flashed across the screen, the entire internet cafe erupted. They won. Bloodthirsty won. Awesome. Champions. Our champions. The 5 members of the victorious Bloodthirsty team leapt excitedly from their chairs, embracing each other tightly. Some even shed tears of joy. Amidst a sea of camera flashes and cheers, Zhang He stepped onto the makeshift podium. Small in stature, he stood tall and straight. I hereby declare the champions of the first Higuang Cup CS Challenge, Bloodthirsty Squad. He personally handed the transparent acrylic box containing 100,000 yuan in cash to the Bloodthirsty Squad captain. The sheer weight of the cash delivered a visual impact far more powerful than any check could ever achieve. Next came the 50,000 yuan runner-up prize and the 10,000 yuan third-place prize. Finally, Zhang He unveiled the grand prize, 5 brand new, top-of-the-line computer systems, each meticulously assembled with components he personally selected. In an era when a Pentium 3 processor was considered a marvel, the value of these 5 machines even surpassed the runner-up's prize money. The entire venue erupted once more. The boss is so generous. He's awesome. Applause and cheers echoed endlessly. All eyes were fixed on the 7-year-old child standing on the stage. At first, they might have found it absurd, perhaps even curious. But now, as they watched the child's composed gaze, witnessed the esports spectacle he single-handedly created, saw him mercilessly crush his cheating opponents, and observed him fulfilling his promise with real gold and silver. All emotions boiled down to 2 words. Admiration. Heartfelt, profound admiration. They knew that from this day forward, the sky had changed over this corner of the Magic City's University District. And this 7-year-old child was the new sky itself. Just 1 street away from the deafening revelry at Higuang Internet Cafe, deathly silence reigned. Across the street, the roller shutter of the Huaishou Internet Cafe hung halfway down. Its crooked signboard creaked mournfully in the wind, as if lamenting its own demise. Zhang Jigui sat slumped in his chair, as lifeless as a clay statue that had lost its soul. 15 days of detention had ground away the last remnants of his aggression, leaving only bone-deep exhaustion and despair. He was out, but everything was over. The air thickened with the acrid mix of dust and cheap cigarettes. Red plum cigarette butts littered the floor at his feet. Bankrupt. He'd drained his savings and borrowed from relatives to fund this internet cafe. Now, forget recouping his investment, he didn't even know where his next month's food money would come from. He lifted his head, his vacant gaze sweeping over the cobbled-together, second-hand, bulky computers. These heavy iron lumps now looked to him like piles of scrap metal mocking his foolishness. Just then, a clang echoed as the half-broken rolling door was violently flung open. Blinding sunlight poured in, illuminating the furious face of the intruder. It was Zhang Jifu. He clutched a newspaper, the very same Shanghai Morning Post that exposed the cutthroat tactics of unscrupulous competitors. Zhang Jigui. Zhang Jifu stormed in, slamming the paper hard onto the table in front of Zhang Jigui. You have the nerve to sit here smoking? Zhang Jigui didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply pulled another crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He had lost, and he accepted it. Now, no matter who scolded him, he couldn't care less. Seeing his dead pig in boiling water demeanor only infuriated Zhang Jifu further. Pointing an accusing finger at his nose, he erupted, "What did I tell you? To handle things cleanly, leave no trace. And what do you go and find? A cripple. As if you wanted everyone to recognize him. Now the cops have come knocking. Are you pig-headed or what?" Hearing this, Zhang Jigui finally reacted. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his own older brother, a mocking sneer curling his lips. "The guy I hired? Zhang Jifu, don't forget who came up with this plan? Who told me that if I just cut that brat's internet cable and reported him a few times, his internet cafe would be shut down for good? Ha?" Zhang Jifu's face stiffened at the accusation, then erupted in fury. "So what if I suggested it? I told you to handle it, and you screwed it up. Good for nothing. You can't even manage a simple task like this, what good are you?" He'd never admit his own plan was flawed. In his mind, the fault always lay with others. If Zhang Jigui's man hadn't been caught, it would be the 2 brothers basking in glory now. "I screwed up?" Zhang Jigui burst out laughing as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever. He stood up, his chest heaving violently. "Who was it who pounded his chest and told me opening an internet cafe was a surefire moneymaker, convincing me to pour every last penny into it? And now? 70,000 yuan. I threw 70,000 yuan down the drain. All down the drain. Now I'm up to my neck in debt. Debt collectors camp outside my door every day. My wife and kids are nearly ruined because of me. And you? You just shirk all responsibility like it's nothing." His words grew more heated, spittle flying onto Zhang Jifu's face. Zhang Jifu instinctively took a step back, wiped his face, and his eyes grew even more sinister. "Cut the bull. What the hell do I care about your debts? What about my investment? We agreed I'd put in 30 grand, you'd put in 40, and we'd split the profit 70-30. Now we're losing money, where's my 30 grand? You owe me every penny. Not a cent less. Chapter 38, No Evidence. Pay me back? Zhang Jigui froze, unable to believe these words were coming from his own older brother. He'd thought Zhang Jifu had come to brainstorm solutions together. Instead, he'd come to demand repayment. In that moment, all talk of brotherly bonds became a joke. I'll compensate you? Zhang Jigui laughed, a hollow, bitter laugh. Look at me, do I look like someone who can afford to pay? I've got no money, but I've got my life. You're asking for it. Zhang Jifu was utterly enraged, his eyes red with fury from debt and failure. He lunged forward, grabbed Zhang Jigui by the collar, and swung a punch straight at his face. Thud! The punch landed squarely on his face, sending stars dancing before Zhang Jigui's eyes as blood instantly streamed from his nose. The excruciating pain and humiliation ignited all the rage that had been simmering inside him for half a month. I never had to put up with this even in detention. This. Zhang Jigui went berserk, shoving Zhang Jifu aside and lunging forward without hesitation, swinging his fists in retaliation. Two brothers, their minds long since corrupted by jealousy and greed, now wrestled like rabid dogs, their blows landing without pattern or purpose. The dull thuds of fists on flesh, heavy panting, and vicious curses echoed throughout the space. Give me back my money. I'll kill you. Zhang Jifu kicked a nearby computer tower, denting the case. Zhang Jigui, pinned beneath him, grabbed a keyboard and smashed it viciously into Zhang Jifu's back, sending plastic keycaps scattering and shattering across the floor. In the chaos, someone was shoved backward, crashing into a row of computer desks. Crash! Heavy monitors, the last possessions that could fetch a few bucks on the second-hand market for a pack of cigarettes, crashed down from the table one after another like dominoes under the immense force. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed, punctuated by the shrill crack of exploding CRT tubes. Glass shards and plastic casings flew everywhere. Dust filled the air, leaving a scene of utter chaos. When the final crack echoed, both men were spent. They separated, each collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Their faces were bruised and swollen, their clothes torn and tattered, looking more wretched than beggars on the street. Surrounding them lay the utterly destroyed wreckage of the computer, the shattered fragments of their once grand dreams of wealth. The brothers locked eyes. Their gaze held no anger now, only an endless void and numbness. With their own hands, they had smashed their last escape route to smithereens. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the CSRC investigation team, Lin Wei leaned back in her wide leather executive chair, a delicate lady's fountain pen held between her slender fingers, yet showing no intention of writing. Her gaze rested on the investigation report before her, a document that could now be considered final. The report was thin, yet every word had been meticulously refined. Finally, in the conclusion section, printed in clear Sonti font size 4, stood a single line. After investigation, no conclusive evidence of insider trading or market manipulation was found regarding account holder Zhang He. No evidence. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Wei's mouth. How could there be any evidence? The entire trading record was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, no, more perfect than paper, so flawless it was infuriating. From the initial investment of 100,000 yuan to the staggering millions in the account, a figure that made even her, a seasoned veteran, tremble. The entire process had unfolded in just a few short hours. Technical analysis? Market sentiment? Fundamental research? Could these textbook theories explain how a 7-year-old child, in an era before computers were even commonplace, executed trades that put Wall Street's top traders to shame? What a joke! She was almost certain there was something fishy behind it all. Yet, the perpetrators' methods were so sophisticated that even she, the head of the investigation team, couldn't find a single flaw. It felt like knowing someone was in the room, yet after searching every corner and even prying up floor tiles, not a single hair could be found. Lin Wei's gaze shifted from the investigation report to another document resting on the corner of the desk. The title on its cover was even more absurd. Operational Report and Future Development Plan for Higuang Internet Cafe. Submitted by Zhang He. This was supplementary material submitted by that police captain Li Jingqing during questioning somewhat awkwardly yet proudly on behalf of his nephew. At the time, the investigation team had dismissed it as child's play. But when Lin Wei flipped to the first page, her smile vanished. Weekly growth curve of membership numbers, daily average revenue analysis per computer, peak hour occupancy statistics, cost calculations for off-peak discount strategies. Page after page, Lin Wei's expression shifted from initial absurdity to astonishment, then solemnity, until finally only profound shock remained. This couldn't possibly be written by a 7-year-old. This was clearly a meticulously logical, data-rich, and highly forward-thinking business plan. It even boldly proposed a preliminary concept, building an esports league ecosystem based on internet cafes. Esports? In 1999, when most people still dismissed gaming as a waste of time, those 4 words sounded like pure fantasy. A stock market wizard who moved mountains with the ease of a deity. A down-to-earth small business owner running an internet cafe with data and planning. These two utterly incompatible images now eerily overlapped in the same 7-year-old child. Lin Wei felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of monster was this kid? Knock. A soft knock sounded on the office door. Come in. Zhou Tian pushed open the door, holding a thin stack of printed documents. Team Leader Lin, this is a briefing I just received from industry sources about the emerging entertainment sector. I thought it might be of interest, so I brought it over. Lin Wei took the document and casually asked, what's so special about it? The report mentions a place called Higuang Internet Cafe, Zhou Tian said, carefully choosing his words. It's been incredibly popular lately in the university district of the Magic City, becoming a hotspot for young people. The reviews are very positive. They say it has standardized management, a great environment, and even pioneered some kind of membership points system. Not long ago, they hosted a CS tournament that was huge, driving several nearby internet cafes out of business. Higuang Internet Cafe. Lin Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. She recalled an incident. Just last week, she'd attended a small private gathering within Shanghai's financial circles. During the event, a venture capital CEO casually mentioned his son, who was studying at the university district. The boy had recently become obsessed with an internet cafe called Higuang, spending every day there. The CEO even remarked that the cafe's owner was a business prodigy. At the time, she'd dismissed it as a joke and hadn't given it a second thought. Now she realized that the business prodigy praised by the venture capital executive was none other than. Chapter 39, Undercover Investigation. Lin Wei suddenly lifted her head and stared straight at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian. Yes. Startled by her sudden intensity, Zhou Tian snapped to attention. Get on it immediately. Retrieve all official records for this Higuang Internet Cafe in Magic City. Business registration, tax filings, annual fire safety inspections, everything you can find. I want it all. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Yes. Zhou Tian dared not delay for a moment, turning and rushing out. The office fell silent once more. Lin Wei slowly rose to her feet and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling financial street below. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Tian returned, panting heavily, and placed a stack of fax documents on her desk. Team Leader Lin, I've verified everything. Lin Wei turned around and picked up the business registration information. Legal representative, Zhang Jiping. Shareholders, Zhang Jiping, Li Sufeng. Registered capital, 2 million yuan. Everything matched the information she had. She then opened the fire safety inspection report, which bore the red seal of approval from the fire department. The inspection date was just before the internet cafe opened. Every procedure, every step flawless. The facts were laid out before her eyes. That kid named Zhang He wasn't just blessed with an uncanny knack for making money, he was running his business with an unimaginable level of seriousness, rigor, and compliance. He was not a shadowy opportunist lurking in the shadows. He was a true builder, steadily rising to prominence. Lin Wei picked up the two starkly different reports on the table, one detailing stock market miracles, the other outlining an industrial blueprint. She finally understood. Those millions in the stock market might not even be the goal for this kid. They were merely the first lever he used to move mountains. Zhang He. Lin Wei gazed out the window, softly murmuring his name, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. What exactly are you trying to do? 3 days later, at the university district of the metropolis. An unremarkable black Santana pulled up at the street corner. Lin Wei pushed open the door and stepped out. Today she wore the most ordinary casual outfit, jeans, a white t-shirt, and a neat ponytail. She had even removed the plain lens glasses that usually made her seem distant and unapproachable. At this moment, she looked just like a recent college graduate coming here to meet a friend. However, as she stood on this bustling commercial street and her gaze fell upon the second floor bearing the Higuang Internet Cafe sign not far away, the scrutinizing gaze of an investigation team leader surfaced unconsciously. Before she even approached, a wave of heat washed over her. It wasn't the weather, it was the sheer energy of the crowd. It was 2 p.m, a time when classes should have been in session, yet the staircase leading to the second floor was bustling with people, almost all of them young adults in their early 20s, their faces radiating excitement. Lin Wei pushed against the flow of people up the stairs. The moment her feet touched the second floor landing, a distinctive cacophony instantly engulfed her. Tap. It was the symphony of hundreds of keyboards and mice being hammered simultaneously, dense, crisp, and filled with a metallic, battle-ready intensity. ADA. ADA. Rush B. Don't hesitate. Mid lane, drop a smoke. I'll go check it out. Nice. Perfect. I got the follow-up shot. Amidst the clatter of keys, young voices roared gaming terms with every ounce of strength. Each syllable burned with testosterone and passion. This is Higuang Internet Cafe. Lin Wei took a deep breath, yet didn't smell the suffocating, foul air she'd expected, a mix of cheap cigarettes and instant noodles. On the contrary, the air was crisp and fresh, carrying the dry coolness unique to central air conditioning. She looked up and froze in place. Spacious, bright, and immaculate. Hundreds of brand new computers stood in neat rows. Each desktop gleamed with spotless cleanliness, keyboards and mice arranged with meticulous precision. Attendants in uniform blue vests darted between the stations, swiftly delivering drinks to customers or clearing away empty instant noodle containers. Lin Wei had seen countless so-called high-end internet cafes both domestically and abroad, but none had ever delivered such a powerful visual impact or left her so impressed by their management. Everything here was organized to the extreme. Her gaze began scanning the crowd. Soon, she spotted her target. In the deepest recess of the internet cafe, behind a glass partition in the VIP section, a slender figure stood at a computer. Zhang He. He was engaged in a heated discussion with a tall college student, both pointing at the CS gameplay on the screen. Look here, Zhang He's finger tapped the CRT monitor. You threw that smoke grenade too early. The enemy heard your footsteps and knew you were passing through mid-dropping. That smoke basically tells them you're either forcing a side or feigning a switch to B. All they need is one sniper at a door and one at B tunnel, and you're done for. The college student, who looked at least a decade older than Zhang He, now leaned in like a schoolboy, nodding frantically with a look of sudden realization and admiration on his face. Yeah. Damn it. That's why I always get shot through the smoke. Brother He, how should we play this round? Wait. Zhang He uttered only one word, his eyes radiating a seasoned calmness that belied his age. Wait 10 seconds. Let them think you've rotated. When they lower their guard, have your teammates fire 2 shots in B zone to create a false impression. Then, you go solo, sneaking out through the A side path. The college student's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brother He, I get it now. Lin Wei watched silently. She watched a 7-year-old child, using the most professional tactical terminology, instructing a college student on how to wage a virtual war. She watched as the college student, moved to the core, called out Brother He to this child. In that moment, she suddenly realized how shallow her previous understanding of this child had been. He wasn't some stock market genius or small-time boss. He was a natural-born leader. Just then, as if sensing something, Zhang He, who had been giving instructions, abruptly stopped. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land precisely on Lin Wei's face. Their eyes met. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. What kind of eyes were those? Clear, yet unfathomably deep. Serene, yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul. Under his gaze, Lin Wei even felt a strange illusion, as if all her pretense, all her intentions, had been laid bare by this 7-year-old child. Zhang He showed no sign of surprise. He simply told the college student, "You practice first," then strode through the bustling crowd, heading straight toward Lin Wei. He stopped before her, tilted his head up, and offered a polite smile. "Team leader Lin, we have a rest area over here. Would you like to sit down?" Chapter 40, Within the Rules, Give It Your All. Lin Wei looked at the child who barely reached her waist, paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. The lounge area was tucked away in a corner of the internet cafe, separated by green plants and frosted glass, quiet and elegant. The two sat facing each other. The waiter brought over 2 glasses of lemonade. Lin Wei didn't touch her glass. She didn't want to waste any time and got straight to the point. "I read your report. It's very well written." She locked eyes with Zhang He. "I also saw your internet cafe. It's even better than what was described in the report. To be honest, it's beyond my expectations." She had expected a 7-year-old child, facing someone of her stature in such an interrogative opening, to show at least some nervousness. But Zhang He showed none. He simply lifted his glass, took a sip of lemonade, and met Lin Wei's gaze with calm composure. "Thanks for the compliment." This flawless response instantly choked all the follow-up questions Lin Wei had prepared in her throat. She felt she wasn't facing a child, but a seasoned veteran who'd spent half a lifetime navigating the cutthroat world of business. A wave of frustration washed over her once more. Lin Wei paused for a few seconds before deciding to change tactics. "I've read that analysis report from Yuan Technology. The logic is flawless, the data perfectly closed loop. But one thing puzzles me." She leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word deliberately. "That 100,000 yuan was your grandmother's life savings. How could you maintain such absolute composure under that kind of pressure? And what gave you the confidence to stake your entire fortune, even leverage it based solely on a paper analysis?" This was the true purpose of her visit. She didn't believe in flawless analysis. She only believed in human nature. Under those circumstances, any adult would have broken down. How could a 7-year-old child do it? There must be a secret behind this that she hadn't uncovered. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Zhang He set down his water glass. The cup clinked softly against the tabletop. He lifted his head, and for the first time, a different emotion flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. It wasn't fear, nor was it guilt. It was a light Lin Wei had never seen before, a light called conviction. "You ask me why?" Zhang He smiled. "What do you think opportunity is?" Before Lin Wei could answer, he continued, speaking to himself. "Opportunity is when everyone else sees only risk, yet you can peer beyond that risk and discern the sole path leading to the finish line. I see what you call risks: the hospital's payment notices, my family's tears, the countdown to surgery. But I see what others miss: the opportunity. I see the inevitable logic behind that stock's ascent. So this isn't gambling. It's a calculated gamble, a full throttle bet made within the rules, based on my judgment. Zhang He paused here. He looked at the woman before him, utterly stunned by his words, his gaze growing intensely earnest as he added one final sentence. For me, what I see and seize becomes mine. Within the rules, giving it my all, that is my answer. And in the future, whether I stand in the stock market, the business world, or anywhere else, this will always be my bottom line. Lin Wei fell completely silent. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Countless images flashed through her mind, the so-called prodigies and rising stars of Shanghai's financial circles. They discussed markets, risks, and models, quoting classics and speaking with eloquent fluency. Yet not one of them could pierce through the essence of the game with such simple, yet profound words as this 7-year-old child before her. Within the rules, give it your all. These 8 words, could any speculator utter them? This was clearly the declaration of a top-tier strategist, a manifesto for his entire life. In that moment, Lin Wei finally understood. All her previous investigations, all her suspicions, all her deductions, they all seemed laughable in the face of this child's perspective. She wasn't investigating a case. She was witnessing the rise of a titan. Shanghai, headquarters of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, Conference Room 3. Seated in a circle were the true power brokers of the CSRC. Each decision they made could send ripples through the capital markets. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on an elderly man seated beside the chair of honor. I still stand by my original opinion. The speaker was Commissioner Old Chen. He adjusted his reading glasses, cleared his throat, and tapped the table. Something's fishy here. A 7-year-old, 100-to-1 leverage, near miraculous foresight. None of this can be explained by common sense. Even if we can't find any issues now, it doesn't mean there aren't any. His gaze swept across the room. This substantial sum, once unfrozen, would flow into the hands of a child whose mind is far from mature. The risks are uncontrollable. I propose extending the account freeze for another 6 months to observe the outcome. This is our responsibility to the market and to this family. His words rang with righteous indignation, and many committee members present nodded instinctively. Yeah, it's too bizarre. This whole affair reads like a tale straight out of a storybook. Who wouldn't feel a chill down their spine? If these funds were diverted to illicit channels or targeted by foreign interests, the consequences would be unimaginable. For a moment, the balance in the conference room seemed to tip. Just then, a clear, resolute voice cut through the air. I object. Lin Wei stood up. Amidst this room full of wealthy and influential men, all over 50 years old, her young and beautiful figure stood out strikingly. Yet her eyes showed not a hint of retreat. Old Chen's brow furrowed, clearly displeased by this young upstart's open defiance. Ignoring his expression, Lin Wei spoke directly. Commissioner Chen, distinguished leaders. First, we are enforcers of the law, not novelists. All our decisions must be grounded in evidence and regulations, not feelings or conjecture. With that single sentence, she countered Old Chen's notion that something unusual must be at play. Following procedure, our team has fully concluded the investigation into Li Jingqing's accounts. After reviewing the entire chain of evidence, we cannot establish any insider trading or market manipulation. Her gaze swept across the room as she spoke each word deliberately. Therefore, there is no longer sufficient legal basis to maintain the freeze on this account. At these words, several committee members who had been nodding halted their movements. Indeed, as the Securities Regulatory Commission, everything must be done by the book. Holding onto someone's legitimate assets without finding any wrongdoing would create a terrible impression if it got out. Chapter 41, The Final Verdict. Shaolin, you can't put it that way. Old Chen's expression darkened. The law is rigid, but people are flexible. We're doing this to prevent potential risks. Preventing risks, I agree. Lin Wei immediately interjected, cutting him off before he could elaborate. But risk prevention doesn't mean throwing the baby out with the bathwater, nor does it mean disregarding citizens' lawful property rights. She gave her assistant behind her a meaningful glance. The assistant promptly distributed a neatly bound stack of documents to each attendee. What's this? Someone asked in confusion. This is a company founded by the Zhang family using their last savings during the period when their funds were frozen. Everyone can take a look. The conference room fell silent, broken only by the rustling of papers. Old Chen picked up the documents. His pupils contracted the moment he glanced at the cover. He Guang Internet Cafe Operations Report and Future Development Plan. Frowning, he opened it. The contents sent a chill down his spine with every page. 100 high-spec computers, uniform staff attire, standardized service procedures, a membership points system, and regularly scheduled esports tournaments. This was no ordinary 1999 internet cafe. This management model was more advanced than even the most upscale establishments in Shanghai. At the report's conclusion lay an excruciatingly detailed financial statement and a field inspection report personally authored by Lin Wei, complete with multiple high-resolution photographs. Old Chen fell silent. The expressions on the other committee members' faces shifted from confusion to shock, then to solemnity. As economic experts, they understood the value of this report better than anyone. This wasn't the work of a lucky gambler, it was the blueprint of a meticulously logical, forward-thinking entrepreneur. Lin Wei's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, this report fully demonstrates Zhang He's stable operational capabilities, strong social credibility, and most importantly, his ability to adhere to and leverage regulations. This significantly mitigates the risk of capital mismanagement we were concerned about. Moreover, Lin Wei shifted her tone, her voice growing more emphatic. During the investigation, Zhang He himself proactively contacted our team multiple times, clearly expressing his desire to develop within a legal and compliant framework. He voluntarily submitted his business plans, demonstrating a maturity and sense of responsibility beyond his years. Her gaze fixed intently on the assembled group. Special scrutiny of his capability should not, and cannot, justify indefinitely restricting his lawful assets. We cannot destroy something simply because we fail to understand it. Her words rang out with force. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Old Chen opened his mouth, only to find himself utterly speechless. All his concerns were shattered by the detailed report and Lin Wei's well-reasoned presentation. Lin Wei knew the moment had arrived and presented her final proposal. Therefore, I propose, first, immediately lift the freeze on the relevant accounts. Second, to address your concerns, I recommend placing this case on a priority monitoring list. My team will oversee it, conducting a one-year reporting-based surveillance of all subsequent large-scale financial activities. This approach would uphold the integrity of regulations while avoiding undue harm to a promising legitimate startup venture. It would also keep potential risks firmly within our oversight. The proposal left everyone stunned. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It provided a face-saving exit for all the cautious committee members, upheld the legal baseline, and resolved the matter perfectly. Watertight and flawless. Several committee members who had previously held reservations now looked at Lin Wei with admiration in their eyes. At that moment, the middle-aged man seated beside the chief, who had remained silent throughout with the most profound aura, slowly set down his teacup. He was Lin Wei's father, Lin Jiangmo, the true unchallenged authority within the CSRC. He swept his gaze across the assembled members and spoke calmly. I concur with Comrade Lin Wei's proposal. A single sentence, without further explanation. His decisive statement settled the matter once and for all, leaving no room for further debate. Very well. The chairperson presiding over the meeting nodded, looked around the room, and declared, since there are no objections, we will proceed according to Comrade Lin Wei's plan. The meeting is adjourned. The meeting concluded. Lin Wei's taut nerves finally relaxed. She gave a slight nod in her father's direction before turning and walking out of the conference room. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, bathing her in a warm glow. She pulled out her phone and dialed the number. Ring. In the Zhang family living room, the slightly yellowed off-white landline phone on the TV cabinet rang. On the sofa, Zhang Jiping, Li Sufang, and Li Jingqing sat motionless. Lately, every ring of the phone felt like a trial to them. They all feared it would bring bad news. Before the adults could react, Zhang He slid off the sofa and walked over to pick up the receiver. Hello? His childish voice carried through the static, yet it held a composure uncharacteristic of his age. A cool, efficient female voice came from the other end, cutting straight to the point without any preamble. Is this Zhang He? This is Lin Wei from the CSRC investigation team. Without even lifting his eyelids, Zhang He calmly replied, Hello, Team Leader Lin. In the living room, three adults instantly held their breath, their hearts leaping to their throats. The CSRC. The final verdict had arrived. Li Sufang's hand clenched her husband Zhang Jiping's arm tightly. Cold sweat instantly soaked Zhang Jiping's back. Li Jingcheng, the captain of the criminal police squad, now had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Over the phone, Lin Wei's voice came through clearly, regarding the securities account under your name and the associated accounts under your uncle Li Jingqing's name, after deliberation by our commission, we have decided to lift the freeze measures. All relevant funds may now be used normally. After a brief pause, she added, her tone carrying a hint of something beyond mere professional formality. Stay tuned for further developments. We, too, will be watching you. Zhang He listened quietly, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression. Understood. Thank you, Team Leader Lin. Click. The call ended abruptly. A deathly silence fell over the living room. Three pairs of eyes fixed intently on Zhang He's slender frame. Their gazes held a mix of extreme tension, fear, and a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of hope. Zhang He turned calmly, meeting their gazes with equal composure as he stated a simple fact. The account has been unfrozen. What? Unfrozen? Those three words exploded in the minds of the three adults. The first few seconds were filled with bewilderment. They even doubted their own ears. Then came utter disbelief. Chapter 42, Hai Hong Holdings. Son, say that again? Li Sufang's voice trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Jiping's lips trembled. He tried to speak but couldn't utter a single word, only staring wide-eyed at his son. Li Jingqing abruptly sprang up from the sofa, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a shrill screech. Xiaoha, did you hear correctly? Did he really say that? Zhang He looked at them and nodded solemnly. Boom! This moment felt like lighting the fuse on a barrel of explosives. Wah! Li Sufang could hold back no longer. Months of pent-up emotion burst forth like a dam breaking, and she began to wail uncontrollably. She threw her arms around Zhang Jiping beside her, pounding his back with her fists as she wept with heart-wrenching anguish. It's over. Old Zhang. It's over. Our money's back. Our family's saved. Yes. 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 Zhang Jiping, this honest, down-to-earth man, now had eyes red with tears. He pulled his wife and children close, his weathered shoulders shaking violently. Beside him, Li Jingcheng, the iron-willed detective, exhaled a long, long breath. He looked at his nephew, that boy who had remained unnaturally calm throughout, and a flicker of awe passed through his eyes. This family had returned from hell to earth. And the one who had pulled them back was this very child, only 7 years old. Zhang He gently slipped out of his father's embrace, silently turned, and walked back to his room. He closed the door, walked to his computer, and pressed the power button. The hum of the CPU fan filled the room as the familiar blue Windows interface lit up on the screen. Without hesitation, he expertly launched the dial-up connection. After a series of sharp squeaks and beeps, the internet connected. He opened the securities trading software. The green song font stood out sharply against the black background. He entered his account and password, then pressed enter. The moment his account information appeared, even Zhang He, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt his heart skip a beat involuntarily. Under the available funds column, a long string of numbers lay quietly, shimmering with a breathtaking glow. 3,654,210 yuan in 78 fun. It was done. The sword of Damocles hanging over his head had finally been severed by his own hand. From this day forward, this family would never again worry about money. His grandmother's illness, his parents' business, every aspect of his life now had the most solid foundation. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long breath. The first thing to do with this money was to repay the 2 million borrowed from Ruweifeng Holdings, with interest. As for the remaining million plus, a deep, mature curve formed at the corners of Zhang He's mouth, a smile uncharacteristic of his age. That would be his first ammunition to leverage the entire Chinese, and even global, capital markets. His gaze seemed to pierce through the small computer screen before him, penetrate the skyscrapers of the Magic City, and fix upon a battlefield far vaster, far more perilous, and far more thrilling. The winds of 1999 had only just begun to blow. And he was already standing at the very eye of the storm. After repaying the 2 million loan, over $1 million remained in his account. Zhang He saved the transfer confirmation screenshot, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long breath. In 1999, this sum could lift any ordinary family to new heights, enough to buy a dozen properties in the county seat and live comfortably as landlords for a lifetime. But for him, it was nowhere near enough. In his memory, the next 2 decades would be the golden age of China's internet, a period of wild growth. The business empires that would later dominate the scene were still nothing more than hungry cubs at this moment. The BTA giants each would eventually command market capitalizations in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. His ambition wasn't to coast on this fortune in complacency, but to become the colossal beast riding the winds of opportunity, devouring the world. And this million plus was merely his most primitive fong. To leverage the capital feast of the future, this sum was but a drop in the bucket. He had to make this money multiply at the most terrifying speed in the shortest time possible. Countless stock charts flashed through Zhang He's mind. He swiftly zeroed in on one name, Haiheng Holdings. That was the one. He remembered this stock all too well. Its market cap was neither too large nor too small, a classic stock manipulated by market makers. Recently, the operators had orchestrated an exceptionally brutal shakeout. First, a series of bearish declines sowed panic, then at a critical juncture, a thunderous bullish candle with staggering volume instantly propelled the stock upward. All the retail investors shaken out were left far behind, and the stock surged ahead unchallenged. For ordinary retail investors, this was hell. But for someone like him, a reborn trader with full map order placement, this was heaven. His strategy: fire all his bullets at once, precisely when the market maker is accumulating shares at rock-bottom prices. Then, when the market maker's rally reached its most frenzied peak, he would exit faster than the market maker himself, tearing the juiciest piece of meat right from the jaws of the tiger. This demanded precision-level calculation and nerves of steel. Zhang He took out paper and pen. Guided by the crystal-clear memories in his mind, he began meticulously recreating Haiheng Holdings' candlestick chart for the next fortnight, stroke by stroke, on the blank page. Opening price, closing price, high, low. Which days would see heavy volume, which days light volume? Which price levels served as critical support, which as formidable resistance? At what precise moment would the market maker unleash panic-inducing sell-offs with massive orders? And at what other critical juncture would they instantly lock in a limit-up surge with an astonishingly huge buy order? As he drew, he simulated the scenarios. He even adopted the market maker's perspective, analyzing the psychological motives behind each move. What he was doing wasn't gambling, it was a dimensional strike based on absolute information superiority. The lights in Zhang He's room stayed on all night long. When the morning sun filtered through the curtains the next day, his desk was covered in draft paper filled with densely packed charts and numbers. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his gaze was frighteningly sharp. At the Yiguang Internet Cafe, his father, Zhang Jiping, had already transferred the recent profits, not much, just 50,000 yuan, but still a significant boost. The total now stood at 1,700,000 yuan. That was all the ammunition he had. The following afternoon, just before closing time, outside the China Securities Regulatory Commission building, a small figure appeared at the entrance, carrying a backpack disproportionately large for his frame. "Young man, who are you looking for? We're closing up now." The security guard at the entrance regarded the delicate, porcelain-skinned boy with a relatively gentle tone. "Hello, sir. I'm looking for team leader Lin Wei." Zhang He raised his head, his voice clear and bright. The guard paused, taken aback. "Team leader Lin? This kid's got some nerve." Chapter 43, back to the stock market for another round. Just as he was about to question the boy further, an internal phone rang. He answered it, listened for a moment, and his expression toward Zhang He changed instantly. You're Zhang He? That's me." The guard hung up the phone, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn, even bordering on polite. "Team leader Lin says to have you wait at the door for a moment. She'll be right down." Within 2 minutes, Lin Wei emerged from the building, striding purposefully in her sharp business attire and high heels. Spotting Zhang He, the corners of her mouth lifted in an involuntary smile. "What brings you here?" Zhang He stepped forward, tilting his chin up and speaking with genuine earnestness. "Team leader Lin, to express my gratitude for your help these past days, I'd like to treat you to a meal." Lin Wei was completely taken aback. A 7-year-old child had specifically come to the entrance of the CSRC building to invite her to dinner? This was just too bizarre. Looking into Zhang He's eyes, pure yet profoundly unreadable, her curiosity was piqued once more. Sure. She found herself agreeing without thinking. Mi's Western Restaurant. This was 1999, and it was the most prestigious Western restaurant in all of Magic City. Melodious piano music flowed through the restaurant. Waiters in impeccable attire moved between tables draped with crisp white tablecloths, the air thick with the aroma of grilled steak and red wine. Lin Wei frowned slightly at the exorbitant prices on the menu. "Zhang He, we really didn't need to come to such an expensive place. It's too extravagant." Zhang He was meticulously wiping his hands with a damp cloth when he heard her. He looked up and flashed a dazzling smile. "A beauty like team leader Lin deserves to dine in a place like this. No matter the cost, it's worth it." Put. Lin Wei couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She'd seen countless men flatter and fawn over her, some slick, some sincere, some roundabout, but hearing it from a 7-year-old with such deadpan seriousness was a first. This contrast is truly fascinating. She reached out and couldn't resist ruffling Zhang He's hair, messing up his carefully styled locks. "You little rascal, not much of a person yet, but your words are sweeter than honey." In that moment, she completely saw Zhang He as that exceptionally clever, charming other people's child she'd heard about, letting her guard down entirely. Zhang He didn't pull away, letting her ruffle his hair, though his mind was as clear as a mirror. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Only by making her see him as an amusing little kid would his next words not seem so abrupt. Once all the dishes were served, Zhang He deftly picked up his knife and fork, his movements elegant and even more precise than those of Lin Wei across from him. Lin Wei watched in renewed astonishment. What kind of family raised this child? "Team leader Lin," Zhang He set down his knife and fork, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. His smile faded, his expression turning serious. "Thank you for this matter. I, Zhang He, remember this favor." Lin Wei's smile also faded slightly. She looked at the boy across from her and shook her head earnestly. "You needn't thank me. First, you didn't violate any rules. Second, you unfroze the account through your own efforts running the internet cafe, proving your funding sources and operational capabilities to us." She paused, picked up the stemmed glass, and gently swirled the red wine inside. "I'm just an enforcer following the rules. What truly brought you here was your own doing." Zhang He smiled. He knew that someone like Lin Wei, well connected in principle, disliked nothing more than others trying to repay her with favors. The most skillful way to thank her was to give her the credit. "Regardless," she said, "thank you for giving me the chance to prove myself." Lin Wei took a sip of wine, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang He. The question that had long intrigued her finally escaped her lips. "So what are your plans from here?" Zhang He set down his knife and fork, methodically wiping his mouth with a napkin. His clear eyes met Lin Wei's probing gaze. "Yiguang Internet Cafe will keep operating. My parents manage it, and the cash flow is stable. It's a solid foundation." His tone shifted, tinged with a hint of adult weariness he hadn't even noticed himself. "But it's too slow." "Too slow?" Lin Wei's hand holding her wineglass froze mid-air, her beautiful eyebrows arching slightly. A business venture that had been open for just over a month, already turning a profit of 50,000 yuan, and internally labeled a cash cow by the Securities Regulatory Commission, and yet, coming from the mouth of a 7-year-old, the assessment was that it was too slow? Just how big were this little guy's ambitions? Oh. Lin Wei set down her glass, leaning forward slightly with a playful curve to her lips. So our little boss finds internet cafes too slow to make money? What's faster then? She expected Zhang He to say he wanted to open a branch or start a chain. But Zhang He's answer once again surpassed her expectations. I need faster speed to accumulate the most primitive capital. Zhang He's gaze was as still as water. So, I plan to return to the stock market and play around again. Lin Wei's smile froze on her face. Play around in the stock market again? His tone suggested the stock market wasn't the bloody meat grinder that had devoured countless fortunes, but rather the sandbox beneath his apartment building, a place he could visit whenever he pleased, playing however he desired. Had this kid, after becoming a legend overnight with yuan technology, completely lost all sense of his place? Is that so? A hint of warning crept into Lin Wei's voice. Speculative stocks like yuan technology don't come along every day. Luck won't always be on your side. Of course. Zhang He admitted calmly, I never rely on luck. He held out a hand, spreading 5 tender fingers. 5 days. Lin Wei froze, not grasping the meaning. 5 days, Zhang He's piercing gaze cut straight to the heart. My current principal will double. He paused, seemingly finding this goal insufficiently challenging, and added, my short-term target is 10 million. Cough. Lin Wei could no longer maintain her composure. A mouthful of wine choked her into a violent coughing fit, smudging her meticulously applied makeup. Without bothering to wipe her face, she stared wide-eyed at Zhang He across from her, her voice cracking. 10 million? Zhang He, do you know what you're saying? How do you plan to double it? In 5 days? She almost thought this kid had watched too many Hong Kong gambling god movies. The market isn't your personal playground. Do you think money grows on trees? Last time you got lucky, what about next time? You could lose everything you have right now. Chapter 44, Kid, don't overplay your hand. Facing her outburst, Zhang He remained calm. I know there's risk, team leader Lin. But opportunities sometimes present themselves right before your eyes. Once missed, they're gone forever. He looked at Lin Wei and flashed a sly smile. Isn't my account still on your key monitoring list? This time, I think the process will be quite interesting. I just thought such an interesting endeavor deserved a heads up to you, team leader Lin, so you wouldn't be too surprised later. Lin Wei stared at this little madman who was dead serious about risking millions on a 5-day gamble to double his fortune, calling it interesting. The string of curiosity deep within her heart was thoroughly plucked. Madman. This kid is a complete and utter, audacious little madman. But what if? What if this little madman actually pulled off another miracle? What kind of legend would she witness being born? Once the thought took root, it refused to be suppressed. Lin Wei leaned back slowly into her chair, her chest rising and falling steadily. She picked up her cup again, her eyes burning with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Very well. She licked her lips, her voice tinged with anticipation. I'll be watching. She fixed her gaze on Zhang He, enunciating each word deliberately. Just don't screw this up, kid. The meal left everyone on edge. Days later, the eye of the storm had shifted from that Western restaurant in the Magic City to the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the most fervent speculative haven across all of China in the 1990s. The trading floor was a sea of voices. On the massive red electronic screen, stock codes and numbers flashed frantically in dense clusters. The interplay of red and green lights illuminated faces wearing a myriad of expressions. The air thickened with the sour tang of sweat and the acrid stench of cheap cigarettes. Stock traders in bright red vests jostled together, pointing at the screens and shouting, spittle flying. Amidst this cacophony of noise and fervor, a slender figure stood out like a sore thumb. When Zhang He, his large backpack strapped on, pushed through the crowd with a blank expression, it immediately caused a small stir. Hey, look at that kid, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man nudged the person beside him. Holy crap! It's him! That child prodigy! The person beside him exclaimed, loud enough for half the hall to hear. Prodigy? You must be new here. You don't even know him? Last time with yuan technology and ZTE communications. It was this kid. He was right here, going all in front of everyone. We all thought he was crazy, but what happened? The veteran investor spoke with such enthusiasm, as if he'd made the profits himself. Turns out he made a killing. He hit financial freedom ages ago. Haven't seen him in months, and here he is again today. The crowd erupted with a roar. After months of absence, the legendary figure had returned to the exchange, a powerful signal in itself. In an instant, dozens of people swarmed around Zhang He, surrounding him completely. Eager faces pressed almost against his own. Little god. Little teacher. Which one are you buying this time? Child prodigy, show us the way. Following your picks will make us rich. Let us. Please. Flattering voices filled the air. They gazed at Zhang He as if he were a walking god of wealth. Yet, faced with this near frenzy of adoration, Zhang He's face remained utterly expressionless. His gaze didn't linger on a single face. A motley crew. When the wind blows, even pigs can fly. But when the wind stops, the first to crash and burn are these very pigs, those who chase trends blindly, lacking any judgment of their own. His battlefield lay elsewhere. Without a word, Zhang He pushed through the gaps in the crowd, walking straight to an empty trading station. He placed his backpack on the floor, stepped on it, and only then could he barely reach the desk. Then he just sat down. He didn't watch the charts, didn't trade, didn't even open his trading software. He just sat there, staring silently at the screen before him. The crowd surrounding him exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb him yet unwilling to leave. They formed an eerie circle around him, craning their necks, fixated on every move Zhang He made. The atmosphere in the entire trading hall had become inexplicably eerie because of this 7-year-old child's arrival. Everyone held their breath. They waited for the child prodigy's next move. Time ticked away, second by second, amid the crowd's anxious anticipation. The broader market fluctuated slightly, but Zhang He's target, Haihan Holdings, was like a poor man's New Year's celebration, each year worse than the last. Its stock price continued its relentless downward slide. From its opening price of 182 yuan, it slid steadily. 175 yuan. 171 yuan. 168 yuan. Each downward plunge of that green intraday line tugged at the hearts of countless investors. Curses began echoing through the trading floor. Damn it, what a crappy stock. I just bought in yesterday, and today I'm already down 5 points. Get out. This looks like it's heading for a limit down. Amidst the clamor, only Zhang and that corner remained eerily quiet. His gaze pierced through the swirling crowd before him, fixed intently on the constantly fluctuating number on the large screen. Deep within his pupils lay an indifference utterly at odds with his age. He was waiting for a number. A number that existed only in the depths of his memory, the limit at which the market maker would dump the stock. 162 yuan. The moment the number flashed, Zhang He's pupils suddenly contracted. It had arrived. Now. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid off his seat, stepped over the backpack on the floor, and pushed his small frame against the flow of people, heading straight for the trading counter. The crowd instantly stirred, parting in unison to make way for him, their eyes burning as they followed his every move. The child prodigy was about to make his move. Uncle, I want to buy stocks. Zhang He stood before a counter reserved for high-volume traders. Too short to reach, he dragged over a long bench meant for customers to rest their feet and huffed and puffed his way up onto it. Inside the counter, a trader in a red vest was yawning idly when the sound made him look up and he froze. Where did this little brat come from? Hey, kid, don't mess around here. This isn't the place for you. The trader waved him away impatiently. By Haihan Holdings, Zhang He completely ignored his attitude. Code 000503. Use all the funds in my account for a full position. Also, apply 10 times leverage. Put. The trader spit out his tea in shock, eyes wide as he stared at Zhang He sitting on the bench. Full position? And 10 times leverage? Does this kid even know what 10x leverage means? That means if the stock drops just 10%, he'll get wiped out instantly, losing his entire investment. Has he lost his mind? Or is it his parents who are insane? Chapter 45, Bandwagon Buying. Young man, are you sure? This isn't pocket money. The trader's tone turned serious. Do you know how much this is? 1,700,000. Where are your parents? Zhang He pulled his account card and ID from his backpack and slammed them on the counter. I'm the account holder. Password XXXXXX. Check it. Now. Immediately. By the entire position. 10 times leverage. He enunciated each word deliberately, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The trader instinctively shuddered. That gaze wasn't one a child should possess. Half believing, half doubting, the trader swiped the card and entered the password. When he saw the 1.7 million yuan balance and the account holder's information, his hands trembled. Holy crap, this kid's a stock market prodigy. Buy? Buy? He asked uncertainly. Buy. Zhang He uttered only one word, yet his gaze pierced like a knife. The trader dared not say another word, his fingers flying across the keyboard. 000503, buy, 1.7 million, 10x leverage. Executed. Almost the instant the trade confirmation popped up, the crowd that had been craning their necks to eavesdrop erupted. Haihan Holdings. The child genius bought Haihan Holdings. Full position. And leveraged. Quick. Quick, follow suit. Damn it, I sold my house to trade stocks. I'm betting everything on this one move by the prodigy. Following. In an instant, the entire trading floor erupted like a lit powder keg. Countless people rushed to their terminals or screamed hoarsely at the red-vested brokers, all with one target, Haihan Holdings. But disaster struck faster than anyone imagined. Just as this wave of copycat buying surged in, Haihan Holdings' stock price didn't rise, it plummeted instead. 160 yuan. 158 yuan. 155 yuan. On the tick chart, a straight green line plunged vertically at a terrifying angle, stabbing painfully into everyone's eyes. Beep. 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 Zhang He's trading terminal blared with shrill margin call alerts. On the screen, that jarring green color represented the rapidly soaring figures of unrealized losses. 200,000. 500,000. 800,000. It's over. How could this happen? How could it crash so hard? That little scammer. He's nothing but a fraud. He deliberately dragged us down. The investors who had just been worshipping Zhang like a god instantly turned pale. Fear and rage twisted their faces as curses and accusations poured toward the small, frail figure standing on the bench. Cut your losses. Run. Someone wailed, frantically hammering the sell button. Better to lose everything down to your underwear than lose your entire investment. The panic selling only intensified the stampede. The stock price plummeted to 151 yuan, just a dime away from hitting the daily limit down. Zhang He's account showed a paper loss exceeding 1 million. The entire trading floor erupted in a cacophony of wails and screams. Yet at the eye of the storm, Zhang He remained standing on that bench, his back straight as an arrow. His face showed no fear, no panic, not even a flicker of emotion. He simply watched the green line, a faint, unnoticed smirk curling his lips. The final shakeout was indeed brutal. Uncle, his voice rang out again, clear and distinct above the hall's clamor, transfer the 50,000 from my emergency fund account over here too. What? The trader's hand trembled, nearly sending him tumbling from his chair. After such massive losses, he wants to add to the position? This wasn't just madness, it was suicide. Yet, staring into Zhang He's unflinching, still eyes, he found himself inexplicably tapping the keyboard. The instant that small buy order executed, an unexpected twist occurred. A massive buy order appeared without warning at the top of the bid queue. 100,000 lots. 200,000 lots. 500,000 lots. Hai Hong Holdings stock price, propelled like a rocket fueled by nuclear power, shot skyward from the abyss of 151 yuan. A towering red bullish candle pierced through the entire intraday chart with overwhelming force. 155. 160. 165. 170. The green loss figures on the screen flashed wildly, rapidly decreasing, then a blinding red burst forth. 100,000. 500,000. 1.2 million. A violent surge in the final moments. The entire hall fell silent for a second, then erupted in a thunderous roar. It's rising. It's coming back. Holy crap. It's in the green. I made money. Those who held on watched their accounts transform from massive losses to huge profits, dancing with excitement, crying and laughing at the same time. Little God. Truly a divine being descended from heaven. I'm so sorry, little teacher. I didn't recognize your genius. I'm on my knees before you. Meanwhile, those who just cut their losses and fled were ashen-faced, slumping to the ground with vacant stares, filled with bitter regret. One step away from heaven and hell. Meanwhile, in the office of the CSRC team leader, Lin Wei stared intently at the standalone monitor before her, displaying the real-time surveillance feed of Zhang He's account. From the moment the stock price plummeted like a cliff and the account alarm wailed piercingly, her heart had been in her throat. Over 1 million yuan in unrealized losses. Even she felt cold sweat pooling in her palms. Had this kid really blown it this time? She had even begun calculating how she could personally comfort that stubborn yet fragile family if Zhang He suffered a margin call. But then, that counter-trend position increase of 50,000 yuan and that towering bullish candle completely overturned her understanding. Her pupils dilated in shock, her body leaning forward slightly, her chest heaving violently. He wasn't gambling. He knew from the start that the market maker would crash and shake out the market. He even calculated exactly where the crash would hit. He was waging a cutthroat psychological war against that hidden market maker. And he had won. This realization sent a shiver down Lin Wei's spine. The next day, at the Shanghai Stock Exchange. As expected, Hai Hong Holdings opened higher and surged upward, its stock price fluctuating wildly at elevated levels. Massive buy and sell orders continuously offset each other, amplifying trading volume to terrifying levels. This was a classic case of the manipulator dumping shares through wash trades, creating an illusion of prosperity to lure retail investors into taking the fall. The investors who had worshipped Zhang He yesterday were plunged into confusion today. Why wasn't the wunderkind making his move? Should they sell now or buy? But this time, Zhang He offered them no chance to copy his moves. Seated before his terminal, his eyes fixed intently on the fluctuating line on the tick chart and the volume bars below. His fingers rested on the keyboard. The next second, a performance began that would remain etched in Lin Wei's memory forever as she watched from the other end of the monitor. At the precise moment the intraday chart dipped slightly and trading volume shrank to its absolute lowest, Zhang He struck. Buy 2,000 shares. The moment the stock price showed signs of rebounding and volume began to pick up slightly, he immediately reversed his position. Sell. 2,000 shares. Chapter 46, Maxed Out Leverage? One buy, one sell just a few dozen seconds apart and his account showed a profit of several hundred yuan. This was only the beginning. Zhang He's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Exploiting the minute fluctuations in stock prices manipulated by market makers, capitalizing on the fleeting divergences between volume and price, he engaged in frenzied intraday T0 trading. Buy. Sell. Buy. Sell. His trading frequency was staggering, each move executed with precision as if calculated by a supercomputer. He bought at the absolute trough of intraday charts and sold at the very peak, never missing by a single cent. The available funds in his account snowballed, growing larger and larger. Yet his holding costs were steadily diluted with each successive trade. From 162 yuan to 158 yuan, then to 151 yuan. The number of shares he held remained unchanged, but his cost basis was rapidly approaching zero. At the monitoring terminal, Lin Wei held her breath. She couldn't understand. No, she understood every single trade. But she couldn't comprehend how a human could possess such terrifying market intuition and ironclad execution. This wasn't analysis, it was animalistic instinct. Each of his trades was like a precision surgical blade, deftly carving out the juiciest profits from the chaos and carnage orchestrated by the market manipulators. This kid. Lin Wei leaned back in her chair, a chill running through her body. What kind of monster were they observing? And this war was clearly far from over. Day 3. As the doors of the Magic City Stock Exchange swung open, the surging crowd that poured in was more intense than the previous 2 days combined. Countless eyes scanned the crowd, searching for that small, slender figure standing atop a stool. Yesterday, they had witnessed a miracle. Today, they came to pay homage. Zhang He remained seated in that corner, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding frenzy. Before him, a bottle of Wah-Ha-Ad calcium milk had appeared at some point, a straw inserted, as he sipped leisurely. His unhurried demeanor stood in stark contrast to the frenzy filling the entire hall. What's the little god buying today? Shoo! Quiet! Watch the child prodigy's moves. At 9:30 sharp, the opening bell rang. Everyone held their breath in that moment. On the big screen, Haihong Holdings 000503 opened with a gap up. 185 yuan. Nearly 10% higher than yesterday's closing price. Holy crap! It's going to hit the limit up. The crowd erupted instantly. Yet Zhang remained unmoved. Just when everyone thought he'd execute a T0 trade like yesterday, selling high and buying low, he tossed his empty AD calcium milk bottle precisely into the trash can several meters away. Then he stood up. Once again, he dragged that familiar stool with a grunt to the large account trading counter. The same red-vested trader today, the way he looked at Zhang He was like looking at his own father. Teacher, what are your instructions today? Haihong Holdings. Zhang He's voice wasn't loud, but every word pounded into the hearts of all who were eavesdropping. Buy everything in my account that can be moved. The trader froze. The profits from yesterday's T+0 trades, combined with the original principal and gains, meant the account now held over 3 million yuan. This, and he wants to go all in? Are you out of your mind? The stock price is already this high. Zhang He looked at the trader and added, leverage. Max it out. Whatever it takes. Boom. The trader's mind completely exploded. Max leverage today? What's the difference between this and betting everything on a roulette wheel? This kid isn't crazy, he's a demon. Zhang He paid no attention to the trader's horrified expression, merely staring at him intently. His gaze seemed to say, execute the order, or I'll find someone else. The trader dared not utter another word, his fingers pounding the keyboard so fiercely sparks nearly flew. Buy. Haihong Holdings. Leverage. Maximum. Executed. As this earth-shattering buy order flooded in, Haihong Holdings' stock price exploded instantly. 188. 192. 198. 205. A thick red bullish candle shot skyward at nearly a 90-degree angle. On the screen, the total assets in Zhang He's account skyrocketed like a rocket. 4 million. 5 million. 7 million. The entire trading floor had fallen silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sheer brutality of the scene before them, left only with heavy breathing and hearts pounding like drums. What they witnessed was not just a stock, it was the birth of a legend. In Lin Wei's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Staring at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the monitor, her heart felt like it was being crushed in a vice, leaving her nearly breathless. Madman. This kid was absolutely, unquestionably insane. Such behavior had completely exceeded the scope of the CSRC's monitoring. It was a direct challenge to the very foundations of financial law. The assistant beside the team leader's voice trembled. Should they intervene? The risk was too great. Call them. Freeze his account immediately. The thought screamed wildly in Lin Wei's mind. It was her duty. Her duty to protect the market and safeguard investors. Yet her hands clenched tightly, refusing to lift. She recalled Zhang He's words in the Western restaurant. What I need is to seize every possible opportunity within the rules. I never rely on luck. She forced herself to calm down, staring intently at the screen. She had to see for herself where this kid's confidence came from. Yet, at 1:30 p.m., the unexpected happened without warning. A rumor, seemingly out of nowhere, instantly spread throughout the entire trading floor. Have you heard? That so-called online healthcare project by Haihong Holdings is a scam. It's nothing but a shell company. Is that true? Is the source reliable? Absolutely true. Word is the company's largest shareholder is already secretly dumping their shares. If you don't get out now, it'll be too late. Panic erupted in an instant. On the screens, Haihong Holdings stock price began a freefall. 201 yuan. 195 yuan. 182 yuan. The towering red column that had been soaring just moments ago was instantly replaced by a thicker, longer green ice spike. Run. Sell. Sell now. We're done for. Stuck at the peak. Investors went berserk, swarming trading terminals to dump their holdings at any cost. The stock price instantly plummeted below today's opening price, crashing toward the 18 yuan threshold. Beep. 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 Zhang He's account sounded that hair-raising margin call alert once more. On the screen, the red profit figures were devoured at a visible pace, then the shocking green once again dominated the entire display. Unrealized loss. 3 million. 5 million. A loss even more terrifying than the first day. Chapter 47, Deep B Reversal. This time, the little god really screwed up. I told you so. Stocks don't rise every single day. He's a fraud. Despair and curses once again engulfed that small figure. But Zhang He remained standing on that stool. He didn't glance at the hysterical crowd. His gaze was fixed intently on the volume bar at the bottom of the screen. Something's wrong. Something's off. If major shareholders were offloading their holdings, the selling pressure should be sustained, with trading volume steadily increasing. But now, this massive green volume bar had been slammed out in an instant. The subsequent selling pressure was entirely panic selling from retail investors, never reaching any significant scale. This is a shakeout. The market makers are exploiting bearish rumors to execute their final and most ruthless purge before the main rally begins. They aim to flush out every uncommitted position. The moment Zhang He grasped this, a cold smile curled his lips. He turned to face the trader, now drained of color. Uncle, don't panic. His voice carried an uncanny magic that instinctively halted the trader's trembling. Transfer all the funds from my backup account over here. Zhang He pointed at the screen. At this price level, add to my position. What? The trader's eyes nearly popped out of his head. We're already down over 5 million. And you want to add to the position? This isn't playing with fire, it's jumping into a pit of flames with a gas tank. Hurry! Zhang He's voice rose sharply, carrying an unquestionable command. The trader flinched, almost closing his eyes as he slammed the enter key. At that very moment, at the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Team leader. He's adding positions. He's adding positions at this level. The assistant gasped in shock. Lin Wei sprang from her chair, unable to contain herself any longer. She grabbed the red phone on the desk. It was the emergency hotline directly connected to the exchange. Her fingers hovered over the dial pad. Pressing it would force the liquidation of Zhang He's entire position in the name of the CSRC, halting this reckless gamble. But the image of that towering bullish candle from the very first day flashed through her mind. What if he was right again? What if this call destroyed a miracle that was meant to be born? Could she bear that responsibility? Cold sweat trickled down her temple. Finally, Lin Wei's hand stopped just 1 centimeter away from the dial button. She slowly set the phone down, sat back in her chair, and said in a hoarse voice. Wait. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Immediately after Zhang He's small position increasing by order executed. A colossal buy order appeared at the bid position, its price tag so astronomical, the number of zeros was impossible to discern. Immediately after, by 2, by 3, by 4. Row after row of massive buy orders formed an impenetrable wall, firmly propping up the stock price. Then, the counterattack began. Propelled by a flood of capital, Haihong Holdings stock price reversed course, executing a near-perfect deep V-shaped reversal. 185. 190. 198. 205. Not only did it reclaim all lost ground, but it even surpassed its pre-plunge level. Daily profits once again soared through the roof. The entire trading floor fell deathly silent. Those who had just cut their losses slumped to the floor like their spines had been ripped out, eyes vacant, faces ashen. Those who had held on erupted in wild, post-apocalyptic jubilation. The way they looked at Zhang He had changed completely. It wasn't reverence, nor was it admiration. It was fear. A primal dread of the unknown. Zhang He, however, silently pulled out a roll of Polo Mint candies from his backpack. With a click, he pressed out a piece and popped it into his mouth. The cool, sweet flavor melted on his tongue, offering slight relief from the exhaustion this body had endured through intense mental focus. This war had only 2 days left. Day 4. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Haihong Holdings stock price neither continued its frenzied surge nor collapsed from exhaustion. Like a sated beast, it dozed at its peak. On the candlestick chart, the breathtaking red pillar was followed by a string of small candlesticks fluctuating within a narrow range, with trading volume plummeting sharply. High prices, low volume, sideways movement. This was the most agonizing and dangerous signal of all. Why has it stalled? Why is the little god silent? Is it about to crash? I'm outta here. Get lost. Didn't you see yesterday's V-shaped reversal? This is the market makers shaking out weak hands. Anyone who sells now is a fool. Whispers rippled through the crowd once more, greed and fear intertwined on every face. They looked toward Zhang He, only to find that small figure unusually quiet today. He wasn't executing those dramatic, high-risk trades like he had the previous days. He merely lifted his head occasionally to glance at the screen, then whispered to the red-vested trader. Uncle, sell 1/5. Leverage, reduced to 5 times. Half an hour later. Uncle, it just dipped below the moving average. Buy back half of what we sold. Another hour passed. Uncle, that bull trap upper shadow sell off the positions bought this morning. His moves were like those of the most precise watchmaker, navigating with ease within the tiniest margins. Each trade skillfully avoided the treacherous bull and bear traps lurking multiple times throughout the session. The account balance no longer surged explosively like the previous days, but climbed steadily upward. 8 million. 8,500,000. 9 million. Those attempting to mimic his moves were driven to utter madness. His rhythm was too fast, his entry points too tricky. The moment they followed his buy signal, he'd already sold. After a few rounds, not only did they fail to profit, they got repeatedly fleeced like chives, losing significant amounts just in transaction fees. Damn it, this is impossible to learn. A middle-aged man slammed his fist into his thigh in frustration. They finally understood, the reason the god was a god wasn't because he could guide mortals, but because his domain was one mortals could never hope to tread. Meanwhile, Lin Wei at the monitoring terminal had long ceased watching the fluctuating total. Her entire focus was now fixed on Zhang He's seemingly casual, deliberate moves. Her palms grew sweaty as she watched. As an elite at the Securities Regulatory Commission, she understood better than anyone how perilous today's market conditions were. The market manipulators were exploiting human weaknesses, repeatedly pulling and pushing, setting traps. One wrong move and you'd be thrown off the train or trapped at the peak. But this kid. Each time he made a move, it always landed precisely where the market manipulators were most vulnerable. This wasn't technical analysis. It was instinct to beastly intuition. No, more terrifying than a beast. It was a god's eye view that penetrated the unseen opponent's every thought across the board. Lin Wei leaned back in her chair, her professional certainty wavering for the first time. Chapter 48, Just Good Luck. Day 5, the day of the final showdown. As the opening bell rang, Hai Hong Holdings' stock price, after a day of stagnation, surged wildly once more. Without hesitation, it opened directly at the daily limit. 2,158 yuan. Massive buy orders pressed firmly against the upper limit, creating an illusion of impenetrable strength. Limit up. Limit up again. I told you so. The little god is amazing. Thank goodness I didn't sell. Charge. Jump in. We can still make another 10 points today. Retail investors, tortured to death yesterday, went completely mad at this moment. They placed their orders without regard for cost, desperate just to execute a single trade. The entire exchange seemed transformed into a frenzied feast. Only Zhang He remained standing on that bench. He didn't glance at the frenzied crowd, nor did he look at the blinding limit up price. His eyes were fixed intently on the lower right corner of the screen, the level 2 data stream visible only to the VIP trading room. Buy orders poured in relentlessly. Sell orders, however, were being quietly liquidated at an even more terrifying pace. Massive sell orders were being broken down into countless smaller orders and funneled into retail accounts. Washing trades. The market makers were using a shell game to create a false sense of prosperity, luring in the final suckers. Trading volume is exploding in an extremely abnormal manner. Technically, the stock price hits new highs, yet the MACD indicator below forms a crystal clear bearish divergence. Like a balloon inflated to its limit, it appears glossy and vibrant on the outside, yet its interior is already fragile and brittle, needing only the final prick of a needle. Here it comes. Zhang He's pupils suddenly contracted. Right now. He whipped his head around to face the trader, his voice carrying an unyielding resolve. Uncle. Liquidate. Every single share of Hai Hong Holdings in my account, sell it all. Now. Immediately. The red-vested trader would no longer question. Over these 5 days, he had witnessed not just a miracle, but the birth of faith. His hands flew across the keyboard in a near-reflexive blur. Select all. Sell at market price. Enter. Boom. A massive sell order worth nearly 10 million crashed into the seemingly impenetrable limit up board. The limit up board shattered instantly. And in the very next second after this sell order executed. As if receiving the signal for the final assault, countless massive sell orders that had been lurking beneath the surface suddenly poured out. The stock price collapsed. A green waterfall plummeted from the heavens with unstoppable force. 20 yuan. 18 yuan. 16 yuan. The crowd that had been celebrating moments ago froze in place, their smiles stiffening like clown masks. What's happening? Why is it falling? Run! Run for your lives! Desperate screams replaced the greedy laughter. Stampede, sell off, avalanche. Hell on earth, nothing more. When the closing bell finally tolled, the entire world fell silent. Zhang He exhaled a heavy breath, his small frame nearly collapsing. These past 5 days had taken an immense toll on his mind and spirit. He dragged the small stool that had accompanied him for 5 days, slowly returning it to its place, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the stock exchange. The final balance in his account was frozen. Account balance 10,286,73900 yuan. Shanghai, China Securities Regulatory Commission. Lin Wei stared at the final figure frozen on the surveillance screen. 10 million, unable to calm down for a long time. From 100,000 to 1 million. It took only 5 days. A 7-year-old child. This matter had completely surpassed her comprehension, even transcending the realm of finance. This wasn't an investment, it was a miracle. She picked up the phone on the desk and dialed. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. A weary yet undeniably excited voice came through. Hello? Who is this? It's Zhang He. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She could almost picture the tiny figure on the other end of the line, having just weathered an earth-shattering battle. It's me, Lin Wei. Her voice carried uncontrollable excitement. I saw it. You did an amazing job. There was a moment of silence before Zhang He's voice came through, still youthful, yet unusually calm. Nothing much. Just got lucky. Luck? Lin Wei nearly crushed the phone in her hand. 5 days, 100-fold return. That final liquidation you sold at the absolute peak of the stock's all-time high, faster than the market manipulators themselves. You call that luck? If this is luck, then every single fund manager in the world should go smash the statue of the god of wealth in their temple. No. Lin Wei was absolutely certain. This wasn't luck. Her mind raced, searching for a rational explanation for this incredible feat. I admit, your luck borders on the supernatural. But more crucially, your ability to process information, your insight into market sentiment, your timing, these have coalesced into a financial genius that transcends all theory. Zhang He, you're a genius, a true genius. After uttering these words, she felt her own heart surge with emotion. On the other end of the line, Zhang He merely chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. Thanks for the compliment, Team Leader Lin. I'm tired. I'll hang up now. With that, he hung up. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Wei didn't feel annoyed. Instead, the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. This youngster possessed not only unfathomable abilities but also a maturity far beyond his years. Unpretentious, unhurried. He was like an iceberg. What she saw today might truly be just the insignificant tip floating above the surface. What colossal entity lay concealed beneath that iceberg? Lin Wei hung up the phone, feeling for the first time such intense curiosity and anticipation about someone's future. When Zhang He pushed open the door, 3 pairs of eyes filled with anxiety met his gaze. The dim yellow light from the bulb cast long shadows of Li Sufan, Zhang Jiping, and Li Jingcheng. Xiao He. Where did you run off to? Why wouldn't you answer your phone? Li Sufan was the first to rush forward, pulling her son into an embrace and patting him frantically. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her voice hoarse from crying. Zhang Jiping stood nearby, his lips trembling. He wanted to yell, but no words came out. Only Li Jingcheng, his professional training as a detective, keeping him the last to regain composure, though his furrowed brow and fingers turning white from the force of stubbing out his cigarette betrayed the turmoil within. Uncle, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Zhang He gently slipped out of his mother's embrace, removed the backpack from his shoulders, and placed it on the chipped octagonal table. Chapter 49, Lin Wei's Visit. You finally know to come back. Li Sufang's tears welled up again. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Your uncle said you. Her words were cut off by Li Jingcheng. Sis, let him speak for himself. Li Jingcheng fixed Zhang He with an intense stare. Xiao He, what about the money in the account? His heart leapt into his throat as he asked. He knew his nephew hadn't taken the money to gamble. After the stock market freeze lifted last time, over 1 million yuan remained in the account. Combined with what the boy earned running the internet cafe, it had added up to around some. But that was still over 1 million yuan in real money. These past few days, the stock market had been volatile. Even as an outsider, watching the news made his heart race. Zhang He didn't speak, only unzipping his backpack. He hadn't withdrawn the entire 10 million in cash. That would have been absurd, and the bank might not have allowed it anyway. Instead, he pulled out a crisp bank statement from his backpack, a printout he'd obtained after leaving the exchange. He placed the thin paper gently in the center of the table. Li Jingcheng was the first to pick it up. When his gaze fell upon the string of numbers, he froze in place. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Zhang Jiping beside him leaned in, counting each zero one by one. With every zero counted, his breathing grew heavier. When he reached the final zero, he collapsed into a chair, his eyes vacant, muttering unconsciously. 10 million? Li Sufang couldn't make sense of the statement. All she saw were the ghostly expressions on her husband and brother's faces. Her heart sank, and she rushed over. What's wrong? Did we lose everything? If we lost everything, so be it. As long as everyone's safe. We'll figure out the money. Li Jingcheng ignored her. He lifted his head, staring at Zhang He with eyes that seemed to regard him as a monster. 10,028,679? Boom! The number, uttered by Li Jingcheng, exploded like a bomb in Li Sufang's mind. She froze, staring blankly at her son, then back at the paper. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. 10 million? My goodness, my goodness. Li Sufang finally snapped back to reality. She stumbled back 2 steps, her legs giving way as she braced herself against the wall. Tears of overwhelming emotion streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. My son has made it. Old Zhang. We're rich. She cried out incoherently, rushing to embrace Zhang Jiping, who stood frozen in shock. The couple, one weeping, one dazed, resembled 2 children who hadn't yet awakened from a dream. Zhang He, however, silently walked over to the water dispenser and poured himself a glass of water. The glass cup, bearing the Jianlibo logo, had a distinct vintage feel. He took a sip, moistening his parched throat, then looked at the scene of mixed emotions before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was family. Li Jingcheng was the first to regain his composure. He walked over to Zhang He, crouched down, and brought his eyes level with his nephew's. Xiao He, tell uncle, did the CSRC people call you? They did. Zhang He nodded. Team leader Lin saw the whole thing. Did she say anything? Did she mention investigating you? Li Jingcheng's heart leapt again. No, she just praised me for being so capable. Zhang He said it casually, adding, she said it wasn't luck, it's genius. Put. Li Jingcheng nearly choked on his own blood. This isn't just impressive. This kid is a freaking monster. Staring at his nephew's calm, expressionless face, he suddenly realized that all the storms he'd weathered in decades as a detective couldn't compare to the shock this 7-year-old was delivering. Meanwhile, Li Sufang had regained a sliver of clarity from her ecstasy. Wiping away her tears, she looked at her son, who had visibly thinned, and her heart ached unbearably. What kind of pressure had this child endured these past few days? You must be hungry. Look how pale you are. Wait, Mom will cook you a feast. Your favorite braised pork. And a nourishing chicken soup to help you recover. She plunged into the kitchen, and soon the clatter of pots and pans filled the air. The aroma of dinner soon dispelled the shock of the money. The family gathered around the table, the atmosphere warmer than ever before. Zhang Jiping became noticeably more talkative. After a few sips of wine, his cheeks flushed red as he kept serving his son food, muttering, my son is going places. Li Jingtuan relaxed too, discussing with Zhang Jiping how to use the money. Buy a house, treat the elders' illnesses, and with what remained, perhaps listen to his son and invest in some real business ventures. Just as this harmonious moment unfolded, a sudden, abrupt knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The laughter at the table abruptly ceased. The smiles on Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang's faces instantly froze, replaced by an instinctive wariness. Who could it be? So late at night, who could it be? This rundown place they lived in was so shabby that even their relatives avoided it, and hardly anyone ever came to visit. Li Jingcheng reacted fastest. Almost instinctively, his hand darted toward his waist, the spot where his gun was always holstered. Though he hadn't brought it today, the reflex remained ingrained. His gaze instantly sharpened. The CSRC? They've come knocking already? Was it that gambling addict Zhang Jigui, or that scheming bastard Zhang Jifu, sniffing out trouble again? In an instant, the warm atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing. Only Zhang He calmly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. I'll get it. He jumped off his chair and walked step by step toward the weathered wooden door under the tense gazes of the 3 adults. The hinges screeched as the door creaked open. Outside stood a woman. A well-tailored beige trenchcoat accentuated her tall, elegant figure. Her refined makeup, paired with clear, inquisitive eyes, gave her an air of sophistication that seemed utterly out of place in this dilapidated tenement building. It was Lin Wei. She hadn't expected Zhang He to answer the door. She paused slightly, then offered a gentle smile. Hello, Zhang He. The 3 adults inside felt their hearts sink simultaneously the moment they recognized the visitor. It was her. From the Securities Regulatory Commission. Zhang Jiping shot up from his seat, the chair legs scraping the floor with a shrill screech. Li Sufang turned pale with fright, instinctively hiding the bank statement behind her back. This is it. She must be here to cause trouble. Did they think Xiaohua had made too much money and were coming to audit the accounts, to take the money back? Chaos swirled in the couple's minds, leaving only fear. Chapter 50, not cut from the same cloth. Li Jingqing's pupils also contracted. He immediately stood up, discreetly positioning himself in front of his sister and brother-in-law. His gaze fixed steadily on the doorway as every muscle in his body tensed, entering a state of heightened alertness, ready to respond to any sudden threat. What does this woman want? However, Lin Wei's gaze remained fixed solely on Zhang He the entire time. She waved a delicate envelope in her hand, her tone light. This weekend is my birthday. I'm having a small private gathering at the hentai club. I'd like to introduce you to a few friends. She paused, her voice laced with allure. Some run family businesses, others dabble in venture capital, all prominent figures in the city. What do you say, genius? Got time to grace us with your presence? The moment those words left her lips, Zhang He understood. This wasn't just a simple birthday gathering. It was an invitation. Lin Wei was leveraging her own connections to pave a path for herself to higher circles. She saw potential in him, so she was investing early. Of course I'm free. Zhang He tilted her small face upward, flashing a polite smile. Thank you for the invitation, Sister Lin Wei. It would be my honor. Seeing Zhang He grasp her meaning instantly, the admiration in Lin Wei's eyes deepened. This child truly couldn't be treated like a child. Then it's settled. She happily handed the gold-embossed invitation to Zhang He. Its luxurious texture spoke volumes. Saturday at 7, be there or be square. All right. Sister Lin Wei, would you like to come in for a moment? Zhang He extended a polite invitation. No, thank you. I have matters to attend to. Lin Wei smiled and waved her hand. Her gaze swept over the three statues inside the room, frozen stiff with tension. She gave a meaningful chuckle, turned, and her high heels clicked sharply against the concrete floor as she vanished into the darkness of the hallway. The door closed behind her. Dead silence filled the room. Zhang Jiping, Li Sufang, Li Jingqing, the three remained frozen in their positions, utterly motionless. Their minds had completely shut down. What had just happened? Wasn't that formidable-looking woman from the CSRC here to arrest someone and impose fines? Had she come to invite their little he to a birthday party? And introduce them to some bigwigs? The three exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing the enormous question marks and incomprehensible blankness in the other's eyes. Finally, Zhang He waved the invitation in his hand, breaking the eerie silence. Dad, Mom, Uncle, snap out of it. Let's eat, the food's getting cold. Xiao He, you can't go. Li Sufang snapped out of her daze, flinging aside the bank statement damp with sweat from her palms. She rushed over and grabbed her son's hand, her voice trembling. What kind of place is that? The hentai club. I've never even heard of it. It can't be a good place. And those rich people? We're not their kind. You're just a kid. What if they bully you? Her logic was simple and genuine. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. They belong to another world, one they couldn't even glimpse from where they stood, a world brimming with unknown dangers. Your mom's right. Zhang Jiping shot to his feet, his face flushed moments ago from the 10 million and a few drinks now drained of color. He'd lived his whole life within the rules of factories and workshops, dreading precisely these incomprehensible schemes. Those people are all shrewd as foxes. You're just a kid, you can't outplay them. What if it's some kind of trap? What if they see you've made money, get jealous, and hold you back? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, his voice growing louder as if shouting could dispel his fear. In their world, the windfall and the invitation to the elite circle that followed weren't opportunities, they were a massive whirlpool capable of swallowing their small family whole. Only Li Jingcheng remained silent. He picked up the cigarette pack on the table, shook out one, but didn't light it. He just held it between his fingers, his sharp gaze darting back and forth between Zhang He and the gold-embossed invitation. He didn't understand finance, but he understood people and society. He knew that woman named Lin Wei wasn't offering just a meal. Sis. Brother-in-law. Li Jingqing finally spoke up, interrupting the anxious duet of the couple. Do you two even understand what connections mean? He stood up, walked over to Zhang He, and placed his hand gently on his nephew's shoulder. This Lin Wei, she wasn't just treating Xiao He to a meal. She was building him a ladder. She was opening a crack in the door to the circle behind her. He looked at his bewildered brother-in-law and explained slowly, enunciating each word. For ordinary folks like us, meeting someone worth $1 million in a lifetime is harder than climbing to the moon. But Xiao He? He now has a chance to meet a whole group of people worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. A single slip of information from them, a single opportunity they offer, would be enough for us to strive for 10 lifetimes. This isn't a trap, it's a banquet that connects you to the heavens. In his years as a detective, he'd seen too many people trapped and crushed by life simply because they lacked connections or influence. He understood the value of this crack in the door all too well. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang stood there dumbfounded, half understanding, half confused. Zhang He lifted his head to meet his parents' worried gaze and explained with the simplest analogy. Dad, Mom, Uncle is right. It's like this, we're villagers, and she's the county magistrate. Now it's her birthday, and she's invited me to her home for a meal. She even said she'd introduce me to the township chiefs from other townships. This analogy instantly clicked for Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang. But won't they look down on you? Li Sufang still couldn't shake her unease. Why would they look down on me? Zhang He countered, his youthful face showing an unexpected clarity beyond his years. Because I'm young? Because our family is poor now? Mom, in that circle, they only value one thing. I can turn 100,000 into 10 million in 5 days. That's my value. They won't look down on me. They'll be curious about me, study me, and try to extract even greater value from me. So I'm not going to beg them, I'm going to make them beg me. He delivered that final line with the calmness of a passing cloud. Yet it made the hearts of Zhang Jiping and his wife, along with Li Jingcheng, skip a beat simultaneously. A 7-year-old child, standing before 3 adults, declaring he would make a group of elite individuals at the pinnacle of the pyramid beg him? That was outrageously bold. Yet coming from Zhang He, who had just created a $10 million miracle, it carried an undeniable magic that commanded belief. The atmosphere in the room shifted once more. Worry gradually dissipated. In its place emerged an indescribable sense of pride. Yes. My son is right. Li Sufang's eyes lit up instantly. The woman who had been slumped over moments ago suddenly spun around twice on the spot, slapping her thigh. Chapter 51, Investment Genius. We can't let them look down on us. Clothes. We absolutely must have a proper outfit. Tomorrow I'll take you to First Department Store. We'll buy the finest little suit. And leather shoes too. The shiny kind. Plus a digital watch to wear. She was busily planning her gear. Clothes alone won't cut it. Zhang Jiping finally caught on. This honest, hard-working laborer was now racking his brain to figure out what he could contribute. Xiao He, come here. Dad'll teach you how to shake hands properly. Keep your back straight, look the person in the eye, and grip firmly, no limp handshakes. Li Jingcheng watched this lively scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Everyone, relax. I'll accompany Xiaoa on Saturday night. He's still a child. By the rules, attending such an event requires a guardian. As his uncle, it's only right that I go as his temporary guardian. With me there, no one will dare bully him. These words completely put Li Sufang and Zhang Jiping at ease. After dinner, Zhang He returned to his room and closed the door. His room was small, a single bed, a desk with peeling paint, and a slam dunk poster on the wall. Sakuragi Hanamichi's flamboyant red hair was the brightest splash of color in the tiny space. Zhang He pulled a cardboard box from under his bed, filled with old newspapers from recent months, Liberation Daily, Wenweipa, Xinmin Evening News. He flipped through them one by one, his eyes skimming over domestic news about the wave of layoffs and state-owned enterprise reforms. Finally, they settled on the international section. Kosovo conflict escalates as NATO airstrikes continue. OPEC announces new production cut agreement. Asian financial crisis lingers as international oil prices hover at low levels. His fingers lightly tap the headline about crude oil prices. The weekend arrived quickly. Yunding Club. The city's most exclusive private club, where only members and billionaires were permitted entry. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling nightscape of the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Bund, sparkling like a galaxy. Inside the club, smooth jazz flowed through the air. Men and women dressed in their finest held champagne glasses, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. They were the city's true elite. Heirs to family businesses, Wall Street returnees, venture capitalists with deep pockets. Their conversations touched on topics ordinary people would never encounter in a lifetime. The Nasdaq bubble is getting bigger and bigger. My dad told me to pull out some of the funds. I secured that plot in Pudong and plan to build an office tower. Interested in investing? I hear that website called Alibaba, run by Mr. Ma in Hangzhou, is quite interesting. Here, every name, every word, represented vast resources and unimaginable opportunities. A ding sounded as the elevator doors slowly opened. This faint sound caused several people near the door to turn their gaze in unison. Then, they all froze. Stepping out were 2 figures who stood out like sore thumbs. One was a middle-aged man with an upright posture and a resolute expression. He wore a brand new suit, but his taut muscles and watchful eyes made him look less like a guest and more like a highly alert bodyguard. The other was a child. A boy of no more than 7 or 8, dressed in an exquisitely tailored dark blue suit and a crisp white shirt with a neatly knotted bow tie. Though small in stature, he stood perfectly straight. His handsome little face bore none of the timidity or curiosity typical of children, only a deep, still calm. Li Jingcheng and Zhang He. Their appearance instantly stirred a ripple of whispered murmurs through the crowd. Who are they? Bringing a child to a place like this? No idea, looks unfamiliar. The guy beside him has such a fierce gaze. Could he be some big shot's illegitimate child? Bringing him along to see the world for Miss Lin's birthday today? Countless gazes, a mix of curiosity, disdain, and scrutiny fell upon them like spotlights. Li Jingcheng instinctively pulled Zhang He closer behind him, his palms already sweating. He'd seen criminals, corpses, and countless high-stakes situations, but the invisible pressure emanating from this elite social gathering felt suffocating. Zhang He, however, merely surveyed the room calmly before fixing his gaze on the center of the crowd. There, a woman in a dazzling red gown was gliding toward them. It was Lin Wei. Ignoring the young elites attempting to engage her, she walked straight up to Zhang He, her face breaking into a genuine smile. "You're here, little genius." She bent down naturally, took Zhang He's hand, then turned to face the entire room. Her voice rang out clear and strong, drowning out the music and all the murmurs. "Everyone, quiet please." The entire venue instantly fell silent. Lin Wei raised her hand, still clasped with Zhang He's, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "I'd like to take a moment to formally introduce someone to you all. This is Zhang He. A very, very special child I've recently come to know." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the puzzled and amused expressions in the room, then dropped a bombshell. "Don't let her young age fool you. She's an investment prodigy who created a 5-day, $10 million miracle in the financial markets." The words investment genius seemed to echo, swirling through the lavishly decorated reception hall and striking every ear. Dead silence fell over the entire room. Everyone seemed frozen in time, hands mid-air holding wine glasses, smiles frozen on their faces. 1 second, 2 seconds. Put. Someone finally cracked, bursting into laughter. Instantly, uncontrollable laughter erupted, drowning the entire hall. "Ha! That cracked me up. Vivi, did you come here to be the comic relief today?" A rich kid dressed in a Versace floral shirt, slick with makeup and pomade, doubled over laughing. He waved his champagne glass and winked at Lin Wei. "It's just a birthday party, why turn it into a kids event? 10 million every 5 days? Chinese yuan or Zimbabwean dollars?" His name was Zhao Tianyu. His family was in real estate, and he always spoke without restraint, relying on his stinking money. Beside him, socialite Wang Mani, her makeup flawless, clad in a Chanel skirt suit, covered her red lips with her coal-coated fingernails and giggled coquettishly. Her gaze drifted lazily over Zhang He, as if observing a monkey dressed in clothes at the zoo. "Sweetie, 10 million in 5 days? Are you playing Monopoly by Hasbro or something?" She batted her eyelashes innocently, her voice dripping with affected sweetness. "Oh dear, my mistake. Surely it's pocket money from your uncles and aunts? That's quite a lot." Her words were sharp and biting. Chapter 52, Shorting Crude Oil? "Lin Wei, did someone pull a fast one on you?" Sun Wei, a returning elite wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a bespoke suit, approached with a frown. He eyed Li Jingcheng and Zhang He up and down, his contempt unmasked. This kind of con artist trickery is long outdated. Using a kid as a front, spinning some far-fetched story, it might fool some unsophisticated local bosses, but bringing it here is just laughable. His rational analysis immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Exactly. A genius? More like a fairy tale. A 7-year-old brat. Does he even understand candlestick charts? These scammers have no limits these days, even exploiting children. Miss Lin is still too naive, easy prey for scams. The jeers, murmurs, and snickers pierced the three figures in the center like countless invisible needles. Lin Wei's face flushed instantly, the crimson spreading from her cheeks all the way to her ears. This was her home turf, her birthday banquet. She'd intended to give Zhang He a stunning entrance, but never imagined it would turn into a public mockery of both her and her guest. "No, it's not like that. Listen to me," she desperately tried to explain, but her voice was quickly drowned out by even louder laughter. An unprecedented wave of humiliation washed over her, making her wish the ground would swallow her whole. Li Jingcheng, standing nearby, had turned ashen. Fierce anger blazed in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the smug, gloating faces. These people, these so-called high society types. How could they humiliate a child like this? His fists clenched so tightly in his suit pockets they creaked. Veins bulged prominently on the backs of his hands. If not for the last shred of reason telling him that starting a fight here would bring immense trouble upon his nephew, he would have already smashed that punch right into the face of that little white boy named Zhao Tianyu. Yet the boy, the one everyone was mocking, displayed an astonishing calm. Zhang He didn't even lift an eyelid. As if the shrill noise had nothing to do with him. He slipped free of Lin Wei's slightly damp hand and, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, walked straight toward the dessert table in the corner. It was laden with all sorts of exquisite French pastries. He was too short to reach them. So he stood on tiptoe, stretched his little arms, and carefully selected a strawberry mousse cake that looked to have the most cream. Then, holding the small plate larger than his palm, he walked over to the corner sofa, sat down, picked up the tiny fork, and began eating quietly, bite by bite. That unflappable composure, that maturity utterly at odds with his age, was like a bucket of cold water dumped over the heads of those who had been laughing. The laughter of some people simply stuck in their throats. Stuck there, unable to rise or fall. It felt eerie. They had imagined every possible reaction this child might have, crying in fright, flushing red and arguing back, or hiding behind an adult. But they never imagined he would react like this. Complete and utter indifference. It was as if, in his eyes, this group of privileged elites who ruled the roost in the metropolis were truly nothing at all. This feeling sent an inexplicable chill down some of their spines. An awkward silence spread through the room. Lin Wei suppressed the hurt welling up inside, raised her wine glass, and put on a polite smile once more. All right, everyone, don't stand there. It's my birthday today, so let's all relax a bit." Her attempt to smooth things over gave everyone an escape route, and they quickly shifted the conversation. The clubhouse returned to its earlier lively buzz. Yet the focus of the conversation had quietly shifted. Sunway, the elite returnee, cleared his throat to reclaim his position as the opinion leader and spoke up loudly. By the way, has anyone been following international crude oil futures lately? At the mention of potential profits, every ear perked up. Sunway relished the attention, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose as he spoke in a tone that suggested he was imparting divine wisdom. I just got word from my Wall Street contacts that peace talks in the Middle East are progressing smoothly. Major oil-producing nations, including Saudi Arabia, are privately hinting that they may announce increased production next month to stabilize the global economy. He paused, savoring the eager looks around him, before delivering his conclusion with satisfaction. The news hasn't been officially released yet, but the market has already reacted. I can confidently say the downward trend in crude oil futures is now set in stone. This is an absolutely once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to short the market. Short crude oil? Sun's intel is always spot on. If we catch this wave, we can trade in for a new car by year-end. Everyone nodded in agreement, rubbing their hands together in anticipation as they excitedly debated how much leverage to use and how to position their short trades. To them, this was money falling from the sky too good to pass up. Amidst this fervent buzz, a small figure quietly nibbled cake in the corner. A subtle smile touched their lips when no one else noticed. Shorting crude oil? How familiar it felt, so familiar it made him want to laugh. In his previous life, it was amidst similar clamorous excitement that he had poured every last penny of his hard-earned savings into shorting crude oil. Then, just as everyone believed oil prices would plummet, war reignited in the Gulf region. Overnight, oil prices skyrocketed, leaving countless short sellers wiped out, losing their entire capital. He was among them. It wasn't just money, it was his entire hope for changing his fate at that moment. From that moment on, his life spiraled into an abyss. And now, this group of self-important elites is gleefully preparing to leap into the same pit of fire. History always repeats itself in astonishing ways. Only this time, he wouldn't be the one getting reaped. Click. A faint click. Amidst the room's fervent chatter, the sound was faint, almost inaudible. Zhang He set down the small silver fork in his hand and lifted his head. His youthful face bore not a trace of emotion. His gaze cut through the crowd, landing squarely on Sunway, who was gesturing wildly and spitting as he pontificated. Then he spoke. Crude oil. It will rise. Every sound in the entire reception hall abruptly ceased. The men and women who had been boisterously debating moments before now froze in place, as if their throats had been clamped shut. Every pair of eyes instantly focused on the small figure in the corner. Time seemed to freeze. After a brief, deathly silence, laughter erupted 10 times more violently than before, surging forth like a torrential flood. Ha! Zhao Tianyu laughed the hardest, clutching his stomach until tears streamed down his face. He nearly collapsed onto the sofa. I can't take it anymore, kid. Got another brilliant idea? Chapter 53, Too Much of a Good Thing. Gasping for breath, he pointed at Zhang He and bellowed to the entire room. Did you all hear that? He said crude oil will rise. Hey, come explain to us why it'll go up. He deliberately adopted a comical posture of straining to listen, then drawled in a mocking tone. Oh, I get it. Is it because you want to drink gasoline to grow taller faster? Ha! The vicious sarcasm drew even louder, more unrestrained laughter. But Sunway, the elite returnee, looked anything but pleased. He felt his professional expertise had been insulted like never before. A wet behind-the-ears brat dared to question insider information he'd acquired on Wall Street? Absolutely preposterous. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses brimming with condescending arrogance and a hint of offended anger. Stepping before Zhang He, he deliberately slowed his speech, adopting the tone of a teacher lecturing an ignorant student. Young man, listen to your uncle. This world is incredibly complex. Especially geopolitics, it involves nations, interests, wars. You can't grasp it just by watching Black Cat Police Chief. His words seemed gentle and guiding, but they were actually extremely harsh, essentially pointing his finger at Zhang He and berating him for being naive and ignorant. Li Jingcheng, who had remained silent, clenched his fists once more. He was ready if his nephew broke down in tears, he'd take him away immediately, refusing to endure this humiliation any longer. Yet Zhang He merely stared quietly at Sunway before speaking slowly. The peace talks are merely a facade for your benefit. Sunway's smile froze. You only saw the Saudi prince shaking hands with the American envoy, but you failed to see that the true core conflict behind it, the global imbalance between supply and demand, and the imminent geopolitical crisis remained entirely unresolved. Zhang He's voice was steady, as if stating the simplest of facts. It's like a powder keg, the peace talks you see are merely a cloth draped over it. But the fuse has already been lit. What? The laughter in the reception hall gradually died down. Expression of disbelief and alarm began to appear on some faces. Saudi Arabia increasing production? A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Zhang He's mouth. Do you truly believe a royal family that relies on oil sales to sustain an entire nation would genuinely wish for oil prices to fall? He paused, then delivered a cold, hard truth. Any price below $80 per barrel fails to cover their massive domestic fiscal expenditures. Their current rhetoric of suppressing oil prices is merely to accommodate Wall Street capital buying low, depressing prices to replenish inventories. This is the most basic strategy. Sunway's pupils suddenly contracted. This is the kind of logic only discussed internally within institutions. How could he know? Zhang He gave him no time to process. Besides, haven't you followed news from non-OPEC producers? Major oil pipelines in Russia's Far East have suffered 3 incidents of varying severity in the past month due to aging infrastructure. Their actual production capacity already falls below market expectations. These details were covered in the international briefings after the news broadcast, didn't you watch? Not to mention, the Northern Hemisphere is about to enter winter. Heating oil demand is inelastic, it's a seasonal pattern. With each sentence he uttered, Sunway's face paled further, and the hall grew quieter. The wealthy young men and socialites who had been laughing heartily moments before now gaped in silence, staring at the 7-year-old boy as if he were a freak. They couldn't comprehend terms like non-OPEC or rigid demand, but they understood Sunway's expression perfectly. That shock and embarrassment of being publicly exposed was impossible to fake. Finally, Zhang He rose from the sofa. His small frame now seemed to radiate immense power. His gaze swept slowly across every person present, taking in the expressions that shifted from mockery to astonishment to bewilderment. Truthfully, these fundamentals weren't the most crucial points. He paused, his voice tinged with a cold, pitying tone. What mattered most was that the market was now too bearish. Just like you all. When everyone is scrambling to crowd onto one side of the boat. Zhang He didn't continue. He simply turned around and tugged at the hem of his uncle's robe, who stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. Uncle, let's go home. The ship will capsize. And he would stand on the opposite shore, watching this bunch of fools get utterly swallowed by the towering waves. Li Jingqing's mind went blank for a split second. Completely lost to his nephew's reasoning, he reacted instinctively the moment he heard the word home, grabbing Zhang He and starting to pull him toward the exit. Only after taking 2 steps did he belatedly snap back to reality. What had Zhang He just said? Supply-demand imbalance? Wall Street accumulation? Pipeline accident? Where on earth did this kid pick up all this stuff? Li Jingqing's footsteps faltered slightly. Behind him, the frozen air finally stirred again, not with the earlier laughter, but with a cacophony of whispers laced with shock, disbelief, and vexed indignation. This sounds so convincing, talking about non-OPEC factors, seasonal demand. Give me a break. What does a little brat know about fundamentals? He must have overheard bits and pieces somewhere and now he's showing off. Exactly. Just trying to grab attention. He's only 7. What the hell does a 7-year-old know about geopolitics? Sunway, who had been reeling from Zhang He's earlier tirade, finally found his footing to counterattack. He didn't challenge Zhang He's arguments, he couldn't find any flaws in them right away. His target was Zhang He's very identity. Everyone, quiet down. Sunway cleared his throat, his face ashen but his tone regaining its arrogance. Pointing at Zhang He's back, he spoke loudly. Don't be intimidated by him. A child's greatest skill is imitation and recitation. What he just said sounds terrifying, but if you flip through the past 6 months of global finance or watch the international briefs after the news broadcast, you'll find that piecing things together haphazardly can always produce such a seemingly plausible theory. His words immediately resonated with most of the crowd. Exactly. He must have memorized it. How else could you explain it? How could a 7-year-old possibly understand the global economy better than these business veterans and overseas returnees? It just doesn't make sense. Zhao Tianyu finally snapped out of it, wiping away tears of laughter with a look of utter contempt. I knew it. A little brat actually thinks he's some stock market genius? Lin Wei, where did you find this little character to entertain us with his stand-up routine? Chapter 54, you'll have to get used to it. All eyes instantly refocused on Lin Wei. This time, their gazes carried undisguised mockery. Lin Wei's situation became unbearably awkward. The radiant smile vanished from her striking face, replaced by tightly furrowed brows. She had invited Zhang He because she genuinely admired his trading talent and wanted to give him a platform. But she never imagined Zhang He would speak with such overconfidence, publicly challenging a Wall Street veteran in crude oil, a field he shouldn't even understand. Had this kid really overstepped his bounds this time? After all, stock market intuition and macroeconomic judgment were 2 entirely different matters. His arguments sounded logical, but what if they were just coincidences and guesswork? For the first time, Lin Wei's confidence in her own judgment began to waver. She felt she might have truly botched things. Zhang He, however, remained oblivious to the commotion behind him. He pulled his uncle to a halt, but not to turn back and argue. Instead, he walked over to the nearby buffet table, stood on tiptoe, and poured himself half a glass of orange juice. Then, cradling the glass, he gulped down several mouthfuls. The sweet tart liquid slid down his throat, and he closed his eyes in comfort. His youthful face wore a contentment that seemed out of place in the surrounding chaos. He didn't say another word. Because it was no longer necessary. You can't explain ice to a summer insect, nor the sea to a frog in a well. What else was there to say to this bunch of fools about to be crushed by the market? To the crowd, his silence was the clearest proof he had run out of arguments. See? He's gone quiet. Caught out, isn't he? He's just a kid after all, scared off, and now he's stumped. The jeers erupted once more, yet for some reason, they lacked the earlier's righteous conviction. A few more astute merchants refrained from joining the laughter. They watched the small figure quietly sipping juice, replaying his earlier words in their minds. Non-OPEC pipeline incident. Winter heating demand remains inelastic. When everyone is bearish. These words pierced their hearts like tiny thorns. For reasons they couldn't quite pinpoint, a vague sense of unease lingered. 3 days later, Tuesday. Shanghai, in an ordinary residential building. Zhang He had just returned home from work. Li Sufan was carrying dishes out of the kitchen. The old Changhong color TV on the wall was broadcasting the 7 o'clock news broadcast. This was an unshakable habit for most families in this era. Next, an international news report. The male anchor's clear, precise voice came from the television. Li Sufang placed the last dish of tomato scrambled eggs on the table, about to call her son to dinner, when the television screen abruptly shifted. No longer the calm studio, but a night sea engulfed in flames. Rolling smoke billowed skyward. The camera's violent shaking and chaotic background noise screamed of the terror and chaos unfolding on the scene. According to information just received by our station, at around midnight local time today, a Russian supertanker in the shipping lanes near the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by unidentified armed speedboats. A massive explosion occurred in the middle of the vessel, igniting a raging fire. Casualty figures remain unknown, and the strait has been urgently closed. What? Zhang He and Li Sufan froze simultaneously, chopsticks forgotten in their hands. The news footage continued as the female anchor added in a hurried yet clear tone. This sudden incident has triggered severe volatility in the international crude oil futures market, which opened this afternoon. The scene shifted to the exchange. The green K line representing crude oil prices, green indicates a drop, red indicates a rise in China's share market, the opposite applies, internationally shot upward at a near 90-degree angle, charging toward the top of the screen. All the data was jumping wildly upward. At the bottom of the screen, a line of glaring white text slashed across the view, jarring everyone's eyes. International crude oil futures prices surged 217% in a single day, marking the largest single-day gain since the Gulf War. Madness. Absolute madness. Zhang He muttered to himself. Even as an ordinary worker, he sensed the storm brewing behind this news. Just then, Zhang He and his wife suddenly recalled what Li Jingcheng had told them after returning from the Yunding Club. They spun around to find their son, Zhang He, standing in the doorway of the living room, holding a copy of Story World. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his face. That smile, framed by the television's fiery images, seemed both mysterious and terrifying. The couple stared blankly at their son in the doorway, then back at the fiery straits on the screen, their minds completely frozen. A 7-year-old child had made an accurate prophecy about the world situation 3 days later. He. Li Sufan's lips trembled, unable to form a complete name. She pointed at the television, then at her son, her eyes filled with more terror than joy. How did you know? Who are you? In that moment, she felt as though the son she'd lived with day in and day out was a stranger so unfamiliar it filled her with dread. Zhang He grabbed his wife, who was on the verge of collapse. Though equally stunned, as the man of the house, he had to stay composed. He stared intently at Zhang He, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Son, tell Dad you guessed all this, right?" How he wished his son would nod and say, "I just got lucky." Instead, Zhang He simply set down his copy of Story World, looked at them calmly, and uttered words that sent a chill down their spines. "Dad, Mom, there will be many more things like this in the future. You'll have to get used to it." In the Zhang family's modest living room, a worldview was crumbling within their household. Meanwhile, on the other side of the metropolis, within countless luxurious living rooms, private clubs, and high-end apartments, the same news was triggering a veritable tsunami. In the VIP lounge of the Yunding Club, Zhao Tianyu was wrapped around a newly met young model, bragging about the Porsche 911 he'd just picked up last week. The ultra-thin LCD TV on the wall was playing MTV. He casually picked up the remote, intending to switch channels for some excitement, but his finger slipped and landed on the financial news channel. Images of towering flames instantly filled the entire screen. International crude oil futures prices surged 217% in a single day. Put. Zhao Tianyu sprayed a mouthful of Lafite across the expensive carpet before him. The young model beside him gasped in alarm. "Young Master Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Tianyu seemed oblivious, frozen stiff on the sofa. His eyes were glued to the TV screen, pupils violently constricting with fear. 217. Strait of Hormuz. Oil tanker attacked. Every word that Brat had uttered at the banquet 3 days ago now transformed into the sharpest daggers, stabbing his nerves one by one, torturing him to death. Chapter 55, Apology. How could that be? How could he have been right? Wasn't that kid just reciting a script? Wasn't he just trying to impress the crowd? A 7-year-old brat, how could he? How could he possibly foresee all this? No. This must be a coincidence. Zhao Tianyu raged inwardly, but his deathly pale face and trembling hands betrayed his inner collapse. At the same moment, in a penthouse duplex overlooking the entire Bund riverfront, Sun Wei, having just wrapped up a video conference, sipped a cup of hand-ground coffee, savoring a moment of peace. As an elite returnee from Wall Street, he had his own information channels. The computer screen on his desk was already filled with a sea of green candlesticks indicating surging prices on the international market chart. His hand froze mid-air. The rich aroma of coffee could no longer bring him any comfort. His worldview shattered in that instant, colliding with the image of that 7-year-old child. It was no coincidence. Absolutely not a coincidence. The non-OPEC pipeline incident, yesterday's Nigerian news did mention it briefly, but everyone assumed the impact would be negligible. Winter heating demand was the standard analysis, but no one would consider it the core factor triggering the market explosion. Wall Street hoarding. He himself came from Wall Street and knew well the greed of those sharks. Yet he saw no obvious signals. And the most critical factor. When everyone crowds to one side of the boat, Sun Wei abruptly closed his eyes. He was wrong. He was wrong. Completely wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Utterly wrong. His pride, his expertise, logical frameworks, elite credentials looked like a joke in front of that kid. That kid wasn't just piecing things together, he possessed a macro-level logic that transcended everyone else, a god's eye view. He wasn't predicting. He was stating an impending fact. Meanwhile, in the yoga studio of a private fitness club, a few socialites had just finished their stretches and were gathered together gossiping. Oh my, did you see the news? Oil prices have gone crazy. Oh my gosh, really? My dad told his friends just the other day that prices were bound to drop, he even shorted them. One of the girls was Wang Mani. Her face instantly drained of color as she muttered to herself. 5 days made 10 million in 5 days. Predicting the oil price surge. My goodness, Lin Wei wasn't lying to us. That kid, he's a prodigy. What child? Her companion asked curiously. But she seemed to have lost her soul. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and scrolled through to find Lin Wei's number. The next second, the entire elite circle of Shanghai's top-tier rich second generation collectively plunged into chaos. Lin Wei's phone, a brand new Nokia 8810, vibrated frantically. One familiar name after another flashed across the screen. She didn't answer. She simply leaned against her floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of the Huangpu River outside. A complex smile curved her lips. She recalled the scene 3 days prior. That petite figure, amidst everyone's mockery and skepticism, had walked so quietly to the buffet counter, stood on tiptoe, and poured herself a glass of orange juice. No anger, no argument, not even a trace of unnecessary emotion. In those eyes was a calm that seemed to see through everything. As if, in his eyes, this so-called elite crowd of socialites were nothing more than a bunch of unreasonable summer insects. Ding! The phone's vibration ceased as a text message popped up. It was from Zhao Tianyu. Sis Weiwei. I was wrong. I was blinded by stupidity the day, a fool who couldn't recognize a mountain when it was right in front of me. Please, I beg you, put in a good word for me with young Master Zhang. I'll apologize to him. I'll even kowtow to him. Immediately after came one from Sun Wei. Lin Wei, I offer my sincerest apologies to you and Mr. Zhang for my arrogance and ignorance that night. His insight far surpasses my understanding. I hope for an opportunity to seek his guidance in person. Please arrange an introduction. Then came a flood of all sorts of random messages. Wei, is young Master Zhang still looking for investors? I can handle 100 million yuan deal. Miss Lin, does Mr. Zhang take apprentices? Tuition is no issue. Wei, tell Mr. Zhang I bought a Patek Philippe. I'll deliver it tomorrow. Lin Wei stared at these messages, which had shifted from arrogance to groveling, and could only marvel inwardly. This young man. Not only did he accurately predict the market, but he also accurately predicted human nature. He knew any defense would be futile. Only facts could deliver the loudest slap. This slap jolted the entire self-important elite of the metropolis back to reality. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Zhang He picked up the brick-like Motorola phone his uncle Li Jingsheng had bought him. At this moment, the big brother phone was set to silent. Yet its tiny screen kept lighting up tirelessly, time and again. Unknown number calling. Unknown number calling. You have 18 unread messages. Zhang He paid no attention. He calmly watched the international news scrolling across the TV screen, a faint smile curling his lips into a deep, knowing grin. He had won. And more decisively than ever before. That night, a 7-year-old boy named Zhang He ascended to legendary status in Shanghai's elite circles of wealthy second-generation heirs and venture capitalists. He was no longer just the stock market prodigy who made 10 million in 5 days. He was now young Master Zhang, the one who could predict the world's future. By the next morning, the milky white landline phone at the Zhang residence finally fell silent. Li Sufang and Zhang Jiping, their eyes ringed with dark circles from a sleepless night, gazed at their son with pride, a sense of unfamiliarity, and an unmistakable tinge of awe. Buzz. Just then, the Motorola mobile phone Zhang Hefa had left on the table began to vibrate abruptly. The couple jumped, their bodies instinctively tensing. This thing had rung all night yesterday, and they hadn't dared answer it. Zhang He, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He reached out, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. His fingers were so small that holding the black brick-like device looked somewhat comical, yet his expression was eerily calm. Hello. A crisp, pleasant female voice came from the other end, tinged with an unmistakable hint of amusement. Good morning, Zhang He. It's Lin Wei. Hope I'm not disturbing you? Zhang He's gaze softened momentarily. Sister Lin Wei, what's up? Well, there is something. Lin Wei's tone lightened. Zhao Tianyu, Sun Wei, and Wang Manny, you know, the one in the Chanel suit the day they asked me to act as a go-between. They want to apologize to you in person. Apologize? Zhang He's lips curled slightly. A weasel paying respects to a chicken, they're up to no good. Those arrogant rich kids either had their spines broken by him or were trying to get a piece of him. He had no time for such tedious social niceties now. Chapter 56, Looking for a ride? I don't have time. He refused bluntly. Don't hang up just yet. Lin Wei seemed to have anticipated his response, her voice tinged with slyness. They said they came with genuine sincerity. Zhang He's hand holding the phone paused slightly. He was starting a business and needed to leverage larger capital. Going it alone in the stock market had its limits. Connections, resources, and information, these were precisely what Zhao Tianyu and his crew possessed by nature. A juicy opportunity presented itself, why not seize it? Besides, he was genuinely curious, what exactly did Lin Wei mean by complete sincerity? Time. Place. Zhang He's voice remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. On the other end of the line, Lin Wei's smile deepened. This kid was always so direct, always hitting the nail on the head. 3 o'clock this afternoon. Qingqing Tea House next to Jing'an Temple. Private room Tian. All right. With that, Zhang He hung up the phone. 2:50 p.m., Qingqing Tea House. This place exuded antique charm, every step revealing a new scene, with every piece of decor being a genuine antique. To open such a money pit in the late 90s in Shanghai, the owner's background must be unfathomably deep. At that moment, 3 people sat restlessly in the Tianzi private room. Zhao Tianyu sat bolt upright, no longer daring to cross his legs. Sun Wei kept glancing at his Vacheron Constantine watch, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Manny kept pulling out a compact to touch up her makeup. She appeared composed, but the excessive frequency of her actions betrayed her inner tension. They had been waiting for half an hour. Yet not one dared show the slightest sign of impatience. Joking aside, this was a genius capable of predicting global trends. Making him wait for you? That's suicide. You waiting for him? That's only natural. Squeak. The wooden door of the private room swung open. Lin Wei entered, leading a little boy dressed in a blue jacket. The boy stood only waist high to her, yet in that instant, Zhao Tianyu, Sun Wei, and Wang Manny all shot up from their chairs in unison. Their movements were more precise than when they'd stood at the teacher's call in school. Young Master Zhang. The 3 spoke in unison, bowing deeply with faces plastered with fawning smiles, their demeanor reaching the pinnacle of reverence. This young Master Zhang was uttered with genuine sincerity and heartfelt admiration. Zhang He's gaze swept over each of their faces before he strode directly to the main seat. He was too short, and climbing onto that armchair proved a bit of a struggle. Zhao Tianyu reached out to help, but a single glance from Zhang stopped him. Using both hands and feet, he steadily settled into the seat before lifting his gaze to the 3 adults standing before him and speaking in a calm tone. Sit. The 3 men sat back down cautiously, as if granted a reprieve, daring only to sit halfway down. Young Master Zhang. Zhao Tianyu rubbed his hands together and spoke first, his once arrogant face now plastered with flattery. Last time at Sister Weiwei's banquet, I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm a bastard. I'm not human. You're magnanimous, please don't take offense at a fool like me. As he spoke, he actually raised his hand and delivered a sharp yet measured slap to his own cheek. Beside him, Sun Wei, though less dramatic, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up and stood, bowing deeply to Zhang He. Young Master Zhang, I offer my most sincere apologies for my arrogance and prejudice that evening. Your vision and perspective transcend textbook knowledge. I was truly a frog in a well. Wang Manny lowered herself even further, personally pouring tea into Zhang He's cup with a voice so soft it could melt ice. Young Master Zhang, we girls don't understand big matters, but we just think you're incredibly impressive. That day was our fault. Please forgive us this once, okay? Watching this scene unfold before him, Zhang He felt not a ripple of emotion. In his previous life, he had endured scorn and indifference, seeing through the fickleness of human relationships. He knew all too well that these people didn't revere Zhang He himself, they revered his ability to predict the future, his skill in turning 5 days into 10,000, and the staggering wealth he could bring. He lifted the teacup, blew gently on the steam, but did not drink. He set it down again. Then, he lifted his eyelids, looked at the 3 of them, and spoke calmly. I accept your apology. After a pause, he leaned forward slightly and asked, enunciating each word carefully. Now then, what business brings you to me? Here it comes. A collective chill ran through the trio. They knew the real drama was about to begin. They exchanged glances, and finally, Zhao Tianyu, the one with the most prestigious family background, steeled himself to speak. Mr. Zhang, we just feel that following you will lead to big rewards. He chose his words carefully, afraid of saying the wrong thing. The stock market was unpredictable, and ordinary folks like them couldn't make sense of it. You're like a god sent down from heaven. Even a tiny drop from your fingertips would be enough for us to live on for a lifetime. So, we were thinking, maybe you could take us along to get rich together. Make you rich? A faint, ambiguous smile touched the corner of Zhang He's mouth. Yes. Zhao Tianyu nodded eagerly. Rest assured, we know the rules. You provide the strategy, we contribute the capital and effort. When we profit, you take the lion's share. We'll be satisfied with the scraps. How about a 70-30 split? You get 70%, we take 30%. 70%? This was practically groveling. In their circles, offering even a 20% cut to those who brought in investments was considered an immense favor. Yet, after hearing this, Zhang He showed no reaction whatsoever. He merely picked up his teacup again, using the lid to gently skim the foam off the surface, stroke by stroke. The tea's fragrance wafted through the air. Time seemed to stand still. He said nothing. He sat there quietly, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Yet the atmosphere in the private room grew oppressively heavy. Zhao Tianyu and his two companions could even hear their own hearts pounding. Beads of sweat trickled down Sun Wei's temples. Wang Mani's dignified smile began to stiffen. Zhao Tianyu's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. They were all sharp operators and instantly understood. Young Master Zhang was dissatisfied. Or rather, mere empty promises weren't enough to sway him. What he wanted to see was tangible, concrete proof of sincerity, something he could hold in his hands. Damn it! Zhao Tianyu cursed himself inwardly as a fool. Negotiating with a demon like this, playing games with empty promises, was courting death, wasn't it? Did he need your pie in the sky profits? What he needed was value he could recognize and cash in on immediately. Realizing this, Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. The hesitation on his face instantly gave way to a fierce determination to go all in. He abruptly rose from the sofa, stepping before Zhang He with an even lower posture than before, almost obsequious. He slid a bound document from his Hermes briefcase. Young Master Zhang, words alone aren't proof. Here are the cash flow records for the past 6 months from the 2 bars under my name. Please review them. Starting today, I will transfer full ownership of these 2 establishments to you without asking for a single penny. Chapter 57, The 3 Men's Sincerity. But that's not all. He slammed a black Swiss bank card onto the table. Inside is the 5 million yuan my father just gave me for this month's spending money. The pin is 6/8. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse with emotion. I'm staking everything I own, every last cent I can access on you. This 5 million, plus the bar's future profits, is my capital. Do whatever you want with it. If we lose, blame it on Zhao Tianyu's poor judgment. If we profit, well, you decide how to split it. Just give me a share of the spoils. Real gold and silver, assets laid bare. This was Zhao Tianyu's sincerity. Direct, blunt, but effective. Zhang He's eyelids finally lifted slightly. His gaze swept over the document and bank card, his expression unreadable. But this subtle gesture of his sent a chill through the other 2. This could work. Wang Mani silently thought to herself, that was close, thank goodness I was prepared. She knew she couldn't compete with Zhao Tianyu, the legitimate eldest son, in terms of cash flow and direct control over the family business. She had to bring something different to the table. She smiled elegantly, her voice soft and alluring yet carrying an undeniable confidence. Young Master Zhao certainly has a generous spirit. A mere woman like me couldn't possibly match such a grand gesture. As she spoke, she reached into her Chanel handbag and pulled out a Sony notebook computer, ultra thin and futuristic, for $19.99, gently sliding it toward Zhang He. The screen displayed a complex interface filled with data streams and heat maps. Unlike Xiao Xiao, I can't just pull out an entire industry. But I have my own strengths. Her finger tapped lightly on the touchpad, and the data on the screen began scrolling in real time. This is a public sentiment monitoring system I built myself. It captures real-time keyword popularity and sentiment analysis from major global financial media outlets, large BBS forums, and even specific dark web sections. For instance, inputting crude oil or OPEC would instantly reveal the positive to negative sentiment ratio for all related information over the past 24 hours, along with the geographic distribution of discussion intensity. Wang Mani's eyes gleamed with astonishing intensity as she looked at Zhang He, her words deliberate. Your judgment is divine. I wouldn't dare presume to offer advice. But I wonder if this little tool might save you some time sifting through information, serving as a minor reference point for your decision-making? This woman had hit the nail on the head. For the first time, Zhang He's gaze lingered on a gift for more than 3 seconds. Money? He'd have plenty of that in the future. Industries? He could build them himself. But this intelligence tool, possessing the rudiments of big data in the dawn of the information age, its value was immeasurable. This Wang Mani wasn't just a pretty face, she was a tech-savvy talent with brains and ambition. Wang Manny caught the shift in Zhang He's eyes and felt a surge of satisfaction. Her gamble had paid off. She immediately upped the ante, sliding a bank card across the table. Of course, sincerity was essential. I can personally contribute 8 million in cash as follow-on funding. Now the pressure was squarely on Sun Wei. Zhao Tianyu flexed his muscles. Wang Manny showcased her brain. What could he possibly offer? Sweat beaded on Sun Wei's forehead, soaking through his bangs. His heart pounded as he stared at Zhang He's youthful yet unfathomable face. He knew he couldn't just throw money at this anymore. Competing with Zhao Tianyu in spending was pointless. Rivaling Wang Manny in technology? He was an amateur. His only advantage lay in his expertise and his near-academic devotion to research. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, the gaze behind the lenses shifting from tension to fervent reverence. Young Master Zhang, I'm ashamed to admit it, but ever since Sister Lin Wei revealed your stock market maneuvers, I've been replaying them over and over. I mobilized every resource in our team to meticulously analyze your 5-day, 10 million yuan trading records, cross-referencing all global macroeconomic data and news at the time. But I admit I couldn't make sense of it. He gave a wry smile, a sigh of admiration born from intellectual humiliation. I simply cannot fathom how you could so precisely predict every single bull-bear reversal point. That level of data-driven accuracy transcends human comprehension. It's nothing short of art. These words weren't flattery, they were a heartfelt expression of awe. He carefully removed an object from his briefcase and placed it on the table. It was a bank USB token at the time, the key for executing large online transactions and accessing high-level permissions. Young Master Zhang, I lack young Master Zhao's boldness and Miss Wang's ingenuity. What I can offer is my expertise and my team. He slid the token toward Zhang He. Inside lies the macroeconomic data model our team spent 2 years building, along with access to every in-depth industry report from Wall Street's top investment banks over the next 5 years, all purchased by us. I hope to learn from you up close. Even if I only grasp a fraction of your operational logic, it would be the honor of a lifetime. He stood up and bowed deeply to Zhang He. This represents my utmost sincerity. Additionally, I will personally invest 10 million yuan, placing it entirely at your disposal. One offered his fortune, another his intelligence, and another his expertise. Money, ironically, became the least significant embellishment. These 3 offerings of sincerity finally drew a distinct curve to the corners of Zhang He's mouth. What he sought had never been mere followers, but blades he could wield. One to lead the charge, one to provide intelligence support, one to handle professional analysis. The embryonic form of a future business empire was already taking shape within this modest tea house. He finally extended his small hand, picked up the slightly cool teacup before him, and took a gentle sip. Then, under the gaze of the 3, he set the cup down and uttered the first assessment of this meeting in his clear, childlike voice. I acknowledge your sincerity. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3, before calmly declaring. From this moment on, you are my people. The words fell like thunder. Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and Sun Wei froze instantly in place. Then, a surge of ecstasy shot through their bodies like an electric current. It worked. We bet right. They had been accepted by this teenage stock genius. Zhao Tianyu felt the nerves that had been taut all afternoon suddenly relax. His back, already drenched in cold sweat, now clung uncomfortably to the leather sofa. But he couldn't care less. All he wanted to do was let out a roar to vent the excitement surging within him. Wang Manny's consistently elegant smile finally softened with genuine warmth, her eyes and brows brimming with delight. Sun Wei was beyond ecstatic. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with fervor, like a devotee finally receiving a divine response. Yet Zhang He's next move poured a bucket of cold water over them, instantly dousing the flames in their hearts. Chapter 58, Zhang He's Rules. Ignoring the trio's ecstasy, he simply picked up a glass of Hui Yuan juice that a server had delivered earlier. His small hand gripped the glass as he leisurely sipped a tiny mouthful. The orange-yellow liquid reflected in his eyes, as still as ancient wells, deep and unfathomable. Gulp! Zhao Tianyu's Adam's apple bobbed again, but this time, it wasn't from nervousness, it was from a sudden, overwhelming sense of pressure. Something was off. The atmosphere felt off. Hadn't he already accepted us? Why did it feel even more terrifying than before? Zhang He set down his juice glass. The bottom of the cup met the rosewood tabletop with a soft clink, a sound that resonated clearly in everyone's heart. He swept his gaze over the bank cards, documents, and the U-shield representing cutting-edge technology on the table. Then he spoke. His voice remained as clear and crisp as a child's, yet his words carried a domineering and detached quality even adults lacked. But I don't need the money you've offered. One sentence froze the smug smile that had just appeared on Zhao Tianyu's face. The 5 million in cash and 2 bars he'd boasted about, were they truly things he didn't need? Wang Manny and Sun Wei also felt a chill in their hearts, instinctively straightening their backs. But Zhang He's tone shifted. His gaze lingered a second longer on Wang Manny's notebook and Sun Wei's USB token. Your resources, he said, are rather interesting. Wang Manny and Sun Wei's breathing instantly quickened. Recognized. The most valuable parts of themselves had been acknowledged by this prodigy. So, cooperation is possible. Zhang He leaned back in the oversized sofa. Her petite frame seemed disproportionate, yet her presence dominated the entire private room. But you must abide by my rules. Here it comes. A collective chill ran through all three. They knew this was the real purpose of today's meeting. The Pledge of Allegiance earlier was merely the admission ticket. Now, this was the moment that would determine whether they'd get the meat or the broth, whether they'd be partners or lackeys. Young Master Zhang, please speak. Zhao Tianyu dropped all pretense of levity, leaning forward slightly in an attentive posture. We're listening. First. Zhang He extended a slender finger. Your 3 funds, including all subsequent investments, will be pooled into a single capital pool for unified management. He paused, as if deep in thought, then continued. This fund pool shall be named He Guang Capital. Within He Guang Capital, I possess absolute decision-making authority. Your industries, intelligence, and data must all serve my decisions. Absolute decision-making authority. Zhao Tianyu's eyelid twitched. This meant that once his 5 million was invested, he wouldn't even have the right to inquire about how it was managed, what was purchased, or when it was sold. This was more thorough than selling him outright. Second. Zhang He raised his second finger, giving them no time to digest the first point. Lock-up period. Starting from the capital injection, a minimum of 3 months. During this period, regardless of profit or loss, no one may withdraw funds for any reason. Whoa. Sunway sucked in a sharp breath. 3 months? In the fast-changing financial markets, 3 months could turn a millionaire into a pauper. This was like staking everything on Zhang He's chariot with no chance to jump off. Third, profit sharing. Zhang He raised his third finger, and his words seemed to freeze the air. I take 30% of all profits as management fees and performance compensation. 30%. 30%. Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened instantly, nearly jumping off the sofa. That's robbery. Even the shadiest private equity funds out there, managing clients' assets, would only dare to take a 20% commission at most. And this guy wants 30% off the bat? That's 30% of the net profit. If they made 100 million, he'd take 30 million. For the first time, Wang Mani's composure slipped. She rapidly calculated in her mind. This commission rate was outrageously high, yet it also proved just how confident the other party was. So confident that he believed the profits he would generate would leave you rolling in money even after splitting 70%, far exceeding your wildest expectations. Fourth, confidentiality. Zhang He's voice turned cold. All my operational strategies and transaction records are top secret. I don't want a fourth person knowing about them beyond those present here today. Finally, and most crucially, his gaze swept across the 3 faces in turn, sharp as a piercing insight into human nature. Trust. He enunciated each syllable with deliberate force. I am a man who trusts those I employ and employs those I trust. If you harbor even the slightest doubt about my capabilities or my rules, then right now, immediately, take your things and leave. Our meeting today will be treated as if it never happened. Once you stay, during our collaboration, I demand unconditional execution and trust. Even if I order you to liquidate at the upper limit or go all in at the lower limit, your response must be just 2 words. Execute. The words fell, and the private room fell deathly silent. Each rule felt like a shackle, domineering, tyrannical, and beyond question. Hand over your money, shut your mouth, surrender your mind, become a puppet, utterly controlled by him. This wasn't a partnership, it was signing away your very soul. The sweat that had just faded from their foreheads began to bead once more. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same struggle and hesitation in the other's eyes. Reason screamed this was madness, staking everything on a 7-year-old child, bound by such draconian terms. Utterly preposterous. Yet, the mythical battle record kept involuntarily flashing through their minds. The earth-shattering prophecy in the crude oil market. 10 million in 5 days. That godlike perspective overlooking the market, that nonchalance treating money like grass. Risk and reward raged wildly in their minds. Should they cling to the security of their own little plot of land, or follow a devilish genius to gamble on a future of instant success? Damn it! Zhao Tianyu suddenly cursed under his breath, slapping his thigh hard to break the silence. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed with a resolute determination to burn the boat's resolve. He stood up, bowed deeply to Zhang He, his voice unwavering. I'm in. Young Master Zhang, from this day forward, if you point east, I won't go west. I, Zhao Tianyu, am in it with you. He'd made up his mind. Following this demonic genius, even if he only got 7/10 of the profits, it was 100 times better than floundering on his own. The remaining 3/10? Consider it offering money to the gods. Worth it. Wang Mani, seeing this, immediately broke into a smile. With young Master Zhao having spoken, this humble lady will naturally follow young Master Shang's lead. My public opinion system stands at your beck and call, 24 hours a day. Chapter 59, made it. Finally, Sunway. Already shaken to his core by Zhang He's words, he rose without hesitation. Pushing his glasses up, he spoke with near pilgrimage reverence. To follow you is the honor of my life. Please let me witness your artistry. My team and all resources are entirely at your command. 3 expressions of sincerity yielded 1 contract. A devil's bargain leading to the unknown, yet potentially yielding boundless wealth and glory. From this moment onward, the colossus destined to reshape the future Hugwon capital was quietly born in the summer of 1999, within the walls of a modest tea house. In an unassuming office building in the Magic City. This temporarily rented space was less an office and more a command center. No luxurious decor, no leather sofas, just the pungent mix of circuit boards and plastic, and the hum of over a dozen computer towers. A dozen bulky CRT monitors, top-of-the-line specs in 1999, were arranged in a fan formation. Emerald green data streams and red and green candlestick charts danced frantically across the screens, casting an eerie, surreal glow throughout the room. The air hummed with the low growl of computer fans and the faint, persistent crackle of data transmitting over ISDN lines. Zhang He sat right in the middle of this sea of data. The most ordinary computer chair was still too big for his 7-year-old frame. He was practically half sunk into it, his little feet unable to reach the floor. Yet no one dared underestimate this child. Before him were 3 crucial main screens displaying global indices, foreign exchange rates, and the US stock market. Behind him, on a sofa moved over from the adjacent conference room, Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and Sun Wei sat stiffly upright, even their breathing deliberately hushed. They felt like apprentices eavesdropping on a divine lecture, not even worthy of a seat at the table. Damn, this feels so weird. Zhao Tianyu fidgeted restlessly, as if nails were embedded in his seat. Gazing at that small silhouette bathed in the glow of countless screens, he felt an uncanny illusion of looking up at a deity. Wang Manny, meanwhile, was rapidly assessing the situation. This equipment, these dedicated lines, ordinary people wouldn't even have seen them, let alone use them. What kind of background did he have? How could he mobilize such astonishing resources in such a short time? The more she thought about it, the deeper her curiosity and awe toward Zhang He grew. Only Sun Wei, the tech geek, had eyes filled with pure fervor. He stared at the pulsing data as if beholding the world's most exquisite artwork. And Zhang He, the architect of it all, had transcended the realm of mere stock market genius in his eyes. First battle just warming up. Zhang He finally spoke, breaking the room's silence. He extended his small hand and tapped lightly on one of the screens. On the screen, a stock's candlestick chart zoomed in. Yahoo YHOO. Sun Wei's pupils instantly contracted. Young Master Zhang, Yahoo, he blurted out, his voice trembling. This stock's PE ratio is off the charts. The bubble is enormous. If we jump in now, what if? Madness. Absolute madness. The entire Wall Street knew Yahoo was the biggest bubble in the dot-com era, ready to burst at any moment. Every technical indicator was screaming red alert, and he actually chose this as his first battle? This was dancing on the edge of a knife. No, it was charging straight into the blade. The thickest bubble is where the richest rewards lie. Zhang He's voice was light and airy, yet carried unwavering certainty. We don't drink the soup. We just taste the foam on top, then leave. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Manny. Your public opinion monitoring system keep a close eye on all news about AOL and Time Warner, especially any rumors about mergers. Report any movement immediately. Wang Manny stiffened and nodded emphatically, understood. Then Zhang He's gaze swept over Sun Wei. From now on, your technical analysis serves only one purpose as a contrarian indicator. Sun Wei. He opened his mouth, feeling the financial worldview he'd built over a decade crumbling inch by inch. Finally, Zhang He turned to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu snapped to attention, straightening his posture. You, Zhang He said, will just watch the show. And while you're at it, practice building your nerve. With that, he turned his attention away from the 3 men, his fingers flying across the keyboard to execute a command. On the screen, a massive buy order executed instantly. Nearly $3 million from Higuan Capital's account, amplified by the exchange's maximum leverage, pounced like a ravenous wolf onto Yahoo stock. Zhao Tianyu's eyes turned red when he saw that number. That was his entire life savings, painstakingly accumulated over years, gone in an instant? Without so much as a splash? He felt as if his heart had been clenched in a vice, his breath catching mid-exhalation. The next few trading days became an extreme roller coaster of hell and heaven for the 3 of them. Zhang He's moves defied all logic. Day 1, Yahoo's stock price suddenly nosedived during trading, plummeting nearly 10 points in a straight line. Top divergence. It's a top divergence. Run. Sun Wei stared at the technical charts on the screen, his face ashen, sweat soaking through his shirt. The model in his hands was screaming alarms. Every signal pointed to one word, death. He nearly shouted in alarm, but then saw Zhang He, expressionless, typing in the command. Add to position. While everyone else was panicking and selling, he poured millions more from his reserve fund into the position. Zhao Tianyu felt like he was going mad. He watched helplessly as his account's unrealized gains plummeted from a positive $800,000 to a negative $300,000. Then, after Zhang He's additional investment and an eerie rebound in the stock price, it swung back into the black. His heart raced like a volatile candlestick chart. He swore this was more thrilling than playing stud poker at Macau casinos. Young Master Zhang. We've got news. Wang Manny's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with excitement. Reuters had just published an analysis article suggesting that the merger between AOL and Time Warner would significantly benefit Yahoo. Several major Wall Street influencers were already sharing it. This was precisely the news Zhang had instructed her to monitor closely days ago. But it was just an analysis piece, not a confirmed fact. Yet, because of this article, Yahoo's stock price exploded instantly. On the screen, that green candlestick shot upward like a rocket, soaring vertically at an unbelievable angle. 5, 10, 15. The profit figure in the account rolled upward like a madman. $1 million. $2 million. $3 million. Zhao Tianyu stared fixedly at the screen, his eyes bloodshot, trembling with excitement. He'd struck it rich. Just a few days? It's about to double. This isn't ING stock trading, it's like printing money. Chapter 60, my guess. Sun Wei was completely frozen in place. Staring at the screen, his mouth half open, his mind a blank. Technical analysis? Macroeconomic models? All became laughable in the face of this miraculous maneuver. What kind of top investment banker analyst was he? He wasn't even worthy of tying this young Master Zhang's shoes. Market sentiment reached its peak at that moment. Trading volume exploded, forming an unprecedented massive red volume bar. Everyone had gone mad, rushing in regardless of cost, terrified of missing this once-in-a-century frenzy. Divine. Truly divine. Zhao Tianyu could no longer contain himself, about to cheer. Close positions. A cold voice instantly froze the air in the entire room. Zhang He had risen to his feet unnoticed. His small figure stood starkly cold before the frenzy of screens. Not a single share left. Sell everything. What? Zhao Tianyu's smile froze on his face, as if struck by a blunt force to the head. Sell now? Young Master Zhang, it's still rising. It can go even higher. Are you kidding me? The party's just hitting its peak, and you want to leave? Got money burning a hole in your pocket? Zhang He didn't respond, only gave him a quiet look. Zhao Tianyu's heart skipped a beat under that gaze, and all words instantly choked in his throat. He remembered the 5 rules. Unconditional obedience and trust. He shuddered, daring not utter another word. Together with Wang Manny and Sun Wei, they frantically executed the orders. Just as the tens of millions of dollars in sell orders from Yiguan Capital poured out like a flood, locking in profits. Boom! On the screen, Yahoo's stock price, after surging to an all-time high, seemed to have exhausted all its strength. A colossal green candlestick, earth-shattering in its magnitude, plummeted from the heavens. Crash! A sudden, avalanche-like collapse. Countless funds chasing the rally were buried alive in an instant. In just a few short weeks. From opening positions to exiting, Guang Capital's initial capital, after deducting all fees, achieved a staggering 75% profit. Nearly 23 million yuan in principal had ballooned to over 40 million. The room fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manning, and Sun Wei stared blankly at the screen showing the shocking plunge, then glanced at the 7-year-old boy who had already settled back in his seat, sipping juice. Their minds had completely ceased functioning. If before, they had felt conviction and awe toward Zhang He, now, only the most primal, most pure worship remained. Like devotees gazing upon a deity walking among mortals. Gulp! Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard, finally regaining his voice. His words came out hoarse, each syllable strained from between clenched teeth. Young Master Zhang, how did you know it would fall? Zhang He finished the last sip of Hui Yuan juice, setting the cup down with a soft clink. He turned to face the 3 men, their worldviews utterly shattered, and wore an innocent, childlike smile. I guessed. In that moment, within Yiguan Capital, Zhang He's authority was cemented as an unshakable monument. In the war room of Yiguan Capital, that miraculous victory was a silent internal tsunami. But for Zhao Tianyu, a victory of this magnitude should have triggered a Category 12 typhoon sweeping across the metropolis. As night fell over the metropolis, the city lights began to glow. Along the Bund, within an exclusive private club closed to the public, an atmosphere of opulence hung thick in the air. Giant crystal chandeliers cast ambiguous glows, while the air mingled with the scent of expensive Cuban cigars and Hennessy XO. Dressed to the nines, men and women clutched glasses, whispering deals worth tens of millions, their words dripping with the unique ambition of this era. In a corner booth, Zhao Tianyu was already flushed from drink. Cigar clamped between his teeth, he slapped his childhood friend's shoulder hard, spittle flying. You ain't seen it. Just a few days. A few days. The money I put in doubled in an instant. That K-line shot straight to the moon. Like riding a rocket. The wealthy young men around him stared wide-eyed, their faces twisted with envy and resentment. Holy Xiao, is that even real? What kind of miracle did you pull off? Exactly. Who doesn't know how the stock market's been lately? Just getting out without being stuck is a win and you doubled your money? Zhao Tianyu smashed his cigar into the ashtray with satisfaction, then lowered his voice mysteriously. Divine being? That's too small a frame of reference. Let me tell you, the one I'm following is a god, a living stock god. We all call him young Master Zhang. Not far away, Zhang He sat on a small sofa, taking small bites from a plate of sliced fruit. The place was too noisy, and the air quality was poor. He disliked it. Overhearing Zhao Tianyu's bragging, he frowned slightly and shot him a warning glance. Low key is the first rule for longevity. This principle was clearly lost on Zhao Tianyu, a spoiled rich kid who'd always had the wind at his back. Damn it, he couldn't hold back. Zhao Tianyu caught Zhang He's look and felt a jolt of realization. But alcohol and the promise of massive profits had clouded his mind, instantly scorching away what little sense he had left. This ing thing was 10,000 times faster than slaving away opening bars and clubs to make money. Keeping such an awesome story to himself would hurt worse than losing money. Just as he was about to brag some more, a sarcastic voice suddenly cut in from behind. Oh, I wonder who it could be. Why, it's young Master Zhao. Heard you've been raking it in lately? What's this, quit being the boss at your club to become someone else's personal assistant? The voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air with piercing clarity, carrying an innate arrogance that instantly cooled the lively atmosphere around them. Zhao Tianyu's expression changed instantly. He whipped his head around to see a young man in a custom-made Versace shirt and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, holding a glass of wine and staring at him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Behind the young man trailed several hangers-on like a pack of puppies. Li Zhe. In the entire Shanghai social circle, few peers could make Zhao Tianyu feel apprehensive, but Li Zhe was definitely one of them. His father was among the first wave of domestic capital tycoons, with a net worth dozens of times greater than Zhao Tianyu's family. Damn it, what rotten luck! Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. Why did he have to run into this show-off everywhere? Li Zhe's entourage immediately caught on and started jeering. Ha! Young Master Zhao is spot on. I heard two young Master Zhao recently took on a new boss. A kid, no less? Way to go, Zhao Tianyu. You're really going downhill. Do you have to feed him and change his diapers too? A wave of laughter erupted, filled with unmasked mockery. Chapter 61, Dare you? Zhao Tianyu's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliated in public like this, he shot to his feet, sobering up instantly. Li Zhe. Watch your ing mouth. He could tolerate being mocked himself, but he absolutely could not tolerate them insulting Zhang He. That wasn't insult, it was sacrilege. These commoners have no idea what kind of greatness they're facing. Li Zhe paid no attention to the enraged Zhao Tianyu. His gaze swept past Zhao Tianyu's shoulder, landing on the child quietly eating strawberries. He scrutinized Zhang He from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt. Him? Li Zhe snorted derisively, swirling the wineglass in his hand. This little runt? Making 10 million in 5 days and predicting oil prices? Zhao Tianyu, that's the kind of nonsense that only fools like you, a country bumpkin who's never seen the world, would fall for. He paused, then raised his voice abruptly, his tone dripping with the superiority of someone at the top as he scanned the entire room. Is real finance a game? No. It's resources, connections, and vision. Back in the day, my father managed $100 billion mergers and acquisitions. The capital and networks he mobilized could send shockwaves through an entire province's economy. That's what real capital operation looks like. You lot, glued to screens watching numbers jump around, how are you any different from gamblers in a casino? Child's play. You know Jack. Zhao Tianyu trembled with rage. How could a freeloader like you possibly comprehend Zhang Xiao's capabilities? Oh? Is that so? Li Zhe's interest seemed piqued. He strode forward step by step, looking down on Zhao Tianyu with a superior gaze before glancing at Zhang He, who hadn't lifted an eyelid the entire time. To him, the kid's composure was nothing but a child frozen in fear at the sight of a stranger. Interesting. Today would be the perfect day to show these upstart punks what they're really up against. A cruel curve formed at the corner of Li Zhe's mouth. Since you trust him so much, dare you play a game with me? He held up 2 fingers. I've been eyeing a Hong Kong stock lately, TT Resources. A traditional energy stock with solid fundamentals and a large market cap. It got unfairly punished recently and is now a value trap. I'm putting 20 million into it, betting on 6 months. Within 6 months, the stock price will double. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, enunciating each word clearly. Dare you let your little stock guru pick a stock too? We won't compare principal, just returns. Whoever loses. Li Zhe scanned the room. All eyes were fixed on him, and he relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Leaning close to Zhao Tianyu's ear, he whispered in a voice only their small group could hear, his tone icy. The loser will lick the ashtray on the floor clean in front of everyone. How about it? Eat? Those 2 words exploded in Zhao Tianyu's mind. A deathly silence fell over the crowd, everyone frozen by Li Zhe's brutal challenge. Playing around was one thing, but who the hell joked about something like this? If he lost, forget about making it in the Magic City, his entire family line would be disgraced. Zhao Tianyu snapped back to his senses. Damn it, he'd been played. Li Zhe might be a total show-off, but his father was a financial titan. Having grown up in that environment, he definitely had some skills. His claim that TT Resources could double wasn't just hot air. But what about young Master Zhang? Young Master Zhang was a god. But even gods have their off days. This bet was too big, so big he couldn't even let Zhang He take it on. What if the worst happened? This bet absolutely couldn't be accepted. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to speak up, looking for a way out, saying it was just kids' business, not worth such a huge wager. All right. A clear, childish voice rang out, reaching every ear. All eyes, including Li Zhi's, instantly turned to the child who had remained an outsider throughout. Zhang He slowly set down his fruit fork, picked up a napkin, and meticulously wiped the corners of his mouth. Only after completing these actions did he finally lift his gaze and look directly at Li Zhi for the first time. Bet, okay. He repeated, then held up one finger. But that's too long. Half a year? I can't wait that long. 1 month. Just 1 month. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Is this kid crazy? Double a stock in a month? That's like money falling from the sky. No, even free money doesn't come that fast. Li Zhi froze. He'd imagined 100 possible reactions: pleading, stubborn resistance, or outright refusal, but never expected the other party to not only accept the challenge but instantly ramp up the difficulty to hellish levels. 1 month? What kind of international joke was he pulling? Zhao Tianyu's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Sweating profusely, he leaned in and whispered urgently. Young Master Zhang. Don't be impulsive. This is a trap. Zhang ignored him. His gaze remained fixed on Li Zhi's face, as if studying an intriguing prey. Your target, the one you mentioned, TT Resources. He paused, then casually raised his slender finger, pointing toward the massive LCD screen hanging on the wall nearby. The screen scrolled through the hottest stock tickers of the moment. One of them, YY Tech, showed a nearly vertical K-line chart, purple-red and soaring at a heart-stopping pace. It was clearly a speculative stock inflated by hype. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of the market knew these stocks were nothing but a massive bubble. They peddled hollow concepts like Internet of Everything, had no real profits, and relied entirely on hot money and retail investors playing musical chairs. Those who got in were either madmen or fools. No one knew when the drumbeat would stop. Once it did, whoever caught the last pass would be crushed to pieces. Zhang He's fingers settled steadily on the name YY Technology. Mine. I'll take it. The room erupted in a roar. This time, the gasps were uncontrollable. Holy! YY Tech. He picked YY Tech? He's lost his mind. Doesn't he realize how inflated that stock is? Its technical indicators have been sky high for ages. It could crash at any moment. This isn't gambling, it's suicide. Even the henchmen behind Li Zhi wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Young Master Zhang. You can't do this. Zhao Tianyu was on the verge of tears. He grabbed Zhang He's arm. This check is a pit of fire. Whoever steps in is doomed. Let's switch to something safer. Zhang He merely gave him a cold glance, his eyes radiating an unquestionable authority. Zhao Tianyu's hand jerked away as if electrocuted, releasing its grip involuntarily. Zhang He turned his gaze back to Li Zhi, a faint, almost imperceptible curve playing at the corners of his mouth. Let's take your bet. 1 month. We'll compare returns. Whoever loses eats. You got the guts? Chapter 62, Dancing on a Grave. He practically spat the last 2 words back at Li Zhi. Li Zhi froze in utter shock, then that shock dissolved into wild elation. He burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke of the century. Ha! Good. 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 He repeated good 3 times, nearly crying from laughter. Just like a child. Nothing in his head but chasing rallies and cutting losses, utterly clueless. He just loves these trashy stocks that look exciting. Fearing Zhang He might back out, he immediately shouted to the entire crowd. Everyone hear that. 1 month. Me, Li Zhi, TT Resources. Him, this little stock god, YY Tech. Deal sealed, no backing out. He could already picture the scene a month later, this cocky little brat and Zhao Tianyu kneeling before him, sobbing uncontrollably. Awesome. Awesome. With the wager sealed, Li Zhi strutted like a rooster crowing victory, launching into his performance. The very next day, he made a high-profile announcement. His investment firm was pouring 20 million into a full-scale buyout of TT Resources. Overnight, the entire circle of Shanghai's wealthy second generation was buzzing about it. TT Resources lived up to expectations. As a fundamentally sound value stock, it held steady and even edged up slightly despite a slight market dip. Within days, it had already gained 2 or 3 percentage points in paper profits. Li Zhi, brimming with self-satisfaction, practically held daily lectures at the club, expounding at length on concepts like value investing and competitive moats. His analyses were presented with such conviction that they drew a chorus of praise. In his speeches, he never failed to take a dig at Zhang He. That YY Tech? Purely a castle in the air. I dare say it'll have in value within half a month. Some people make a little money by luck and think they're gods. The market will teach them a lesson. Insiders chimed in, dismissing Zhang He as a victory-drunk fool, waiting to see him lose everything. Even Zhao Tianyu had been on pins and needles these past few days, eating poorly, sleeping fitfully. He tried repeatedly to reach Zhang He, only to be shut out each time. Yet at this very moment, in the eye of the storm, the war room of Heguang capital, a deathly silence hung heavy. Zhang He sat upon his throne, his small face calm and unruffled. Sunway and Wang Manny stood behind him, holding their breath. For days, Zhang He had issued no orders, only instructing them to gather every piece of negative information about the US internet industry, from analysts' pessimistic reports to executive sell-offs at major tech companies, leaving no detail untouched. They didn't understand, but they obeyed. Zhao Tianyu paced like a caged animal, while Zhang He remained as still as a bottomless ancient well. Finally, on the 5th day after the gamble began, Zhang He moved. He didn't open the buy interface for YY Tech. Instead, he opened an extremely complex short-selling interface filled with various data. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting a string of commands. Sell. Short. YY Tech. Utilize all funds from Higuang Capital. Activate maximum leverage. When Sunway saw the final confirmation of the order on the screen, his blood seemed to freeze instantly. He nearly let out a scream. Shorting? He wasn't buying YY technology, he was shorting it? And with maximum leverage? This was 10,000 times crazier than chasing a rising stock. Going long meant losing at most your principal, but leveraged shorting meant theoretically unlimited losses. If YY Tech surged another few dozen %, they'd get wiped out instantly, losing everything down to their underwear. Has young Master Zhang lost his mind? Zhang He ignored Sunway, who was practically holding his breath behind him. Staring at the stubbornly climbing red line of YY Tech on the screen, his eyes held a pity akin to looking at a dead man. Chasing the rally? That's a low-level game, something only gamblers would play. He, however, was a butcher. His choice of YY technology had nothing to do with its explosive gains. Quite the opposite. He knew better than anyone in this era that the first global internet bubble, that apocalyptic avalanche sweeping everything in its path, was already upon them. And YY Tech, a castle in the air built purely on concepts with no solid foundation, would inevitably be among the first sacrifices crushed to pieces in the avalanche. Leisha thought he was on the first level, believing him to be a fool chasing highs, but Leisha was wrong. From the very start, he chose this stock precisely to dance on its grave. The butcher's knife is already at the pig's throat. But sometimes, even a pig doomed to die will kick its legs in defiance before its final breath. On the 6th day of the gamble, Monday, the US stock market opened. YY Technology did not plummet as Sunway and others had prayed. On the contrary, buoyed by several glowing articles that had fermented over the weekend in the frenzied enthusiasm of retail investors, the stock price surged instead of falling, jumping 3% right at the opening bell. The atmosphere in the war room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. On the central screen, a string of blinding red numbers devoured their principal with every jump in YY Tech's stock price. Unrealized loss, $3,150,000 US. Converted to RMB, that was over 26 million. And this was just one day. Zhao Tianyu's heart pounded like a hammer, each beat threatening to shatter his ribcage. Damn it! 26 million. In just a few days, he'd lost all the money Wang Manny and Sunway had invested. If the market kept rising, his own 5 million would go down the drain too. He stole a glance at Zhang He. The small figure remained as steady as a mountain, holding a can of YH calcium milk, sipping it slowly, as if the astronomical figures on the screen had nothing to do with him whatsoever. God. He's a god. How the hell does he keep his cool? Zhao Tianyu's throat went dry, his lips trembling, yet not a single word came out. He recalled the 5 rules. Now was the moment to test that trust. But the price of that trust was terrifying. Sunway's face was paler than paper, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He prided himself as a financial elite, dealing in models and data, yet this scene utterly shattered his worldview. This wasn't investing, it was playing with death against a raging bull. And they were the ones holding the red cloth, standing right before its horns. Leverage. It was leverage. Damn maximum leverage, magnifying losses 1,000-fold. If YY Tech rose just 10 more points, they'd get margin calls from their broker. If they couldn't cover it, their positions would be liquidated. That's called a margin call. Total wipeout. In contrast, Wang Manny, though sweating nervously, was more curious than anxious. She studied Zhang He's profile. That youthful face held only a near-cruel intensity. What exactly was he waiting for? What made him so certain YY Tech would plummet? Chapter 63, losing everything down to the last pair of underpants. The clamor from outside soon drifted in. Heard the news? Leisha's TT resources just jumped another 2 points, as steady as an old dog. Zhao Tianyu and his crew are in deep trouble. I heard they shorted YY Tech. Ha! With YY surging daily, they're probably losing their shirts. In a private club suite in the Magic City, Leisha sat surrounded by women, basking in triumph. Swirls his wine glass, then addresses his entourage. I've always said finance is about vision and understanding. Not some game a 7-year-old can play by slapping their head. He snorted derisively, his face dripping with contempt. Shorting a hot stock? Sounds impressive, but it's just gambling, mindless gambling at that. The market will teach him a lesson. My guess is he's hiding in some corner right now, crying his eyes out. Little punk, can't handle it anymore? You're a million years too green to mess with me. Ha! Brother Zhai is spot on. That kid's a complete moron. A chorus of agreeing laughter erupted around them. Li Zhi's words reached every ear in the operations room. Zhao Tianyu's face flushed red then drained white, his grip on the Nokia phone tightening until it nearly shattered. Damn it! This is unbearable. 2 more days passed. YY Tech's stock price fluctuated at high levels but showed no signs of dropping. The paper loss in the Higuang Capital account had ballooned to nearly $4 million. Zhao Tianyu finally couldn't take it anymore. He approached Zhang He from behind, his voice hoarse with desperation. Hey Zhang, how about we split it evenly for now? Save some firepower for later moves. Zhang He finally drained the last drop of AD calcium milk, tossing the empty bottle precisely into the trash can. Without turning back, he asked casually. Sunway, data. Sunway snapped to attention, stepping forward to point at one of the screens. Reporting to Zhang. According to the latest macroeconomic data, the probability of the Fed raising interest rates next week has risen to 90%. There are clear signs of hot money tightening in the market. Internal reports from multiple investment banks are warning about the bubble risk in tech stocks. Zhang He turned his gaze to Wang Manny. What about public sentiment? Wang Manny immediately chimed in. The sentiment monitoring system shows YY Tech's search heat remains high, but in retail investor forums, the frequency of terms like fear, correction, and unloading has surged by 73% over the past 48 hours. This indicates market sentiment is beginning to waver. Zhang He nodded, his gaze returning to the main screen. YY Tech's stock price was stubbornly climbing upward, piercing through a crucial technical support level. To all technical analysts, this was a strong signal that the stock price was poised to break out further. Countless short sellers would cut their losses and exit here, while countless long positions would chase the rally and buy in. Zhang He murmured softly, right now. What? All three froze. Zhang He's fingers landed on the keyboard once more. He didn't close his position. He pulled up the short selling interface and maxed out the leverage ratio to the system's absolute limit. Then, under Zhao Tianyu's nearly leaping gaze, he staked every last cent of margin left in the account. Against the trend. Increase position. At the peak of the stock's fake breakout, he fired his last bullet. Insane. Sunway muttered to himself, feeling his entire worldview shatter in that instant. He wasn't a madman, he was a devil. Late that night, a red alert breaking news bulletin from Reuters flashed across terminals at financial institutions worldwide. Internet communications giant Netcom Incorporated released its latest earnings report after the market closed, with revenue and profits falling far short of market expectations. The company announced a downward revision of its full-year growth guidance. Its stock price plummeted 40% in after-hours trading. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. This wasn't just bad news for one company, it was a signal. A signal that had burst the massive bubble of the entire internet industry. Panic spread instantly. The next day, Hong Kong stocks opened. All companies with technology or internet in their names collectively collapsed. Green numbers cascaded down the screens, with not a single trace of red to be found. When the US market opened, doomsday arrived. The Nasdaq index plummeted from the opening bell. YY Technology, that pig inflated by the bubble, was the first to fall. It opened at the daily limit down 20%. The next day, it hit the limit down again 20%. Day 3. In the trading room, the once blinding red of unrealized losses had vanished, replaced instead by an even more startling sight: green numbers representing massive profits. $10 million, $20 million, $30 million. Zhao Tianyu, Sunway, and Wang Manny were all completely numb. They stared motionless at the screen, watching the number snowball into ever greater sums, their minds blank. What they witnessed was not a financial transaction. It was a miracle. Until the final trading day stipulated in the wager. YY Tech's stock price had plummeted 85% from its peak, becoming a worthless junk stock no one wanted. Zhang He finally issued the order. Close the position. 2 words, delivered with a calm and collected demeanor. After Sunway tremblingly executed all the closing orders, the final profit figure froze in the center of the screen. After deducting all fees, Higuang Capital's total assets amounted to exactly 100 million RMB. In less than a month, their principal had more than tripled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zhi's TT resources, dragged down by market panic, hadn't plummeted dramatically but had shifted from an initial slight gain to a slight loss. After a month, his 20 million had lost over 100,000. He hadn't cared about this small sum. But when he learned through a certain channel about Higuang Capital's 100 million yuan profit, he was struck as if by lightning. His 20 million yuan principal seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to that 100 million yuan profit. He had lost. He was utterly crushed. He had lost everything down to his underwear. Li Zhi sat numbly on his sofa, his mind haunted only by the cold voice of that little boy from a month ago. And the wager he'd made himself a bet that now felt like the most vicious curse in the world. Whoever loses eats. Shanghai, that exclusive private club, the same private room. The air was thick with the scent of expensive cigars and whiskey, yet the atmosphere was worlds apart from a month ago. Last time, it was a spectacle. This time, it was a trial. Leisha sat alone in the corner of the sofa. The entourage that had once surrounded him now kept their distance, their eyes darting nervously. His face was ashen, deep shadows etched beneath his eyes. He gripped his glass so tightly it threatened to shatter. Chapter 64, Hot, Please. TT resources that stock he'd handpicked had been dragged down by the broader market. It hadn't done badly, but it hadn't done well either, ending up with a slight loss. And that little punk shorted YY Tech. Damn it! Who could have predicted an industry avalanche striking with such pinpoint precision, completely out of nowhere? Coincidence? It must be coincidence. Pure luck. The door to the private room swung open. Zhao Tianyu, Sunwei, and Wang Mani walked in, followed by that small figure. Today, Zhao Tianyu walked with his chin held higher than the sky, striding with such confidence he resembled a rooster that had just won a fight. Sunwei and Wang Mani, too, had shed their earlier tension, their brows radiating an unmistakable air of triumph. All eyes in the room instantly focused on the 7-year-old boy, Zhang He, who had entered last. And the young woman beside him, distinctive in bearing, graceful in form. Lin Wei? Leisha's pupils contracted. The eldest daughter of the Lin family from the Securities Regulatory Commission, how had she ended up here? Lin Wei wore a sharp white pantsuit today. Her gaze never wandered from Zhang He, studying him with keen interest as if examining some rare treasure. Ahem. Unable to endure the oppressive silence any longer, Leisha stood up, his voice dry as he attempted to regain control of the conversation. The market's been weak this month, everyone knows that. The entire Nasdaq is down. The fact that my TT resources held steady without collapsing proves their value. He scanned the room, forcing a defense. As for YY Tech? That was a black swan event. A fluke. Judging investments based on such gamblers' luck is laughable. This is just short-term volatility, it proves nothing. Poof. Zhao Tianyu laughed out loud, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Zhang He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely giving Sunwei a meaningful glance. Data. Right away, young Master Zhang. Sunwei responded with crisp efficiency. He pulled an IBM ThinkPad laptop from his briefcase and connected it to the projector already set up in the private room. Click. A blinding array of numbers lit up the snow-white screen. The first slide showed a screenshot of the profit and loss statement for He Guang Capital's account. No complex data, just one final profit figure and one total asset amount. Profit, over 70 million renminbi. Total assets, 108.2 million. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the private room. Before the stunned crowd could recover, Sunwei pressed the page turn button. The second slide displayed a comparison chart. A red line represented Leisha's TT resources, showing slight fluctuations over a 1-month cycle before settling at 58. The green line, representing YY Technology shorted by He Guang Capital, soared briefly before plummeting vertically from its peak, ultimately freezing at a terrifying figure. Return rate, 217. The two lines, one soaring skyward, the other plummeting to the depths. One looks like child's play, while the other is printing money. This isn't just a gap, it's a dimensional strike. Data is the most impartial language in the financial world. Before it, all sophistry pales into insignificance. Leisha's earlier excuses about market conditions and short-term volatility now sounded like a joke. The entire private room fell into a deathly silence. Leisha's face turned from pale to ashen, then to a lifeless gray. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Only then did Zhang He stroll leisurely toward Leisha. He had to tilt his head slightly upward to see the face etched with humiliation. Young Master Li, do you accept defeat? Boom! Leisha's mind exploded. This was the most humiliating defeat he'd ever suffered in his life. Cornered by a kid who wasn't even as tall as his leg, right in front of the entire circle. He wanted to explode, to flip the table, to point at Zhang He's nose and scream that he was nothing but a lucky bastard. But he couldn't. The circle had its own rules. If you could play the game, you had to be able to lose gracefully. If he reneged on his debt today, tomorrow he, Leisha, would become the laughingstock of Shanghai's high society, a loser who couldn't handle defeat. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu wouldn't pass up the chance to kick a man when he's down. He walked over to Leisha, slapped him on the shoulder, and grinned brightly. Hey, young Master Zhe, can't blame us for this. You set the stakes yourself, everyone here heard it. He turned to one of his henchmen, deliberately raising his voice. Go! Get our Zhe a fresh one. Remember, piping hot and top-notch. Put. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Soon, giggles rippled through the crowd. Each chuckle felt like a sharp slap across Leisha's face. Ugh! Leisha felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning violently. The mere thought of that scene made him retch uncontrollably. Could it be that today, he really would have to? All right. Just then, Zhang Huqing's cold voice rang out again, halting Zhao Tianyu's performance. Stop with that disgusting stuff. I'm going to eat cupcakes later, and I don't want you to ruin my appetite. At those words, Leisha snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Was this brat planning to let him off? Was he offering him a way out? Thanks. Just as he opened his mouth to say thank you, Zhang He turned, picked up a glass of water from the bar, and slowly pulled a small paper packet from his pocket. The packet looked ordinary, like the kind used to package powdered medicine at a street-side pharmacy. Tear it open. The white powder was poured into the glass, dissolving quickly and vanishing without a trace. Zhang He pushed the glass toward Li Jia. He tilted his head back to look at him, his eyes devoid of mockery, holding only a detached calm. Drink this. Today's matter is settled. The cup sat quietly on the coffee table before Li Jia. Yet Li Jia's gaze fixed on it as if scalded by the liquid itself, his pupils filled with terror. White powder. What the hell did that kid put in it? Poison? Impossible, he wouldn't dare. Then what was it? A sleeping potion? Or some other unspeakable, filthy substance? In an instant, 1,000 horrifying thoughts exploded in his mind. This 7-year-old child was no longer a child in his eyes, but a demon in human form. Making him eat was disgusting, an insult. But drinking this unknown concoction? Who knew what the consequences would be? What if it left him with some incurable ailment, ruining his entire life? No! I won't drink it. Li Jia jerked backward, his hands flailing wildly as his voice cracked. Who knows what the hell you've put in that cup? I won't drink it. If you've got the guts, beat me like a man. Beat you? Zhang He sneered inwardly, not even bothering to spare him another glance. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, giving Zhao Tianyu a meaningful look. Chapter 65. What the hell is this taste? Zhao Tianyu understood instantly. Today was his golden opportunity to pledge his loyalty. The smile on his face instantly twisted into a grimace. He snatched the cup of water and waved to the henchmen behind him, who were already itching to act. What are you standing around for? Give our young master just some respect. Hold him down. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhao Tianyu, you dare. Li Jia was utterly panicked, struggling desperately with hands and feet. But his feeble strength was laughably insignificant against the burly henchman. He was pinned down on the sofa, unable to move. Zhao Tianyu took matters into his own hands, pinching Li Jia's jaw open with one hand while holding the cup with the other, forcing it into his mouth. Gulp! The icy liquid, mixed with an unknown substance, surged violently down Li Jia's throat. He thrashed his head violently, trying to escape, but the force was overwhelming, his jawbone feeling as if it would shatter. Water spilled from the corners of his mouth, soaking the collar of his expensive shirt, leaving him looking utterly miserable. The cup emptied quickly. Let him go. Zhao Tianyu casually tossed the cup onto the floor, where it shattered with a sharp crack. The henchmen loosened their grip. Cough, cough. Li Jia slumped on the sofa, coughing violently until his face turned crimson. He tried to cough up what he'd just swallowed, but it was futile. He lifted his bloodshot eyes and glared at Zhang He as if he could spit fire. You little bastard. What the hell did you slip me? Zhao Tianyu, I'll you up. You'll all pay for this. I won't let you off the hook. He cursed hoarsely, his mouth spewing a torrent of filth. Yet mid-tirade, his expression suddenly froze. A strange sensation surged from deep within his lower abdomen like an unstoppable undercurrent. He didn't even have time to react. Put. A long, loud fart, carrying a hint of damp echo, resounded through the entire private room without warning. The sound was so abrupt, so piercing, that Li Jia's curses abruptly ceased. The entire private room instantly fell into dead silence. Every movement froze. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, intensely pungent stench swept through every corner of the room. That stench was more overpowering than the foulest swamp gas. Holy crap! Ugh! What the hell is that smell? The crowd instantly erupted. Everyone, men and women alike, instinctively scrunched up their noses, covered their mouths and noses, and frantically waved their hands in front of their faces. Their expressions screamed disgust and revulsion as they all backed away, as if Li Jia were carrying some kind of biohazard virus. Zhao Tianyu dramatically pinched his nose, leaping back a large step, his face twisted in mockery as he stared at Li Jia. Oh my, young Master Jia. What expired food did you sneak last night? Today's fireworks are really going off with a bang. The words had barely left his mouth when Li Jia's face turned deathly pale. Embarrassment, humiliation, utter shame. All these emotions paled in comparison to the more urgent flood surging in his lower abdomen. Oh no! It's about to erupt. He instinctively clenched his buttocks, twisted his legs into a pretzel, and clamped one hand tightly over his rear. His once handsome face was now contorted and distorted by extreme restraint. All sense of dignity abandoned, he scrambled toward the restroom in a comically awkward, penguin-like posture. Watching that pathetic, fleeing silhouette, a faint, almost imperceptible curve finally touched the corner of Zhang He's mouth. A potent veterinary laxative enough to keep him contemplating life on the toilet for 3 days. When dealing with someone like this, inflicting physical pain was nowhere near as effective as causing his social death. Li Jia's figure vanished at the end of the corridor. The foul stench lingered in the private room, but the atmosphere had shifted completely. All eyes refocused on that small figure. If before it had been curiosity, spectating, and half-hearted skepticism, now only awe and a genuine, bone-deep fear remained. This child was not merely a money-making prodigy. He also exacted revenge with ruthless precision, killing without a trace. Lin Wei stood by, watching it all unfold, her eyes brimming with growing fascination. What she admired wasn't this childish, make-believe style of revenge. Rather, it was Zhang He's unwavering composure and mastery throughout. He achieved the most humiliating, most devastating effect through the simplest, most cost-effective means. This child was a born hunter, skilled at manipulating hearts and minds. As for Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and Sun Wei, the shock in their hearts had long since transformed into fervent admiration. Zhang Xiao was awesome. Zhao Tianyu couldn't hold back any longer. He leaped to his feet, his roar shattering the silence. Awesome. That felt so damn good. From now on, I, Zhao Tianyu, am following you. Through fire and water. You point, I strike. You better take me with you to the top. His face wore an unashamedly fawning expression. Beside him, Sun Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and murmured to himself. This isn't talent, it's like a god who's figured out the market's rules. We just look for patterns and data, but he seems to see the future directly. Wang Manny remained silent. She simply watched that small figure, her alluring almond-shaped eyes now radiating in unprecedented intensity. Within that glow lay admiration for a formidable figure, a craving for wealth, and a hint of a woman's curiosity and desire to conquer a man, a desire even she herself hadn't yet recognized. Through this battle, the farce at the private club became the sacrificial offering that established Zhang He's authority within Shanghai's elite circles. Overnight, top-tier resources seeking collaboration or hoping to hitch a ride on the money-printing machine that was Yiguan capital flooded in. Yet, few could meet the threshold Zhang He had set. Several days later, deep into the night, Zhang Jiping pedaled his creaking bicycle, carrying Li Sufang home from her shift at the internet cafe. The work at the internet cafe was grueling. All-nighters left her eyes dry and sore, her whole body aching as if her bones were falling apart. Li Sufang rubbed her aching lower back, complaining wearily. Hurry home and boil some hot water for a foot soak. My back is killing me. Yeah, we really need a break. Zhang Jiping agreed, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead as he pedaled. Turning into the familiar alley, the dark silhouette of the tenement building loomed ahead. But today, something felt off about the building. The stairwell, usually silent at this hour, was now brightly lit. People kept coming and going, accompanied by the clatter of footsteps and the sounds of moving furniture. What's going on? Who's moving in the middle of the night? Li Sufang peered out curiously. Zhang Jiping frowned too, locking his bike against the wall as he muttered to himself. Everyone living in this building worked at the same factory. If someone had news, it would have spread already. He hadn't heard of anyone moving. Chapter 66, Out with the old, in with the new. As they climbed the stairs, the sense of unease grew stronger. The source of the noise, it seemed to be coming from their own apartment. The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts skipping a beat simultaneously. Their footsteps quickened involuntarily. When they finally pushed through the crowd, panting, and stood at the third-floor landing, they were utterly dumbfounded. Several movers in blue uniforms were bustling in and out of their home through the peeling wooden door, hauling things out. Not furniture, but cardboard boxes tightly wrapped in bubble wrap and tape, clearly containing computers and electronic devices. What was going on? Had they been burglarized? No, thieves don't move things out so openly, do they? And in matching uniforms? Could it be the landlord repossessing the place? They hadn't heard anything about that. The couple's minds went blank as they rushed over in a panic. Hey! What are you doing? This is my home. Who gave you permission to move our stuff? Li Sufang's voice instantly turned shrill. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she spread her arms wide and blocked the doorway. A sweaty workman stopped in his tracks, wiped his brow, and looked at them somewhat bewildered. Then he called out into the house, "Boss! Your family's back." "Boss? What boss?" Zhang Jiping and his wife followed the worker's gaze into the room. In the living room, Zhang He stood on a small stool, notebook in hand, directing operations with the calm authority of a miniature adult. "Handle that server host with extra care, use double-layered foam padding. Right, and those boxes of documents, stack them in numerical order. Don't mix them up." For a moment, Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang stood frozen in place, forgetting what they had been about to say. Zhang He hopped down from the stool. Spotting his parents frozen in the doorway, a faint smile touched his lips. "Dad, Mom, you're back. We're almost done with the work. We're moving." Moving? Zhang Jiping felt his tongue had swollen. He walked over, crouched down, and forced himself to meet his son's gaze at eye level. His voice was dry as he asked, "Xiaoyi, what's going on here? Who are these people?" "I hired a moving company." Zhang He pointed to the cardboard boxes. "I made some money recently, so I got a bigger place. I want you guys to live more comfortably from now on." Made some money? Moved to a bigger place? From a 7-year-old child? Li Sufang's first reaction wasn't surprise, but fear. She grabbed Zhang He's arm and scrutinized him from head to toe, as if checking for missing limbs. "Xiao, tell your mother the truth. Did you get into trouble? Where did you get this money? Did someone trick you into doing something illegal? A mother's imagination ran wild in that moment. This thought felt far more real to her than the idea of her son making a fortune. Seeing his mother's face contorted with terror, Zhang He sighed inwardly. He knew explaining it with stock market fairy tales would only terrify them more. He opted for a more down-to-earth explanation. Mom, don't you remember what Uncle does? He has a friend in big business. I helped him out with a few ideas and solved a major problem. This is his thank you gift. He paused. Uncle knows about this too. Mentioning Captain Li Jingcheng, the criminal police chief, was the best reassurance. Sure enough, upon hearing that her younger brother was also aware, the panic on Li Sufang's face finally began to subside. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiping, that honest, down-to-earth man, caught another crucial detail. Her son said he wanted them to live comfortably. A wave of warmth suddenly surged from his heart to his eyes. A grown man, he couldn't find the right words. Instead, he walked over, reached out, and gave his son's hair a firm, affectionate rub. My boy, my son has grown up. Her voice trembled with uncontrollable emotion. Seeing her husband speak like this, Li Sufang's heart finally settled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of emotion. Her eyes reddened as she embraced her son, tears streaming down her face. My poor child, how old are you, yet you've already endured so much hardship? A minor storm quickly subsided, soothed by the power of family love. Coming to their senses, the couple looked around at the mess filling the room. Forget about their exhaustion. Without a word, they rolled up their sleeves and joined the packing. Come on, let's do this together, hurry up. But a new conflict soon erupted. Li Sufang was accustomed to frugal living. In her eyes, nothing in the house was junk. Hey! Master! You can't throw that away. Her eyes darted around the room, and she swiftly snatched a small wooden stool with a broken leg from a garbage bag ready for disposal. Even though the leg is wobbly, you can still sit on it if you put a brick underneath. She then pointed to a wash basin missing several pieces of enamel. Don't throw this away either. It may not look pretty, but it's perfect for washing rags and such. And that rattan chair, worn smooth on the back from over a decade of use, and that 14-inch black and white TV that occasionally snowed out the picture. In her eyes, these were all household treasures, all still usable. Zhang He watched the scene, feeling both amused and exasperated. He walked over and gently pressed his hand against his mother's. Mom, just throw them all away. The new place has everything, all brand new, 100 times better than these. But these things still work. It's such a waste to throw them away. Li Sufang still couldn't bring herself to part with them. It was a memory of poverty ingrained in her bones. Sufang, listen to your son. Zhang Jiping walked over and patted his wife's shoulder, his own eyes reddening. Looking at these familiar objects, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Yes, we've been poor for most of our lives. The son was right, out with the old, in with the new. It was time for their family to embrace a different way of life. Persuaded by father and son, Li Sufang reluctantly let go of those treasures that held a lifetime of hardship, glancing back at every step. An hour later, the moving truck sped away, dust trailing behind it. Zhang He and his parents climbed into a black sedan that had been waiting downstairs. Gazing out the window at the familiar, dilapidated streetscape, Zhang Jiping and his wife still felt as if they were in a dream. The car headed east, entering the bustling city center they had never dared to look at twice. Finally, it came to a stop at the entrance of an exceptionally grand, upscale residential complex. The security booth, automatic gates, lush greenery, and brightly lit lobby, everything overwhelmed the couple's understanding. Following their son, they felt like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, riding the elevator up to the 28th floor. Zhang He produced a key and unlocked the heavy mahogany door. Click! As the living room lights came on, a whole new world unfolded before Zhang Jiping and his wife. Chapter 67, Starting a Company? Spacious. That was their only thought. The living room alone was larger than their entire previous home. The marble floor shone like a mirror, the plush leather sofa was soft and inviting, and the walls were adorned with paintings they couldn't name, all crowned by a dazzling crystal chandelier overhead. Most breathtaking of all was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window that nearly occupied an entire wall. Outside, the dazzling nightscape of the metropolis unfolded like a shimmering galaxy of traffic lights, while the Oriental Pearl Tower in the distance sparkled with an enchanting halo. Oh my goodness! Li Sufang covered her mouth, tears welling up unexpectedly. In her wildest dreams, she never imagined she could live in such a place. Zhang Jiping, however, stood frozen in place like a wooden statue. He reached out to touch the sofa, which looked frighteningly expensive, but his hand retracted mid-air, afraid that the calluses on his fingers might soil it. Step by step, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the sea of lights below, the 40-year-old man's shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. His entire life, he had struggled at the very bottom of this sea of lights. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined standing here one day, taking it all in. Xiuha, is this really our home? Yeah, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. When Grandma comes to live with us, she'll have a place to stay. Zhang He's expression remained calm, as if he'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. Dad, Mom, you two get settled in. I need to go to my room for something. With that, he turned and walked into one of the bedrooms, leaving his parents still reeling from the immense shock, unable to pull themselves together. The bedroom was equally exquisitely decorated. Zhang He pulled a map of China from a cardboard box and spread it out on the large desk. His gaze swept over the bustling metropolis, skipped the capital city, and finally settled on 2 points in the south. He picked up a red marker and drew a circle around a place called Shenzhen. Then he drew another circle on Hangzhou, not far away. 1999. An era when a giant was still in its infancy. That short guy surnamed Ma was probably in Hangzhou's lakeside gardens at that moment, passionately rallying his 18 disciples. Meanwhile, another young man named Ma had just secured investment from IDG and Pacific Century Cyberworks and was struggling with a little thing called OICQ. The previous 100 million yuan in funding, coupled with the reputation he had built in Shanghai's elite circles, had already paved the first step of his ladder. Capital, connections, he had it all. Zhang He's gaze sharpened to an unprecedented intensity. The time had come. Guan Capital was about to transform from a makeshift operation profiting from surprise attacks and gambles into a true capital behemoth capable of systematic operations, poised to devour the future. The next morning, Li Sufang rose early, or rather, she hadn't slept much at all. Clutching a rag in her hand, she wiped the spotless coffee table over and over. This house was too big, too clean. Her hands, accustomed to rough labor, found no place to rest here. Zhang Jiping was awake too. He sat on the edge of the leather sofa, daring to rest only half his weight on it, his back straight as a board. He had spent the entire night wondering if this was all a dream. Before the couple could process their shock, the doorbell shattered the surreal calm. Ding dong. The sharp electronic chime made them both jump. They exchanged glances, seeing the same tension in each other's eyes. Who would come here? Zhang He's door clicked open. He emerged wearing a well-fitted nightgown, shuffling in his slippers, and walked calmly toward the entrance. It must be my uncle. The door opened. Standing at the doorway was Li Jingcheng, dressed in plain clothes yet still radiating an air of steady competence. When he caught sight of the palace-like living room behind Zhang He, the ever-cool expression of this seasoned police captain who had seen it all cracked for the first time. His mouth opened, but no words came out for a long moment. What is this place? Last night, he'd listened to his sister ramble incoherently on the phone about moving and getting a bigger place, assuming she'd just switched to a nicer neighborhood. But the scene before him? This was far beyond better. This was a place his sister and brother-in-law could never afford, even if they worked 10 lifetimes. Jingcheng, you're here. Li Sufang greeted him with a faint murmur. Sis, brother-in-law. Li Jingcheng's gaze swept over everything in the room, finally settling firmly on Zhang He. Where the hell did this kid get all this money? The location and renovations of this place, it must have cost millions. Zhang He ignored his uncle's complicated gaze and spoke calmly. Dad, Mom, Uncle, please sit down. I have something to say. He walked over and sat down on the single sofa in the main seat first. His small frame sank into the large sofa, looking somewhat comical. But the words that came out of his mouth made the hearts of the 3 adults present stop. I've made up my mind, I'm starting a company. I've even thought of a name, Harmony Capital. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Zhang Jiping and his wife, along with Li Jingcheng, all stared fixedly at Zhang He, their expressions uniformly frozen in shock. A company? Start a company? A 7-year-old child saying he wants to start a company? Had they misheard, or had the world gone mad? Son, what did you just say? Li Sufang's voice trembled. She was the first to snap out of it, rushing forward to grab her son's hand, her face frozen in horror. Start a company? Do you even know what that means? It could cost us everything. We've worked so hard to finally have a decent life, you can't just throw it all away. In her mind, starting a company was practically synonymous with losing everything. In the 90s, how many people quit their stable government jobs to go into business, only to lose everything down to their underwear? Some even jumped off buildings. She was afraid. She was truly terrified. She feared that everything they had built was just a bubble, one prick and it would burst, leaving their family worse off than before. Yes, son. Zhang Jiping grew impatient too. Rising from the sofa, he rubbed his hands and urged earnestly, this isn't a game. Business is too risky. Isn't it better for us to live a stable life? I can still earn money now. You don't have to. He wanted to say, you don't need to worry, but the words died on his lips as he looked around the lavishly decorated house. The money he earned was nothing but a joke compared to this house. A deep sense of helplessness surged through him once more. Facing his parents' worried expressions, Zhang He merely shook his head calmly. He pointed his finger toward the bustling river view outside the window. Dad, Mom, do you want to live in a tenement building for the rest of your lives, or do you want to live here? Chapter 68, responsible for enjoying life at home. With that single sentence, all persuasion was silenced. Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang were instantly speechless. Indeed, who wouldn't want to live here? Who would willingly return to that dark, damp tenement where you had to queue just to use the bathroom? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. After just one night here, they couldn't imagine going back. Zhang He's gaze shifted to Li Jingcheng, who had remained silent the entire time. Uncle, what do you think? Li Jingcheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Reason told him this was absurd. A 7-year-old running a company would be a laughingstock if word got out. Yet the reality before him was violently assaulting his reason. This multi-million-dollar mansion had been acquired by this absurd child through his unimaginable methods. This child couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. He recalled lending Zhang He that securities account years ago. When Zhang He returned it, the funds had multiplied beyond measure. He recalled his nephew's unnerving composure and confidence beyond his years. Take a gamble. Li Jingcheng's gaze gradually shifted from shock to resolve. Xiao He, I'm backing you. Sis, brother-in-law, don't try to talk us out of this. Xiao He isn't an ordinary kid. Let's trust him this once. This life offers two paths: either continue living in poverty, feeling defeated and worthless as before, or follow Xiao He and take a big gamble. Win this bet, and our family will finally turn things around. Zhang Jiping looked at his son, then at the house, and finally at his resolute brother-in-law. Yes. Let's take that gamble. His son had already pulled them out of the mud. Were they going to jump back in on their own? He'd lived his whole life as an honest, rule-abiding man. What had it gotten him? His mother lying in the ICU, and the despair of not even being able to scrape together the money for her surgery. Enough. He'd had enough of that life. A surge of unprecedented boldness rose within this honest man. He slapped his thigh hard, his eyes reddening. All right. Let's do it. Son, tell me what to do. Dad's listening. Seeing both men commit, Li Sufang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back into her chest. Her eyes welled up as she nodded firmly. All right, I'll follow your lead too. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang He's face. He knew the hardest hurdle had been cleared. The company's legal representative can't be me. Dad, you'll be the legal representative. Me? Zhang Jiping froze, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Legal representative? He'd only heard that term on TV and in newspapers. It was a title reserved for big bosses. Yes, you. You'll be it. Zhang He's tone brooked no argument. The company needed an adult to handle administrative matters, and he was the most suitable candidate. He then turned to Li Jingcheng. Uncle, I need you to serve as the company's special legal advisor. Your standing can shield us from a lot of unnecessary trouble. You won't be needed for day-to-day tasks, but in critical moments, you'll provide legal and policy consultations. Li Jingcheng nodded without hesitation. No problem. Xiao He, whatever you need from your uncle, just say the word. A nominal legal representative and a legal advisor. Who held the company's actual control was self-evident. Both men willingly became the first soldiers under the command of this 7-year-old child. Watching the three men and her family enthusiastically discussing company matters, Li Sufang felt both proud and a little disappointed at not being able to join in. She couldn't help but whisper. What about me? Is there anything I can help with? She too wanted to contribute to this family, to her son's enterprise. Zhang He turned to look at his mother's face, filled with expectation, and smiled. His smile held a touch of childlike warmth. Mom, your role is the most important. You're responsible for just one thing. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. Stay home and enjoy life. Get nice and plump. Buy whatever you want. Go wherever you want. Li Sufang froze. Enjoy life? Her entire life had been spent toiling over daily necessities. The very notion of enjoying life was something she dared not even dream of. Exactly. Zhang Jiping puffed out his chest, waved his hand grandly, and declared with boundless confidence, Sufang, our son is right. From now on, leaving the money-making and household responsibilities to us, your husband and me. Li Jingcheng chimed in with a smile. That's right, sis. Put your mind at ease and enjoy life. Would the men of this family ever let you toil outside anymore? Hearing their words, Li Sufang could no longer hold back. A wave of warmth surged into her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. But this time, they were tears of happiness. A happiness she had never known in her life, the kind where her family cherished her like the palm of their hand. That afternoon, in the operations room, Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and Sun Wei, three young people who were top-notch talents in their respective fields, now sat stiffly upright, like three elementary school students awaiting a teacher's reprimand. All eyes were fixed on the small figure occupying the main seat. Zhang He sat upright in the large executive chair, his tiny feet dangling too short to reach the floor, gently swaying in the air. His calm gaze swept over the three adults before him, carrying an intensity that made Zhao Tianyu instinctively straighten his back and even quiet his breathing. The childish squabbles were over. Zhang He finally spoke, his voice quiet yet sending shockwaves through the trio. Next, we're going to do something truly significant. A real big deal? In 1 month, the principal grew from over 20 million to over 100 million, and you call that small time? So what exactly counts as a major undertaking? The hearts of the three men began to pound wildly in unison. They held their breath, every cell in their bodies screaming, listening for the coming revelation. Yiguang Capital couldn't remain a backstage operation forever. Zhang He's fingers tapped lightly on the smooth rosewood tabletop, producing a soft knocking sound. Each beat landed precisely on the rhythm of the three men's heartbeats. We must register the company, systematize its operations, and forge it into a true capital behemoth. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. A makeshift operation? That ING nailed it. Even though they made 100 million a month, if they told anyone, people would just think they were lucky gamblers. But a company is different. A legitimate company, a team in suits and ties, an office commanding the financial center. That was true prestige, true high society. This kid not only knew how to make money, but also understood how to intimidate others with sheer presence. Wang Manny's breathing quickened. A vision formed in her mind, a futuristic, massive information hub filled with countless screens, and she the one controlling it all. No longer the woman confined to nightclubs gathering gossip and secrets, she would become the queen of capital, leveraging information and data to move entire markets. This 7-year-old was paving her path to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 69, Revealing the Truth. Zhang He's gaze first landed on Zhao Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, the first task is yours. At your command, young Master Zhang. Zhao Tianyu immediately bowed slightly, his demeanor reaching the height of respect. I need a place. An absolute headquarters. Zhang He held up one finger. 3 core requirements. First, low-key preferably in some inconspicuous office building. He raised his second finger. Second, security. Top-tier physical security and network firewalls. I don't want a single whisper from the next room while we're discussing hundreds of millions in business. Finally, the third finger. Third, communications. I need the most secure dedicated network lines, the strongest signal jamming, and counter-eavesdropping devices. Not a single byte of our information can leak out. This isn't about finding an office, it's building a military-grade command center. Zhao Tianyu didn't feel daunted, instead, his cheeks flushed with excitement. This feeling of commanding the world and secretly plotting strategies was incredibly thrilling. He pounded his chest, his voice booming like a bell. Rest assured, young Master Zhang. 3 days. No, within 2 days. I guarantee I'll find you the most suitable location in all of Shanghai. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find it for you. Zhang He nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Wang Manny. Wang Manny immediately sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sister Manny, starting today, that public sentiment monitoring system you're handling will be upgraded to become the prototype of our Heguan Capital Information Center. I want you to leverage every connection in your network, legitimate or shady, domestic or international, to integrate every possible data source. Financial news, policy trends, industry reports, even internal corporate communications. I need an information matrix. Zhang paused, giving Wang Manny time to digest, before delivering an even more weighty task. Simultaneously, leverage your network to screen resumes. Focus on 2 categories, financial and computer science geniuses from China's top universities and returnees with Wall Street backgrounds. Whether they're at Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, or some obscure startup, any analyst or trader with potential, I want them all. Wang Manny's pupils contracted sharply. She was utterly stunned by Zhang He's grand scheme. This wasn't just simple stock trading, it was building a complete, modern capital operations system. In terms of information and talent acquisition, he was one step ahead of everyone else at every turn. She nodded firmly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Understood. I'll treat this as the highest priority. Finally, Zhang He's gaze settled on Sun Wei. This man, who had remained silent all along, wearing thick glasses for his severe nearsightedness, was now staring at him with a look of intense fervor. Sun Wei. Present. Your mathematical models and the resource access you secured from Wall Street will form the core database for our company's initial phase. Zhang He's tone turned serious. I need you to start working immediately. Compile a report as comprehensive as possible covering the global internet industry, particularly all companies listed on the Nasdaq from 1995 to present. Include their financial data, expansion models, and potential risks. I want you to use the most precise models to tell me one thing. Zhang He leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word. When will this massive bubble, inflated by concepts and dreams, burst? Sun Wei abruptly pushed his glasses up, his eyes gleaming intensely behind the lenses. Bubble. He had long sensed something was terribly wrong. Those so-called tech companies with sky-high PE ratios had zero profitability beyond burning cash and spinning tails. This completely defied the fundamental logic of value investing. But he dared not speak up, for the entire world was caught up in internet fever. If he dared to question it, his Wall Street peers would laugh him out of the room. But now, his boss, this 7-year-old prodigy, had cut straight to the heart of the matter. This wasn't mere foresight, it was divine revelation. A shiver of awe and excitement shot from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. No problem. Sun Wei's voice cracked with excitement. Give me a week. I'll dig up every single piece of data on this bubble and put it on your desk. Meanwhile, at the CSRC headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. People in the corridors wore crisply ironed white shirts, their footsteps hurried. Lin Wei knocked on the door of a top-floor office. Come in. A steady baritone voice echoed. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, a faint tea aroma wafted toward her. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, an elegant face, and sharp eyes was reviewing a document. Lin Jiangwo, vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, a man who truly held real power. Dad, Lin Wei called softly, closing the door behind her. Lin Jiangwo looked up, his expression softening slightly at the sight of his daughter. Has the investigation team finished its work? It's over. Lin Wei sat down across from him and got straight to the point. I'm not here about work today. I'm here about a man named Zhang He. Zhang He? Lin Jiangwo's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly. The name rang a bell. He wants to establish a formal private equity fund called He Capital. Lin Wei's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. Lin Jiangwo set down his pen, leaned back slightly, interlaced his fingers on the table, and his gaze deepened. A genius who'd navigated the gray areas for so long, raking in fortunes now wanting to go straight? Lin Wei knew that to persuade her father, mere friendship wouldn't suffice. She had to present tangible benefits. Lin Wei met her father's eyes directly. He stated that his future goals were value discovery and long-term investment. He was willing to operate within regulations and accept oversight. Lin Jiangwo's knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a dull thud. Value discovery? Long-term investment? Who would believe such words coming from a gambler who exploited information gaps and high leverage to make quick in-and-out trades in the US stock market, raking in tens of millions in profits weekly? This kid probably just made enough money and now wants to cloak himself in legitimacy so he can keep playing his game in the domestic market. Lin Jiangwo fell deep in thought. Judging by the energy Zhang He displayed, he was a tiger that had already broken free from its cage. With someone like this, you either strike him down completely to eliminate the threat forever, or you put a collar on him, a chain strong enough to turn him into a controllable force. Crush him? Easier said than done. His overseas funds and operations were elusive and shadowy, leaving no tangible evidence to pin on him. Forcibly suppressing him might only push him completely to the opposing side, turning him into an unpredictable, massive risk. Chapter 70, He Capital officially listed. Thus, only the second option remained. Let him establish a company, let him operate within regulations, let him be traceable. Keeping him under everyone's watchful eye is far better than letting him lurk in the shadows, ready to strike a devastating blow to the fragile domestic market at any moment. Not to mention his daughter's stance. He glanced at Lin Wei. The admiration and conviction in her eyes were unlike anything he'd ever seen. For his precious daughter to hold him in such high regard, this 7-year-old boy might truly possess something extraordinary. Dad, blocking him won't work, Lin Wei added at the right moment. Guiding him is the better strategy. Bringing him into the system will benefit us more than it harms us. Lin Jiangwo remained silent for a long while before finally nodding slowly. He picked up the red telephone on the desk and dialed an internal number. Old Joe, you know your way around the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. A company called He Capital is registering the day after tomorrow. Give them a heads up to expedite the process. Ensure strict scrutiny of the materials, but don't create unnecessary hurdles. With that, he hung up. The heavy weight on Lin Wei's heart finally lifted. She understood the weight of her father's call. He was using his influence to pave the way for He Capital. That kid, did he even anticipate my father's intentions? As Lin Wei stepped out of the office, the thought suddenly crossed her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Zhang He had approached her not merely for her abilities, but for the family connections behind her. He seemed utterly certain she would persuade her father on his behalf. He wasn't asking for help, he was consolidating every resource at his disposal. Such tactics and cunning, how could they belong to a 7-year-old? He was more seasoned and shrewd than those old hands who'd spent decades navigating the political and business arenas. Ring. Just then, the mobile phone in her bag rang. It was Zhang He. Sis Lin Wei, everything okay with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, a complex smile curling her lips. You even pulled strings with my dad. What could possibly go wrong? 2 days later, Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, Registration Hall. In the late 1990s Government Service Hall, people clad in colorful polyester shirts and jackets crowded around the counters, creating a noisy and chaotic scene. Yet inside a VIP reception room, an unusual quiet prevailed. The air conditioning blasted cold air. Zhang Jiping held a hero fountain pen in his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Spread out before him was a document. In the legal representative field, his name was written. And in the registered capital field, the words 50 million yuan loomed large, weighing heavily on him. 50 million. In his entire life, he'd never even seen 50,000 yuan all at once. And now he was supposed to become the owner of a 50 million yuan company? He simply couldn't bring himself to sign. Son. Zhang Jiping, his voice trembled. He instinctively wiped his brow. This is a 50 million yuan company. I'm just a worker. I don't understand this stuff. If I sign this and something goes wrong, I'll be arrested and shot. Beside him, Li Jingcheng wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, he understood the weighty responsibility behind the title legal representative far more keenly than his brother-in-law. He flipped through the company articles of incorporation page by page, scrutinizing every single word. "Zhang He, tell your uncle the truth," Li Jingqing said, setting down the documents. His gaze fixed intensely on his nephew. "Is there any risk in letting your father take on this legal representative role? You know your father better than I do. He's been an honest, hard-working man his whole life. He can't handle this kind of pressure." Facing his father's fear and his uncle's questioning, Zhang He's face showed not a ripple of emotion. He jumped down from his chair, walked over to his father, and patted his father's large hand, stiff with tension, with his small hand. "Dad, just sign it. You can trust me." He turned to Li Jingqing, his gaze unwavering. "Uncle, you can rest assured. I won't give my father any chance to end up in jail." From the very first day this company was founded, every operation has been conducted within the legal framework. "We don't evade taxes, we don't underreport income, and we don't engage in insider trading." Zhang He stated each word deliberately. "We are merely conduits of value." Zhang Jiping and Li Jingqing both froze. They stared at the small figure before them, listening to words utterly unfit for a 7-year-old child, and for a moment, they felt a bit dazed. Just then, the reception room door swung open. A pot-bellied middle-aged man wearing a director's name tag entered with a broad smile, carrying a tray of tea. "My apologies, Mr. Zhang, Captain Li. My apologies." He enthusiastically placed 2 cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea before them, his demeanor bordering on excessive deference. "All your materials have been expedited and approved. Absolutely no issues. Just sign here, Mr. Zhang, and your business license will be ready immediately." Li Jingqing's pupils contracted. He had inquired beforehand registering a company with such substantial capital typically took at least a week or 2. Now, everything was supposedly finalized in just 2 hours? Observing the director's shift from aloofness to obsequiousness, he instantly understood some powerful figure had intervened behind the scenes. His gaze toward Zhang He transformed completely. Shock, confusion, and even a hint of awe filled his eyes. Zhang Jiping was also stunned by the scene. He looked at the director, whose face was plastered with smiles, then at his own son, who remained calm and composed. His mind raced, and he made up his mind. Fine. His son was more capable than he was. He trusted his son. His hand trembled as he signed his name on the document, stroke by stroke. 10 minutes later, a brand new red-bound business license was respectfully presented to Zhang He. Company name, Magic City Higuan Capital Management Company, Ltd. Legal representative, Zhang Jiping. Registered capital, 50 million RMB. From this moment onward, Higuan Capital was officially established. A financial behemoth destined to shake up global capital markets announced its birth in the summer of 1999 quietly yet powerfully. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu's efficiency was terrifyingly high. Within 2 days, he not only secured the venue but also prepared the company's preliminary organizational documents. The location was an unassuming office building along the Huangpu River, occupying an entire floor. From the outside, it looked drab and unremarkable, resembling an old-fashioned community center from the 1980s. But stepping inside revealed a completely different world. Central air conditioning, dedicated fiber optic lines, and emergency power supply system. Even the rooftop had pre-installed satellite dish connectors. Low-key, yet fully equipped. "What do you think, Zhang?" Zhao Tianyu gestured toward the uninterrupted river view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. "This used to be a foreign bank's tech support center. They just moved out, so all the hardware is ready to go. Just move in with your suitcase. Security is top-notch too, 24-hour patrols, card access for entry and exit." Chapter 71, He's the Boss. Zhang walked around the entire space, inside and out. He was satisfied. This would be the first official stronghold of his financial empire. Excellent. Zhang He nodded. Next step, recruit talent. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Manny, dressed in a professional suit and exuding efficiency, approached in high heels, a folder in hand. "Boss, as requested, I've preliminarily screened over a dozen candidates. The list is here." She handed the folder to Zhang He. Zhang He flipped through it, reviewing each page. The list was nothing short of impressive. It featured Ivy League elites returning from Wall Street, boasting master's degrees in financial engineering and resumes studded with renowned names like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. There were rising stars from domestic brokerages, analysts in their early 30s who had already led teams to deliver several impressive case studies, earning them a solid reputation within the industry. There were even a few failed internet entrepreneurs, technical experts who had burned through investor capital yet possessed an almost obsessive, deep understanding of the internet's underlying logic. Each one, taken individually, would be a highly sought-after talent in the job market. These individuals were either drawn by the hype of the 50 million yuan registered capital, eager to see who the mastermind behind it all was, or they were lured by the promises of Wang Manny and her team, compensation and stock options far exceeding market standards. Notify them, interview tomorrow at 9 a.m., here. Zhang He closed the folder, his tone flat. Wang Manny froze. Tomorrow? So soon? Without even giving them time to prepare? But as she met Zhang He's unflinching gaze, she instantly swallowed her questions. Yes, boss. The next day, 8:50 a.m. Outside the Heguang Capital Conference Room, over 20 men and women in tailored suits stood waiting. Each of these individuals was a top-tier talent, yet they waited quietly in the hallway. They sized each other up, their eyes betraying a sense of wariness. All competitors. Heard the buzz? This company's got deep connections. Registered capital of 50 million, all paid in cash, a man in gold-rimmed glasses whispered to his neighbor. I checked, the legal representative is Zhang He. Never heard of him. Probably just a front man they're putting up. Another man with a Hong Kong accented Cantonese replied, the real boss must be someone else entirely. Just then, Wang Mani's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. She's here. The crowd stirred. Everyone instantly straightened their posture, plastered on their most professional smiles, and swarmed around her. Good afternoon, Ms. Wang. I'm Louis from Goldman Sachs. Here are my supplementary materials. Manager Wang, I've long admired your reputation. I'm Zhou Tao from CITIC. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you. Mr. Wang. They all mistook Wang Mani for a company executive, or even the lead interviewer for this round. Wang Mani felt overwhelmed by the commotion and took a step back to keep her distance. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm not the interviewer, just the liaison. She glanced around the room and said calmly, the boss will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. Not her? The group exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. If someone like Wang Mani was merely a liaison, just what kind of big shot must the real boss be? For a moment, everyone's hearts began to race, their curiosity about this mysterious Heguang capital growing even stronger. They reluctantly retreated to their original spots, adjusting their ties and collars, preparing to present their best selves for the mysterious big boss's inspection. Soon, footsteps echoed down the corridor. 1, 2. The crowd perked up, all eyes turning in unison. There he was, a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man striding purposefully down the corridor, exuding authority in his bespoke suit. It was him. The same thought instantly flashed through everyone's mind. That bearing, that presence, it was exactly what you'd expect from a tycoon commanding 50 million in capital. Behind him. Why is there a little kid trailing behind him? Everyone noticed a child trailing behind the middle-aged man, a kid wearing a blue jacket, carrying a cartoon backpack, barely reaching the man's waist. Probably the big shot's son, brought along to see the world. Everyone's attention was focused on Sun Wei walking ahead. They instinctively ignored Zhang He. Good morning, boss. Hello. Louis, the Ivy League elite from earlier, was the first to step forward. His face wore a humble yet confident smile as he extended his hand to Sun Wei. The others followed suit, preparing to introduce themselves. The entire scene resembled ancient ministers paying homage to their sovereign. Sun Wei frowned at the dozen hands extended before him. He paid them no mind whatsoever, instead stepping aside with respectful deference. This action left everyone stunned. What did this mean? Then, they watched as the little boy they had dismissed as mere background stepped out from behind Sun Wei, walking calmly and steadily to stand before them all. Zhang He lifted his head, his eyes strikingly mature for his age sweeping across the faces of every elite present. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Everyone froze in place, their smiles still frozen on their faces, looking absurd and bizarre. Louis, the Ivy League elite, froze mid-air with his hand outstretched, awkwardly suspended. Staring at the boy before him, who hadn't even reached his knee, his mind went blank. What was going on? Just then, Sun Wei's icy voice cut through the quiet corridor, ringing clearly in every ear. He pointed at Zhang He. You've got the wrong person. This gentleman is Mr. Zhang. He is the boss. At those words, the professional smiles on every elite's face froze stiffly at the corners of their mouths. Every pair of eyes locked onto the little boy, whose height didn't even reach their waists. Some blinked hard, doubting their own eyes after consecutive overtime shifts. Another subconsciously gaped, jaw nearly dislocated, yet unable to utter a sound. Others were already quietly massaging their temples, trying to wake up from this absurd dream. What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? A 7-year-old brat? The boss of Hikari Capital? The tycoon who generated 50 million in cash flow? This was even more absurd than hearing Bill Gates gave Microsoft away to a street beggar. Louis, the Ivy League elite, stood frozen with his hand suspended mid-air, unable to raise it further or lower it, his expression reaching the height of absurdity. His mind raced. A prank? No. Who would hire Wang Mani and that demon-like bodyguard just to pull off such a low-level prank? The cost is too high. Some kind of pressure test? To see who could keep their cool in this absurd situation? Possible. Those twisted investment banks on Wall Street love pulling stunts like this. Chapter 72, opening with the ace. While everyone's minds raced and their brains froze, Louis, the returnee, was the first to snap out of it. He abruptly withdrew his hand, his stunned expression instantly turning to a humiliated pallor. He felt like a clown, bowing respectfully to a mere infant. This was an insult. The ultimate insult to an elite like him, a Goldman Sachs alumnus. Poof. A faint snort, brimming with boundless contempt, shattered the dead silence. Louis didn't even glance at Zhang He, only offering a cold smile to Sun Wei and Wang Manny. He snapped shut the exquisitely crafted resume folder in his hand with a sharp click like a slap across everyone's face. A waste of time. With that, he turned without a backward glance and vanished down the corridor. With one person setting the tone, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The crowd stirred once more, but this time, the air was thick not with tension, but with anger. What the hell? Are you kidding us? Damn it, I skipped 2 meetings to get here, and this is what I see? A middle-aged analyst in his 40s, sporting a receding hairline and years of experience at a local brokerage, stepped forward. Unlike Louis, who had walked out immediately, he forced himself to hold back his rage, his eyes burning as he fixed them on Zhang He. He took a step forward, adopting the tone of an elder lecturing a junior. Young man, tell me, is your company playing business house? He paused, scanning the equally stunned interviewers around him, his voice rising slightly. Or is this some rich kid's summer internship project? Making us all play along so you can write your essay titled A Day in the Life of a CEO? The words were venomous. It nailed Guan Capital squarely on the pillar of shame for unprofessionalism and frivolity. The others remained silent, but their expressions clearly echoed his sentiment. All eyes now focused on Zhang He, eager to see how this young boss would handle the situation. Would he run crying for his mommy? Or cower behind his bodyguards in terror? Yet Zhang He's reaction once again defied everyone's expectations. Facing the middle-aged analyst's pointed interrogation, his face showed no trace of panic, not even a flicker of emotion. He simply looked back at the man calmly. Today, I'm interviewing you. If you don't intend to be interviewed, you may leave. No explanation, no argument, no anger. Just a statement of fact. A fact you may choose to believe or not, but it remains true nonetheless. That matter-of-fact calm carries more weight than any fiery rhetoric. The middle-aged analyst was left speechless, his face flushing crimson. He'd prepared a barrage of mockery and accusations, only to punch into thin air his opponent didn't even bother to block. This feeling was worse than an argument. He felt his dignity being ground into the dirt by this little brat. Hello? Great. He was so furious he was trembling all over, his finger pointing at Zhang He shaking violently, before finally snapping it away in anger. Absurd. Utterly absurd. With that, he too turned and stormed off in a rage. Several others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and followed suit. In less than 5 minutes, the corridor, which had been packed with over 20 people, had lost more than half its crowd. Only a sparse group of 10 remained. Among them was a quiet, bespectacled tech geek who'd barely spoken since the beginning. Another was a woman in her 30s with a calm demeanor and an inquiring look in her eyes. Several others were men who had stood at the back of the crowd from the start, watching the scene unfold as if it were a play. Though they too were gripped by extreme shock and doubt, a professional instinct or perhaps an intense curiosity kept them rooted to the spot. They wanted to see what this gourd was really selling. To see how this 7-year-old child would interview them. Zhang He swept a glance over the remaining people, his expression utterly unruffled, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Now, begin the interview. With that, he turned away from the crowd and strode directly into the conference room. Inside the conference room, Zhang He took the seat of honor at one end of the long table. The chair seemed oversized for his small frame. His feet dangled in the air, unable to reach the floor. The remaining interviewees sat at the opposite end of the table, observing the scene with an air of watching a farce. No one spoke, the atmosphere thick with unease. Their expressions screamed, "We'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve." Zhang He ignored their scrutinizing gazes and picked up the remaining resumes on the table. He opened the first one. The photo showed a man in his 30s with a steady, composed expression. Zhang He lifted his head, his gaze landing precisely on the man. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Mr. Chen Ming. Your resume states that from 1997 to 1998, you were responsible for TMT technology, media, and telecommunications investment research at Yuan Fund. Excellent. Chen Ming, who had been called out, froze for a moment before instinctively nodding. That's nothing special, it's all on my resume. But Zhang He's next words instantly froze the last trace of amused expression on Chen Ming's face. Then please analyze this. The tech stock index led by the Nasdaq is currently hitting record highs, and the valuations of most internet companies have severely deviated from their fundamentals. Zhang He leaned forward slightly, his deep eyes seeming to peer into the future. When and how do you think this phenomenon will reach its breaking point? And what specific, potentially catastrophic chain reactions will it trigger across global capital markets, especially for tech stocks in our Asian emerging markets? What the hell kind of question is this? Chen Ming's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. He felt the back of his shirt slowly soaking through with cold sweat, clinging to his skin, icy and bone-chilling. This wasn't an interview at all. A normal interview would ask you to review past projects, discuss your understanding of the industry landscape, and offer conventional predictions about future trends. But never something like this near fortune-telling interrogation demanding you predict the end of the world with pinpoint accuracy. The tipping point? The breaking point? The fatal chain reaction across Asian markets? Back in late 1999, the Nasdaq index was charging like a crazed bull on steroids. No one knew where its ceiling lay. Wall Street's investment Bible and Goldman Sachs chief strategist were both touting the new economic paradigm, declaring old valuation systems obsolete. This was the era of dream multiples. The entire world was in a frenzy. Who dared step forward at that moment to declare the feast was about to end? That would be a madman. A madman who would be shunned by the entire industry, regarded as a fool by all peers. Chapter 73, The Death Sentence. The others in the conference room were all stunned. The tech nerd in black-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles, his eyes beneath the lenses brimming with utter bewilderment. The woman with the calm demeanor, for the first time, withdrew her probing gaze, replaced by a look of sheer, ghostly shock. This question had transcended professional expertise and entered the realm of metaphysics. A 7-year-old child asking a fund manager with 10 years of experience about the timing and manner of the global economic collapse? Even Wang Jing, Hong Kong's boldest screenwriter, wouldn't dare write such a script. All eyes once again focused on Chen Ming. His throat felt parched. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He knew this might be a trick question. But he knew even more clearly that no matter what he said, he couldn't possibly give an answer that would satisfy the other party. Because the question itself was fundamentally flawed. What should he do? Silence was not an option. Silence equaled incompetence. Chen Ming summoned every ounce of his professional knowledge and eloquence, his mind racing as he tried to construct a response that sounded sufficiently expert and respectable. He resolved to respond with the mainstream, safest, and least controversial viewpoint. He cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound steady. Mr. Zhang, this is a very forward-thinking question. He began by paying a compliment, then launched into his presentation. I believe we are entering an unprecedented new economic era. Internet technology is fundamentally reshaping the underlying logic of business, so traditional valuation frameworks do indeed exhibit certain limitations. At this point, he felt a twinge of unease himself. Of course, every market experiences fluctuations, and short-term adjustments are normal. But in the long run, as long as the wave of technological revolution continues, I remain bullish on tech stocks represented by the Nasdaq. After delivering this speech, he felt his words were hollow and weak. Such statements could be found daily in the financial sections of newspapers, utterly meaningless. He skillfully sidestepped all the critical questions he dared not answer, nor could he. An awkward silence settled over the entire conference room. Chen Ming braced himself for mockery or an impatient wave of the hand. Yet Zhang He simply listened quietly until he finished. Then he gave his answer. By March or April next year, no later than May, the Nasdaq index will plummet at least 70% from its peak. Boom! Chen Ming felt as if the top of his head was about to split open. The other three sucked in their breath in unison, some instinctively gripping the armrests of their chairs. He's lost his mind. This kid is absolutely insane. This was 10,000 times more absurd than the previous question. Zhang He paid no heed to their reactions. His small frame slumped against the oversized executive chair, his gaze deep and inhuman. The trigger would be a star-level B2C e-commerce company. Its model looked beautiful on paper, but uncontrollable logistics costs and reckless, unchecked expansion ultimately led to a broken capital chain, forcing it to file for bankruptcy protection. Its collapse would be the first domino to fall. The capital market's faith in internet concepts would crumble instantly. Over the next 18 months, at least 2,100 internet companies worldwide would go bankrupt, shut down, or be acquired at rock-bottom prices. The entire venture capital market would enter a freeze lasting at least 2 years. Projects that seemed hot commodities today would find themselves unable to secure a single penny in investment. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. If the previous question had merely stunned the audience, then these words were pure terror. The precise, detailed, data-driven description of the future carried an unsettling certainty, unlike any human analysis or prediction. It felt more like a post-disaster report from someone who had personally lived through the catastrophe. Chen Ming's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. Cold sweat had transformed into beads the size of soybeans, trickling down his cheeks. Zhang He's performance wasn't over yet. His gaze shifted to the bespectacled, somewhat awkward-looking tech geek, Li Xiang. Mr. Li Xiang. Li Xiang jolted upright, sitting straight at once. If Zhang He's tone remained flat, global investments in foundational network infrastructure like fiber optics and servers were to slow dramatically overnight, with all venture capital firms tightening their purse strings. Then, for a company like yours, one that relies entirely on venture capital infusions and burns cash to drive traffic, how long would it take from cash flow disruption to complete collapse? Which companies would be the first to collapse? Another question of survival. Li Xiang's heart sank. His company was precisely the hottest concept stock in the attention economy, attracting massive users with free personal homepages and community features, its valuation skyrocketing. But its profit model? Virtually non-existent, kept alive solely by round after round of funding. This question struck him right in the gut. He was even more panicked than Chen Ming. After all, Chen Ming could claim to be a finance guy who didn't understand the finer points of tech company operations. But he? He was the insider. Yet this question was too vast, too abstract. Who would survive and who would perish? How could anyone predict that? Mr. Zhang, I don't think this question holds much practical significance. Li Xiang gritted his teeth, attempting to fend off the question with textbook theories. A company's survival cycle depends on its business model, operational efficiency, and the founding team's adaptability. Wrong. Zhang interrupted him abruptly, his tone tinged with impatience. Global tech stocks have halved in value. Corporate advertising budgets will be the first expenses slashed. So the first to go into shock will be the currently most glamorous portal websites reliant on ad revenue. The Yahoo model will be the first to fall from grace. And the first to die completely, reduced to zero. Zhang He's gaze swept over Li Xiang's resume, where the words YY Technology stood out like a sore thumb. It's companies like yours, the ones with the biggest valuation bubbles, possessing nothing beyond user numbers and click-through rates, inflated by capital and eye-catching concept stocks. They will die the fastest and the most completely. After speaking, Zhang He picked up the water glass on the table and took a light sip. In the conference room, the elite from finance and tech now stared at the boy seated at the head of the table, his feet still dangling off the edge of the chair. They sensed they weren't facing a child, but a demon from the future. Their worldview, their professional understanding built over the past decade or two, had been shattered in mere minutes by a few offhand remarks from a 7-year-old. It wasn't analysis. It wasn't prediction. It was a verdict. A death sentence pronounced upon an entire era. Chapter 74, What Chance? Just as the deathly silence threatened to drive everyone mad, Zhang He moved. Without even lifting his gaze, he issued a calm command to a young man who had stood silently in the corner the entire time. Sunwei, start the projector. Sunwei nodded and walked silently to the wall, switching on the projector. The old projector hummed softly as its fan began to spin, casting a beam of light onto the white wall of the conference room. Chen Ming and the others stiffly turned their heads to look at the illuminated white wall. They had no idea what other terrifying things this kid could possibly pull out. Soon, an image appeared on the wall. It wasn't some fancy PowerPoint presentation. That sort of thing was still a rarity back then. It was simply a series of charts created in Excel. But the content on them instantly made Chen Ming, a seasoned fund manager, feel his pupils contract in shock. The first chart displayed the Nasdaq Composite Index candlestick chart, flanked by several sets of model data he'd never encountered before: global fiber optic cable mileage growth rate, server core chip shipment volume, average logistics cost ratio for B2C enterprises, and the average exit cycle for venture capital institutions. What the hell is this? What on earth was the point of cramming these completely unrelated metrics together? Before he could process it, the second and third charts appeared in succession. One set of data listed all Nasdaq-listed companies with negative profits and market capitalizations exceeding $1 billion, along with their cash burn rates. Another set of data highlighted the distorted ratio of marketing expenses to R&D costs and the prospectuses of all internet companies that had gone public in the past 6 months. One chart after another, the data piled up, growing ever more cold and relentless. Chen Ming's mind raced, desperately trying to grasp the underlying logic. Then, he understood. He saw it clearly. This kid wasn't analyzing the market using traditional financial models at all. He was treating the entire internet industry as a living organism. Fiber optics and servers were its blood vessels and bones. Venture capital was the blood delivering nutrients. And those companies burning through cash without generating profits? They were nothing but dazzling yet deadly tumors growing on this organism. Now, these data clearly indicate that the blood vessels are hardening, the blood is drying up, and the tumors have already spread throughout the entire body. This organism is dying. It's rotten to the core. This logic, brutal, simple, yet piercing to the core, is 100 times more terrifying than those 100-page reports churned out by Wall Street's chief analysts. Chen Ming felt his teeth chattering not from cold, but from fear. The others, though not as perceptive as Chen Ming, grasped the conclusion the charts ultimately pointed to: a massive, downward, cliff-like arrow. It completely shattered their cognitive framework. Could the world truly be viewed this way? Just as their minds went blank, stunned into disorientation by this dragon-slaying technique, Zhang He made another move. He gestured toward another young woman standing near the doorway, dressed in a professional skirt suit and exuding a sharp, capable demeanor. Wang Manny, distribute the materials. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Wang Manny walked over in her high heels, placing the documents on each of their desks. What is this now? Chen Ming picked up the document with trembling hands. His breath caught at the mere glance of the cover. The cover bore only one line in bold typeface: trading record summary of Higuan Capital Fund No. 1 simulation account. He flipped to the first page. No complex charts, just the simplest, most direct trading records. Initial capital, 1.7 million renminbi from Zhang He's personal account. Trading period, June 1st to June 5th. Final profit, 10.28 million renminbi. Boom! Chen Ming felt his blood rush to his head. 5 days. Starting with just over $1 million, he made over 10 million. Is this ING a money printing machine? He stared intently at the detailed transaction records behind him, searching for the secret. No complex hedging, no sophisticated leverage, just the simplest buy and sell. Yet every buy point was absurdly low, every sell point was outrageously high. This wasn't stock trading, it was picking up money off the ground. And when his gaze landed on the final few trades, every hair on his body stood on end. Short position, YY Technology. Entry point, $425. Exit point, $213. Return rate, 101%. Note, precisely targeted the irrational decline following the company's positive news release. In the conference room, the tech nerd named Li Xiang turned as pale as a sheet in an instant. He knew better than anyone that just last week, YY Tech's stock price had plummeted without warning from over $40 to just above $20 in a single day, leaving everyone stunned. The company's top brass held an emergency meeting overnight but couldn't identify who was behind the precise short-selling attack. Now, the answer was staring them in the face. The culprit, the bloodthirsty wolf that had savagely torn a chunk out of their company, was this very boy whose feet barely touched the floor. A chill shot up Li Xiang's spine, from the base of his tailbone all the way to the crown of his head. He would never again dare to think of Zhang He as a child, or some self-important charlatan. He was a genius. A prodigy walking among mortals. Silence once again enveloped the conference room. But this time, it wasn't shock or absurdity, it was a deathly stillness bordering on reverence. Contempt? Doubt? That it had flown straight to the ninth cloud. The way they now looked at Zhang He was as if they were gazing upon a living god of wealth, no, a being far more terrifying than any deity. Zhang He took it all in. This was precisely the effect he had been waiting for. He didn't want employees, he wanted devotees. He didn't want subordinates, he wanted madmen to conquer the world alongside him. Only by utterly shattering their old world could he build absolute, blind trust in himself upon the ruins. Now, the moment had arrived. He rose to his feet, walked to the conference table, and let his gaze slowly sweep across the pallid faces. In your old world, following the rules, grinding out seniority, building connections, how long would it take before you could personally manage a $10 million fund? Or let me rephrase it. Did you ever have the chance? The word struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing the heart of the disillusioned middle-aged man. Opportunity? At the fund company, Chen Ming was just a senior researcher, a ghostwriter churning out reports for managers and directors above him. Li Xiang at YY Tech seems glamorous, but he's just a senior coder who could be laid off at any moment. They had no chance whatsoever. Chapter 75, Take a Big Gamble? Zhang He gave them no time to catch their breath before continuing. The whole world thought the feast had only just begun, but in reality, the chair had already been pulled out from under them, and the music was about to stop. What Yuan Capital intended to do was not scramble for the last scraps. He paused, his voice carrying a grandeur unmatched by his years. What we must do is find those sparks that can truly change the world, sparks that are currently huddled in corners, shivering with fear before the long winter arrives. Take, for instance, a small company in Shenzhen, barely surviving by building pager systems for others. Or a group of young people in a Hangzhou apartment who pulled 500,000 yuan to build Alibaba, a Yellow Pages website for small and medium-sized enterprises. We must find them, warm them with capital, and help them survive this winter. This requires vision, but even more so, the audacity to break every convention. He smiled, like a little devil. Now, I give you a choice. Either return to being a cog in the machine, destined to be crushed by the times at any moment. Or... His small frame leaned forward slightly, each word striking deep into everyone's soul. Stake your entire future on a high-stakes gamble with me? Bet? Or not? In the conference room, you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on the faces of these well-dressed industry elites were now stiffer than fish waiting to be picked at the market. Sweat seeped from the temple of a middle-aged man, silently sliding down to drip onto the thin document before him, leaving a small, gray stain. His name was Zhao Bin, deputy head of the credit department at a foreign bank. He had a car and a house, though he paid over 10,000 yuan in monthly mortgage payments. He had a wife and a child who had just enrolled in the city's best private elementary school. His life ran like a precision machine programmed to stability and respectability, predictable, respectable, yet utterly transparent. Mad. This kid was absolutely insane. Rallying a bunch of strangers to gamble on some ING apocalypse? Based on a few Excel charts and some transaction records that could be fake for all anyone knows? What if he's wrong? What if Nasdaq keeps climbing? He'd quit his job, cut off his income. How would he pay next month's mortgage? What about his child's exorbitant tuition? He dared not think further. The terror of that stable life collapsing in an instant gripped him like a cold hand, clutching his throat. Zhao Bin was the first to stand up. He forced a smile at Zhang He that looked worse than crying, his voice dry. Mr. Zhang, your vision is truly bold. But I might not be the right fit. I'm very sorry. With that, he pulled back his chair and practically jogged out of the conference room, leaving his resume behind on the table. His departure felt like a signal. Immediately after, the second, the third. Sorry, this is too risky. Little boss, you'd better look for someone else. This is utter nonsense. Some apologized, some shook their heads, and some even muttered curses under their breath, as if lingering a second longer would mean being swallowed whole by that maddening atmosphere. The meeting room, packed just moments ago, emptied in an instant. The earlier disdain for the 7-year-old boss now transformed into bone-deep terror. They would rather believe they had witnessed an absurd farce than admit that a child might have truly upended the entire world as they knew it. Finally, when the last hesitant figure fled in panic, only 6 people remained in the conference room. Besides Chen Ming and Li Xiang, there were 2 other men who had remained silent throughout. Chen Ming didn't move. His eyes seemed glued to the trading records, fixated on the numbers detailing the short position against YY Technology. Then his gaze shifted to the hastily drafted strategic plan, where several names were scribbled in pencil. Tencent. Alibaba. Damn it, what the hell am I hesitating about? Chen Ming cursed himself silently. Go back? Back to that damn fund company, continuing to be a ghostwriter for that clueless department director, churning out those nonsensical investment reports? Watch him take credit for my reports, then slap me with the worst year-end bonus? Then grind away until 40, 50, only to get pushed out by some young upstart or end up clutching a thermos, coasting through life in the office? Would that even be called living? Deep within him, a fire burned. A fire of ambition, a refusal to settle for mediocrity, a burning desire to seize the pulse of the times and make a big splash. But that flame had been doused by the cold water of reality, reduced to a few flickering sparks. Now, Zhang He's arrival felt like dumping a bucket of jet fuel over that ember. Privately, he too felt uneasy about the near frenzy of PE ratios on Nasdaq, always sensing this house of cards couldn't last. But that was merely a vague, gut-level worry. Yet this young man before him had transformed it into formulas, into data, into a complete, cold, and irrefutable logic of death. This feeling was like suspecting a ghost haunted your house, living in constant dread only for him to flip on the light, forcing you to see the ghost's face clearly, knowing exactly when it would come to strangle you. This isn't resonance. This is crushing. A dimensional strike. He harbors not a shred of doubt. Going all in with a demon who can predict the future and turn it into cash, is that even ing gambling? This is picking up money off the ground. It's grabbing the only rope that can pull you from the floodwaters onto Noah's Ark. Chen Ming abruptly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a shrill screech. Squeak. All eyes instantly turned to him. He didn't look at anyone, his eyes burning as he fixed them on that small figure. His chest heaved violently, and then, summoning every ounce of strength, he forced 3 words from his throat. Mr. Zhang. I've done it. These 3 words rang out with force and conviction. Like the first shot of an assault. Li Xiang, seated beside him, jolted violently. He slowly lifted his head. His face, pale and distinctive of a tech geek, bore a complex expression blending fear, admiration, and resolve. Was there even a choice? He knew better than anyone how YY Tech stock had crashed. The mysterious short seller known on Wall Street as the Ghost, the executioner who had driven the company's entire leadership to distraction, robbing them of sleep and appetite, that was the boy sitting before him. Staying at YY meant remaining on a ship doomed to sink, waiting to be torn apart piece by sharks like him. And now, the shark was inviting him aboard. This choice was so simple even a primary school student could make it. Chapter 76, First Target. Li Xiang rose to his feet as well, his voice hoarse yet equally resolute. Count me in. The last 2 remaining individuals exchanged glances, seeing the same gleam in each other's eyes. They weren't Chen Ming, lacking his profound financial insight. Nor were they Li Xiang, lacking that bone-deep personal experience. But they weren't stupid. They saw the fear in those who left, and the resolve in the 2 who stayed. That was enough. Mr. Zhang, I'm in too. Me too. Very well. A deep smile finally curved the corners of Zhang He's mouth. What he ever wanted were never those indecisive mediocrities. What he wanted were ambitious men like Chen Ming, clever minds like Li Xiang, and the rest those gamblers who dared to believe in him even when the future was unclear. His small frame sprang up from the oversized executive chair that seemed utterly mismatched with his stature. Clack! The soft thud of his leather shoes hitting the floor echoed like a gavel's final strike, sealing the fate of everyone present for the rest of their lives. With measured steps, he approached the 4 men, lifting his head to sweep his gaze across their flushed, tense, and excited faces. Then, he extended his right hand. It was a small, slightly chubby hand, the hand of a 7-year-old child. Yet in the eyes of Chen Ming and the others, that hand seemed to cradle a brand new world brimming with infinite possibilities. Welcome to He Guang Capital. Chen Ming grasped that hand. Small, soft, and still carrying a hint of baby fat. Yet the strength emanating from it was remarkably steady. He lifted his gaze to meet those bottomless black eyes. For a moment, he felt he wasn't holding the hand of a 7-year-old child, but the very authority of an era. A new era, one brimming with bloodshed, opportunity, and gold. Beside him, Li Xiang and the 2 men who had remained silent all along stepped forward in turn, solemnly clasping that small hand in turn. The ceremony was simple, yet profoundly solemn. No champagne, no celebratory banquet, only 4 ambitions set ablaze. But that was enough. 3 days later, Yuan Capital's first core team meeting convened formally in this very conference room that had witnessed their parting of ways. Seated along one side of the long conference table were Zhang He's original team. On the other side sat the 4 newly recruited powerhouses. Chen Ming had swapped his crisp suit for a more casual jacket, yet his gaze remained sharp. Li Xiang retained his tech geek-look black-rimmed glasses, plaid shirt, but his head was no longer bowed, his back was ramrod straight. The other two, one had a head noticeably larger than average, with a simple, honest look nicknamed Big Head. The other sported a buzz cut, fierce eyes, and an aura of raw, untamed energy, clearly the impulsive, action-first type. Everyone was present. Zhang He sat in the executive chair at the head of the table. His small frame sank into the cushions, yet he commanded an aura that silenced the room. He offered no opening remarks, no small talk, he didn't even bother to meet anyone's gaze. Today marked the inaugural core meeting of Yuan Capital. I hereby announce the first official directive of Yuan Capital. Here it comes. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs, even their breathing grew quieter. Chen Ming's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Shorting the Nasdaq? Or targeting a specific tech stock? Whichever it was, he was mentally prepared. Then, they heard the directive that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. First targets, 2. Zhang He held up 2 stubby fingers. Shenzhen, Tencent. Hangzhou, Alibaba. Form 2 due diligence teams immediately. Contact the founders of these companies and prepare for investment. Zhao Tianyu, Chen Ming, Li Xiangyu 3 lead the teams and fly to Shenzhen immediately. Dahou and Mangzi, you'll accompany Wang Mani and Sun Wei to Hangzhou. I'm giving you 1 week. By the end of the week, I want to see preliminary due diligence reports and a list of core issues. Dead silence. If Zhang He's Nasdaq crash theory 3 days ago had been a bomb dropped, then now, his order was like detonating an atomic bomb in the conference room. The entire room felt as if the air had been sucked out. Chen Ming and the other 3 stared fixedly at Zhang He, their expressions shifting from shock to bewilderment, and finally settling into utter bewilderment. Zhao Tianyu and his 2 companions reacted entirely differently. Without batting an eyelid, they rose from their seats the instant Zhang He finished speaking, responding in unison. Yes, General Manager Zhang. Their voices were crisp and decisive, without a shred of doubt. This was the unconditional trust and execution they had long agreed upon with Zhang He. That decisive response pierced the frozen air in the conference room like a needle. Chen Ming's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Had he misheard? Or had this kid simply lost his mind? He even instinctively reached up to scratch his ear, doubting his own hearing. Invest in Tencent? Invest in Alibaba? What year was this? Late 1999. Alibaba had just secured $5 million in funding from Goldman Sachs and was burning through cash to expand. Back then in China, nobody understood the B2B model, and nobody thought it could turn a profit. It was a pipe dream. And Tencent? Tencent was an even bigger ING joke. Chen Ming's brain, like a supercomputer, began racing at full speed. OICQ's user growth was indeed terrifying, spreading like a virus. But so what? The more users, the more terrifyingly the costs for servers and bandwidth skyrocketed. That thing was a money-guzzling beast that only took in and never gave out. Manhwa is now so stressed over server costs he's got mouth sores, scrambling for funding everywhere. It's no secret in the industry. Profit model? Relying on that newly launched QQ membership that hardly anyone subscribes to? Or that pitiful ad revenue? A drop in the bucket. But what's even more deadly? The sword of Damocles hanging over its head, AOL's copyright infringement lawsuit over ICQ. If they lose that case, Tencent will shut down immediately. And then there's Microsoft's MSN, already making its move in China, eyeing this market like a predator ready to devour it whole. The risks were astronomical, while potential returns were virtually non-existent. What was the prevailing consensus among domestic investment banks and venture capital circles regarding Tencent? Wait and see. Bearish outlook. Some are even waiting for it to collapse so they can acquire its user data at rock-bottom prices. Invest in it? Putting money into Tencent now is no different than throwing it straight into the Huangpu River. No, at least throwing it into the river would make a splash. Chapter 77, finished? Chen Ming abruptly sprang to his feet, his movement so abrupt that the chair legs scraped against the floor with a shrill screech. He stared intently at Zhang He, his facial muscles twitching slightly with agitation. He had to speak up. This wasn't doubt, it was responsibility. He couldn't stand by and watch the company he'd just gambled his entire fortune on stumble into an abyss at its very first step. Mr. Zhang, I believe this decision carries extremely high risks and requires reassessment. He didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Take Tencent, for starters. Behind the explosive growth of its OICQ user base lies an equally explosive increase in costs. Bandwidth and servers are burning through cash daily. Currently, it has no reliable profit model. Neither QQ membership nor online advertising can remotely cover its operational costs. It's entirely reliant on previous funding from IDG and PCCW for lifeblood. Cut off that support and it dies instantly. Even more fatal are the ICQ lawsuit in competition with MSN. Either one could spell its doom. His speech grew faster and more impassioned. Mr. Zhang, the entire industry consensus is bearish on Tencent. Investing in it now is like throwing money into a bottomless pit that only sinks faster with more users. No sooner had Chen Ming finished speaking than Li Xiang, sitting beside him, practically jumped to his feet. As a pure technologist, Li Xiang's aversion to bubbles surpassed even Chen Ming's. Mr. Zhang. Li Xiang adjusted his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with confusion. Brother Chen is right. But from a technical perspective, Tencent is even more dangerous than he described. He's lost his mind. This kid has completely lost his mind. Just days ago he was lecturing us on the fatal logic of the Nasdaq bubble, and now he's rushing to embrace the most ephemeral, most dangerous bubble of them all? Isn't that completely contradictory? How did YY Tech's bubble burst? Because its user growth was completely decoupled from its monetization capabilities. More users meant higher expenses, faster losses, until cash flow dried up and it collapsed. Today's Tencent is YY Tech amplified 100-fold. Its user base is terrifying, but that terror is built on burning cash. It's a false prosperity. Users who can't be monetized aren't assets, they're liabilities. They're a massive burden dragging the company down. We're now in the bubble's final phase. Winter is approaching. Countless companies with clearer business models and stronger profitability are already on the death list. Why should we bury ourselves alongside a company doomed to fail? Bang! A thunderous clap interrupted Li Xiang's tirade. It was the man nicknamed Big Head, whose massive hand slammed down on the conference table, making the water glasses jump. He was a straightforward man, not one for complicated schemes, but he understood the fundamentals. Mr. Zhang, forget Tencent for now. Alibaba's B2B? That's even more ridiculous. Big Head's booming voice carried a blunt honesty that demanded to be heard. Jack Ma's slogan about making it easy to do business anywhere sounds nice, but who in the industry doesn't know he's just spinning yarns? Isn't that thing just a fancy business directory now? They slap a bunch of manufacturers' info online, and then what? How do they make money? Charge membership fees to businesses? These small and medium-sized enterprise owners in China are all sharp operators. They won't part with a penny unless they see the rabbit. Getting money out of their pockets is harder than climbing to the moon. To us investors, these two companies are at the very top of the death list. We at Higuang Capital are just starting out. Our money didn't grow on trees. No need to jump into a pit of fire for our first battle. Before Big Head could finish, the burly guy radiating raw energy stood up abruptly. His buzz cut gleamed as his fierce gaze swept the room, finally locking onto Zhang He. Mr. Zhang, we're not cowards. The brute's voice boomed from his chest, buzzing with intensity. But this is clearly a trap. We can't just stand by and watch you walk right into it. That crappy Tencent office? I've been there myself last year. He let out a curse, clearly hinting that his previous company had also considered it but ultimately backed down. Just a tie corner rented in that crappy building in Shenzhen Tech Park, like some shady internet cafe. A bunch of tech geeks holed up in there, obsessed with boosting OICQ's user numbers. They didn't have a clue about making money. Now you want us to hand them money? That's not being a savior, it's being a sucker. Mengzi stiffened his neck, veins bulging. The four of us have staked everything on this venture with you. If you can lay out a clear plan, a reason that can knock us off our feet, we'll book those plane tickets right now without a second thought. If you can't, Mengzi, will be the first to refuse. The air in the conference room froze solid. The four newly recruited heavyweights Chen Ming, Li Xiang, Big Head, and Mengzi comprehensively dismantled the directive from four angles: finance, technology, market, and field investigation. They stood in a line, forming a wall of expertise and common sense that blocked Zhang He's path. Zhao Tianyu, Sun Wei, and Wang Mani were so nervous their palms were sweating, not daring to breathe a word. All eyes once again focused on the executive chair. The baby fat that once lent a touch of warmth to Zhang He's youthful face had vanished. Replacing it was an icy coldness that could have dropped the room temperature by 3 degrees. Those bottomless eyes slowly lifted, scanning the faces of Chen Ming, Li Xiang, Big Head, and Mengzi one by one. The gaze was not that of a child, but rather of a long-reigning emperor scrutinizing his rebellious subjects. Finished? The four men stiffened, nodding instinctively. Zhang He's small frame straightened as he sat up, hands folded neatly on the table. Do you see Tencent's user stickiness? When a software becomes the daily go-to choice for tens of millions of young people to communicate, entertain themselves, or even seek solace, it ceases to be a mere tool. It becomes a social network with its own rules and foundational value. Can you even begin to quantify that value? Alibaba's B2B platform, to you, it's just a directory. But to millions of small and medium-sized business owners in China, blocked from traditional foreign trade channels, what is it? Hope. The only window allowing their products to be seen by the world. Have you seen this potential seeping into the capillaries of industry? What you see are losses on financial statements, depleted cash flow, and immediate risks. What I see are the two broadest, longest golden tracks for the next decade: social media and e-commerce. You see only the trees, not the forest. Chapter 78, Obey Orders. Chen Ming and the others were stunned into a daze by these words. Social networks? Golden tracks? In the winter of 1999, these words sounded like pure fantasy. But Mr. Zhang, even if that's what the future holds, it won't matter if we can't get past the hurdles right in front of us. We could die at any moment before dawn breaks. Chen Ming wanted to make one last push. Enough. Zhang He cut him off coldly, the atmosphere freezing to a standstill. He abruptly rose from his chair, a small figure radiating the force of an avalanche. What I announce is an order, not a proposal up for discussion. Hagwon Capital doesn't need a bunch of commentators who just follow others' leads and analyze known risks. What I want are warriors who can fight tooth and nail and expand our territory. He pointed his finger at each of the 4 men in turn. I'll say this one last time. Zhao Tianyu, Chen Ming, Li Xiang Shenzhen team, make contact with Manhwa. I want a personal video call with him within 1 week. Big Head, Mangzi, Wang Meni, Sunwei Hangzhou team. Find Jack Ma for me and arrange a video conference as well. If you can do it, get moving immediately. If you can't, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, get the hell out of this meeting room now. He Guang, stop dithering like a coward. Deadly order. This is a dead-end order with no room for compromise. The entire conference room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. While Chen Ming and the other 3 were still wrestling internally, utterly speechless under the overwhelming force of his authority. Yes, President Zhang. 3 voices erupted in unison, almost simultaneously. Zhao Tianyu and his 2 companions shot to their feet, chests thrust out, heads held high, eyes burning with fervor and resolve as they accepted the order in unison. We will complete the mission. This decisive response felt like 3 resounding slaps, stinging the faces of Chen Ming and his 3 companions. They whipped their heads around, staring blankly at the 3 men who seemed utterly oblivious to risk, driven only by unconditional obedience. Only then did they grasp the truth. Within this team, the boss's will was absolute. Questioning was not permitted. Hesitation was treason. Chen Ming felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He looked at the 7-year-old boy standing in the seat of authority, radiating an overwhelming presence, and closed his eyes bitterly. He had gambled. From the moment he grasped that hand, he had already staked everything he had on this table. Now, the dealer had dealt the cards. Call or fold? He had no choice. Chen Ming opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced out a few words through gritted teeth. We obey orders. The suffocating atmosphere carried over from the conference room only began to dissipate slightly as the plane touched down at Shenzhen Baoan Airport, met by the humid, warm air of the southern region. Chen Ming tugged at his sweat-soaked tie, feeling as though he'd aged 10 years over the past 3 days. All that echoed in his mind was the cold voice of that 7-year-old child and the light. Don't be a coward. Those words lashed at his soul like a whip, more relentless than any KPI. Coward? Me, Chen Ming, a Wall Street-trained financial elite, a man managing tens of millions in funds, being called a coward by some brat? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet he couldn't refute it. Because the moment he chose to stay, to obey that absurd order, he had tacitly accepted this rule. At Higuang Capital, the boss's will was law. The 3 hailed a red taxi, circling the tech park district several times before finally stopping at an unremarkable old building. Driver, is this it? Li Xiang pushed his glasses up, staring at the Huaca building before him, its walls peeling and flaking, his face a mask of disbelief. Yep. 10 cents right upstairs. The driver took the fare, floored it, and sped off, leaving the trio standing in a cloud of dust. They entered the dimly lit hallway, where the air carried a peculiar blend of instant noodles, sweat, and the overheated scent of electronic components. Following the signs to 10 cents office, they pushed open the glass door and froze in unison. The so-called office resembled a cramped university computer lab, or, more accurately, a shady internet cafe. Cables crisscrossed haphazardly, stacks of computer boxes piled high, and dozens of young people crammed into tiny cubicles. Their faces glistened with unhealthy oil, yet their eyes burned with fervor as they stared at screens. The crisp clatter of keyboards echoed intermittently, punctuated by the classic ding of OICQ notifications. To Chen Ming, these sounds now felt like the relentless tolling of a death knell. In the only room barely passable as a meeting space, a cluttered storage room, they met the legendary 10-cent 5 tigers. Ma Huateng, the leader, wore a slightly faded t-shirt and thick-rimmed glasses. Though scholarly in appearance, the exhaustion and anxiety etched between his brows were impossible to hide. As Zhang He's longtime partner, Zhao Tianyu naturally stepped into the role of anchor. Clearing his throat, he handed over his business card. Mr. Ma, hello. We are Higuang Capital, a newly established private equity firm. Zhao Tianyu's introduction was flawless, professional yet deliberately vague about the company's specifics. We've long followed the development of China's internet industry and are very interested in Tencent. Ma Huateng politely accepted the card, adjusted his glasses, and offered a faint, bitter smile. That smile held a hint of delight at the investor's arrival, but more prominently, a sense of helplessness, as if cornered. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your recognition, he said. His Mandarin carried a thick Chaozhou accent. However, I must be transparent about our company's actual situation. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. As you may have seen, our OICQ service is experiencing explosive user growth so rapid it's become alarming even to us. But behind this growth lies an explosive increase in costs. Every single day, the expenses for servers and bandwidth alone amount to an astronomical figure. With each new user, we burn through cash even faster. Manhwa Tang's voice remained calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. We're like beggars clutching a golden rice bowl. Everyone knows it holds value, yet no one knows how to turn it into cash. We tried selling QQ show avatars, but the revenue was a drop in the bucket. We considered advertising, but we have no clue how to balance user experience with brand image. Not to mention, America's AOL could sue us for infringement at any moment, while countless domestic Q clones kept popping up, eyeing us greedily. He spread his hands wide, his eyes brimming with honesty and desperate longing. To be perfectly honest, we desperately need money right now, life-saving money that will keep us afloat. Chapter 79, School Uniforms? Children's Rooms? Life-saving money. Those three words pierced Chen Ming and his two companions like a dagger. Li Xiang's palms instantly grew clammy. Damn it, it's exactly the same. This pitch, this predicament, this logic of burning through cash until self-destruction, it was carved from the same mold as YY Tech, the company that had fleeced him bare years ago. User numbers skyrocketed, costs exploded, and profitability vanished. This was the death spiral. The classic warning sign before a bubble bursts. Mr. Zhang, what on earth were you thinking? Did we travel all this way just to hear the CEO of a company doomed to bankruptcy personally read us his own death sentence? Chen Ming's heart sank to the bottom, but he knew there was no turning back. He had to steel himself and speak up. Mr. Ma, we understand your predicament. But within adversity often lies the greatest opportunity. He felt sick to his stomach just saying it. Clearing his throat, he finally stated their true purpose. Here's the thing. Mr. Zhang He, the actual controller of Weiguan Capital, would like to arrange a video conference with you and your core team to thoroughly discuss Tencent's future. Manhwa Tang visibly froze. The actual controller? A video conference? So mysterious? Could it be some reclusive overseas tycoon who prefers not to be seen, or some low-profile, invisible power player? The thought flashed through his mind before being suppressed by sheer desperation. Whoever they were, as long as they were willing to invest, he'd agree to anything, not just a video conference, but even flying to the US immediately. Yes. Absolutely. Manhwa Tang nodded immediately, afraid the other party might change their mind. We're available anytime. Right now, then. Li Xiang resignedly opened his heavy, sluggish IBM laptop, plugged in the phone line, and the dial-up sound instantly filled the conference room. Under the curious and expectant gazes of Tencent's 5 tigers, Li Xiang deftly clicked the icon of a video conferencing application. The screen flickered a few times before a video window popped up. The signal seemed weak, the image stuttering and blurred, as if covered in mosaic. Finally, after several seconds of delay, the image sharpened. The next second, the air in the entire conference room froze. Every breath seemed to halt in that instant. Centered on the computer screen across from them, a childish face appeared clearly, still carrying traces of baby fat. The child wore a familiar blue and white elementary school uniform, one that couldn't be more recognizable. And behind him wasn't some luxurious office or mysterious estate, but a child's bedroom plastered with Ultraman and 4-wheel drive car posters. Manhwa Tang's smile froze on his face. His glasses slid down his nose as he leaned forward instinctively, yet he remained oblivious. His mouth hung slightly open, wide enough to fit an egg. What was going on? Had he been working overtime too long and started hallucinating? He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard. Looking back at the screen, the little boy in the school uniform was still there, even flashing a friendly smile at the camera. Manhwa Tang's mind went blank, filled only with 3 enormous question marks spinning wildly in his head. Clack! A sharp sound. It was Zhang Jidong, seated beside Manhwa Tang, whose stack of thick technical documents fell straight to the floor, scattering papers everywhere. As Tencent's chief technology officer, a man who lived and breathed logic and code, the scene before him shattered the worldview he'd spent over 2 decades building. He stared dumbfounded at the screen, then turned to look at Manhwa Tang beside him, equally petrified. His eyes conveyed the ultimate philosophical conundrum. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just witnessed? Su Chenai, seated on the other side, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Chen Yidan, responsible for corporate administration and legal affairs, frowned deeply, feeling this incident was an insult to his professional expertise. Only Zhang Liqing, the most extroverted of the 5 tigers and head of marketing and financing, couldn't hold back after the initial shock. Put! He tried to stifle it, causing his shoulders to jerk uncontrollably until his face turned crimson. Ultimately, he failed, quickly lowering his head and covering his mouth with his hand to stifle the laughter. But his trembling shoulders betrayed the internal battle raging within him. They're insane. These investors were absolutely insane. Chen Ming felt his toes digging into his dress shoes as if trying to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right then and there, or just jump off this damn building. Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. I never felt this humiliated even on Wall Street. This is more nerve-wracking than streaking in public. But he was Chen Ming, head of the Shenzhen team at Heguang capital. He could die, but he couldn't back down now. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Cough. Mr. Ma, everyone. This gentleman is the actual controller of our Heguang capital, Zhang He, Mr. Zhang. After uttering those words, he felt every ounce of strength drain from his body. Across the screen, Zhang He's gaze swept across every face in the conference room, taking in the vivid expressions of shock, bewilderment, absurdity, and suppressed laughter. He showed no reaction whatsoever. No awkwardness typical of his peers, nor any affected politeness meant to appear mature. He spoke directly, his voice transmitted through the electrical current. Mr. Ma, let's skip the pleasantries, time is precious. In my view, Tencent currently faces 3 critical pain points. The moment the words left his mouth, the uneasy atmosphere in the conference room shifted abruptly. Manhwa instinctively adjusted his slipping glasses, his gaping mouth slowly closing. This kid's aura feels off. First, your names. Zhang He raised a single finger, his gaze sharp. OICQ, that name must be changed to QQ immediately, right now, across the board. ICQ's cease and desist letter will land on your desk sooner or later. You can't win this lawsuit, and you can't afford to drag it out. As long as you keep calling it OICQ, you're the most conspicuous target on the edge of a cliff, ready to be kicked off at any moment. Switch to QQ, simple. Easy to remember. Most importantly, it's your own creation. This is the first step you must take if you want to put down roots in China's internet. Manhwa heart skipped a beat. This was precisely the sleepless worry gnawing at his heart. He had even tasked Shenidan with researching the associated legal risks. Yet he had never mentioned this to anyone outside the company. How did this kid know? Zhang He gave him no time to think before continuing. Second, the explosive user growth is both a blessing and a curse. Your revenue structure simply can't sustain the server and bandwidth costs driven by this exponential expansion. To put it bluntly, the more users you gain, the faster you'll collapse. Chapter 80, QQ Zone. A wry smile, impossible to hide, flashed across Manhwa's face. He nodded heavily. These words were nearly identical to what he'd just told Chen Ming and the others. Yet he sensed a profound difference in the weight of those words when spoken by each of them. When he said it, it was a plea. When this kid said it, it was a verdict. Third, Zhang He turned his gaze to Zhang Liqing, whose shoulders were still trembling slightly. Your so-called self-rescue plan, QQ, show the direction is right, but the vision is too narrow. He appraised bluntly, the monetization point is too shallow, it can only sell clothes. The user base is too narrow, only a small group is willing to engage. At best, this is a side dish, it can't be the life-saving pillar. You! Zhang Liqing could no longer contain himself, snapping his head up, his face flushing crimson. Being told to his face that his vision was too narrow hurt worse than any mockery. Mr. Zhang, QQ Show is our most successful monetization attempt to date. User willingness to pay. A drop in the bucket. Zhang He cut him off abruptly, his voice rising sharply with an unquestionable authority. I ask you, how much does the average user spend on QQ Show? 1 yuan? 2 yuan? What's their lifetime value? 1 month? 2 months? Does this paltry sum even cover the fraction of bandwidth costs generated by a single user logging in, chatting, and transferring files daily? The barrage of questions left Zhang Liqing speechless. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Because he knew the answer was no. Not even a fraction. His vaunted business model, stripped bare by the 7-year-old's 3-question barrage, revealed the pitiful and laughable truth beneath. His face, flushed crimson, turned the color of liver. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Manhwa's expression was more grave than ever. Staring at the tiny figure on the screen, he felt a chill run up his spine for the first time. This child was not joking. Like the most seasoned surgeon, he calmly dissected Tencent's body, pointing to the rapidly spreading tumor within and declaring, your treatment plan is utterly useless. It's all over. Everything they took pride in was worthless in his eyes. What hope remained for them? Manhwa's heart sank. Amidst this despairing stillness, Zhang He's voice sounded again, calm yet imbued with an uncanny magic. The true solution lies not outside QQ, but within QQ itself. He gazed at the bewildered, shocked, yet faintly hopeful eyes in the video feed and slowly uttered a brand new term. What you must build is a QQ space. A virtual social home for every QQ user. Everyone froze. QQ space? What on earth is that? Manhwa's mind immediately flashed back to NetEase and so his personal homepages. But he quickly dismissed the thought his gut told him this kid's space was far more than that. Imagine this, Zhang He didn't use any complex terminology. Instead, he painted a picture in the simplest terms that everyone could understand. Each person's QQ was no longer just a chat tool, but a door leading to their online home. Clicking on your profile picture would take you right inside. There, you'd find your personal homepage, your own journal entries recording your daily moods and life reflections, even the poems you secretly wrote. There's also his photo album, where he can upload pictures of blowing out birthday candles or visiting Window of the World for friends to see. Friends who visit can't come empty-handed, they must leave a mark on the message board, scribbling "I was here," much like the graffiti we carved on school desks as children. He could even set background music for his space, choosing his favorite pop song so every visitor could hear his taste, his inner voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the usually silent tech guru, Zhang He, whose calm eyes behind his glasses had suddenly burst into an astonishing glow. He slapped his thigh, disregarding meeting etiquette, and turned to his colleague, whispering excitedly, "It's feasible. Absolutely feasible. A personal homepage is just a web-based presentation of user profiles. Logs and message boards are simplified versions of BBS. Photo albums are image hosting with permission management. Background music just needs a player plugin. We have all the tech in-house. We could even integrate our existing resources. Just some front-end development and back-end database scaling. This is genius." This tech maniac was absolutely buzzing with excitement. The way he looked at QQ Space was like Columbus discovering a new continent. Meanwhile, Su Chenai saw the terrifying implications of this solution from a different angle. Pony nudged Manhwa arm, his voice trembling slightly. "This thing, it's way too sticky. It's not just chat, it makes users live within our product. They'll spend time writing journals, organizing photos, replying to every comment. The more emotion and time they invest, the less likely they are to leave us. It's like a cluster of personal blogs rooted in QQ's social network. No, it's lighter than blogs, more social. Once this launches, every BBS and personal homepage in China will die. Yes, they'll all die. Because none of those platforms have a relationship network as vast and robust as QQ's." Zhang He, who had kept his head down all along, finally lifted his gaze. Just moments ago, he'd been seething with shame over his QQ show being dismissed as worthless. But now, he finally understood. This kid wasn't rejecting QQ show, he was pointing it toward a path to the heavens. Not enough. Just as everyone's hearts were surging with excitement, Zhang He spoke again. "Blogs, photo albums, message boards, these are merely the framework, the basic features that keep users coming back. But what will truly make you big money isn't these." A proud smile curved at the corners of Zhang He's mouth. "It's decorations. Massive, endless, flashy decorations. You must let users decorate their spaces like they're furnishing their own homes. Charge for space skins and backgrounds. Charge for homepage widgets. Charge for mouse cursors. Charge for message board borders. You could even sell virtual plants that users water and fertilize daily. QQ Show sells a single piece of clothing. But QQ Space sells an entire home, one that can be endlessly decorated and expanded. This is the ultimate evolution of QQ Show." Chapter 81, Yellow Diamond Nobility. At those words, Zhang Liqing's entire body trembled, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Right. How could he not have thought of this? Sell skins. Sell accessories. Sell animations. The development costs for these items are practically zero, and the marginal cost approaches zero infinitely. Yet they can be sold to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in the future of users. This wasn't just business, it was outright robbery. No, it was printing money out of thin air. The depth and breadth of this monetization model dwarfed the tiny QQ show by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhang Liqing's breathing instantly became incredibly heavy. Staring at that tiny figure on the screen, his eyes held only two words: godlike. Manhwa's back had straightened without him noticing. His bloodshot eyes, worn from countless sleepless nights, now blazed with an almost frightening intensity. He stared fixedly at the screen, as if trying to pierce through the LCD to glimpse the very soul of that child. All doubt and bewilderment vanished, replaced by an almost pilgrimage-like anticipation. He knew the other hadn't finished speaking. This earth-shattering concept must still have one crucial final push. As if responding to his anticipation, Zhang He slowly played his final trump card. With the printing press in place, we must equip it with the most efficient switch. We'll launch a membership service called Yellow Diamond Nobility. Yellow Diamond Nobility? What on earth is that? If the QQ Space was a giant pie that fell from the sky, these four words were like gilding the edges of that pie, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. It's simple, Zhang He's calm voice chimed in. Users who activate Yellow Diamond Noble get free access to every single paid decoration, accessory, and skin in QQ Space. Massive, exclusive, regularly updated, use them freely until your hands ache. And ordinary users? He chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. They can only pay for the most basic styles, or wait longingly for your occasional promotions, when you throw out a few limited-time freebies to save face. But Yellow Diamond VIPs? Every day is a VIP exclusive. This effectively carves a chasm of class division right through the user base. But that wasn't enough. Zhang He gave them no time to digest or think, immediately piling on more. Yellow Diamond VIPs get special effects in their spaces. What are special effects? When someone clicks into your space, cherry blossoms drift down the screen, stars twinkle, and colorful particles swirl around. In short, it's all about being flashy, all about standing out from those penniless nobodies. Photo storage. Regular users get a measly few dozen megabytes, just enough for a few profile pics. Yellow Diamond VIPs? Get a whole gigabyte. They can cram in every photo from birth to adulthood and still have room to spare. Background music library. Regular users get stuck with your measly selection of songs. Yellow Diamond VIPs? Direct access to Rolling Stone and Warner Music. The latest Jay Cho, the hottest Faye Wong play whatever they want. Every word of this hits 10 cents 5 tigers right in the heart. This isn't selling features anymore, it's selling privilege. Selling vanity. Selling that feeling of being above everyone else. Finally, and most crucially, status symbols. Zhang He's voice rose slightly, carrying a declarative tone. All Yellow Diamond VIP users' QQ avatars and nicknames in friends lists must be golden. Shining brightly. So that when his friends open QQ, they can instantly spot this VIP among hundreds of dull avatars. Imagine what your classmates and friends would think. Why is his name gold? Why does snow fall in his space? Why can he listen to Jay Chou's new songs? Curiosity may kill the cat, but the urge to keep up with the Joneses will make them willingly open their wallets. In the future, you can keep raising the stakes. Like letting Yellow Diamond nobles lurk in other spaces to satisfy their voyeuristic urges. Or giving them first dibs on all new features to revel in their superiority. The possibilities are endless. That's all. Zhang He finally paused, leaving the conference room in dead silence. Leaning back in his chair, he quietly surveyed the stunned faces on the screen. He concluded with a final summary. Revenue model, monthly, quarterly, or annual subscriptions. The price must be rock bottom, literally dirt cheap. $10 a month, just $10. For students scraping by on pocket money, what's $10? Skip a couple bottles of Gianlibo soda or one trip to the arcade, and you've got it. But your massive user base will make up for it. You have 10 million users now, and in the future, you'll have 100 million, 500 million. Even with just a 10% conversion rate, how much is that per month? How much per year? Remember this, you're not selling individual items. You're selling a continuous, renewable sense of identity and social privilege. That's the real money spinner. That's the most terrifying money printing machine of the internet age. Shenzhen, 10-cent office. Dead silence. Dead silent, you could hear a pin drop. Then, an eruption like a volcano. Holy. Zheng Liqing, who had always been in charge of marketing, could no longer contain himself. He leapt from his chair with such force that he knocked over the plastic chair behind him. But he didn't notice at all. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the screen, his chest heaving violently. Money printing machine. That phrase struck the deepest nerve in his soul. QQ show? Enterprise services? Compared to this Yellow Diamond noble, they were nothing but trash picked up off the street. $10. $10 a month. 10 million users, 10% of that is 1 million users. 1 million multiplied by 10 yuan equals 10 million a month. 100 million a year. And that's just the beginning. What if users hit 100 million? What if the payment rate reached 20%? The sheer number of zeros would make his brain crash. His breathing grew ragged. His expression shifted from shock to fervor, finally settling into a near fanatical reverence. Staring at the 7-year-old child on the screen, his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. That's a god. A god of wealth. Feasible. Technically entirely feasible. On the other end, tech guru Zhang Zhiding trembled with excitement. He rubbed his hands incessantly, his deeply nearsighted eyes sparkling with the intertwined glow of code and data streams. The membership system? Just add a status field and expiration time to the user database. Free decorations? Implement an access check. Space effects? Load a Flash or JS script. Golden nicknames? Tweak the front-end CSS rendering. Simple. ING simple. Chapter 82, The Genius Prodigy and Strategic Mentor. This tech fanatic wasn't thinking about money at that moment. He marveled at how such a vast, intricate, and sophisticated commercial empire could be underpinned by such crystal-clear, elegant technical foundations. This was the ultimate programmer's romance. He wanted to rush back to the pile of discarded servers and start coding immediately. One day. No, he was confident he could build the framework for this Yellow Diamond noble in just one all-nighter. Su Chenai and Chenidon exchanged glances, each seeing bone-deep awe in the other's eyes. Su Chenai contemplated the closed-loop nature of this model. It was diabolically clever. Use QQ space to cultivate content and social connections, binding users tightly to your platform. Then, with endless decorations and vanity items, tease their desire to pay. Finally, through the Yellow Diamond Noble membership system, turn paying into a long-term habit and addiction they can't shake. Acquire users, retain users, monetize users, a perfect business loop. This kid Zhang He wasn't just making suggestions, he was paving a highway to the throne for Tencent's future. Chenny Dan, however, sees even further ahead. He envisioned the embryonic form of a virtual empire. QQ is the citizenry, QQ space is the territory, friend connections are the social structure, and Yellow Diamond nobility are the first nobles in theft in this empire. It would spawn unique subcultures, create new social etiquette, and even reshape an entire generation's values. From this day forward, Tencent would no longer be merely an internet company. It would become an online kingdom with hundreds of millions of citizens, capable of printing its own currency and setting its own rules. This strategic vision completely surpassed their comprehension. The profit models they had previously debated now seemed as insignificant as dust in the face of this grand blueprint. Only one person remained seated in the conference room. Manhwa. He didn't lose his composure like the others, but his rigidly straight posture and those eyes, gleaming with an almost frightening intensity, betrayed the raging storm within. His gaze was fixed on the screen, locked onto the boy in the school uniform, his expression calm and composed. Ah! Unprecedented awe! This vision not only permanently resolved Tencent's existential profitability crisis but also laid out a grand blueprint for building a virtual social empire centered on QQ, radiating outward infinitely. The depth of its strategy, the height of its vision, and the precision of its logic utterly crushed all the agonizing brainstorming their so-called elite team had engaged in over the past months. A 7-year-old child? No, that's impossible. Within that tiny frame must dwell a demonically gifted soul. Manhwa swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing with effort. Leaning forward slightly, he asked the question that lingered in everyone's minds yet none dared voice aloud, his tone bordering on supplication. Mr. Zhang, may I ask? How you came up with all this? How did you come up with this? The question pierced the room like a needle, shattering the almost frozen atmosphere of fervor. Yes, how did he come up with it? This transcended the realm of business models. It bordered on a prophecy about human nature. Yet Zhang He, on the other side of the screen, merely gave Manhwa a faint glance and expression as if observing a child asking why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. He didn't answer. Or rather, he answered with a future far grander and far more terrifying. You think that's the end of it? Zhang He's voice was soft, yet it made every heart in the conference room skip a beat. No, this is just the beginning. What do users do when they want to decorate their personal space? They log in more frequently, write more posts, upload more photos. Just like renovating their own home, they pour all their joys, sorrows, and relationships into QQ space. What are these posts and photos? They are the social currency of this virtual world. Friends would visit each other's spaces, leave comments, and compete over whose space was cooler or had more visitors. The entire QQ ecosystem would come alive because of this one feature: spaces. Zhang paused, giving them a moment to catch their breath, before dropping the real bombshell. What could be integrated into QZone in the future? Mini games. Have you heard of Happy Farm? Don't worry if you haven't, it's coming soon. Soon, everyone will be stealing vegetables and snatching parking spots in their QZone. User stickiness will reach an unprecedented peak. In the future, QZone will integrate music players. You won't just be selling songs, you'll be selling users' personal tags. It'll be their window to showcase their taste to the world. In the future, you could even open API interfaces, letting third-party developers build apps for your space. Thousands of programmers would become unpaid engineers for your empire. A smile that bordered on demonic curled at the corners of Zhang He's mouth. By then, QQ will no longer be merely a communication tool. It will be an online kingdom with 1 billion citizens, capable of setting its own rules and even issuing its own virtual currency. An online kingdom. Those 4 words exploded in the minds of Tencent's 5 tigers. The 5 of them were completely immersed in the grand, sweeping vision of the future Zhang He had painted, feeling their very blood boil. It was the exhilaration of forging an era with their own hands. Manhwa remained seated, yet his body trembled slightly. Gazing at the 7-year-old child on the screen, every emotion within him coalesced into a profound, soul-deep submission. He abruptly stood up and bowed deeply toward the screen. Mr. Zhang. Please forgive our previous rudeness and shallowness. His voice trembled, brimming with heartfelt admiration. Your insights into the internet and human nature have completely surpassed our comprehension. You are not a genius, you are a prodigy. No. You are our strategic mentor. Manhwa lifted his head, his eyes burning with intensity. Mr. Zhang, this is no longer just an investment. It is a life-changing blessing. Rest assured, from this day forward, Higuang Capital will become Tencent's most core, closest, and irreplaceable strategic partner. We will mobilize all resources to fully advance the development of QQ Space and the Yellow Diamond system. Behind him, Zhang Jidong, Zhang Liqing, Su Chenai, and Shenigdan nodded emphatically in unison. Faced with this almost fanatical display of loyalty, Zhang He merely gave a calm nod, as if it were all perfectly natural. Let's skip the pleasantries. The details of our collaboration will be discussed by my team lead, Chen Ming. Funding will be in place shortly. I expect to see your demo next month. Chapter 83, the main event arrives. Chen Ming, called upon, instinctively straightened his posture and spoke with unprecedented confidence. Mr. Ma, everyone. Regarding the investment agreement and subsequent resource integration, we can begin at any time. Beside him, Li Xiang exhaled a long breath, looking as though he'd just been pulled from water. Terrifying. This boss is terrifying. He felt profound relief that he had chosen to stay. This wasn't just following a boss, it was boarding a rocket bound for the moon. The look in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he watched Zhang He now conveyed only two words. Admiration. No, utter reverence. Amidst this near frenzy, both parties' intentions were sealed in a flash. What Tencent gained was not merely life-saving capital but a strategic direction capable of reshaping the future landscape of the world. The video call signal cut out, but in that small Shenzhen office, a far more powerful signal instantly filled the air. Damn! Someone let out a roar, and the deathly quiet office erupted. Whiteboard! Where's the whiteboard? Tech enthusiast Zhang Jidong was the first to bolt out, frantically dragging the whiteboard covered in scribbled X's from the corner and wiping it clean with his sleeve. Space homepage. Modular design. Logs, albums, music, message boards. Membership system. Database. Add fields to the user table. Permissions. Expiration times. Front end. Gold nicknames. Damn it, it's just a CSS style issue. Give me 10 minutes. 5 people, like 5 tigers pumped full of adrenaline, instantly surrounded the whiteboard. Markers squeaked in their hands as they engaged in a heated discussion, spit flying everywhere. All traces of their earlier exhaustion vanished. Their eyes held nothing but boundless yearning for the future. Zhao Tianyu, Chen Ming, and Li Xiang stepped out of the office. Exchanging glances, they saw the same awe and reverence in each other's eyes. Finally, Chen Ming was the first to smile, a smile tinged with resignation yet also a sense of shared pride. I finally get it. What? Li Xiang asked. Chen Ming shook his head and uttered a few words. Our boss is truly a godlike figure. Yeah, a god. Zhao Tianyu and Li Xiang nodded in deep agreement. Li Xiang even imagined that if Mengzi were here, after hearing that speech, he'd probably hold it in for a while before snapping his neck and bellowing. Damn, that's brilliant. While the Shenzhen team was still reeling from their boss's miraculous feat, another group in Hangzhou was fretting over a tightly sealed glass door. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou's western suburbs, at Lakeview Gardens, this didn't look like a company at all, just an ordinary residential building. A few worn-out bicycles were parked downstairs, and several bags of trash, left uncollected, were piled in the corner. The 4 members of the Hangzhou due diligence team from Yiguang capital Mengzi, Dado, Wang Mani, and Sunwei had been standing at the entrance for nearly half an hour. Is this place legit? Mengzi frowned, his brow knotted. He scanned the surroundings. This Ma Yun guy, is he pulling our leg? Says he's out giving a speech, but I bet he's just bailed. Mengzi was a man who believed in fists and strength above all else. This kind of empty waiting made him feel utterly uneasy. Big Head remained silent beside him, but the skepticism in his eyes was no less than Mengzi's. Earlier downstairs, he caught a glimpse through the so-called company window. Shadows shifted inside, but it all screamed fly-by-night operation. Hold your horses. The voice belonged to Wang Mani. Dressed in a tailored women's suit and high heels, she stood out starkly in this residential neighborhood. Her face wore a professional smile, but her gaze swept coolly over every detail. The more obvious this was, the more it confirmed the company was in its most primitive startup phase. For us, that was a good thing. Good news? Mengzi curled his lip, saying nothing. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the stairwell. A small, odd-looking man with high cheekbones jogged up the stairs, still talking loudly to someone beside him. His speech was rapid, his gestures animated, and he radiated passion. That's why the future undoubtedly belongs to e-commerce. We're not just building a company, we're creating an ecosystem. An ecosystem that will serve tens of millions of small and medium-sized enterprises across China in the years to come. The 4 exchanged glances. The main man had arrived. The man spotted Wang Mani and her group at the doorway. His footsteps halted abruptly, and his face instantly contorted into an apologetic smile. Oh my goodness. My deepest apologies, my deepest apologies. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. He extended his hand and warmly shook hands with Wang Mani, who stood at the front. Welcome. Welcome, friends from Yiguang capital. I'm Ma Yun. That you've come, that you found our humble place, shows you see it. You see Alibaba's dream to make it easy to do business anywhere. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a strange infectious quality, as if it could burrow directly into people's hearts. The office door slowly creaked open. A pungent mix of instant noodles, sweat, and cigarette smoke hit them. A dozen outdated CRT monitors were haphazardly arranged, tangled cables sprawled across the floor like spiderwebs, walls plastered with notes bearing slogans and goals, and dust-covered carpets, all signs of neglect. This was Alibaba's headquarters. Jack Ma paid no heed to the humble surroundings. He casually pulled over a few chairs, gestured for everyone to sit down, and began his speech. I know we're small right now, very small. As small as a tiny boat in the vast ocean. He spread his arms wide, his expression passionate. But our dreams are huge. What we're doing is B2B. Connecting China's thousands of factories with buyers around the world. Our current China supplier members are the first believers in this great dream. He discussed Alibaba's current focus on providing an information matching platform for small and medium-sized enterprises. He also addressed the challenges. Yes, we've hit a bottleneck. He didn't shy away from it. Membership growth has slowed, and the procurement habits of many large enterprises won't change just because we have a webpage. The platform's full value hasn't been tapped yet. Profit pressure is immense. We desperately need a new breakthrough. In the office, the 4 members of Higuain Capital wore varied expressions. Mangzi frowned as he listened. This guy sure talks a lot, doesn't he? His lips fluttered non-stop, spittle nearly flying onto our faces. Big Head silently shook his head internally. His persuasive skills were impressive, but what about the business model? How could they survive on just those membership fees? Technologically, there weren't any standout features either. He couldn't fathom what the boss saw in this company that made him send them for due diligence. Chapter 84, Is the performance over? Meanwhile, Sunway, responsible for data analysis, silently compared the figures hinted at by Jack Ma with his own pre-research materials. He mentioned membership growth hitting a bottleneck but didn't provide specific figures. He spoke of mounting profit pressures without disclosing how much longer cash flow could sustain operations. It was all emotional rhetoric. The critical data was glossed over. This guy isn't being honest. Only Wang Mani's eyes shone with an unusual light. What terrifying persuasive power. He could transform a website so rudimentary it bordered on shabby into a grand ecosystem, and a group of employees eating instant noodles in dilapidated residential buildings into devotees of a dream. This man was born to lead. What he lacked wasn't a dream or a team. He only needed a fulcrum to turn his vision into reality. After his impassioned speech, Jack Ma finally paused. He picked up an enamel cup emblazoned with a giant character for fortune, gulped down a mouthful of water, and fixed them with a burning gaze. Well, everyone? Do you have faith in our future? Silence. A brief silence. Finally, Big Head broke the silence. He was growing impatient with this abstract discussion. He looked at Ma Yun and said, word by word, Mr. Ma, we feel your dream. However, our boss would like to speak with you personally. We'd like to arrange a video conference for a deeper exchange. Ma Yun's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes instantly flashed with intense light, the weariness from moments ago completely vanishing. Video conference? In 1999, this was still a rather trendy and novel concept. Far from feeling offended, he burst into laughter. Great! Excellent! He slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet with excitement. I love talking to visionaries. Your boss must be an extraordinary person. Video conference, huh? No problem. We've got the equipment. Quick! Quick, bring it on! He commanded his staff with decisive efficiency, dragging a high-end computer and camera from the corner and fumbling to connect and calibrate them. Crackle crackle. The sound of the network connection filled the modest office. Finally, the screen flickered a few times and the image came to life. On the other end, Zhang He sat quietly before the camera, still clad in his elementary school uniform. Behind him was the familiar children's room, its walls plastered with Ultraman and 4-wheel-drive car posters. The office, which had been buzzing with excitement over Jack Ma's passionate speech moments ago, instantly fell silent. Over a dozen pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the small screen, as if witnessing some supernatural phenomenon defying the fundamental laws of physics. After a brief, suffocating silence. Put! Someone, unable to contain themselves, nearly burst out laughing but forced it back, instead emitting a strange popping sound. Ma Yun, standing at the front, froze, his eyes widening instantly. Then he performed an action that left the 4 members of Higuain Capital utterly dumbfounded. He took an exaggerated half-step backward, one finger pointing at the screen, his mouth forming a perfect O. The next second. Ha! A thunderous, earth-shattering roar of laughter erupted from Jack Ma's chest, reverberating throughout the entire floor. He doubled over, slapping his thigh while pointing at Zhang He on the screen, nearly crying from laughter. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. He bellowed in his piercingly resonant voice amidst the uproar. The new generation is pushing aside the old. In all my years traveling far and wide, I've seen the arrogant and the boastful, but never anything this utterly astonishing. Far from being annoyed at being played, he seemed to have discovered a new continent, his whole being electrified with excitement. He rushed to the screen, practically pressing his face against the camera lens, scrutinizing the expressionless boy on the screen. Young Zhang, right? My apologies, my apologies. Ma Yun's face brimmed with genuine admiration as he gave Zhang He a thumbs up on screen. Your entrance here is way more impactful than when I stood on the Great Wall spouting nonsense to foreigners back in the day. I'm impressed, truly, deeply impressed. The rest of the Alibaba team gradually snapped out of their initial stunned silence. Watching their boss's dramatic reaction, they exchanged glances. Their initial shock and bewilderment gradually gave way to a feeling of helpless amusement. Surprisingly, the atmosphere didn't turn into the dead silence it had in Shenzhen. Instead, Jack Ma's performance made it feel somewhat comical. Was the boss's reaction a bit over the top? That was the unspoken thought of most Alibaba employees. Across the table, the 4-person team from Higuain Capital presented a starkly different scene. Big Head's face had turned bright red from holding back his emotions. He felt like all his social experience and understanding from over 20 years of life had been completely overturned today. He couldn't even bring himself to meet the gaze of the Alibaba employees across from him, his toes digging tightly into the floor. How humiliating. Our boss is a grade schooler. Who would believe that if we told them? Mangzi rolled his eyes without a shred of courtesy, his mouth twitching. This Ma guy is such a ham. He found Ma Yun's reaction even more unbearable than Zhang He's own. So over the top, utterly over the top. Like a monkey show performer, speak when you have something to say, fart when you have to fart. What's the point of all this empty nonsense? Sun Wei instinctively pushed his glasses up his nose, the small gesture masking his momentary loss of composure. Only Wang Manny maintained her flawless professional smile. Amidst the chaos and clamor, a child's voice still tinged with baby talk crackled through the speakers, filling the entire office with crystal clear clarity. Mr. Ma, is the performance over? The voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly pierced through the lively atmosphere. All eyes immediately refocused on the screen. Zhang He ignored Ma Yun's Oscar-worthy performance, his expression utterly unruffled. He sat there quietly, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Ma Yun's laughter abruptly halted. He sat up straight, studying Zhang He on the screen with keen interest. The playful glint in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by the focused scrutiny of a worthy opponent. Mr. Zhang, please proceed. Zhang He wasted no words, cutting straight to the core. Alibaba's B2B direction is correct. He began by offering affirmation, then abruptly shifted his tone, growing sharp and incisive. But the bottleneck is also fatal. First, you've tapped into the pain point of information asymmetry among tens of millions of domestic SMEs. The China supplier membership model had its value in the early stages. But, Zhang paused, each word seemingly calculated with precision, this model's ceiling is far too low. SMEs have extremely limited willingness and ability to pay. Relying solely on annual membership fees of a few thousand yuan, your growth will soon stall, and today, it already has. Chapter 85, Taobao and Alipay. Second, your platform's value depth is severely lacking. The current Alibaba is essentially just an information display page, a B2B directory. You lack every single core component for business-to-business transactions, trust mechanisms, online payment systems, and logistics guarantees. This results in extremely low actual transaction efficiency. Most companies treat your platform merely as an advertising space, not a place to conduct business. Third, and most challenging, is enterprise penetration. Large corporations' procurement systems are deeply entrenched and closed hard for online platforms like yours to disrupt. Small businesses, while having needs, require significant educational investment to shift decades-old transaction habits. Your current scale simply can't bear that cost. Zhang He's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet every word struck Jack Ma and the entire Alibaba founding team like a hammer blow to the heart. The office fell silent once more. This time, it wasn't due to absurdity, but sheer shock. Every word Zhang He spoke struck precisely at the most painful, most anxious, yet intractable pain points they had been grappling with for so long. These issues had been debated endlessly in internal meetings, yet no answers had emerged. Yet today, a 7-year-old child on the other end of the video call dissected them with almost ruthless clarity and logical precision. The smile on Jack Ma's face had completely vanished. He stared intently at the boy on the screen, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. It was a complex expression blending shock, admiration, and intense curiosity. He finally understood why the 4 representatives sent by Horizon Capital had spent the entire meeting merely recording and listening. Because the true protagonist, the one with the final say, the one who could see through everything, had always been on the other side of the screen. A long moment passed. Ma Yun slowly and solemnly nodded. He shed all pretense and performance, his entire aura transforming from that of a fiery orator into that of a seeker of truth. He looked at Zhang He and asked, his voice deep and measured, word by word. Mr. Zhang, you see things clearly. So, in your expert opinion, what should we do? Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the boy on the screen. This question is Alibaba's quest for answers. They crave the answer, yet fear it. On the screen, Zhang and that youthful face remained as still as a well. Instead of answering immediately, he posed a completely unrelated question. Mr. Ma, have you ever visited the wet markets in your hometown of Hangzhou? The markets? Ma Yun froze, unable to follow this sudden leap in logic. What did the survival of Alibaba have to do with a vegetable market? The others looked equally baffled. The market bustles with people coming and going, sellers and buyers alike, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhang He's voice rang clear through the speakers, echoing in everyone's ears. Why is it so lively? Because vendors set up stalls without paying fees. When more produce is sold, profits naturally follow. More people gather, and a market is born. This is called gathering momentum. He paused, finally revealing his true intent. B2B is your foundation, you can't abandon it. But it's like a dedicated supply channel for a high-end restaurant, stable, yet the market size is limited. The future lies in C2C. That's what will truly build Alibaba into an empire. C2C? A young man behind Jack Ma blurted it out instinctively, then caught himself, person to person? Exactly. Zhang He's eyes lit up, as if 2 sparks had ignited. What we're building is an online marketplace, the world's largest, never-closing market. I've already named it. Taobao. On this Taobao platform, anyone, whether a street vendor or a stay-at-home mom, can open their own store for free if they have something to sell. Not a single penny charged. Free? Those two words exploded like two bombs in the minds of everyone at Alibaba. In an era when the internet still revered content as king and prioritized paid services, a time in the late 90s when even sending an email might cost money, offering free storefronts was nothing short of revolutionary madness. Jack Ma's pupils contracted sharply in that instant. He had just been agonizing over the B2B business model's profitability. Now, this kid was telling him outright, the new model? Free. What kind of strategy was this? Suicide? But before he could ask, Zhang He launched into the next concept. When thousands of sellers flood in because it's free, they bring thousands of products. More products attract millions, even tens of millions, of buyers. More buyers means sellers can sell more. This is the Manhwa effect of online marketplaces. The strong get stronger. Jack Ma's breathing quickened involuntarily. He could already envision a grand panorama unfolding before his eyes, countless products, countless users, converging into an unprecedented online commercial torrent. But trust. Jack Ma nearly blurted out, his voice hoarse. How do we solve the trust issue? Why should a buyer in Hangzhou send money to a seller in Guangzhou they've never met? I'm afraid they won't ship after I pay. They're afraid I won't pay after they ship. This knot can't be untied, it's all just empty talk. This question poured cold water on everyone's newly ignited dreams. Yes, this is the fatal flaw at the heart of C2C. Why could eBay succeed? Because they had credit card systems and PayPal. What did China have? Nothing. Yet Zhang He on the screen seemed to have been waiting for this very question. For the first time, a smile that seemed almost triumphant flashed across his small face. So, we need an intermediary, a trusted guarantor everyone can rely on. And this guarantor must be us. I call it Alipay. Zhang He extended a slender finger and sketched a simple flowchart in the air. The process is simple. The buyer finds an item they like, places an order, and transfers the money to Alipay instead of directly to the seller. Alipay receives the payment, notifies the seller that funds have been received, and instructs them to ship the goods. The seller ships the goods. The buyer receives the goods, inspects them, and confirms receipt online if satisfied. Alipay receives the confirmation and immediately transfers the funds to the seller. Within this process, buyers needn't fear losing their money, and sellers needn't worry about losing their goods. We use technology and the platform's credibility to solve the most fundamental trust issue between people. Chapter 86, Misplaced. Not only that. Zhang He's voice suddenly rose. Every successful transaction becomes a credit record. Buyers can rate sellers positive, neutral, or negative. Sellers' credit accumulates like a ranking system. The higher a seller's credit, the easier it is to gain buyers' trust. Finally, by integrating Alipay with major bank payment gateways, we achieve the most convenient and secure online payments. Taobao gathers traffic, it's the gateway. Alipay solves trust issues, it's the core. The credit system safeguards the ecosystem, it is the future. This trinity completes the closed-loop system. A vast online commercial empire, uniquely ours as Chinese people, is thus founded. As the words fell, a deathly silence fell over the entire residential complex at Lakeside Garden. Jack Ma stood frozen in place, mouth slightly agape, as if his soul had been sucked out. His mind was utterly overwhelmed by this unprecedented vision. Taobao, Alipay, credit system. In just a few minutes, a 7-year-old had painted for him not merely a business model, but an entirely new ecosystem. A future he had never dared to dream of. Mengzi and Dai Tu were dumbfounded. Though they lacked Chen Ming and Li Xiang's technical and business acumen, they understood the implications of this masterstroke. Boss, this is going to create a whole new world. Wang Mani's hand, clutching her notebook, trembled violently. The pen tip had pierced the paper from pressing too hard. Madman. So this was his true plan all along. Just like Tencent's social media empire, he intended to build a commercial empire in Hangzhou. This boy's ambition knew no bounds. Absurd. Pure pie in the sky. A thunderous roar shattered the dead silence in an instant. A man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and radiating an air of elite sophistication, abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He was Lu Tao, Alibaba's COO, returnee elite and executive poached from the US by Jack Ma. Mr. Ma. You can't be fooled by such fanciful delusions. Lu Tao's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Zhang He on the screen, his emotions boiling over. I admit, the concept sounds beautiful. But it completely defies all fundamental business logic. First, market competition. Professor Clayton of Harvard Business School clearly stated in his renowned work The Innovator's Dilemma that disruptive innovation should enter from the low-end or niche markets of an industry. If we jump into C2C now, who are we declaring war on? eBay. The global C2C titan. They have a proven model, deep pockets, and massive brand power. What does a fledgling company like ours have to go head-to-head with them? That's suicide. Upon hearing this theory, several members of the Alibaba team instinctively nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is professional analysis. This is textbook-level business strategy. Seeing his argument gain traction, Lu Tao grew more confident. Second, data and reality. Mainstream views and all the data show China's C2C market is a complete mess. Counterfeits run rampant, trust is non-existent, and transaction fraud is a global headache. PayPal was driven to the brink in the US. What makes us think we can fix it in China? Your Alipay and escrow transactions sound great, but how complex is the operation? How much will it cost to educate users? Negotiating partnerships with banks, do you realize the sheer scale of that barrier? Why would they partner with an obscure little company like yours? Third, and the most critical point, money. Lu Tao's voice nearly turned into a roar. Taobao is completely free. How are we supposed to survive? Run on love? Alipay is purely a cost center. In its early stages, it doesn't generate a single penny in profit. Every transaction eats into our manpower and server costs. This requires astronomical sums to sustain. Our B2B business is finally showing glimmers of profitability, and now you want us to pour all our precious resources into this bottomless pit? He scanned the room, his gaze settling on each colleague whose faces had grown grave under his words. Finally, his eyes locked firmly on Jack Ma's face. Mr. Ma, I strongly oppose this. We must stay grounded, deepen our B2B operations, and optimize our China supplier service that is the bedrock of our existence. Not chasing some fairy tale from a 7-year-old's imagination. As he finished, many in the Alibaba team previously stunned by Zhang He's vision instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, General Manager Lu is speaking the truth. That's what the textbooks say. That's what business school professors teach. How can a free model survive when going head-to-head with industry giants? These are cold, brutal realities. No matter how tempting a 7-year-old's pie in the sky might be, could it really fill your stomach? Dai Tu was already scratching his head. He might not grasp the nuances of the innovator's dilemma, but Lu Tao's third point hit home. Wasn't this pure money burning? Where would the boss find enough cash to fill this bottomless pit? It sounded shaky. Mengzi, however, frowned. He didn't understand business logic, but he could tell this bespectacled guy was tearing the boss down with every sentence. Shut up. The boss hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you yelling so loud? Wang Mani, with her piercing eyes, never once took her gaze off one man, Jack Ma. She knew that no matter how persuasive Lu Tao's pitch might be, the final decision rested solely with this man who seemed like an alien. Sun Wei kept his head down, fingers flying across his laptop keyboard as if rapidly building a risk assessment model. The entire room's focus converged on Ma Yun. He stroked his chin, eyes slightly narrowed, appearing to listen intently to Lu Tao's analysis yet seeming to drift off into another world. Only Wang Mani, seated closest to him, noticed the flicker in his eyes, not hesitation, but a peculiar glow woven with excitement and struggle. Just as everyone assumed this clash between genius and elite would end in the elite's victory, that youthful voice sounded again from the screen. Mr. Lu, I've read the Harvard theory you mentioned. The moment Zhang He spoke, he silenced the entire room. Instead of refuting it, he first acknowledged the source of his opponent's argument. But you're applying it incorrectly. Zhang He shifted his focus, precisely targeting the core of Lu Tao's theory. The innovator's dilemma explains how established companies become complacent when pursuing incremental innovation, ultimately getting overtaken by disruptive startups. But it doesn't say we can't be the ones initiating that disruptive innovation. Chapter 87, Narrow-mindedness. eBay is precisely that complacent giant. Its current practice of charging listing fees in the Chinese market, reaping profits with glee, is its incremental innovation. Our mission is to wield the blade of free services and deliver disruptive destruction. If they charge, we go free. This isn't suicide, it's cutting off the fuel source. Severing their roots at the core. Tell me, when one market starts giving away stalls for free while another keeps charging high fees, which one will the vegetable vendors vote for with their feet? Massive numbers of sellers and buyers will be drawn over in no time. That's the network marketplace effect. In the internet world, traffic is everything. Lu Tao's expression changed instantly. You mentioned trust issues, complex operations, and difficult bank partnerships. Are these problems? Of course they are. But these are tactical issues. What we're resolving is the strategic question of whether to do this at all. Zhang He's voice was soft, yet every word cut deep. Escrow transactions are cumbersome, but they solve the most critical pain point between buyers and sellers. Solving this pain point justifies any model, no matter how complex. Complex operations? Then we'll make it so simple even my grandmother could use it. One tap to pay, one tap to confirm receipt, foolproof operation. What education costs are needed then? Difficult to partner with banks? Who says we need deep bank integration from the start? A sly smile touched Zhang He's lips. We'll have users deposit funds into Alipay accounts first, creating our own capital pool. Transactions between buyers and sellers will initially flow within our Alipay ecosystem, with banks only handling basic deposit and withdrawal interfaces. It's like every user opening a mini vault with us. Once our user base hits 10 million, then 100 million, and daily transaction flows surge through our system like mighty rivers, guess who will be begging the banks? Or rather, bank presidents lining up in Hangzhou to invite you, Mr. Ma, for tea? These words exploded in Jack Ma's mind. A capital pool, bypassing banks, forcing collaboration through market pressure. This is a rogue tactic only a genius could conceive. No, it's a divine strategy. Zhang He gave no breathing room, pressing his advantage relentlessly. Finally, Mr. Liu, the money issue you care about most. Of course, we'll burn money in the early stages and burn it big. But what we're burning isn't ashes, it's a gold mine that won't be exhausted in 10 or 20 years. Taobaa's free model has amassed a massive user base and transaction data that's the gold mine. The enormous capital pool accumulated in Alipay, generating interest daily, is a mountain of gold. Once the platform scales up, will we lack ways to monetize? Offer premium store upgrades to sellers craving more exposure. Want top search rankings? Sure, bid for top of the page ad spots. Better yet, we can partner with banks to offer small business loans based on sellers' credit data. Taobaa gathers people, Alipay manages money, and credit sets the rules. We're building a closed-loop commercial ecosystem, the future commercial infrastructure of China's internet. Zhang He leaned forward slightly as he concluded, Mr. Liu, you're fixated on those measly B2B membership fees, just trying to squeeze more rent out of this tiny plot of land. What Ma and I aim to do is turn all of China into our land. Your vision is too narrow. Lu Tao's jaw dropped. His face flushed crimson, then drained pale, then turned ashen. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes burned with disbelief and humiliation. His cherished business theory had been utterly dismantled by a 7-year-old child using more fundamental logic. Meanwhile, Ma Yun's eyes had shifted from flickering uncertainty to blazing with fiery determination. This was it. These wild, unconventional ideas had always existed vaguely in the depths of his mind. He knew the future lay there, yet he could never clearly articulate it. Today, this boy named Zhang He had not only clarified it for him, but also paved the road, built the bridges, and even designed the streetlights and future toll booths with crystal clarity. This wasn't a business plan. This was the blueprint of his dreams. A kindred spirit. No, this was a God-sent being who could make every boast he'd ever made come true. Snap. A crisp clap of applause rang out abruptly. Jack Ma stood up, his face lit with near-frenzied excitement, clapping vigorously. Well said. His thunderous shout startled everyone. Brilliant. Far from tarnishing his image, this expletive radiated a cathartic sense of exhilaration. Ma Yun's eyes gleamed as he stared at Zhang He on the screen, clapping and laughing heartily. Young Zhan. You didn't come here today to discuss a partnership, you came to teach me a lesson. Every word was a pearl of wisdom, every sentence cut to the bone. Hearing your words today is worth 10 years of my own hard work. What is enlightenment? This is enlightenment. He whipped around, his gaze sweeping fiercely over his stunned team of top executives. Finally, it settled on Lu Tao's ashen face. Did you all hear that? Taobaa brings people together, Alipay manages money, and credit sets the rules. This is what vision looks like. This is the future of Alibaba. These words landed like a sharp slap across the face of every Alibaba elite in the office. Especially Lu Tao, he felt his cheeks burning with pain. Everything he believed in, everything he despised, was crushed to dust. Ma Yun swept his arm in a sweeping gesture, brimming with unrestrained passion. What is a dimensional strike? This is a dimensional strike. While we were still figuring out how to steal customers from eBay, Zhang was thinking about taking over the entire market. Turning everyone into our customers. While we were counting every single membership fee, Zhang was thinking about using a free model to funnel all of China's money into our capital pool. Gazing at the team he'd personally nurtured, his voice cracked with the frustration of a father disappointed in his children. Look at yourselves. Elite graduates from top universities, overseas returnees. You spout strategy day in and day out, but what's the result? Where's your vision? Not one of you sees as far as a 7-year-old child. That was too harsh. Several Alibaba veterans felt their faces burn with embarrassment. A technical director beside COO Lu Tao steeled himself and stepped forward. He knew speaking up now was tantamount to suicide, but duty called. Mr. Ma, this concept is truly brilliant. But the risks are simply too great. Alipay's model operates in the gray zone of financial regulation. If it's ever classified as illegal fundraising. Chapter 88, The Winter Arrives. Before he could finish, Jack Ma shot him a glare so sharp it felt like a knife. Risk? Back when I launched China Yellow Pages, I ran around 20 government departments, treated like a con artist. Wasn't that risky? I scraped together 500,000 yuan, dragged all 18 of you here to Lakeview Gardens, and worked day and night to build the world's largest e-commerce site. Was that risk-free? From the day Alibaba was born, we've been walking on the edge of a cliff. If you're afraid of risk, get the hell out now. His roar silenced the room instantly. Not a single voice dared to speak in the office. Ma Yun turned back to the screen, his fervor instantly transforming into an almost humble reverence. Mr. Zhang, we at Alibaba accept your strategy in its entirety. We'll take the investment you mentioned too. We'll discuss specific shares and terms immediately. This was both a declaration and a gamble. He was betting not only on the future of Taobao and Alipay, but also on the unfathomable young man before him. On the other end of the video call, Zhang He remained eerily calm. It was as if he hadn't stirred up this colossal wave at all. He merely gave a faint nod, as if Jack Ma had agreed to nothing more than buying a bottle of soda. All right. One word, crisp and decisive. The details of the collaboration will be handled by my team. Wang Manny will lead the business negotiations, while Sun Wei will oversee the legal and financial model integration. His gaze shifted from the screen to the two people beside him. Wang Manny immediately stepped forward, gave Jack Ma a slight nod, and spoke with crisp professionalism. Mr. Ma, we're delighted to collaborate with Alibaba. Please feel free to contact me regarding any follow-up matters. Sun Wei nodded. His notebook was already densely filled with over a dozen key points. Zhang concluded, funds can be secured within 3 days. I have only one requirement, speed. With that, he shut off the video call. Clean, crisp, not a word of nonsense. The video feed cut off, the screen went black, reflecting the stunned, dumbfounded faces of everyone at Ali. Big Head and Mengzi watched their boss's series of actions and were completely dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. Damn, that was awesome. What the hell are you all standing around for? Jack Ma's sharp command snapped everyone back to reality. Lu Tao, take the finance and legal teams immediately to liaise with Mr. Wang and Mr. Sun from Higuang Capital. Agree to any demand they make as long as it doesn't involve selling Alibaba. Everyone else. All technical leads. Now. Immediately. Follow me to the conference room. Close the door, draw the curtains, and hand in all your phones. His voice was hushed yet charged with an almost violent intensity. Today, we convene a meeting to establish a secret project team. Its codename shall be. He paused, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. Taobao. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire office sprang into action like a precision-engineered war machine. Wang Manny and Sun Wei quickly joined Lu Tao's team, their faces etched with complex emotions, in another small conference room to begin intense negotiations over the terms. Meanwhile, Jack Ma, accompanied by his most trusted inner circle, was locked in the conference room that would determine the future landscape of China's e-commerce. Soon, the sound of his impassioned speech echoed from within. Out in the hallway, Big Head finally couldn't hold back. He leaned close to Mengzi's ear and whispered in a voice as if they were up to no good. Mengzi, you know, our boss might actually be a god incarnate, right? In the past, Mengzi would have slapped him and called him superstitious for such talk. But today, he didn't. Gazing at the tightly shut conference room door, feeling the fervor radiating from within, he simply nodded solemnly and emphatically. On this day, Higuang Capital once again placed a decisive piece on the chessboard of future business territory in a manner no one could comprehend. Its fangs had only just begun to show. While Jack Ma unleashed an internal storm called Taobao in Hangzhou, another tempest had already gathered strength across the Pacific Ocean. It descended with thunderous force. March 10, 2000. A date destined to be etched into the annals of global finance. Inside the Higuang Capital office, the atmosphere was as thick as ice. Everyone gathered around the company's largest 29-inch Great Wall Color TV, watching Phoenix TV's live financial broadcast. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed chairman of Nasdaq rang the opening bell with a stiff smile. Yet that chime became the death knell for countless bankruptcies. The opening bell triggered an avalanche. No warning, no resistance. On the screen, the candlestick chart representing the Nasdaq Composite Index plummeted like a kite whose string had snapped, plunging toward the abyss at a near vertical angle. 10, 20, 30. The host's voice, initially filled with shock, gradually descended into incoherence, until only the dry recitation of cold, hard numbers remained. Petscom, the world's largest online pet supplies retailer, saw its stock plummet 90% and filed for bankruptcy protection. Webvan, the star fresh food delivery company, saw its market value evaporate by $10 billion and teetered on the brink of collapse. Cisco, Intel, Microsoft, all tech stocks have crashed. On screen, the faces of NYSE traders were twisted with despair and collapse. Off screen, the Higuang Capital office was deathly quiet. Everyone felt a chill running down the back of their neck. Is this the winter the small business owner was talking about? This is freezing. This wasn't a winter at all, it was an ice age, an apocalyptic disaster freezing everyone to death. Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and Sun Wei exchanged glances, each seeing profound shock in the other's eyes. They had witnessed Zhang He's masterful manipulation of the stock market firsthand, so they were mentally prepared for this crash. But when this epic crash unfolded before them in such brutal reality, the sheer impact still made their hearts pound wildly. Especially Wang Manny. Watching those once mighty Wall Street elites on TV, now reduced to gamblers who'd lost everything down to their underwear, and then contrasting that with the tiny figure in the office who needed help even to unscrew the cap of her AD calcium milk. An utterly absurd yet undeniably real sensation clenched her heart. This world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chen Ming wasn't watching the TV. His eyes were fixed on his open notebook, filled with analysis notes he'd compiled based on Zhang He's interview remarks. His fingers trembled as they traced each word and sentence across the page. Chapter 89, Point and Shoot. Market crash timing, early March. Matches. The trigger pattern, a cliff-like plunge after a high-level consolidation, accompanied by unresisting selling, was identical. Scope of impact, from concept stocks to tech giants, spanning every industry, no sector spared. With each sentence he read, his face paled further. When the final word matched, the pen in his hand clattered to the floor. His entire body went limp as if his bones had been pulled out, and he slowly slumped back against the chair. Divine. This was no longer human, this was divine. All those worthless analysis reports he'd pored over before were now worth less than toilet paper compared to these notes. What the hell kind of TMT investment research expert? What kind of elite? Before a true deity, he was nothing but a fool still playing in the mud. Chen Ming took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and walked to the door of Zhang He's office. Without a word, he bowed deeply. This bow was not to a boss, but to a belief. Li Xiang's face was even paler than Chen Ming's, but his pallor was a mix of lingering fear and wild elation. He recalled his former company, YY Technology. Just a month ago, they had secured new funding. At the annual meeting, the boss had boasted about ringing the bell on Nasdaq and making everyone financially free. He could vividly picture his former colleagues now, clutching stacks of stock options that had turned into worthless paper, wailing in the office and cursing their boss as a fraud. And himself. If he hadn't stumbled into that interview with Higuan Capital that day, if he hadn't been chosen by that 7-year-old child. Li Xiang dared not think any further. A chill shot straight up his spine from the soles of his feet, sending a shiver through his entire body. It wasn't cold, it was fear, mixed with relief. The look he cast toward Zhang He's office was filled with gratitude, as if he'd narrowly escaped disaster. Damn impressive. Big Head held his breath for a long moment, his face flushing crimson, before finally grinding out those 2 words between clenched teeth. He didn't understand candlestick charts or market capitalization. All he knew was that when the boss said the sky was falling, today it truly had. He gave Zhang He's office a huge thumbs up. Mind and mouth surrendered. Mangzi's curse shattered the office's silence. He slapped his thigh hard, his face frozen in utter disbelief. This is ing insane. A man of few words, he couldn't find fancy phrases to express his overwhelming shock. He strode over to Chen Ming, yanked him to his feet, and bellowed at the top of his lungs for all to hear, "From this day forward, boss, wherever you point, that's where we strike. Even if you tell me to jump into the Huangpu River, I swear I won't hesitate, not even blink an eye." In that moment, fear transformed into fervor, and reverence evolved into faith. Higuan Capital, this makeshift team, completed the final piece of their spiritual puzzle amidst the wreckage of the Nasdaq crash. The team's cohesion and execution power reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. Yet the architect of it all, Zhang He, sat quietly in his small executive chair. In his hand, he held a bottle of YHAD calcium milk, carefully twisting the cap with his small hands. The raging storm outside the office seemed utterly irrelevant to him. Everything unfolded exactly as scripted. 2 months ago, he had already liquidated all his positions in US tech stocks and even placed massive short options at key price levels. Now, while others wail in despair, funds in Higuan Capital's accounts are swelling at a terrifying pace. Not only have they avoided losses, but they've made a killing. Their ammunition was frighteningly abundant. He finally unscrewed the cap and took a satisfyingly large gulp. Then he set down the bottle and pressed the office intercom. Everyone in. Everyone filed in one after another, lining up in a row, their eyes burning with fervor. Zhang He swept a glance over them, his small face still bearing that unruffled expression. In his childish voice, he uttered words that sent a surge of excitement through the entire room. The winter of Nasdaq has arrived. Frozen fat lies everywhere. He paused, then rose from his chair and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the gray, overcast sky. Now, it's our turn to hunt. He turned around, tapping his tiny fingers on the conference room whiteboard. Chen Ming, Sunway, compile a list immediately. List every company that lost over 90% of its stock value in this crash but still holds core technology patents, a massive user base, or a unique business model. Wang Mani, Zhao Tianyu, prepare all accounts, funds must be on standby at any moment. Li Xiang, Big Head, Mangzi, you 3 handle intelligence gathering. I need to know the current status of these companies' founding teams. They need money now more than ever. Zhang He's voice was quiet but carried authority. Our goal isn't to bottom fish its acquisition. Remember, move fast. Yes, boss. This time, the reply was in perfect unison, their voices echoing through the room. No more doubts lingered in the office. Instead, a palpable excitement filled the air, the anticipation of participating in an epic conquest. Higuan Capital, this fledgling beast just emerging in the east, was finally about to bare its fangs sharp enough to tear through anything for the first time in the global capital winter. Just as this fledgling financial behemoth sharpened its fangs, poised to feast on Wall Street's carcass, its own winter descended silently upon the southern gate of the University District in Magic City. Compared to the bustling Higuan Internet Cafe diagonally across the street, only 2 characters remained on the sign of the Huaishou Internet Cafe, Huaishou. Oh no, only the characters affordable remained illuminated. The neon tube spelling out Internet Cafe had failed a week prior, flickering briefly before going dark forever. Click. With a crisp snap, the sole remaining light tube in the entire Internet Cafe went dark. Darkness engulfed everything, accompanied by a peculiar blend of stale cigarette ash, overnight instant noodle soup, and cheap air freshener. Uncle Zhang He lay sprawled across the counter, his hand still clenched tightly around the mouse. The screen's final freeze frame showed his game character, stripped of all equipment, standing alone in the deserted main city. It was over. The power had been cut off by the utility company. The internet had been cut off yesterday for unpaid bills. The last box of Mastercon braised beef noodles had just been boiled. His pockets were emptier than his sallow face. He slowly lifted his head, peering through the grimy glass door toward the diagonal corner. The 4 neon characters He Guang Internet Cafe glowed painfully bright. Chapter 90, What Gives the Second Brother's Family? That light stabbed fiercely into his eyes, piercing his heart until it bled. Why the hell? Why the hell does my down-to-earth internet cafe have to shut down? That little punk who hasn't even grown a full beard yet runs an internet cafe that's packed every single day, with students lining up all the way to the street? So what if his place is a bit nicer? So what if his computers are newer? So what if his chairs are more comfortable? Damn it, it's all just flashy nonsense. Going online is all about getting a good deal, right? He blames his own failure on that 7-year-old kid across the street for unfair competition, but never once considers that his own machines are so laggy they can't even run Red Alert, the keyboards are sticky with grime, and the mouse scroll wheels are caked in black gunk. Damn it! Zhang He. Zhang Jiping. May your entire family rot in hell. Zhang Jigui slammed his fist hard onto the counter, rattling the empty drink bottles into a clatter. Hatred coiled around his heart, tightening with each breath. He recalled how, just days ago, those lone shark thugs had kicked open his shop door and slammed a knife against his face. Old Zhang, if you don't pay up next week, we won't just break your leg. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Desperate to recoup his losses, he grabbed the last few hundred yuan collected from the internet cafe and plunged into the underground mahjong den tucked away in the alley. Within half an hour, he'd lost everything and racked up a mountain of debt. He was utterly cornered. Just then, 2 students who'd just left the Higuang Internet Cafe across the street walked past his door, arm in arm. Hey, did you hear? The owner of Higuang Internet Cafe is ing loaded. Heard about it ages ago. He doesn't live in our rundown neighborhood anymore, moved to the villas in Binjiang Gardens. Holy, is that true? Villas in that area must cost millions each. That's nothing. I heard his dad started some company called Higuang Capital and became a big boss. Villa, company, big boss. Each word hammered relentlessly into Zhang Jigui's nerves. His eyes instantly turned red, bloodshot and seething. Why the hell? That good-for-nothing second son, Zhang Jiping, who'd been a loser his whole life, that crybaby Li Sufang, how the hell did they end up living in a villa and running a company? He had been smarter and more resourceful than them since childhood, yet now he was being hunted down by lone sharks, hiding like a dog in this shabby shop. Jealousy, mixed with overwhelming resentment, nearly burned Zhang Jigui's sanity to ashes. No, he couldn't just end like this. His mind raced, searching desperately for a sliver of hope. Suddenly, a face appeared before his eyes. Big brother, Zhang Jifu. Though they had previously fallen out, nearly drawing knives, parting on bitter terms. But now, Big Brother's Jifu supermarket was nearby. He must have seen the prosperity at Second Brother's place. That man, just like himself, couldn't stand seeing others do better than him. Yes, go find Big Brother. A vicious thought took root in his mind. Zhang Jigui smoothed out his wrinkled clothes, fished the last crumpled pack of Hontishan cigarettes from the drawer, forced a smile uglier than crying, and stepped out of the darkness. The corner Prosperity Mini-Mart, much like Zhang Jigui's internet cafe, exuded a sense of desolation. Goods were sparsely arranged on the shelves, while a few flies idly circled under the dim, yellow light. Uncle Zhang Jifu, clad in a faded blue work vest, reclined in a lounge chair. He fanned himself with a large palm leaf fan while idly flipping through a copy of Story Collection, its cover corners curled from age. Business at his store was getting worse by the day. Ever since a large chain supermarket opened across the street, his customers were now limited to old neighbors who stopped by for convenience, picking up a bottle of soy sauce or a packet of salt on the fly. After deducting the electricity bill, he barely made any money at all. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, the light outside dimmed. Zhang Jifu didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily asking, "What did you like?" "Brother, it's me." A familiar yet irritating voice rang out. Zhang Jifu's hand, which had been fanning him, paused. He slowly lifted his head. His cloudy eyes flashed with surprise before being replaced by deep impatience. He said nothing, just stared straight at Zhang Jigui standing in the doorway, wearing a fawning smile. That bastard, he actually has the nerve to show his face? Last time he came begging for money, promising to partner up and open an internet cafe, guaranteeing we'd strike it rich. And what happened? He lost everything, down to his last pair of underpants. When I came to collect, he actually dared to lay a hand on me. And now he shows up looking like this little bastard again? What the hell does he want? Zhang Jifu knew exactly what was going on. Zhang Jigui squirmed under his gaze, forcing himself to take 2 steps forward and hand over the pack of Hontishan cigarettes. Big bro, have a smoke. Last time was my fault. I was a jerk. I'm sorry. Zhang Jifu didn't even glance at the cigarettes. He just snorted through his nose and resumed fanning himself leisurely, once, then again. Spit it out if you've got something to say. Those blunt 3 words instantly turned Zhang Jigui's face the color of liver. But he held his tongue. He was here to beg for help, not to pick a fight. Big brother, my internet cafe went under. His voice carried a hint of sorrow, seeking sympathy. He was drowning in debt and truly had no other options. Big brother, you've got to help me. Help you? Zhang Jifu sat bolt upright in his recliner as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever, slamming his palm down on the counter. How am I supposed to help you? Help you sell this shop too, so you can gamble it away? He pointed at the empty shelves, then at himself. Open your damn eyes. I can barely keep this place afloat. And you want me to help you? Zhang Jigui, are you still half asleep, or do you think I'm as stupid as you? Scolded mercilessly, the fake smile on Zhang Jigui's face finally cracked. Just as he was about to explode, his eyes darted around and his tone suddenly shifted. Bro, I know you've had it rough too. But have you ever stopped to think why is it that while we're both stuck in this mess, our second brother gets to live in a villa, run his own company, and be a big shot? He lowered his voice. We're brothers, born of the same mother. Zhang Jiping made a fortune, yet he never shared a damn thing with us. Does he even see us as brothers anymore? During holidays, has he ever brought our parents a single fish or a piece of meat? Not once. He's long since abandoned this family. These words struck Zhang Jifu right in the darkest corner of his heart. His face instantly turned grim. Yeah. Why should he? He, Zhang Jifu, was the eldest. Zhang Jigui was the third. And that Zhang Jiping? He'd always been a quiet, useless good-for-nothing. Why the hell was he now riding high on success, while his own eldest brother was stuck guarding this crappy supermarket, waiting to die? Chapter 91, used as a pawn. He didn't respond to Zhang Jigui's words, but in those cloudy eyes, a flame identical to Zhang Jigui's a flame called jealousy had already ignited. Zhang Jifu saw the unmasked envy in his elder brother's eyes and instantly felt reassured. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. His sallow face contorted into a forced expression of righteous indignation, as if speaking for his brother's benefit. Who knows if his money is clean? A mere 7-year-old brat bringing him such fortune? Brother, do you believe it? I sure as hell don't. Each word was like a poisoned awl, piercing precisely into Zhang Jifu's heart, a heart already riddled with holes from jealousy and disappointment. His hand holding the fan froze completely. His cloudy eyes fixed on the dim light bulb, as if he could stare a hole through it. Yeah. Why? He, Zhang Jiping, had been a good-for-nothing his entire life. How could he suddenly rise to the top? And it's all because of that damn son of his. What could a 7-year-old possibly understand? There was definitely something fishy going on. Either he'd gotten incredibly lucky, or he'd pulled off some shady deal. The more Zhang Jifu thought about it, the more his anger burned. He turned to face his equally down and out third brother, a sick sense of shared misery welling up inside him. You want to make his life miserable? What good does it do to just spout empty words here? Zhang Jifu's voice turned icy. He was no longer questioning, he was leading. That was exactly what Zhang Jigui wanted to hear. His eyes lit up as he blurted out, brother, that's exactly why I came to you. My internet cafe was driven out of business by his son's Higuang Net Cafe. I want him to taste what it feels like to have his own business ruined. A savage grin spread across his face. I'll make him understand that this place, the Demon City, isn't somewhere he can run rushot over just because he's got a few stinking bucks. Zhang Jifu fell silent. He wasn't hesitating, he was rapidly calculating. Take direct action? No way. Too stupid. If caught, his life would be over. What he wanted was to bring down the second brother's family, not get himself dragged down with them. He shot a glance at Zhang Jigui, a cold sneer forming in his mind. This brainless fool was perfect to use as a pawn. Just smashing the shop? What good would that do? It only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhang Jifu slowly picked up the palm fan again, fanning himself stroke by stroke, as if trying to cool down his third brother's feverish mind. If you're going to act, you have to strike at his very foundation. Make him afraid, make him feel the pain, make him unable to hold his head up again in this university town. He stood up, pulled a few crumpled 100 yuan bills from the cash register drawer, and dug out several packs of premium cigarettes he'd been saving from a corner. He slammed them all down on the counter. Business is slow here, so this is all I can offer. Take the cash, take the smokes too, spend them on your shady buddies. Go find out when that Higuang Internet Cafe gets the most people, when business is best, and when security's laxest. He paused, then pointed outside with his palm fan. Especially when do Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang, that husband and wife, usually come to collect money at the shop? He emphasized this point heavily. The implication was clear, not only should the shop be wrecked, but the people inside should be dealt with too. After finishing his instructions, he slumped back into the recliner and closed his eyes. I know nothing. You never came here today. Get lost. Zhang He stared at the few hundred yuan and several packs of Hontishan cigarettes on the counter, trembling with excitement. He knew the boss had agreed. And he'd even pointed him in the right direction. Alright. Boss, you can count on me. I get it. He grabbed the money and cigarettes, shoved them into his chest, his face twisted with twisted delight, then turned and vanished into the night. After leaving Big Brother's supermarket, Zhang He didn't head home. Instead, he turned straight into the most chaotic alley behind the university town. Deep within the alley lay an unmarked underground billiard hall. A group of shirtless youths, their bodies inked with dragons, tigers, and leopards, were gathered around the pool tables, shouting and cursing loudly. In the corner, a man sat quietly on a sofa, meticulously polishing a cue stick. He was in his 30s, a knife scar slashing diagonally from his left brow bone to the corner of his mouth, making his face look especially menacing under the flickering lights. He was the notorious local gang leader, Scarface. Zhang He rubbed his hands together, bowing and scraping as he approached, placing the few packs of Hontishan cigarettes in his arms respectfully on the table. Scarface, I've got a small favor to ask. Could you and your crew lend a hand? Scarface didn't even lift an eyelid, merely gesturing with his chin toward the cigarettes on the table. Speak. I need Scarface to help me settle a dispute. Zhang He swallowed hard and lowered his voice. That Higuang internet cafe near the south gate of the university town, I want to shut it down. As he spoke, he pulled out several hundred yuan and carefully pushed it toward Scarface. Scarface paused mid-motion of wiping his cue stick. He slowly lifted his head, the eye unaffected by the scar fixed on Zhang He like an eagle's gaze. Higuang internet cafe? He snorted. With this measly amount? I know it's not much, Zhang He panicked, but... Bull. Scarface slammed his cue stick onto the floor with a clang, making Zhang He flinch. You think I'm a fool? What kind of reputation does Higuang internet cafe have now? Don't tell me I don't know. That owner, I hear he's connected to big shots in the city. Mess with him? The pittance you're offering, is that enough for my brothers to survive on? Scarface had heard the rumors, of course. A 7-year-old kid running a thriving internet cafe, raking in a fortune daily, and living in a villa district. That kind of thing meant either he had a powerful backer reaching to the heavens, or he'd stumbled into some unnatural luck. Either way, it's not something you can take on with a few $100. Zhang He's face flushed red then drained pale. He knew he'd been underestimated. Overwhelming resentment and the desperation of being cornered ignited a sudden resolve within him. Gritting his teeth, he fished a small notebook wrapped in a plastic bag from the innermost pocket of his pants. This was his last remaining fortune money the loan sharks hadn't yet seized, gambling capital he'd set aside for a comeback. Roughly 2,000 yuan remained. Scarface, I'll add another 2,000. This is everything I have left. He slammed the money on the table, his eyes bloodshot. After this is done, every computer, every server in this internet cafe, and every last cent in the cash register, whatever you can carry, it's all yours. I won't take a single penny. He leaned close to Scarface's ear, his voice venomous as a scorpion. Best to strike on a weekend night when it's packed. Smash the place to hell. Scare the out of those students surfing the web. If you can cripple that bastard couple running the shop while you're at it, I'll kowtow to you. Chapter 92, The Nerve of a Bear and a Leopard. Scarface stared at the thicker stack of bills on the table. Hearing the additional conditions, a glint of greed finally flashed in his lone eye. Smashing a shop? High risk, low reward. But smashing the shop and robbing it? That's a different story. A single computer tower, stripped for parts, could fetch a decent sum. Dozens of computers, plus the cash. This deal seemed worth pursuing. He picked up a cigarette, and Zhang He hurriedly lit it for him. Scarface took a deep drag, the smoky exhale blurring his vicious face. He stared at Zhang He's face, twisted by madness, for a full dozen seconds. Then, a sinister grin spread across his lips. Fine. We'll do it your way. As Zhang He and Scarface sealed their sordid deal in the alley, they were unaware that an invisible net had already silently spread overhead. Higuang Capital Office. Wang Mani hurried over to Zhang He, her expression stripped of the usual lightheartedness she shared with this young boss. Boss, something's up. She handed him a printed sheet. I had Li Xiang and the team compile recent posts from the university town BBS forums and several QQ groups. At the same time, I had a few student part-timers monitor offline rumors. We discovered that your third uncle, Zhang He, has recently been in contact with someone known as Scarface. Zhang He had been staring at the plummeting K-line chart on his computer screen following the Nasdaq crash. Upon hearing this, he slowly lifted his head. A sharpness unbecoming of his age flashed through his eyes, which should have been innocent. Scarface? Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened instantly beside him, slamming his soda can onto the table. The Scarface from the backstreet pool hall? That guy runs a gang of thugs who do all kinds of dirty work, extortion, debt collection. He's notorious as a local thug around the university district. This reaction was exactly what Zhang He had expected. What good could possibly come from a gambler who'd lost everything seeking out a local thug? He was likely seeking muscle to pull some underhanded, dirty tricks. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang He's mouth. Had he finally lost his temper? Boss, this isn't simple. Zhao Tianyu's expression was grave. Having navigated the underworld himself, he understood these dynamics best. Zhang Jigui was a useless fool, but he saw your family as a thorn in his side. If he went to Scarface, it was likely targeting your internet cafe or even your aunt and uncle. Wang Mani nervously chimed in, yes, boss. Should we warn uncle and auntie to be extra careful lately? Seeing the unmasked worry on his two subordinates' faces, a warm wave washed over Zhang He. Yet his expression remained as calm as ever. What's the rush, he said casually. Keep investigating. I need to know when they plan to move, what they intend to do, and how they'll do it. Tianyu, you've got connections in the underworld. You handle this. Money's no issue. Got it, boss. Leave it to me. That was exactly what Zhao Tianyu wanted to hear. He feared nothing more than the boss not taking it seriously and suffering a silent loss. Just one day later, Zhao Tianyu returned with concrete intelligence, his expression even more grim than yesterday's. He laid out every detail he'd extracted from one of Scarface's henchmen for $500, laying it all out on the table. Boss, it's all clear now. That bastard Zhang Jigui paid Scarface over 2,000 yuan and promised that after the job's done, everything in the internet cafe would be Scarface's. They've agreed this Saturday night, around 9 o'clock, prime time they'll bring people to wreck the shop. And they'll steal all the cash. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his eyes red with rage as he spoke. He even told Scarface it would be best, absolutely best, to take out the shopkeeper too. The air in the office instantly turned icy cold. Wang Mani gasped, covering her mouth. This wasn't simple revenge anymore, it was outright murder. It was blatant robbery and assault. The boss looked at Zhang He, her voice trembling. Yet Zhang He's reaction once again defied their expectations. He showed no anger, no panic, not even a hint of surprise. He simply listened quietly, then smiled. That smile was cold, like frost patterns forming on a windowpane in the dead of winter. What a perfect opportunity. They had been planning to deal with these reckless relatives once the current busy period passed. But now they'd come right to him. He wouldn't be to blame. Very well. Zhang He rose to his feet and, under the stunned gazes of Wang Mani and Zhao Tianyu, strolled leisurely to the window. He pulled a sleek Motorola V998 flip phone from his pocket and dialed a number with practiced ease. In the year 2000, this thing was even fancier than a Big Brother phone as status symbol. The call connected. Uncle, it's me, Zhang He. On the other end, Li Jingcheng, who was in the middle of a team meeting, paused for a moment before stepping outside. His voice carried a hint of indulgence. Xiao He? Why did you decide to call your uncle? Is it because you're craving KFC again? Uncle, I need to tell you something serious. Zhang He cut straight to the point. My third uncle, Zhang Jigui, has bribed Scarface, the leader of the thugs on the backstreets of the university town. He plans to lead a gang to raid and rob the Heguang Internet Cafe this Saturday at 9 p.m. They intend to destroy all the equipment, steal the cash, and harm my parents. He delivered the most shocking news in the calmest tone. Dead silence instantly filled the other end of the line. Seconds later, Li Jingqing's voice broke through again. All traces of his previous gentleness vanished, replaced by raw fury. What did you say? Say that again. Zhang He repeated each word deliberately, with surprising patience. Well, Zhang Jigui. Damn it, he's grown some balls. Li Jingqing's roar was so thunderous it made your ears ring even through the phone. Xiao He, rest assured, I'll handle this. I'll personally oversee the operation. I'll make sure Zhang Jigui and his whole gang of scum don't get away. Li Jingcheng had long been familiar with his nephew's sources and never doubted their reliability. Now, only one thought consumed him, to personally send these beasts who dared lay a finger on his sister and brother-in-law to prison. Uncle, I trust you. Zhang He hung up the phone, the cold smile still lingering on his face. He felt at ease leaving the professional work to the professionals. But merely locking them up wouldn't suffice. He would make sure Zhang Jigui was utterly ruined, never to rise again. After settling everything, he turned to Zhao Tianyu and Wang Mani, who were still processing the news. I'm heading to the internet cafe to check something. Trusting his uncle was one thing, but holding ironclad evidence in his own hands was quite another. Chapter 93, Give the Orders. South Gate of University Town, Heguang Internet Cafe. It was afternoon, and the shop was nearly packed to capacity. The crowd was uniformly young students, the clatter of keyboards and mice mingling with the shouts from the games, filling the space with youthful energy and vitality. Zhang He navigated the crowd with ease, heading straight to the second floor where he found the busy manager, Xiao Lu, in the server room. He pointed at the old cameras on the ceiling. Xiao Lu, replace all of these. Xiao Lu froze. Boss, these still work fine. Replace them with the best high-definition models available on the market. Install one at the entrance and one at the counter, ensuring the cash register and all entrances exits are clearly visible. Place one in each of the 4 corners of the main hall to guarantee full coverage with no blind spots. He paused, tapping the ceiling directly above the bar counter, especially this spot. The camera here must be concealed. Everything needs to be set up before dark tomorrow. Xiao Lu stared into the eyes of the 7-year-old boy before him. For some reason, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He dared not ask further questions, merely nodding firmly. Got it, boss. I'll get right on it. Watching the internet cafe manager scramble out to contact the installation crew, Zhang He finally turned his gaze toward the busiest corner of the internet cafe. There, the glow of CRT monitors illuminated 4 focused faces. The clatter of keyboards mingled with classic game sounds like Fire in the Hole and Roger That blaring from headphones. Old Gun, Mouse, Madman, Glasses. These were the 4 stalwart regulars at Higuang Internet Cafe, unshakable as thunder. They were also the most reliable grassroots force Zhang He trusted in this university town, outside of his own team. The reason was simple. Zhang He had once used an AWP sniper rifle to utterly dominate all 4 of them on the Dust 2 map in Counter-Strike, leaving them completely overwhelmed and thoroughly convinced of his skill. Ever since, these 4 gaming big shots who were pretty well known around campus acted like mice seeing a cat whenever they spotted Zhang He, addressing him with respectful deference as Brother He. Zhang He moved with a steady, unhurried pace that belied his age, silently approaching the 4 from behind. He glanced at Lao Pao's screen, a tense 1v3 standoff where Lao Pao nervously guarded the A site entrance, palms sweating. He reached out a small hand and gently tapped Lao Pao's shoulder. Old Gun was listening intently for footsteps, and this sudden touch made every hair on his body stand on end. His headphones blocked out all external sounds, making him think some clueless guy was messing with him again. Don't touch me. Without turning his head, Lao Pao bellowed, can't you see I'm in the middle of a critical endgame? Get the hell out of here. The shout, full of force, echoed throughout the entire corner. Sitting beside him, Mouse had just been headshot by an in-game character. The screen went black, and he instinctively turned his head to curse at Old Gun only to catch sight of the slender figure behind him. Holy! Mouse's eyes widened instantly, his mouth forming an O. The curse words on the tip of his tongue were violently swallowed back, his face turning purple with the effort. He frantically jabbed Old Gun with his elbow while violently kicking the legs of his chair. Madman and Glasses spotted it too. The 2 frantically wiggled their eyes at Lao Pao, one pointing at his own eyes, the other gesturing behind Lao Pao. Their exaggerated movements resembled a silent film routine. What the hell is wrong with these idiots today? Old Gun was utterly baffled by his teammates' wild, howling hints, and his temper flared even more. You guys are nuts. He snapped impatiently, whipping his head around to see who was disturbing him. The instant his gaze shifted, he locked eyes with Zhang He's expressionless face. The rage on Lao Pao's face froze instantly. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next second, Old Gun's facial muscles began to twitch violently. His expression shifted faster than turning pages from fury to terror, then to obsequiousness. With a clatter, the double swallow mouse slipped from his grasp and landed on the desk. He yanked off his bulky headset in a flash, scrambling to his feet so abruptly that his chair toppled over with a loud crash. Bro! Lao Pao's back instantly bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling with tears. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was you. I was wearing headphones, I'm blind and deaf. Please forgive this lowly nobody. Mouse, Crazy, and Glasses all yanked off their headphones and stood up, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. We're done for. Old Gun, that son of a, just called himself old man in front of Brother He. We're dead meat. That was the only thought running through Mouse and the others' minds. Zhang He merely gave him a casual glance, seemingly unconcerned by his earlier outburst. Nothing. He spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the 4. Hold the game. I need to talk to you guys. The 4 men breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly exiting their games and gathering obediently around him. Brother He, whatever you need, just say the word. Lao Pao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. Zhang He got straight to the point. This Saturday night, someone might come to our internet cafe looking for trouble. Trouble? At the word, Lao Pao and the others froze, then anger flashed across their faces. They practically lived here 20 hours a day. Higuang Internet Cafe was long past being just a place to surf the web. It was their second home, their base of operations. Someone dared to cause trouble here? That was like digging up their roots. Who the hell's tired of living? Daring to come here and cause trouble? Crazy guy, with the most explosive temper, was the first to roar. Brother He, rest easy. As long as we're here, no one touches a single cable. Mouse pounded his chest in assurance. Seeing their righteous indignation, Zhang He felt reassured. This was precisely the effect he sought. Sometimes, this primal loyalty rooted in territorial instinct proved more reliable than any monetary contract. I'm not asking you to fight to the death, Zhang He shook his head. What I need is for you to step up when the time comes and lend a hand. He paused, then enunciated each word. The other side has numbers and might be armed. Your goal isn't victory, it's buying time. Protect yourselves and the other guests until the police arrive. He looked at Lao Pao, his tone solemn. If you succeed, I'll cover a full year's worth of internet fees for all 4 of you. Plus, each of you gets a 1,000 yuan game card. In the year 2000, a year's worth of internet fees plus a 1,000 yuan game card was an offer no student could refuse. Chapter 94, Luring the Enemy into the Trap. Yet Lao Pao shook his head like a rattle drum. Bro, you're being too formal. Lao Pao stiffened his neck, his face flushed crimson. We hang out here every day, this is our home. If someone comes to wreck our home and we just stand by, what kind of cowards would we be? He slammed his fist into his chest with a thud. This isn't about money. It's our duty. Whoever dares come, we'll make them walk in standing and leave lying down. Wait, no, we'll wait for the cops to come and cuff them away. Right. Brother Pao's spot on. Brother He, rest assured. We'll get the job done. The other three chimed in one after another, their voices brimming with fervor, as if they were about to charge into battle. A barely perceptible curve finally touched the corner of Zhang He's mouth. This was the spirit he wanted. Good. He nodded, no longer mentioning the reward. Then I'll leave it to you all. Remember, safety comes first. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind four young men whose blood was boiling. They looked at each other, their eyes burning with fierce determination. The surveillance was in place, personnel were assigned, and at Uncle's end, a net was silently closing in. Everything was ready. All that remained was to lure the prey into the trap. Saturday, 8:50 p.m. The Higuang Internet Cafe was bustling with activity. Zhang Jiping beamed at the bustling business, carrying a tray of sunflower seeds and peanuts as he weaved through the crowd, handing them out to regulars while muttering, "Take it easy, take it easy. Watch your eyes." Li Sufang stood at the counter, helping customers log in and recharging their accounts. Across the street, in the dark alleyway, a pair of eyes filled with venom stared fixedly at the bright sign of the Higuang Internet Cafe. Zhang Jigui shivered as he lit a cheap Dakianman cigarette, taking a deep drag. In the swirling smoke, his face looked particularly grim. Why? Why did that good-for-nothing Zhang Jiping get to run such a thriving internet cafe? Why did he get to live in a new house and open a new shop? Why was his son praised as a genius? And he, like a dog, had to beg for loans and grovel for favors? It's not fair. This world is unfair. He glanced at his watch. 8:59. Soon. Very soon, all of this would turn to dust. He could almost hear the satisfying crack of monitors shattering, the desperate cries of Zhang Jiping and his wife. At that thought, he let out a sickening laugh, his teeth gleaming eerily white in the darkness. 9 o'clock sharp. The heavy glass door of the internet cafe was kicked open from the outside. Clang! The deafening crash, accompanied by the shrill sound of shattering glass, instantly silenced the entire internet cafe. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the entrance. A man with a vicious knife scar at the corner of his eye stood blocking the entrance, flanked by a dozen or so thugs wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. A cold wind rushed in, sending chills down everyone's spines. Damn it, don't move. Whoever dares to make a move, I'll cripple him. Scarface slammed his steel pipe onto the floor with a dull thud, his vicious gaze sweeping across the room. Behind him, his henchmen grinned savagely, waving their weapons to intimidate everyone. Who in this internet cafe had ever seen such a scene? Several timid girls immediately shrieked in terror. Ah! Robbery! That scream acted like a signal, instantly sending the entire internet cafe into chaos. People panicked, instinctively trying to flee, only to be blocked by thugs at the entrance. More froze in their seats, or dived under tables, trembling. Smash! Scarface gave no one time to react. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, swinging his steel pipe and smashing it into the nearest computer. Crash! The CRT monitor shattered instantly, the screen exploding outward. The cathode ray tube emitted a dull pop, spewing black smoke mixed with the acrid smell of burning. That sound ignited the thugs' savagery completely. Smash them all. Don't leave a single one. Ha! That feels good. A dozen thugs charged into the crowd like tigers among sheep, their steel pipes and clubs raining down like hail. Thud. Clang. Crash. Keyboards shattered into pieces, computer towers were kicked over, monitors exploded one after another, and desks and chairs were knocked askew. The clatter of smashed objects, the thugs' curses, and customers' screams mingled together, turning the entire internet cafe into a living hell. Stop! What are you doing? Stop it! Zhang Jiping's eyes instantly turned red at the sight. This was money. This was his son's life's work. Without a second thought, he roared and lunged at a punk with dyed yellow hair who was violently smashing a computer. Old Zhang! Don't go! Li Sufang was terrified out of her wits and screamed as she tried to grab her husband. But the yellow-haired thug reacted with lightning speed. Spotting Zhang Jiping lunging toward him, a flash of impatience crossed his face as he swung his leg up and delivered a kick straight to the man's gut. Off! Zhang Jiping stumbled backwards several steps from the force of the kick, crashing into a chair and tumbling heavily to the ground. He lay there for a long time, unable to get up. Old Zhang! Li Sufang cried out as she rushed over, only to be roughly shoved aside by another thug. She fell beside her husband, her elbow scraping the ground and drawing a trail of blood. Quick, quick, call Zhang He. Zhang Jiping clutched his stomach, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at his wife with every ounce of strength. He knew only their son could resolve this. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang He watched his older brother and sister-in-law sprawled on the ground in disarray. Seeing the scene he had orchestrated himself, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction surged through him. Smash it! Smash it good! Let Zhang Jiping bask in his glory. Let Li Sufang flaunt her pride. Karma. This is your karma. Just as all the thugs thought they had the place under control and could do as they pleased. A thunderous roar erupted through the chaotic internet cafe. Everyone stop right now. The command, full of force, drowned out all the screams and the clatter of smashing. Scarface's movements froze as he instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. In the farthest corner of the internet cafe, a tall young man slowly rose to his feet. Behind him, Mouse, Madman, Glasses, and over a dozen other students who regularly pulled all-nighters here stood up in unison. Their faces showed no trace of fear. Instead, they bore the weight of long-suppressed anger and a hint of mockery. Yes, mockery. As if watching a troupe of clowns perform. What was going on? Scarface's heart skipped a beat as an ominous foreboding washed over him. Chapter 95. Could this be a trap? Before he could process it, Old Gun had already moved. He charged straight at the tall, lanky thug closest to him, who was brandishing a stick in a show of bravado. The thug hadn't even registered what was happening when his vision blurred and his collar was yanked violently. Old Gun's massive hand possessed such immense strength that he yanked the thug right off the computer desk and slammed him hard into a nearby accomplice. Thud! The two men collided, tumbling to the ground. Take him down! Scarface, both shocked and furious, roared at his men to surround Old Gun. But it was too late. Madman, the one on the left with the steel pipe. Rat, slide in and take him down below the belt. Glasses stood unusually calm at the rear of the crowd, pulling out his Nokia 7650 slider phone and aiming it at the scene while rapidly barking orders. Rat, the most agile of them, slid under a table during a thug's swing with his steel pipe. He grabbed the man's legs and yanked hard, sending him tumbling backward, face up on the ground. Madman, true to his name. He met a thug swinging a baseball bat head-on, neither dodging nor retreating. Just as the bat was about to smash his shoulder, he suddenly shifted sideways, absorbing half the blow with his shoulder while his hand shot out like lightning, gripping the bat's shaft with an iron hold. Let go, you bastard. The thug's face flushed crimson as he tried to yank the bat free. Madman grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his arm muscles bulging. You're the one who should let go. With a thunderous shout, he wrenched the baseball bat from the thug's grasp. The weapon changed hands. Guys, grab your gear. Protect the boss and the boss's wife. Guard the machine. At Old Gun's command, the dozen students sprang into action. Instead of charging headlong, they displayed astonishing coordination, swiftly overturning several computer desks and erecting them as a solid barrier in front of them. Several formed a human wall with their bodies, shielding the terrified regular customers and the fallen Zhang Jiping couple behind them. The rest each grabbed a keyboard or even chair legs and stood their ground against the charging thugs. They didn't initiate attacks, but stubbornly held their ground. They retreated when the attackers advanced and harassed them when the attackers retreated, using the obstacles of tables and chairs and the cramped space to push and shove against the thugs. For a moment, a dozen or so menacing thugs were forcibly held back in the central area of the internet cafe by this group of students, unable to advance another step. They effectively prevented further destruction, buying precious time for the impending decisive strike. The ominous foreboding in Scarface's gut surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. Damn it! How dare these penniless students fight back? This isn't how it was supposed to go. This wasn't how the script was written. Weren't they supposed to be cowering and begging for mercy? How dare they fight back? These people were clearly trained. Their coordination was seamless. They didn't look like a bunch of internet-addicted teens obsessed with games. Could this be a setup? Damn it! What the hell are you all standing around for? Beat the out of them. I'll take the fall if anything happens. Scarface's savagery was fully unleashed. Eyes bloodshot, he snarled and swung his steel pipe, ready to personally smash through the fragile barrier of desks and chairs. But the moment he took a step forward, bang! A thunderous crash, more intimidating than any door kicking, erupted from the entrance. The internet cafe's half-broken glass door was kicked off its hinges with unstoppable force, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Immediately after, 7 or 8 men dressed in jackets and jeans looking indistinguishable from ordinary passersby surged inside. They weren't thugs. The grim, icy aura radiating from them was something street thugs couldn't imitate even after 100 years. Especially those black, menacing things in their hands. Those weren't toys. They were genuine Type 54 pistols. Police! Freeze! A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears. Li Jingqing's towering figure appeared in the doorway, a gun gripped in his hand. His piercing gaze swept across the room, finally locking onto the most brazen scar-faced man in the center. Hands behind your heads. Get down on your knees. Anyone who dares to move will face the consequences. Police? How could the police be here? How did they get here so fast? Scarface's mind went blank. The fierce, violent rage that had filled him moments ago was instantly drenched in bone-chilling fear at the sight of that black muzzle. He'd been in the game for years, slashed people, served time, but he'd never had a gun pressed to his head. It was a tremor that shook him to his very soul, a terror that his life was completely beyond his control. He could even smell death. Clang! The steel pipe in Scarface's hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp, jarring clang. Immediately, the dozen or so thugs behind him, who had been swaggering moments before, froze with their menacing grins frozen on their faces. One by one, their weapons fell to the ground. They exchanged glances, their eyes now filled with nothing but endless terror. Without needing orders, they scrambled to cover their heads, crouching on the ground, their bodies shaking like sieves. Their earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. The entire internet cafe fell silent at that moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The farce inside the internet cafe abruptly ended, while the one-man show in the alley had only just begun. When Zhang He saw the plainclothes police officers storming in, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. His blood froze solid in his veins. How could the police just break down the door? It's over. His first instinct was to run. He had to run. If he got away, no one would know he was responsible. Even if Scarface's crew got caught, they'd never dare implicate him. He spun around violently, trying to dive frantically into the depths of the alley. But after just 2 steps, a large hand shot out from the darkness, gripping his neck with iron. Immediately, another hand twisted his arm behind his back, while a knee slammed hard into his lower back. Thud! Zhang He was slammed face first onto the cold, filthy ground, his cheek making intimate contact with the gravel beneath him. Ah! What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Zhang He was in so much pain his eyes were nearly filled with tears. He struggled desperately, shouting incoherently, "I'm just passing by. I'm here to watch the commotion. What right do you have to arrest me? Let me go." Just then, Li Jingqing emerged from the internet cafe, escorting the scarred man in handcuffs. Zhang He looked up and met Li Jingqing's icy, unyielding gaze. In the depths of despair, a ray of light seemed to pierce through. "It's Jingqing, one of us. How could he be here?" "Right, he's the captain of the criminal investigation team. This is his jurisdiction." There was hope yet. Chapter 96, Go Tell the Police. Zhang He clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, instantly adopting a tone of false authority as he shouted at the plainclothes officer pinning him down. "Hey! Look closely. I'm Captain Li's relative. What are you waiting for? Let me go. You've got the wrong guy. You'll pay for this." The plainclothes officer paused, turning to look at Li Jingqing as he approached, his eyes filled with questions. He didn't move. He was waiting for the captain's orders. Li Jingqing's footsteps halted before Zhang He. He looked down at the man sprawled on the ground like a mangy dog, his eyes devoid of any warmth, a cold sneer curling his lips instead. "Third brother, what a coincidence. Not going home to sleep on a night like this, but running over here to watch the spectacle? Is this spectacle worth watching?" Zhang He failed to detect the icy chill in those words. A petty man like him could only use his pitiful intellect to speculate about others. In his mind, Li Jingqing was offering him a way out, saving face for a relative. Right. That's exactly it. He immediately seized the opportunity, plastering a fawning smile on his face as he chimed in, "Exactly, Jingqing. I was just passing by and heard all this clanging and banging. I was curious and came to take a look. Never imagined you were leading the investigation. You must be exhausted. Truly, you've worked so hard. Oh? Just looking?" Li Jingqing's smile turned colder. Without even glancing at Zhang He, he addressed all the officers directly, issuing his order in a tone that brooked no argument. "Pack it up. Take every single suspect and every single witness present here back to the station for questioning." "What? Take them all back to the station?" The smile froze on Zhang He's face as his mind went blank. He wasn't joking, he meant business. Back to the station? That was the last place he ever wanted to set foot in again. Last time he was locked up for 15 days, he felt like half his life had been drained away. This time it was mass brawling and intentional property damage. The charges could be serious. What if Scarface's crew couldn't hold out and ratted him out? He dared not think about it any further. A wave of overwhelming fear washed over him, drowning all rational thought. Forgetting all about saving face, he suddenly wrenched free from the plainclothes officer's grip, lunged forward, and clung desperately to Li Jingqing's pant leg. Jingqing, you can't do this." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he wailed, "I was just passing by. This has nothing to do with me. I'm your third brother. We're family. You can't arrest me. Let me go, I beg you, let me go." Li Jingqing stared down at the man at his feet, face smeared with snot and tears, utterly stripped of dignity, and felt his stomach churn violently. Is this what family means? A beast who would hire thugs to smash his own second brother's shop for 2,000 yuan, even if it meant hurting people. Did he even deserve to speak the word family? If he showed mercy and let Zhang He off today, tomorrow this madman would stab his sister's family with a knife. A man like this deserved to be sent to prison to work on sewing machines. Anything less would be a disgrace to the police uniform he wore. Li Jingqing's gaze grew colder. He lifted his foot, intending to shake this mangy dog off his pant leg. Just then, a clear, childish voice rang out from the alley entrance. Uncle San, you're putting on such a great performance. You should go win a Golden Horse Award. It'd be a waste of your talent otherwise. The voice wasn't loud, but it instantly pierced through Zhang Jigui's horse wails. Everyone, including Li Jingqing, instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Zhang He, standing quietly beneath the street lamp at the alley entrance. His small face showed no trace of fear, not even a flicker of emotion. Those dark, bright eyes calmly watched Zhang Jigui sprawled on the ground, a hint of playful amusement in them, like a cat toying with a mouse. In his hand, he held a VCD disc. In the year 2000, this thing was as common as could be. The moment Zhang Jigui saw Zhang He, his entire body froze. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be scared out of his wits by those thugs? How dare he show his face? A chill more bone-piercing than when he'd been caught by the police surged through him. An utterly absurd thought exploded in his mind. Xiao He? Li Jingqing froze too, then frowned. How did you get out? It's dangerous here. Go back. Uncle, don't worry. Zhang He waved the disc in his hand. Under the light, it reflected rainbow like halos. I brought you something good. You need both witnesses and evidence to convict someone, right? He shuffled over with his short legs, step by step, until he reached Li Jingqing and handed him the VCD disc. This is footage from our internet cafe's newly upgraded high-definition camera. It captures everything from 8:30 p.m. until you broke down the door, not a single second missed. He didn't look at Li Jingqing, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhang Jigui on the floor, the curve of his lips growing wider. It clearly shows how Uncle San you were lurking suspiciously at the alley entrance, peering around, and how you signaled to that scarred guy to lead his men inside. Zhang paused briefly, his voice dropping even lower yet becoming clearer. Oh, and there's another particularly brilliant bit. Amidst the chaos, you slipped in unnoticed, grabbed a keyboard, and smashed a brand new flat-screen monitor to pieces. That look on your face, well, it was both savage and exhilarated. Third uncle, caught red-handed with the evidence, and now you're claiming you were just passing by to watch the spectacle? The words hit Zhang Jigui like a bolt of lightning, his brain instantly crashing. The next moment, as if struck by sudden realization, the veins on his forehead bulged. He knew. He understood everything. What bold coincidence. What bad luck running into the cops. This had been a setup from the very beginning. A trap meticulously woven by this 7-year-old little bastard. From the moment he sought out Zhang Jifu, or perhaps even earlier, every single one of his moves had been calculated by this little devil. He deliberately made him think they were defenseless, then brought in the cops to wait here all just to watch him crawl into the trap he'd set like a dog. Overwhelming humiliation and rage at being toyed with instantly crushed his fear. Zhang Jigui leapt to his feet, eyes bloodshot, face contorted as he pointed at Zhang He, letting out a beastly growl. It was you! You little bastard! You set me up! You're not human! You're a devil! I'm your own uncle! How dare you treat me this way? How dare you? Zhang He watched his furious outburst, not angered but amused. That smile, pure and radiant, sent a chill down one's spine. Uncle San, isn't it a bit too late for you to finally realize this? He tilted his head, spread his small hands wide, and wore an expression of utter innocence. Save whatever you have to say for the police officers. Chapter 97, He wasn't the mastermind. Those words became the final straw that broke Zhang Jigui. Take them all away. Li Jingqing hesitated no longer, giving the order. Two plainclothes officers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, pinning Zhang Jigui and dragging him toward the police van. Scarface and the dozen or so thugs followed, heads bowed in defeat, one after another. The wail of sirens pierced the night sky once more, and the alley finally fell silent. The interrogation room at the municipal bureau felt even colder than the midnight alley. A harsh incandescent bulb hung overhead, casting shadows nowhere to hide. Li Jingqing sat behind the interrogation desk, his face as cold as iron. He said nothing, merely pressing play on the small television set on the desk. The VCD footage began playing on the screen. The images were frighteningly clear. Zhang Jigui's furtive movements at the alley entrance, his gestures toward the scarred man, and the savage destruction of the display screen after blending into the crowd, every frame was crystal clear. Beside the screen lay stacks of freshly typed confessions. Scarface's crew had long since sold Zhang Jigui out to the hilt in hopes of leniency. It was him. This Zhang Jigui. He gave me 2,000 yuan to bring people to smash the shop. He said his big brother would cover the damages and the police wouldn't get involved. He said he had a grudge against the shop owner and told us to smash the place to pieces and beat the owner up while we're at it. Irrefutable evidence. Zhang Jigui stared at his own image on the screen, trembling uncontrollably as the recorded confession played in his ear. He knew he was finished. Gathering a mob to fight, intentionally damaging property, and causing bodily harm, these multiple offenses combined would mean at least 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. His life was over. No, he wouldn't go to prison. He'd rather die than go to prison. The instinct to survive sent his selfish mind into overdrive. He wasn't the mastermind. Right, he wasn't the mastermind. He was just hired to do a job. If he could shift the blame, he could be considered an accomplice, and accomplices don't get such harsh sentences. A name instantly sprang to mind. Big Brother Zhang He. Yes. It was him. He was the only one who, like himself, couldn't stand seeing the second brother's family prosper. The idea this time had been hinted at in his words. Though he hadn't said it outright, it had to be him. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Zhang He suddenly lunged toward the interrogation table, sobbing uncontrollably as he cried out, "Captain Li! Jing Chang! I'll tell you everything. The real mastermind isn't me, it's my older brother. Zhang He. It was him. He's always been jealous of the second brother's family making money with their internet cafe. He told me we couldn't let the second brother's family keep living so comfortably. He hinted for me to find someone to teach them a lesson. I was just momentarily confused. He used me as his pawn. Please, arrest him. He's the mastermind." At 2 in the morning, Zhang Jifu's door was pounded on with deafening force. He was deep in a sweet dream, dreaming of Zhang Jiping's internet cafe going bankrupt, of him snatching it up at a bargain price, becoming a big boss, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But when he opened the door, he was met with several expressionless faces and a cold summons. "Officer, you must have the wrong person. I'm a law-abiding citizen." When Zhang Jifu was led into the interrogation room and saw his own brother, Zhang Jigui, sitting across from him, crying his eyes out and wildly accusing him, he was completely stunned. After hearing Li Jingqing's brief summary of the case and Zhang Jigui's accusations, that dazed confusion instantly turned into a raging inferno of fury. This idiot! This useless good-for-nothing who can't accomplish anything but only messes things up. He's courting death and dragging me down with him? True, he had hinted at the idea to Zhang Jigui, but he never actually told him to go smash the store. But now, being summoned by the police for questioning if word of this got back to the factory, or reached the ears of neighbors and acquaintances, where would his face be? How could he ever show his face again? His entire reputation, ruined by this gambling brat of a brother. Zhang Jigui. Uing slanderer. Zhang Jifu trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Jigui as he shouted, "When did I ever tell you to smash the shop? You gambling addict! You racked up a mountain of debt and now you want to steal money? And you're trying to pin it on me? Big brother! You can't deny it. You clearly." Watching the brothers tear each other apart like dogs, Li Jingqing's eyes held nothing but disgust. He tapped the table, coldly interrupting their quarrel. "Whether it happened or not, we'll investigate thoroughly. But until we do, neither of you is going anywhere." One sentence plunged the two men, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, into an icy abyss. Zhang Jifu completely broke down. The thought of his ruined reputation, the impending disciplinary action, and the stares of others filled him with regret, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Jigui, meeting his elder brother's gaze that seemed to want to devour him, and contemplating the impending prison sentence, collapsed into his chair, trembling and reeking of fear. They both regretted it. Their regret wasn't about betraying their own brother, but about how foolish they had been, how they could have been so easily manipulated by a mere 7-year-old child. By the time Zhang He returned home, it was already the wee hours of the morning. The house was brightly lit. Li Sufang held a bottle of red medicine, carefully wiping the bruises on Zhang Jiping's arm as tears fell one by one. "What possessed you to charge at him like that? What if that club had struck your head? How could we live with ourselves?" Zhang Jiping grimaced in pain but still mumbled innocently, "How could I just watch them beat up our son's hard work?" Before he could finish, he spotted Zhang He standing in the doorway. His expression instantly grew complex. There was fear, there was heartache, but more than anything, there was an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. Everything that had happened tonight was beyond the comprehension of this honest laborer. His son, that 7-year-old child, had commanded the ambush with the calmness of a general. He had stared down those thugs, even his own uncle, with eyes devoid of fear, filled only with cold calculation. Was this really his son? His son, who used to play marbles and watch cartoons, when had he become like this? His heart skipped a beat. Zhang He ignored the complex looks from his parents and walked straight into his small room, closing the door behind him. From beneath his bed, he dragged out a box. Inside lay another VCR and an identical black VHS tape. Before handing the original tape to Li Jingqing, he had used both VCRs to make a duplicate copy. He inserted the tape into the machine, plugged in his headphones, and began watching and editing frame by frame. Fast forward, rewind, pause. Those small hands moved with startling dexterity across the remote control, its complex array of buttons. Chapter 98, Unconscionable. He cut out the thug's pathetic scramble for cover after the police breached the door, retaining only Scarface's vicious rant about smashing this crappy internet cafe to pieces. He zoomed in on the moment Zhang Jiping was knocked down by a club. He froze the image for 5 seconds on Zhang Jigui's face, twisted with excitement, hidden behind the crowd. Finally, the frame froze on Zhang Jigui picking up the club and smashing it into the monitor with his own hands, a savage moment accompanied by the jarring crack of shattering glass from the videotape. Perfect. This was a blood-soaked, tear-filled indictment powerful enough to ignite the entire city. Early the next morning, Zhang He slipped a few coins into the payphone at the street corner. He dialed the number for the crime desk at the Magic City Morning News. "Get old gun." His voice, distorted by the phone line's static, betrayed no age. "Juan's in a meeting." "Who's this?" "Tell him I have an exclusive scoop on criminal gangs colluding with relatives to vandalize the heroic youth internet cafe complete with video evidence. If he's not interested, I'm calling Shinmin Evening News right now." There was a 3-second silence on the other end. "Don't hang up. I'll get reporter Wang right away." 5 minutes later, a hoarse, impatient voice came through. "Who is this? What kind of nonsense are you spouting this early in the morning? Heroic youth? Put." Zhang He chuckled. True to his reputation as the notorious troublemaker of Shanghai's news scene, a tough nut who never gives anyone face, an old-school curmudgeon. But he knew that people like this often possess the strongest sense of justice and the sharpest journalistic instincts. South City University Town, Higuang Internet Cafe, 9 p.m. last night. A videotape. In half an hour, it will be placed on top of the third trash bin outside your newspaper office. Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, Zhang He hung up. Half an hour later, a man in a jacket, hair disheveled, cigarette dangling from his mouth, emerged from the Metropolis Morning Post building with a skeptical look. He headed straight for the trash bins at the entrance. When he lifted the tape tightly wrapped in brown paper, his expression changed. That afternoon, the extra printed evening edition of the Magic City Morning Post exploded like a bomb across the entire city. The front page headline, in the largest bold typeface, screamed a shocking title. "Where is justice? Where is heaven's will? Criminal gang vandalizes legitimate internet cafe in broad daylight, mastermind revealed as owner's own uncle." The subheading was even more sensational. A 7-year-old genius's dream of a business empire nearly smashed by his own flesh and blood. In the report, Old Cannon used his signature scathing style to paint a vivid picture of the incident. The heavily pixelated screenshots, copied from surveillance footage, sent a chill down the spine of every reader. Blurred figures, a flailing club, a shattered screen, and the distorted, snarling profile of a man. Though the images were blurred, the raw brutality and malice emanating from them were crystal clear. The entire metropolis was in an uproar. Holy! Is this even human? An uncle harming his own nephew? A 7-year-old child? What kind of deep-seated hatred, what kind of black heart, could commit such a heinous act? Severe punishment. Must be severely punished. Shouldn't this scum of society be executed to keep the new year festive? On buses, in alleyways, at workplaces, everyone who saw the newspaper was buzzing with outrage. Public opinion has completely shifted in favor of that young hero, whom no one had ever met, and his Higuang Internet Cafe. Overnight, Higuang Internet Cafe transformed from an ordinary establishment into the city's focal point, a symbol of lawful operation and defiance against tyranny. The torrent of public opinion ultimately tipped the scales of justice. Scarface and his gang were convicted of multiple offenses, picking quarrels and provoking trouble, intentional destruction of property, and mass brawling, with the ringleader receiving a 7-year sentence. As the mastermind, Zhang Jigui's actions were even more egregious, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. When the judge pronounced the sentence, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed in the defendant's dock. As for Zhang Jifu, though not directly involved, his acts of instigation and funding were also substantiated. He received 15 days of administrative detention and a hefty fine. Upon his release from detention, the entrance to his Jifu supermarket was already covered in spit from neighbors. Forget business, he didn't even dare step outside. One brother was behind bars, the other ruined. The flames of jealousy they ignited ultimately consumed only themselves. The farce of the Zhang Jigui brothers came to a close with the court's verdict, while the legend of the Higuang Internet Cafe was just beginning. In just 3 days, the Internet Cafe, once smashed to pieces, was transformed beyond recognition. Brand new CRT monitors, gleaming white keyboards, and roller mice adorned the space, even the walls freshly painted. A massive red banner hung at the entrance, emblazoned with bold yellow characters, warmly celebrating the grand reopening of Higuang Internet Cafe. Thanking all for their support. 20% off everything. The news sent shockwaves through the entire university town. On opening day, the Internet Cafe was packed to the rafters. Half the crowd were cash-strapped students drawn by the discount, while the other half were pure spectators. They weren't here to surf the web, they were on a pilgrimage. Right here. This is the spot. The papers said that guy with the scarred face, that's where he got kicked down. See that corner computer? Rumor has it that's the 7-year-old owner's personal throne. Damn impressive. This internet cafe has become the flagship spot in our southern district. Business has more than doubled since the incident. Before, people came looking for computers. Now, there aren't enough computers to go around. In the corner of the internet cafe, Lao Pao, Mouse, Crazy, and Glasses sat fidgeting. On the table before them lay the commendation banner for acts of bravery and a 1,000 yuan reward, just delivered by the police station. For men who'd spent half their lives scraping by on society's fringes stared at the bright red banner, their own eyes welling up. For the first time in over 30 years, they weren't being singled out for fighting, but honored for doing good deeds. The feeling was thrilling yet unfamiliar, tinged with a strange warmth. Damn, Lao Pao murmured, his voice catching as he ran his fingers over the smooth silk fabric. This makes my whole life worth it. Lao Lao sniffed back tears, grabbed a bottle of ice-cold Jianlibo, and chugged a mouthful, trying to drown the bitter taste rising in his throat. Just then, a small figure pushed through the noisy crowd and approached them. It was Zhang He. The noisy internet cafe fell silent as if someone had pressed mute, all eyes fixated on the 7-year-old boss. Brother Cannon, Brother Mouse, Brother Madman, Brother Glasses. Zhang He bowed solemnly to the 4 of them. Thanks for that day, he said. Lao Pao and the others were startled, quickly standing up and fumbling to help him up. Hey! Brother He, what are you doing? No, you mustn't. Yeah, we didn't do much, just couldn't stand seeing those jerks bully people. Chapter 99, I'll bear the remaining storms. Zhang He straightened up, saying nothing more. He gave his father behind him a meaningful glance. Zhang Jiping stepped forward carrying a black plastic bag. He pulled out 4 thick manila envelopes and placed them one by one on the table in front of the 4 men. The sheer thickness of the envelopes made all 4 of them blink in surprise. What's this for? Lao Pao's face instantly darkened. Without a second thought, he pushed the envelopes back, his voice hardening. Brother He, are you looking down on us? We already felt the bonus money was too hot to handle the day. We certainly can't accept your money. That's right, we can't take it. Lao Zi followed suit, pushing the money back. We helped you not for the money. They were hustlers, old-timers, but they had their own rules and principles. Accepting payment for an act of bravery would completely change its meaning. Zhang He looked at them, neither angry nor insistent, just watching quietly. His gaze was serene, yet possessed an uncanny penetrating quality that sent shivers down the spines of the seasoned tough guys. This isn't payment. Zhang He finally spoke, his voice quiet yet resonant. This is respect. You bled for my internet cafe. You shielded my father from that club. This money you're not accepting it for yourselves. You're accepting it for me, Zhang He, to give my parents peace of mind. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 men. If you refuse it, you're slapping me in the face. You're slapping my parents in the face. After that, I, Zhang He, won't have the face to hang around in South City anymore. And this internet cafe? It'll be shut down. Those words were too heavy. Lao Pao and the others paled. They wanted to protest, but not a word came out. This kid? He's no 7-year-old. His way with words, his skill at manipulating hearts, he's a seasoned veteran. Li Sufang stepped forward, her eyes reddened, clutching Lao Pao's arm, her voice trembling. Brothers, please listen to Xiao He. Take it. If it weren't for you that day, I can't bear to think what would have happened to my husband, old Zhang. This is our heartfelt offering. If you refuse, we'll never find peace in our hearts. Zhang Jiping said nothing, only gave a heavy nod. He pulled out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each of the 4 men. A bow, a few words, a pair of parents' tears, a cigarette offered. Refusal was no longer an option. Lao Pao stared at the envelope on the table, then met Zhang He's unwavering gaze. Finally, with a long sigh of resignation, he tucked the envelope into his coat pocket. He felt its weight in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he croaked, all right. Brother He, you're one friend we're sticking with. From now on in this part of the city, if anyone dares lay a finger on you, they'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The crowd dispersed as night deepened. Back home, Li Sufang counted today's internet cafe takings, unable to suppress her smile. Old Zhang, look at this. Just today, we've nearly made as much as your half-month's wages before. Zhang Jiping sat on a small stool, puffing on his cigarette one drag at a time. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze settled on his son, who was bent over the table doing homework. Pride. Unparalleled pride. Before, he had only hoped his son would grow up safe and healthy. But now, he realized his son was a dragon in hiding. This small university town couldn't hold him back. That composure, that strategic calculation, that ability to leverage momentum to turn the tables with a flick of the wrist left his father feeling inadequate, even baffled. Zhang He finished writing the last character, set down his pencil, and turned around. Dad, Mom, I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Zhang Jiping stubbed out his cigarette. You've seen how well the internet cafe is doing. It'll only get better. You're getting older, no need to work yourselves so hard anymore. Zhang He looked at them earnestly. What I mean is, you two should stop coming to the shop. Retire. Stay home and rest. I plan to hire a professional manager to run the internet cafe. No way. The words barely left his mouth before Li Sufang and Zhang Jiping shouted in unison. Retire? How old do you think your father and I are? Li Sufang reacted most fiercely, jumping to her feet. You worked so hard to build that internet cafe. I won't feel at ease handing it over to outsiders. What if they take advantage of us? Zhang Jiping also frowned sternly. Your mother's right. Family businesses need family oversight. I have to go to keep an eye on things for you. Here we go again. Zhang He sighed inwardly. He knew his parents meant well. It was the purest, most uncomplicated love for their son. But it was precisely this love that became his greatest vulnerability. The incident with Uncle San was a bloody lesson. If enemies couldn't defeat him head-on, they would strike at those he cherished most. His parents spending their days in crowded, bustling internet cafes was a massive security risk. He couldn't let this happen again. Zhang He fell silent. He didn't argue, only gazed at his parents with those clear, deep eyes. In those eyes, there was no childish stubbornness, only a heavy weight of worry. Under their son's gaze, the couple felt uneasy, and the stubbornness they'd felt moments before slowly faded. Suddenly, they understood, their son wasn't resentful of their presence, he genuinely feared for their safety. Sigh. Li Sufang softened first, sitting back down on the bedside with a gentler tone. Son, I know you mean well. But your father and I are both born to toil. We've lived in poverty and hardship our entire lives. If you expect us to sit at home doing nothing day after day, it would be worse than death for us. Zhang He knew that with parents who'd never known comfort in their lives, force wouldn't work, gentle persuasion was needed. Seeing her son fall silent, Li Sufang began pondering aloud, how about this? We won't manage the internet cafe anymore, we'll let the people you hired handle it. But your father and I want to rent a small shop next door and open a little convenience store. Her eyes grew brighter as she spoke. Sell cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, instant noodles, sausages. It wouldn't be tiring, would give us something to do, and we could keep an eye on the internet cafe for you. What do you think? At these words, a faint smile finally touched Zhang He's lips. This was exactly the outcome he'd hoped for. Keeping parents away from the eye of the storm while giving them something to do, so they can rest easy. Alright, that's perfect. He stood up and walked over to his parents, his small face beaming with determination. Not just okay, we'll make it the best possible. I'll cover the costs, source the supplies, and guarantee it'll be the cheapest and most well-stocked convenience store in the entire university town. Seeing the excitement flush their faces, he silently added in his mind. Dad, Mom, you two just enjoy your golden years. I'll shoulder all the storms ahead. Chapter 100, The Sin. Just as the storm at home had calmed, good news arrived from the hospital. Is this Mrs. Wu's family? The elderly patient is recovering well. All her vital signs are normal. She can be discharged tomorrow. Ah. Good. Good. Zhang Jiping hung up the phone, his eyes red with emotion. What tremendous news! Zhang He put down his book, a rare look of relief spreading across his face. He picked up the phone and dialed his uncle Li Jingqing's number. Uncle, Grandma's being discharged tomorrow. Could you drive over to pick us up? The next day, a black Santana 2000 pulled up outside Shanghai First People's Hospital, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. These days, such a car wasn't something just anyone could afford. Though still somewhat frail, the old lady was full of spirit. Gazing at the long mist blue sky and white clouds, she exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The air outside is just so much better. Li Sufang carefully supported her. Mom, take it slow. Zhang He opened the back door. Grandma, get in the car. Let's go home. Wu Xiaozhen was surrounded by the group, showered with affectionate inquiries. Her weathered face broke into a radiant smile. She looked at each person in the car. Her son was honest, her daughter-in-law was filial, her nephew was capable, and especially her precious grandson, Zhang He had a sharp and clever look about him. How wonderful. To be alive, it's truly wonderful. Soon, the Santana entered an upscale residential complex whose gates alone hinted at its high price tag. The security guard in the booth, dressed in a crisp uniform, saluted smartly as the car approached and lowered the barrier. The car came to a smooth stop beneath a gleaming new high-rise apartment building. Li Jingqing turned off the engine. Step out, auntie. We're home. Wu Xiaozhen stared at the imposing building before her, at least 20 stories tall, and was completely dumbfounded. Home? She had lived her entire life in low, damp tenement buildings. The tallest structure she had ever seen was the inpatient ward of the First People's Hospital. This is home? Her heart pounded wildly as she followed the others into the lobby, stepping into the elevator and watching the numbers climb upward. A ding sounded as the elevator doors opened. Zhang Jiping pulled out his keys and unlocked the door directly opposite the elevator. Mom, come in. The moment the door opened, Wu Xiaozhen stood frozen in the doorway, unable to take another step. A spacious, bright living room with polished wooden floors, a brand new sectional sofa, and a large color TV hanging on the wall, the kind she'd only seen in department stores. Adjacent was the dining area, and further inside were doors leading to several bedrooms. This wasn't a home, it was the kind of place you saw in magazines or on TV. The old woman's first reaction wasn't delight, but terror. She grabbed her son's arm, her voice trembling. Ziping. What on earth is going on? Have you done something illegal? This reaction was exactly what Zhang He had anticipated. For the older generation, wealth beyond comprehension immediately raises suspicions of illicit origins. Li Sufang quickly helped her mother-in-law to the sofa. Mom, what are you thinking? Li Sufang felt both amused and heartbroken. Don't worry, this house was bought with money Shoha earned himself. Wu Xiaozhen's eyes widened instantly, staring at her grandson standing nearby in disbelief. What? Xiaohe bought it? During her hospital stay, she had indeed heard bits and pieces from her daughter-in-law about how Xiaohe was smart, had opened some kind of internet cafe, and made some money. Even the hundreds of thousands of yuan for her surgery had been paid by her grandson. But what she thought of as earning some money was, at most, a few tens of thousands, nothing extraordinary. In her mind, the hundreds of thousands needed for surgery meant her grandson had emptied the family savings. But now, buying such a large apartment in the heart of this expensive metropolis? How much could that possibly cost? The old lady felt her mind was completely overwhelmed. Zhang He watched his mother's stunned expression and smiled with simple honesty, his face radiating uncontrollable pride. Mom, it's true. All thanks to your son's abilities. Li Jingqing approached, poured the old lady a cup of hot water, and chimed in with a smile. Auntie, let me tell you, don't underestimate Xiaohe. He's a big boss running major ventures now. Our whole family is living in luxury thanks to him. Everyone's words washed over Wu Xiaozhen's understanding. She stared blankly at Zhang He. An indescribable pride welled up from the deepest part of her heart. Good boy, my good grandson. She pulled Zhang He tightly into her arms. Grandma, I'm so blessed to have you. Held in his grandmother's arms, Zhang He felt warmth welling up in his own eyes. The stark contrast between his grandmother's cold body in his past life and her warm embrace now was striking. He gently patted her back. Wu Xiaozhen's emotions gradually calmed as she curiously surveyed her new home. Her gaze happened to fall upon a folded newspaper resting on the coffee table. She picked it up casually, intending to read the news. But when she unfolded it, she froze instantly. It was a black and white photograph showing two people being escorted by police. The image was somewhat blurred, but those two faces, how could she possibly mistake them? Driven by greed for family assets, two uncles hired thugs to vandalize their nephew's business. Both brothers now face severe punishment. What was going on? Wu Xiaozhen lifted her head, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Jing Chang, is what the newspaper says true? The warm, harmonious atmosphere in the living room froze instantly. What was bound to happen eventually did. Zhang He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. His gaze instinctively fell upon his son, Zhang He. Zhang He met his father's gaze and gave a slight nod. With his son's encouragement, Zhang He approached his mother, crouched down beside her, and spoke in a low voice. Mom, it's true. My eldest brother and third brother, they. He paused. Xiaohe opened an internet cafe, and business was booming. They grew jealous. First, they undercut our prices to lure customers. When that didn't work, they in the dead of night cut our internet cables. When they realized they couldn't destroy our business, they actually hired some street thugs. Armed with steel pipes and machetes, they went to smash the shop. They didn't just want to wreck the place, they wanted to take Xiaohe's life. Hearing this, the old woman's entire body shook violently, her face turning instantly ashen. What wickedness! The old woman suddenly let out a piercing wail, raising her hands to pound her chest over and over. How could my Zhang family have produced these two beasts? Beasts? They're my own brothers. My own nephews. How could they raise their hands against their own flesh and blood? Heaven, open your eyes and see. Tears streamed down like beads from a broken string, rolling from the corners of her wrinkled eyes. This pain surpassed the agony of lying in a hospital bed awaiting death. That was physical torment, this was a torment of the soul. Chapter 101, One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Grandma, please calm down, you've only just recovered. Zhang He hurried forward, grabbing Grandma's hand as she pounded her chest and gently helped her smooth the chi along her back. He looked up at Grandma, his voice soft yet radiating a reassuring strength. Grandma, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. I knew they'd resort to desperate measures, so I prepared in advance. An uncle arrived with reinforcements just in time. Those thugs were rounded up the moment they burst in. Neither first uncle nor third uncle could escape. Wu Xiaozhen gasped for breath, clutching her grandson's arm tightly with her free hand as she scrutinized him from head to toe, as if to confirm he truly was unharmed. Endless dread washed over her. My God! If it weren't for Xiaohe's quick thinking, if it weren't for Jingqing's capable assistance, I can't bear to imagine the consequences. I can't bear to imagine it. The mere thought of her grandson surrounded by those knife-wielding thugs made her heart ache as if it would split apart. Mom, don't dwell on it, Zhang He urged, his eyes reddened. Big brother and third brother are beyond redemption. How many despicable things have they done over the years? This time, they've driven themselves into a dead end. Li Sufang, watching her mother-in-law's anguish, felt her own heartache. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but interject. Mom, that may be true, but they'll eventually come out of prison. When that happens, this will be a disaster. Her words struck a nerve with everyone present. Yes, blood is thicker than water. But this bond had rotted, now oozing poison. Zhang He instinctively ducked behind Li Sufang, his face etched with childlike fear. Mom, I'm scared. What if they come back to get us when they're out? That single sentence became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wu Xiaozhen's body trembled. She snapped her head up, her gaze sweeping over everything before her. This new home full of hope, her honest and filial second son, her kind and thoughtful daughter-in-law, and her most precious grandson, the most outstanding child in the world, whom she cherished as if he were made of delicate porcelain. Then she thought of those two faces in the newspaper that had brought her shame, those two wicked sons who would destroy everything in their hearts. On one side lay paradise, on the other, hell. One side held the family's hope, the other, its disgrace. The old lady's mind was made up. All the sorrow faded from her cloudy eyes, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. The family must be cleansed. Zhang He saw the change in his grandmother's eyes and understood. It worked. All the scheming to persuade his parents and acting alongside her in this charade had not been in vain. To deal with someone so deeply entrenched in old-fashioned thinking, one must use the most traditional methods to utterly shatter the last shred of illusion she harbored about those two sons. Zeeping. Wu Xiuzhen's voice suddenly boomed with unexpected volume and resonance. You. Return to the ancestral home immediately. Notify every Zhang relative, near and far, that a meeting will be held at the ancestral hall tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Tell them it is Wu Xiuzhen who commands it. Whoever fails to attend shall never set foot in the Zhang family again. A meeting at the ancestral hall? Zhang Jiping froze. In the Zhang family, the ancestral hall was only used when deciding matters of utmost importance. He instantly understood his mother's resolve. The next day, the Zhang family ancestral hall in Zhangjia village was packed inside and out. Nearly every relative and distant connection of the Zhang family had gathered. They whispered and murmured among themselves. Hey, have you heard? That Zhang Jiping from the second brother's family made a fortune in the Magic City. You bet. I heard the eldest and third sons got arrested for some crime, it was even in the papers. Is that true? What's going on? Why did they call us all here? Shoo, quiet. The old lady's coming. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Wu Xiuzhen wore a new dark-colored outfit, her hair combed immaculately. Supported by Zhang Jiping, she walked straight to the center of the ancestral hall. All the clamor instantly died down. Dozens of gazes turned simultaneously to the eldest surviving matriarch of the Zhang family. Today, everyone was gathered for one purpose, to purge the family. Cleaning house. In a place like Zhangjia village, where traditional values ran deep, these 4 words carried immense weight. I, Wu Xiuzhen, or 3 sons in my lifetime. I ask myself, have I ever failed any of them? For my eldest, Zhang Jifu, I built a house and found him a wife. As for my youngest, Zhang Jigui, how many troubles did he cause growing up? How many times did I clean up after him? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with resentment. But what about them? How did they repay me? That third son, Zhang Jigui. A gambler since childhood. He gambled away our family savings, mortgaged our fields to pay debts. I thought him good for nothing, but never imagined he'd be rotten to the core. To steal his own nephew's business, he colluded with thugs from outside the village armed with steel pipes and machetes to smash the shop. To take the life of a 7-year-old child. Whoa! The crowd erupted in an instant. Though rumors had circulated, hearing it directly from the old woman's mouth carried a completely different impact. Good heavens, they actually use knives? Zhang Jigui is utterly despicable. Attacking a child. Wu Xiuzhen paid no heed to the murmurs around her. And then there's the eldest, Zhang Jifu. As the firstborn, instead of stopping him, he fanned the flames out of jealousy. He stood by and watched his own brother harm his own nephew. Is that how an elder brother behaves? He's nothing but an accomplice. A beast who wishes his own brother's family ruin and death. By the ancestors of the Zhang family. How could I, Wu Xiuzhen, have given birth to these 2 unfilial, disloyal, unrighteous creatures? They've brought utter shame upon our Zhang family. The old matriarch, overcome with emotion, slammed her fist on the octagonal table before her, causing the teacups to jump. Everyone was stunned by the force of her outburst. Zhang Jiping and his wife stood nearby, their eyes reddened. Zhang Jiping clenched his fists tightly, while Li Sufang bit her lip hard to stifle her sobs. This was the pent-up resentment and rage they had harbored for so long. Today, their mother-in-law had roared it all out for them. After the tirade, Wu Xiuzhen drew a deep breath. The grief and indignation in her eyes gradually settled, transforming into a resolute determination. What she said next was the real climax of the day. One bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. The Zhang family cannot be utterly destroyed by these 2 beasts. To prevent them from ever harming our law-abiding family again, and to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Zhang family. Wu Xiuzhen paused, surveying the room, then declared word by word, I, Wu Xiuzhen, as the eldest living member of the Zhang family, hereby declare before our ancestors and the entire clan. Chapter 102, The Opening of Heguang Supermarket. The lineage of my second son, Zhang Jiping, shall be severed from the Zhang family genealogy. Henceforth, Zhang Jiping, Li Sufang, and Zhang He shall establish their own household. The honor, disgrace, prosperity, and decline of their family shall have no connection whatsoever with the Zhang Jifu and Zhang Jigui branches. Our main Zhang family shall have no further ties to them. May our ancestors bear witness, all ties severed. These words left everyone in the ancestral hall stunned. Family divisions were common, but to be directly expunged from the genealogy? This was unheard of. This was essentially Wu Xiaojun personally expelling her most accomplished second son's family. No, wait. The crowd quickly realized. This wasn't expulsion, it was protection. It was a complete severing of any possibility for those good-for-nothings Zhang Jifu and Zhang Jigui to continue leeching, harassing, or seeking revenge. The old lady had used the harshest means to grant the second son's family peace. Too ruthless. Everyone stared at Wu Xiaojun, their eyes filled not only with awe but now tinged with fear. This elderly woman, who usually appeared kind-hearted, harbored such thunderous tactics within her. Amid the crowd, one of Zhang Jifu's brothers-in-law, relying on his outsider status, hesitated for a long while before finally stepping forward. Auntie, don't you think this is a bit too extreme? Jifu and Jigui did wrong, but they're still family. Blood is thicker than water. What will the villagers think of us now? Wu Xiaojun shot him a cold glance. Family? She laughed, her voice dripping with scorn. When Zhang Jigui wielded a knife and led men to attack Showa, did he think of family ties then? When Zhang Jigui, his own brother, grew envious of his fortune and urged him to commit crimes, did he think of family? Now you talk to me about family? Too late. The old woman stepped forward, her presence commanding. Let me tell you this. If any of you think I've gone too far, if any of you still want to be family with those two beasts, fine. Step forward now. I'll strike your names from the family registry too, so you can join them in prison and claim kinship there. The brother-in-law flushed crimson, his mouth agape but no words coming out. He slunk back into the crowd, tail between his legs. The other relatives, who had been itching to speak up in defense, instantly fell silent, burying their heads lower than anyone else's. Are you kidding? Who in their right mind would want to be lumped together with a murderer? Besides, anyone can see that the Zhang family is now riding high. Wouldn't offending them just be asking for trouble? Seeing no further objections, Wu Xiaojun turned away expressionless. Bring the genealogy book and writing implements. An elderly clan member shakily carried over a thick, heavy volume. Its pages were yellowed, the edges worn and frayed, the Zhang family genealogy. Someone nearby had already ground the ink. Wu Xiaojun took a brush, dipped it generously in ink, and without hesitation. She flipped to the page recording the Ping generation of her sons and found Zhang Jiping's name. Everyone in the ancestral hall held their breath, watching her stroke the brush. Instead of crossing out Zhang Jiping's name, she wrote 5 words beside it in bold, forceful small characters. Taking his son, establishing a new household. Finally, she signed her own name and the date beneath. With the stroke of her brush, everything was settled. In that instant, Zhang Jiping felt the invisible shackles that had weighed him down for decades shatter with a thunderous crack. He glanced at his wife, Li Sufang, beside him and saw in her eyes a profound sense of relief. From that day forward, they would no longer have to worry about the messes those two brothers created, nor would they ever again be burdened by their endless demands and leeching. They were free. Zhang He silently stepped forward, gently supporting their grandmother's arms. He could feel her body trembling slightly, the release of exhaustion after accomplishing a monumental task. He lifted his head to meet her steadfast gaze, his own eyes serene. All of this had been within his expectations. In fact, it was the very outcome he had orchestrated. Only by severing the rotten chains of clan ties could their family ship set sail unburdened, heading toward the vast expanse of the starry seas. Today, he had achieved it. From now on, the sky was wide open for the birds to fly. 15 days later, the detention center's iron gate clanged open. Zhang Jifu emerged, hands tucked into his pockets, head bowed. The sunlight stung his eyes, blinding him momentarily. 15 days of confinement had left him gaunt, his sunken eyes and sallow complexion betraying his emaciated frame. He didn't go home. Instead, he walked straight to his Jifu supermarket. He pushed open the glass doors. Shelves were askew, and a thin layer of dust covered the floor. His wife, He Xiaomei, sat listlessly behind the cash register. When she saw him, she merely lifted her eyelids. Back already? Anyone come by today? Yeah, He Xiaomei rolled her eyes, cracking open sunflower seeds. 2 people came in, asked how much the soap cost, thought it was too expensive, and left. Zhang Jifu sat in the shop, from late morning until the sun dipped below the horizon. He watched people come and go outside the door, yet not a single one was willing to step inside. Why? He couldn't figure it out. It was just about finding someone to scare that little brat. They didn't actually do anything to him. The more Zhang Jifu thought about it, the deeper his resentment grew. Instead of reflecting on his own jealousy and inaction, he blamed all his misfortune on his second brother's family. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiping and his wife's Harmony supermarket opened right next to the internet cafe, bustling with business. Originally, Li Sufang had only wanted to open a small convenience store selling sodas and snacks. But Zhang He disagreed. He pulled out blueprints and persuaded his parents to lease the 2 storefronts next to the internet cafe, transforming them into a nearly 100 square meter community supermarket, quite substantial by the standards of the time. On opening day, the energetic young men from the internet cafe alone made multiple rounds of purchases. Owner, a cold Coke, please. Hey, boss lady, instant noodles with a sausage. Auntie, give me a pack of 555 cigarettes. Zhang Jiping bustled between shelves restocking, sweating buckets but grinning from ear to ear. Li Sufang stood at the register, tapping the beeping scanner and listening to the cash drawer spring open with a satisfying clink. She'd never felt so grounded in her life. Son, look at this business. It's booming. Li Sufang's eyes sparkled as she counted a thick stack of change that night. Zhang He merely smiled and handed his parents 2 bottles of Wah-Ha-Ad calcium milk. Dad, Mom, don't overwork yourselves. In a couple of days, we'll hire 2 store assistants to help. That night, Zhang Jifu and his wife returned home and whispered secrets in bed. He Xiaomei fiddled with her new bracelet, nudging her husband beside her. Hey, did you hear? Your second son opened another supermarket next to the internet cafe. TSK. They've made it big, but they look down on us poor relatives now. Her tone was dripping with bitterness. Chapter 103, Zhang He's countermeasure. What? They opened a supermarket too? Right next to the internet cafe? Zhang Jifu shot upright in bed at the news. That spot was less than a 10-minute walk from his own prosperity supermarket. His heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, ever since Guang's supermarket opened, his already struggling business had taken a further hit. Many of his former regular customers now preferred to walk a few extra steps to shop at Guang's supermarket instead. They were doing it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Just as Zhang Jifu was on the verge of losing his mind, what he thought was a turning point appeared. That day, a friend who also ran a supermarket came to visit him, his words dripping with pride. Old Zhang, last month I brought in a foreign investor from Hong Kong. They poured in 200,000 yuan. I've completely renovated the store and restocked everything. Business is booming beyond your wildest dreams. Foreign capital? Zhang Jifu's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly, his friend exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That's what people recognize nowadays. Hang a foreign brand name, sell some imported goods, even cheap stuff, and they'll think it's high-end. What's that called? Brand effect. One sentence awakened the dreamer. Zhang Jifu's dormant heart sprang back to life. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? That country bumpkin Zhang Jiping, what could his supermarket possibly sell? Nothing but domestic goods like Master Kong and Coca-Cola. If he opened a foreign-funded supermarket stocked with foreign brands, wouldn't that instantly outclass him? As the city folks say, it's a dimension-lowering strike. Zhang Jifu's eyes darted around as a plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He tapped into every connection he had, even offering hefty profits, and managed to connect with Price Home, a French discount supermarket brand eager to expand into smaller inland cities, targeting the mid to low-end market. Upon hearing he was willing to cede controlling stake, and after assessing the store location and surrounding consumer spending power, the other party quickly sealed the deal. He'd found a powerful ally. Zhang Jifu stared at the foreign signature on the contract, nearly laughing out loud with triumph. He could already picture Zhang Jiping's family kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Armed with the leverage to turn the tables, he sprang into action. Smash it all. Tear it down and rebuild. He spent the investors' money without a second thought, turning the entire Jifu supermarket inside out. The decor completely mimicked foreign hypermarkets' bright lights, brand new shelves. Simultaneously, he printed tens of thousands of flyers, hired people to distribute them citywide, and even rented a small truck equipped with a loudspeaker to broadcast opening announcements on repeat throughout the streets. Extra! Extra! French Puhue supermarket grand opening. All imported goods at shockingly low prices. Buy one, get one free. Spend 50 and enter our lucky draw. Prizes include VCD players and electric fans. The hype was deafening. Soon, the newly renovated Puhue supermarket opened amidst deafening firecrackers. The entrance was filled with celebratory flower baskets, and crowds of onlookers packed the street, blocking traffic. Inside the supermarket, the crowd was even denser. Zhang Jifu stood in his second-floor office, watching the frenzied shoppers below. A long-forgotten, savage grin spread across his face. Leveraging the substantial capital from foreign investors, he launched the most effective commercial tactic, dumping goods at rock-bottom prices. Exquisitely packaged imported chocolates, German beer, and American potato chips were priced even lower than their domestic counterparts. Not to mention the buy-one-get-one-free deals on shampoo and laundry detergent. Elderly shoppers pushed their carts, loading box after box as if the goods were free. The bustle of Guang's supermarket seemed to be abruptly severed by an invisible giant hand, as if snatched away from across the street. Where crowds thronged the day before, now only the hum of fluorescent lights filled the quiet space. Li Sufang wiped the already spotless cash register over and over with a rag, her eyes darting toward the door every so often. Zhang Jiping crouched before the shelves, silently rearranging the neglected instant noodles. Come closing time that evening, Li Sufang clutched the thin stack of change in her hand, counting it over and over 3 times. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. This is only a little over 100 yuan. She looked up at her son, sitting on a small stool, leisurely sipping Wah-Ha-Ad calcium milk. Hey! You gotta think of something. Zhang Jiping sighed. That Zhang Jifu, he's nothing but a beast. The imported beer he's selling is cheaper than the domestic beer we stock. This isn't doing business, it's outright throwing money at us to put us out of business. Zhang He slowly finished the last sip of milk before looking up. Mom, Dad, don't worry. He hopped off the stool, walked to the doorway, and gazed at the bright lights in the distance. Isn't this just the community supermarket version of the internet cash-burning wars from my past life? Using capital subsidies to wage price wars, it looks grand, but it's all just a bubble. That fool Zhang Jifu thinks he's latched onto some golden opportunity, but he's just cannon fodder for foreign brands expanding their market. Zhang He understood this perfectly well, but he knew telling his parents wouldn't make a difference. He turned and asked, Dad, are the people shopping at his store mostly old folks just looking for cheap deals? Zhang Jiping paused, then nodded. Yeah. I snuck over this afternoon. The ones scrambling for detergent and eggs? All familiar faces. They used to shop here. So they're buying things like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, or those fancy imported snacks? Exactly. Those kinds of things. Zhang He smiled. Exactly. His strategy has 4 fatal flaws. First, burning cash on subsidies. How long can he keep that up? Foreign capital doesn't grow on trees. Second, customers lured by low prices have no loyalty. They'll shop here today and head to cheaper places tomorrow. Third, those fancy imported goods, French cheese, Italian pasta, how many people around here eat that stuff daily? Once the novelty wears off, we'll keep buying. Fourth, and most crucially, he's fixated on just a few city streets, completely forgetting that the biggest market here is in the countryside. Li Sufan listened in a daze, stomping her feet in frustration. Oh, son. How am I supposed to understand all this? Just tell me, what should we do? Money. We're losing money every single day. Zhang He stepped between his parents, reaching out with his small hands to pat each of their arms. Dad, Mom, we're not going to compete with him selling snacks. We're switching lanes, we're going big. We're going to sell appliances. What? Appliances? Li Sufang's eyes widened in shock, her voice cracking. Son, you're not running a fever, are you? Televisions? Washing machines? Those are things that cost thousands, even tens of thousands. We're just a small supermarket selling those? Who would buy them here? Chapter 104, Trade In. Zhang Jiping nodded in agreement, shaking his head repeatedly. No way, no way. The capital investment is too huge. We can't afford the losses. Besides, people who want to buy appliances go to big department stores. Who would come to our little supermarket? Seeing his parents panic, Zhang He patiently explained. Mom, Dad, think about it. Now that everyone's living better, what big ticket items do they most want to add? Isn't it TVs, refrigerators, washing machines? That's true. Now think about this, domestic brands like Haier, Gree, and Little Swan, haven't their quality standards risen significantly? And their prices are far cheaper than Japanese brands like Sony and Panasonic. Their biggest headache now is how to get their products into rural areas. They have stores in big cities, but do they have outlets in towns or villages? That French supermarket owned by Zhang Jifu, no matter how fancy it's decorated, would he send a truck to deliver and install a washing machine in a village dozens of miles away? No way. His business model won't let him handle that dirty, hard work. But we can. These words instantly illuminated the dimmed hearts of Zhang Jiping and his wife. Exactly. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Zhang Jifu plays the high-end, trendy game, but most people still live down-to-earth lives focused on the basics of daily survival. His son Zhang Jiping's voice trembled slightly as he looked at his 7-year-old child. But how would we even connect with those big factories? Li Sufang also caught on, looking at Zhang He with hopeful eyes. Leave this matter to us, Zhang He said with a confident smile. We have our own clever plan. Seeing their son's assured expression, the couple's hearts instantly settled. All right. Son, we'll follow your lead. The parents immediately began rearranging items in the supermarket, while Zhang He picked up the rotary phone at home. He didn't use his personal identity but instead called the sales departments of Haier in Qingdao and Media in Guangdong directly under the name of He Guang Capital. The sales managers on the other end initially assumed it was some clueless scammer, their tone dripping with impatience. But when Zhang He used his childish voice to deliver the most seasoned business terminology, the other party's attitude changed instantly. We at He Guang Capital plan to establish a new home appliance distribution channel targeting 3rd and 4th tier cities and rural markets nationwide. We can provide precise consumer demographics, ready-made sales points, and a comprehensive trade and subsidy program to rapidly capture untapped markets beyond the reach of foreign brands. The breathing on the other end of the line visibly quickened. Domestic appliance giants, suffocated by foreign brands in the high-end market, were desperately trying to break through into lower-tier markets. Zhang He's call was like a pillow delivered just when they needed it most. This wasn't just any distributor, it was a strategic level partner. A week later, He Guang's supermarket was transformed beyond recognition. The prime spot once occupied by snacks and beverages now showcased a row of gleaming new appliances, sleek Haier double-door refrigerators, streamlined Media drum washers, and large-screen Changhong color televisions. At the supermarket entrance, a massive red banner unfurled, bearing bold, eye-catching characters. That day, the supermarket was packed to the rafters, even more crowded than during Puhuwei Home's grand opening. Zhang He stood atop an upside-down beer crate, clutching a small red plastic megaphone. He shouted at the top of his lungs toward the surging crowd, "Fellow villagers! Neighbors! Look this way! Look this way!" The crackling sound from the megaphone successfully captured everyone's attention. Don't sell your old TVs, washing machines, or refrigerators as scrap. Starting today, bring them to our Higuang supermarket. Any brand, any condition, all can be traded in for a brand new, top-tier domestic appliance. Trade in your old TV for $200 credit, your old refrigerator for $300, and your old washing machine for $400. Let your household relics serve one last duty. Upgrade your home with new appliances and enjoy a better life. Boom! The crowd erupted instantly. What? My black and white TV that barely shows a shadow is worth 200 yuan? No way! My washing machine that broke ages ago is worth 400 bucks? Let's go! Hurry home! Haul that old refrigerator from my mom's place over here. This unprecedented trade-in model hit like a bombshell, striking right at the hearts of these thrifty citizens yearning to upgrade their quality of life. It drastically lowered the barrier to buying major appliances, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm for spending. Seeing the excited, flushed faces around him, a confident smile once again curved the corners of Zhang He's mouth. "Zhang Jifu, your price war is over. Now it's my turn." The roar of the crowd nearly shook the roof of Higuang supermarket, but Zhang He merely raised his hand slightly and tapped the beer crate with that little red plastic megaphone. A sharp, piercing noise miraculously silenced the roaring crowd. All eyes focused on the child standing atop the crate, looking like a miniature adult. "I know you all want new appliances, but shelling out thousands at once hurts every household's wallet." Zhang He's voice boomed through the megaphone, carrying a maturity beyond his years. "So, we've worked something out with the credit union." He paused, surveying the faces below, some hopeful, some skeptical, before dropping his real ace. "Starting today, when you buy appliances at our Huaguang supermarket, besides trade-ins, you can also get 0 down payment and pay in installments." 0 down payment? Installment payments? A momentary silence was followed by a buzz of discussion 10 times louder than before. What does that mean? No money down, and you can take a TV home? Is this like how city folks buy houses, paying monthly installments? Holy cow! Is there such a thing? In the year 2000, installment payments were still a novel concept most people had only seen in newspapers. Applying it to buying home appliances costing thousands of yuan was simply unheard of. Just as the crowd was getting so excited they were losing their minds, a skeptical voice rang out from the back. "Kid, don't you dare take us honest folks for fools. There's no such thing as a free lunch. 0 down payment? Isn't the interest rate sky high? Don't want us to move the stuff home today, only for the credit union to come knocking tomorrow and repossess everything." This struck a chord with everyone, instantly cooling their fervor. Chapter 105, More Thoughtful Than a Wedding. Zhang He not only didn't get angry, but patiently began to explain. "Uncle, you asked a great question." He pointed the megaphone at the man. "That shows you're someone who knows how to manage a household. Let me be clear, our installment plan is partnered with the credit union, a legitimate, reputable institution." He cleared his throat, his voice clear and firm. "The interest rate is the standard set by the state, not a penny more. All terms are written in black and white in the contract, stamped by both the credit union and the supermarket. There are 3 copies, you get 1 yourselves." His words were so straightforward and honest that they instantly dispelled most people's doubts. The man froze, stunned that a 7-year-old could speak with such flawless precision. Scratching his head, the doubt on his face gave way to interest. Really? Well then, could you help me out? My wife's hands get frostbite washing clothes in winter. Which washing machine works best?" The moment had arrived. Zhang He's heart skipped a beat. He immediately hopped down from the beer crate and walked over to a brand new washing machine. "Uncle, check this out." He tapped the machine. "Domestic Little Swan brand, fully automatic agitator washer. Powerful, cleans thoroughly, and saves water. Simple to operate, just these few buttons. I could teach my grandma how to use it." He pointed to the price tag. "Look at this price, 1,800 yuan. That Japanese brand next to it has similar features but costs 3,200. For ours, bring in your old washing machine and get 400 off. That means you only pay 1,400. Zhang He counted on his fingers, 1,400. Split it into 12 installments, and it's just over $100 a month. Save $3 or $4 a day, cut back on half a pack of cigarettes, and you've got yourself a fully automatic washing machine. For decades to come, Auntie won't have to touch cold water in winter." The math was crystal clear. The man's eyes widened in amazement. All right. This one it is. I'll take it. Uncle, this way please." Zhang Jiping, who had been standing nearby, immediately led the man toward the makeshift signing counter. A few people stood at the entrance, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with amused expressions. Just wait a bit longer, don't rush. I can't shake this feeling that something's fishy. Exactly. Let's wait until he finishes the paperwork and comes out. Then we'll see if there's any catch. Less than 10 minutes later, the man emerged beaming, clutching a form stamped with a red seal. It's done. Just like that kid said. They'll deliver and install it at my place this afternoon. Not a penny extra. A neighbor stepped forward, snatched the form from his hands, and scrutinized it carefully before asking, "Brother, no hidden fees? No extra clauses?" The man snatched the form back like a precious treasure, tucking it into his chest with a grin so wide his eyes disappeared. All the onlookers could no longer contain themselves and rushed into the supermarket like mad. I want that higher refrigerator. The double-door one. Get me a Changhong big screen TV. My black and white one is long overdue for replacement. Don't you dare touch it. That washing machine is mine. The more resourceful ones had already pulled out their pager from their waistbands or their brick-like Motorola mobile phones to call their friends. Hey! Air Kuwait? Stop playing mahjong. Hurry to Hagwang's supermarket. Appliances are practically free here. Grab mom and come over now. The frenzy at the supermarket raged on for days, but Zhang He knew this was just the appetizer. The real feast lay in the remote townships with poor transportation. Every 3rd, 5th, and 7th day of the lunar month marked the traditional market days for dozens of surrounding villages. On these days, the main roads leading to town would be completely gridlocked with tractors, tricycles, and a sea of people. On the 7th day of the 3rd lunar month, a Dongfeng truck emblazoned with bright red slogans "He Guang appliances for the countryside, trade in for new, zero-cost purchases" pulled up to the busiest intersection of the market, accompanied by representatives from various manufacturers. Zhang He perched on a small stool and picked up his red megaphone. Delivered to your door? Free installation too? Holy cow, this is even more thoughtful than marrying a wife. Wang Erlungzi. What are you standing there for? Hurry home and lug that old TV of yours over. If you're late, you'll miss out. A middle-aged man in a polyester shirt, who fancied himself worldly, pushed his way to the front and bellowed, "Young boss. I'm first. Give me a washing machine. My Camel brand one still works. How much can I trade it in for?" Zhang He glanced at him and knew what to do. Camel brand? Old and reliable. He grabbed the megaphone, his voice carrying across the crowd. "Uncle, you seem like a straightforward guy. Here's the deal, I'll give you 450 yuan for your old one. And I'll round it down for you. How about it?" The middle-aged man's eyes instantly welled up, his face flushing crimson with excitement. "Deal. Absolutely. It's settled." Fearing Zhang He might change his mind, he immediately pulled a crumpled IOU from his pocket money owed to him for labor and asked, "Young boss, can this cover it for now?" This move caught Zhang He off guard. But he quickly realized this was the real rural life. Personal connections mattered more than anything. "Uncle, we can't accept IOUs here," Zhang He said with a smile, gesturing toward the makeshift table behind him. "But no worries, head over there, and we'll sign an installment contract. You'll still get that new washing machine home." This statement ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The first person took the lead, and the rest couldn't hold back any longer. The crowd surged toward the signing table like a mad rush, their fervor surpassing even the scramble for the first incense offering during the new year. It worked. The initial spark had truly caught fire. From that day on, the name of He Guang supermarket spread like wildfire throughout the surrounding villages. It was no longer just a place to buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Instead, it became the holy grail for residents of all the surrounding townships when it came to purchasing major home appliances. Long lines formed outside the supermarket before dawn every day. People arrived from every nook and cranny, pulling their old televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines on handcarts, hauling them on tractors, or even carrying them on shoulder poles. Their faces bore the marks of travel, yet their eyes sparkled with the hope of a new life. "Boss, mine still makes noise, but no picture." "How much is it worth?" "Young boss, mine still cools, but the door doesn't close tight anymore." The Dongfeng delivery trucks never stopped running, shuttling back and forth between the county town and the dirt roads of every village. On the other end of the line, Hire's regional manager couldn't stop grinning. "Oh my, Mr. Zhang. No, young Mr. Zhang. Your sales figures are nothing short of miraculous. Headquarters is buzzing. We've decided to grant your region top supply priority and preferential policies. We must deepen our cooperation going forward." Heguang supermarket sales in half a month equaled the quarterly total of several counters in the city. This wasn't just selling goods, it was a money printing machine. Chapter 106, Withdrawal of Investment. Meanwhile, Zhang Jifu's life had become utterly unbearable. His tactics learned from foreign investors of low price dumping and burning cash for traffic might have worked for small items like eggs and salt. But when it came to big-ticket appliances, they instantly backfired. When buying a pound of salt, people might walk a few extra steps to save a dime. But when buying a TV costing thousands, they valued more than just saving a few dozen yuan. They demanded credibility, service, and tangible discounts. The foreign investors backing Zhang Jifu quickly spotted the problem. The financial statements revealed a startling funnel effect. Money poured out like water, yet the return in customer traffic was pitifully low, failing to generate meaningful sales conversions. With patience gone, investment naturally dried up. The subsidies from the foreign investors dwindled day by day. Puhue Supermarket's eggs jumped from 1.80 to 2.50 per pound, while soy sauce rose from 3.00 to 4.20 per bottle. Once the price advantage vanished, customers who had been lured in by the small discounts turned around without hesitation and headed back to the nearby Higuang supermarket. At that moment, Zhang He sat in his empty office, impatiently crushing out his fifth cigarette. The phone on his desk screeched in an untimely manner. The moment he saw the caller ID, his scalp prickled. "Hello, Manager Huang?" "Zhang He." A roar in broken Mandarin erupted from the other end. "Damn it all. What did you promise me back then? You said you had a way to take down your nephew. And now? We've burned through our money, and where are the results? Everyone's running across the street to give your nephew cash. You think we're suckers?" No, Manager Huang, please hear me out." Zhang He was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "It's that little bastard. He's using dirty tricks. He's not playing by the rules. I don't care if he plays by the rules. I only look at the reports. Report. Do you understand?" Manager Huang's voice was as cold as ice. "Your store is now a bottomless pit. Effective immediately, all subsidies are terminated." "No, Manager Huang." Beep. The phone was ruthlessly hung up. Zhang He was utterly panicked, pacing back and forth in his office, cursing Zhang He and the entire Zhang Jiping family nonstop. He couldn't fathom it. How could he lose? He had deep-pocketed foreign investors backing him. How could he lose to a greenhorn kid? A few days later, an email with foreign text and a lawyer's letter arrived in his hands. The foreign investors were formally withdrawing their capital. Furthermore, according to the performance-based agreements signed by both parties, since the expected market share and profit targets had not been met, Zhang He personally had to bear 30% of the project's losses, a hefty sum. It was over. Zhang He slumped in his executive chair, his eyes vacant, the letter in his hand drifting slowly to the floor. Outside the window, the bustling crowd and the roar of truck engines filled the air in front of the Higuang supermarket. Inside the window, a deathly silence reigned. The money was gone. His patron had fled. Even his once proud business acumen had become the biggest joke. He had lost everything. The rolling gate at Puhue's store remained lowered for a long time. The clamor surrounding the opening of the Higuang supermarket finally subsided. Everything returned to its rightful place. After all the hustle and bustle of the past days, the three members of the Zhang family could finally catch their breath. After the family split and the successive troubles involving brothers Zhang Jigui and Zhang Jifu, Zhang He's grandmother, Wu Xiuzhen, had completely given up hope. She settled into the home of her second son, Zhang Jiping. That morning, breakfast had just been cleared from the table. Wu Xiuzhen took her daughter-in-law's hand, words on the tip of her tongue, yet hesitating. "Sufan, you see, things are finally settled at home. I was thinking of going back to the old house to fetch my sewing kit and a few old garments." Li Sufang dropped her chopsticks and bowl with a clatter the moment she heard this. "Mom, what are you saying?" She steadied Wu Xiuzhen's shoulders and gently guided the elderly woman back into her chair. "That road's all potholes and ruts. You just rest at home. Tell me where the things are, and I'll go get them myself. I promise I'll pack everything up so neatly not a single thread will be left behind." The old woman couldn't argue with her. A smile spread across her face as she nodded. After washing the dishes, Li Sufan hopped on the family's old 28-inch bicycle and headed out. The rush hour had passed and traffic was light. Before long, she arrived at the Zhang family's old residence. A rusty padlock hung on the iron gate, and a few withered leaves lay piled in the corner. Once such a lively courtyard, now it looked utterly desolate. Ever since the old man passed away and the three brothers divided the property, this ancestral home had become completely deserted. The wooden door to the main hall stood ajar. She pushed it open. A pungent scent of dusty wood, sealed away for years, hit her face. Light streamed diagonally through the carved window panes, and countless specks of dust danced in the air. Li Sufan gazed at the familiar octagonal table inside the room, feeling a bit dazed. Before her eyes, she could almost see the whole family gathered around it for meals once more. Back then, eldest brother Zhang Jifu loved boasting about his experiences at the factory in the city. Third brother Zhang Jigui might have sticky fingers, but he had a sweet tongue that always made grandma grin from ear to ear. Back then, little he was still small, constantly fought over by his uncles for cuddles, his pockets always stuffed with candy. Ah. Li Sufang sighed. How did a perfectly good family end up in this state? Wasn't it all just for that little bit of money? They tore apart their relationships, turning against each other. In the end, one faced legal trouble, the other lost everything. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off these troublesome thoughts. No more thinking about it. The more she thought, the more her heart raced. She entered Wu Xiuzhen's room and began tidying up efficiently. The old woman's few polyester shirts, a pair of woolen pants, and an enamel teacup used for over a decade. There wasn't much, but each item held sentimental value. By the time she had bundled everything into a large sack, the sun was high overhead. Li Sufang sat on the doorstep, pulling 2 white steamed buns from her cloth bag. Washing them down with cool boiled water from the thermos, she finished her lunch in a few bites. After eating, she fetched the old broom from the corner and began sweeping the house from top to bottom. Just as she swept beneath the old wooden sofa in the main room, a gray shadow darted out with a whoosh. A rat. Hey! You little critter! Li Sufang jumped in surprise, then grew annoyed. She raised the broom handle, intending to chase the rodent out the door. The startled rodent, now completely panicked, darted around the room like a headless fly before finally burrowing into the bedroom on the right, the one Zhang Jifu had once occupied. Chapter 107, Zhang Jifu's Achilles heel. Why run anywhere else when you could just go into his room? Li Sufang muttered under her breath, feeling a bit unlucky, but she couldn't let the rat make itself at home in the house. She followed with the broom in hand. The rodent circled the room once before darting beneath the thickly dusted wooden bed frame right before her eyes, vanishing instantly. Bending down without a thought for the thick layer of dust on the floor, she peered closely beneath the bed. A wave of musty, dusty air hit her, making her turn her head and cough twice. Well, a mouse hole. Li Sufang felt deflated. She couldn't very well tear down the wall just for one rat, could she? Besides, Zhang Jifu's room was empty anyway. Let it be. She sighed, bracing herself with both hands on the floor to stand up. In that instant, her gaze drifted unconsciously deeper beneath the bed, and she froze. In the farthest corner, almost flush against the wall, a faint reflection seemed to reveal a square outline. She flipped the broom in her hands and used the bamboo end to reach deep inside. It was a tin biscuit box. The red peony pattern on the box had faded and flaked away, revealing large patches of rust underneath. It looked like it had been there for quite some time. Back in the 80s and 90s, receiving a box of Friendship brand or Guanshenjiwan biscuits was a real status symbol. She dusted off the box and tried to open it. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of yellowed, brittle paper. On top lay several old red grid ledgers, alongside bundles of handwritten accounting vouchers tied with cotton string, some receipts with faded ink, and several wax paper contract copies. Li Sufang felt a twinge of unease, but she still picked up the top ledger and flipped through it. As soon as she did, a cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Something was terribly wrong with these accounts. One ledger recorded spending 5,000 yuan on a batch of screws. Yet a genuine receipt tucked inside clearly stated 1,500 yuan. The cost was inflated by more than 3 times. She picked up another contract specifying the supply of 10,000 parts to a factory in the south. Yet, in a small booklet tucked inside, penciled records showed the actual shipment quantity was 15,000. The income from those extra 5,000 parts was nowhere to be found in the ledger. What made her hair stand on end even more was discovering 2 nearly identical contracts. The client, date, and content were all the same, except for the total price. One stated 30,000 yuan, while the other listed 80,000 yuan. Shadow contracts. Bookkeeping fraud. Tax evasion. Terms she'd only heard about in the news now lay before her as irrefutable evidence. Oh my god. Li Sufang felt the world spinning, the papers in her hands suddenly heavy as lead. She abruptly shoved everything back into the metal box, pressed it down haphazardly, and slammed the lid shut with a clang. These weren't scraps of paper, they were Zhang Jifu's incriminating evidence. They were the shady ledgers he'd meticulously compiled over the years when he ran that small factory, hidden away from the light of day. Li Sufang's mind was in turmoil. Cleaning was the last thing on her mind. She hastily tidied up the place, then left the old house with Wu Xiuzhen's belongings. At dusk, Zhang He stepped through the door with his school bag slung over his shoulder. The house was eerily quiet. No familiar opening theme from the TV's news broadcast, no hum of the kitchen range hood, no crisp clatter of spatulas against pans. This was strange. At this hour, Mom should already be in the kitchen, apron tied, preparing dinner. That aroma of cooking, mingled with the scent of cooking oil, was the most familiar smell he encountered every day when he came home. Mom? Zhang He called out, his voice echoing in the empty living room, but no one answered. He set down his backpack and hurried to the kitchen doorway. Inside, it was pitch black, and the stove was cold. He peered into the bathroom, door open, no one inside. Grandma's room was lit. The old lady, wearing reading glasses, was passing the time under the lamp, flipping through an old illustrated magazine. Grandma, where's Mom? Oh, Xiaoyi, you're back. Wu Xiuzhen looked up and pointed to the next room. Your mom came back from the old house today and said she was a bit tired. She went into her room to rest, and the door's been closed ever since. Her own room? Zhang He's heart skipped a beat. Their home was so small, family members constantly bumped into each other. Who would lock their door tightly during the day? Unless something was wrong. He walked to the door of his mother's bedroom. Sure enough, the door that was usually left slightly ajar was now shut tight, not even a crack visible. Mom, it's me. I'm home. He reached out and knocked on the door. Inside, dead silence. No response. A sense of dread rose within Zhang He. Without further hesitation, he disregarded any notion of politeness. His hand gripped the doorknob and with a firm twist, he pushed the door open. "Mom, you." His words caught in his throat. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint twilight filtering through the window, casting a blurred silhouette. Li Sufang sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, clutching a rust-stained tin cookie box to her chest. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, her entire being as lifeless as a puppet whose soul had been ripped out. She hadn't heard herself knock on the door. What was she spacing out about? "Mom?" Zhang He called again, stepping closer. That call seemed to yank Li Sufang out of some bottomless nightmare. She jolted awake, her mind snapping back into focus, her eyes still holding traces of unshaken terror. Recognizing her son, she forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Oh, it's Zhang He. You're back. Hungry? Look at Mom's memory, I was so preoccupied with resting. I'll make you something to eat right away." As she spoke, she tried to shove the metal box in her arms onto the bed before getting up to leave. "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhang He stood motionless before her, tilting his head up, his eyes fixed quietly on her. He didn't press her. Instead, he sat down beside her calmly, his small frame pressing against hers, bringing a touch of warmth. Li Sufang, who had risen halfway, slumped back down. This child, nothing could be hidden from him. Her feigned composure, under her son's all-seeing gaze, was as fragile as a sheet of window paper. She waved her hand, her voice dry. "Nothing. Mom's just a little tired, really. You watch TV for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." She still wanted to escape. The contents of this iron box were too terrifying. She didn't want her son to know, didn't want to bring this trouble into their home. But just as she rose again, a small hand gently tugged at her wrist. The grip was light, yet unyielding. Chapter 108, Do As He Says. "Mom," Zhang He's gaze fell on the metal box she'd hastily tucked behind her back. What was inside? It was over. Li Sufang watched her son's determined gaze, refusing to relent until he got answers. The last line of defense in her heart crumbled completely. She knew her son possessed a mind as vast as the heavens and a patience deeper than anyone else's. From the incident at the internet cafe to sending both uncles to prison, she, as his mother, often felt like a child needing his care. There was no hiding it. Deflated, she fell silent. Then she turned, picked up the metal box again, and handed it to Zhang He. "See for yourself." Her voice trembled slightly. Zhang He took it. The tin box felt cold to the touch, its red peony pattern now faded and worn. He opened the lid with little effort. No snacks, no odds and ends. Only a neatly stacked pile of yellowed ledgers and receipts. Zhang He's eyes scanned them briefly. His fingers swiftly turned the pages, not quickly, but with deliberate purpose. The red grid ledger. The genuine receipt marked 1,500 yuan whole. Those two contracts with discrepancies of tens of thousands in their stated amounts. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as calm as if he were reading a boring textbook. Yet his eyes raced, processing the information at lightning speed, swiftly piecing together all the fragmented evidence into a complete truth. A few minutes later, he snapped the box lid shut. He lifted his head to meet his mother's deathly pale gaze and spoke. "Is this evidence of Uncle's tax evasion and falsified accounts?" He phrased it as a question, yet his tone carried absolute certainty. Li Sufang trembled violently, then finally nodded weakly. Staring at her son's calm face, a wave of overwhelming dread washed over her. She knew exactly what he intended to do. His ruthless handling of Zhang Jigui's case had made it clear he was no man to swallow his anger. "Xiaoha." She grabbed her son's arm, her voice cracking. Let's just forget about this, okay? Let's pretend we never saw it, okay?" She was practically begging. "Don't you know what your uncle is like? He holds grudges. If he finds out we have this, he'll come after us. He's still bitter about what happened to your third uncle. Besides, this happened years ago. The factory closed long ago. So much time has passed. We shouldn't provoke him again. Mom begs you. Our family has only just found peace. We can't endure any more turmoil." When Zhang Jiping returned and learned the situation, he took the metal box. After flipping through just a few pages, his face turned as pale as Li Sufang's. "Forget it." His reaction mirrored Li Sufang's exactly. "Let's pretend we never knew about this. Tomorrow? No, right now. Find a place to burn it immediately. Burn it completely. Burn it?" Zhang He spoke softly. "Dad, Mom, have you thought about what happens after we burn it?" He stood up, his small frame blocking the view of the tin box. "Do you think burning it will make us safe? People like Uncle Zhang already hate us to the core. We sent Uncle San to prison and cost him an arm. Do you think he'll just let it go?" Zhang Jiping opened his mouth but couldn't speak. "This thing, if we don't take it out, it's a ticking time bomb." Zhang He's gaze swept across his parents' faces. "Uncle doesn't know we have it. He'll find other ways to deal with us. But what if one day he finds out we have this thing and Haven T used it? What will he think? He'll think we're holding this over him, and he'll seek revenge even more fiercely. We hold a gun capable of killing a tiger with a single shot, yet you want to burn it and then fight the tiger with your bare hands? Why? These words didn't sound like they could come from a 7-year-old child. Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang froze, staring at their son before them, feeling a wave of unfamiliarity wash over them. The sharpness in his eyes sent a chill through their hearts. Zhang Jiping snapped back to his senses. His son's idea was too dangerous, too reckless. Zhang He. Shut your mouth. This is adults' business. What do you know? He barked harshly, his voice harsher than he'd ever used with his son. Yet Zhang He neither flinched nor looked away, merely staring back at him silently. Dad, I understand. I understand our family can't afford any more trouble. That's why we need to resolve everything at once. His tone softened, taking on a gentle, persuasive quality. We won't confront him or argue with him. We'll hand this matter over to the state. Let the tax bureau investigate. Let the police handle it. This debt is owed to the state, not to us. We're simply doing what law-abiding citizens should do. When the time comes, even if he finds out we reported him, what can he do? A criminal who evaded taxes, can he really go up against the state apparatus? We stand on the side of reason, on the side of the law. Who is safest? We are safest. His words rang out with conviction. Zhang Jiping and Li Sufang fell completely silent. They had to admit their son had a point. They feared Zhang Jifu, but shouldn't Zhang Jifu fear the state? Rather than living in constant fear of a treacherous villain's hidden daggers, it was better to send him where he truly belonged. Once and for all. Once the thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Zhang Jiping gazed into his son's clear, piercing eyes. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh, as if expelling a lifetime of pent-up frustration. He picked up the unopened bottle of erguotu on the table, then set it down again. Fine. He uttered only one word, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unprecedented resolve. We'll do as you say. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Sufang and Zhang He quietly slipped out of bed. Without disturbing the still sleeping Zhang Jiping and Wu Xiuzhen, mother and son carried the metal box, wrapped layer upon layer in black plastic bags, out the door. They boarded the first bus heading downtown. Outside the bus window, the metropolis was still waking up in the morning mist, with wisps of steam rising from the street food stalls. Li Sufang remained silent throughout the journey, clutching the bag tightly to her chest, her palms drenched in sweat. Zhang He sat quietly beside her, watching the rapidly receding street scenes outside the window, his gaze serene. An hour later, the two stood before a solemn, imposing building, the Shanghai Municipal Taxation Bureau. The reporting center was sparsely populated. Uniformed staff sat behind high counters, their faces bearing a perfunctory indifference. Under Zhang He's encouraging gaze, Li Sufang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Comrade, hello. I'd like to file a report. Her voice still held a hint of tension. Chapter 109, All for Nothing. Who are you reporting? What's the matter? The staff member didn't even look up, deftly pulling a form from the side. I'm reporting my older brother, Zhang Jifu, for tax evasion. Li Sufang placed the black plastic bag on the counter, untied it, revealing the rusty tin box inside. This is the evidence. When she lifted the lid and slid the stacks of yellowed ledgers, duplicate contracts with glaringly mismatched figures, handwritten fake vouchers, and a pile of loose receipts toward the clerk, the indifferent expression on his face finally shifted. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze instantly sharpening. A true professional knows the goods at first glance. These documents were rock solid. Original vouchers, handwritten ledgers, dual contracts. It was like delivering incriminating evidence right to their doorstep. Please have a seat. The staff member's demeanor immediately turned serious. Please explain the situation in detail. Over the next half hour, guided by the staff member, Li Sufang methodically recounted everything she knew. From the name of her eldest brother Zhang Jifu's former business, the prosperous garment processing factory, to the approximate timeframe of tax evasion, and the primary illegal methods like using dual contracts and falsifying costs, every statement she made found corresponding evidence in the documents. Zhang He stood quietly behind his mother throughout, like a small guardian angel. He understood this step must be taken by his mother alone. It was the best way for her to conquer her inner fears. Alright, we have a basic understanding of the situation. After recording the final line, the staff member handed Li Sufang a formal real name tax violation report registration form. Comrade, this is the report material. Please sign here. Li Sufang's gaze fell on the signature line. Once she wrote her name, there would be no turning back. She and her husband's family would be completely estranged, becoming irreconcilable enemies. Her hand hovered mid-air, hesitating to descend. She instinctively turned to look at her son. Zhang He offered her a reassuring smile and gave a gentle nod. That smile, like a ray of sunshine, dispelled the last shadow lingering in Li Sufang's heart. What was there to fear? On her side stood reason and the law. She hesitated no longer, picked up the pen, and solemnly wrote her name, stroke by stroke. Seeing the signed name, the staff member's expression turned serious. Comrade Li, thank you for your support of our work. Rest assured, we will strictly protect the confidentiality of any real name reports. With such compelling witness testimony and physical evidence, our bureau takes this matter extremely seriously. We will immediately issue you a receipt of acceptance and establish a special task force to initiate the investigation process. Once the machinery of the state is set in motion, its efficiency is astonishing. While Zhang He sat cross-legged in his modest home, puffing on a Hongxuangxi cigarette and berating his employees for untidy merchandise displays, he remained unaware that a vast net had already been cast silently around him. Tax investigators split into teams, swiftly retrieving all bank statements and corporate account records from that year for the Fugui garment processing factory. Another team located the factory's former accountant, now retired, at home. Faced with the investigators and a mountain of irrefutable evidence, the old accountant's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. He spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Within just 3 days, the results were in. The tax authorities legally determined that during Zhang Jifu's operation of the Fugui garment processing factory, he had systematically evaded substantial national taxes over an extended period through means including forging accounting vouchers, maintaining dual sets of books, and signing dual contracts. The facts were clear, the evidence conclusive, and the circumstances extremely severe. A penalty decision document, accompanied by an arrest warrant, was immediately delivered to the Municipal Economic Investigation Brigade. That same afternoon, the glass door of Puhui's home slid open. Several individuals in tax and police uniforms entered and walked straight toward Zhang Jifu behind the cash register. "Are you Zhang Jifu?" The lead economic crime investigator presented his credentials, his voice icy. Zhang Jifu froze for a moment, stubbed out his cigarette, and forced a smile. "Comrades, what brings you here? Need to buy something? I'll give you a discount. We're from the Municipal Economic Investigation Brigade." The lead officer ignored his attempt at small talk, slamming a document down on the counter. "The tax authorities have confirmed you're suspected of serious tax evasion. This is your penalty decision and arrest warrant. Come with us." Boom! Zhang Jifu's mind felt like it had exploded, leaving him blank. Tax evasion? The factory had been shut down for years. The smile froze on his face, turning to shock, then utter panic. "No, impossible. You've got it all wrong," he screamed, pointing at the documents. "This is a false accusation. Someone is framing me. We base our investigations solely on evidence." The head of the audit department pulled a contract copy from his briefcase and placed it before him. "Mr. Zhang, why does the amount on this contract sold to a southern client differ by over 100,000 yuan from the one you declared for tax purposes? This signature, isn't this your own handwriting?" Staring at the familiar dual contract and his own signature, all of Zhang Jifu's excuses choked in his throat. His face instantly turned ashen. His body went limp, unable to utter another word. 2 officers stepped forward, one on each side, gripping his arms. A pair of cold handcuffs clicked shut around his wrists. Supermarket staff and customers stood stunned, crowding the entrance and pointing fingers at Zhang Jifu as he was led to the police van. In that moment, the respectable image he had painstakingly cultivated over many years shattered into pieces. Not only was Zhang Jifu arrested, but he also faced a hefty fine. When the hefty penalty notice and tax arrears demand arrived at his home, his wife He Xiaomei felt faint at the staggering figures. How could it be so much? After a long while, she regained her composure and, without hesitation, took the family's valuables back to her parents' home. Unable to cover the shortfall, Zhang Jifu saw all his assets auctioned off to settle the debts. He was utterly bankrupt, his reputation in tatters, with no chance of recovery. In the end, it was all for naught. While the Zhang family's troubles finally came to a close, in another part of the metropolis, a conversation concerning the city's future had only just begun. Jing'an District, a private club closed to the public. No gaudy ostentation here, only the quiet incense of sandalwood and the rustic elegance of antique rosewood. The air carried the crisp, refreshing aroma of the finest Westlake Longjing tea. Lin Wei lifted the delicate purple clay teacup before her and sipped gracefully. Seated across from her was a man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding scholarly refinement. He was none other than Vice Mayor Zhou, the city official overseeing science, education, culture, and public welfare. Chapter 110, A Remarkable Figure. "Miss Lin, how has your father been lately?" "The last time I saw him was at the National People's Congress meeting." Deputy Mayor Zhou set down his teacup, his voice gentle and warm, carrying the affection of an elder toward a younger relative. "Thanks to Uncle Zhou's blessings, my father is in robust health. He just keeps saying he wants to retire and enjoy a peaceful life." Lin Wei responded with a smile, her every gesture radiating the grace of a well-bred young lady. After exchanging a few more pleasantries about old times, their conversation naturally turned to the development of the Magic City. With the whole nation focused on economic development, Shanghai, as the vanguard, faces considerable pressure, Vice Mayor Zhou sighed. The higher-ups emphasize that we can't rely solely on traditional industries and finance. We must actively cultivate emerging sectors, especially soft power areas like culture and technology. Emerging industries? A small figure instantly flashed through Lin Wei's mind. That boy whose insight, beyond his years, had dissected the entire future landscape of the internet with crystal clarity. A faint smile touched her lips. Uncle Joe, speaking of which, I've recently met someone quite remarkable. Oh? Deputy Mayor Joe perked up with interest. Anyone deemed remarkable by that Lin family girl, who's notoriously picky, must be no ordinary person. Tell me, which company's rising star is it? He's not a young talent. Lin Wei shook her head, teasingly keeping the details to herself, her eyes sparkling with the gleam of someone who'd discovered a treasure. He's a teenager, a true teenage entrepreneur. A teenager? Vice Mayor Joe paused in surprise. His name is Zhang He. Lin Wei stated the name decisively, her tone brimming with unabashed admiration. Uncle Joe, don't let his age fool you. His vision for emerging cultural industries, especially the internet and future digital entertainment, is so groundbreaking it left me speechless. Compared to him, we so-called industry experts feel like relics from the last century. Those words carried significant weight. The smile on Vice Mayor Joe's face faded slightly, replaced by a cautious curiosity. He knew Lin Wei all too well. That girl had inherited her father's pride. For her to praise someone so highly, even going so far as to call herself an antique, suggested this Zhang He boy must possess truly extraordinary abilities. What kind of vision could a child possibly have? Was he merely a puppet, guided by some mastermind behind the scenes? No, Lin Wei would see through such a ploy. That left only one possibility. A genius. A true, once-in-a-century business prodigy. Deputy Mayor Joe's heart warmed instantly. For a city leader overseeing science, technology, and cultural development, a visionary genius whose foresight could shape the future was invaluable. Oh? What specific ideas does he have that make you so optimistic? He leaned forward slightly, pressing for answers. It worked. Lin Wei smiled inwardly. She knew she had successfully piqued Vice Mayor Joe's interest. Uncle Joe, his vision is too grand and too ahead of its time to explain in a few words. How about this, I'll arrange for him to come and report to you personally. Once you hear it, you'll see I haven't exaggerated. Deputy Mayor Joe pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. Very well. You make the arrangements. I'm quite curious to see for myself what kind of prodigy has earned such admiration from our Lin family's young miss. The next day, in the Vice Mayor's office at City Hall, Lin Wei arrived punctually at the door, accompanied by Zhang He. Today's Zhang He was completely different from his usual self. He wore a custom-tailored dark blue suit, polished leather shoes gleaming at his feet, his hair combed immaculately, and his small frame held perfectly straight. A sleek, compact black briefcase hung from his shoulder. He looked every bit like a miniature version of a business executive. The secretary knocked and opened the door. Deputy Mayor Joe had just finished handling a document. He stood up, a warm smile on his face, ready to welcome the young entrepreneur Lin Wei had mentioned. When he saw Zhang He emerge from behind Lin Wei standing barely waist-high to him, the smile froze momentarily on his face. A flash of unmistakable surprise flickered in his eyes. A child? Truly a child. 7? 8? This? Deputy Mayor Joe's mind went blank for a second. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never that the other party would be nothing more than a child still clinging to innocence. However, he was, after all, a seasoned leader who had weathered many storms. That flicker of surprise lingered for a mere fraction of a second before being swiftly replaced by an even warmer smile. His gaze shifted from initial bewilderment to one of amused scrutiny, tinged with the affectionate kindness of an elder. Ah, Lin, you're here. He stepped forward, his gaze naturally settling on Zhang He. Lin Wei stepped forward, positioning herself perfectly between the two men, allowing Deputy Mayor Joe ample time to adjust his emotions. Uncle Joe, allow me to introduce you. She turned sideways and pointed solemnly at the young man beside her. This is Zhang He, the actual controller of Heguang Capital, the person I've mentioned to you before. She deliberately emphasized the words actual controller to dispel any potential underestimation from the other party. Zhang He's vision in internet investment is absolutely world-class. At the same time, he has a very interesting concept for the future urban development of our magic city. We hope to gain your guidance. After finishing, she turned to Zhang He, her tone equally respectful. Zhang He, this is Vice Mayor Zhou, who oversees the development of science, education, culture, and health in our metropolis. Zhang He stepped forward and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Vice Mayor Zhou. Good day, Mayor Zhou. I am Zhang He from Heguang Capital. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with me and grant me this valuable opportunity. His voice was clear and crisp, his diction precise, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. There was none of the timidity one might expect from a child, only an extraordinary calmness. Deputy Mayor Zhou was utterly taken aback. This demeanor, this eloquence. Had he closed his eyes while listening, he would have thought he was facing a seasoned middle-aged entrepreneur, not a child who hadn't even finished elementary school. Meeting someone in person is better than hearing about them. He chuckled, bent down, and extended his hand warmly. Yet, feeling it odd to shake hands with a child, he instead patted Zhang He's shoulder. Hello, young Zhang He. He deliberately used the term little friend both to bridge the gap and as a subtle test. Lin Wei has sung your praises to the skies. Meeting you today, it truly proves that heroes emerge in youth. Impressive, truly impressive. Deputy Mayor Zhou's smile carried the admiration of an elder toward a promising young talent, yet beneath that appreciation lay a hint of scrutiny. Chapter 111, It's just gaming, right? He continued the previous topic in a gentle tone. Miss Lin has been singing your praises to the skies, saying you have unique insights into our metropolis's emerging industries? He paused, his gaze settling on Zhang He's youthful yet remarkably composed face. And you mentioned you'd like to show me a grand plan? The words sounded like praise, but in reality, they were a form of backhanded compliment. The subtext was clear. What grand plan could a mere child possibly have? Surely this was just childish play. That was precisely what Vice Mayor Zhou was thinking. He never expected a 7-year-old to present a truly mature and feasible proposal. His willingness to meet today stemmed 7 parts from giving the Lin family face and 3 parts from pure curiosity. Perhaps the child would present a doodle of Doraemon or a futuristic spaceship? That would be charmingly childlike, and he could treat it as a chance to relax and chat with the kid. Zhang He could certainly detect the underlying tone in these words. Yet he showed no sign of anger at being underestimated, his small face remaining as calm as ever. He bowed slightly and replied in an even tone, Mayor Zhou, you flatter me. I wouldn't call it unique insight. I merely spotted a massive, overlooked opportunity where others hadn't yet looked. And recognized the strategic significance this opportunity holds for the future urban development of the Magic City. Strategic significance? Hearing these 4 words from the mouth of a 7-year-old child caused Vice Mayor Zhou's hand, poised to lift his teacup, to pause mid-air. This wasn't a word children used in their make-believe games. Just as Vice Mayor Zhou and Lin Wei were both taken aback, Zhang He had already turned around and retrieved the black briefcase from behind him, a bag that looked decidedly out of place with his frame. He deftly unlocked the clasp and retrieved a neatly bound A4 document. No flashy cover, just plain paper with black text. The bold, prominent title exuded professionalism. Zhang He shuffled over to the desk with his short legs, then presented the document with both hands, offering it to Vice Mayor Zhou. The gesture was as polished as if he'd been a seasoned veteran in a state-owned enterprise for 20 years. Deputy Mayor Zhou instinctively accepted it. The document felt substantial in his hands, at least 20 or 30 pages thick. He lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the title. Proposal for establishing a national-level esports cultural industry cluster in Pudong New Area. Esports? Deputy Mayor Zhou's eyebrows shot up involuntarily. Esports, wasn't that just playing video games? That digital heroin that causes headaches for parents and teachers, addicting countless teenagers and ruining their studies? He recalled his own nephew, who had secretly snuck off to one of those dingy arcades and ended up getting his chicken feather duster broken by his older brother. In the eyes of most officials his age and standing, the word gaming carried an inherent stigma. And now, this teenage prodigy whom Lin Wei had praised to the skies was proposing a grand plan to build a dedicated gaming complex in Pudong, a key national development zone? And he wanted to make it a national-level project? What kind of proposal was this? Nonsense! The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Vice Mayor Zhou's heart was instantly replaced by an absurd sense of helplessness. He even wondered if he'd been played by that girl Lin Wei. The flicker of change across his face, though fleeting, did not escape Zhang He's keen observation. Zhang He had anticipated this reaction all along. After all, in the year 2000, let alone a city mayor, how many of the internet tycoons of later generations could truly grasp the colossal wave hidden behind esports? He remained composed, offering no hasty explanations, instead waiting quietly for Vice Mayor Zhou to process the shock. Only when he saw the shock in the other man's eyes turn to disappointment, and he was about to speak, did Zhang He preempt him. Mayor Zhou, times have changed. With those words, Vice Mayor Zhou's prepared rebuttal was instantly silenced. He lifted his head to look at the young man again, his gaze now tinged with scrutiny. Zhang He met his gaze without flinching. Esports had long transcended the stigmatized notion of mere gaming. It is a competitive sport based on the rapid development of the information technology industry, using electronic devices as equipment. Under unified competition rules, it involves the intellectual and physical confrontation between individuals. At its core, it is a form of sport, just like Go or chess. Only its medium is the internet, and its arena lies in the virtual world. Zhang He's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. According to our analysis by the overseas intelligence team at Heguan Capital, esports currently boasts a global potential audience of hundreds of millions, with the entire industry experiencing explosive growth. Its impact extends far beyond game software development, encompassing hardware manufacturing, event operations, online streaming, media broadcasting, talent management, and merchandise, a vast and comprehensive industrial chain. Mayor Zhou, this is not some mindless pastime or a flood of monsters. A fiery glow, utterly incongruous with his age, shone in Zhang He's small face. This is the most vibrant, promising, and youth-attracting emerging cultural industry born of the internet era without a doubt. Deputy Mayor Zhou looked at Zhang He before him. The 7-year-old child showed not a trace of hesitation in his eyes, only a calmness born of absolute confidence. This wasn't a child reciting a lesson, it was an industry pioneer articulating his conviction. This kid was serious. Moreover, every term he used information technology industry, sports equipment, unified competition rules, industrial chain struck precisely at the heart of the era's pulse. Deputy Mayor Zhou's hand, poised to lift his teacup, finally lowered. His fingers instead touched the alarming proposal, his fingertips lightly tracing its surface. His gaze shifted away from Zhang He. Eyes lowered, he exhaled a heavy breath as if steeled by resolve before finally turning to the first page of the proposal. Once opened, his eyes could not tear themselves away. The opening contained no fluff, just raw data. Global Video Game Market Annual Report 1999. Forecast, 5-year growth curve of global esports core audience. Case study, preliminary business model and social impact assessment of South Korea's WCG World Cyber Games. Row upon row of cold yet powerful figures, chart after chart of clear growth curves, relentlessly assaulted Vice Mayor Zhou's established perceptions. He glimpsed a world utterly foreign to him. A golden continent built on code and networks, boasting hundreds of millions of devotees and expanding at an exponential rate. Chapter 112, The Precious Gem. What Vice Mayor Zhou had dismissed as digital heroin was now, in this proposal, transformed into a goldmine ripe for the taking. He instinctively flipped to the next page. What followed was more concrete. Analysis of current status and renovation plan for Plot XX, Pudong Jinqiao Export Processing Zone. Bird's eye view of Phase 1 plan for Magic City Heart East Sports Industrial Park. Functional zones, main competition arena, player training base, live streaming broadcast center, game company incubator, theme hotel commercial facilities. One by one, professional CAD-drawn blueprints unfolded before his eyes. The arena design radiated futuristic tech aesthetics, while the park layout displayed meticulous logic. Even preliminary plans for traffic flow and crowd management were included. This isn't just a proposal. This is clearly a project blueprint ready for review by the City Planning Bureau. Detailed, professional, and ahead of its time. The more Vice Mayor Zhou looked, the faster his heart raced, his breathing growing slightly labored. A fine sheen of sweat even broke out on his forehead. After finishing, he abruptly slammed the proposal shut with a sharp snap, startling Lin Wei beside him. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Zhang He, his voice carrying a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. After a moment's pause, as if gathering his thoughts, he asked, "Did you prepare this proposal?" The moment the words left his lips, Vice Mayor Zhou realized he'd asked a pointless question. Besides this kid, who else could it be? Lin Wei might be powerful, but she certainly didn't understand these matters. If she did, she wouldn't have merely acted as an intermediary, she would have taken the reins herself. Could it be that this child had some powerful figure backing him? But what kind of powerful figure would entrust such an earth-shattering plan to a 7-year-old child? What would they gain? Therefore, there was only one truth. A truth that sent a chill down his spine. Zhang He met his stunned gaze without a trace of arrogance, merely nodding calmly. It was me. 2 words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Receiving the affirmative answer, Vice Mayor Zhou instead exhaled a long sigh of relief, leaning back fully into the wide chair. His taut nerves relaxed, replaced by an indescribable surge of excitement. He picked up the proposal again, this time cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure. The new generation surpasses the old, he murmured to himself, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent! Excellent esports! An outstanding emerging cultural industry. The look in his eyes as he regarded Zhang He had completely changed. There was no trace of condescension left in it, only unreserved admiration, even awe. Zhang He, is it? You've completely overturned my understanding of the word game. No, you've overturned my understanding of the future. Deputy Mayor Zhou was a man of action. He instantly grasped every nuance of the situation. What nonsense about games being a waste of time. To hell with that. What this proposal outlined was clearly a brand new economic growth engine. Just think, a national-level industrial park, how many jobs could it create? The construction and operation of the venues alone could absorb so many laid-off workers from those state-owned enterprises after reform. Once the events kick off, young people from around the world will flood into the Magic City. Imagine the spending power. The tax revenue. More importantly, this is cultural export. It's the city's calling card. When young people worldwide think of esports, Shanghai should be their first association, just as Hollywood comes to mind for cinema and Wall Street for finance. What does this mean for Shanghai, which is striving to become an international cultural metropolis? This is a massive political achievement falling from the sky. At this thought, Vice Mayor Zhou could no longer sit still. He rose, walked up to Zhang He, and declared solemnly, "Mr. Zhang, rest assured. The value of your proposal is immeasurable. On behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and government, I thank you for providing such invaluable insights for Shanghai's development." His tone was unwavering. "I will personally oversee this matter. I'll make the call immediately. Next week, I will convene a special symposium with the heads of the Municipal Planning Bureau, Culture and Broadcasting Bureau, Sports Bureau, and Pudong New Area to thoroughly examine your proposal. I guarantee you will receive a definitive response at the earliest possible time." His promise rang out with conviction. Zhang He knew this matter was settled. His small frame stood perfectly straight as he bowed deeply to Vice Mayor Zhou. Thank you for your trust and support, Mayor Zhou. He lifted his head, his gaze clear. We at Higuang Capital are committed to fully cooperating with the government's efforts. We will contribute our share to the development of the Magic City, working together to turn this blueprint into reality. Neither servile nor arrogant, poised and measured. Deputy Mayor Zhou's face nearly overflowed with satisfaction. He gave Zhang He a hearty pat on the shoulder, then turned to Lin Wei, who had stood quietly by his side. Haha, he laughed heartily. Lin, my dear, this time you haven't just recommended a talented individual to me. You've delivered a precious gem to our Magic City. Lin Wei finally snapped out of her shock. She rose gracefully, her face lit with a genuine smile. It is Mayor Zhou who has recognized his own gem, she said, her words both flattering her superior and praising Zhang He. I am confident that with your personal advocacy, esports will undoubtedly become another globally renowned calling card for our city in the future. As she finished, her gaze drifted involuntarily to Zhang He beside her. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the small figure in a golden halo. Though he was so small, in Lin Wei's eyes at that moment, he seemed taller than anyone else. Just how many secrets did this young man still hold that she couldn't fathom? From stock market prodigy to industry visionary, what astonishing talent would he unveil next? Beyond admiration, a quiet sense of pride welled up within Lin Wei. Just 3 days later, a copy of the Magic City Morning Post, still faintly fragrant with the scent of fresh ink, was placed on the rosewood desk in Lin Wei's office. The front page headline, in bold black type, dominated nearly a third of the page. Deputy Mayor Zhou inspects Pudong new area yesterday, emphasizing bold innovation, courageous experimentation, and proactive development of future-oriented emerging cultural industries. Below it was a high-resolution photograph. In the photo, Vice Mayor Zhou stood before a plot of undeveloped land in Jinxiao, gesturing confidently with his hand, surrounded by top officials from the Planning Bureau, Culture and Broadcasting Bureau, and other departments. Lin Wei picked up the newspaper and smiled. Her smile resembled that of a fox that had stolen a chick. This wasn't an inspection tour, it was a clear signal to the entire Shanghai bureaucracy. By placing his words on the front page headline, he was telling everyone this emerging cultural industry project has his personal backing. Anyone who dares to interfere had better weigh their own influence first. Chapter 113, Resource Integration. With this imperial decree, which department below would dare pay lip service while secretly resisting? That youngster Zhang He could finally breathe easy. He had actually leveraged a single proposal to shift the future trajectory of this entire city. Thinking of that small figure, Lin Wei's gaze softened involuntarily. She lifted the coffee from the table, about to savor a sip of this Jamaican Blue Mountain No. 1, when the compact Nokia 8810 on her desk abruptly rang. Ring. Lin Wei glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar landline number, but the area code was familiar. It was from City Hall. She pressed the answer button, her voice regaining its usual grace and composure. Hello, this is Lin Wei. A young, efficient, and very polite male voice came from the other end. Good day, Ms. Lin. This is Li, Mayor Zhou's secretary. Is this a convenient time to speak? Yes, Secretary Li, please go ahead. Well, Mayor Zhou asked me to convey this to you. Regarding the esports industrial park project, the city organized a special seminar yesterday afternoon. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Li continued, the meeting was a tremendous success. The heads of all participating departments spoke highly of the project's foresight and feasibility. After thorough discussion, the Municipal Party Committee and government have decided to officially approve the Magic City Heart Esports Industrial Park project. Though she had anticipated this outcome, the moment the words officially approved rang clearly through the phone, Lin Wei felt a surge of excitement coursing through her veins. This efficiency was almost frightening. From submitting the proposal to formal approval, the entire process took less than a week. The project will now formally enter the preliminary planning phase. Li's voice continued, the city will expedite the release of relevant supportive policies and provide maximum assistance with land approval. Please inform Mr. Zhang He of Higuang Capital to prepare a more detailed and actionable plan promptly for subsequent coordination among departments. Understood, Secretary Li. Thank you for your hard work. I'll notify him immediately, Lin Wei replied, suppressing her excitement. Please also convey my deepest gratitude to Mayor Zhou. After hanging up, Lin Wei could no longer sit still. She snatched her Burberry trench coat from the back of her chair along with her car keys, and in high heels, she dashed out of the office, heading straight for the Bund. Number 18 The Bund, Higuang Capital Headquarters. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang He sat in an executive chair that seemed disproportionately large for his frame, his small feet dangling in the air, swinging back and forth. His gaze wasn't fixed on the Huangpu River view outside the window. Instead, he was bent over a blank sheet of paper, scribbling and sketching. Prominently displayed were 4 bold characters: capital, talent, content, channels. This was his blueprint for the next phase of Higuang Capital. The esports industrial park was merely the beginning, a lever. What he aimed to leverage was an internet entertainment empire spanning the next 2 decades. Just then, the office door burst open with a loud slam. Before Chen Ming could even announce her arrival, Lin Wei's striking figure burst into the room. Zhang He looked up, seeing Lin Wei flushed and breathing heavily, yet he wasn't surprised at all. He gestured with his small hand toward the sofa across the room. Sis Lin, sit down and talk. This guy, why isn't he the least bit flustered? Could he already know? Impossible. Mayor Zhou's secretary called me first. A flicker of unease crossed Lin Wei's mind, but it was quickly swept away by overwhelming joy. Forgetting all ladylike decorum, she strode to the desk, placed both hands on the surface, leaned forward, and fixed Zhang He with sparkling eyes. Zhang He. It's huge news. She repeated Secretary Li's words almost verbatim. Mayor Zhou's team moved with terrifying efficiency. The special symposium concluded with unanimous approval. Your esports industrial park is officially approved. The government will provide policies and land. Prepare a more detailed proposal and get ready for the handover. Upon hearing this, Zhang He merely nodded calmly, as if listening to a minor matter he had anticipated. Got it. This reaction instantly choked off all the congratulatory words Lin Wei had prepared. She stared blankly at Zhang He. Could this guy really be a 7-year-old? Any adult hearing news like this would probably jump for joy. How could he remain so utterly composed? Zhang He was calm, of course. Because all of this was scripted in his playbook. Mayor Zhou was a pragmatist, but above all, a man of ambition. Faced with such a monumental political achievement, he would be even more eager than Zhang He himself. Getting the project approved was merely the first step of a long journey. The real battle was only just beginning. The government provided the land and policies, but the construction funds for the industrial park, subsequent tournament operations, game company incubation, and team formation, these were the true money-guzzling behemoths. The money he'd made in the stock market before was nowhere near enough. He lifted his head to meet Lin Wei's puzzled gaze and spoke slowly. Sister Lin Wei, thank you for the good news. However, government support is merely a starting point. Next, I need to consolidate all the resources at my disposal. Integrate resources? Lin Wei was no fool, she instantly grasped his meaning. You mean bringing all those shareholders you've cultivated in the stock market into this project? Exactly. Zhang He's eyes flashed with a sharpness unusual for his age. The pie is too big for me to eat alone, nor should I. By tying everyone's interests to this chariot, it will run faster and more steadily. Lin Wei looked at the young man before her, and the last shred of doubt vanished from her heart. She was thoroughly impressed. This wasn't just business acumen, it was the vision and tactics of a true leader. She nodded solemnly, her voice brimming with support. You're absolutely right. A project this massive demands we pull together as one. I'm behind you. With Lin Wei's affirmation, Zhang He wasted no time. He reached out and pressed the button on the internal phone on his desk. Chen Ming, come in. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ming, dressed in a sharp business suit and exuding efficiency, pushed open the door and stood respectfully to the side. Mr. Zhang, what are your instructions? Zhang He slid down from his executive chair, stood up straight, and issued the command in a tone that brooked no argument. Notify all company shareholders immediately. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the main conference room, convene a general shareholders meeting. Inform them I have a project worth tens of billions to discuss with them. Chapter 114, The Eye of the Storm. Chen Ming's heart gave a violent jolt. 100 billion? A project? He instinctively glanced at his 7-year-old boss, only to see a face radiating absolute confidence. He dared not ask more, nor did he dare question. Because he knew this young Mr. Zhang never made empty promises. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Chen Ming nodded firmly, accepted the order, and hurried away, his footsteps carrying an unmistakable thrill. A storm poised to shake the entire business world of Shanghai was quietly brewing. The next day, 8:50 a.m. The top-floor conference room at Heguan Capital's headquarters, number 18 The Bund. The massive oval conference table, carved from a single block of African rosewood, gleamed like a mirror. At this moment, both sides of the table were packed with people. The crowd was so dense it seemed to encompass half of Shanghai's new financial elite. Dressed in tailored suits, their wrists adorned with Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin watches, they exuded a blend of cigar smoke and cologne, the distinctive scent of money. Each of these individuals, taken individually, was a powerhouse capable of swaying the tides within their respective fields. Yet today, they all sat stiffly upright, even their whispers hushed to a whisper. Their gazes converged unbidden upon the empty executive chair at the head of the table. The atmosphere was both oppressive and expectant. Lin Wei sat in the seat closest to the main position, her long legs elegantly crossed. She wore a crisp white Chanel suit today. As her gaze swept across the room, a tinge of absurdity flashed through her mind. These individuals had all been utterly won over by Zhang He's miraculous stock market achievements. Some were likely older than Zhang He's own father, yet now they sat like schoolchildren awaiting the arrival of their teacher. Beside her, the original veterans who had followed Zhang He from the start, Zhao Tianyu, Wang Mani, and Sun Wei, wore expressions of fervent devotion. They knew better than anyone that every meeting convened by President Zhang signaled the imminent opening of a feast of wealth. 9 o'clock sharp. The heavy conference room door slid open silently. Chen Ming led the way, followed by Zhang He. The 7-year-old boy wore a custom-tailored black suit, his little leather shoes polished to a mirror-like shine. He walked with an uncharacteristic maturity for his age, step by step, to the main seat. The room fell completely silent. All eyes focused on this small figure, their gazes a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and scrutiny. Zhang He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he extended his small hand and tapped the tabletop lightly. Thump. Thump. The crisp double tap resonated in everyone's heart. He swept his gaze around the room, his expression calm, yet every big shot whose eyes met his instinctively straightened their posture. Chen Ming. Zhang He spoke, his voice clear yet piercing. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Chen Ming immediately understood and activated the massive rear projection TV in the conference room. With a soft hum, the screen lit up. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a scanned document. A bright red header, a gold-embossed national emblem, black song-style characters, and at the bottom that glaring red seal of the Magic City People's Government. Approval for the establishment of the Magic City Heart East Sports Industrial Park project. In an instant, the conference room filled with audible gasps. A red-headed document. The weight of such a document was something the seasoned business veterans present understood better than anyone. It meant this project had received official endorsement. It was now on the city's table, backed by the government. Before they could recover from their shock, Chen Ming pressed the page turn button. A detailed planning map appeared on the screen. Pudong's Jinxiao, that familiar stretch of land they'd never examined in such detail, was now clearly segmented by colored blocks and lines. Kori sports venue clusters, live streaming centers, professional team training bases, gaming industry incubators, anime merchandise commercial streets. Renderings brimming with futuristic and technological flair unfolded before them, like a sci-fi metropolis of the digital age brought vividly to life. Now everyone understood. Just a couple days ago, they'd all seen the news in the Magic City Morning Post about Vice Mayor Zhou's inspection tour. At the time, they'd been wondering which well-connected individual had pulled off such a major operation. Who could have imagined that the mastermind behind it all was this very 7-year-old child standing before them? Not only was he a stock market wizard capable of turning the tide, but he could even sway the planning of an entire city. This realization completely transformed the way everyone looked at Zhang He. It was no longer scrutiny, but utter admiration. Terrifying. What kind of monster is this kid? That was the identical thought echoing in every person's mind at that moment. Zhang He took in everyone's reactions, his small face showing not a hint of emotion. He waited until the initial shock had slightly subsided before speaking slowly. Everyone. You've all seen this plot of land in Pudong. You've also seen the government documents. But if you think I gathered you here today just to build a few buildings and construct some competition venues, you're mistaken. He extended a tiny finger, pointing to the center of the master plan displayed on the screen. This is not an industrial park. It is a fulcrum to leverage the future. What I aim to build is far more than just an esports center. It will be the epicenter of internet entertainment and the digital economy for Shanghai, indeed, for all of China for the next decade, even 2 decades. The epicenter. Those 3 words exploded in everyone's minds. Have you ever considered? Zhang He spoke slowly, yet each word cut to the core. When the world's top tournaments are held here, when thousands of young people flock here to cheer for their idols, what will converge here? Traffic. The most precious commodity of this era. With traffic comes data. With data comes user profiling and precise business models. With industry clustering, game companies, hardware manufacturers, live streaming platforms, content creators, every link in the supply chain will swarm here like sharks smelling blood. By then, what we hold in our hands won't just be a piece of real estate, it will be a massive goldmine generating endless cash flow, even capable of defining industry rules. Zhang He's words sliced through the veneer of the future, laying bare the raw, unvarnished logic of commerce before them. The attendees were all shrewd operators, they grasped the meaning instantly. This wasn't just real estate development logic, it was a dimension-lowering strike in the internet era. Their eyes burned with intensity as they stared at the plot of land on the screen. This wasn't just an industrial park, it was a ravenous golden beast, poised to devour everything in its path. Chapter 115, Trust Young Master Zhang, Gain Eternal Life. Zhang paused, giving them time to digest the information. Then, his tone shifted, growing sharp. Of course, anyone can make empty promises. But I'm not like you. His gaze swept across the room, lingering on each shareholder's face. From Ian Technology to Hai Hong Holdings, you followed me and witnessed the myth of 5-fold returns in 5 days. From crude oil futures to Nasdaq, you followed me as we conquered the international capital markets. Going long on Yahoo, we made a fortune shorting YY Technology, we devoured every last crumb. Everyone here following me, Zhang He, who hasn't earned enough to last several lifetimes? These words rang out with conviction. No one dared to challenge it. Because it was the truth. Their very presence here was proof they believed in Zhang He and had reaped rewards beyond their wildest dreams. The exhilaration of watching the numbers in their accounts skyrocket at a pace defying the laws of physics, they would never forget that feeling for the rest of their lives. The atmosphere in the conference room ignited completely. Everyone's breathing grew heavy, their eyes burning with anticipation. They knew the main event was about to begin. At that moment, Zhang He nodded to Chen Ming. Chen Ming immediately distributed the pre-prepared documents to each shareholder. On the cover of the documents, several bold characters were printed. Draft Strategic Alliance Agreement of He Guang Capital. What you hold in your hands is my vision for the future. Zhang He's voice rang out again, this time carrying an air of unquestionable authority. In the past, we operated as a loose partnership. I set the direction, and you followed with capital injections. This model may suffice for modest gains, but it falls far short of achieving the monumental endeavor we discussed today. I need to fully integrate all our capital, resources, and networks to pull together as one. Establish the He Guang Capital Strategic Alliance. With the Pudong Industrial Park as our flagship and each of you here as our core, we will no longer be market speculators, we will become the rule makers. I, Zhang He, stand here and pledge to you. His small frame stood ramrod straight, his gaze piercing as it swept across the entire room. By joining this alliance, what you gain will be more than just money, but an era that belongs to all of us. Every heart in the room skipped a beat at these words. Zhang He took it all in, then extended his small hand and gently tapped the Strategic Alliance Agreement on the table. Of course, to share in this era, one must abide by its rules. The core terms of the agreement were simple. Zhang He held up one finger, then added 4 more. After the alliance is formed, I, Zhang He, will personally hold a 51% stake. He paused, his gaze piercing like lightning as it swept over every shareholder whose expression began to shift. This means I possess absolute control over the alliance's entire fund pool and sole authority over investment decisions. Boom! If the storm's eye moments ago was a heavyweight bomb, then this 51% was a nuclear bomb that detonated the entire conference room. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. The previously audible breathing had vanished in an instant. Every single person seated here was a billionaire tycoon, an absolute ruler in their own companies. And now, this 7-year-old child was demanding they surrender their military power, relinquish their resources, and willingly become vassal princes responsible only for funding? This wasn't an alliance, it was surrender. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache instinctively clenched his fist, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His company had just gone public, riding high on success. To hand over his company's liquid assets to a child for complete control? What kind of international joke was this? Another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, shifted his gaze nervously behind the lenses. Damn it, this kid is ruthless. He wants them to stake their entire fortunes on his chariot. Win, and it's luxury clubs and models. Lose, and it's utter ruin. That's way too high a gamble. Zhang He watched their shifting expressions, as if he'd anticipated this moment all along. He offered no explanation, no reassurance. With that slender finger, he simply pointed toward the heavy conference room door. This is my bottom line. No room for negotiation. Those who disagree, the door is over there. His voice was eerily calm. You can take your money and your resources and leave right now. We can still be friends afterward, sharing tea and conversation. But we will no longer be comrades. With a single sentence, he returned all the pressure to everyone present, unchanged. Friends or comrades? Should they live comfortably with the billions they'd already earned, or risk everything to chase the grand era he spoke of? A buzz of murmurs escaped from the crowd. Each person swiftly weighed the pros and cons, their eyes darting wildly between greed and reason. Amidst this sea of wavering hearts, Lin Wei was the first to speak. She gently placed the agreement on the table with a soft thud, capturing everyone's attention. I agree. Her voice rang clear and decisive. All of the Lin family's resources in the Magic City, including every penny I can personally mobilize, will be contributed to the alliance. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering on the hesitant faces of the influential figures. Gentlemen, I have a question. Are we gathered here today because of this agreement, or because of him? She extended a slender finger, pointing at Zhang He seated at the head of the table. The myth of multiplying fivefold in 5 days was created by Zhang He. In the international capital markets, it was Zhang He who led us in slaughtering those Wall Street wolves like lambs. Even this heart of the Magic City, a project backed by the municipal government and valued at tens of billions, was his creation. What are you still hesitating about? Is a 51% controlling stake too much? I think it's perfectly reasonable. Because without him, the money in our hands is just a pile of numbers. But by following him, those numbers could become an era. Lin Wei's words rang out with conviction. She wasn't just stating her position, she was awakening these shrewd individuals whose eyes had been blinded by the lure of control. Do they wish to cling to their own little fiefdoms as petty kings, or follow a true emperor to conquer new lands? With the first person stepping forward, the dam cracked open. Damn it! Let's do it! Zhao Tianyu slammed his fist on the table, bellowing in a rough voice. Everything I have today is thanks to young Master Zhang. Back when I ran those 2 crappy bars, I worked my ass off year-round just to scrape together a few bucks. But following young Master Zhang? In just a few months, I've earned enough to set up my ancestors for 18 generations. He craned his neck, staring at Zhang He with fanatical fervor. From now on, I'll live by one motto, trust young Master Zhang, and you'll live forever. Chapter 116, Capital Pool Exceeds 10 Billion. Click. Wang Mani flashed a seductive smile, clutching the agreement to her chest as she tossed a flirtatious glance at Zhang He. Mr. Zhao's words were blunt but true. I'm no big shot, but I know how to follow the right person. Following young Master Zhang gives me peace of mind. I even sleep soundly. Sun Wei pushed his glasses up his nose, the lenses reflecting the projector's light. From a risk-reward perspective, entrusting our funds to a trader who consistently delivers miracles is far more prudent than our own reckless dabbling. His decisions represent the optimal solution. I'm in. The collective endorsement from the old guard hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Exactly. They're absolutely right. What exactly are we afraid of? Afraid he'll lose? When has he ever lost? The hesitation on the faces of the later joining shareholders quickly faded, replaced by a resolute determination. Count me in. Mr. Zhang, wherever you point, I'll follow. Count me in too. Hell, fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. Seconded. Yet in any large forest, there are always birds that sing differently. Amidst the fervent enthusiasm, a discordant voice rang out. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I can't agree. The crowd turned to see a shareholder named Zhu Zizhou rise to his feet. He had made his fortune in foreign trade before being introduced to Yiguan capital by a friend. Having only tasted a few drops of the soup later on, he was considered a latecomer. He bowed respectfully toward Zhang He. I deeply admire your talent and am grateful you've helped me achieve wealth I never dared dream of. But the thought of placing my entire fortune, the very survival of my company, into someone else's hands, even yours, keeps me awake at night. He shook his head, his tone sincere. This isn't about distrusting you. It's about my principles. I'm withdrawing. Many who had been wavering now showed approval in their eyes. Exactly. Why should we? We're all respectable figures. Putting our entire livelihoods on one person just doesn't sound reliable. Zhao Tianyu and the other two turned their gaze toward Zhang He, eager to see his reaction. Would he explode in rage? Or try to persuade them to stay? To everyone's surprise, Zhang He's small face showed not a ripple of emotion. He even offered a faint smile and nodded. Fine. I respect your choice. With that, he turned to Chen Ming, his tone level. Chen Ming, immediately coordinate with Mr. Zhu's finance team to settle all principal and accrued returns from his investment pool, every penny accounted for. Additionally, organize the several European shipping channel resources he previously provided for our use and return them to their rightful owner. Decisive. Clean. No room for hesitation. Chen Ming nodded immediately, pulling out a document and calculator from his briefcase as he bent over to begin his work. Zhang He's attitude, however, caught Zhu Zizhou off guard. He had mentally rehearsed every possible reaction, yet never anticipated such an immediate and uncomplicated agreement. It was as if his departure meant nothing to him. No, it was almost as if it suited him perfectly. This realization left a bitter taste in Zhu Zizhou's mouth, but the words were already spoken, there was no taking them back. He gave Zhang He a slight nod. Thank you for your understanding, Director Zhang. With that, he turned and walked straight toward the conference room door without a single glance back. With his departure, the delicate equilibrium shattered completely. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, but I'm withdrawing as well. Me too. I'm out as well. The risk is too great. I'd rather play it safe. 3 or 4 more people rose one after another, their faces bearing either regret or the relief that comes with making a decision. The power of example is boundless. Zhu Zizhou's lead gave them the courage to withdraw. They dared not meet Zhang He's gaze, merely hastily declaring their stance before following Zhu Zizhou out. Zhang He's smile remained unchanged, his expression as calm and composed as ever. He didn't utter another word. He merely gave Chen Ming a slight nod of his chin. Chen Ming understood immediately, his hands moving faster. He swiftly calculated, divided, and organized. For each person deciding to leave, their investments and resources were clearly listed, and withdrawal procedures were processed on the spot. The entire process flowed like water, without a single moment of delay. Zhang He's composure only made those who stayed feel more uneasy. They couldn't understand. Did Zhang He truly care nothing for their departure? This was no small sum enough to severely weaken any business alliance. Yet he didn't even offer a single polite word? The conference room door opened and closed repeatedly. In less than 10 minutes, the once-packed room had emptied by nearly a third. Little did those who left know that in the years to come, when they witnessed a commercial empire rise from the ground and saw those who stayed reach heights they could never attain, they would bitterly regret their decision today. Each time they awoke from their midnight dreams, their guts would twist with regret. Of course, that was all yet to come. As the last departing figure vanished, the conference room door slammed shut. Silence settled over the room once more, but this time, the atmosphere was entirely different. Those who remained exchanged glances, their eyes hardening with resolve. Seeing Zhang He's unflappable composure, the last shred of doubt vanished from their hearts. A man with such audacity, one who dared to eliminate all unstable elements at the very inception of the alliance, his future could only be boundless. This seemingly draconian clause might not be a shackle, but rather a ticket to a new world. Zhang He's gaze slowly swept over each remaining member. Was anyone else thinking of leaving? No one answered. All sat bolt upright, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Very well. The curve of Zhang He's lips finally deepened slightly. Chen Ming, distribute the official documents. Chen Ming distributed the pre-prepared formal contracts to each person in turn. This time, no one hesitated. The conference room fell silent, broken only by the soft scratching of pen tips on paper. Each stroke represented a trust and a high-stakes gamble. Signatures and seals were affixed by all parties. The final report on resource integration was also handed to Zhang He. Chen Ming stepped forward and reported in a steady voice. Mr. Zhang, all resources have been consolidated. The preliminary estimate of the capital pool far exceeds 10 billion. Whoa! Though mentally prepared, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 10 billion, and that's just the preliminary estimate. What a terrifying figure. In this moment, all of them were bound together into an unprecedented colossus. And the one controlling this colossus was but a single individual. Chapter 117, Three-Dimensional Strangulation. All eyes converged on Zhang He without exception. Awe, fervor, anticipation. From this moment onward, every person present would regard him as their supreme authority. Their honor, their future all hinged upon him alone. Power had never before been so intensely concentrated in Zhang He's hands. Zhang He slowly rose to his feet. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the bustling city below. A sea of lights, sparkling like a galaxy. And he was about to forge a new moon above this very galaxy. He turned, his gaze piercing like flames, his voice igniting the fire within every heart. I hereby announce. The Yiguang Capital Strategic Alliance is officially launched. While the financial titans of the Magic City were still stirred by the birth of the Yiguang Capital Strategic Alliance, 1,000 miles away in Hong Kong, a battle for the future had already begun. Hong Kong, Central. Atop the International Finance Center Tower 2, an office commanding a panoramic view of Victoria Harbor. A middle-aged Caucasian man in a bespoke suit, his eyes dark and intense, held a glass of Scotch whiskey as he watched the ticking candlestick chart on his Bloomberg terminal with keen interest. Code 0700HK. Tencent Holdings. His name is Carl Lehman, the most prized protege of Wall Street legend George Soros, now at the helm of the notoriously ruthless Vulture Fund. His creed, not concerned with value, only with price. He hunted down any prey that appeared strong but harbored cracks, then tore them apart with the most brutal methods, sucking them dry to the bone. Now, he has found new prey. A fledgling penguin from Red China. How adorably naive. A cold smile curled at the corner of Carl Lehman's mouth. A free chat tool? A bunch of student users with no spending power? Surviving on scraps from monopolistic operators? And this company actually went public? In his eyes, it was a gift from God. A perfect target to short to death. He sipped his whiskey, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat as greed nearly overflowed from his eyes. He could already envision the little penguin shrieking in the capital winter, freezing stiff, and finally collapsing. And he, like a true vulture, would glide down gracefully to pick at its carcass. Die, you fairy tale from the east. This is the hell of capital. Days later, Hong Kong Stock Exchange trading floor. The massive electronic screen displayed a startling sea of green. Every pair of eyes was glued to Tencent Holdings' K-line chart, which plummeted like a cliff. Continuous, massive sell orders regardless of cost seemed poised to shatter the screen. The crash was relentless, utterly unstoppable. Can't hold it anymore. Absolutely can't hold it anymore. Which institution is dumping? Are they out of their minds, crashing the market like this? Damn it, my money! Traders turned ashen, their hushed whispers thick with panic. Despair hung heavy in the air, like the apocalypse had arrived. Exquisitely printed English research reports circulated frantically throughout the financial circles of Central. On the trading floor's video wall, CNBC's financial talk show played. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed analyst in a crisp suit, wearing a pained expression, spoke fluently to the camera. Tencent? Oh, I must regretfully point out that this is a castle built on sand. Its only asset is that free chat software called OICQ, whose users are all students without a penny in their pockets. It has no reliable revenue model, which is fatal in the internet winter. He spread his hands dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. In my view, its best fate would be to exit gracefully and return the money it swindled from investors. Below the TV screen, a jarring news headline scrolled across. Penguin Empire may freeze to death in the winter. Vultures circling his Tencent shares poised to have. That wasn't all. Immediately after, a globally renowned rating agency released a 30-page bombshell bearish report. The report's language was razor-sharp, cutting to the bone. Tencent's core QQ user growth has hit its ceiling. Lacking a viable profit model, it heavily relies on policy support from mobile DreamNet. Any policy shift could trigger immediate collapse. Continuous cash-burning expansion has pushed the company's cash flow to the brink of collapse amid the internet winter. Conclusion, strong sell rating, target price, 12 Hong Kong dollars. A humiliating price far below current market value, even below its net asset value. Meanwhile, across Hong Kong's major stock forums and chat rooms, countless insiders began frantically spreading rumors. Insider info. Tencent won't be able to pay salaries next month. Major South African shareholder MIH is about to dump all its holdings. Run for your lives. This trash company is about to go bankrupt. Anyone who buys is a sucker. Panic erupted like a plague, spreading in an instant. Yet at that very moment, inside the war room of the Yiguan Capital Alliance, the atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Smack! Sunway strode in from outside, his face ashen, and slammed a freshly printed report onto the small table in front of Zhang He. The command center's dozen massive screens displayed Tencent Holdings tick charts, candlestick charts, order books, and various data streams. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom as they watched that green line plummet like a waterfall. We've got it. Sunway pushed his glasses up, his bloodshot eyes peering out from behind the lenses, his voice hoarse with rage. It was the Vulture Fund, led by Carl Lehman, Soros's top disciple. That bastard specializes in this kind of multi-pronged strangulation. They exploited Tencent's newly released Q3 loss report, fueling panic amid the broader internet winter market downturn. They're aggressively shorting across all channels, triggering an avalanche. Damn it, this is vicious. This isn't just short selling, it's an all-out effort to destroy a company. To uproot every shareholder who invested in it. Zhang He said nothing. He simply picked up the report and scanned it at a glance. His small face betrayed no emotion, as cool as a 1,000-year-old glacier. But everyone in the war room knew, the calmer this 7-year-old leader appeared, the fiercer the storm raging within him. On the large screen, Tencent's stock price had broken through the critical support level of 42 Hong Kong dollars and spiraled completely out of control. A tsunami of sell orders surged in from all directions, instantly devouring every last trace of weak buying interest. Trading volume surged abnormally. This was the sound of the short sellers' slaughtering blade intertwined with the flesh and blood of retail investors. 403,528. The green digits flashed wildly, like a countdown to death. Chapter 118, Miscalculation? The stock price is plummeting toward its IPO price of 37 Hong Kong dollars at an unbelievable speed, even breaking through it without hesitation. Breaking below the IPO price. Wang Manny gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. Zhao Tianyu's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, veins bulging on his neck. Yet this was only the beginning. 2,520. The stock price plummeted without pause, crashing straight down to 18 Hong Kong dollars. A price capable of plunging any company into irreversible ruin. A price that nearly breached net asset value, pushing the company to the brink of survival. The entire market had completely lost its mind. Sell, and nothing but sell. As if this penguin might gasp its last breath any second. They're not just dumping shares. Sunway's voice was gritted through clenched teeth. I checked the Hong Kong Exchange's derivatives data. These bastards have built massive short positions. Put options, futures short contracts, they've leveraged them. At least 5 times leverage. 5 times leverage. A collective gasp echoed through the trading room. This meant that for every dollar the stock price dropped, Carl Lehman would profit $5. It also meant their determination was set on driving Tencent straight to delisting. Sunway's next statement made everyone's heart skip a beat. The stock price had already fallen below its IPO price, and it was not far from the margin call threshold for the shares pledged by Tencent's management. If the decline continued, Manhwa and his team might lose control of the company. Boom! The words exploded in everyone's mind. This was no longer a simple matter of stock price fluctuations, it had become a life or death battle for control. Carlyle wasn't just here to take a bite, they were aiming to seize the entire company's backbone. The air seemed to freeze solid. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The war room fell deathly silent, broken only by the monotonous hum of server cooling fans and the relentless ticking of numbers as the green K-line chart plummeted. 18 Hong Kong dollars. That number stood like a tombstone in everyone's heart. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He could even hear his teeth grinding together. Damn it! These Wall Street bastards really want to uproot Tencent. Public sentiment had completely collapsed. Wang Manny's hoarse voice broke the suffocating silence. Her eyes were red-rimmed, clearly under immense pressure herself. It wasn't just Hong Kong media. On the mainland, forums like Tianya and MOP, virtually every platform related to stocks, were reposting those bearish reports. Experts and influencers jumped on the bandwagon, declaring Tencent a century-long scam. Panic selling among retail investors was intensifying. Every word felt like a sledgehammer striking the fragile nerves of the crowd. This was a multi-pronged, relentless assault from all directions. As the tension in the Shanghai war room reached its peak, thousands of miles away in Shenzhen, the true epicenter of the storm, dark clouds had already gathered over the city. Shenzhen, Tencent headquarters. Ma Huateng's office was thick with smoke, stinging the eyes and making it hard to open them. The man who would later be known for his refined demeanor paced restlessly back and forth. The ashtray beneath his feet was already piled high with cigarette butts like a small mountain. The Nokia phone on his desk had been ringing non-stop since the market opened. Its shrill tone tore through the air, each ring sounding like a death knell. On the other end were anxious shareholders, questioning media, and a cacophony of voices, some concerned, others gloating. Pony, what the hell is going on? Why has the stock price plummeted like this? Mr. Ma, is the company's cash flow really about to dry up as rumored? Is South Africa pulling out its investment? Give us a straight answer. The office door burst open as the other members of Tencent's Five Tigers team rushed in, each face etched with exhaustion. Pony, we can't hold on. The selling pressure is overwhelming. At this burn rate, our cash won't last much longer. Those damn short sellers, they're trying to kill us. Ma Huateng abruptly halted, snatched the cigarette pack from the desk only to find it empty. Frustrated, he crumpled the box into a ball and slammed it onto the floor, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the window. Die? They want us dead, but we'll survive. But surviving? How easy is that? The flickering flame of hope was so fragile in the raging storm of capital. Meanwhile, in the war room of Heguang capital, cracks began to appear silently. Young Master He. A wealthy second-generation investor who had followed the investment, his face deathly pale, leaned toward Zhang He, his voice trembling. Sent by his family as a representative to learn the ropes, he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, billions of real money evaporating in an instant. This drop is brutal. Could we have misjudged the situation? His voice wasn't loud, but in the deathly quiet of the war room, it rang out like a jarring note. Yeah, young Master He, another voice chimed in. Bad news is everywhere. What if Tencent really can't hold on? Shouldn't we cut our losses first? Cut losses? Those two words pierced through everyone's taut nerves like needles. In an instant, multiple gazes, some skeptical, some wavering, some fearful, turned simultaneously toward the child standing on the chair, just 7 years old. The future of the entire alliance, the livelihoods of everyone present, rested on his shoulders. Could he really handle it? Yet Zhang He's reaction defied everyone's expectations. He showed no anger, no panic, not even the slightest flicker of hesitation. He merely turned his head slowly, his eyes calmly sweeping over the wealthy second-generation heir who had voiced the doubt. A misjudgment? No. He shook his head, a faint smile even curling the corners of his mouth. They weren't trying to strangle us. They're lining up, scrambling to hand us money. What? Giving us money? Everyone froze, wondering if they'd misheard. The stock price is about to become a penny stock, and you call that giving us money? Zhang He ignored the others, his small frame turning back toward the screen. Standing on the chair specially brought for him, he could barely meet the eye-catching green K line at the center of the screen. His gaze locked onto the constantly fluctuating sell orders and the K line that had nearly flattened out. Time, in that moment, seemed to stretch infinitely. 1 second, 2 seconds. Everyone in the entire trading room watched his back, holding their breath. Suddenly. Snap. A sharp, crisp sound jolted everyone awake. Zhang He's small hand slammed down hard on the desk before him. Now. Chapter 119, Give me back my V. He pointed sharply at the screen, his voice quiet yet booming in everyone's ears. Carl Lehman, he wanted to replicate his mentor Soros's legendary feat of shorting the pound and sweeping the bot. With endless panic and lethal leverage, one decisive strike. Zhang He's voice shot up, his youthful tone carrying a piercing clarity that seemed to see through everything. But he forgot the most crucial thing. Tencent wasn't the British pound, nor was it the Thai baht. It wasn't a pile of cold currency symbols to be arbitrarily valued. He drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. It is a seed. A seed representing the future of social media, the future of entertainment, the future of payments, a seed representing the future lifestyle of billions. This seed, they were now digging up with shovels, dismissing it as ugly and small, ready to toss it away like trash. What we must do. He paused, each word resonating with conviction. Is to retrieve this seed, one that could grow into a towering tree of the future. With a wave of his hand, a mountain shaking, sea-roaring momentum erupted from his small frame as he issued the command for the final assault. All units, hear me. Sun Wei. Activate all financing channels. Open the entire alliance fund pool. I need unlimited ammunition. Shan Ming. Li Xiang. Immediately establish multi-tiered buy defense lines. From 18 to 15, for every 0 Hong Kong dollars and 10 cents drop, place a 100 million buy order. Layer by layer, intercept. Big head. Mangzi. Activate the algorithmic trading module at full capacity. Devour every single panic sell below 18 on the market, no matter the volume, in one fell swoop. Not a single share is to be left for them. Zhao Tianyu. Wang Mani. Mobilize every connection you have on Hong Kong Island. Contact every institution and fund holding bulk positions. Tell them we'll pay a 1% premium off market. Whatever they have, I want it all. Finally, he sucked in a sharp breath, clenching his small fist tightly in the air. His eyes blazed with a fiery determination. Core accounts, I'll personally manage them. Target the major short sellers. This battle has no upper limit. There is only one objective. He enunciated each word deliberately, his voice echoing throughout the entire operations room. Crush the short sellers. Get Tencent's stock price back up for me. Yes. The The pent-up fighting spirit ignited in an instant. Every man's blood boiled to the brim as they roared in unison. The entire Higuang Capital Alliance, this newly born financial behemoth, finally bared its razor-sharp fangs under the command of its 7-year-old leader. The counterattack begins. Buzz. The server's hum abruptly intensified as countless commands raced through fiber optic cables at the speed of light toward the Hong Kong Stock Exchange thousands of miles away. The colossal capital of the Higuang Capital Alliance, enough to strike fear into any medium-sized nation, transformed in this moment into the simplest, most effective weapon: buy orders. Endless buy orders. On the screen, the green K line representing 10 cents stock price, which had been lying flat, sickly, as if it might die at any second, suddenly received a powerful shot of adrenaline. Share price, 210 Hong Kong dollars. A panic sell order of 5,000 lots crashed through. Crack. The stock price instantly plummeted to 208 Hong Kong dollars. But before the green digits could stabilize, a massive buy order of 10,000 lots like an invisible giant hand slammed down from below, catching it firmly. Snap. The stock price instantly rebounded to 210 Hong Kong dollars. Another sell order of 8,000 lots slammed down, plunging to 209 Hong Kong dollars. Immediately after, a 15,000 lot buy order flooded in, bounced back to 211 Hong Kong dollars. Slammed down, lifted up, slammed down again, lifted up again. On the tick chart, that green candlestick now formed an incredibly bizarre yet spectacular zigzag pattern. Every dip was met with fiercer buying pressure, forcing it back up. Each clash between bulls and bears felt like a brutal, primal melee fought with real money. The volume bar on the right side of the screen surged like it was on steroids, climbing relentlessly. Within mere minutes, it erupted into a towering red pillar piercing the sky, dwarfing all previous volumes like dust. Volume. Broken. We shattered 10 cents single-day trading volume record set since its IPO in just 3 minutes. Chen Ming, responsible for data tracking, shouted hoarsely. His eyes were bloodshot, but more than that, they burned with excitement. This wasn't just stock trading anymore. This was war. Using money to build a great wall that no bear could ever cross. And the smoke of this battle quickly drifted to the other side of the storm. Hong Kong, Central District, the top floor of the International Finance Center, Tower 2. Inside the trading floor of the Vulture Fund, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the clamor of the metropolis. Here, it was as quiet as a precision laboratory. Traders in expensive bespoke suits calmly tapped away at their keyboards, the air filled only with the low hum of servers. Report. Boss, detecting massive, highly organized abnormal buying activity. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed trader broke the silence. Carl Lehman, the man renowned on Wall Street for his cold-bloodedness and greed, stood leisurely before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Victoria Harbor, a cup of Blue Mountain coffee in hand. He didn't even turn around. Oh? How massive. His tone carried a hint of playful mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. Just some reckless mainland capital trying to play savior. He'd seen this play unfold far too many times. Without exception, the outcome was always the same: his vulture army would tear them to shreds, leaving nothing behind. They've built tiered defenses. Starting at 18 Hong Kong dollars, every 1 cent increment has $1 billion buy order waiting. Our sell orders are being forced to absorb their positions. A barely perceptible frown finally creased Lehman's brow. 100 million buy orders? And tiered? This wasn't scattered stragglers, it was a full-fledged army. He turned, a shadow of menace flickering in his sapphire eyes. Interesting. Setting down his coffee cup, he walked to his trading console, staring at the jarring, jagged candlestick chart on the screen. Trying to outspend me? Stupid yellow monkeys, you have no idea what real capital is. A cruel smile curled his lips. If you want to play, I'll play with you on a bigger scale. His fingers danced across the keyboard, issuing a barrage of cold, calculated commands. Notify all brokerages, increase short-selling efforts. I need more chips. Derivatives department. Dump every put option you have. Crush market expectations. Leverage. Max it out. I'll make every penny of theirs suffer tenfold. Target, the 2 Hong Kong dollars round number. Use cash to smash through it. I'll make everyone see that any resistance is futile. A new storm was sweeping in, even more ferocious than before. Chapter 120, issuing the statement. Shanghai, Higuang Capital Operations Room. Tension reached its peak once more. Boss. Li Xiang leapt from his seat, eyes locked on the screen, his voice cracking. The shorts have placed 100,000 sell orders at 200 Hong Kong dollars. 100,000. They aim to shatter our confidence in an instant. 100,000 lots. That number echoed in everyone's minds. If this threshold was breached, the fragile market confidence we'd painstakingly built would collapse instantly, triggering even larger-scale panic selling. It's over. How could we possibly hold? The crowd, still boiling with excitement moments ago, sank back into despair. All eyes turned once more to the small figure standing atop the chair. Zhang He didn't even lift an eyelid. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. In those eyes, there was no fear, only cold calculation and a hint of disdain. Is that all you've got? Without even turning his head, he uttered 2 words in a flat tone. Devour. The war room fell deathly silent. Devour? That's 100,000 hands. 200 million in cold, hard cash. Just like that, devour? Before anyone could react, Zhang He's next order came immediately. Not only eat it, but after eating it, place a buy order for another 50,000 contracts and push the price straight up to 201. He's lost his mind. This kid has absolutely lost his mind. This wasn't defense, it was provocation. A blatant slap in the face to Carl Lehman. Li Xiang's mind went blank, yet his body instinctively executed the command. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a blur. Buy. Target 200. Quantity 100,000 contracts. Execute. Place order. Target 201. Quantity 50,000 contracts. Execute. The next second, Hong Kong Exchange's trading data stream captured a scene destined for the history books. The terrifying sell order of 100,000 contracts, looming like a dark cloud over the 200 Hong Kong dollars level, flickered on the screen for a mere 0.01 seconds. Then it vanished. Immediately after, an even more glaring buy order of 50,000 lots appeared at the 201 Hong Kong dollars price level. Boom! After a second of dead silence, the entire trading floor erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Holy! It got eaten. It really got eaten. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. We pushed it up. We pushed it up. Zhao Tianyu, Sun Wei, and the others embraced each other fiercely, their eyes red with emotion. In that moment, as they watched Zhang He's retreating figure, he was no longer a 7-year-old child, he was an invincible god of war. Yet Zhang He didn't linger in this fleeting triumph. Throwing money at the problem was only the first step. What he needed to do was strike at the root of the problem. He turned and picked up the red secure line phone on the desk, dialing a sequence of numbers etched deep into his memory with practiced ease. It was the private number of a man who would later become the founder of the Penguin Empire, yet now found himself in his darkest hour. The phone rang for an agonizingly long time before it was finally answered, revealing the utterly exhausted voice of a man on the other end. Hello? Mr. Ma, this is Zhang He. Zhang He's voice was calm and clear. On the other end of the line, at Tencent's Shenzhen headquarters, Manhwa, already on the verge of losing his mind from a barrage of bad news, paused visibly. Zhang He? That 7-year-old prodigy? Why was he calling at this moment? A wave of bitterness washed over him. Was he here to confront him or to announce a withdrawal of investment? He gave a wry smile, his voice thick with resignation. Mr. Zhang, at a time like this. Zhang He cut him off immediately. Carl Lehman's vulture fund is shorting your company. They've leveraged at least 5 times their position, aiming to tear you to shreds. One sentence caused Ma Huatang on the other end of the line to gasp. He knew. He knew everything. Before Ma could speak, Zhang He's voice continued, unwavering and decisive. But starting now, the Heguang Capital Strategic Alliance is Tencent's biggest bull at the table. We are buying every single share of your stock at any cost. The biggest bull? Ma Huatang's mind buzzed, almost convinced he was hearing things. At a time when the entire world seemed intent on his downfall, someone was declaring their unwavering support in the most audacious manner possible. I need you to step forward immediately. Zhang He's tone brooked no argument, like issuing a command. In the name of the company, issue a statement to the entire market. The content is simple. Emphasize that your user data is still growing exponentially, highlight that your upcoming QQ space has the potential to reshape the social landscape, and stress that you and your team have absolute confidence in the company's future profitability. They're using panic as their weapon, will counter with confidence. Hold the line. You defend the public opinion front. Zhang He paused, then declared with unwavering resolve, the funding battle, I'll handle it. On the other end of the line, a silence stretched for several seconds. In the ashtray, the nearly burned out cigarette but fell to the floor. Ma Huatang slowly straightened his back. The extinguished flame in his bloodshot eyes reignited in that instant. He gripped the old Nokia phone as if clutching a sharp sword ready for counterattack. Then, for the first time, his hoarse voice carried a resolute edge. All right. I'll handle it immediately. The phone clicked off. Zhang He didn't care what Ma Huatang's reaction was. He trusted that man's resilience. In dire straits, give him a single straw, and he'd build a bridge. Now, the straw had been handed over. Zhang He's gaze returned to the bloody battlefield of numbers and lines. On the giant screen, bid and ask orders from buy 1 to sell 5 flashed and jumped wildly. Behind every subtle shift in those numbers, millions of dollars evaporated into thin air or changed hands. The battle had entered its most brutal, meat grinder phase. Every time the price dipped by a sensei, from 205 Hong Kong dollars to 204 Hong Kong dollars, a massive wall of buy orders would surge upward almost instantly, forcing the price back up. And whenever the price attempted to rebound slightly, say from 205 Hong Kong dollars to 206 Hong Kong dollars, an equally massive wall of sell orders would instantly press down from above. The stock price was being relentlessly tugged and pulled within this narrow range of mere cents by 2 invisible, colossal forces. On the tick chart, the jagged line grew denser and more menacing. Zhang Xiao. Sun Wei's voice was already hoarse. Staring intently at his data terminal, sweat beaded on his forehead. The shorts changed tactics. They're no longer dumping with big orders, they've split them into countless 300 lot and 500 lot orders, raining down relentlessly. Our algorithmic trading keeps absorbing them, but it's too draining. This ing feels like Ling Chi. Slicing your flesh piece by piece, bleeding you dry in endless agony and depletion. Chapter 121, Short Squeeze. And then, Zhao Tianyu bellowed from the other side they'd activated stock index futures. Coordinating pressure on the Hang Seng index. My off-exchange by channels faced fierce sniping, with prices 3 points higher than on exchange. They were scrambling for shares too. Wang Mani's face drained as she pointed at a newly popped-up English news window. Young Master Zhang, Lehman speaking out again. He's calling us a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, a foolish bull trap, the last desperate struggle of the sick man of Asia. In the war room, the hard-won fervor was doused cold by this relentless barrage of bad news. The enemy's tactics were multi-dimensional, spanning spot markets to futures, on exchange to off-exchange, even waging a propaganda war. It was a trap designed to bleed them dry. Yet Zhang He, hearing all this, showed not a flicker of emotion. He merely watched the ridiculous propaganda attacks on the screen, a cold smile curling his lips. Let him bark. Make him bark? Is that all it takes? Everyone froze in surprise. The louder the dog barks, the harder the blows land on its back. Zhang He's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. He was getting impatient. He was getting impatient? Exactly. If he truly held the upper hand, why would he bother with this verbal sparring? Those who truly hold the power of life and death simply watch their prey die in silence. Keep buying. Zhang He's order came again, concise, yet commanding. No matter how many lots they split it into, whether 300 or 50, whatever the quantity, buy it all. Pin the price dead in this range. He wants to use our money as ammunition? Then I'll see whose arsenal runs dry first, his or mine. With that, he pushed aside Li Xiang, who was blocking the main trading desk, and stepped up himself. His small frame perched on a chair, his young hands flying over the keyboard as he typed out a flurry of commands. It wasn't a trade order, it was a limit order. Boss, Li Xiang stared at the numbers on the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Buy price, 202 Hong Kong dollars. Order quantity, 99,999 lots. 99,999 lots. This figure was beyond what money could measure. This was nothing but a symbol, a declaration, a slap in the face. It's telling Carl Lehman, telling every short seller in the world in the most brazen way possible, come at me. I'm right here waiting for you. Money? I've got plenty. Boom. The instant this order appeared, the entire market seemed to freeze for 0.01 seconds. Though the next second, it was instantly crushed and devoured by the mad dog like selling pressure of the bears. But every trader who witnessed it, bull or bear, felt their heart skip a beat. Arrogant. Damn rich. The wavering market sentiment was abruptly jolted awake by this single order. And this shockwave, a mix of awe and dread, instantly crossed the Hong Kong Strait, crashing into the heart of the Vulture Fund on the top floor of the Guojin Center. Boss. They've placed nearly 100,000 buy orders. Right at 202. Our sell orders got hit, but the cost. The cost of shorting is skyrocketing. Word from Fidelity, their available margin loans for us are running low. Several smaller institutions followed suit and just closed their short positions. They're fleeing. The composure and elegance that once filled the trading floor vanished, replaced by a suffocating panic. They feel less like they're shorting a stock and more like they're trying to smash through a granite mountain with their fists. No matter how many chips they threw down, the bottomless pool of capital below merely rippled with a tiny wave before swallowing everything whole. For the first time, a shadow of gravity flickered in Carl Lehman's sapphire eyes. He had misjudged. The mysterious opponent across the table wasn't the fool he'd assumed, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing. At that very moment. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out from everyone's Bloomberg terminals. It was an urgent bulletin, its headline highlighted in glaring red. Tencent Holdings 0700 HK CEO Pony Ma issues public statement, core user data growth far exceeds expectations. Absolute confidence in monetization models for upcoming new services like QQ Space. Company fundamentals remain solid, unfazed by any short-term market volatility. The statement was brief, even somewhat formal. Yet at this moment, when short sellers were rampant and market panic had reached its peak, this statement from the company's core founder shone like a sudden beacon of light in the pitch-black stormy night. Enough. Right now. Shanghai, Guang Capital Operations Room. Zhang He's pupils suddenly contracted into dangerous pinpricks. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the decisive opportunity to tip the scales. Final assault. The two cold words sounded like a trumpet call for counterattack. In that instant, the entire operations room transformed into a war machine of utmost precision. All reserve funds, bring them in now. Breakthrough. Automated trading. Lift all restrictions. Full power activation. Off-exchange block trades. Synchronized execution. Sweep up every available share on the market. One target only. Buy. Yes. Every man let out a roar, straining every fiber of their being. The alliance's long dormant, world-shaking capital vast enough to make the world tremble transformed in this instant into a torrential flood capable of destroying heaven and earth. Without reservation, it surged toward the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. On the screen, the K-line chart suppressed and torn apart for half an hour suddenly surged upward as if propelled by nuclear power. A straight, blinding green pillar that seemed capable of piercing the heavens surged upward from the bottom of the tick chart. It wasn't climbing. It was leaping. It was launching. 205. 210. 220. Sell orders crumpled like paper before it, swept away in an instant. Countless short sellers' stop-loss orders triggered in a chain reaction as the price surged upward. They were forced to buy shares at higher prices to close their positions. This passive buying pressure further propelled the stock price upward, triggering even more stop-loss orders at higher levels. Boom! A terrifying stampede effect formed a short squeeze within a short squeeze. The bloodiest, cruelest, and most spectacular short squeeze. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, atop the Guojin Center, dead silence hung over the trading floor of the Vulture Fund. Everyone stared pale-faced at the blinding green before them. In Hong Kong stocks, green signifies an increase. Yet now, this green glowed in their eyes hotter and more terrifying than the hellfire itself. Chapter 122, The Most Profitable Investment. Carl Lehman's sapphire eyes were bloodshot. He stared fixedly at the number 325 Hong Kong dollars leaping upward on the main screen. It blew up. All their short positions had been completely wiped out in just over 10 minutes. The paper loss had already surpassed $15 billion. And it was still expanding at a rate of millions per second. $15 billion. Even for a vulture fund, this was enough to cripple them. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Lehman could no longer maintain his Wall Street elite composure. He grabbed the Cuban cigar from the table and smashed it violently against the LCD screen before him. Crack. The expensive screen shattered into a black hole. The cigar's embers sizzled on the surface, emitting a burnt smell that seemed to mock his impotent rage. Why? Why did this happen? He roared at his star traders, Harvard and Yale graduates. Didn't you say the opposition was just a bunch of stragglers? Didn't you say their funding chain would break soon? Is this the analysis you gave me? A trading supervisor stammered nervously, Boss, their funds seem endless. We just can't break through. Endless? Bull. How could there possibly be endless capital in this world? Lehman's chest heaved violently. Suddenly, he recalled that arrogantly massive 99,999 lot buy order and that perfectly timed official statement. He finally understood. He wasn't fighting some foolish Asian nouveau riche. He was battling a monster calculated to the bone. He had thought he was the hunter, and the other was the pig. Now he realized it was a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex in pig's clothing, calculating every move, waiting for him to walk straight into the trap. Close all positions. Immediately. At any cost. Liquidate every last one of our positions. Lehman issued his final order, his voice hoarse with endless frustration. If they didn't flee now, the only outcome awaiting them would be margin calls and liquidation. Meanwhile in the Magic City, the architect of this storm had just emerged from a brief, deep slumber. To him, that breathtaking, $100 billion slaughter seemed nothing more than an amusing pre-dinner game. Ring ring. A satellite phone with no caller ID abruptly rang out. Zhao Tianyu and the others exchanged glances. Only the innermost circle of the alliance knew this number. Zhang He, however, seemed to have anticipated this. He walked over and answered the call. Hello. On the other end came a man's voice, weary, hoarse, yet tinged with a profound sense of relief after narrowly escaping danger. Is this Mr. Zhang He? This is Manhwa. Got it. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of Zhang He's mouth. Mr. Ma, congratulations. Manhwa on the other end was clearly taken aback by this calm congratulations. He had imagined every possible reaction, excitement, pride, even a desire to take credit, but never this kind of detached calm, as if stating a simple fact. Just who was this young man? Suppressing the storm raging within him, he replied solemnly, Mr. Zhang, no thanks are needed for such a great favor. Without your and the Higuang Alliance's timely intervention, Tencent might not exist today. Zhang He responded calmly. I simply made an investment I believed in. No, it's not the same. Ma Huateng's tone turned utterly serious. After consulting with our founding team, we've decided to express our deepest gratitude by gifting you, Mr. Zhang He, personally 5% of our Tencent stock options, held individually, without any compensation. He emphasized each word, to you personally, Mr. Zhang He. Not to the Higuang Alliance. This is our founding team's token of gratitude. Please accept it. 5% of Tencent stock options. Though non-voting, the dividend rights alone would, in the future, amount to an astronomical figure capable of turning the world's wealthiest individuals' heads. More importantly, it represents the highest level of recognition and commitment from Tencent's founding team. In the war room, Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, and others who heard this nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. This was an unprecedented gesture. Everyone assumed Zhang He would politely decline. Yet Zhang He paused for only 2 seconds before speaking with calm assurance. All right, Mr. Ma. I accept this gift. Not a trace of pretense or formality. He accepted this priceless gift with such directness, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Because he knew that at this very moment in his previous life, Tencent was in its darkest hour. Not just 5%, but even 20% if it could save the company, Manhwa would have given it. Moreover, he understood what this stake represented for the future. Feigning refusal would be meaningless, even petty. He shifted his tone, a hint of amusement in his voice, but, Mr. Ma, Tencent's future extends far beyond this. The 5% stake you're offering today might just be the most profitable investment you'll ever make. A silence stretched for several seconds on the other end of the line. Manhwa was clearly stunned by Zhang He's earth-shattering remark. I'm giving you shares worth a fortune, and you say this is the most profitable investment I've ever made? What audacity! What sheer arrogance! Yet coming from the mouth of this young man who had just pulled him back from the brink of ruin, the words carried an undeniable, almost magical persuasiveness. Seconds later, a hearty, gut-busting laugh erupted from the other end of the line. Ha! Excellent! What a brilliant investment! Mr. Zhang, I trust you. May your words bring good fortune. 3 days later. A Gulfstream G550 private jet arriving from Shenzhen touched down at Hangzhou Airport in Shanghai. Manhwa, dressed casually with his signature glasses, a hint of fatigue on his face but an unusually bright gaze, arrived unnoticed at the headquarters of Heguan capital. When he saw the 7-year-old boy sitting behind the desk, calmly sipping Wah-ad calcium milk, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe for the boy's extraordinary feat just 3 days prior. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Ma solemnly retrieved a pre-drafted share transfer agreement from his briefcase. Mr. Zhang, please review this. Zhang He took the document, gave it a cursory glance, then picked up a pen and signed his name in the designated space. With one stroke of the pen, a future billionaire was born. Happy cooperation, Mr. Ma. Zhang He pushed the document back. Manhwa gathered the papers, looked at Zhang He, and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhang, should you ever need me, I'd die 1,000 deaths for your cause. You flatter me. Zhang He waved his hand dismissively, leaning back in his chair and gazing out the window. Mr. Ma, this crisis has passed, but Tencent's journey has only just begun. Chapter 123, An interesting little guy. He spoke slowly, as if offering casual advice. When users and their social networks are on your platform, money should naturally follow. Consider developing a payment tool. Manhwa froze in place. He had indeed been wrestling with QQ's monetization and future direction lately, vaguely considering value-added services. But Zhang He's suggestion instantly clarified his path. Keep the money within QQ's ecosystem? This was a colossal and terrifying business vision. Staring at the 7-year-old boy before him, Ma's gaze shifted from shock to utter reverence. This wasn't some business prodigy, this was a prophet from the future. Mr. Zhang's voice, Manhwa's voice, now carried a tremor. He bowed deeply once more. I understand. I'll give it my all. Manhwa departed the metropolis, his mind churning with a storm of ideas and boundless visions for the future. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of the financial storm ignited by Zhang He were only just beginning to ripple across broader horizons. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Securities Regulatory Commission. In the vice chairman's office, a set of pear blossom wood desks gleamed with a polished shine. Lin Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, one hand cradling a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea, the other holding that day's edition of the China Securities Journal. He read with rapt attention, occasionally nodding as if encountering something particularly intriguing. Ring. The red rotary dial telephone on the desk suddenly erupted with an untimely, urgent ring. Lin Jiangwo set down the newspaper and glanced at the phone with a hint of resignation. Few people knew this number. He picked up the receiver slowly, his voice tinged with playful teasing. Hello, Dean Qin. What brings you calling? The sun must be rising in the west today. You're such a busy man in the capital, how did you find time to remember this idle fellow in the sticks? A robust voice came through the line, retorting without hesitation. Cut the crap, Lin Jiangwo. You call yourself a nobody? If you were nobody, there'd be no one left to run China's financial markets. Ha! Lin Jiangwo burst out laughing, clearly in high spirits. Well then, no news is good news. What brings you calling? On the other end was Qin Song, the towering figure of China's academic world and dean of Peking University's School of Economics. He and Lin Jiangwo had been university classmates, one entered the system, the other immersed himself in academia. They'd been old friends for decades. Ah, don't even get me started, Qin Song's voice carried a hint of irritation. It's just those damn problems at the school. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. Lately, I've been thinking about organizing an informal lecture for those arrogant young faculty members in the school and the top-tier masters and doctoral students to discuss the future of economics and broaden their perspectives. But guess what? I found a few candidates, and every single one spouted clichés, nothing but grand narratives or hollow theories. It gave me a headache. Qin Song was notoriously strict in academic matters. Even an informal internal lecture, in his eyes, had to be delivered with crystal clear clarity and resonate with authority. Oh? Lin Jiangwo perked up. Xin Song continued his rant. Young people today are full of theories, but they lack, how should I put it? That sense of pulsing in sync with the market's heartbeat. They lack the wildness to overturn the table. I need someone who brings truly disruptive ideas, not just someone reciting textbooks. Lin Jiangwo listened quietly to his old friend's complaints, his gaze drifting back to the newspaper on the table. The front page headline, in bold black type, read, Tencent Holdings makes V-shaped reversal, Wall Street vultures suffer defeat in Hong Kong. Mysterious funds reportedly originate from mainland China. A hint of amusement curved his lips. Shocking ideas? The audacity to overturn the table? Pulsing with the market's rhythm? Unbidden, the image of that 7-year-old boy surfaced in his mind, sitting in his office, sipping AD calcium milk, yet delivering the most audacious plans with the calmest demeanor. That was more than just flipping the table. That kid blew up the entire gambling table and the casino owner straight into the sky. Old Qin, Lin Jiangwo suddenly spoke up, cutting off Qin Song's rant. I happen to know an interesting little guy. Qin Song froze on the other end of the line. Kid? What kid? Since when did you, Lin Jiangwo, start caring about kids? He knew his old friend all too well. Lin Jiangwo, a man of high standing with a sharp eye, regarded ordinary so-called young talents as no different from roadside stones. Anyone he'd describe as interesting was definitely no ordinary person. A youngster who's turned my world upside down. Lin Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk as he recalled every encounter with Zhang He. Whether it was his ruthless moves in the stock market or that earth-shattering vision for the esports industrial park, each encounter left him with a shiver of awe at the formidable potential of the younger generation. His vision, his perspective, his grasp of timing. Lin Jiangwo spared no praise, his voice tinged with genuine admiration. You might not believe it, but he surpasses everything expected of someone his age, even outshining us so-called professionals. The weight of those words was immense. Xin Song's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, his brow furrowing. Old Lin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? When you say professionals, that includes you and me. A kid? And you're saying this about him? I never joke about things like this. Lin Jiangwo's tone turned serious. His ideas are worth listening to, even for the brightest minds at Peking University. Don't you always say education should embrace all perspectives, dare to engage with the most cutting-edge, even the most daring and unconventional ideas? Trust me, what he brings to the table will be more impactful than all your candidates combined. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. Xin Song was digesting Lin Jiangwo's earth-shattering recommendation. He knew Lin Jiangwo well. This man never spoke idly, nor would he joke about such matters. A child so highly praised by the vice chairman of the Shanghai Securities Regulatory Commission, one described as having the power to overturn conventional wisdom. What kind of being was this? A genius? Or a monster? After a long pause, Xin Song's steady voice sounded again, tinged with resolve. All right. Since you, Lin Jiangwo, have spoken, I'll make an exception. His trust wasn't in the child he'd never met, but in Lin Jiangwo's sharp judgment, a discernment that had never failed him in decades. The date was set for early next month. The audience would be small, only the institute's key young talents and the most outstanding masters to PhD students. The venue would be our college's small lecture hall. Chapter 124, I've made up my mind. Xin Song finalized the details before adding one last thing, his voice tinged with anticipation. The topic is unrestricted, let him speak freely. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of earth-shattering nonsense this little brat you keep raving about can come up with. After hanging up, Lin Jiangwo tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his amused smile growing broader. He picked up the compact Nokia 8210 beside him, deftly dialed his daughter's number, and pressed send. Old Qin talks about broadening perspectives, but deep down, he's still stuck in that ivory tower elitism. But fine. Let Zhang and that kid toss a depth charge into their stagnant pond. Hey, Dad? How come you're so free today that you're calling me yourself? Lin Wei's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of teasing. Found a good gig for your little treasure. Lin Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. What little treasure? Lin Wei's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing slightly, but curiosity quickly overtook her. What kind of job? Peking University. Dean Qin Song personally invited you. Lin Jiangwo delivered the bombshell succinctly, word by word. Give a lecture to the top faculty and students in their School of Economics. The line fell silent. Lin Wei clutched her phone, frozen in her office. Beyond the window lay the bustling cityscape of Shanghai, yet her eyes held only shock. Peking University? Dean Qin Song? The towering figure in China's economics community whose word carried absolute weight, even her own father held him in high regard? To lecture the elite students of Peking University? This news stunned her more than Zhang He making 10 billion in the stock market. It was an honor beyond monetary measure, the highest recognition of one's intellectual value. An indescribable pride welled up from the depths of her heart, bringing her more joy than any honor she herself had ever received. That kid, he deserves it. I'll tell him right away. Lin Wei's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. He would definitely accept. Hanging up, she dialed Zhang He's number almost impatiently. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Wu Xiuzhen was leaning back on the sofa, squinting at the Changhan color TV showing My Fair Princess. Zhang He sat on a small stool beside her, methodically peeling an apple with a fruit knife. The blade moved steadily, slicing the skin into a single, continuous strip as thin as a cicada's wing, without a single break. Reborn into this life, being able to stay peacefully by his family's side like this was the warmth he had craved in both lifetimes. Ring. His phone, set aside, rang. Hello, Sister Lin Wei. Zhang He picked up the phone, his tone calm. Zhang He. Lin Wei's voice came through the receiver, brimming with excitement. I have great news to share with you. Absolutely fantastic news. She recounted the details of the Peking University lecture in full. Zhang He paused mid-apple peeling, and the long strip of peel finally snapped. His face remained expressionless as he simply replied, Oh. A lecture at Peking University? It was a decent opportunity. In his previous life, it was a place he dared not even dream of. This time around, however, he would step into that highest seat of learning as a preacher. Well, some ideas, some threads of the future rather than keeping them locked inside my own mind, it's better to sow them early through these people destined to become the backbone of society. I appreciate Uncle Lin's kindness. Zhang He's voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. This trip to the capital, I must make. Please convey my thanks to him. Wonderful. Lin Wei's voice bubbled with excitement on the other end. After hanging up, Zhang He stared at the peeled apple in his hand, his thoughts already drifting to yen yuan, thousands of miles away. What should I talk about? A simple stock market analysis? Too superficial. Macroeconomic forecasts? Too dry. This lecture, if he was going to give one, had to be something that would truly etch itself into their minds. A brand new commercial empire, one they couldn't even imagine yet, built from code, data, and countless mobile terminals. Just as Zhang He was crafting the menu for his intellectual feast, an appetizer had already quietly appeared on Peking University's Weiming BBS. An anonymous post surged to the top of the 10 hottest topics within just half an hour. Inside scoop: mysterious capital giant to visit economics school, discuss golden opportunities for the next decade. The post was vague, merely stating that Dean Qin had personally invited a mysterious young man who had once sent shockwaves through financial markets to deliver a lecture that would shatter conventional wisdom for faculty and students alike. The entire BBS exploded with activity upon its release. Teenager? How old is a teenager? Hope it's not some leader's son coming to polish his resume. Exactly. Capital Titan? That's just bragging. How come I've never heard of this person? Stop being so bitter. Didn't you hear Dean Qin personally invited him? How dare you question Dean Qin's judgment? Holy crap. I remember now. That massive battle over Tencent shares in Hong Kong recently. My advisor even analyzed it in class, saying the long positions came from mainland China. The tactics were ruthless, almost inhuman. Could it be him? 7 years old? I just heard this inside scoop from my uncle, a 7-year-old kid. Can you believe it? 7? Ha! Is he coming to lecture us on how to spend our New Year's money on Ultraman cards? That's hilarious. Doubt, mockery, curiosity, anticipation, countless emotions collided in the BBS threads, propelling this unstarted lecture into the eye of the storm. Before they knew it, the month had turned. Zhang He entrusted the company's affairs to Zhao Tianyu and the others, boarding a flight to Beijing with Lin Wei. In first class, Lin Wei gazed at the drifting clouds outside the window, yet her mind refused to settle. She turned to look at Zhang He beside her, engrossed in reading of global history. Finally, she couldn't hold back. Hey, genius, she said, have you decided what topic to lecture on? Right now, the entire Peking University is probably waiting to see you make a fool of yourself or to witness a miracle. Zhang He lifted his gaze from the book. His eyes, deep and unchildlike, met Lin Wei's, and a mysterious curve suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have. Those 3 words were all he said. This guy. Lin Wei felt like a cat was scratching at her insides, the itch unbearable. The more nonchalant he acted, the more it suggested a storm brewing beneath the surface. What kind of future did he envision? The next morning, in the lecture hall of Peking University's School of Economics. The small lecture hall, designed to hold just over 100 people, was now packed to the rafters. Not only were all the seats occupied, but the aisles and doorways were filled with people, each craning their necks to see inside. Chapter 125, The Next Decade. The air buzzed with a mixture of scholarly tension and intense curiosity. At the very center of the front row, Dean Qinsong sat with a stern expression, his emotions unreadable. Beside him was Lin Jiangwo, who had flown in specially from the metropolis to observe the proceedings, wearing a relaxed look of anticipation. Next to him sat Lin Wei, sitting ramrod straight, her palms slightly sweaty. Surrounding them were the professors, associate professors, and young lecturers of the School of Economics. Behind them, a sea of students, the cream of the crop from every faculty across the university, filled the hall. Economics, mathematics, physics, even a few tech geeks from the computer science department who'd heard the buzz. Without exception, they had all heard of today's speaker's remarkable achievements. A 7th grade elementary student. What the hell? I'm here solving partial differential equations, and I'm just tagging along for the spectacle. A boy with thick-rimmed glasses muttered under his breath. Who says it isn't? I just want to see for myself how a 7-year-old kid will turn my world upside down. If he's not good, I'm out of here. A girl beside him, with an aloof demeanor, pushed her glasses up her nose, her tone dripping with disdain. All eyes were fixed on the empty podium, awaiting the legendary protagonist's entrance. They were eager to see whether this much-hyped lecture would prove to be a groundbreaking revelation or a laughable farce. The next moment, the lecture hall's heavy wooden doors swung open from the outside. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the doorway. A figure stepped inside. It wasn't a suit-clad financial elite, nor a dignified academic authority. It was a child. A little boy dressed in a crisp black suit, his collar adorned with a burgundy bow tie tied with deliberate care. His face, still bearing traces of childhood innocence, showed no emotion whatsoever. His eyes were as still and deep as an ancient well with no bottom in sight. A black briefcase, disproportionately large for his frame, hung over his shoulder as he walked step by step, unhurriedly, toward the podium. Boom! The silence lasted a mere 3 seconds before the entire auditorium erupted. A roar of astonishment surged like a tidal wave, only to be instinctively stifled by the crowd, coalescing into a vast, buzzing hive of murmurs. Holy! He's actually a primary school student? No way! What kind of international joke is this? This is Peking University. Has Dean Sheen lost his mind? Oh man, my worldview is getting turned upside down today, only in the most ridiculous way possible. Is that a briefcase he's carrying? Is it filled with Ultraman cards or RC cars? In the front row, a young associate professor in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, furrowed his brow into a deep frown. Absurd! Absolutely absurd! Inviting a mere child to lecture at China's most prestigious economics institution? What is this? Performance art? It's a desecration of academia. Even Dean Sheen Song, who had personally approved this arrangement, was momentarily stunned. His mouth hung slightly open as he watched the small figure approach the lectern. Too short to reach it, the boy deftly retrieved a small wooden stool from behind the podium and stepped onto it. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, clearly rehearsed. This is the mysterious trader who has been making waves in the Hong Kong stock market, routing Wall Street vultures? She wasn't even as tall as the podium. Sheen Song felt his worldview shaken to its core. Instinctively, he nudged Lin Jiangwo beside him with his elbow. Old Lin, you never told me he was this kid. His voice carried a dryness he hadn't even noticed himself. Lin Jiangwo couldn't suppress the smile curling his lips as he studied his old friend's ghost-stricken expression. What, shocked? He whispered, his tone dripping with teasing. The first time I met him in the office, his reaction was even more exaggerated than yours. What's this? Our materialist Dean Sheen has started judging people by appearances? Sheen Song was momentarily speechless, then let out a bitter laugh. This isn't judging by appearance, it's beyond the realm of normal human understanding. Uncle Sheen, rest assured. Lin Wei, noticing Sheen Song's expression, leaned in and whispered, he won't disappoint you. Her clenched fists were sweaty, yet her gaze was unwaveringly firm. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Sheen Song took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. He sat up straight once more, his gaze fixed on the child on stage, now filled with intense anticipation. Good. Very good. He laughed heartily, his voice not loud but carrying a sense of power. Well then, I'll be watching closely today to see just how much of a surprise this kid can bring me. The center of all this attention, Zhang He, seemed oblivious to the whispers and stares below the stage. Standing on a small stool, he calmly unzipped his briefcase and pulled out an IBM ThinkPad laptop, still a rare sight at the time. Open. Power on. Bending down, he deftly plugged the VGA connector into the laptop's side, connecting the other end to the projector on the podium. Soon, the hum of fans filled the air as a bright beam of light struck the screen behind, revealing the classic Windows 98 desktop. Everything was ready. Zhang He reached out with his small hand, gently pulling down the microphone mounted on the lectern and adjusting it to the perfect height for his mouth. He cleared his throat, and his youthful voice, amplified through the speakers, carried clearly to every corner of the auditorium. Good morning, teachers and students. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent once more. Countless gazes, some skeptical, some curious, some mocking, fixed intently upon him. Zhang He's gaze swept calmly over the sea of people below the stage, showing not a trace of timidity. My name is Zhang He. I am honored to have been invited by Dean Sheen Song to stand here and share a few of my personal insights. He paused briefly, then deftly operated the mouse to open a PowerPoint file. On the screen, a bold, even audacious black title in large font immediately captured everyone's attention. The next decade, the revolution of the internet, data, and intelligence. The moment the title appeared, murmurs erupted anew across the auditorium, even more intense than before. What the hell? The next decade? He's only 7 years old, he'll be 17 in 10 years. What does he know about the future? The internet? Yeah, I know that, just chatting on QQ, browsing forums, playing Stone Age. But data? Intelligent revolution? I've only seen those words in sci-fi magazines. He's lost his mind. This kid is absolutely insane. Where does he think he is? Under the big locust tree at the village entrance, spouting nonsense? The professors exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief. This proposition was too vast, so vast that even they, experts steeped in academia for decades, dared not touch it lightly. And here was a child, spouting such audacious claims? Chapter 126, E-Commerce. Only Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wei, father and daughter, exchanged a glance the moment they saw the title. Their eyes held no shock, no doubt only an excitement that instantly gripped their hearts. They knew. The real show was just about to begin. Facing the near-deafening buzz of discussion below the stage, Zhang He's face remained as still as a well. He didn't even lift an eyelid. To him, the skepticism and mockery from these top economic minds in China seemed no more than the chirping of cicadas on a summer afternoon, noisy, yet utterly meaningless. Finally, as the murmurs gradually subsided under his silence and all eyes refocused on his youthful face, he reached out with his small hand and pulled the microphone a little closer to his mouth. I know, teachers and classmates present, that upon seeing this topic, 1,000 questions must be swirling in your minds. His voice boomed through the speakers, a clear, childlike tone carrying a piercing insight into human nature. How could a 7-year-old discuss the next decade? What did he know about the internet? What did he understand about revolution? He repeated verbatim the sharpest criticisms he had just heard. Whoosh! A small stir rippled through the audience. This kid has sharp ears. The associate professor in the front row, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, let a cold smile curve his lips. Impressive, he's got some guts. But guts alone won't cut it. At Peking University, at the School of Economics, they only recognize substance. He'd be damned if he didn't see how this kid planned to pull off such a feat. Zhang He didn't give them much time to react before pressing the page turn button. The PPT displayed a few concise English words and their Chinese translations. Bit. The revolution we will experience, or rather, are already experiencing in the next decade, is not driven by atoms, but by bits. Zhang He's voice rose slightly, carrying an unquestionable assertion. Its core lies in 3 things. First, the deep evolution of the internet. Second, the explosive release of data value. Third, the initial awakening of machine intelligence. As these words fell, the expressions on the faces of the faculty and students who had initially been watching with a touch of curiosity slowly shifted. Bits? Atoms? These terms carried the cutting-edge, fashionable aura of late 1990s Western works like being digital. It actually sounded somewhat intriguing. Especially the phrases explosive release of data value and the initial awakening of machine intelligence caused the pupils of several information technology professors present to contract slightly. Zhang He pressed the page turn button again. A somewhat rudimentary flowchart appeared on the slide, featuring only 2 boxes and several arrows. The title read, E-commerce, Reshaping the Business Landscape. First, let's discuss the evolution of the internet. Its most tangible manifestation is e-commerce. Zhang He's index finger pointed at the screen. I know we already have 8,848 in eBay. Soon, there might even be something called Taobao. But these are merely the beginning. C2C, consumer to consumer. B2C, business to consumer. In the future, the boundaries between these two will become extremely blurred. He pressed the page turn button again, revealing 2 critical modules added to the flowchart. One module read, Payment Tools. The other module read, Logistics Network. To make all this happen, 2 absolute infrastructures are needed. First, a convenient and secure third-party payment tool that operates independently of the banking system yet connects with all banks. Second, a highly efficient, low-cost logistics network that spans the entire nation, reaching deep into townships and even villages. This network will no longer be the domain of a few courier companies. It will become a critical national infrastructure, as essential as water, electricity, and gas. Boom! If his earlier remarks had merely sparked curiosity, his final statement detonated like a bombshell in the minds of everyone in the auditorium. He's lost his mind. This kid is absolutely insane. Comparing parcel delivery to the national power grid and waterworks? What kind of audacious imagination is this? Dean Chinson's hand, holding his teacup, froze mid-air. As he stared at Zhang He on the stage, his eyes held not just shock but a hint of fear. This kid's perspective had completely transcended the realm of commerce. He was thinking like a national strategist. Lin Jiangwo, seated beside him, slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, leaning back in his chair with undisguised admiration etched across his face. Good lad, finally hitting the nail on the head. Meanwhile, the associate professor with the gold-rimmed glasses had furrowed his brow into a tight knot. He scribbled rapidly in his notebook, muttering silently, payments, logistics, infrastructure. He realized he couldn't logically refute this seemingly absurd argument. Zhang He seemed utterly oblivious to the storm brewing below the podium. He extended a single finger, his voice quiet yet resonant, striking each listener like a heavy hammer. Based on these 2 points, I have a prediction. Within 10 years, by 2009, China's total online retail sales will account for over 20% of the nation's total retail sales of consumer goods. Whoa! This time, it wasn't murmurs, it was a collective gasp of shock. The auditorium fell deathly silent, you could hear a pin drop. 20%. What does that even mean? The audience consisted of economics experts, they understood the weight behind this figure better than anyone. In 1998, China's total retail sales of consumer goods stood at 29 trillion yuan. At this growth rate, the figure would easily surpass 10 trillion yuan in just 10 years. 20% of 10 trillion? That's 2 trillion. A colossal market worth 2 trillion yuan, entirely driven by online transactions. This alone could spawn not just several, but dozens of trillion-dollar supergiants. The pen in the associate professor's gold-rimmed glasses clattered onto the desk. He froze, his mind going blank. All his previous disdain, his mockery, his self-righteous academic superiority shattered into pieces by the cold, concrete figure of 20%. He finally understood, the figure standing on the stage was no child. It was a monster cloaked in a child's form. A prophet from the future. He sat bolt upright, no longer daring the slightest slackness. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang He on the stage, like the most devout student awaiting the descent of divine revelation. Chapter 127, The Brilliant Youth Project. He wasn't alone. Every teacher and student in the auditorium, those who had been leaning back in their chairs, whispering among themselves, instinctively sat up straight. Not a trace of contempt remained on their faces. Instead, a complex mix of shock, confusion, and awe had taken their place. The atmosphere, in that instant, shifted completely. Zhang He's gaze swept calmly across the audience, taking in every expression. He knew the appetizer had ended. This was precisely the effect he had sought. He cleared his throat, and the small hand pressed the page turn button again. A new title appeared on the screen. Next, let's discuss the second point, social networks and data. QQ space is merely the starting point of social interaction. In the future, social networks will coexist with both pervasive and vertical characteristics. We will see super platforms connecting hundreds of millions of people, alongside countless niche communities. Relationship chains and user time will become the ultimate battlegrounds of the future internet. Third, future search and the information flood will be intelligent, a question-answering engine. Fourth, the future of mobile internet lies in breakthroughs in handheld mobile communication technology, transforming phones from mere calling devices into universal terminals connecting the world. The value of big data and the prospects of cloud computing, artificial intelligence. After an hour of stunned silence, Zhang He's presentation finally drew to a close. Teachers and students. This decade has been pivotal for China's internet, transitioning from catching up to keeping pace, and even taking the lead in certain fields. It was a decade where data transformed from an overlooked resource into a core production factor. It was a decade where powerful computing power evolved from the privilege of a select few institutions to become accessible to the masses. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner, striking a chord in everyone's heart. Seize this opportunity, and we shall revive the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties, reshaping the global economic landscape. Miss it, and we will once again be left far behind by the times. Having spoken, he did not glance at the audience's reactions. Instead, he walked to the center of the podium and bowed deeply toward the crowd. The movement was precise, the posture humble. The entire auditorium fell into dead silence. 3 full seconds passed. Clap. A crisp clap of applause suddenly broke the silence. It was Dean Chinsong. He slowly rose to his feet, his aged face radiating excitement and emotion as he clapped vigorously. Next, Lin Jiangmo rose. He made no attempt to hide his admiration, standing up and clapping thunderously. Lin Wei, seated beside him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, rose almost simultaneously. She clapped with all her might, her palms turning red. Clap. 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 As if on cue. Every professor, teacher, and elite student of Peking University leapt to their feet in that instant. Thunderous applause instantly engulfed the entire lecture hall, its volume so immense it seemed poised to tear the roof off. They gazed at the small figure on stage, their eyes no longer filled with scrutiny or doubt, but only with the purest awe and admiration. The applause continued unabated. Only when Zhang He raised his small hand and gently waved it downward did the frenzied clapping gradually subside. Yet everyone remained standing, their eyes fixed intently on him, waiting. Zhang He walked back to the microphone, his gaze sweeping over the young, excited faces below the stage. The future is here, but it won't build itself. It needs the brightest, boldest minds to shape it with their own hands. His voice, amplified through the speakers, carried an irresistible magic. Therefore, on behalf of Heguan Capital, I hereby formally launch the Heguan Genius Youth Program. Buzz. The students below held their breath for a moment. We will offer selected participants the opportunity to engage in Heguan Capital's most authentic and cutting-edge projects. Examples include preliminary research on next-generation search engine algorithms, exploration of early-stage AI model training frameworks, simulations of quantum computing and commercial applications, and development of large-scale data processing platforms that will underpin the future data empire. With each project he mentioned, the eyes of the computer science and information science students in the audience lit up a little brighter. These concepts felt like fairy tales confined to elite laboratories abroad. All achievements from your projects will be published with your names credited. The most outstanding individuals may join Higuan Capital's Core Research Institute upon graduation or receive my personal recommendation to join any world-leading tech company or research institution. Here, we encourage wild imagination. We allow and embrace failure. We will provide you with the most advanced experimental equipment and the most powerful computational resources in this country, indeed, the world. This is insane. The students below the stage went absolutely wild. This isn't a job offer, it's giving them wings. Zhang He observed the young faces clenching fists, leaning forward, faces flushed with excitement. A faint smile touched his lips as he dropped the final bombshell. We are not seeking by-the-book students or rule-following problem solvers. We seek pioneers who dare to challenge the unknown and define the future. The founders of Higuan Capital's technological landscape of the next decade, the next 20 years. He extended his small hand, pointing toward the audience. Here, you will stand on my shoulders to touch the true cutting edge of technology in this world. Here, you will personally participate in the process of changing the world. His gaze, sharp as a torch, swept across every eager pair of eyes. His voice suddenly rose, like the beating of war drums. Do you dare to come? 3 words, like a depth charge, detonated with a thunderous boom in the dead silent auditorium. After a brief silence, the room erupted like a volcano. I'm in. A voice, a hoarse, strained shout, erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned to see a boy wearing thick, bottle-bottom glasses, looking somewhat awkward. His face flushed crimson as he strained every muscle to rise from his seat. He adjusted his spectacles, trembling with excitement. Me. Math Department, Joey. Research Focus, Topology and Algorithmic Complexity. Mr. Zhang. I'm signing up. He shouted himself hoarse, as if pouring his entire lifetime's courage into that single sentence. It was like a bugle call to charge. Me too. A girl with a neat ponytail and sharp eyes didn't wait for the aisle to clear. She stepped between the chairs, pushing her way to the front in a few strides. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang He on the stage. Computer Science, Zhenjing. Specializing in distributed systems and machine learning. I want to join the Genius Youth Program. Chapter 128, worth it. But it wasn't over yet. In the back corner, several young people who had been sitting together, their demeanor distinctly different from ordinary students, engaged in a brief, urgent discussion. Suddenly, a young man with a crew cut stood up abruptly and shouted in a voice like a bell, Mr. Zhang. We're the National Physics Competition Training Team. Our team of 5 is applying to join collectively. Our focus is quantum computing and complex systems simulation. One after another. Each more audacious than the last. These prodigies, each proud and arrogant in their respective fields, now resembled fanatical devotees encountering their sacred totem. They scrambled forward, each desperate not to be left behind. The entire auditorium erupted into a sea of fervor. On stage, Zhang He faced this nearly uncontrollable scene, yet his small face showed not a trace of panic. He simply watched quietly, a faint, knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very good. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He nodded to the math major, Joey, right? I'll remember you. Then he turned to the decisive girl, Zhenjing, your courage matches your talent. Finally, his gaze settled on the physics prodigies, a team? Even better. Science has never been a solo battle. Welcome. His voice wasn't loud, yet it cut through the noise with precision, reaching every ear with a reassuring power. Watching the scene, Dean Chinsong, seated in the front row, turned excitedly and gripped Lin Jiangwo's arm beside him, his voice trembling slightly. Old Lin, did you see that? Did you see it? This is the true fertile ground for cultivating top-tier talent for our nation. Not locked away in ivory towers writing papers, not fighting tooth and nail over a few research grants. It's about giving them a direction, a goal, letting them pioneer new frontiers. Lin Jiangwo remained silent. He merely nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving the small figure on stage surrounded by countless geniuses, yet still calm and composed. Shock was no longer enough to describe his feelings. Only profound admiration. This child, was he merely building a company? He was harnessing the power of capital, uniting it into a single force, to ignite a torch of technological innovation for the future of this nation. Such vision, such magnanimity, such audacity, it was utterly beyond comprehension. Lin Wei's beautiful eyes now reflected only one person. She watched Zhang He, surrounded by countless fervent gazes, effortlessly handling the questions of one genius after another. A smile crept onto her lips, and an indescribable pride welled up within her. It felt as though the man radiating brilliance on stage, receiving adoration like a phoenix surrounded by birds, was inextricably linked to her own destiny. The fervor of the speech gradually subsided, yet the night at Yin Garden had only just begun to boil over, all because of a 7-year-old child. Dean Qin tugged at Lin Jiangwo, hoping to keep Zhang He for a late-night tea gathering to further discuss those wildly imaginative yet profoundly insightful ideas. But Zhang He waved his small hand, a hint of weariness on his face, and politely declined. There was no helping it, this 7-year-old body had pushed itself to its absolute limit to endure this ultra-high-intensity brainstorming session. All he wanted now was to find a place to get some proper sleep. Lin Wei noticed his exhaustion and stepped forward naturally. After informing Dean Qin and her father, she shielded Zhang He and left first. In the black Audi S6 on the way back to the hotel, the car was quiet except for the steady sound of breathing. After a long while, Lin Wei finally spoke in a voice so soft it was barely audible. "Are you tired?" Zhang He didn't stir, as if he had truly fallen asleep. Lin Wei gave a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing she'd asked a pointless question. How could he not be exhausted? Gazing out the window, she added softly, "What you promised today isn't just an empty check. Every project is a mountain of money burning. Every genius you recruit is a heavy responsibility." No sooner had she finished speaking than the seemingly sleeping figure beside her suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes shone with startling intensity in the night. "Worth it." Zhang He's voice carried a hint of sleepy hoarseness, yet it was crystal clear. "Sister Lin Wei, what you witnessed today were dozens of brilliant students from Yuan. What I see are the most precious seeds of scientific and technological innovation for China's next 20 years. He paused, a look of hope utterly incongruous with his age flickering across his small face. "Whether this flame will ignite, or how fiercely it will burn, I cannot say. But if even one or two sparks eventually ignite a prairie fire, then everything I've done today will have been worth it." The launch of the Yiguang Genius Youth Program sent shockwaves through the academic circles of Yuan and the entire capital. Back at the hotel, Dean Qin had already called several times, reporting the explosive aftermath with excitement practically spilling out of the receiver. Zhang He listened calmly, offering little reaction. The sowing was complete. Next came watering, fertilizing, and finding a broader field for these seeds to grow. Ignoring the nearly overflowing list of prospective collaborators on his desk, he walked straight to the bedside table, picked up his Motorola, and dialed a number with deliberate precision. The call connected quickly, and Chen Ming's slightly weary voice came through. "Hello, boss." Zhang was direct. "Come to Beijing tomorrow." The voice on the other end froze. "Beijing? Boss, what's going on? Trouble at Yuan?" Chen Ming's first thought was that the project he'd poured so much effort into had hit a snag. No, quite the opposite. Zhang He paced to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the city ablaze with lights, his gaze deep and contemplative. "It's going smoother than I ever imagined. Therefore, our next move must be accelerated." "I understand." Chen Ming didn't ask a single extra question. Having followed Zhang He for so long, he had developed an almost instinctive trust. This boss, who was far too young, had made decisions that were always proven to be remarkably wise in hindsight. His role was never to question, but to execute with terrifying speed. The call ended. Zhang He stared at the slightly boyish face reflected in the glass, exhaling a long breath. The prodigies of Yen Garden were the future military talents. But he still needed a commander who could supply this great army with provisions, expand its territory, and secure its dominance. And that commander, at this very moment, was merely a street vendor peddling CDs in Zhongguancun. The tide of history surged relentlessly forward. This time, he would swim against the current. He would personally unearth that pearl, buried in dust, 20 years ahead of its time, and let it shine with dazzling brilliance. Chapter 129, He was different. The next day. At the first light of dawn, Chen Ming boarded the earliest flight bound for the capital. When he arrived at the door of the suite at the Yanjing Hotel, covered in travel dust, Zhang He had already changed into athletic wear, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. "Boss, this is..." Chen Ming pulled out a document, intending to report on the work. "We'll discuss it en route." Zhang He waved his slightly small hand and headed straight for the elevator. "I'll take you somewhere." The black Santana 2000 inched through Beijing's congested steel flood, as if it might stall at any moment. The radio played a song called Heart Too Soft. Chen Ming hummed along softly, capturing the essence of the era. The car finally came to a stop beneath a massive sign. 5 large characters were emblazoned across it: Zhongguancun Electronics Market. One step inside. A wave of heat, mingled with the stench of plastic, dust, and sweat, washed over him, nearly suffocating him. Chaos was the only word to describe the scene. Cramped aisles were lined with tightly packed counters, jutting out in all directions. Behind the counters, beside them, even overhead, cardboard boxes filled with computer parts were piled high. CRT monitors, computer cases, motherboards, and memory sticks piled up like small mountains. On the counters, pirated copies of Windows 98, Kingsoft WordMaster, and game disks were neatly stacked. Their covers were rough, faded, and radiated a cheap, low-quality feel. "Boss, genuine Windows. 300 a set. Hey buddy. Want some blank disks? Sunyodensha brand, $5 a piece. Build your own PC. Build your own PC right here. Pentium 3 chip, play StarCraft, flies like a bird." The cries of vendors, the haggling of customers, and the shrill electronic music blaring from cheap speakers merged into a roaring torrent, assaulting their eardrums. Just then, an argument at a nearby counter caught their attention. "What the heck? $20 a disc? Are these made of gold or something?" A curly-haired auntie, basket in hand, shrieked at the top of her lungs. Behind the counter, a lanky, mustachioed shopkeeper with darting eyes offered a forced smile. "Ma'am, you can't talk like that. These are genuine imports from Japan. Look at this disc, how shiny. Go ask around and you'll find plenty for 10 bucks a pop, but those are all domestic knockoffs. Burn them a few times and they're toast. Mine? Burn 100 times, no problem guaranteed. I don't care. It's too expensive. I don't want it. The woman turned on her heel, ready to walk out. Hey, ma'am, don't go. The man called Boss May immediately panicked, stepping out from behind the counter to block her path. His smile grew even more obsequious. Alright, I give in. 15. 15 each, can't go any lower. This is rock bottom pricing, just to make friends with you. The woman paused, eyeing him askance. 15? I'd say 10 would do just fine. Mr. May's face instantly fell, his expression one of deep sorrow. Sis, you're killing me. 15 bucks, I'm not making a penny on this. I just want to keep you coming back. Lowering his voice, he leaned in close to the woman's ear. Let me tell you something straight from the heart, don't repeat this to anyone. Look at those shops across the street. They sell cheap, but there's a lot of shady stuff going on. Most of them are selling counterfeit goods, passing off substandard products as genuine. Buy from Old May here, and you can rest assured you won't get ripped off, you won't get cheated. My reputation is built on one word, authenticity. These words clearly struck a chord with the woman. The doubt on her face instantly gave way to sudden understanding, then settled into a satisfied, secret smile. Alright. You're a smooth talker, kid. 15 it is. Give me 10 copies. The woman happily pulled out her money, took the CDs wrapped in a plastic bag, and walked away satisfied. The moment she was gone, the flattery vanished from Mr. May's face. He picked up the 15 yuan, expertly flicked his tongue to wet his thumb with a wet smack, and began counting. His small eyes gleamed with pure calculation. Zhang He watched the entire scene unfold, hearing every detail clearly, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. This Mr. May hadn't lied. He was indeed selling genuine imported goods, not counterfeit or substandard products. But Zhang He's gaze fell upon a box of newly unpacked goods beneath Boss May's counter. The packaging boldly displayed the words second-grade product, passing off inferior goods as superior. He was selling second-grade goods at the discounted price of first-grade goods, then using his authenticity guarantee sales pitch to attack competitors, making customers believe they were getting an incredible bargain. This business strategy was truly mastered to perfection. Chen Ming understood too, his expression growing increasingly grave. Following Zhang He's gaze, his eyes eventually settled on a counter at the far end of the market. It was also selling CDs and CD burners, but on a smaller scale and in a more remote location. The owner of that stall, a square-faced young man, was bent over organizing his merchandise, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He seemed somewhat out of place. Chen Ming withdrew his gaze, lowered his voice, and leaned close to Zhang He, speaking with deep concern. Boss, are you sure you really want to invest in him? Chen Ming's hand subtly gestured toward the square-faced young man. Right now, he's just the most unremarkable among thousands of counter owners in Zhongguancun. How much could he possibly make selling optical drives and blank discs? There are bigger distributors than him everywhere around here. Chen Ming paused, glancing at Boss May, who had just put on quite a show, his voice dropping even lower. Besides, you've seen this place for yourself. It's a mixed bag of characters, and the waters run far too deep. Tax evasion is the norm, and passing off inferior goods as high-quality products is an open secret. If we pour our money in here, it might just go down the drain. His words were filled with rational concern. This place was a chaotic wilderness of unchecked growth, teeming with lies and traps. And the person they sought was, at this very moment, at the very heart of this chaos. By any measure, this doesn't seem like a sound investment. Zhang He merely smiled upon hearing this, then extended a tiny finger and shook it gently. His youthful face bore a certainty utterly at odds with his age. He was different. 3 simple words, spoken lightly, yet carrying an undeniable force. With that, he turned away from Chen Ming, his small frame pivoting decisively toward the counter of the square-faced young man. Different? How was he different? Chen Ming's mind was filled with question marks. Could one truly distinguish right from wrong in this cesspool? Could an honest soul survive here for even 3 days? Though deeply skeptical, he immediately quickened his pace, shadowing Zhang He closely. They stopped 7 or 8 paces away from the square-faced young man's counter, blending in like ordinary shoppers, observing without drawing attention. Chen Ming positioned himself slightly behind and to the side of Zhang He, cleverly shielding the young shopkeeper's figure. Chapter 130, Not Buying Anything. At that moment, a man in a jacket stood before the counter, pointing at an optical drive with a furrowed brow. Boss, why is this optical drive 20 bucks more expensive than other shops? The man's tone carried a clear accusation. Behind the counter, the square-faced young man lifted his head, revealing a sharply defined face radiating integrity. Unlike Boss May, he didn't rush to defend himself or flatter. He simply replied calmly, what I sell here is genuine merchandise. Invoices, warranty cards, everything is included. Counterfeit? 10 times the refund. It's written on my sign. Genuine? The man in the jacket snorted derisively, curling his lip. Who knows if it's a knockoff? These days, counterfeits look more real than the real thing. The remark was sharp, practically slapping the word fraud directly onto the young man's face. Chen Ming, watching from a distance, felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, if it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back his anger. Yet the square-faced young man remained unruffled, neither humble nor arrogant. Unlike Boss Mei, who would disparage competitors to win customers claiming everyone else sold fakes, he didn't immediately slash prices to make a sale. He merely paused for a moment, then bent down and carefully retrieved a document folder from a cardboard box beneath the counter. "Sir, take a look." He opened the folder and slid it toward the man in the jacket. "This is our company's authorized agency agreement with the brand, bearing the official seal. This is our business license. Furthermore, for every optical drive you purchase, we provide an immediate receipt and a nationwide warranty card. Look at this card, it has a unique serial number that corresponds exactly to the serial number on the drive itself. Counterfeit goods absolutely cannot do this." The man in the jacket froze. He leaned in, scrutinizing the authorization document with its vivid red official seal, then examining the warranty card. The skepticism on his face gradually shifted to astonishment, finally settling into understanding. In all his years in this market, he'd never seen a shop openly display its authorization certificates and licenses for customers to see. "Hey, kid, you're the man." The jacket man's furrowed brow smoothed out completely. He nodded emphatically, his tone tinged with admiration. "For that attitude alone, I'll take this drive. Give me one." "Got it, thank you." A genuine smile finally touched the square-faced young man's lips, not flattery, but sincere gratitude. He immediately turned, swiftly processing the order, retrieving a brand new box from the shelf, unpacking it, and expertly connecting the test computer's power supply and data cables. With the beep of the computer booting up, the optical drive tray popped out and retracted, the read indicator light flashed, everything was working perfectly. The entire process flowed smoothly, without a hint of hesitation. "Here you go, boss. Your optical drive, receipt, and warranty card, keep these safe. If you ever have any issues, just bring this back anytime." He gathered everything into a plastic bag and handed it over with both hands. "No worries." The man in the jacket accepted the items, patted them with satisfaction, and said, "With service like this, I'll definitely come back when I build my next PC." "You're always welcome back." The young man smiled as he watched the customer walk away. Yet as the jacket-clad man vanished into the crowd, the smile vanished from his face. He glanced at the somewhat deserted counter, then turned to look at the towering stacks of inventory boxes behind him, his frown deepening. He pulled out a notebook and a hero pen from behind the counter, jotting something down rapidly. It seemed he was calculating today's sales figures. After writing, he stared at the number, lost in thought. A moment later, as if making a decision, he shook his head firmly, picked up the pen, and crossed out the line he had just written with a forceful stroke. The struggle and persistence were written all over his face. Just then, a familiar-looking customer approached. "Xiao Lu, did the 10 Mitsubishi discs I ordered yesterday arrive?" "They're here, Brother Wang." The square-faced young man snapped back to attention, his face lighting up with a smile. He swiftly located the customer's name in a stack of orders, turned, and pulled a tube of discs from the shelf. "Here you go. Count them. Same deal as always, if any disc fails to burn, bring it back and I'll replace it." The customer paid with satisfaction and left. The entire sequence, from start to finish, was observed by Zhang He, who stood nearby. Zhang He smiled and walked over. Chen Ming finally understood. The boss hadn't brought him here to observe the CD business, the supply chain, or even this chaotic market. The boss was investing in this man. It was this man's foolish persistence in upholding principles amidst chaos and temptation, a business logic that seemed clumsy yet proved most adept at uniting people. This square-faced young man wasn't just a street vendor chasing quick profits. Within him lay the soul of a future business titan. The boss's vision wasn't just sharp, it transcended time and space. A storm of emotion surged through Chen Ming's heart. He dared not harbor a shred of doubt anymore and quickly followed. The square-faced young man had just seen off a regular customer when he looked up and spotted Chen Ming approaching the counter. After all, a well-dressed adult in a crisp shirt with a sharp demeanor stood out like a sore thumb in such a place. Instinctively, he assumed Chen Ming was a major client and immediately flashed his signature smile. "Hello, sir. What can I get for you?" Before Chen Ming could speak, a crisp yet unusually steady voice came from below his side. "How's business, boss?" "Huh?" The square-faced young man froze, instinctively looking down. A small head had appeared at the counter, black hair framing eyes that were startlingly bright, staring up at him without blinking. Had this child come with the man in the dress shirt beside him? He looked at the pair, one in a suit and tie, the other still in elementary school, and the odd combination left him a bit baffled. But years of experience navigating the market kicked in, and he quickly realized this was likely a major client bringing their child along for a look around. This was a potential big client, he couldn't afford to be dismissive. The sincerity in his smile deepened. He even leaned forward, reaching out naturally as if to ruffle Zhang He's hair. "Hello there, young man. Are you here to buy computer parts for home, or perhaps check out the latest game discs? Everything here is guaranteed authentic." Yet, that hand stopped just inches above Zhang He's head. Because the child gently shook his head. I'm not buying anything. I want to invest in you. Chapter 131, Building Our Own Logistics System. The moment those words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze for a second. The smile on the square-faced young man's face froze completely, as if someone had pressed pause. He remained leaning forward, his mind going blank. Invest in him? A 7-year-old child saying he wanted to invest in him? Was this the funniest joke he'd heard all day? Ha! After a brief, dead silence, came an unrestrained roar of laughter. The owners from neighboring counters and several passing customers, as if hearing the funniest joke ever, all gathered around, unable to contain their amusement. Mr. Mei, whom Zhang He had secretly looked down upon earlier, was especially dramatic, slapping his thigh, pointing at Zhang He, and laughing so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. Oh my goodness! Mr. Lu Changdong, your counter must be a feng shui treasure trove. Even the god of wealth has come knocking. He winked at Zhang He and said, Kid, stop messing around. Do you even know what investing is? How much pocket money do you have? $5 or 10? Enough for a pack of Mimi shrimp crackers? Ha! Boss Mei, you know what? This kid sure talks big. Investing? Kids these days sure talk big. Come on, let's go see the show, watch how this kid invests. The surrounding murmurs and jeers surged like a tidal wave. Yet Zhang He paid no heed to the surrounding noise. From start to finish, his eyes were fixed on one person only, Lu Changdong. He watched as the smile on Lu Changdong's face shifted from stiff to awkward, then to a flash of annoyed irritation at being toyed with. Then he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the background noise. When you sold that optical drive earlier, you had everything: authorization letter, business license, invoice, warranty card. The process was perfectly standard. When you supplied goods to Brother Wang, you immediately located his name and items in the order book, proof you maintain meticulous records for regular customers. This shows you're a trustworthy person with strong execution skills. The boisterous laughter gradually died down. Mr. Mei's smile remained frozen on his face, looking utterly ridiculous. Everyone's gaze shifted from watching a joke to staring at a monster. Facing this scene head-on, Lu Changdong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The anger on his face instantly gave way to an indescribable sense of shock. This kid had been observing him the entire time? And he hadn't missed a single detail. Those procedures were the very things he'd been gritting his teeth to uphold all along. Zhang He paused, his dark pupils reflecting Lu Changdong's stunned face. His small finger pointed toward the pile of shipping crates behind Lu. The moment you sent off the customer, your brow furrowed, and your eyes kept darting back to the inventory behind you. Then you sat down, jotted today's sales figures in that notebook, and immediately crossed them out. You were crunching numbers, realizing today's profits couldn't cover the costs of the backlogged inventory. This proves you refuse to settle for just this counter. You're thinking about a way out. You're finding a way out. These words exploded in Lu Changdong's mind. He was stunned, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. That gesture, scribbling on the notebook and then crossing it out, was the very struggle and secret buried deepest within his heart. It was the anxiety he refused to let anyone see. How could this child possibly have seen through it? This wasn't just a kid. He was a monster. Those eyes of his seemed to pierce right through a person's skin, straight to the deepest thoughts in their heart. Chen Ming beside him was also deeply shaken. He knew his boss was formidable, but never imagined to this extent. This wasn't just business acumen, it was mind reading. Zhang He studied Lu Changdong's utterly dazed expression and knew the moment had arrived. He withdrew his fingers, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke slowly with an air of mastery utterly incongruous with his stature. The current model in Zhongguancun, relying on information asymmetry and price cutting to snatch business, is nearing its end. In the future, 3 things will hold true value: brand, quality, and service. Especially service. Zhang He emphasized: doorstep delivery, installation and setup, after sales support. Only when customers are worry-free will they willingly pay your premium prices. Doorstep delivery? Installation and setup? After sales support? Lu Changdong's mouth fell slightly open. It felt like a boulder had been dropped into his mind, sending shockwaves through his thoughts. These words felt both familiar and foreign to him. Familiar because they described the very thing he'd always wanted to do but dismissed as unrealistic, something his peers would laugh him to death for. Yet they felt foreign because, coming from the mouth of a 7-year-old, they carried an astonishingly commanding presence, as if foretelling the future. In that moment, the surrounding jeers vanished completely. Everyone stared at Zhang He as if he were a fool, yet also gazed at him as if he were a god. Mei, the boss, stood with his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Meeting Lu Changdong's eyes filled with shock and bewilderment, Zhang He delivered his final bombshell, word by word. So, my investment in you isn't about opening more counters like this one. I'm backing you to turn JD Multimedia into a world-renowned gold standard. More importantly, Zhang He paused, his gaze sharpening, is to take this money and do something everyone thinks is insane, a money-burning folly. Build your own logistics system. Build our own logistics. Wasn't this the ultimate plan scribbled and crossed out, rewritten and re-scribbled in the dead of night within his tattered notebook, the one he'd cursed countless times as a fool's fantasy? It was the ambition buried deepest in his heart, one he dared not share even with those closest to him. Because he knew that the moment he uttered it aloud, everyone would laugh it off as the biggest joke in the world. How could he possibly know? Who exactly was this kid? Lu Changdong felt his very soul tremble. Staring at the tiny figure before him, not even as tall as the counter, he experienced for the first time an indescribable dread rising from the depths of his being. This wasn't just keen observation, this was divine intervention. Just as his mind faltered and his worldview teetered on the brink, a slender hand extended steadily before him. Chen Ming had appeared beside Zhang He at some point, a professional smile on his face as he held a thick, high-quality business card. "Mr. Lu, hello." His voice was gentle yet commanding, instantly snapping Lu Changdong out of his soul-shaking daze. "Allow me to formally introduce my boss, Mr. Zhang He." Chen Ming bowed slightly, gesturing respectfully toward Zhang He with an air of utmost deference. He is also the sole, actual controller of He Guang Capital. Chapter 132. Can you pull it off? He Guang Capital? Lu Changdong's gaze instinctively fell upon the business card. The black card bore the 4 gold embossed characters He Guang Capital, gleaming with weighty significance under the light. Below, in smaller print, were Chen Ming's name and a mobile number, still a rarity in the year 2000. His hand trembled violently as he took the card with a shaky grip. The card was genuine, its smooth texture and substantial weight couldn't be faked. Chen Ming himself, dressed in a sharp suit with an air of distinction, clearly wasn't an ordinary man. But what did he say? This kid was his boss? The actual controller of He Guang Capital? Lu Changdong's mind completely froze. He stared at the business card, then looked up at the 7-year-old boy, calmly returning his gaze. He even raised his other hand and rubbed his eyes hard. This is it. Too many all-nighters, I'm hallucinating. Zhang He paid no attention to his ghost-stricken expression. This reaction was entirely within his expectations. He took a small step forward, tilting his head back. "Mr. Lu, I admire your business philosophy. More than that, I admire the ambition you have and let this market grind away. Therefore, He Guang Capital first phase is investing in you." He extended a small palm. 5 million. Renminbi. 30% equity stake. The funds will be in your account today. But I have conditions. 5 million? Boom. If building our own logistics network was a thunderclap out of the blue, then the words 5 million were an atomic bomb detonated right in the middle of the crowd. What? Did I hear that right? 5 million? You've got to be kidding me. Absolutely insane. 5 million for this crappy counter? Good heavens. 5 million. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. Every onlooker, business owners and customers alike, had their eyes bulging out of their heads. The look they gave Lu Changdong instantly shifted from seeing a fool to seeing a chosen one struck by a golden ingot. Their eyes burned with raw envy, greed nearly leaping from their sockets. Ouch. Young boss. Little god of wealth. A voice cut through the chaos, jarringly out of place. Mr. Mei, who had been silenced earlier, now wore a fawning smile plastered across his face. He pushed his way through the crowd to the front, rubbing his hands together as if about to kneel before Zhang He. "Young boss, don't listen to him. His so-called logistics business is just a money pit. Look at me. Look at my counter." He pointed at his own disorganized pile of shipping crates, spittle flying as he boasted, "Old Mei here in Zhongguancun has deep connections and a wide network. Whatever goods you want, no matter how cheap, I can get them for you. Guaranteed profits way higher than his. Invest with me. Forget 5 million, invest 50,000, no, 20,000 is enough. I promise to double your money back." Zhang He finally tore his gaze away from Lu Changdong and gave him a dismissive glance. That look was like he was staring at a buzzing fly on the sidewalk. "Invest in you? What do you have that's worth my investment?" Mr. Mei didn't catch the sarcasm at all. Thinking an opportunity had arrived, he pounded his chest loudly. I have connections. I can get counterfeit goods others can't, at rock-bottom prices. I know how to work people. I can sell straw as gold bars. Chatterbox. Zhang He uttered 2 words softly, not even bothering to glance at him again. Instead, he gave Chen Ming a subtle nod. Chen Ming understood immediately, stepping forward decisively to block Boss Mei. He didn't utter a word, but his powerful presence spoke volumes. The world seemed to grow quiet once more. All eyes refocused on Lu Changdong. His knuckles turned white as he clenched the business card, his chest heaving violently. Summoning every ounce of strength, he ground out through clenched teeth. "What are the terms?" Zhang nodded approvingly. This was the kind of person he valued, always getting straight to the point. His small face wore a seriousness completely at odds with his age. "First, starting today, every single item sold by JD Multimedia must be genuine and authentic, and customers must be issued official invoices. Second, immediately right now. Use part of this funding to establish a delivery team. Even if it means buying 5 motorcycles and hiring 3 people, start your own delivery service within Beijing's 5th Ring Road. Within 1 month, I want a report outlining the most basic service standards and timelines. Third, establish a comprehensive customer database and after-sales feedback system. Every single complaint must be resolved within 24 hours. Zhang He stared at him, his gaze sharp. Just these 3 points can you deliver? Lu Changdong's mind buzzed. These weren't conditions, they were the very dreams he dared only to entertain in the dead of night, now laid bare before him, dismantled and reshaped. Authentic products, invoicing, self-operated delivery, customer service. Wasn't this everything he'd always wanted to do but dared not pursue due to lack of funds, lack of manpower, and fear of ridicule from competitors? The 5 million yuan wasn't just money, it was the stairway to the paradise of his dreams. A surge of boiling blood shot from the soles of his feet straight to his head. He nearly shouted it out, summoning every ounce of strength to make a solemn vow to this godlike youth before him, a pledge he would carry for the rest of his life. Yes. I pledge my personal integrity and reputation as Lu Changdong. I will make it happen. As the words fell, the surrounding stares, once filled with envy, greed, and mockery, froze into a single, stunned expression. Everyone seemed frozen in place, jaws dropping to the floor, their minds reeling in disbelief. This Lu Changdong must have had his ancestors' graves spewing green smoke. He'd hit the jackpot. This high-stakes gamble in Zhongguancun was merely the first appetizer of the day. The real battle, the one that would shape the landscape for the next decade or two, was yet to come. After finalizing the partnership, Zhang and he rushed straight to the Institute of Computing Technology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Half an hour later, the Santana pulled up before the imposing gate adorned with the national emblem. This was the holy land of Chinese computer science, where every graduate could become a pillar of the future tech world. Security at the entrance was naturally tight. Chen Ming presented his credentials with a humble smile. Hello, comrade. We are from the Silicon Valley Chinese Frontier Technology Development Foundation. We've heard Dr. Wang Jian has made breakthrough progress in cloud computing and have come to visit, hoping to offer some support. Silicon Valley? Chinese Foundation? The name carried such weight that even the guard's stern face softened with a hint of respect. Chapter 133, Are you sure you've got the right person? Chen Ming stood in a crisp suit, his demeanor steady and composed, hardly the look of someone faking it. But what was the deal with this little kid beside him? The guard's gaze lingered on Zhang He, puzzled. Chen Ming smiled, a smile that seemed to explain all the world's absurdities. This is the son of one of our foundation's major shareholders. He's been a computer enthusiast since childhood and is a huge admirer of Dr. Wang. He insisted on coming along to meet his idol. The explanation was flawless. The guard's doubts vanished. He verified their credentials, made a call to confirm, and waved them through. A bespectacled staff member approached them, looking quite refined. He noticed a young boy trailing behind Chen Ming, looking around curiously, and paused in surprise. Mr. Chen, who is this? My boss's son, Mr. Zhang He. Chen Ming repeated it naturally. The staff member understood immediately, thinking it was probably some wealthy person bringing their child to see the world. He didn't ask any further questions and politely led them inside. Dr. Wang and his team are busy with a project and may not have had time to tidy up. The environment is a bit messy, please bear with us. His description of messy was an understatement. As soon as the door opened, a wave of heat hit them, mingled with the smell of instant noodles and the acrid scent of overheated machinery. The small office was crammed with equipment, tangled cables sprawled across the floor in corners, forcing one to tiptoe through the space. Several bulky old monitors glowed with green light, their screens scrolling rapidly with lines of code and diagrams incomprehensible to the average person. A middle-aged man pointed at the screen, arguing loudly with several young people beside him. He wore a faded plaid shirt, his hair disheveled, eyes fixed behind thick glasses. A takeout box lay discarded at his feet, its contents long since cold. This was Wang Jian. A down-and-out scientist, misunderstood by many, even dismissed as a fraud. A staff member knocked lightly on the wide-open door. Dr. Wang, 2 gentlemen from the Silicon Valley Chinese Foundation are here to see you. The arguing inside abruptly ceased. Wang Jian and his 2 graduate students turned around together. Their gazes landed on Chen Ming at the doorway, then shifted to Zhang He beside him. All 3 froze. The youngest graduate student, barely in his 20s, couldn't help but nearly burst out laughing upon hearing the word sir. Sir? Calling a 7 or 8-year-old child sir? That joke was too cold. Wang Jian's brow immediately furrowed as he shot the young man a cold glance. The graduate student shuddered in fright, quickly clamping his hand over his mouth to stifle the laughter, his face flushing crimson. The staff member gave an awkward chuckle, his task accomplished, and quickly slipped away. The office fell into an unnerving silence. Chen Ming was the first to break the silence, stepping forward with an apologetic expression. Dr. Wang, please forgive our presumption. We borrowed the name of the Overseas Foundation earlier merely to gain access. He handed over his business card again and stated solemnly, we are from Yiguan capital. That is our true identity. He paused, turned sideways, and once again introduced Zhang He standing behind him, just as he had done in Zhongguancun. This is my boss, Zhang He. He is also the sole decision-maker for our confidential investment initiative. Hagguang Capital? Wang Jian lifted his gaze from the business card, glancing past Chen Ming before finally settling on Zhang He's youthful yet remarkably composed face. His pupils contracted for just an instant. Boss? A 7-year-old child? Even with all the absurdities he'd witnessed over the years, this scene left him deeply shaken. But he was, after all, a man who had weathered many storms. The turmoil within him lasted less than 3 seconds before his formidable rationality swiftly quelled it. He asked no questions and offered no ridicule, only deepening the frown between his brows. He casually cleared the mountain of documents and draft papers piled on the chairs, moving them to the floor to make room for 2 seats. Sit. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the weariness of long nights. Chen Ming and Zhang He sat down without hesitation. Wang Jian observed them both, remaining silent for a moment before speaking slowly. His gaze lingered primarily on Chen Ming, clearly still unable to regard a child as a genuine negotiating counterpart. Mr. Chen, I'm not sure where you heard about me. His tone was calm, yet carried a bone-deep detachment. However, I must remind you. Our research is exceptionally advanced. So far ahead that not a single company or investor in the country sees its value. They either think I'm a madman or a fraud trying to scam or defunding. He pushed up his thick glasses. So, you're sure you haven't got the wrong person? Zhang He hopped lightly down from the chair, which was a bit too tall for him. Ignoring everyone, he walked straight to the humming, outdated CRT monitors. The 2 graduate students instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes flashing a hint of contempt. A kid like him could understand the hieroglyphic-like code and topology diagrams on the screen? Give me a break. Dr. Wang, you want to harness the computing power and storage space of all the scattered, idle computers across the nation, even the world, through the vast network of the internet, centralizing their scheduling and management. He paused, his dark pupils fixed on Wang Jian, and continued, then, like tap water or electricity, you'd sell this capacity. No company or individual would need to spend a fortune on expensive servers anymore. Whoever needs it would remotely lease a portion from you, paying only for what they use. Is that the idea? Boom! The air in the office seemed to be sucked out in that instant. The 2 graduate students, who had been on guard moments before, now gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Their eyes widened in horror, then settled into utter disbelief. One of them dropped his ballpoint pen with a clatter, completely oblivious. He's crazy. Is this kid some kind of monster? Cloud computing. This concept, still in its infancy, even to them one they dared not mention in public, dismissed by outsiders as pure fantasy, had been laid bare by a 7-year-old with such simplicity, such precision, such utterly accessible language. The analogy of running water and electricity was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Even they hadn't thought to describe it that way. The office fell silent. No one saw him as an ignorant child anymore. All eyes converged on the child in the blue jacket. Unnoticed, the small room had become centered around him. Chapter 134, Seed Fund. Wang Jian's knuckles turned white as he gripped the desk, his entire body frozen stiff. The sharp, arrogant edge behind his glasses vanished, replaced only by the shock of being seen through. He had met investors before. Those people grew bored within half an hour of his pitch, looking at him as if he were a fool. They'd politely praise his ideas as good, then never follow up. But this kid before him had merely glanced at the screen a few times before articulating with crystal clarity the core concept his entire team had toiled over through countless sleepless nights. Zhang He watched them all freeze in place, then calmly turned away. Though small in stature, his words carried the steady composure of a young adult. No one found anything amiss. The idea was brilliant, but reality fell short. He shook his head. Your equipment is too outdated. The computing power can't keep up. It might run small models, but it's completely incapable of validating a commercial path. He extended a tiny finger and tapped a spot on the screen. The algorithms also stalled, especially with resource scheduling and isolation for large-scale concurrent requests. Your approach is off track, right? Zhang He's voice was quiet, but every word was crystal clear as he stared straight at Wang Jian. The worst part is, no one understands the true value of what you're building. The institute won't approve funding, outside investors think you're frauds, and now you can't even cover salaries or the next batch of servers. Am I right? Each sentence landed squarely on Wang Jian's heart. His pride in his technology, his anxiety over funding, and the deep-seated resentment he'd been bottling up all laid bare by a 7-year-old child. This wasn't condescension, nor was it showing off. Those eyes held pure, expert understanding. Wang Jian felt his eyes sting. How many years had it been? Being called a madman, a fraud, carrying all that misunderstanding alone as he groped his way forward in a pitch-black tunnel. He'd begun to doubt himself. Had he truly taken the wrong path? But today, in this shabby little office, he had found a kindred spirit. A 7-year-old kindred spirit. Absurd? Not at all. Wang Jian felt a surge of warmth in his heart, spreading through his entire body. Zhang He didn't rush him, giving him a moment to collect himself. Then, he gave Chen Ming a meaningful glance from behind. Chen Ming understood immediately. He pulled 2 documents from his briefcase, stepped forward, and gently placed them before Wang Jian. One was a confidentiality agreement. The other was a letter of intent. Wang Jian's gaze shifted from Zhang He's face to the two documents. His mind was still a bit dazed, not fully recovered from the shock of moments ago. Dr. Wang, Zhang He's voice was calm yet carried a compelling authority. On behalf of Higuang Capital, I've decided to make our first investment in your team. He held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Seeing Wang Jian and his students hold their breath, Zhang He added another sentence that made everyone's hearts nearly leap out of their chests. $2 million. In the year 2000, for a team struggling to even pay salaries, this sum felt like money falling from the sky. The graduate student who'd dropped his pen moments earlier felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting from sheer happiness. Zhang He didn't let their joy linger long before continuing. Our investment comes with several conditions. First, we won't take controlling stake, nor will we interfere with your specific research or team management. You know your technology best. Second, you just need to focus your energy on conquering core technologies, especially virtualization and distributed storage. Each quarter, just submit an internal technical progress report to us. Third, all research results and intellectual property rights belong entirely to your team and the Institute of Computing Technology, Chinese Academy of Sciences. However, Zhang He shifted gears. Higuang Capital retains the right of first refusal to invest in all your subsequent technological achievements under equal conditions, as well as the right to commercialize them. Wang Jian's mind raced. No controlling stake? No interference in research? Intellectual property rights retained? This isn't an investment agreement. This was nothing short of a letter of unconditional trust. It was not only a timely lifeline but also a safeguard for Wang Jian's dreams. He picked up the investment letter of intent. The paper was light, yet in his hands, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He lifted his head and looked once more at the child standing in the center of the office. His gaze held nothing but endless complexity. Who exactly was this little boss who had appeared out of nowhere? Zhang He took it all in. The youthful face bore a calmness utterly incongruous with its age. Dr. Wang, this money isn't for you to work for me. This money is for you to replace all this junk you're using now. It's for you to stand tall and buy the best equipment this era has to offer. Compact servers, Cisco switches, whatever you want, go buy it. This money is also for you to recruit the nation's top minds. Tell them that here, they won't have to count out for funding or take meaningless outsourcing projects just to survive. Here, they have only one goal, to use technology to create an unprecedented future. His small frame stepped forward, eyes burning as he fixed them on Wang Jian. Dr. Wang, remember this. The future of the internet, indeed, the entire IT world will be built in the cloud. What you're doing now is laying the foundation for that new world. And I believe in you. I believe in this future. That's why I'm willing to provide this seed fund, no strings attached, no interference in your research, no demand for short-term returns. He paused. I'll ask you just one thing, do you dare to accept this ticket to the future? You're out of your mind. The two graduate students behind Wang Jian trembled with excitement. This wasn't an investor, he was a deity descended to earth. Sent to save them, the struggling devotees of technology. They frantically signaled to Wang Jian, their mouths forming silent words. Professor. Take it. Say yes. Professor. We've waited so long. Wang Jian's breathing grew heavy and labored. He looked at the child before him, then lowered his gaze to the letter of intent that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The immense shock left him momentarily speechless. He had imagined countless possibilities, even envisioned someone recognizing his talent, but never dreamed this validation would come in such a thunderous way handed to him by a 7-year-old child. Dare he accept it? That question instantly unleashed all the pent-up resentment, frustration, anger, and dreams within him. Chapter 135, Worth the Gamble. He'd been called a madman, mocked as a fraud. He'd walked alone in that dark tunnel for far too long, so long that even he began to doubt whether light truly existed at its end. And now, the light was right before his eyes. Not only light, but someone had handed him a rocket powerful enough to pierce through all darkness. At that thought, he hesitated no longer. Wang Jian abruptly lifted his head. Behind his glasses, all traces of bewilderment and shock had vanished, replaced by a blazing fire. He grabbed the hero fountain pen that had been on the desk for years, snapped off the cap, and signed his name in bold, sweeping strokes across the 2 documents Chen Ming handed him. The strokes were forceful, piercing through the paper. After signing, he set the pen down, raised his head solemnly, and bowed deeply to the small figure before him. Mr. Zhang. The title flowed from his heart, without a trace of forced formality. Rest assured. From this day forward, my life, Wang Jian, is bound to cloud computing. Our team will never betray your trust. Zhang He watched him silently, his heart utterly still. Let us down? Impossible. In his previous life, Wang Jian had typed the first line of code for Alibaba Cloud on a battered Pentium 3 computer, enduring endless ridicule from everyone around him. How could she not trust this tech fanatic, whose obsession ran deep in his bones? She wasn't investing in his present, she was investing in his future, a future destined to astonish the world. Chen Ming stepped forward, carefully tucking away the 2 signed documents. His hands trembled slightly, beyond his control. It was done. $2 million in investment. It was done. Staring at the 7-year-old boy before him, Chen Ming felt as if he were dreaming. Wang Jian and his students enthusiastically escorted the two men to the office door, then all the way to the stairwell. Their heartfelt gratitude was palpable. Take care, Mr. Zhang. Take care, Mr. Chen. Please come back often for guidance. The warmth of the lab hadn't yet faded when they reached the corner of the first-floor lobby. Out of nowhere, a snide murmur drifted over. Oh, look who's back, old Wang's managed to con another sucker. Check out that guy in the suit, pretty flashy, huh? A bespectacled middle-aged man with scholarly airs sneered at his companion. His companion lowered his voice, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Not just fancy, he's got deep pockets. I overheard the students inside. Guess how much he shelled out? 2 million. He held up 2 fingers and added, and it's US dollars. Put. The first man nearly choked on his laughter. 2 million US dollars? Holy. That money could make a splash if you threw it in water. That cloud thing Wang Jian's cooking up is less reliable than those Qigong masters turning water into oil back in the day. This world has too many fools and not enough con artists. The sharp, biting words stung Chen Ming's ears. The confidence he had just built up was instantly doused by this bucket of cold water, igniting a raging fire of anger. He whipped his head around, eyes blazing with fury, glaring at the two professors who were still snickering. Zhang He, however, seemed completely oblivious. His small figure didn't even pause for a moment, maintaining his original pace as he walked straight toward the institute's exit, oblivious to everything else. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. What was there to argue with a bunch of ants destined to be crushed by the times? Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel as the gleaming black Santana 2000 smoothly glided out of the gate and merged into the traffic. Zhang He leaned against the window, silently watching the street scenes rush by. Silence spread through the cabin. Finally, Chen Ming couldn't hold back any longer. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound less anxious. Mr. Zhang. Well, it's not that I don't trust Dr. Wang's character. But this cloud computing thing he's pushing is just too abstract. Chen Ming chose his words carefully, afraid of offending the young boss. I've looked into it, barely any companies overseas dare touch this stuff. It's pure money burning for the sake of making noise. If we pour $2 million into it and it all goes down the drain. He stopped himself from saying down the drain. Seeing Zhang He show no reaction, Chen Ming gritted his teeth and blurted out the other concern weighing on his mind. And then there's that Lu Qiangdong guy selling CDs in Zhongguancun. I know you think highly of him, but he's just a grassroots guy, no connections, no capital. You really want him to get into logistics? That's a bottomless pit. Building warehouses, buying trucks, hiring staff, every single thing needs money to sustain it. How could a penniless kid like him possibly pull it off? Chen Ming was genuinely terrified. 2 investments, one as elusive as mist, the other as deep as the ocean. He felt less like an investor and more like a sidekick to a child prodigy, betting millions of dollars in his own career on a high-stakes gamble. Zhang He finally withdrew his gaze and turned to face Chen Ming, his piercing eyes fixed on him. Instead of answering, he posed a question. Uncle Chen, what do you think is the most valuable thing in Zhongguancun right now? Ha? Taken aback, Chen Ming instinctively replied, of course it's channels? Connections? Or access to scarce resources? No. Zhang He shook his head, his small face bearing a glimpse of insight uncharacteristic of his age. It's integrity. Integrity? Chen Ming chewed on the word, momentarily baffled. In a place like Zhongguancun, selling pirated discs, passing off used parts as new in computer builds, and evading taxes, that was the norm. Integrity? Could that stuff put food on the table? What do you think keeps someone going in a den of swindlers? Someone who insists on clear pricing, issues invoices, and never sells fakes. Zhang He's voice was steady, yet it pierced straight into Chen Ming's mind. In an environment like Zhongguancun, Lu Qiangdong managed procurement, sales, invoicing, and after-sales service all by himself. I visited him once. He slept only 4 or 5 hours a day, ate the cheapest boxed meals, and spent the rest of his time buried in that tiny counter. He had ambition, a fierce desire to change his fate. More than that, he possessed a ruthlessness and resilience others lacked. Most crucially, he had principles. Zhang leaned back in his chair, his tone calm yet unquestionable. You say logistics is a bottomless pit, you're right. But the lifeblood of e-commerce's future lies in logistics. Spending now is building the highway for tomorrow. Once the road is paved, you can just lie back and collect tolls. Everyone sees Lu Qiangdong as an underdog, but I believe it's precisely because he's an underdog having nothing to lose that he possesses that all or nothing, burn the boat's determination. A man like that is worth betting on. Chapter 136, Door-to-Door Delivery. Chen Ming's mind was profoundly shaken. He had only seen the risks, yet this 7-year-old child had pierced through all appearances, envisioning the commercial landscape 10 or 20 years hence, even calculating the core of human nature with crystal clarity. Is this even a child? As if sensing Chen Ming's shock, Zhang He casually picked up the freshly signed document from his briefcase and gave it a light pat. As for Dr. Wang, he paused, gathered his thoughts, and painted a future vision for Chen Ming in the simplest terms. Chen Ming, imagine this. 10 years from now, a company wanting to develop new software or build a website won't need to spend tens or hundreds of millions buying servers, hiring technicians, and setting up a humming server room. All it needs to do is turn on a computer and purchase the computing power and storage space it requires online, just like turning on a tap or water. Pay only for what you use. The cost of developing a new application could drop from millions to tens of thousands of yuan, and the time required could shrink from months to days. Wouldn't you call that a revolution? Revolution. Those two words instantly cut through all the fog in Chen Ming's mind. He understood instantly. If this could truly be realized, then the cloud Wang Jian spoke of wouldn't be some elusive concept, it would be a goldmine capable of upending the entire IT industry. Every enterprise would become its customer. Wang Jian wasn't a fraud, he was a madman, a true pioneer who understood technology and possessed vision. When everyone else thought he was insane, we gave him an axe and sent him to clear this wilderness. Zhang He slipped the documents back into his briefcase and turned his gaze back to the window. What we must do now is sow the seeds, then wait patiently for them to bloom. He murmured softly, as if making a prophecy that transcended time and space to himself and to Chen Ming. 10 years. Chen Ming, give me 10 years. 10 years from now, when you look back at these two investments today, you'll understand what they truly signify. The Santana rounded a curve on the overpass. Golden sunset light streamed through the window, stretching Zhang He's silhouette long and thin. Chen Ming's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. He stared at the child's profile in the rearview mirror, his heart churning violently. Fear, doubt, unease, all the negative emotions had vanished in the wake of those words. Replacing them was a reverence bordering on pilgrimage. Suddenly, he felt profoundly fortunate to be witnessing the dawn of a legend with his own eyes. Inside the car, a long silence fell once more. This time, it was a silence born of profound conviction. Just as Zhang He thought he might doze off against the window, Chen Ming beside him suddenly chuckled softly. That chuckle carried a hint of relief, a touch of self-mockery, but more than anything, it was filled with genuine admiration. I'm thoroughly impressed, Chen Ming shook his head inside. Mr. Zhang, you spend your money with more reason than anyone else. He paused, his voice tinged with uncontrollable curiosity. So, for our next move, which undiscovered gem have you set your sights on? A mysterious smile touched the corners of Zhang He's lips. He didn't answer, only gazing toward the sky, now golden with the evening glow. Just 1 month later, in a dusty urban village of the capital, a brand new red sign stood out starkly against the drab buildings, JD Multimedia Flagship Store. They call it a flagship store, but it's really just a rented courtyard with a makeshift awning and a few rows of shelves. On opening day, not a single firecracker was lit, all to save money. The courtyard was deserted, with only a few regular customers who'd heard the news and some curious passers-by pointing and whispering. Lu Chandong, however, couldn't care less. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, he stood at the entrance, his voice booming like a gong. Hey, neighbors. Folks. Come on over and take a look. JD Multimedia is open for business today. We don't play games here. Prices are clearly marked, and we guarantee authenticity. Fake goods will be compensated tenfold. Everything is genuine and brand new. You won't leave without a receipt. He spoke with flying spittle and infectious enthusiasm, gesturing toward the shelves stacked with CD-ROM drives, burners, and stacks of blank discs. An old man in a track vest, one of Lu Changdong's longtime customers, approached, skepticism in his voice. Little Lu, what's this all about? Moving to this backwater corner and calling it a flagship store? Uncle Wang, you just don't get it. Lu Changdong patted his chest and leaned in mysteriously. Let me tell you something new, when you buy something from me, you don't have to carry it home yourself. I'll deliver it right to your doorstep. Home delivery? The remark left several onlookers stunned. Are you kidding? Someone burst out laughing on the spot. You're delivering a mouse to my house? Won't the gas cost more than the mouse itself? These days, I've heard of free delivery for big sofas or TVs, but never for computer parts. That's just crazy. Several passers-by shook their heads, convinced the shop owner was out of his mind, and walked away. Lu Changdong didn't lose heart. Instead, he raised his voice even louder. When I, Lu Changdong, make a promise, it's as solid as a nail. Don't worry about my gas costs, just tell me if it's convenient for you. What we deliver to your door will be exactly the same as what you'd pick out in the store. If there's any problem, bring your receipt to me, and I'll twist my own head off for you to kick around. His fierce, stubborn determination actually intimidated a few people. Old Wang and his regular customers exchanged glances, all finding it quite novel. I'll give it a shot. My mouse scroll wheel's acting up anyway. A young man piped up. I live just down that alley. You really deliver? Delivered. Within half an hour. Lu Changdong promptly rang up the sale, collected the payment, and deftly bagged a brand new double flying swallow mouse in plastic. 2 more customers placed small orders on a whim, buying things like blank CDs. After seeing off those skeptical customers, the smile on Lu Changdong's face finally began to fade. Standing at the doorway, he stared at the thin stack of orders in his hand, his eyes gleaming with an almost frightening intensity. Beside him, a sturdy young man with a buzz cut approached. His name was Big Head, sent by Zhang He specifically to learn from Lu Changdong. Brother Dawn, just these few orders? Is that really enough? Big Head looked troubled. Across the courtyard, several battered Jialing and Xingfu 250 motorcycles were parked crookedly. Beside them stood 5 or 6 sun-darkened men, their eyes fixed intently on this side. They were JD's very first delivery riders. Chapter 137, Upgrading from a Shotgun to a Cannon. Lu Changdong didn't answer Big Head. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the men, waving the order slip in his hand. Guys. Today, we're opening for business. Though we're few, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Remember, we're not just delivering goods. We're delivering JD's reputation. Our credibility. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over each man. What's our motto? The men, who had been somewhat slack, were instantly galvanized by his intensity. They straightened their backs, raised their voices, and shouted with all their might, their cries echoing through the dilapidated urban village. JD Express, faster and safer. Good. Lu Changdong nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Let's go. V-Room. Several old motorcycles spewed plumes of black smoke as their engines roared hoarsely, carrying JD's earliest dreams into the crisscrossing alleys. Watching the scene, Big Head felt a surge of excitement rush to his head. He couldn't help but give Lu Changdong a thumbs up. Brother Dong, that slogan of yours is pretty damn good. You bet. Lu Changdong lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, his face radiating unmistakable pride. Simple. Direct. Unforgettable the moment you hear it. As night fell, the clamor of the urban village gradually subsided. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the metropolis, an email arrived silently. Big Head sat in the internet cafe, typing the final line. Mr. Zhang, JD opened today with a total turnover of 285 yuan. Lu Changdong is a man of boundless energy and infectious enthusiasm. He works like a man possessed during the day, then spends his nights crouched in the courtyard studying maps and planning delivery routes more diligently than any of us did in school. I have a feeling he's going to make it. In his bedroom, Zhang He stared at the email on his computer screen, a barely perceptible smile curling his lips. 285 yuan. A future business empire worth hundreds of billions of dollars began with this unassuming 285 yuan. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard. Follow up. Thousands of miles away, the metropolis was deep in the night, while in the dusty little courtyard of the capital, a new day was just beginning. Early the next morning, in a dorm room at a prestigious nearby university, a young man named Li Feng stared at his computer screen with frustration. An avid computer enthusiast, he'd recently become obsessed with burning VCDs. But the university computer lab's burners were in high demand, and he couldn't get a turn. Yesterday, his roommate mentioned a new shop called Jingdong Multimedia had opened in the urban village next to campus. The owner was a tough guy who guaranteed 10 times the refund for any counterfeit goods and even offered door-to-door delivery. Door-to-door delivery? Li Feng perked up. These days, aside from EMS at the post office, he hadn't heard of anyone offering dedicated delivery for computer parts. Deciding to give it a shot, he called and ordered the latest bank burner over $500, not exactly cheap. The owner, who introduced himself as Lu, patted his chest and guaranteed delivery to the dorm building within 2 hours. But now, 2.5 hours had passed and there wasn't a soul in sight. What the hell? Scammers. Li Feng slammed his book shut, his temper flaring up instantly. Was this some kind of joke? He grabbed his wallet, determined to head to that flagship store himself. He'd asked that Lu fellow if his reputation was worth just 2.5 hours. Damn it, if you dare stand me up, I'll smash your sign to pieces. Brewing with rage, Li Feng followed his roommate's directions, winding through 7 turns into the dilapidated urban village. The air thick with the stench of coal smoke and garbage, the road pitted and uneven, he stumbled along, his rage only intensifying. Around a corner, he spotted a man in a tacky red vest emblazoned with JD pushing a beat-up Jialing motorcycle, grunting with every step. The rear tire of the motorcycle was flat as a pancake, clinging tightly to the rim. Sweat poured down the man's dark cheeks, soaking his vest until it clung tightly to his back. Li Feng was about to walk around him when his sharp eyes caught sight of the cardboard box tied to the back seat. The words "bank" on the box were glaringly obvious. His heart skipped a beat. He sprinted forward and grabbed the man's arm. Hey! Are you a JD delivery guy? Startled, the man looked up, revealing a weary yet honest face. He nodded blankly. Yeah, what's up? What's wrong? Li Feng was boiling with anger. Pointing at himself, he shouted, I'm the student who ordered that burner. You promised delivery in 2 hours, and now it's almost 3. Is this how you do business? The delivery man's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a sweat-stained, crumpled order slip. He leaned in to examine it, then his face filled with guilt as he bowed repeatedly. Oh my! It's you, student. I'm so sorry, so very sorry. Truly, I apologize. He pointed at the flat rear tire, his voice trembling. My bike got a flat tire halfway here. I was just pushing it to the repair shop up ahead. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Seeing him so flustered and desperately apologetic, Li Feng's pent-up anger inexplicably dissipated. He'd been ready to unleash a torrent of insults: crooked merchant, con artist, untrustworthy scoundrel, but facing that face on the verge of tears, not a single word came out. This guy didn't seem to be doing it on purpose. Pushing that clunker all this way in this sweltering heat, what was the point? Li Feng sighed and waved his hand. Alright. Forget it. Looking at the man, who couldn't be much older than himself, the last remnants of his anger dissolved into sympathy. You guys have it tough too. Can you be on time next time? The man lit up as if granted a pardon, his eyes brightening. He nodded repeatedly, his gratitude nearly choking him. Sure. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you for understanding, classmate. That night, the internet cafe was filled with smoke, the clatter of keyboards echoing in waves. Big Head sat once more at his familiar spot, sending today's battle report to Zhang He in the distant metropolis. Mr. Zhang, business was slightly better than yesterday, 892 yuan in revenue. But we hit some snags. 5 motorcycles, 3 flat tires. Spent over 60 yuan just on repairs. One package nearly got lost. Brother Dong personally rode 3 blocks to deliver it back to the customer. The customer called 5 times to complain, all about our slow delivery. But there was also a college student who was really nice. Even though his bike broke down, he didn't curse at us and even said we had a good attitude. He paused, recalling how Lu Changdong had crouched in the courtyard that night, chain-smoking under the dim light. At the evening meeting, Brother Dong declared that motorcycles weren't reliable enough. If we kept operating like this, we'd never make up for all the apologies. He vowed that next month, no matter what, he'd scrape together enough to buy a used Wuling Hongguang. He said with that thing, we'd be upgrading from a bird shotgun to a cannon. Chapter 138, Their God. In a Shanghai hotel, Zhang He read the email and couldn't suppress a smile. Flat tires, lost packages, getting yelled at by customers. This is what entrepreneurship should look like. When problems arise, solve them. Lu Changdong's response was faster and more precise than he had imagined. Buy a Wuling Sunshine? This future people's car truly offered the best value for money in that era. This Lu Changdong, I definitely didn't misjudge him. A month later, the dilapidated courtyard of JD Multimedia's flagship store began to show signs of life. That second-hand Wuling Sunshine, though its paint was peeling, was polished to a mirror shine and became the courtyard's most prized possession. Thanks to this little van, delivery efficiency and coverage expanded significantly. And those most basic rules: clear pricing, genuine products, and official invoices carved out a small corner of credibility for JD in the chaotic outskirts of Zhongguancun. Many individual customers and students who had been cheated elsewhere became regulars here. That very evening, a post quietly appeared on the campus BBS of Li Feng's University. Title: Tested, a reliable place to buy computer parts, JD Multimedia. Not an ad, honest recommendation. The poster was none other than Li Feng. Hey everyone, I've made a few purchases recently at that JD store in the urban village near campus. Here's what I think. 1. Genuine products. This is crucial in today's ZOL market flooded with gray goods and fakes. They dare to promise 10 times compensation for counterfeits. The burner and RAM I bought are still working flawlessly. 2. They provide official invoices. This is awesome, you have proof if anything goes wrong. 3. The owner is genuinely reliable. Once the delivery was a bit late, apparently the truck broke down, but his attitude was excellent. When a classmate bought a mouse that didn't work well, he refunded it without hesitation. Cons: delivery can be a bit slow sometimes, especially since they're just starting out and short-staffed. But overall, it's 100 times better than haggling with shady dealers in electronics malls. If you want reliable products, definitely check them out. This post immediately sparked a small discussion. Seriously? Businesses still operate like this nowadays? They give receipts? Last time I bought a hard drive, the owner refused to issue one. I've been ripped off too many times. I'll try this place next time. Thanks, OP. Where's the address? I'm planning to buy a camera tomorrow. Like a spark, it began in the most inconspicuous corner, riding the gentle breeze of the internet, poised to ignite a prairie fire. The JD project was now fully on track, and Dahua had returned safely from Beijing. As the workday drew to a close, Zhao Tianyu sprang from his chair and approached Zhang He's desk, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Young Master Zhang. The guys have been working their asses off for you lately. They're all worn out. How about I host a party tonight? Let's give everyone a chance to unwind and have some fun. Zhang He lifted his head, his gaze shifting away from the screen. He glanced out at the lobby where everyone was buried in work. Though fatigue etched their faces, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Fighting on two fronts, Beijing and Hong Kong, had truly stretched everyone's nerves to the breaking point. It was time to reward them. Alright, Zhang He nodded decisively. You pick the place. I'll cover it. Got it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Big Head and Mangzi outside, with their sharp ears, erupted into cheers. Long live the boss. Brother Zhao is the man. Let's drink till we drop tonight. Wang Meni and Sun Wei also broke into smiles, instantly easing the tense atmosphere in the office. Working for a boss like this might be exhausting, but it felt good. Even the staid Chen Ming and the reserved Li Xiang couldn't help but let the corners of their mouths turn up in a smile. Zhang He picked up the Motorola phone on his desk, thought for a moment, and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Sister Linwei, are you free tonight? Our company is having a dinner gathering and we'd like to invite you, our key contributor, to grace us with your presence. Linwei on the other end seemed taken aback for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. What? Aren't you afraid I'll come and audit your books as a CSRC official? Audits are always welcome. Zhang He leaned back in his executive chair, his tone relaxed. The only thing I'd worry about is you showing up and wanting to join our ragtag crew. You're such a smart aleck. Linwei's voice grew warmer with amusement. Send me the address. I'll swing by after work. After hanging up, Zhang He stood up and casually grabbed his coat from the back of the chair. Let's go. Under the night sky, the metropolis shimmered like a dragon of lights, dazzlingly enchanting. Zhao Tianyu had reserved a table at one of the city's most exclusive private clubs, renowned for its discretion and frequented by insiders. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling, its shifting light illuminating the intricate patterns on the hand-woven carpet. The air carried the fermented aroma of premium cigars mingled with fine wine. In the private room, Zhang He was naturally ushered into the seat of honor. Though the youngest present, no one here dared treat him like a child. Zhao Tianyu personally filled each glass with Louis XIII cognac, thoughtfully pouring Zhang He a glass of orange juice instead. Then he raised his glass high. Come on, brothers and sisters. This first toast must be to our god, young Master Zhang. He surveyed the room. On this Beijing trip, young Master Zhang showed true discernment, unearthing 2 massive gold mines for our Higuan capital. That was a brilliant move. I, Zhao Tianyu, am thoroughly impressed. Exactly. To young Master Zhang. Chen Ming, Sun Wei, and the others immediately responded, standing up in unison. Linwei, arriving late, stepped into the private room just as the toast was made. Hearing the words, she removed her sunglasses, a captivating smile curving her lips as she accepted the glass offered by the waiter. It's more than just brilliant. You guys don't know yet? Because of that last battle Zhang He fought in Hong Kong where he beat Soros's disciples into a pulp and saved Tencent from near collapse, the name Higuan Capital Alliance is already spreading like wildfire over there. Several major institutions are already asking around, wondering just who the hell we are. Li Xiang stared at Zhang He, his eyes filled with pure admiration. He nodded vigorously. Exactly. Sister Wei was right. I used to think I was pretty awesome, but now I know there's always someone better out there. Follow the boss and you'll get your share. I'm sticking with him for life. Right. Follow the boss and you'll get your share. To the boss. Big Head and Mangzi were flushed with excitement. They'd witnessed firsthand how Zhang He transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Their admiration now bordered on devotion. The crowd echoed in unison, their intense gazes fixed on Zhang He. Zhang He merely smiled calmly, raised his wineglass, and clinked it lightly with the others. The private room echoed with laughter and cheer, the crisp clinking of cups rising and falling. And just as the atmosphere reached its peak, bang! The door was kicked open from the outside, slamming hard against the wall with a deafening crash. The room fell instantly silent as every head turned toward the doorway. Chapter 139, Milk for the Stomach. A young man in a floral shirt stood there with a dark expression, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black suits. The man was none other than Li Jia. His otherwise handsome face now bore undisguised arrogance, his eyes like venomous snakes locked onto Zhang He, standing at the very center of the crowd. Well, quite the party. Thought someone was throwing a victory banquet here, but turns out it's just you bunch of punks. The air froze in that moment. Zhao Tianyu's smile froze instantly. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man. He set down his wineglass and sprang to his feet, his words dripping with unmasked scorn. So it's you, he sneered. Who else would be this hot-headed? Ah, it's young Master Li. What, didn't the lesson of nearly passing out from exhaustion in the bathroom last time teach you a thing? Those words felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing deep into Li Jia's heart. Being drugged in public, making a complete fool of himself before countless people, it was a disgrace he could never wash away. Li Jia's face darkened instantly, the veins on his temples bulging. He whipped his head around, glaring viciously at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, you want to die. His finger nearly touched Zhao Tianyu's nose as his voice turned icy cold. Don't think I don't know your family just snagged a plot of land in Pudong, trying to get into real estate like everyone else? You better believe I'll call my father right now and make sure that plot of land turns into a swamp no one dares touch by tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu's face drained of color in an instant. Damn it, this mad dog. He cursed inwardly. It was true his family was in real estate, and they were indeed competing with several companies for that plot in Pudong, his father's most prized project this year. What did Li Jia's father do? A financial titan with connections everywhere. Leaking funds to competitors or sabotaging bank loans would be enough to cripple his family. This bastard really dared to go all out. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists. He wanted to charge forward, but reason held him back. It wasn't worth risking such a huge problem for his father just to get a quick verbal win. He took several deep breaths, his chest heaving violently, but ultimately swallowed the U that had risen to his throat, unable to utter a single word. Seeing the look of disgust on his face, Lijia's smug expression grew even broader. He snorted contemptuously, no longer bothering to glance at Zhao Tianyu. Those venomous eyes finally turned toward the child who had sat calmly in his chair the entire time, not even shifting his posture once. Little brat. He strode step by step toward Zhang He, his two bodyguards following closely behind. Each step felt like a stomp on everyone's heartbeat. The room's atmosphere, which had been intensely heated moments ago, was now suffocatingly oppressive. Zhao Tianyu instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him, but one of the bodyguards merely gave him a cold, dismissive glance. The look was utterly emotionless, as if he were observing a lifeless object. Zhao Tianyu's feet froze in place, paralyzed by that gaze, unable to take another step forward. Lija finally reached Zhang He's table and stopped. He bent down, his towering frame casting a shadow that completely enveloped Zhang He. Looking down at him from above, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His voice was lowered to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Feeling pretty smug, huh? You won me once thanks to some dog luck and whatever advice some nobody fed you behind the scenes, and now you really think you're hot? He leaned closer, his words practically whispered into Zhang He's ear, his tone thick with menace. You think having that Lin Wei and that Deputy Mayor Zhou backing you means you're safe? Just you wait. His voice carried a hint of cruel satisfaction. Your Thai little internet cafe in the university town, your parents' Guang supermarket, and your so-called Guang capital. I'll make you watch them crumble piece by piece. I'll make you and your entire family crawl back to that shabby tenement like dogs. Lowlifes are inherently worthless, fit only to slave away for capitalists like us their entire lives. This naked threat cut deep, every word aimed squarely at Zhang He's family and livelihood. It was an attempt to uproot him completely and trample him into the mud. The private room fell deathly silent. Shen Ming and the others turned ashen with rage, yet they were too afraid to act. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Yet, faced with this threat to desecrate his ancestors' graves, not a trace of panic flashed across Zhang He's face. He didn't even lift his gaze toward Li Jia. He merely picked up the glass of orange juice on the table with deliberate slowness, gently swirling it to watch the orange liquid ripple in concentric circles. Only after Li Jia uttered his final word did Zhang He slowly lift his head, his large, clear eyes meeting Li Jia's gaze directly. He blinked, his face breaking into an innocent expression, his voice soft and childlike. Brother Li Jia. Does your tummy hurt anymore? The grimace on Li Jia's face froze instantly. Zhang He, however, seemed oblivious. Speaking in a slow, concerned tone, he continued. Last time you rushed off too quickly, we didn't even get to finish the game. He tilted his little head, looking utterly serious. How about I treat you to some milk this time? I heard it's good for your stomach. Put. Big Head in the corner couldn't hold it in first, nearly spitting out his drink as he burst into loud laughter. That laugh was like flipping a switch. One after another, Mangzi, Sunwei, Zhao Tianyu, everyone snapped out of it. Suppressed laughter rippled through the room, eventually erupting into a thunderous roar of laughter. Even the usually composed Chen Ming and the stern-faced Li Xian couldn't help but let their lips curl wildly upward. Lin Wei was shaking with laughter, her gaze toward Zhang He now filled not only with admiration but also a touch of exasperated affection. That kid, he really knows how to get under your skin. Li Jia watched the scene unfold, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. The last incident had already made him the biggest laughingstock among Shanghai's second-generation elite. When had he, young Master Li, ever endured such utter disgrace? His teeth ground together with a grinding sound as he pointed at Zhang He, his voice trembling with rage. And just when the heat couldn't get any worse, Lin Wei, leaning against the sofa with a charming smile, delivered the final blow. Young Master Li, this isn't their fault. After all, your heroic feat at that banquet has become the loudest legend in our circle. Put. Zhao Tianyu couldn't hold it in any longer. He spit out a mouthful of wine, choking and coughing violently, yet the laughter bubbling up inside him was impossible to suppress. Chapter 140, Family will always be your backing. Li Jia's face turned from green to purple, finally settling into a deathly pallor. It was the humiliation of being stripped naked in public. Like having an open wound ripped apart and salt rubbed into it. Every gaze in the private room felt like a needle, piercing him with 1,000 wounds. He was the laughingstock of the entire world. You, all of you. His outstretched fingers trembled violently, his words breaking off mid-sentence. Just you wait. Just you wait. Beyond these two feeble shouts, no sound could escape him. He spun around abruptly, unleashing all his pent-up rage and humiliation upon the two bodyguards. What are you staring at? Standing there like door gods? Get lost. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation and contempt. Working for such a useless fool was nothing short of bloody bad luck. But they dared not speak further, only bowing their heads. Yes, young Master Li. Li Jia couldn't stand it a moment longer. He flung open the door and bolted out as if fleeing for his life. Two bodyguards followed closely behind. Bang! The door slammed shut with a thunderous bang. The moment they left, the stifled laughter in the private room erupted into a roaring uproar. Ha! That's hilarious. Look how green that bastard's face turned. Zhao Tianyu laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing toward the doorway and cursing. What a sore loser. He asked for it. Serves him right. Boss, you rock. Mangzi slapped his thigh, his face aglow with admiration. One line and he was gone. That's way more satisfying than a punch. Yet amidst the laughter, Wang Mani's face held an unshakable trace of worry. She gently swirled her wineglass and looked at Zhang He. Young Master Zhang, this has completely alienated Li Jia. The Li family wields immense influence in the metropolis. His father is notorious in the financial circles for his ruthlessness. I fear he might resort to underhanded tactics. At her words, the laughter in the private room gradually died down. Yeah, it's all laughs now, but the trouble is very real. Sun Wei also frowned. The Li family's network ran deep, especially within the financial system and certain gray areas. Causing trouble for young Master Zhang's internet cafe or supermarket would be all too easy. Exactly, Chen Ming agreed gravely. A single roadblock from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, tax authorities, or fire department would be enough to give us a run for our money. Zhao Tianyu's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. He patted his chest and declared to Zhang He, young Master Zhang, rest assured. This is aimed at me, I won't let you shoulder it alone. I know a few people in Shanghai circles. I'll start making inquiries. If all else fails, I'll go back and ask my dad. No matter how powerful Li Jia's father is, mine isn't someone to be trifled with. Lin Wei set down her wineglass, her beautiful eyes filled with earnestness. Zhang He, I share responsibility for this. Li Jia won't dare touch me, but he might take his anger out on you. Rest assured, I won't stand idly by. If it comes to that, my family isn't without influence. Her words were spoken lightly, but everyone present understood the weight behind them coming from the head of the CSRC's investigation team. Damn it! Mangzi, who had been mostly silent, suddenly slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, his face twisted with fury. Enough with all this beating around the bush. If that bastard dares touch a single hair on the boss's head, or even the slightest thing in Uncle and Auntie's supermarket, I'll go straight to cripple him. His eyes bulged like a bull's as he bellowed, neck straining, if it comes down to it, I'll trade my life for his. Mine's worthless, but that rich kid Li's life is precious. Let's see who's scared of who. Roughneck. Zhang He snapped, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Mangzi's neck jerked back as he slumped into his seat, though his face remained a mask of defiance. In the private room, all eyes turned to Zhang He. He leaned back in his chair, his small frame sinking into the plush sofa. The innocent expression that had once graced his face was gone. In its place was a cold, amused smile. His dark eyes flashed with a cold light utterly incongruous with his age, as if capable of piercing through the very soul. No need. Just a clown. His cheap tricks are nothing to me. Seeing his confident demeanor, the crowd felt somewhat reassured, though their worries hadn't entirely dissipated. Zhang He sighed softly and shook his head like a little adult. Enough. Don't let some stranger ruin our mood. He raised his glass of orange juice, his clear eyes sweeping across the group. We're here to have fun, so let's keep it lighthearted. Come on, let's continue. Seeing his resolve, the others swallowed their worries and raised their glasses in unison. To Mr. Zhang. The party's clamor faded as he returned home, Zhang He still carrying the mellow scent of red wine. He didn't turn on the lights, feeling his way to the living room in the dark. He picked up the old rotary dial phone and dialed a number with practiced ease. After a few rings, his uncle Li Jingqing's sleepy voice came through. Hello? Who is it at this hour? Uncle, it's me, Xiao He. Hearing his nephew's voice, Li Jingqing's drowsiness vanished almost instantly, his tone immediately turning concerned. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? What's going on? Zhang He's voice was flat, betraying no emotion. Nothing major. Just wanted to let you know, could you keep an eye on the Higuang internet cafe and the supermarket for me lately? Li Jingqing's heart skipped a beat. His nephew, though young, was more thoughtful than anyone. He never made a late-night call without reason. He sat up straight, his voice turning serious. Is someone causing trouble? It's just a minor issue. I can handle it. Xiaoha, don't brush me off. Li Dingcheng grew impatient. What's really going on? Tell me. In this city, there's nothing your uncle can't handle. Zhang He fell silent for a moment. Rest assured, uncle, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Hearing his nephew's unnaturally composed voice, Li Jingqing swallowed his flood of questions. He knew this kid well. Once he made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. He sighed and agreed. All right. I'll have more people keep an eye on the internet cafe and your parents' place. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. I'll also drop by your parents' place often to keep them from worrying. He paused, his tone growing unusually solemn. Xiao He, be careful out there. Take good care of yourself. No matter what happens, remember family will always have your back. If you ever need your uncle, just say the word. Her warm words flowed through the phone line. Zhang He gripped the receiver, his vision suddenly blurring. In his past life, family bonds had felt impossibly distant. Chapter 141, The Black-Hearted Supermarket. Hello? Hello? Zhang He, are you there? His uncle's anxious voice pulled him back from the icy memories. He blinked, forcing back the moisture welling in his eyes. A genuine smile returned to his lips. I hear you, uncle. Got it. Thanks, uncle. After hanging up, he wasted no time and dialed another number. A gruff voice answered quickly, hello? Old gun, it's me. Round up the brothers. We've got work to do. A few days later, the atmosphere at Heguang supermarket had grown eerily tense. Where once people bustled in and out, several uninvited guests had appeared out of nowhere. Groups of 3 or 5 rough-looking youths, shirtless and displaying cheap blue tattoos, stood brazenly blocking the supermarket entrance, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. They neither entered nor moved far away, just gathered there puffing away, flicking cigarette ash all over the floor. When customers tried to enter, they'd glance sideways with a sneer and drawl in a mocking tone. Oh, you still dare come to this store? You've got some nerve. Let me tell you, the stuff here isn't clean. My buddy ate some last time and had diarrhea for 3 days straight. He was nearly drained of all his strength. Several schoolgirls who'd come to shop turned pale at the sight of them as soon as they reached the doorway. Before the thugs could even speak, they panicked and bolted, scrambling away in all directions. Zhang He emerged with a broom in hand, his face dark with anger. What are you doing? Get off my property. The leader, a punk with dyed yellow hair, spat out a thick lob of phlegm and chuckled. Uncle, come on. The street isn't your private property. What's the big deal if we stand here and smoke a cigarette? Is it getting in the way of your business? The others joined in the taunting. Exactly. We're not even going inside. Even if the cops show up, they can't do anything about it. Li Jingcheng had indeed sent people over several times. The moment the police car arrived, the thugs vanished faster than rabbits. But within half an hour of the cops leaving, they swarmed back like flies, blocking the entrance once more. They didn't cause any real damage, no fighting, no vandalism. They just used this most despicable tactic to annoy you and ruin your business. Zhang He trembled with rage, yet he was utterly powerless against them. Li Sufang watched as customers fled in fear, her heart aching so much she couldn't stop crying. This supermarket was the heart and soul of the elderly couple, yet now it was being so trampled upon. In just a few days, business plummeted. Worse still, rumors spread like wildfire through the nearby neighborhoods and schools. Have you heard? The oil sold at Heguang supermarket is gutter oil. Not only that, but their rice is old stock that's been polished and repackaged. Eating too much of it causes cancer. The owner used to be in the underworld. He's shady as hell. Who knows if his products are safe? The rumors grew increasingly absurd and vicious. Zhang He and his wife couldn't defend themselves against the accusations, forced to watch helplessly as their once bustling supermarket became deserted. That afternoon, the supermarket was eerily quiet. Li Sufang sat listlessly at the cash register while Zhang He silently tidied the neglected shelves, polishing each item to a mirror-like shine as if that could prove their innocence. Suddenly, the light dimmed at the entrance. Several men in uniforms walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with narrow, triangular eyes and a hooked nose. As soon as he entered, he swept the entire store with a disdainful glance from the corner of his eye, as if surveying a pile of trash. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud but dripping with officialdom. Who's in charge here? Zhang He froze for a moment before quickly setting down what he was holding and stepping forward. I am. Comrade, what can I do for you? The man pulled an ID badge from his pocket, waved it briefly before Zhang He, then swiftly tucked it away. Industrial and Commercial Bureau. We received a public tip that your light supermarket is suspected of selling counterfeit and substandard goods and engaging in serious tax evasion. At these words, Zhang He's face instantly drained of color. An honest man all his life, he'd never faced such a situation. Terrified, his lips trembled and his words came out in stutters. And no. Comrade, we source all our goods through legitimate channels. We have all the receipts. We pay our taxes on time. Li Sufang behind the cash register also panicked, but she was slightly more composed than her husband. Forcing herself to steady her nerves, she stood up. Comrade, there must be some misunderstanding. We're honest businesspeople. We wouldn't do anything against our conscience. Could someone be spreading rumors behind our backs? Mistake? The leader with the triangular eyes sneered coldly, his attitude utterly contemptuous. Whether it's a mistake isn't for you to decide. Hand over your ledgers, purchase invoices, business license, everything. We're conducting an inspection. His voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing, instantly drawing the attention of the few passers-by outside. The thugs at the entrance immediately gathered closer, pointing and shouting loudly inside. See? I told you this place was shady. The Administration for Market Regulation is here to investigate. They must have been caught selling counterfeit goods. These unscrupulous merchants deserve to be shut down. The crowd grew larger, pointing and whispering in hushed tones. Zhang He frantically rummaged through his receipts, his nervousness causing him to spill the contents of the drawer onto the floor several times. Li Sufang watched her husband's frantic state, saw the gloating faces at the entrance, and then met the disdainful and suspicious stares of the surrounding customers. A wave of profound humiliation and helplessness washed over her. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She had never begged anyone for help in her life, never raised her voice in anger. Yet now, trapped in her own shop, she was being pointed at and gossiped about in front of her neighbors. This hurt worse than being stabbed with a knife. Zhang He watched his wife like this, his heart twisting in agony. A surge of blood rushed to his head, making this man, who had lived his entire life as a quiet, unassuming person, feel the urge to fight for the first time in his life. He clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, ready to charge out and confront those people regardless of the consequences. Just then. Roar! The deafening roar of motorcycles echoed through the streets, growing louder as they approached before abruptly halting at the supermarket entrance. The onlookers instinctively turned to see several rugged-looking Jialing 135 and Xingfu 250 motorcycles pull up crookedly, clearly not the friendly type. 7 or 8 young men leaped off the bikes, each clad in black t-shirts, jeans, and Hui sneakers, their eyes gleaming with menace. Leading the pack was none other than Old Gun. A lit red double happiness cigarette dangled from his mouth as he shoved his hands deep into his pockets. With a stride that seemed to trample all in its path, he marched straight toward the gang of yellow-haired punks blocking the entrance, flanked by Mouse, Madman, and Glasses. The streetwise swagger honed in arcades and on the streets was something the yellow-haired punks could never match. The leader of the yellow-haired gangs felt his heart skip a beat as he faced Lao Pao's crew. Chapter 142, Strike the Snake at its weakest point. In the underworld, you could tell a horse from a mule at a glance. These guys clearly had real battle experience, a whole different league from the kind who just barked orders to scare civilians. He took a panicked half-step back, his eyes darting nervously. Who are you guys? Lao Pao stepped forward and stopped right in front of him. Towering half a head above Yellow Hair, he looked down on him with contempt. Then, with a deeply humiliating gesture, he reached out and slapped Yellow Hair's face. Smack! 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 The sound wasn't loud, but each slap felt like a blow to the punk's pride. Kid, new here? Lao Pao's lips curled into a mocking smirk. His voice was lazy, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. You know who's running this place? Tired of living? The blonde-haired guy's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliated like this in public, if he didn't react, how could he ever hold his head up again? Who the are you? How dare you touch me? Do you know who my boss is? He stiffened his neck, trying to drop the name card. Who the cares who your big shot is? Before Lao Pao could finish, Mouse behind him sprang into action. Mouse lunged forward, clamping his left hand around Yellow Hair's wrist while his right arm hooked his shoulder. With a sharp twist backward, he drove his knee hard into the back of Yellow Hair's waist. A clean, decisive takedown. Snap. Arg. The blonde-haired man let out an inhuman scream as his entire body was pinned against the motorcycle's fuel tank. His arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, leaving him completely immobilized. Agony made his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. This move instantly silenced the entire scene. Madman and Glasses led the remaining brothers to encircle the area. Without a word, they coldly stared down the few remaining punks. Their gaze was like looking at a bunch of chickens waiting to be slaughtered. The true nature of these bullies bullying the weak and cowering before the strong was instantly laid bare. With their own boss taken down in one move, how could they even think of resisting? Each of them was shaking like a leaf, their faces drained of color. Get out! Old Gun spat out the single word. The thugs took it as a pardon, scrambling to their feet and dragging the still screaming Yellow Hair away. They bolted without daring to look back. With the nuisance dealt with, Lao Pao turned to face the lingering neighbors and the officials from the Administration for Industry and Commerce. His usual thuggish demeanor softened slightly as he bowed his hands to the crowd and spoke in a clear voice. Neighbors, uncles, aunts, my name is Lao Pao. I run security at the Hugwang Internet Cafe. I swear on my honor that Hugwang Supermarket sells genuine goods, fair to all, young and old. Everyone knows what kind of people Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are. His gaze swept across the crowd as his voice suddenly rose. I'm putting this out there today, if anyone dares to cause trouble here again, or spreads rumors behind our backs, don't blame me, Lao Pao, for being rude. Ask my fists if they'll agree. He flexed his fist, as big as a clay pot, the threat palpable. Among the onlookers, many silently nodded in agreement. They were longtime neighbors and trusted the character of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Jiping. Previously swayed by rumors, they now saw clearly that someone had been stirring trouble behind the scenes. Finally, Lao Pao's gaze settled on the triangular-eyed industrial and commercial official. We'll cooperate fully with the investigation, the official said, his smile forced and insincere. But if anyone tries to frame us or pin false accusations on us. He paused deliberately, letting out a cold, meaningful chuckle. Though unfinished, the naked threat carried more weight than any words. The triangular-eyed man's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. He hadn't expected that behind this shabby supermarket lurked such a gang of desperados. He'd taken the money just to go through the motions, to harass the shopkeeper, no reason to risk his own neck. These guys were clearly tough nuts to crack. If pushed too far, they'd stop at nothing. The thought softened his demeanor instantly. He forced a smile uglier than crying. Ahem, we just got a tip. Routine inspection. Just routine inspection. He took the ledger and receipts Zhang He handed him, flipping through a few pages absent-mindedly before glancing casually at the shelves. Of course, there was nothing wrong with these items. Looks like nothing's wrong. Probably just a misunderstanding. He muttered dryly, then flung the ledger onto the counter. That's it. Pack it up. With that, he led his men away. Under the disdainful stares of the crowd, they slunk into their car and sped off. The commotion seemed to have subsided. Zhang He received news of this almost immediately. Old Gun's call came through while he was reviewing the JD project with Wang Manny, Sun Wei, and others in the Heguang capital office. After hanging up, Zhang He's face remained as calm as a still pond, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Li Jia truly a sore loser and a fool. Only someone like him would resort to such underhanded tactics. Wang Manny. Zhang He's voice wasn't loud, yet the entire office fell silent instantly. Mr. Zhang, I'm here. Wang Manny immediately stood up straight. Activate the public sentiment monitoring system, Zhang He said, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk in a rhythmic cadence. I need to know every single rumor about Heguang supermarket, which BBS, which chat room, which IP address it originated from. Filter out all the IDs and chat logs of the spreaders. Lock them down. He lifted his gaze to Zhao Tianyu. Tianyu, regarding the Administration for Industry and Commerce, can your father pull strings to find out the name, background, and recent contacts of that guy with the triangular eyes who led the team to my house today? Especially crucial, any financial dealings with Li Jia's people? Zhao Tianyu pounded his chest. Don't worry, young Master Zhang. Leave this little task to me. Zhang He nodded, then turned his gaze to Sun Wei and Chen Ming. Hold your fire for now. His youthful voice carried an unquestionable resolve. Strike at the vital spot. Either don't act at all, or when you do, crush them beyond recovery. The chain of evidence must be flawless. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong's Central District, atop the International Finance Center Tower 2. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling nightscape of Victoria Harbor. Inside the office, the air felt colder than the deep space beyond the windows. A tall Caucasian man stood before a massive trading screen, a glass of whiskey in hand. This was Carl Lehman, the most ruthless disciple of George Soros, a name that struck fear into the hearts of Wall Street. His eyes, illuminated by the screen's blue glow, reflected a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Mr. Lehman, that little bastard Zhang He must die. On the sofa, Li Jia's face was twisted with venomous hatred. Chapter 143, Countering the Counter. He stared fixedly at the partial public holdings list of Heguang Capital displayed on the screen, his teeth grinding audibly. The humiliation Zhang He had inflicted that night at the club had become his shadow. He, the heir to the Li family, the future titan of finance, had been publicly humiliated by a mere 7-year-old brat. This humiliation, he could not swallow. He thought sending a few thugs and some low-level Commerce Bureau official to harass Zhang He's family would teach them a lesson. But what happened? His men got beaten up by some thugs who appeared out of nowhere, and the Commerce Bureau guy slunk away in disgrace. This was an utter disgrace. The tech stocks in his hands were nothing but junk. A pile of unwanted trash, and he dared to flaunt it publicly. Li Jia pointed at the screen, his voice sharp with rage. I'll bankrupt him. I'll make him beg on his knees before me. Lehman turned around, his sapphire eyes utterly unruffled. He strolled over to Li Jia, his stiff, broken Chinese spitting out each word, Li.com bubble, soon, bigger crash. He traced a steep downward curve in the air with his finger. Nasdaq. Will crash. Lehman's gaze fixed on the screen, a cruel smile curling his lips. Though he despised Li Jia, a spoiled fool relying on family connections, fools had their uses. Especially since they shared a common enemy. We can join forces to orchestrate a scheme. Lehman's finger tapped on several obscure tech stocks with extremely low trading volume on the screen, exactly the kind held by Heguang Capital. We'll start small, pushing up these few. He swiped upward on the screen, creating a false sense of prosperity. Make him think he's betting right, lure him into adding positions. Simultaneously, I'll hype the entire sector through media outlets and my research reports. Tell everyone the market has bottomed out and is rebounding. He paused, glancing at Li Jia. Once you confirm his capital is trapped. Li Jia instantly grasped his meaning, his face lighting up with a sickly excitement. He practically snatched the conversation, his voice dripping with malicious glee. Once he's trapped all his capital. I'll leverage my family connections and our capital pool at the brokerage to work with you and crash the market with everything we've got. His voice grew increasingly heated, as if he could already see Zhang He's humiliating defeat. Not just that. I'll have people leak fatal negative news about these companies. Financial fraud? Fake technology patents? Founders absconding with funds? Doesn't matter if it's true or not as long as it sparks market panic. I'll make his holdings have in value overnight. No. I'll force him into margin call. I'll bring Heguang Capital crashing down from its pedestal, turning it into China's biggest laughingstock. In the office, only Li Jia's excited, heavy breathing remained. Lehman watched his man's frenzied state, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very good. Stupid enough. Ruthless enough. A good dog. He raised his hand, extending it toward Li Jia. Pleasure doing business. Lehman's voice remained stiff, yet the greed within it was unmasked. Profits, 7 for me, 3 for you. Leisha grasped that hand without hesitation. Money? He didn't care. His family had plenty. What he wanted was to destroy Zhang He. He wanted to personally drag that little bastard, who'd been elevated to godlike status, down from his pedestal, trample him underfoot, and grind him into dust. Happy cooperation. Leisha gripped back, veins bulging on his knuckles. Mr. Lehman, I have only one demand, I want him dead. Early the next morning, a tense atmosphere permeated the war room at Guang Capital. Sun Wei, the Wall Street-trained financial elite, stared intently at the computer screen, his brow furrowed into a knot. Brother Sun, something's off. He pointed at several K-line charts on the screen that were nearly flat lines, his voice tinged with caution. These are the obscure tech stocks we positioned earlier. Look at the volume, barely a few hundred lots on an average day. Dead as a doornail. But since yesterday's closing bell, small orders have been steadily buying, and the price is creeping up. He switched to another window and pulled up the intraday trading details. See? These are all small orders, tens or hundreds of lots buying persistently, forcibly pushing the price up. Classic divergence between volume and price. Market behavior tells me this is absolutely not normal. It looks like someone's deliberately manipulating the market to show us something. Sun Wei opened another page on an English financial website, where a research report signed by Carl Lehman stood out prominently. And this is even weirder. Lehman, that vulture of Wall Street, notorious for being bearish, when did he change his tune? Last night he suddenly released a report aggressively bullish on our sector, calling it an undervalued tech gem and the engine of a new technological revolution. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of that bastard's words. His expression grew increasingly grim as he spoke. First, they sent thugs to harass our uncles and aunts. Now they're pulling these underhanded tricks in the capital markets, even bringing in outside help like Zhang Xiao. This must be that idiot Leisha's doing behind the scenes. Zhang He listened quietly, his small frame sunk into the oversized executive chair, slowly sipping from a bottle of Waha calcium milk. Only after Sun Wei finished did he lift his gaze from the screen, a cold smile curling his lips, one utterly incongruous with his age. Leisha. What a sore loser. Publicly humiliated, instead of reflecting on his own shortcomings, he escalated his retaliation with dirty tricks. Hiring thugs, reporting to the authorities, and now bringing in the vulture fund? Trying to beat me at my own game? Interesting. Truly fascinating. He set down the baby bottle with a soft clink. Sun Wei. Yes, young Master Zhang. Sun Wei snapped to attention. Play along with his game. Zhang He's voice was quiet but carried a decisive edge. If he wants to play, we'll play a big game with him. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in Guang Capital's operations room was tense and grim. The massive video wall was divided into 4 windows, each displaying a cold stream of data. Top left, real-time charts of those manipulated niche tech stocks, with buy orders still steadily pouring in. Top right, the Nasdaq Composite Index fluctuated wildly, drenched in a sea of green, its decline starkly evident. In the bottom left corner, Wang Manny's public sentiment monitoring system was capturing every news article and comment related to Lehman's bullish report. Headlines predicting gains were deliberately enlarged, as if shouting their praise. In the bottom right corner, the capital flow monitoring chart for Guang Capital displayed every single fund transfer with crystal clear precision. Chapter 144, Leverage to the Max. Zhang He stood before the large screen, his small figure casting a long shadow. Sun Wei. Got it. Use some of the reserve funds. Follow their moves and buy. Zhang He's finger tapped lightly on the screen, targeting several stocks that had been pumped up. They want us to see? Then we'll buy for them to see. Make it dramatic. Do it in stages, with each order larger than the last. Create the illusion that we've spotted an opportunity and are rushing to add positions. Chan Ming. Boss, I'm here. Shen Ming responded immediately. Find an opportunity to casually leak word internally that we're extremely bullish on this rebound, believe the market has bottomed out, and are preparing to go all in on the dip. A sly gleam flashed in Zhang He's eyes. The message must sound authentic. Ideally, it should reach Leisha's mole embedded in our ranks verbatim. Zhao Tianyu, listening nearby, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but lean in. Wait, young Master Zhang is actually buying, he whispered, his face etched with confusion. This is clearly a trap. Are we really going to walk right into it? Zhang He glanced back at him and smiled. That smile sent a chill down Zhao Tianyu's spine. If you don't bait the hook well enough, how can you expect the fish to bite? He turned back, his gaze returning to the big screen, his voice suddenly sharpening. Big head. Mangzi. Present. 2 burly figures stepped forward in unison. Deploy your main capital immediately. Zhang He's voice echoed through the quiet operations room with unwavering authority. Divide it secretly into dozens of accounts. Use our Hong Kong channel to go all in shorting the Nasdaq index futures. He paused, then emphasized. Leverage, push it to the absolute limit we can handle. Short the Nasdaq? And max leverage? Zhao Tianyu sucked in a sharp breath, instantly grasping Zhang He's intent. Li Jia and that Lehman guy had gone to great lengths to set up a scheme around a few insignificant small cap stocks, drawing everyone's attention. But Zhang He? He didn't give them the time of day. His target, from the very beginning, was the entire Nasdaq. This wasn't just a simple counterattack. This was cutting off the fuel at the source. He planned to strike a fatal blow from the most unexpected angle, precisely when Li Jia and Lehman believed they held complete control. The scale was immense and ruthless. Inside the war room, everyone was stunned by Zhang He's audacity. Yes, sir. Mengzi and Big Head showed no hesitation whatsoever. Their eyes blazed with fervor as they turned and charged toward their respective control consoles. A hunt targeting He Guang Capital had, unbeknownst to the hunters, quietly transformed into a deadly trap set by the prey. Meanwhile in Hong Kong, Li Jia and Lehman clinked glasses, celebrating the flawless start to their plan. Reporting to young Master Li. Insider intel: major moves from He Guang Capital. A trader speaking Cantonese accented Mandarin shouted excitedly over his shoulder. Li Jia leapt from the sofa, abandoning his glass of 82 Lafite, and rushed behind the trader. What's happening? They've started buying in bulk. The very stocks we set up. First order, 5 million. Second, 10 million. Just now, another 30 million order. And word is leaking internally that kid surnamed Zhang is bullish on this rebound and preparing to go all in on the bottom. Ha! Li Jia burst into laughter, his voice filled with long-suppressed exhilaration. You little bastard. You're still just a 7-year-old brat. Did you really think I'd let this slide just because I sent a few thugs to block your door? In all my years, I've never suffered such a humiliating insult. I'll swallow you whole, skin and bones, or I'll change my surname. He turned to Carl Lehman, who stood calm and composed beside him, his eyes flashing with madness. Mr. Lehman, did you see that? The fish has taken the bait. It's time to reel it in. Raymond pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his lips. His blue eyes gleamed with pure greed. Li, it seems your opponent is nothing but a lucky fool. He snapped his fingers elegantly. Go! At the command, dozens of traders, already primed and ready, flashed excited gleams in their eyes. Smash! Smash them to pieces. Dump all short positions. Sell out. Sell out. Commands echoed in rapid succession, keyboards pounding like a downpour. The massive capital pools prepared in advance by the Vulture Fund in Li Jia's camp unleashed a deluge of sell orders, crashing down like a floodgate opened wide upon those tech stocks already artificially inflated. Simultaneously, multiple bearish reports from authoritative institutions as if coordinated instantly flooded the front pages of major financial media outlets. Shocking. XX Tech suspected of serious financial fraud, revenue data inflated by over 300%. Tech myth debunked. Exposing YY Corporation's decade behind pseudo-high tech. The bubble's frenzy, top Wall Street analysts warn these tech stocks are worthless. Illustrated with charts and detailed data, each piece delivered harsh criticism that struck investors hard. Panic spread like wildfire. Stock prices plummeted in response. On the candlestick charts, those stocks plummeted like someone had kicked them off a rooftop traced by near vertical green lines in a cliff-like crash. 10, 20, 30. Limit down. It took barely 10 minutes. We won. Ha! We won. Li Jia stared at the blinding green on the screen, trembling with excitement. He threw his arm around Lehman's shoulder. Mr. Lehman, you're a genius. That little bastard won't walk away unscathed this time. Lehman smiled with restraint, raising his glass, to our victory. Cheers. However, just as Li Jia and Lehman thought victory was assured and began calculating the profits from this hunt, the battle room at He Guang Capital presented a starkly different scene. Zhang He watched the stocks plunge to their daily lows on the screen, his face showing no trace of panic. Instead, a cold smile curved his lips. The fish had finally entered the net. He slowly raised his hand and gave a slight wave. Now. His voice was quiet, yet it instantly ignited the entire operations room. Sun Wei. Close all long positions on the bait stocks. Yes. Sun Wei's fingers danced across the keyboard so swiftly they left after images, instantly triggering the preset liquidation orders. Having entered early and capitalizing on the deliberate price manipulation by the other side, these bait positions were liquidated with minimal loss. Wang Manny. Here. Release everything we've prepared. Chapter 145, Take care of yourself. Roger. Wang Manny hit the enter key. A more devastating bearish report jointly prepared by He Guang Capital and several overseas research institutions over weeks instantly detonated across the entire market through dozens of pre-established channels. Warning. The sword of Damocles hanging over overinvestment in internet infrastructure. Bubble truth, Nasdaq giants cash flows near exhaustion, layoffs may sweep Silicon Valley. Goldman Sachs internal memo, Fed may hike rates early, doomsday judgment for tech stocks. If Lehman's report was a grenade, then Zhang's release was a full-fledged bomb. Each piece of news struck precisely at the market's most vulnerable nerve. Shan Ming. Li Xiang. Sun Wei. Zhang He's voice suddenly rose sharply, smash the market. Liquidate every single one of our short positions, leave not a single one standing. Yes, boss. The three were already boiling with excitement, fingers flying as they unleashed every pre-prepared order. Yuan Capital's massive short positions hidden across dozens of accounts and leveraged to the absolute limit instantly swept across the entire Nasdaq futures market. Boom! The Nasdaq index, already teetering on the edge due to a barrage of negative news, finally collapsed under the weight of this final straw. On the candlestick chart, the index line representing untold fortunes seemed to lose all support, embarking on a spectacular freefall. High dive plunge. 3, 5, 8. The entire market erupted in a cacophony of wails and screams. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, inside the Vulture Fund's trading room, the celebratory champagne had just been popped. But the smiles on Li Jia and Lehman's faces froze solid. What happened? Lehman shoved aside his assistant and rushed to the screen, staring in disbelief at the Nasdaq's terrifying plunge. The stocks they had shorted had indeed plummeted, showing substantial paper profits on their accounts. But before they could close their positions and cash out, the entire market's collapse slammed into their faces. The other tech stocks they'd heavily positioned long, those blue-chip stocks meant to act as ballast, were now plummeting at an even faster pace. The loss figures on their accounts were jumping wildly. 100 million. 500 million. 1 billion. What was even more devastating was that they had poured nearly all their liquid funds into manipulating the market, using extremely high leverage. The Nasdaq crash instantly breached their margin safety line. Boss, we've received a margin call. The risk manager's shriek pierced the dead silence of the entire trading floor. Margin call. A buzzing sensation filled Lehman's head, leaving him blank. He snatched the crystal ashtray from his desk and smashed it violently against the massive video wall. Crash. The screen shattered, data streams scrambling wildly like his own collapsing mind. No. This can't be happening. He roared wildly across the trading floor, his expensive custom suit now wrinkled and crumpled, his usual elegance completely gone. Beside him, Li Jia slumped in his chair as if all his bones had been pulled out. His private phone vibrated frantically. The screen flashed a name both familiar and terrifying, Family Fund Risk Control Director. His trembling hand answered the call. Young Master Li Jia, our monitoring shows your associated account has breached the liquidation threshold. You must immediately add 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in margin, or else. Beep. Li Jia couldn't bear to listen any longer. The phone slipped from his limp hand and fell to the floor. 2 billion. For this act of revenge, he had not only drained every last cent from his personal accounts but also tapped into a substantial sum from the family trust fund. He had believed this would be a surefire slaughter. But he never imagined he would be the pig sent to the slaughterhouse. His face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. It's over. Completely over. Meanwhile, in the command center of Yuan Capital, the atmosphere had completely shifted from tense oppression to a sea of celebration. We won. Boss is awesome. Holy. Look at those numbers. I've never seen so many zeros in my entire life. Blown away. That idiot Li Jia is absolutely wiped out. Let him keep acting cocky. Mengzi's face flushed crimson with excitement as he slapped Daito's back hard, the thud echoing through the room. Daito grinned like an idiot, oblivious to the pain. Even Chen Ming and Sun Wei, seasoned capital market veterans, couldn't stay composed. Their eyes locked on the profit curve on the big screen, spiraling upward wildly, feeling their blood boil. This is insane. This wasn't just simple short-selling profits, it was a textbook perfect, history-making slaughter. First, use a few junk stocks as bait to lure the opponent in. Then, under the cover of the negative news the opponent released, secretly mobilize heavy forces. With thunderous force, strike precisely at the weak points of the entire market. Each move interlocked, each step calculated. The sheer calculation and audacity sent chills down the spine. And the mastermind behind it all sat quietly at the command console. That 7-year-old's innocent face, illuminated by the flickering screens, seemed profoundly enigmatic. The losses incurred by Yuan Capital on individual stocks were utterly insignificant compared to the massive profits from its short positions in Nasdaq index futures, like a single hair on an elephant's back, completely negligible. On the screen, the figure representing Yuan Capital's total profits surged wildly, effortlessly breaking through 30 billion, then 40 billion, before finally settling at a number that made everyone's breath catch. The entire trading floor erupted in cheers that nearly shook the roof off. Zhang He smiled too, a childlike innocence flickering in his eyes, yet beneath it all lay a cold, icy glint. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Dead silence greeted him, broken only by heavy, stifled gasps. Zhang He softened his voice to a whisper, sounding like an innocent child. Hello? Is this brother Li Jia? The line trembled violently, the breathing instantly becoming ragged. Having fun? Zhang He's voice carried a hint of laughter, yet it felt like a poisoned ice pick. The winter of the internet is cold, isn't it? You. Before Li Jia's frenzied roar could fully erupt, Zhang He added another light, cutting remark. This time it's liquidation. Next time you dare lay a finger on my family. His voice turned icy cold, each word squeezed through clenched teeth. It won't just be your money that's cut off. You'd better watch your back. Without waiting for Lija's rage to erupt, Zhang He pressed the hang-up button. Chapter 146, Exile. Beep. Listening to the busy tone from his phone, Lija was completely dumbfounded. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him from head to toe. The rage that had just been boiling inside him instantly cooled, leaving only boundless fear. This was a blatant threat. A 7-year-old child, speaking in the most innocent tone, uttered the most vicious words. He had no doubt that Zhang He could make good on his words. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. With a thud, Lija's legs gave way, and he collapsed completely to the ground. Back in the Heguang Capital Operations Room, Zhang He hung up the phone. The smile vanished instantly from his face, replaced by a composure unnatural for his age. He turned to look at Wang Manny. Sister Manny. Yes, young Master Zhang. Wang Manny instantly straightened her posture, her earlier excitement transformed into absolute focus. Send out the materials we've prepared. Zhang He spoke calmly. Select portions of the evidence regarding Lija's collusion with overseas funds, malicious market shorting, and his illegal diversion of family trust funds. Send them anonymously to 2 individuals. One was Lija's father, the true helmsman of the Li family now. The other, Zhang He's gaze grew deep, was Vice Chairman Lin Jiangwo of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. To uproot the weed, one must cut it at the root. He would not only destroy Lija beyond redemption but also drill an irreparable hole in the seemingly sturdy ship that was the Li family. Let chaos erupt within the Li family first. A flicker of excitement danced in Wang Manny's eyes. She relished this kind of work that struck at the very foundation. Understood, young Master Zhang. I'll handle it flawlessly. She immediately returned to her workstation, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard as encrypted emails silently slipped out one after another. Magic City, Villa District No. 1, West Suburb. Lija, looking utterly lost, swerved his Porsche 911 into the garage and staggered into the living room. The glare from the crystal chandelier was blinding, reflecting off the marble floor like a mirror. His father, Li Zhenbong, stood at the doorway with a broad smile, escorting several middle-aged men in dark suits and stern expressions. His demeanor was courteous, bordering on humility. Take care, gentlemen. Take care. Lija's heart sank to the bottom of his chest. He recognized the badges on their chests. They were from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. The moment the Audi S6 with its special license plate vanished from sight, the smile vanished from Li Zhenbong's face as quickly as a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. He whipped around, every muscle in his face twitching. Bang! The heavy solid wood door slammed shut with a thunderous bang, reverberating through the entire living room. You ungrateful son! Li Zhenbong's voice carried a rage suppressed to its absolute limit. You know to come back? Lija shuddered. Father found out? How could it happen so fast? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying, taking 2 steps forward. Dad, what's wrong? Who upset you? What's wrong with me? Seeing his son's stubborn refusal to see reason, Li Zhenbong felt his lungs were about to burst with rage. He stormed to the coffee table, grabbed a stack of documents, and without a second glance, hurled them at Lija's face. Rustling. 4 papers scattered across the floor. Look at this yourself. Look at the mess you've created. Li Zhenbong pointed an accusing finger at Lija, his hand trembling with rage. Embezzling 500 million from the family trust fund. Colluding with vulture funds overseas to launch malicious short-selling attacks. Now we've invited the enemy right to our doorstep. You've brought utter disgrace upon the Li family. Lija's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He frantically grabbed several sheets of paper. They contained clear bank statements, email correspondence between him and Lehman Brothers, and photos of him drinking with a blonde foreigner. The evidence was irrefutable, damning beyond doubt. It's over. The moment that thought surfaced, his survival instinct kicked in, driving him to the most immediate action. Thud. Lija's knees buckled, and he dropped to his knees, clutching Li Zhenbong's calf and wailing, Dad. It's fake. It's all forged. It's Zhang and that little bastard. He set me up. Dad, you have to believe me. Fake? Li Zhenbong heard it as the most laughable joke in the world, followed by an even deeper disappointment. He lifted his foot, ready to kick this good-for-nothing away, but ultimately held back. You claim the 500 million hole in your accounts is fabricated? That your financial dealings with those Wall Street wolves are forged? Every word he uttered was as cold as ice. The CSRC had already come knocking. That old fox Lin Jiangwo personally called me, asking if the Li family had hit a cash flow crisis and needed state intervention. The veiled threats and warnings in those words made Li Zhenbong, a veteran who'd been manipulating the capital markets for decades, break out in a cold sweat. What a disappointment! He couldn't even muster anger anymore, only a bone-deep exhaustion. Li Zhenbong massaged his throbbing temples, gazing down coldly at his son kneeling on the floor, tears streaming down his face. His voice held not a shred of warmth. From this moment on, all bank cards and stock accounts under your name are frozen. Every position you hold within the group is revoked. Pack your things and go to the ranch in Australia. Without my permission, you are forbidden to set foot back in this country, and you are absolutely forbidden to touch any of the Lee family's businesses. These words struck Leisha like a series of death sentences. Australia? No involvement in the family business? That's nothing short of exile. No. Dad, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Leisha panicked completely, clinging desperately to his father's legs. Give me one more chance. I'll earn the money back. I'll kill Zhang and that little bastard to avenge you. Dad! Get out! Li Shenbong finally lost his temper, kicking him away with a fierce stomp. Leisha tumbled aside like a discarded sack. But Li Shenbong didn't even glance back. He smoothed the collar of his slightly rumpled suit jacket and turned to head upstairs to his study. Old Wang, he ordered without turning back. Keep an eye on the young master. Get him on a flight first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. The butler, who had appeared from the shadows unnoticed, bowed and replied. Leisha lay limp on the marble floor, feeling its bone-chilling cold. The sound of his father's resolute footsteps echoed in his ears. Each step, each thud, felt like a blow to his heart. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave. Seconds later, that despair began to twist and ferment, ultimately transforming into a torrent of seething hatred. Zhang He. It was all because of that little bastard. If not for him, how would he have ended up like this? Now that he had lost everything, Zhang He wouldn't get off easy either. Chapter 147, Something's Wrong. A mad thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He struggled to his feet, his eyes flashing with a serpentine glint, and tremblingly pulled out his Nokia 8850. He scrolled to a number and dialed. The call connected quickly. He lowered his voice to a harsh whisper. Feng-san, it's me. Do me a favor. The next morning, Lin Wei strode into the headquarters of Heguang Capital wearing a tailored business suit and high heels. She placed a document on Zhang He's desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The CSRC investigation team visited the Li family yesterday. She got straight to the point, her voice cool and detached. Li Shenbong cooperated fully, immediately suspending all of Leisha's positions and privileges. Word is he was put on a flight to Australia first thing this morning, placed on indefinite leave. Zhang He remained focused, head down, poring over a document. It was the latest technical progress report sent by Dr. Wang Jian from the Research Institute, densely packed with data and architectural diagrams incomprehensible to the average person. Hearing Lin Wei's words, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Lin Wei stared at the 7-year-old child seated in the executive chair. The scene was jarringly incongruous, yet radiated an undeniable, oppressive sense of inevitability. She knew his shadow loomed behind this affair. Leisha had embezzled funds from the family trust and colluded with foreign capital to orchestrate a short-selling scheme. The evidence chain was complete. To protect the Li family, Li Shenbong had no choice but to cut off the tail to save the body. Lin Wei paused, observing Zhang He's reaction. He was utterly finished. Finally, Zhang He turned the last page of the report. He lifted his head and spoke calmly. He brought this upon himself. In his eyes, Leisha wasn't even worthy of being considered an opponent. He was merely a pebble that had accidentally poked his foot on the path forward, a stone he casually kicked aside. Lin Wei watched him, a strange chill running down her spine. What was this child's heart made of? As evening fell, Mrs. Wu Xiuzhen of the Zhang household, as was her daily custom, slipped out after dinner with a small radio tucked under her arm, strolling leisurely to the neighborhood park. This was her unshakable routine, listening to storytellers, catching up with her old friends, and giving her aging bones a little exercise. In the park, the music for square dancing blared loudly, and the shouts of the old men playing chess echoed in waves. Wu Xiuzhen smiled and greeted some familiar faces before slowly walking along a path lined with French plane trees, planning to make one loop before heading home. The path was usually well trodden, but today, for some reason, 2 streetlights were out, casting the area in a noticeably dimmer glow. Halfway along, 2 young men in t-shirts approached from ahead. Ma'am, could you tell us how to get to the Red Star Market around here? One of them, a young man with a crew cut, asked cheerfully, his tone quite polite. Wu Xiuzhen stopped and pointed enthusiastically in another direction. Oh, the market? You're going the wrong way. You need to exit that way and go 2 more blocks. The old woman was in the middle of explaining. At that very moment, the other youth with long hair slipped unnoticed behind her. In the blink of an eye, the buzzcut youth's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a savage grimace. He lunged forward, pressing a towel soaked in a pungent odor firmly over Wu Xiuzhen's mouth and nose. MMMPH. Wu Xiuzhen's eyes widened instantly as a sickly sweet smell, mixed with the scent of ether, flooded her nostrils. She struggled desperately, kicking and flailing wildly with her hands and feet. But how could an elderly woman possibly match 2 young, strong men? The long-haired youth behind her moved even faster, slamming a coarse sack over her head with a thud. Instantly, all vision and the chance to cry for help were stripped away. Her resistance grew weaker and weaker. Within seconds, Wu Xiuzhen's body went limp, consciousness completely gone. Without a moment's delay, the 2 men, one on each side, hoisted the sack-covered figure and dashed into the roadside greenbelt in a few quick strides. An unlicensed white Jinbei minivan was already waiting there. The door swung open, the body was tossed inside, and the door slammed shut. The engine growled as the van merged into traffic and vanished into the night. The entire operation unfolded with fluid precision, executed with extreme speed. From asking for directions to the person vanishing, the entire sequence took no more than 10 seconds. The park remained filled with booming music and laughter. No one noticed that on this dimly lit path, a living person had vanished into thin air. 8:30 at night. The quartz clock on the wall ticked steadily. Li Sufang paced restlessly in the living room, glancing toward the door every so often. What time is it now? Why isn't Mom back yet? Rubbing her hands together, she said anxiously to her husband, who was busy with the accounts. At this hour, she'd usually be home watching TV. Old Zhang, do you think Mom might have gotten lost? Zhang Jiping, busy with his calculator tallying today's sales and inventory for the Huaguang supermarket, didn't even look up as he replied casually. Stop worrying. We've lived here almost a year now. Mom could find her way back with her eyes closed. He offered a casual reassurance. Besides, didn't she make friends with those ladies at the park? She probably got caught up chatting and lost track of time. She's not about to get lost at her age, is she? He said this, but as Zhang He sat on the sofa, listening to his mother's anxious mutterings and his father's casual replies, a growing sense of unease took hold of him. Something's not right. Very wrong. Grandma's schedule was more reliable than an alarm clock. She was definitely not the type to lose track of time. But seeing the worry etched across his mother's face, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and put on the innocence expected of a child. Mom, don't worry. Grandma will be back soon. Sigh. Let's hope so. Li Sufang sighed, resigned to that thought. She sank back into the sofa, yet her eyes remained fixed on the television. The latest soap opera was playing, but not a single word registered. Time ticked by, second by second. 9 o'clock. 9:30. Each swing of the quartz clock on the wall felt like a small hammer striking Li Sufang's heart. Zhang He's expression gradually darkened. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He sprang to his feet. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to my room to do homework. Go ahead, go ahead. Li Sufang waved her hand absent-mindedly. Zhang He returned to his room, closed the door, and the calm on his face instantly gave way to a cold, grim resolve. He retrieved a specially modified, untraceable phone from under his bed and dialed an encrypted number directly. Chapter 148, Grandma has been kidnapped. The call was answered almost instantly. Young Master Zhang, Wang Manny's alluring yet efficient voice came through. Sister Manny, Zhang He's voice was hushed yet carried an unquestionable command. Use every information channel at your disposal. Check the surveillance footage from the street park between 6 p.m. and now. Wang Manny hesitated briefly on the other end. That's difficult. Public area surveillance is managed by law enforcement. I don't have access. But I can try through other channels. The old quartz clock on the wall clicked, its hands skipping past the 10 o'clock mark. The sound felt like a needle piercing Li Sufang's already taut nerves. The air in the living room felt suffocating. No. I can't wait any longer. Li Sufang sprang up from the sofa, her face drained of color. Grabbing her coat from the hanger, she lunged toward the door. I have to go out and look. I have to go. Zhang Jiping dropped the ledger he was holding and grabbed his wife's arm, his voice trembling without him even realizing it. I'm coming with you. The usually steady man was now panicking. It was unheard of for their mother to be out this late. Dad, Mom, don't panic. Just then, Zhang He emerged from his room. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unusual calmness that forcibly anchored the two distraught adults in place. It's pitch black outside. If you two go out now, you'll be like headless flies. Where do you expect to find her? What if something happens to you too? He stepped into the center of the living room, his eyes dark and unsettling in the lamplight. I've already asked someone to look into it. We'll be informed as soon as there's any news. The statement was half truth, half promise. Wang Manny's intelligence network was indeed working at full capacity, but it wasn't yet reliable enough to offer absolute assurance. Yet now, he had to steady his parents. From the moment he was reborn, this family had fallen to him to hold together. Li Sufang looked at her 7-year-old son. His childish face bore an unprecedented seriousness. For some reason, her wildly pounding heart actually began to calm down a little. Just then, a sharp, piercing ringtone shattered the room's dead silence. Ring ring. It was Zhang He's old Nokia phone, left on the coffee table. All three pairs of eyes instantly focused on the small black and white screen. Displayed on the screen was an unfamiliar number with no location information. An even stronger sense of foreboding than before instantly gripped Zhang He's heart. He took a deep breath, walked over to the coffee table, and pressed the answer button. He didn't speak, just listened quietly. First came the crackling static of static electricity from the other end of the line. Then, a voice distorted by a voice changer came through, sinister, twisted, devoid of any human emotion. Kid, your grandmother is in our hands. Boom! Zhang He's mind exploded like a bomb, leaving him instantly blank. Even though he'd anticipated the worst outcome, the chill that rose from the depths of his soul when those words pierced his ears nearly froze his blood. If you want her to live, prepare 10 billion in cash. The other party gave him no time to react, continuing in that unhurried yet utterly malicious tone. Wait for my call tomorrow at noon. Listen for further instructions. Remember, if you dare to call the police. The voice paused, like a demon's sinister chuckle. We'll kill the hostage immediately. Click. The phone was hung up decisively, leaving only the cold, persistent dial tone in the receiver. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhang He remained frozen in the posture of holding the phone, his small body stiff and motionless. For the first time, cracks appeared on his perpetually impassive face. Anger, shock, disbelief, and a flicker of panic. He hadn't even recognized himself. Since his rebirth, he had manipulated the stock market, orchestrated industrial ventures, and faced provocations from clowns like Li Jia without so much as a raised eyebrow. Everything was under his control. All people and events were merely pawns on his chessboard. But this time, it was different. They had touched his family. They had touched the very thing he had sworn to protect with his life. Boom! A thunderous crash. Zhang He suddenly swung his leg, kicking over the solid wood chair beside him. The chair rolled and slammed into the wall, the deafening crash sending shivers down the spines of Zhang Jiping and his wife. They stared at their son in utter shock, as if seeing him for the first time. Zhang He's chest heaved violently as his small hands clenched the phone, knuckles turning white from the force, as if he might crush the hard plastic casing. His eyes no longer held their usual calm depths. Instead, they burned with two terrifying flames, as if they could consume everything in their path. Who the hell did this? Li Jia. It must be that good-for-nothing Li Jia. He dared not challenge me in the capital markets, so he resorted to these underhanded tactics? A torrent of rage and profound self-reproach tore at his sanity. This was aimed at him. Grandma, it's because of him that she got dragged into this. Xiaoha, what's wrong with you? Li Sufang's voice trembled as she asked cautiously. Who called? What did they say? Zhang He whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes causing Li Sufang to stumble back half a step. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the nearly uncontrollable savagery had been forcibly suppressed, replaced by an icy, menacing coldness. Mom, his voice was hoarse and strained. Grandma, she's been kidnapped. What? Zhang Jiping and his wife were struck as if by lightning. The kidnappers demanded 1 billion yuan ransom and forbade calling the police. Otherwise, Zhang He struggled to utter the final two words, kill the hostage. At those words, Li Sufang felt as if the sky had collapsed. Her body went limp, darkness engulfed her vision. Had Zhang Jiping not swiftly caught her, she would have collapsed to the floor. Mom! Oh my God! Li Sufang could no longer hold herself up. Clinging to her husband's arm, she let out a heart-wrenching wail. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? 10 billion. Those bastards. How dare they? Bastards. I'll fight them to the death. Zhang Jiping, a man who had lived his entire life as an honest soul, now had bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his neck as he roared, ready to charge out. The entire household descended into utter chaos. Everyone stay put. Zhang He bellowed with a fury beyond his years. He strode forward, steadied his mother who was about to collapse, and pressed her down onto the sofa. Crying won't solve anything. Fighting will only hurt Grandma. Chapter 149, Long Planned. His words poured over his parents like a bucket of ice water. Zhang He hesitated no longer. He immediately pulled out his encrypted phone and swiftly dialed a number. The call connected almost instantly. Uncle. Xiao He? What's going on so late? Li Jingqing's steady voice came through the line. Uncle, listen to me, Grandma's in trouble. Zhang He spoke rapidly, yet every word was crystal clear. She's been kidnapped. What? Li Jingqing's voice shot up on the other end, and you could even hear the sharp sound of a chair being violently pushed back. Use your authority immediately to check all surveillance footage near the Central Park. Especially that path lined with French plane trees. Grandma always loved walking there. Start from 6 p.m. The kidnappers just called, warning us not to contact the police. Zhang He's voice was as cold as ice. So, you can't return to the station now, and you absolutely cannot wear your uniform. Change into plainclothes immediately and head straight to the headquarters building of Heguang Capital. I'll be waiting for you there. Remember, until you meet me, not a single word of this can be leaked to anyone except your most trusted confidant. Got it. Li Jingqing grasped the gravity of the situation. His words were concise and to the point. He hung up immediately after speaking. The moment the call ended, the cold dial tone echoed through the living room, as if mocking the family's helplessness. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang He snatched the Santana 2000 car keys hanging behind the door in the entryway and shoved them into the still-dazed hands of Zhang Jiping. Dad, drive. To Heguang Capital. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Zhang Jiping stared blankly at the keys in his hand, then looked at his 7-year-old son, his mind a tangled mess. The company? What was the point of going there now? Shouldn't they be calling the police, or raising money? What are you standing there for? Zhang He's shout hit Zhang Jiping like a sledgehammer to the back of the head. Hurry up! Time waits for no one. Li Sufang jolted awake at the roar, tears instantly drying as her son grabbed her hand. Stumbling, she followed her husband out the door. The Black Santana 2000 roared lowly down the empty midnight streets, racing toward the city center. Outside the windows, the city's neon lights blurred into streaks of color, a kaleidoscope of light that couldn't illuminate the hearts of the three people inside. Li Sufang sat in the back seat, her hands clenched tightly together, muttering incessantly, "Heaven help us, Mom, you mustn't be harmed." Zhang He gripped the steering wheel, veins bulging on his knuckles. This man, honest all his life, now wanted nothing more than to floor the accelerator into the engine. Zhang He leaned against the passenger window, watching the night scenery rush by. His small face, illuminated by the flickering lights, looked unusually stern. His mind was racing at an unprecedented speed. 10 billion in cash. It was a number absurdly laughable. The kidnappers weren't after money at all. Such a massive amount of cash preparing it was impossible, let alone transporting and hiding it. Therefore, this wasn't about money. This was revenge. It was aimed at him. That fool Leisha, sent off to Australia by his father, actually has such capable people working for him. Planning a kidnapping with such blind spots and surveillance, executed so cleanly and efficiently, this isn't something ordinary thugs could pull off. Leisha intends to use the person he cares about most to force him to comply or even destroy him completely. Damn it! He'd been too careless. Damn it! It's all my fault. A torrent of self-reproach and overwhelming murderous intent raged within his chest, threatening to burst through his small frame. 15 minutes later, the screech of brakes shattered the quiet in front of the Heguang Capital Headquarters building. Zhang He pushed open the door and stepped out first, heading straight for the brightly lit lobby. The moment he entered, a tall, upright figure approached him. The man wore a faded denim jacket and pants, his face etched with anxiety and gravity. It was Li Jingcheng, already changed into civilian clothes. Zhang He. Li Jingcheng practically ran up to him. Spotting his sister and brother-in-law behind him, his expression darkened. "Sis, brother-in-law, how? Uncle, what's the situation?" Zhang He cut him off immediately, getting straight to the point. Li Jingcheng knew this wasn't the time for pleasantries. He took a deep breath, pulled Zhang He aside, and lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. "I checked. That plain tree path in the Central Park is a blind spot for surveillance. But at an intersection near the park's east gate, I spotted an unlicensed white Jinbei minivan on the surveillance footage." He paused, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. At 6:15, two men wearing baseball caps dragged someone out of that path, a person stuffed inside a bulging sack. They tossed it into the van and vanished. Sack. Those two words pierced like two sharp needles into the hearts of Zhang Jiping and his wife, who had just caught up. Li Sufang's legs buckled. Had Zhang Jiping not caught her, she would have collapsed again. A pained whimper escaped her throat as she looked at Li Jingcheng, her eyes filled with pleading. The night was pitch black, and the two men had pulled their hats low, their faces impossible to discern. Li Jingcheng clenched his jaw. This was a premeditated, meticulously planned kidnapping. These people were seasoned professionals. Zhang He's gaze turned as cold as ice. Just as he suspected. They knew Grandma's walking routine well and had calculated the surveillance blind spot there. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was premeditated. "Jingcheng, my mother?" Zhang Jiping asked, trembling. He dared not utter the next words, nor dare to think them through. Li Jingcheng stared at his deathly pale face and steeled himself to say, "Brother-in-law, rest assured. I've secretly deployed personnel to monitor the entire city. As long as that car remains within city limits, we will track it down." "Not enough." Zhang He suddenly interjected, his voice unwavering. Li Jingcheng froze, turning to his nephew. "Uncle, use every resource at your disposal: transportation, public security, neighborhood watch, and retrieve all surveillance footage from every entrance and exit in the city. I need to know the exact whereabouts of that gold van, minute by minute, starting from 6:15. I've already sent people to investigate, but the scope is too vast. It will take time. Then make them hurry." Zhang He's gaze pierced Li Jingcheng. The kidnappers demanded 10 billion, they must have a follow-up plan. Before their next move, we must find that van. This is our only chance. Li Jingcheng stared at the 7-year-old boy before him. The steely resolve and ruthlessness in those eyes sent a chill down his spine even as the captain of the criminal investigation squad. He nodded firmly, understood. "I'll push them harder. I'll personally oversee it." With that, he turned and strode out, his pace as swift as the wind. Chapter 150, targeting him. Only then did Zhang He turn to face his parents, who were already beside themselves with worry. He stepped forward, tugging at Li Sufang's sleeve as his voice softened. "Mom, Dad, go home and wait for news. We won't leave." Zhang Jiping's eyes were red. "We'll wait here for news about your grandmother. You'll only get in the way here." Zhang He's words were blunt and hurtful. The kidnappers could call again at any moment, someone had to stay by the landline. "And your emotions will cloud my judgment." The Zhangs stiffened. Staring at their son's eerily composed face, they suddenly realized that in this household, the one truly holding everything together wasn't them, it was this child they were supposed to protect. Staying here, they could do nothing but cry and fret. Alright, Zhang Jiping replied hoarsely, steadying his wife who could barely stand. We'll go home and wait. After seeing his parents off, Zhang He stood alone in the vast office area. He turned to see Zhao Tianyu, Wang Mani, Sun Wei, and others who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Young Master Zhang? Zhao Tianyu, usually the arrogant and domineering rich kid, now wore a look of genuine concern. What happened? Zhang He glanced at them and explained simply, my grandmother has been kidnapped. Boom! It felt like thunder had struck their minds. Kidnapped? Kidnapped young Master Sang's grandmother? That's ing like messing with the devil himself. They must be tired of living. Who the hell wants to die? Mangzi was the first to leap to his feet, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Chen Ming and Li Xian were equally stunned, their eyes instantly filling with murderous intent. Zhang He could see genuine concern and rage in each of their eyes. A flicker of warmth touched his icy heart. But he had no time for pleasantries, nor for soothing words. Hear my command. Zhang He's voice instantly drowned out all the murmurs, silencing the entire office. Wang Mani. Present. Wang Mani stepped forward, her expression solemn. Activate highest level permissions. Monitor all keywords related to kidnapping, Central Park, and 10 billion across the entire network. Simultaneously, mobilize all your contacts and technical resources to track the next call made to me. I need the caller's location within 3 seconds. Yes. Wang Mani turned without hesitation and dashed toward her workstation. Zhao Tianyu. Sun Wei. Yes. Both men responded simultaneously. The kidnappers want 1 billion. Whether they're serious or not, we must prepare the money. Zhang He's gaze fixed on them. Utilize every available reserve fund at Higuan Capital. Contact every bank and channel you can reach. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see 1 billion in cash. Zhao Tianyu and Sun Wei exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. But they offered no questions, nodding firmly, understood. Zhang He's gaze finally settled on Mengzi and Dai Tu. His voice was as cold as if it had drifted up from hell. Mengzi, go. Round up Lao Pao, Laozi, Fingzi, Yanjing, every tough guy we can muster. No matter what they're doing, sleeping, gaming, I want them downstairs in 10 minutes flat. Tell them. Zhang He paused, then said slowly, enunciating each word, someone wants to play with us. Tonight, we'll play with them until the end. Mengzi's massive frame swept downstairs like a whirlwind. The heavy fire door slammed shut behind him, its echo reverberating through the empty office space. The entire Higuan Capital operations room fell into a deathly silence, like the calm before a storm. Zhao Tianyu and Sun Wei had already charged toward the finance office, frantically dialing numbers to mobilize every available cent of capital. Wang Mani's fingers danced across the keyboard like phantoms, lines of code and commands flashing rapidly across the screen. Everyone operated like tightly wound machines, frantically revolving around the 7-year-old boy seated at the commanding center. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Splash! A basin of bone-chilling cold water was dumped over her head. Wu Xiuzhen jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. A violent coughing fit made her chest ache, but her mouth was tightly sealed with industrial tape, leaving her only able to make muffled grunts. The room was dim, illuminated only by a single old light bulb hanging overhead, casting a faint, yellowish glow. The air was thick with the musty smell of rust and dust. She tried to move and discovered her hands and feet were bound behind her back to an iron chair with hemp rope. The rope cut into her skin, and the slightest struggle sent a stinging pain shooting through her limbs. Had she been kidnapped? The old woman's mind snapped into clarity. She didn't cry out or struggle futilely. Those eyes, weathered by over half a century of life's storms, swiftly scanned her surroundings. This was an abandoned factory workshop, littered with rusted machinery and broken parts. A young man in a track vest, his tattoos visible, casually tossed an empty plastic basin onto the floor before turning and calling into the darkness. Third brother, the old hag, woke up. In the darkness, a crimson flame flickered briefly before being tossed aside. A heavy work boot crushed it, sizzling out the sparks. Footsteps approached from afar. A man in a floral shirt and a buzz cut emerged from the shadows. He was in his 30s, with a faint knife scar across his face and a sinister glint in his eyes. He toyed with a gleaming switchblade, the blade snapping out and retracting with a sharp click. Wu Xiuzhen didn't recognize him. But she recognized the type. The kind of street thug who shuns honest work and thrives on underhanded schemes. The kind who'd seen blood and weren't afraid of it. A heavy weight settled in the old woman's heart, yet her face showed no trace of fear. Her eyes locked onto the approaching man, filled with nothing but fury. The man named Feng San approached Wu Xiuzhen, crouched down, and tapped her wrinkled face with the back of his switchblade. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Old hag, you've got some nerve in those eyes. Don't blame us for being rough, blame your precious grandson for being such a troublemaker. Grandson? Zhang He? Those two words struck like lightning, piercing Wu Xiuzhen's mind. She was completely stunned. Not targeting the Zhang family? Not about the money? They were after Xiuha. A fear deeper than the abduction itself instantly gripped her heart. She'd lived most of her life a worthless life, really. If she died, so be it. But Xiuhua was only 7. He was the pillar of this family, the hope of everyone. No. She absolutely couldn't let her old self ruin her grandson's life. She couldn't become the liability that held him back. Chapter 151, Dream On. The thought ignited Wu Xiaojun like a lit firecracker, surging strength through her entire body. She began struggling frantically, a furious growl rising from her throat. Her eyes blazed at Feng San, as if they might shoot fire. Oh ho! She's got some fight in her. Feng San was amused by her reaction. He stood up and waved to his henchman beside him. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything rash. She's our golden Buddha. Just then, the shrill, classic Nokia ringtone pierced the air. The mocking expression vanished instantly from Feng San's face. He fumbled frantically in his pocket for his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly stood ramrod straight, his face plastered with a smile that bordered on obsequiousness. Hello? Boss. Yes, rest assured. He's perfectly fine, just woke up and is wide awake. Good. We'll follow your instructions. At the headquarters of Heguang capital, the air in the massive operations room seemed to have solidified. On the main screen at the front, a massive electronic map of the metropolis was divided into over a dozen smaller windows. Some displayed blurry road surveillance footage, while others showed streams of rapidly scrolling communication data. A simulated red signal tracking path traced a glaring arc across the map, finally pinning down an area at the urban-rural fringe. Reporting to young Master Zhang. Wang Mani's crisp, urgent voice broke the silence. Based on the signal strength from the suspect's first call and base station handover records, combined with Skynet's fuzzy tracking of the unlicensed van's last known route, we've preliminarily identified 3 suspicious areas. She pressed enter on the keyboard. 3 red zones highlighted on the map: the abandoned steel mill in the eastern city, the unfinished villa complex in the southern suburbs, and the old chemical industrial park in the west. All 3 locations met the criteria for hiding hostages: remote, abandoned, and with minimal surveillance. Li Jingcheng, dressed in plainclothes, had now fully assumed the role of the criminal investigation team captain. His hands braced against the table, he stared intently at the map, his brow furrowed into a knot. The kidnappers demanded 10 billion in cash, indicating their primary motive was financial gain. As long as the money hadn't changed hands, Auntie would remain safe for now. His voice was low and firm, sounding like he was analyzing the case yet also comforting himself. But the longer this dragged on, the greater the variables became. These guys were seasoned criminals with strong counter-surveillance skills. Our people couldn't conduct a high-profile search, it would only push them into a corner. He lifted his head to look at Zhang He. We must find a way to pinpoint their exact location without alerting them. Zhang He's gaze never left the 3 red zones. His small hands tapped lightly on the table, producing soft, steady thuds. Each beat seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. He knew full well that stirring up the snake would only make it strike. The moment police appeared in force, the hostage-takers would kill the hostages without hesitation. Therefore, they must deploy an unexpected, unconventional force, one the enemy would never anticipate. Suddenly, his tapping ceased. He picked up an encrypted satellite phone from the table and dialed directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother He. Lao Pao's slightly hoarse voice came through the line. Grab mouse, madman, and glasses. The 4 of you split up immediately. Zhang He spoke at breakneck speed, his orders crisp and precise, cutting out all unnecessary words. East City Steel Mill, South Suburb Unfinished Building, West Chemical Park, these 3 locations, you should know them better than the cops. Familiar? We know those places like the back of our hands. Brother He, we could sneak into those spots with our eyes closed. Lao Pao replied instantly. Good. A cold smile touched the corner of Zhang He's mouth. I don't care how you do it. Gather the sharpest guys under you, the ones who know those areas like the back of their hands. Each of you take a team. Get everyone on motorcycles. Remember, your cover story is to look for a dog. Looking for a dog? Lao Pao froze. Yes. A lost, very valuable Tibetan Mastiff or Husky. Zhang He's voice carried an unquestionable calm. Just say the dog ran off in that direction. You guys split up and patrol the outskirts of those factory areas and abandoned buildings. Make some noise, but don't go inside. Your mission isn't to find people, it's to observe. Observe every vehicle entering or leaving, especially that unlicensed white Jinbei van. Observe every suspicious person, particularly those unfamiliar faces who clearly aren't locals. Observe which factory buildings or structures show unusual lights or signs of activity. Use your eyes, record every single thing that seems out of place. Lao Pao understood instantly. This was the most rudimentary method for the most meticulous job. When cops drive up in patrol cars, that's a search. But when this bunch of street kids rode their beat-up motorcycles around looking for a dog? That was pure farce. Who'd suspect a bunch of internet-addicted kids looking for a dog? Got it, brother. Lao Pao's voice had turned sharp. Just you wait. Within an hour, I guarantee I'll have those rats' hideouts mapped out for you. Go. The call ended. Zhang He lifted his head, staring at the 3 blood-red zones on the screen, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Leisha, you think you're hiding well? You'll soon learn that in this city, my eyes are everywhere. Just then, the phone on the desk rang again. Beep. The shrill electronic tone pierced the tense nerves of everyone in the operations room like a needle. Wang Manny glanced at the caller ID and paled. Young Master Zhang, it's that number again. Zhang He pressed the speaker button. The entire room instantly fell silent, filled only with the crackling of static. That processed, androgynous electronic voice sounded again, tinged with a cat toying with mouse kind of mockery. Well, have you considered my terms? Before Zhang He could respond, the voice laughed to itself, but I've changed my mind. Besides the 10 billion in cash, I want one more thing. All your shares in He Capital. I want you to walk away with nothing. What the hell are you thinking? Zhao Tianyu couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes bloodshot, he grabbed a crystal ashtray from the table, ready to hurl it. 10 billion. And now He Capital too? This wasn't blackmail anymore. This is uprooting everything. This is trying to destroy young Master Zhang. Zhang He raised a small hand and pressed it down gently. A simple gesture, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Tianyu's chest heaved violently, yet he still slammed the ashtray back onto the table. Zhang He's gaze was as cold as a Siberian blizzard. Chapter 152, Clues converge at the same coordinates. Sure enough, Leisha's appetite was far greater than anyone had imagined. He didn't just want money, he wanted his most vital asset. He wanted every single one of his plans laid out for the next 10, 20 years. He wanted to ensure he could never rise again. Fine. Very well. Leisha, if that's what you want, I'll give you that hope. But I doubt you'll live to take it. Fine. Zhang He's voice was eerily calm, as if the other party wasn't demanding his entire fortune, but merely a lunch invitation. 10 billion in cash, the share transfer agreement for Guang Capital, I can arrange it all. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, as if the other party hadn't expected such a straightforward agreement. But then Zhang He shifted his tone, each word ground out between clenched teeth. I need to see my grandmother first. I need to make sure she's safe and sound. I need a video call. A silence stretched for over 10 seconds on the other end. In the operations room, everyone held their breath. Even the sound of heartbeats was audible. Finally, the voice returned, tinged with a hint of approval. You've got some guts. Fine, I'll grant your request. The call ended. In less than half a minute, an encrypted video call request popped up on Wang Manny's computer. Answer it. Track the signal source. Quick. Li Jingcheng barked. Wang Manny's hands flew across the keyboard. As she answered the video call, several tracking programs launched simultaneously. The main screen flickered before settling into a clear image. The camera shook violently in dim lighting, revealing only Wu Xiuzhen's wrinkled yet stubborn face. The tape over the old woman's mouth had been torn off, but a trace of blood stained the corner of her lips, evidence of recent rough treatment. Spotting the camera, she seemed to recognize who was watching. Her eyes instantly filled with heartache and resolve. The kidnappers were cautious. The camera remained fixed on Wu Xiuzhen's face, the background pitch black, offering no visual cues to determine their location. That electronic voice, like a demon from hell, boomed from the speakers. See? She's still alive. My patience is limited. You have 2 hours to prepare. Otherwise. Before the voice finished, a black-gloved hand reached into the frame. In that hand, a cold, gleaming dagger was clutched. The cold blade slowly pressed against Wu Xiuzhen's neck. Xiao Ha. The old woman seemed to summon every ounce of strength left in her body, screaming at the camera. Don't listen to them. Grandma's fine. Don't worry about Grandma. No one in the Zhang family is a coward. You absolutely must not agree to their terms. In that instant, Zhang He's heart felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched it, crushed it, and then sprinkled salt on the wound. That was the grandmother who had raised him from infancy. In his past life, it was because he had no money that he had to watch helplessly as his grandmother drew her last breath on the hospital bed. This time around, he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on his grandmother. But he knew he couldn't panic. If he lost his composure, everything would be ruined. He forced down the metallic taste in his throat, his small face straining to form a reassuring expression for his grandmother, though his voice still trembled. Grandma, don't worry. Take care of yourself. I'll come get you home. With that, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the screen as if to stab straight into the kidnappers' hearts. The money and shares are being prepared. But listen to me carefully. If a single hair on my grandmother's head is harmed, you won't get a single penny. I guarantee it. Oomph. We don't need your reminder. The other party snorted coldly, seemingly unwilling to waste any more words. With a sharp click, the video feed was instantly cut. Just before the screen went black, a faint yet distinct voice traveled through the still active line, reaching Zhang He's ears. Whoa! It was a long, muffled train whistle. That's it. Zhang He's pupils suddenly contracted. Wang Mani. He nearly shouted the order. Check. Every freight train that passed near the East City Steel Plant, the South Suburb Abandoned Building Site, and the West Chemical Industrial Park at that exact moment. Check their schedules and precise locations. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Mani's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving a trail of blurred images. Data streams from the city's rail operation charts, freight schedules, and sound source simulation analysis software flashed across the screen in a frenzy, comparing, filtering, analyzing. Time. Location. Sound decibel levels. 3 clues, like 3 probes, instantly pierced the vast ocean of data. Found it. Wang Mani slammed her hand on the table, pointing at a red dot highlighted on the screen. Her voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. East of the city. The third abandoned steel plant. A freight train had just passed by on the tracks less than 500 meters east of it, heading from North Warehouse to South Port. Time, sound source, location perfectly matched. Before she could finish, Zhang He's satellite phone rang again. Old Cannon. Brother He. Lao Pao's voice was urgent and rapid. We've found something. That kid Madman has sharp eyes. He spotted fresh tire tracks on the dirt road outside the East City steel plant. Looks like they're from a Jinbei van. Plus, there are a few unstomped Hontishan cigarette butts in the nearby grass. The third abandoned steel mill in East City. This place again. 2 clues perfectly converged on the same coordinates. Damn it, it's right there. In that instant, the entire operations room ignited with fury. All the pent-up frustration, rage, and helplessness from before instantly transformed into a murderous intent that pierced the heavens. Zhang leapt to his feet, his small frame radiating an aura of supreme authority. Old gun. Yes. Yuan glasses, take your men and infiltrate from the east and west immediately. Remember, don't get bogged down in skirmishes. Once you find them, ensuring my grandmother's safety is the top priority. Mouse. Madman. You 2 teams, seal off every single remaining exit from the steel mill. Not even a mouse gets out. Roger that. Brother He. The roar of motorcycle engines echoed over the phone as 4 shadowy figures darted through the night like arrows, streaking toward their targets. Deployment complete, Zhang He turned to face his uncle, Li Jingsheng, whose face was equally grim with murderous intent. Uncle, it's our turn. Li Jingsheng gave a firm nod, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and spoke with a steady, icy tone. All units. Target, third abandoned steel plant, East City. Move out. A dozen police cars, their lights flashing but sirens muted, glided silently through the city's night like a pack of stealthy cheetahs. They raced toward the prison holding the tiger's kin, their engines roaring in the darkness. The wail of sirens, growing louder from afar, tore through the industrial zone's dead silence. Yet by the time the fleet silently encircled the third abandoned steel plant in East City, the true storm within the factory had already settled. Chapter 153, Cut off the line of descendants. The rusted iron gate swung open from within, releasing a thick stench of rust and blood. Old Cannon, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, leaned against the doorframe and gave Li Jingsheng a lazy nod as he strode in. Captain Li, you're here? Everything's been taken care of inside. Deep within the factory, several high-powered floodlights strung up temporarily illuminated the abandoned space as bright as day. Under the glare, 4 ghostly figures stood, while 3 bundles, no longer recognizable as human, huddled in the corner. Just minutes earlier. Feng San was idly rubbing his hands when a shadow suddenly flashed across the rusted staircase in his peripheral vision. Something was off. Having navigated the underworld for years, his instinct for danger made every hair on his body stand on end. His hand instinctively reached for his waist, where a sharpened switchblade was concealed. But just as his hand touched the handle, a dark figure had already leaped silently from the 3-meter-high rusted iron frame behind him, like a predatory cheetah. Madman's hands, normally nimble from years of keyboard work, now clamped down like iron pincers. One hand tightened around Feng San's throat, the other seized his knife-grabbing wrist and wrenched it violently backward. Snap! The sharp crack of bones dislocating echoed jarringly through the empty factory. The madman's knee slammed hard into Feng San's lower back, crushing his nerves. Feng San couldn't even manage a scream. His entire body went limp like a pile of mud, collapsing instantly. The excruciating pain made his vision go black, and he passed out immediately. Something's wrong. The other kidnapper guarding the old woman reacted, just raising the steel pipe in his hand. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. A steel ball, seemingly materialized from nowhere by mouse, whizzed through the air with force, striking the kidnapper's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The pipe clattered to the floor. The kidnapper clutched his wrist, which had instantly swollen to an alarming size, grimacing in agony. Before he could recover, Mouse lunged forward, executing a clean and decisive shoulder throw that slammed him face first onto the cold concrete. The impact left him reeling, unable to rise. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. From the moment Madman struck to the final blow, it took barely 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Glasses, who had remained motionless in the shadows the entire time, stood firmly in front of Wu Xiuzhen, shielding her from all danger. Wu Xiuzhen leaned against the wall, pale-faced and shaken, but not a scratch on her. When Li Jingsheng and his men burst in, this was the scene that met their eyes. And Zhang He, the tiny figure, charged in first, like a cannonball leaving the barrel. Grandma! He ignored the half-dead kidnappers and the eager-to-please old gun. His eyes were fixed only on the wrinkled old woman, her face still stubbornly defiant. He ran to Wu Xiaozhen's side, his small hands trembling slightly as he examined her carefully, his voice thick with unchecked fear. "Grandma, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Wu Xiaozhen looked at her grandson. His usually unflappable eyes were now filled with worry. Her heart ached and warmed at the same time. Forcing a smile, she reached out her calloused hand and ruffled Zhang He's hair. "Grandma's fine. Just had a little fun with these young folks. My bones were getting rusty. Made our little He worry." Even now, the old lady was still putting on a brave face. Zhang He's nose stung, and he could no longer hold back. He threw himself into his grandmother's arms and held her tightly. That small frame seemed to muster every ounce of strength to warm and protect the one she held most dear. 1,000 words boiled down to just 4. "It's okay." After comforting his grandmother, Zhang He slowly stood up and turned his head. In that instant, all the tenderness and worry vanished from his face, replaced by an icy coldness and murderous intent as relentless as a 1,000-year-old glacier. In the corner, Feng San and his 2 accomplices were bound like dumplings in hemp rope, huddled together and shivering. They bore wounds of varying severity, clearly having received a warm welcome from Lao Pao and his crew before Zhang He and his men arrived. Zhang He shuffled forward on his short legs, step by step, until he stood before Feng San, the leader. "Who gave you permission to do this?" His voice was childish yet carried an icy coldness that brooked no argument. Feng San looked up to find a 7 or 8-year-old brat standing before him, interrogating him from above. He thought he must be seeing things. "A child? The one you kidnapped is his own grandmother, and now he dares to stand before him pretending to be an adult?" Feng San's temper flared instantly. Completely baffled by the situation, he spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and snarled, "You little brat, get lost. What business do you have here? You think I won't kill you first thing when I get out?" Zhang He smiled. The smile was pure and innocent, like a child who'd just received a new toy. Yet for some reason, Feng San felt his heart skip a beat at that smile. A chill shot up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He felt as if some primordial beast had locked onto him. Something was off about this child's eyes. They weren't the eyes of a child at all. There was no fear, no anger, only a deathly stillness, an icy indifference reserved for the dead. Zhang He slowly raised his small hand. Lao Pao, standing behind him, didn't even ask. He drew a dagger gleaming with a cold, sinister light from his waist, gripped it reverse hand, and placed the hilt firmly in Zhang He's palm. Zhang He's small hand gripped the dagger, nearly as long as his own arm. The scene was utterly eerie. Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his wrist. The sharp tip of the blade aimed directly at Feng San's vital area between his legs, coming to a steady halt. The chill from the blade seemed to pierce right through his pants, digging into Feng San's skin. "I'll ask again." Zhang He's voice remained calm, as if he were inquiring about the weather. "Who?" Feng San froze. Completely dumbfounded. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze solid in that instant. "Madman. This little bastard is a complete lunatic. He really would do it. He'd absolutely make sure I had no descendants." Those eyes told him that killing someone was probably as easy for him as crushing an ant. "I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't hurt me. I'll talk, I swear." Feng San's mental defenses shattered instantly. Snot and tears streamed down his face as his voice rose to a shrill, desperate wail, like a pig about to be slaughtered. "It was Li Jia. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Jia. He ordered me to do it. Desperate to save his life, he spilled everything like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. I have recordings on my phone. I was afraid he'd double-cross me, so I secretly recorded him giving me orders. Plus, there are transfer records of him sending me the deposit through an underground money exchange. It's all on my phone. I'll give you everything. Please, take the knife away." Chapter 154, Life or Death. Zhang He tilted his head, signaling. Lao Pao immediately stepped forward, roughly searching Feng San and pulling out an old Nokia flip phone, which he handed to Zhang He. Zhang He held the dagger in one hand while deftly operating the phone with the other, locating the recordings and photos. After verifying the contents, he tossed the dagger back to Lao Pao, turned toward his uncle, and handed him the phone. "Uncle, take the man. The evidence is yours." Li Jingcheng looked at his nephew with an expression so complex it was almost impossible to decipher. Yet he gave a firm nod and waved to his men, "Take them all away." Wu Xiaozhen, advanced in years, had no visible injuries, but the ordeal had taken a toll on her vitality. Zhang Zhiping and his wife brought her home, tending to her with utmost care. Meanwhile, with irrefutable evidence in hand, even the Li family's immense influence in the metropolis couldn't cover up such a colossal case of kidnapping and extortion. Shanghai Municipal Bureau, Interrogation Room. Li Jia sat in a gray prison uniform, his usually meticulously groomed hair now a disheveled mess. His face gaunt, his eyes vacant, he sat in the interrogation chair, the handcuffs around his wrists cold and piercing. Across from him, Li Jingcheng and the prosecutor sat expressionless. On the table lay a phone playing a recording, photocopies of underground money transfer slips, and 3 signed confessions from the kidnappers. "That's how it went: kill the old woman, then get your hands on He Guan capital. You won't be short on cash." Li Zhi's arrogant, venomous voice echoed through the silent interrogation room. Each word felt like a heavy hammer, striking him hard in the face. Kidnapping, extortion, attempted assault. An irrefutable chain of evidence wrapped itself around him, tightening relentlessly until he could barely breathe. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Li Zhi muttered, his gaze unfocused, as if attempting a final struggle. But when his gaze met Li Jingqing's eyes, cold as ice, every last shred of his mental defenses collapsed. Ah! A shriek unlike any human voice erupted from Li Zhi as he slid from his chair, collapsing onto the floor like a heap of sludge, sobbing uncontrollably. He was finished. He knew he was utterly finished. What awaited him was a long life behind bars, long enough to grind away every shred of his pride and youth. Li family study. The air here was thicker than the Siberian cold front. A premium Cuban cigar lay extinguished in the rosewood ashtray, its embers long since cold, leaving only a faint, bitter, acrid scent lingering in the air. Li Zhenbong sat motionless in the oversized leather executive chair, like a soulless sculpture. Outside the window, the dazzling nightscape of the Magic City unfolded, the glow of the Oriental Pearl Tower seeming to mock the deathly silence within the study. Just an hour ago, he had been the ruthless tycoon who ruled the business world with an iron fist. Now, he was merely a father whose son faced over a decade behind bars. Overnight, this well-preserved man who appeared barely over 50 had frost-white strands suddenly streaking his temples. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed carved deeper by a chisel, his entire being drained of vitality, aging him by more than a decade. Facing him stood the elite legal team hired at great expense by the Li family. Their lead attorney, the top-tier lawyer, dared not even lift his head as he reported in a strained voice. Mr. Li, the chain of evidence is perfectly closed. The kidnapper's confessions, the recorded phone call of the young master giving direct orders, and the transaction records from underground money transfers all corroborate each other, forming irrefutable proof. We can find no grounds for defense whatsoever. With each word the lawyer spoke, Li Zhenbong's body trembled imperceptibly. Kidnapping, aggravated by particularly heinous circumstances, coupled with extortion and attempted assault, all charges to be punished concurrently. Under current law, the young master faces a minimum of 10 years, with no upper limit. 10 years. Li Zhi was barely in his 20s. The prime decade of his life would be spent behind those high walls. What kind of man would he become upon release? Who would inherit his business empire? It's over. Everything is over. Li Zhenbong slowly closed his eyes, his chest feeling as though a boulder had crushed it, even breathing causing searing, agonizing pain. Flashbacks flooded his mind, his son from infancy babbling, taking first steps, calling him dad for the very first time. What had he spent his entire life striving for, climbing to this position by any means necessary, stepping over countless corpses? Wasn't it to give his son an empire that no one dared challenge, so he could live as he pleased, more splendidly than anyone else? Yet now, while the empire remained intact, its heir was about to be lost. Seconds later, Li Zhenbong opened his eyes once more. All traces of pain, despair, and resignation vanished from his cloudy eyes. Replacing them was a venomous, frenzied hatred like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. Zhang He. Guang Capital. If it weren't for that little bastard, how could his son have ended up like this? He wanted him dead. He wanted everyone around him to pay with their lives for his son. Li Zhenbong's gaze sent a chill down the spine of the top-tier lawyer sitting across from him. He felt he was facing not a man, but a beast cornered to the brink, poised to devour its prey. Li Zhenbong no longer glanced at the lawyer. His trembling hand fumbled deep into a drawer, pulling out a black satellite phone never seen on the market. Without consulting the contacts list, he dialed a long, encrypted number from memory. The moment the call connected, his voice turned hoarse and cold, devoid of even a shred of human emotion. It's me. Mobilize every resource we have immediately, right now. Freeze all bank accounts in the Magic City belonging to Yuan Capital and all its affiliated entities. Contact everyone we have in the media, the Chamber of Commerce, and the regulatory agencies. I want to make sure Zhang and that little bastard can't conduct a single business transaction in Shanghai. I want to make sure he can't move a single penny. There seemed to be a question on the other end. Li Zhenbong's expression twisted into a more ferocious grimace. He practically gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. And investigate. Dig to the depths of the earth if you have to, but find out. How could a 7-year-old child possibly obtain such top-secret evidence as underground money transfer records in such a short time? He must have someone backing him. Find out who's helping him. Is it Lin Jiangwo, or someone even higher up than him? His gut told him this was no simple matter. This wasn't mere business retaliation, it was a life or death war. Chapter 155, Game On. Tell everyone. Li Zhenbong roared into the phone with his final outburst. From this day forward, the Li family will fight Zhang He to the bitter end. At that moment, the president's office at Guang Capital was ablaze with light. Zhang He sat before a state-of-the-art Lenovo computer, conducting a video conference with Lu Changdong in Beijing via a basic webcam. On the screen, the future e-commerce titan, still carrying a hint of the rough and ready hero, was passionately painting a vision of the future. Mr. Zhang, are you suggesting that JD not only focuses on online sales but also builds its own warehouses and logistics network? But the costs would be astronomical. We simply don't have enough cash on hand to burn through that. Zhang He's youthful face remained calm. Old Lu, trust me. In the future of e-commerce, whoever controls logistics controls the market. Burning cash now means earning tenfold, hundredfold returns later. We'll establish our second physical warehouse and distribution center right here in Shanghai. I'll provide full financial and policy support. Just as they finalized the last detail, a soft knock sounded at the office door. Alright, Old Lu, that's all for today. Get the proposal done ASAP. Zhang He ended the video call, his small frame hopping down from the oversized executive chair as his voice regained its childlike clarity. Come in. Wang Nani entered, dressed in a sharp business skirt suit, her expression solemn. As the head of the intelligence network Zhang He had built from scratch, she always sensed the approaching storm first. Young Master Zhang, the fish has taken the bait. She spoke concisely, placing a freshly printed, still warm intelligence summary on Zhang He's desk. Li Zhenbong has made his move. Just moments ago, our company's accounts and those of several affiliated entities were frozen by the bank on suspicion of irregular operations. Simultaneously, multiple media partners abruptly terminated our contracts unilaterally. My informants across several departments also report that higher-ups have issued directives to place us under special scrutiny. Zhang He picked up the paper, scanned it, and a cold smile touched his lips. Account freezes? Public pressure? Pulling strings? It played out exactly as he'd anticipated. So it finally comes, does it? He murmured under his breath. Li Zhenbong, if you want to overturn the table, then I'll play along with you in a big way. In my past life, your Li family stood high above us, treating us like ants. This time around, I'll make sure your Li family becomes nothing but a footnote in Shanghai's history. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Sister Manny, notify Sunwei, Zhao Tianyu, Mangzi, and everyone else. Meeting in conference room 1 in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. The atmosphere in the first conference room of Heguang capital was tense and grim. Sunwei, Zhao Tianyu, Chen Ming, Li Xiang, Big Head, Mangzi, all core members were already in position. Before each of them sat only a glass of water. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the small figure standing at the head of the table. Zhang He braced his hands on the conference table, his gaze as sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over every person present. Li Zhenbong has declared all-out war on us. His voice was quiet, yet it seemed to lower the temperature in the room by several degrees. Therefore, Zhang He paused, and from his small frame erupted an intimidating aura completely incongruous with his age. I hereby declare the activation of the highest combat readiness status for the Heguang Capital Alliance. The words hung heavy in the air, chilling every present soul. Zhang He's gaze settled on the bespectacled, scholarly-looking returnee elite. Sunwei, Falcon Project proceed with Phase 1. Sunwei pushed his glasses up, a flicker of excited coldness flashing behind the lenses. Understood, young Master Zhang. Zhang He's gaze shifted to the extravagantly dressed, flamboyant second-generation rich kid. Zhao Tianyu, it's time to bring out the connections you've been hiding away in Hong Kong. Zhao Tianyu grinned, revealing a row of pearly whites, his eyes burning with fervor. Young Master Zhang, just watch. I promise you won't be disappointed. Zhang He nodded, then swept his gaze around the room, taking in the faces brimming with fighting spirit. A faint smile touched his lips. Everyone. He spoke slowly. The game has been upgraded. None of them could have imagined. This upgraded game arrived so swiftly, so utterly unreasonable. With their accounts frozen, Heguang Capital's daily operations ground to a halt, and all investment projects were forced to cease. Within the company, panic was spreading. Meanwhile, inside the Heguang supermarket. Comrades, what are you doing here? The fire department just left yesterday, and now you environmental inspectors are here today? Zhang Jiping was sweating profusely as he blocked a middle-aged man in a wide-brimmed hat, his dark face flushed crimson with frustration. The man didn't even lift his eyelids, tapping the freezer with his pen. We received a complaint that the noise from your freezer compressors exceeds standards and is disturbing residents' rest. We're here to conduct a professional test. His tone was flat, yet tinged with arrogance. Exceeding noise limits? Impossible. These are the latest models higher. The ads even claim they're silent. Zhang Jiping pointed at the brand logo on the freezer, his voice rising an octave. We don't trust ads. We trust data. The man glanced at him as two young men in work uniforms began fiddling with a complicated-looking device. Nearby, Li Sufang held a feather duster, absent-mindedly sweeping the shelves. Her eyes, however, never left the supermarket entrance. Half an hour after these people arrived, not a single customer dared to enter. A few who had intended to enter turned and walked away upon seeing the commotion. If this kept up, would the store even stay open? Her heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat, burning with anxiety. Yesterday, the fire department came and said the fire extinguisher was 2 centimeters too far from the corner. Fix it. The day before yesterday, the business inspectors came and said the business license wasn't displayed prominently enough. Warning. They come every single day. They keep finding new ways to hassle us. This was clearly nitpicking, just trying to make life miserable for her. Li Sufang's gaze drifted past the equipment and out the window. Her worries weren't about the supermarket's business at all. Her worry was for her son. She knew these people were all after Xiuhe. What kind of predators was that child barely 5 feet tall facing off against? Under the night sky, the atmosphere at Heguang capital was thick enough to cut with a knife. Lin Wei, dressed in casual clothes and looking exhausted, gently pushed a cup of hot coffee toward Zhang He. The news was confirmed. Her voice was soft. The esports industrial park project had been technically shelved by the city, citing controversial issues requiring further review. Chapter 156, Not Yet Time. Zhang He sat in his executive chair, his small feet dangling in midair, unable to reach the floor. He picked up the coffee cup, which was a bit too large for him, sniffed its aroma, but didn't take a single sip. It's Li Zhenbong, right? Lin Wei nodded, her expression grave. His network runs deeper than we imagined. The banks we had lined up are now all stalling. Local factions are starting to cause trouble. Even Vice Mayor Zhou can't hold the line anymore. She sighed. At today's internal meeting, Vice Mayor Zhou publicly stated that esports is an emerging industry with significant social impact, requiring cautious advancement, effectively slamming on the brakes. Zhang He listened quietly, his small face betraying no emotion. He had long anticipated this. A local powerhouse like Li Zhenbong, entrenched in the metropolis for decades, wielded influence far beyond the business world. A web of government, business, and media had long been woven into an inescapable net. Now, that net was closing in on him, a mere 7-year-old child. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu slammed several tabloids onto the conference table, his handsome face flushed crimson with rage. These bastards are scum. The entertainment section's headline screamed in startling bold black type. Child prodigy or puppet? Exposing the capitalist shadowy dealings behind 7-year-old business genius Zhang He. Beside it, the society section carried an equally jarring headline. Esports, digital opium? Massive industrial park project suspected as money laundering tool. Even a small, inconspicuous section in the corner carried a vicious story. Heguang supermarket repeatedly reported for food safety concerns? Citizens express worries. Wang Mani stood nearby, her expression grim. Pointing at a rapidly climbing red curve on the projection screen, her voice held no warmth. This is our public sentiment monitoring data. Starting at midnight last night, at least 30 mainstream media outlets and hundreds of forums across the entire network simultaneously released negative news targeting Zhangshao and Heguang capital. Our negative sentiment index has surged by 3,000% within 8 hours. The conference room fell deathly silent. The core members of Heguang capital turned ashen-faced one by one. Accounts frozen? We can arrange loans. If physical stores face harassment, they can temporarily close. Projects put on hold could wait until the storm passed. But now, the other side was aiming to destroy them at the root, to completely ruin their reputation. This was a heartless ploy. Boss. Mengzi was the first to explode. He slammed his hand on the table so hard the water glass jumped. Give the order. Find out which newspaper started this. I'll take the brothers to pay a visit to their editor-in-chief. It's useless. Sun Wei pushed his glasses up, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. This is a systematic smear campaign. If you attack one newspaper, they'll just paint you as a gangster lashing out in frustration, only validating their reports. Zhao Tianyu tugged at his hair in frustration. Then what the hell do we do? Just stand by and watch them smear us? I didn't pour my money into this to be labeled a money laundering gangster. 3 full days had passed since Zhang He declared the highest level of combat readiness. Beyond gathering intelligence and reaching out to contacts, Zhang He had issued no counterattack orders. They were like archers with bows fully drawn, waiting endlessly for the command to shoot. The tension was driving them mad. All eyes were fixed on the small figures seated in the main position. Anxiety, confusion, bewilderment, even a hint of wavering. Yet Zhang He simply leaned back in his wide executive chair. He wasn't reading the newspaper, nor was he looking at that glaring red line. In his hands, he held the latest Nintendo Game Boy Color console. The screen displayed the opening menu of Pokémon Gold. The familiar 8-bit music sounded particularly jarring in the dead silence of the conference room. He seemed isolated from the tension in the entire room, as if existing in a different world. This guy. Was he not the least bit anxious? Or had he simply run out of options? Just as everyone's hearts began to sink, Zhang He finally set down the game console in his hands. He lifted his head, his eyes clear as crystal, slowly sweeping over every person present. The restlessness in everyone's hearts was soothed by that calm gaze. Is that all? He asked, his voice youthful yet steady. The others exchanged glances and nodded. A faint smile finally touched Zhang He's small face. It was the kind of smile that only a hunter would wear when watching their prey step into the carefully laid trap they had set, a smile of complete control. Very good. He spoke slowly. Let him strike. Lay all our cards on the table. Let him play his hand to the fullest. I want him to believe he's already won. Zhang He stood up, his small figure casting a long shadow against the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing out at the densely packed skyscrapers of the metropolis, his voice was so soft it seemed like a whisper to himself. Only when a maddened lion has exhausted every ounce of strength, revealing its most weary state, can the hunter's blade deliver the fatal blow. But that moment had not yet arrived. 2 more days passed before the team at Guang Capital finally witnessed Zhang He's next move. In the conference room, everyone sat stiffly upright, their eyes fixed on the small figure occupying the main seat. Zhang He turned his gaze to Zhao Tianyu, the most restless figure present and the one who best embodied the power of capital. Zhao Tianyu. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Have you made contact with Hong Kong? Zhao Tianyu froze for a moment, then snapped upright like a spring suddenly activated. He had been waiting for this question for 5 days. We're connected. His voice carried uncontrollable excitement. Young Master Zhang, Uncle He is waiting for your command. This damn frustrating wait is finally over. 1,000 wild horses galloped through Zhao Tianyu's mind. He'd had enough of this helpless frustration watching but unable to act. Now, young Master Zhang was finally drawing his sword. Zhang He nodded, his youthful fingers tapping lightly on the conference table, producing a steady rhythm. Very well. Go handle 3 matters immediately. First, have Uncle He step in to coordinate with BOC International and HSBC to open an emergency cross-border funding channel for Guang Capital. Second, convert all our frozen domestic funds into US dollars through legitimate import-export trade channels and transfer them to our Hong Kong accounts. Third, issue a 3-month high-yield bond in Hong Kong under the name of Guang Hong Kong Investment Company. Tell Uncle He he can take the lion's share of this funding. For the remainder, have him help bring in some trustworthy international hot money. Chapter 157, Zhang He's counterattack. Zhang He spoke slowly, but each word was clear and deadly. Our goal isn't interest, it's to replenish our ammunition as quickly as possible. The entire conference room fell deathly silent. Sun Wei instinctively pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with shock. Mangzi and Big Head gaped, struggling to grasp the meaning, yet sensing a force within those words powerful enough to pierce the heavens. Zhao Tianyu was utterly dumbfounded. His mind was a roaring chaos. Holy, you can play the game like this? He'd assumed Zhang He tapped into his Hong Kong connections to borrow emergency funds at most. But who the hell could have imagined Zhang He'd pull off something this bold? Freeze my domestic accounts? Fine. Screw that. I'll just print money overseas. Leveraging Hong Kong's status as an international financial hub, he'd turn locked-up domestic assets into a tidal wave of capital crashing across the seas. This isn't breaking the deadlock, it's flipping the table. This wasn't mere business rivalry, it was exploiting the rules, transcending boundaries, and launching a dimensional strike. Zhao Tianyu prided himself as Shanghai's top second-generation tycoon, having seen countless bold moves. Yet compared to the 7-year-old boy before him, his so-called connections and tactics looked like child's play. Got it? Zhang He stared at him, expression unreadable. Got it. Got it. Zhao Tianyu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. His face burned with unprecedented fervor and admiration. Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I'll handle this immediately. I guarantee it'll be flawless. With that, he turned and bolted out the door, as if delaying even a second would mean missing a once-in-a-lifetime feast. With the money issue resolved, Zhang He's gaze shifted to the most distinctive presence in the conference room, Lin Wei. Sister Lin Wei, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to look into? Lin Wei had remained quiet throughout, yet her poised and capable demeanor was impossible to conceal. She nodded and retrieved a slim folder from her briefcase. Yes. In recent days, through internal channels, I've gathered preliminary evidence, she stated concisely. It proves that the Li Group has obstructed the normal approval processes for local internet and esports industries in Magic City at least 3 times by pressuring regulatory bodies and filing malicious reports. This includes several alternative venues that were previously shelved for our project. Minimally, these actions constitute abuse of administrative resources and unfair competition. At their worst, they obstruct the development of emerging industries explicitly supported by national policy. The words were delivered matter-of-factly, but everyone present was a seasoned professional who couldn't grasp the weight of the accusation. This accusation carries far heavier weight than any allegations of capital manipulation or money laundering schemes. It's a mountain capable of crushing even a seasoned fox like Li Jinbang. A satisfied look spread across Zhang He's face. Very good. Compile all this evidence into an internal briefing report. He paused, meeting Lin Wei's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Then, through Uncle Lin's channels, submit it directly to the top. Uncle Lin Wei's father, Lin Jiangwo, served as vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Submit it? Where exactly? It goes without saying. This was meant to reach the highest authorities. Lin Wei's breath caught for a moment. She instantly grasped Zhang He's intent. Li Jinbang believed he was operating at the 5th level, using his official connections to launch a dimensional strike against Zhang He. But he had no idea that Zhang He had overturned the entire chessboard, taking the case straight to the top-level decision-makers. You like to wield power outside the rules, don't you? Then I'll show you who truly stands at the pinnacle of the rules. Understood. Lin Wei responded without hesitation, her answer crisp and decisive. The financial blade and the political sword had both been drawn. Zhang He's gaze finally settled on Chen Ming within the team. From financial warfare to political maneuvering, the conversation abruptly returned to the ground. Chen Ming, what's the latest with Brother Dong? Chen Ming immediately stood up, his face betraying unmistakable admiration. Boss, Lu Zong's team moved with lightning speed. As soon as our investment funds arrived, he immediately set up 3 forward warehouses across the metropolis. Right now, the first batch of JD delivery personnel in their red uniforms are already zipping through the city streets and alleys on brand new 28-inch bicycles. In 2000, there were no flashy electric bikes like in later years. The 28-inch bicycles were the coolest guys cruising through the neighborhoods. Very good. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Zhang He's mouth. From this moment on, these bicycle-riding delivery personnel would serve as our eyes and ears deployed throughout the city. He turned to Wang Manny, who handled public sentiment and information gathering. Tell Brother Dong to have his guys keep their eyes peeled while making deliveries. Whether it's the Heguang Internet Cafe or the Heguang Supermarket, if they spot any uniformed vehicles or suspicious individuals loitering around the entrance, make sure to record the license plate numbers and employee IDs. Especially, Zhang He's voice turned cold, those who've been invited to meals, drinking sessions, or even accepted bribes if there's any trace of it, be it photos or recordings, I want every single piece of evidence. Wang Manny, you'll be solely responsible for receiving and organizing this intelligence. Wang Manny instinctively held her breath. Staring at the child seated in the main chair before her, a chill shot through her heart. The earlier orders to use JD delivery personnel for intelligence gathering had already made her realize how terrifyingly meticulous young Master Shang's thinking was. But now, she realized that had merely been an appetizer. Wang Manny, Zhang He's voice was as calm as a still lake, as if he were discussing something as mundane as the pleasant weather today. Initiate the purification program. Purification procedure? Wang Manny froze. She'd never heard that term before. Zhang He's gaze swept over her, and the look in his eyes made her heart clench violently. It wasn't the gaze of a 7-year-old child. It belonged to a predator cool, ruthless, and utterly commanding. Li Shenbon likes to play with public opinion? Then we'll play along with him to the very end. Step 1. Compile all the dirt we have on the Li family's industrial holdings, real estate projects, textile mills, the whole lot, and package it up. Zhang He raised a slender finger, her tone icy. Cut corner construction reports, photos of illegal sewage dumping into rivers, heart-rending complaints of unpaid migrant worker wages. Isn't that explosive enough? Wang Manny's pupils contracted sharply. Is it enough? More than enough. Each piece alone could cripple a company. Bundled together like this, it would set the Li family's very foundations ablaze. Chapter 158, Using Others' Knives. Anonymously and precisely deliver these materials to several state-run media outlets and journalists known for investigative reporting, those either competing with the Li family or with a reputation for such work. Step 2. Zhang He raised another finger. Contact the internet influencers we've cultivated and have them start setting the narrative. The topic is simple. He paused, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Who's diverting attention? Digging into the dark history of a certainly surnamed capitalist's rise in the Magic City. Wang Manny cursed inwardly. This is ruthless. Li Shenbon used the media to sling mud, labeling Heguang Capital as dirty money and a money laundering tool. That move was vicious, but ultimately based on hearsay without concrete evidence. But Zhang He's counterattack? That's turning the tables. No, it's far more ruthless. It was like saying, you play dirty, I'll play dirtier. You play dirty tricks, I'll rip out your heart. I'll nail you to the pillar of shame with the darkest secrets from your shadiest real estate ventures. You want to paint me as a capitalist demon? Then I'll show the whole world just how filthy your underbelly really is, you hypocritical old bastard. Understood. Wang Manny's voice trembled with excitement. She felt her blood boiling. I'll handle it immediately. This was the formidable leader she longed to follow, decisive and lethal, striking with one fatal blow. Zhang He nodded, his gaze shifting to the other side, that brute who hadn't spoken since the meeting began, his fists clenched so tightly they were turning white. But that alone wasn't enough. Zhang He's voice rang out again. Li Shenbon's propaganda offensive was launched through those unscrupulous tabloid media outlets. What we must do is drag these lackeys down with him. The brute's eyes lit up instantly. Boss, what should we do? He demanded. I'll go smash their newspaper offices. Smashing things is the last resort. Zhang He shook his head. Mengzi, find a few brothers outside our system, strangers with sharp wits. Have them pose as outraged insiders and cause a scene at the doors of those most sensationalist tabloids, leaking inside information. What kind of scoops? Mengzi was puzzled. Scoop on the Li family. The more exaggerated and bizarre, the better. A playful smile spread across Zhang He's face. Just say these smear campaigns against Wang Capital were personally orchestrated by Li Shenbon's secretary. He paid them so and so amount in hush money to destroy the competition, all to get his son's sentence reduced. Whoa! A collective gasp filled the conference room. This move was pure psychological warfare. It transformed these tabloids from attackers into accomplices of Li Jinbang. From now on, no matter how these tabloids tried to explain themselves, no one would believe them. Their credibility would collapse instantly, turning them into a complete laughingstock. This would inflict 10,000 times more pain than demolishing their newsstands. Got it, young Master Zhang. Mangzi slapped his thigh, his face flushing with excitement. I guarantee the actors I find will outshine movie stars. The fire of public opinion was already lit, and the noose was ready. Finally, Zhang He's gaze settled on Sun Wei, the elite returnee. The conversation instantly elevated from a street brawl to the level of financial warfare. Sun Wei. Present. Sun Wei immediately adjusted his glasses, his expression intensely focused. Operation Falcon. First step. Zhang He's voice was deep, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. I want you to lead a team and dismantle the Li group. Expose every single bone. Find their weakest link. Start with their Hong Kong-listed company, Jinbang Industrial. And, he paused, a flash of coldness in his eyes, the fool Li's mess the Li family will have to pay to fix it. Investigate which loan sharks they borrowed from recently. Every single transaction, where the money came from, how long it was borrowed for, and how much interest was charged. I need to know everything. Sun Wei's heart pounded wildly. He knew this was only the beginning. This wasn't business competition, it was war. It was about drilling holes through the Li family's massive ship and sending it to the bottom of the sea. Understood. Sun Wei's voice trembled not from fear, but from excitement. He couldn't help but ask, young Master Zhang, what's the next step? All eyes turned to Zhang He. He smiled. A profound calm, like the surface of an ancient well, spread across the young man's face, sending shivers down spines. Step 2. Using someone else's knife to kill. The meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed, carrying an air of grim tension. The night in the metropolis grew deeper. Zhang returned to his office alone. He didn't turn on the lights. He stood there, gazing down at the sea of lights below. After a long while, he picked up a black encrypted phone. He dialed an overseas number. The phone rang for a long time. Finally, it connected. Amidst the static crackle, a man's utterly exhausted voice came through. Who is this? Lehman, it's me. Dead silence followed on the other end. Then, a beastly roar erupted from the receiver. Zhang He? Carl Lehman's voice threatened to tear the receiver apart, filled with madness. You dare call me? You devil! He was finished. His fun, his fortune, everything he had. All gone because of that fool Li Jia and that Chinese kid whose name he'd only heard of. He was seething with rage. He hated himself for listening to Li Jia's nonsense. He hated himself even more for underestimating this young man named Zhang He. Carl Lehman's voice carried a desperate, savage laugh. What? You called just to watch me get kicked out like a dog? Zhang He's face showed no emotion. He even poured himself a glass of water. He just listened. Until the roar on the other end turned into heavy gasps, the rage burned out, leaving only ashes. Finished yelling? Zhang He's voice was calm, so calm it sent a chill down one's spine. Carl Lehman fell silent. He was stunned. He'd expected mockery, he'd expected bragging, but never this. This calmness made him feel like a clown. All his earlier fury now felt like a punch landing on thin air, ridiculous and pathetic. You. Businessmen only talk about profit. Zhang He cut him off. When profit is at stake, even enemies can become friends. Will cursing him get your money back? Obviously not. But a deal can. He paused, his voice tinged with temptation. I have an opportunity here. An opportunity to recoup your losses, principal and interest tenfold, 100-fold. An opportunity to personally send that old dog Li Jinbang straight to hell. Lehman's breath caught in his throat. He wasn't stupid. He was a financial hyena who had licked blood off the blade on Wall Street. Hate was fleeting, but money was real. If he could combine the two. Chapter 159, Fragile Tower. What opportunity? His voice grew calm as the ravenous wolf within him, sensing blood, swiftly overpowered his emotions. Zhang He smiled. That's the spirit. Talking to a smart person saves effort. Li Jia's father, Li Jinbang, held his core asset in a Hong Kong-listed company called Jinbang Industrial. I want you to use every ounce of your influence to short it. Short Jinbang Industrial? Carl Lehman's mind raced. Are you kidding me? Jinbang Industrial is the Li family's bedrock, $100 billion behemoth. Shorting it? That's suicide. You're out of your mind. He instinctively retorted. That would require astronomical sums of capital and enough ammunition to shake the entire market. And I've got all right now. Capital? I can provide a portion. More importantly, I can supply the ammunition. Zhang He's voice carried an unshakable confidence. A completely authentic internal lead exposing Jinbang Industrial's critical financial flaws, related party transactions, and fabricated profits. With this, you'll hold the lever capable of moving mountains. Lehman felt his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Internal evidence of financial flaws? For a short-selling firm, this was more precious than gold. It was the dragon-slaying blade capable of delivering a fatal blow. He licked his parched lips, greed overwhelming his last shred of reason. What are the terms? How will the profits be split? I want 30%. Zhang He uttered the figure softly. 30%? Carl Lehman almost thought he'd misheard. Providing crucial intelligence and partial startup funding, yet only taking 30%? This wasn't a partnership, it was charity. He understood instantly. The mysterious Chinese kid before him wasn't after money at all, he wanted Li Jinbang dead. Dead at any cost. This realization sent a chill running from Carl Lehman's scalp to his toes. What kind of monster had he tangled with? But he liked this monster. Deal. Carl Lehman's voice carried a bloodthirsty excitement. Send me the goods. I'll make that old dog Li Jinbang watch his empire burn to ashes with his own eyes. Hanging up the phone, Zhang He's eyes were as cold as ice. The blade of Carl Lehman had been sharpened, waiting only for the right moment to strike at Li Jinbang's most vulnerable underbelly. And as the shark gnashed its teeth far across the seas, within the capital's borders, the gears of power began turning silently in an unexpected direction. Just days later, in a heavily guarded conference room within a certain ministry in the capital, a confidential report sealed in a brown paper envelope was placed respectfully on the desk of an elderly man with graying hair and piercing eyes. The memo's title bore unusually stern wording: Urgent report on the resurgence of local protectionism in certain regions, seriously impeding the strategic layout of emerging cultural industries. The report detailed, without naming names, the bizarre phenomenon of an esports industrial park project in the Magic City strongly backed by municipal-level leadership being subjected to repeated inspections by district-level fire, environmental, and industrial authorities during its implementation phase. These agencies cited various unfounded reasons to forcibly halt the project. Between the lines, it pointed directly to the existence of abnormal transfer of benefits and artificial obstacles. After reading it, the old man's face turned as still as water. He picked up the red pencil from the desk and, without hesitation, scrawled several bold characters at the bottom of the document. Emerging cultural industries are a vital component of the nation's future strategy. There can be no room for error. Such acts of deliberately creating obstacles and undermining the business environment must be thoroughly investigated with zero tolerance. Thorough investigation. The final character, penned with such fierce intensity, seemed to pierce through the paper. A single stroke from the capital could unleash a tidal wave of upheaval in the metropolis thousands of miles away. And right now, on the streets of the metropolis, this war has already begun in the most inconspicuous corners. Wang, a JD delivery rider, pedaled his red-branded bicycle, its rear rack packed to the brim with goods. He arrived at the Rixing convenience store next to the Yiguang supermarket and expertly carried a crate of Coke inside. Just as he bent down to get the owner's signature, the corner of his eye caught the convenience store owner furtively slipping a thick red envelope into the hands of a uniformed inspector. Xiao Wang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained impassive. He merely adjusted his safety helmet out of habit. Hidden beneath the brim, a pinhole-sized microcamera recorded the entire scene in crystal-clear detail. The footage was crystal clear. Almost simultaneously, a storm erupted. The most authoritative state media outlets suddenly aired an in-depth investigative report during primetime evening social commentary, who was stifling innovation. The bizarre phenomenon facing the Magic City East Sports Industrial Park. Though the report omitted specific names and companies, it pointed the finger squarely at bureaucratic practices within certain departments and the potential collusion of vested interests behind them, instantly sending shockwaves through public opinion. The internet exploded in response. Shocking photographs began circulating wildly across forums and chat rooms. The images depicted a renowned luxury residential complex under lease conglomerate where newly delivered units already showed massive cracks in the walls with exposed rebar dubbed fragile buildings by netizens. A series of secretly filmed videos further fueled public outrage. In the footage, a textile factory owned by the Li family was caught dumping colorful industrial wastewater directly into a clear river through a hidden pipeline in the dead of night. Holy! They'd make money even if it meant cursing their own descendants. The Li family? The same Shanghai Li family that's been all over the internet lately? Damn, they really are scum. Online, a tidal wave of condemnation erupted. Meanwhile, the tabloids that had been relentlessly smearing and attacking Capital Group just days prior now got a taste of their own medicine. A group of self-proclaimed whistleblowers, migrant workers claiming unpaid wages from the Li family and villagers poisoned by pollution blocked the entrance to their newspaper offices. Rotten cabbage leaves and rotten eggs were hurled at the glass doors of the newspaper offices. You take bribes. You heartless tabloid dogs. You took Li Jinbang's money to twist the truth. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? The reporters and editors huddled inside, not daring to show their faces, looking every bit like rats scurrying through the streets utterly humiliated. The phone in Vice Mayor Zhou's office had been ringing off the hook these past few days. But unlike the confrontational pressure of earlier days, the calls now came from department heads themselves, cautious probing and almost fawning declarations of loyalty. Mayor Zhou, regarding that esports industrial park project, our Environmental Protection Bureau has reviewed it and found it fully compliant with green development requirements. It was our subordinates who misunderstood the spirit of the documents earlier. We will conduct a thorough self-examination. Old Zhou, rest assured about the Commerce Bureau special cases get special treatment. We'll open the green channel for He Guang today. Chapter 160, The Shadow. Vice Mayor Zhou leaned back in his chair, his thermos cup steeped with goji berries in hand, his posture perfectly straight. Just days ago he'd been overwhelmed with stress, but now he felt completely at ease. He knew it wasn't that his influence had suddenly grown, it was that the internal report from the capital, those few lines of instruction, carried more weight than an imperial edict. These old foxes, always shifting with the wind. He sneered inwardly, but outwardly he laughed politely. In his mind, he had already equated Zhang He's overly youthful face with the phrase unfathomable. And this favorable wind had also reached He Guang's supermarket. Xiao He, guess what? His father, Zhang Jiping, sounded genuinely astonished over the phone. The fire department came by again today. Hey, guess what? Their attitude was like night and day. They were offering cigarettes and pouring water so polite I didn't know where to put my hands. His voice lowered slightly. Not only did they not find fault, they actually pointed out two potential hazards. They said the outlet wiring was aging and prone to short circuits, urging us to replace it immediately. Before leaving, they repeatedly emphasized that if we encounter any difficulties, we should contact them. They guaranteed they'd be there whenever we needed them. Zhang He listened to his father's folksy imitation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the power of that Kyoto pen was already beginning to manifest. This was a warning shot fired not just at Li Zhenbang, but at all the shadowy figures clinging to his coattails. Father's call was merely a microcosm of the storm brewing. The real battlefield had long since reached a fever pitch in the smoke-free arenas of capital markets and public opinion. He Guang Capital, Operations Room. On the massive electronic screen, the public sentiment index curve was clear at a glance. The red negative curve representing He Guang had plummeted from its peak like a cliff, now flattening out. Meanwhile, the green curve representing Li Group surged like a wild bull on steroids, skyrocketing to dizzying heights, a startling crimson that was almost purple. Done. Wang Manny's slender fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, pulling out the latest viral online post. Exposing the dark history of the Li family's rise in the Magic City. Their first fortune was actually made through. Shocking. Li Textile Factory dumped waste for 20 years, Cancer Village emerges downstream. Crying complaints from Luoquiqui homeowners, million yuan properties turn out to be substandard construction. Her red lips curved into a seductive smile as she glanced at Zhang He. Nowadays, everyone online has turned into Sherlock Holmes, busy digging up dirt on the Li family. Who has time to bother with our little issues? Zhang He's gaze pulled away from the screen, his expression still as a well. As if all this were merely a pawn he'd casually placed on the chessboard, utterly unruffled. This kid is a real freak. Zhao Tianyu muttered to himself, then straightened his back, cleared his throat, and reported in a tone bordering on self-congratulation. Young Master Zhang. Uncle Hua's arrangements are complete. We've secured connections with BOC International and HSBC. Our funds, once processed through Hong Kong, have been fully converted to US dollars. That short-term bond issued in Hong Kong was oversubscribed threefold by those hungry wolves. Ammunition? We've got plenty. Behind him, Sun Wei adjusted his glasses and added in his characteristic, emotionless tone. That hungry wolf, Carl Lehman, has already taken the bait we set out. He's shown immense interest in the suspicious transactions involving Zhenbang Industrial's overseas subsidiaries that we provided. A flicker of excitement, characteristic of a top analyst, passed through Sun Wei's eyes. According to our monitored data, several vulture funds notorious for their ruthlessness on Wall Street had already begun quietly accumulating shares, establishing short positions in the market. A net targeting Zhenbang Industrial was silently unfurling. The entire operations room was filled with a tense yet charged atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on the 7-year-old child seated at the head of the table, quiet as if he were an outsider. They knew this child before them was the true architect of this colossal upheaval. Li Zhenbang was no fool. Zhang He finally spoke, his voice low yet commanding enough to silence the entire room instantly. He was an old wolf cornered against the wall. Having suffered such a heavy loss this time, he would never let it go. His gaze shifted to Wang Manny, his eyes sharp. Keep a close eye on him. I want to know every word he says, every person he meets, and every penny he spends. Meanwhile, a cornered old wolf was now in his golden Nanmuwood study, letting out a desperate roar. Crack! A 6-figure Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain vase smashed violently onto the expensive Persian rug, shattering into a pile of shards. Useless. Every last one of them is useless. His chest heaved violently, bloodshot eyes glaring like a demon from hell. I spent so much money on you. Raised you all these years. And what do I get? Not only did you fail to crush that little bastard, but you brought back a whole mess of trouble. Now the whole world is laughing at me, Li Zhenbang. A trusted aide in a black suit stood trembling beside him, not daring to breathe. Master, we've uncovered some clues. His voice trembled with fear. That little brat seems to have the Hong Kong Ho family backing him with funding. Also, Carl Lehman from that vulture fund on Wall Street has been acting strangely lately. It seems he's targeting us. The Fock family? Lehman? Li Zhenbong's roar abruptly halted. The fury on his face quickly faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. He slowly sank back into his massive mahogany desk chair, interlacing his fingers as his gaze, venomous as a snake's, fixed on his trusted aide. The air itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Very well. Hiding behind others, huh? Think having a few people backing you up means you can challenge me? You're still too green, kid. Isn't he the one who cares most about his family? Li Zhenbong's voice was hoarse and low, each word seeming to be forced through gritted teeth. Contact Shadow. The confidant's pupils suddenly contracted. Shadow. That was the Li family's ace in the hole, kept abroad at great expense. A group of bloodthirsty mercenaries who recognized only money and orders. Have Shadow create a little accident at that shabby supermarket of his. A cruel smile twisted the corners of Li Zhenbong's mouth. A fire, perhaps? I'll make him watch his most cherished possession turn to ashes. I'll make him suffer unbearably. Cold sweat instantly soaked the confidant's back. This was a death sentence. Li Zhenbong seemed to revel in his aide's terror. He paused, then added, and that Hua family, aren't they fond of meddling in others' affairs? Chapter 161, Emergency. Find out what their most crucial joint venture project is on the mainland. Use whatever means necessary, dirty tricks, underhanded tactics, whatever it takes, and sabotage it. I'll make the Hua family understand the fate that awaits anyone who dares to aid my enemy, Li Zhenbong. A mad gleam flashed in his eyes, as if he already saw his opponents kneeling and begging for mercy. Also, notify our people at Huachin Automotive. Brilliance Auto. Once one of the brightest star stocks on the Hong Kong market, its backwater was deep enough to sink a ship. Have them collude with that mad dog Lehman to drive the stock price down. When everyone believes we're finished. Li Zhenbong extended a finger, tapping the air with a gesture so sharp its ferocity seemed tangible. Go long. Bury every short seller alive, that little bastard and Lehman included. His confidant stared in stunned silence before snapping to attention, his face instantly plastered with fawning smiles. Master, you are brilliant. Truly a masterstroke that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. First, we use family to cloud their judgment. Then we sever their arms. Finally, we set an inescapable trap to slaughter them all at once. That little brat is finished this time. Within the study, the poisonous mist of conspiracy was spreading. Yet in the Yiguang Capital Operations Room, the scene was starkly different. No roars here, only the rapid clatter of keyboards and the cold glow of streaming data. Zhang He leaned back in his custom ergonomic chair, 3 monitors arrayed before him. On the central screen, a man in a crumpled t-shirt spoke with fervor, spittle flying. His intensely charismatic face radiated both ambition and obsession. This was none other than Ma Yun, the man who would shake the world a few years later. Mr. Zhang. I'm telling you, Taob's model is absolutely the future. C2C. Making business easy everywhere. But right now, it's so damn hard. Hard. Ma Yun tugged at his hair, pacing before the camera. We're broke. Completely broke. Servers, bandwidth, marketing, everything's a money pit. We're short on tech. Those bastards overseas have locked down the technology tight as a drum. Worst of all, we lack trust. Who'd dare send money online to a complete stranger? Without solving this, we're just building castles in the air. The video signal seemed weak, the picture speckled with snow, like a throwback to the dial-up era. Zhang He remained composed, listening to Ma Yun's almost complaining speech while his left hand furiously jotted down keywords on his notebook. His right hand controlled the mouse of another computer. On the screen were technical briefings just sent by Wang Jian's team, breakthrough progress report on core server virtualization technology bottlenecks, and Phase 1 distributed storage architecture stress test passed. Beside him lay a tablet displaying in-depth interview and feedback reports from the first batch of online mall users, sent by Lu Qiangdong. He juggled 3 tasks with effortless ease. After speaking at length, Jack Ma noticed Zhang He's lack of reaction and felt a twinge of unease, his tone softening slightly. Mr. Zhang, do you think we've made a mistake? Zhang He finally lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the 3 screens. All the information instantly integrated, analyzed, and restructured in his mind. No, Mr. Ma, he began, his voice youthful yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Your direction is correct. Taob's model must remain free. We must trade free access for user scale, that is the foundation. He tapped his finger lightly on the tabletop. Money is not the issue. Yiguang Capital will inject an additional $20 million. $20 million. On the other end of the screen, Ma Yun's eyes widened instantly, his breath catching. Technology isn't an issue either. I'll dispatch Yiguang Capital's top technical expert, Li Xiang, to lead a team to Hangzhou and support you. Zhang He's tone remained utterly unruffled, as if discussing a trivial matter. As for trust, that's the crucial core. Alipay's concept is excellent. The escrow transaction model is the only breakthrough. Immediately, right now, mobilize all resources to make it happen. Develop it into a third-party payment tool independent of Taobao. A series of commands, clear and decisive, cut straight to the heart of the matter. A buzzing sensation filled Jack Ma's mind. All his previous confusion, uncertainty, and anxiety vanished instantly at these words. This guy is nothing short of a genius. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear. A golden path stretched out before him. Mr. Zhang. A kindred spirit. A kindred spirit indeed. His face flushed with excitement as he launched into another passionate speech. Zhang He paid no heed to his impassioned speech. Seizing the moment, he opened the chat window with Wang Jian and swiftly typed a line. Congratulations. This technological breakthrough is no less significant than winning a major battle. Funding and the latest server models will be in place next week. After a pause, he added. Next step, focus our efforts on building a minimal prototype platform capable of providing external computing power rental services. Let's call it the Feitian prototype. Just then, the door to the operations room burst open. Wang Mani strode in on high heels, her expression unusually grave. Without a word, she cut Zhang He's video connection and fed an encrypted audio feed into his headset. Emergency. Her voice was hushed, yet carried an icy chill. We just intercepted a highly encrypted overseas communication fragment. Preliminary decryption indicates a dangerous individual codenamed Shadow has entered the country. The target's characteristics are vague, but the keywords in the operational instructions include accident, Zhang family, and supermarket. Simultaneously, we detected an unexplained expenditure of $5 million in the Li Group's accounts, paid to a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands. Every word Wang Mani spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking the oppressive air in the operations room. Zhang He's gaze instantly turned icy. The serene calm that had always lingered on his youthful face was finally shattered. A palpable, almost tangible killing intent erupted from his bottomless pupils. Damn it! This father and son from the Li family were truly cut from the same cloth. Unable to outmaneuver him in the shadows, they resorted to overt confrontation. Unable to touch him directly, they struck at what mattered most to him, his family. It seemed he had been far too lenient with them before. Zhang He slowly clenched his fists, knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He turned to Wang Mani, his voice icy cold. Notify every JD courier immediately. Have them monitor every corner around Heguang supermarket around the clock. Report any unfamiliar or suspicious individuals the instant they appear. Remember anyone? Yes. Wang Mani nodded immediately. Chapter 162, Guarding the Home. Continue monitoring every financial transaction and personnel movement of the Li family. I want to know down to the last detail, even how many sheets of toilet paper that old dog Li Jinbang uses. Understood. After arranging everything, Zhang He picked up the black encrypted phone on the desk and dialed directly. The phone rang just once before being answered, revealing Carl Lehman's excited voice on the other end. Hey, my little boss, got some good news again? Ryman. Zhang He's voice was eerily calm, yet it made Lehman instinctively sit up straight on the other end of the line. Li Jinbang is rushing to be reincarnated. Our plan is moving up. On the other end of the line, Carl Lehman shuddered involuntarily. Beneath that calm tone, he sensed volcanic fury. This youth has truly resolved to kill. I understand. Lehman's voice instantly turned deadly serious. All teams, stand by 24/7. When you give the order, we'll crush every last bone the Li family has in the capital markets. He knew this wasn't a bluff. A war to the death was about to begin. At the Heguang supermarket, everything appeared unchanged. The old ceiling fan spun listlessly, emitting a hypnotic creak-creak. The compressor in the freezer hummed, expelling waves of cool air that mingled with the scent of Master Kong instant noodles and spicy snacks in the air, creating the unique aroma of a small supermarket. Li Sufang sat behind the cash register, absent-mindedly wiping down the Xiaobao cash register with a rag. Yet every few seconds, her eyes would involuntarily dart toward the store entrance. To catch a glimpse of every car passing by on the street outside, to catch a glimpse of every pedestrian walking past the entrance. Inside, I felt both panicked and flustered. Xiaoha, that kid, came back specially a few days ago just to say one thing. Mom, Dad, whatever happens these next few days, just act like nothing's wrong. Keep things normal. I'll handle the rest. He said it so casually, but how could she, as his mother, not sense the weight behind his words? Someone was plotting against them. And they were targeting her family. Her son didn't want to burden them, choosing to shoulder everything alone. But how could she possibly rest easy? He was the apple of her eye. All she could do now was avoid complicating things for him, pretending ignorance. Yet the agony gnawing at her insides felt sharper than a knife cutting her flesh. Not far away, Zhang Jiping stood on a small stool, tidying the top shelf. He stacked jars of fermented bean paste and anchovy preserves neatly, his movements slow but steady. His face, weathered and darkened by life, showed no emotion. Yet those eyes, always carrying a hint of earnestness, quietly observed every customer entering the supermarket through the gaps between the shelves. When someone came in to buy cigarettes, he would instinctively glance at their hands, checking for calluses to gauge their occupation. When someone came in for water, he would listen to their accent to determine if they were local or from out of town. His genius son always thought his father was dumb and honest, knowing nothing, needing only to be protected behind him. But Zhang He, though he didn't know much, held one ironclad principle. If anyone dared to touch his home, his wife, or his children, he would fight them to the death. While his son battled wolves outside, he would guard this den at home. Night slowly enveloped the city. Hundreds of meters away from the supermarket, inside a black Santana, two plainclothes detectives took turns observing the supermarket entrance through binoculars. This was an undercover post Li Jingcheng had insisted on setting up despite pressure, citing a tip that a serious incident might occur nearby. Across the street from the supermarket, at a barbecue stall, Lao Pao, Mouse, Madman, and Glasses sat shirtless, chugging ice-cold Beibinjiang soda and devouring lamb skewers. They blended in with the surrounding patrons, boasting and bickering in increasingly loud voices. But if one looked closely, it became apparent that their seating position covered every blind spot from the supermarket entrance to the rear warehouse. Each hand tucked beneath the table gripped a heavy object. Lao Pao's waist was particularly bulging, concealing a solid steel pipe salvaged from a junkyard. Ever since Zhang He gave the order, they'd stopped playing games altogether, spending every day lurking around this neighborhood. As Lao Pao put it, Brother He treated them like brothers, and they'd repay that with their lives. Anyone who dared touch Brother He's family would have to step over their corpses first. Further away, several JD delivery men in red uniforms rode their 28-inch bicycles. Having just finished their deliveries, they gathered in small groups under streetlights, smoking. Their gazes, seemingly casual, wove a sparse yet inescapable net, enveloping the entire neighborhood. The night grew deeper. The last few customers had left Higuang's supermarket. Li Sufang sat at the cash register, pulling the day's takings from the cash drawer and counting each bill. 1 yuan notes, 5 yuan notes, 10 yuan notes, and a few crisp 50 and 100 yuan bills. She counted slowly and meticulously, as if immersing her entire being in this small task was the only way to avoid thinking about her son's parting words or the potential dangers lurking outside. Business had been decent today, bringing in over 800 yuan. She secured the money with a rubber band, her voice tinged with weariness. Zhang Zhiping said nothing. He simply walked over to her, picked up a solid iron bar from beneath the counter, weighed it in his hand, then silently leaned against the doorframe. He stared intently at the street outside, shrouded in darkness. His son had told him to guard the house. So he stood his ground, not blinking once. Just then, a dark figure slid silently along the wall's shadow. The rider pedaled a clunky 28-inch bicycle that rattled everywhere except its bell. Yet in his hands, the old bike touched the ground without a sound, its chain's friction so faint it was almost inaudible. He was cloaked entirely in black clothing, his head covered by a baseball cap pulled low, his entire face hidden in shadow. He was the shadow Li Zhenbang spoke of. The shadow stopped several dozen meters from the warehouse in the supermarket's back alley, silently laid the bicycle flat, and vanished into the deeper darkness. His gaze swept over the shirtless man still drinking and playing rock-paper-scissors at the barbecue stall diagonally across the street, then flicked past a group of delivery workers huddled under a distant streetlight, smoking. A motley crew. The shadow sneered inwardly, a trace of contempt curling his lips. Amateurs see the spectacle, professionals see the gaps. To his trained eye, these men's seemingly impenetrable net was riddled with exploitable loopholes. He didn't move in immediately, instead waiting for the perfect moment. Chapter 163, Strike. Several minutes later, a dump truck roared past on the main road, its thunderous engine instantly drowning out all other sounds. Now! Shadow's body shifted, gliding along the ground in an eerie, low-slung posture. With a few swift flashes, he reached the warehouse wall behind the supermarket. The area was piled high with recycled cardboard boxes in various plastic packaging, dry and highly flammable, a natural hotbed for fire. He pulled a palm-sized lead box from his chest. Opening it revealed an object wrapped in oil paper, emitting a faint, peculiar odor reminiscent of garlic. Chemical accelerant, his own concoction. With an extremely low ignition point, once ignited, even water couldn't extinguish it, it would only explode more violently. He glanced up at the old ventilation grate on the wall. The ventilation ducts in warehouses like this ran everywhere, reaching deep into the interior. With a flick of his wrist, the incendiary darted precisely into the depths of the vent, lodging itself in a corner. Perfect. Shadow silently praised his own skill. But that alone wasn't enough. A fire must appear accidental. His gaze shifted to the brightly lit Higuang Internet Cafe next door. Shadow vanished into the darkness once more. The next instant, he materialized beside the main power box on the Internet Cafe's exterior wall, the very heart of the establishment. With a few deft strokes of a specialized tool, he pried open the electrical box's casing, instantly exposing the dense web of wiring within. His movements were so swift they blurred the eye. On an inconspicuous terminal block, he clipped a black device the size of a matchbox. An electrical overload device, also his own creation. No timer was needed. He had calculated precisely that this little device would activate during the Internet Cafe's peak power consumption in the wee hours of the night. It would cause an instantaneous current overload, a short circuit, and the resulting electrical spark would ignite the second small incendiary device he had placed nearby. Worn wiring, short circuit, fire, a perfectly ordinary accident. The fire in the internet cafe would swiftly ignite the real killing blow hidden in the ventilation ducts of the adjacent warehouse. By then, with fires burning at 2 points, the flames would spread vertically. A gust of wind would turn the entire supermarket into a sea of fire. As for the honest, hard-working couple running the supermarket, they would be burned to charcoal in their sleep. By then, even if the police turned the place upside down, they'd only reach one conclusion: a tragic accident. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, Xiao Wang from JD Express had just finished his last delivery of the day, his back aching so badly he could barely stand straight. Pedaling his old-school bicycle, he just wanted to get home quickly so his wife could whip up a bowl of hot noodle soup. Passing the corner, he instinctively turned toward home. But just as he turned the handlebars, something clicked in his mind. He remembered that little adult, Zhang He, who had slipped him a pack of Hauntishan cigarettes and a few 100 yuan bills earlier that day. "Brother Wang, if you're free tonight, could you make a couple extra rounds near the store? Call me if anything comes up." At that thought, Xiao Wang shook his head and muttered to himself, "Well, you take the money, you do the job." He turned his bike around and resignedly pedaled toward the Heguang supermarket. It would only take a few extra minutes anyway. It was late at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Xiao Wang pedaled along slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Just as he was about to pass Heguang Internet Cafe, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a highly incongruous dark figure. In the dead of night, a man clad entirely in black was lurking suspiciously on the electrical box outside the Internet Cafe, seemingly fiddling with something. An electrician? The thought barely formed before Xiao Wang dismissed it. What electrician dresses like that? He looks like a spy straight out of a movie. Xiao Wang's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He slammed on the brakes, leaned his bike against the wall, and ducked behind a Santana sedan. Fumbling frantically, he pulled the black walkie-talkie from his pocket. Zhang He had issued these to the peripheral members, claiming they were more reliable than mobile phones. His hands trembled as he pressed the talk button, his voice shaking with tension. He lowered his voice. "Pow. Pow Gu. The Internet Cafe. The electrical box at the entrance. Someone's there." A crackle of static filled the walkie-talkie before old Pow's steady voice came through, utterly unruffled. "Got it. Don't move, just watch." At the barbecue stall, Old Gun snapped his walkie-talkie off with a click and tossed it onto the table. He grabbed a handful of skewered meat and shot a look at the madman, mouse, and glasses still shooting the breeze beside him. That look was cold and sharp, like a freshly sharpened blade. After months under Brother He's wing, they were no longer the gaming-addicted teens they once were. They'd seen real money battles and witnessed the treacherous depths of human nature. One glance was all it took. Mouse and glasses didn't even let out a fart. They quietly rose, one slipping around the back kitchen of the left food stall, the other flanking from the public restroom on the right. Their movements were agile and silent, vanishing instantly into the night. Madman, however, rose slowly, stretched lazily, and yawned as he walked toward the beat-up minivan parked by the roadside. He slid into the driver's seat, resting his hand on the horn button. "Go!" Old Gun mumbled the 2 words through a mouthful of mutton. Beep. Madman suddenly slammed on the horn. The shrill blast instantly shattered the alley's tranquility. Shadow, who had been concentrating on installing the final component, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Bad. We're exposed. It was a professional assassin's instinct. Without a moment's hesitation, without even glancing back, his body's instincts drove him to abandon everything and turn to flee. He took 3 steps in 2 as he charged toward his bicycle hidden in the shadows. At that very moment, 2 dark figures darted out simultaneously from both sides. Rat and Glasses pounced from left and right. "Damn it! Don't run!" Mouse bellowed. Shadow's eyes narrowed, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his face. He skidded to a halt, sidestepping Glasses' attack while simultaneously kicking a plastic trash bin as tall as a person. Clatter! The bin, filled with leftover food, spoiled water, and various trash, crashed to the ground. The foul-smelling liquid and greasy garbage instantly spilled across the already narrow alley, blocking the path of Mouse and Glasses. This was his opening. Shadow had already straddled his old bicycle. With a fierce kick, the bike shot out like an arrow toward the alley exit. No matter how tough Old Gun and his crew were, 2 legs couldn't outrun 2 wheels. Once he cleared this alley and merged onto the main road, with his skills, not even a god could catch him. The alley exit was right before his eyes, victory within reach. Suddenly, 2 blinding beams of light instantly shot from the alley entrance, illuminating the entire passage as bright as day. Chapter 164, The Tracker. A black Audi 100 had silently blocked his only escape route, its arrival unnoticed. The screeching brakes and the sound of tires grinding against the pavement nearly split his eardrums. Shadow's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively slammed on the brakes. The bicycle groaned under the strain, grinding to a halt just inches before the car's bumper. The rear window slowly rolled down. A face appeared in Shadow's line of sight, young, yet bearing a composure utterly incongruous with its age. It was that child. Zhang He. How could it be him? Shadow's mind went blank and he instinctively turned around and started running back. Behind him, Zhang He's small hand reached out through the car window, his wrist flickering with a slight tremor. A jet of black light, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, shot toward Shadow like lightning. It was a palm-sized black cube, even adorned with a cartoon sticker of the little Gord brothers looking exactly like a 2-yuan children's toy from a convenience store. In his frantic escape, Shadow didn't even notice the little thing. With a soft click, it stuck perfectly, firmly suctioned onto the metal rack of his bicycle's rear seat. Zhang He's lips curved upward at the sight. Success! This toy was Li Xian's latest invention, a powerful magnetic locator. Zhang He picked up the walkie-talkie, and a cold voice transmitted out. Uncle, Plan B. Tracking signal. The Audi 100's window reflected the flashing red and blue police lights at the alley entrance. Li Jingcheng gripped the walkie-talkie, listening to his nephew's unnervingly calm voice, a chill running down his spine. Just how many hidden cards did this kid have up his sleeve? But he had no time to ponder. His professional instincts as a police captain kicked in instantly. He grabbed the microphone of the car radio, his voice steady and powerful, echoing across the public channel. Command Center. Command Center. This is Li Jingcheng. Team A, Team B, take note. The target suspect has entered the old residential area west of Changle Road riding a 28-inch bicycle. Repeat, a 28-inch bicycle. All units, tighten the perimeter immediately. Seal off every intersection. Not a single fly will escape. The order issued, police forces across the entire area rapidly converged toward that blinking red dot. Meanwhile, the man codenamed Shadow pedaled for his life. The bicycle chain screeched under his frantic pedaling, the cold wind cutting into his throat like a knife. His mind raced. How did the police get here so fast? An encirclement? How did they know my route? Was it that Audi? No, it couldn't have anticipated every possible route. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. There's something wrong with the car. He whipped his head around. Under the dim streetlight, he spotted it immediately, that foreign object on the rear seat frame. That black square with the Hulua sticker. A tracking device. Damn it! 1,000 curses raced through Yingzi's mind. He'd been outsmarted by a 7-year-old brat. Up ahead, at the end of the alley, the flashing lights of police cars were already visible. He couldn't keep riding. Shadow's eyes hardened. At a corner, he leaped off the speeding bicycle, crashing hard to the ground with the bike. Ignoring the scrapes covering his body, he rolled once and sprang to his feet. Without a glance back at the bicycle that had given away his position, he plunged headfirst into the pitch-black alley beside him. This was the most typical old-style alley in the metropolis, narrow, damp, and crisscrossed with countless passages. Once inside, even the most advanced tracking device was useless. Inside the command vehicle, Li Jingcheng stared intently at the red dot on the screen. After racing along a route for a while, the dot abruptly stopped, coming to a complete halt at a single location. Report! The suspect's abandoned bicycle has been found at the entrance of Lane 112, Changle Road. Where's the person? He's escaped. He's slipped into the alley. Li Jingcheng slammed his fist onto the control panel. Damn it! He slipped through our fingers again. These old-style alleys don't even have proper surveillance. Patrol cars can't get in, and searching here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just then, Lao Pao's breathless voice crackled over the radio. Captain Li, we know this area like the back of our hands. We'll go in. Li Jingcheng froze. He knew Lao Pao's crew were Zhang He's loyalists, but this was a police operation. You guys. Told Brother He about Plan B, we're the spearhead. Lao Pao's tone brooked no argument. Give us the signal coordinates. We can move faster than you. Li Jingcheng stared at the stationary red dot on the screen, then glanced at the maze-like alley map before him. He gritted his teeth. All right. Sharing the signal source with you. Stay safe. Roger. In the alley, the foul stench of rancid water mingled with the musty odor of perpetual darkness, making one want to vomit. Lao Pao crouched low, navigating the darkness with one hand on his walkie-talkie and the other gripping a steel pipe he'd scavenged from the roadside. Madman, Rat, and Glasses approached from 3 other directions, encircling the target. They'd grown up in these streets, knowing every back wall with a dog hole, every rooftop offering direct access to the next alley they could navigate it blindfolded. Li Xian's voice, with its distinct tech nerd tone, crackled through the walkie-talkie. Target at your 10 o'clock, 80 meters away, moving slowly. He stopped. Attention, Cannon. He's right around that corner ahead of you. Old Cannon exhaled slowly, softening his footsteps as he pressed his entire body against the damp, slippery wall. He suddenly peered out. A dead-end alley stretched ahead. A dark figure leaned against the wall at the end, panting heavily. The figure spotted him instantly, a pair of eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness, fixed firmly on him. It was him. Lao Pao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and slammed the steel pipe in his hand onto the ground with a sharp clang. Bro, can't run anymore? Old Gun stood blocking the alley entrance wall ahead, knee behind. Your choice, come with me, or I beat you half to death and let the cops haul you away? Shadow slowly straightened up, his cold gaze appraising Lao Pao. A thug? From Lao Pao's stance and presence, he could tell the guy was a skilled fighter, but that was all. Compared to a professional hitman like himself, who lived by the sword, he was still far from the mark. Surrender? Ridiculous. Those 4 words had never existed in his vocabulary. Shadow said nothing, his body sinking slightly like a bow drawn to its fullest. The next second, he moved. No flashy moves, he charged straight at Old Gun's face. So fast. Lao Pao's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised the steel pipe to block. Shadow flipped his wrist. A dagger appearing as if out of nowhere flashed with a chilling gleam. It precisely parried the steel pipe, then swept downward, aiming straight for Old Gun's abdomen. Fast and ruthless. This was meant to be a fatal strike. Chapter 165, Faint and Open. Having roamed the streets for years, Old Gun relied on sheer ruthlessness and animalistic instincts. In the nick of time, he twisted sideways while driving his left knee upward with brutal force. Splash! The dagger sliced through his t-shirt, leaving a deep gash that cut to the bone beneath his ribs. Agony surged through him, but Lao Pao's knee slammed solidly into the Shadow's wrist. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the Shadow grunted, the dagger flying from his grasp. But his reflexes were faster. The instant his wrist was disabled, his other hand transformed into a karate chop, slashing viciously toward Old Gun's throat. Old Gun barely dodged the blow. Exhausted from his previous effort and before he could regain his strength, he watched helplessly as the hand blade loomed larger before his eyes. It's over. At that critical moment. Freeze! Police! A dozen blinding flashlight beams instantly pierced the alley entrance, flooding the dead-end street with daylight-like brightness. Li Jingqing finally arrived with a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers. The black muzzles of their guns were all aimed squarely at the Shadow. The Shadow's handblade froze less than an inch from Lao Pao's neck. He froze. He slowly turned his head to face the SWAT officers clad in bulletproof vests and armed with Type 95 assault rifles. The ruthless expression on his face instantly faded, replaced by a deathly stillness. He knew he had lost. He had lost completely. Drop your weapon. Get on your knees. Hands on your head. Li Jingqing's voice boomed like thunder. Lao Pao collapsed onto the ground, clutching his bleeding side as he gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood. Just now, he had truly walked through the gates of hell. Shadow complied obediently, slowly kneeling down and raising his hands as if to clasp them over his head. Everything seemed settled. But at that moment, Li Jingqing, a veteran of dealing with criminals, sharply sensed something amiss. Shadow's gaze was too calm. Moreover, his jaw was twitching with an almost imperceptible, yet deliberate force. This movement set off alarm bells in Li Jingqing's mind. Poison Fong. This guy is a suicide bomber. He's going to kill himself. Li Jingqing roared in fury, lunging forward in an instant. He gave the Shadow no time to react, kicking him hard in the back and sending him crashing face first to the ground. Simultaneously, one hand clamped down on the Shadow's nape while the thumb and index finger of his other hand clamped down on either side of the Shadow's jawbone, wrenching it outward with brutal force. Snap! The bone-jarring sound of dislocated joints echoed with jarring clarity through the silent alley. Ugh! Shadow let out an inhuman wail, his mouth snapping open uncontrollably. A black capsule hidden among his molars fell out, mixed with saliva. Li Jingqing didn't even glance at it, crushing the capsule underfoot before letting out a sigh of relief. He then barked at the stunned SWAT team members behind him. What the hell are you all standing around for? Handcuff him. Take him away. Yes, Captain. The stench of blood in the alley was eventually washed away by the morning mist. But another war, one without gunpowder, yet far more brutal, officially commenced at the break of dawn. Haiguang Capital, Operations Room. A dozen bulky CRT monitors emitted their characteristic static glow, bathing the entire room in a faint blue light. The air was thick with the mingled scents of coffee, cigarettes, and adrenaline. Everyone, Mangzi, Big Head, Chen Ming, Li Xiangai's bloodshot, stared intently at the screens before them. Centered on the screens was the ticker chart for Xinbang Industrial 0886HK. The white line representing the stock price twitched and jumped like a Parkinson's patient, violently oscillating. Below, the volume bars grew longer with each tick, alternating red and green like two armies locked in a frenzied battle. Every second, astronomical sums of money were being blown to smithereens. Massive volume. Less than half an hour after the market opened, trading volume had already surpassed the total for the entire previous week. Zhang He sat in the center executive chair, his small frame sinking into the wide leather seat, looking somewhat comical. Yet his youthful face bore none of the innocence expected of a child, only utter indifference. Before him lay a black encrypted phone, set to speaker. A heavily accented English voice came through the line. Zhang, the trading volume is off. Way too high. Someone's snatching our chips, no, eating our short positions. The voice came from Hong Kong Island Carl Lehman, the man dubbed Wall Street's vulture. Boss, brother, son, look. Chen Ming, monitoring the screens, suddenly shouted, tapping the display. Several seats were continuously buying small orders, but extremely frequent. They're linked accounts of the Li family and Huachen Group. Sunway pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, the lenses reflecting the flickering data stream on the screen. He frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "They're creating the illusion of a rebound. Using small orders to steadily buy up shares, stabilizing the stock price, even pushing it up slightly while luring retail investors to follow suit. Their objective is crystal clear." Sun Wei sucked in a sharp breath and looked at Zhang He. "They want to lure us and Mr. Lehman into increasing our short positions under this rebound pressure. Once we've exhausted most of our short ammunition, they'll instantly push the price up and devour us in one bite. Squeeze the shorts." One of the bloodiest games in the capital markets. The air in the trading room instantly froze. Everyone's heart leapt into their throats. Even Carl Lehman on the other end of the line fell silent. "Zhang, the stock price has already rebounded by 2%. Lehman's voice came through again, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. "Should we step up our efforts to crush this momentum?" "Step up?" "Right on target." A cold smile, utterly incongruous with his age, curved the corners of Zhang He's mouth. "Playing a short squeeze with me? Li Zhenbang, you have the nerve to pull out these tired tricks that won't fool even the most naive investors in 20 years? He didn't even bother glancing at the screen, merely speaking in a calm voice, quiet, yet clear enough for every ear to catch. "Sun Wei." "Yes, young Master Zhang. Use 1/3 of our positions to play along with their charade." "What?" Sun Wei froze, thinking he'd misheard. "I said," Zhang He's gaze swept across the room, his expression calm enough to send chills down spines. "Pretend we've taken the bait. Follow them and increase our short positions. Mr. Lehman's side should execute simultaneously. Make it look like we're desperate, willing to crash the market at any cost. Let them believe the prey has walked into the trap." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Hong Kong's Central District, at the headquarters of Zhenbang Group. In the top floor office, cigar smoke swirled through the air. Li Zhenbang, clad in a bespoke suit, sipped a glass of 1982 Lafite while reclining comfortably in a leather sofa. Chapter 166, Surprise. Before him, a massive LCD screen displayed the real-time chart of Zhenbang Industries. Watching the K-line defy the downtrend in the steadily accumulating short positions below, Li Zhenbang's face broke into a smug smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Ha he ha." He burst into loud laughter, causing ripples to form in the red wine glass. "Fools. A bunch of utter fools." Pointing at the screen, he sneered at his confidant beside him, "That little bastard Zhang He, and that so-called Soros disciple. Who do they think they are? Trying to turn the tables on my turf? Play games with me? They're not even close." The aide immediately bowed and agreed, "Boss, your foresight is impeccable. These people are nothing but clowns." Poof. Li Zhenbang took a sip of red wine, his eyes turning cold and ruthless. "Notify Huachen to prepare the remaining ammunition. 10 minutes before market close, no more charades. Drive the prices down to the bone. I want them stripped bare, down to their underwear." "Yes, sir." Also, Li Zhenbang set down his glass and lit a cigar. "Notify our media contacts on Hong Kong Island. Release the news. Say Zhenbang Industries secured a 100 billion yuan infrastructure contract from the Guangdong provincial government. Additionally, the company is preparing a major strategic restructuring, introducing strategic investors with central state-owned enterprise backing." The confidant's eyes lit up. This is a game-changing fake news bombshell. Once it hits the market, it'll go wild. "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." "Hold on." Li Zhenbang called him back, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. He instructed our trading team to closely monitor the stop-loss orders of short sellers. "Execute precise strikes. I want to create a stampede. Make every short seller lose their entire stake. Finally, have Ghost and his team strike. I want to turn Heguang Capital's trading system into a pile of scrap metal at the most critical moment." Almost the very second Li Zhenbang issued the order. In the Heguang Capital trading room, a shrill alarm suddenly blared. Beep, beep, beep. The indicator light on a server in front of Li Xiang instantly shifted from green to a blinking red. Li Xiang yelped, leaping from his chair. "Someone's hitting our servers with a DDoS attack. Traffic's 300 times normal." Big Head yelled back, "Not just that. A Trojan is trying to breach our trading port. The firewall can't hold out much longer." "What?" Sun Wei's face drained of color. "This is ING cutting off the supply at the source. Once the trading system was breached or crippled, they'd be fish on the chopping block, helplessly watching the other side pump up the stock price while unable to even close their positions. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing money, it would be a margin call. Total wipeout. Don't panic." Just as everyone's nerves were frayed, Zhang He's calm voice rang out again. Li Xiang whipped his head around to find Zhang He staring back at him with unwavering composure. "Didn't you say you'd anticipated this move and prepared a surprise for them?" That single sentence instantly calmed Li Xiang. "Exactly. I hired that YY tech genius for a hefty sum. Hacking? Who's afraid of who? Damn it. Playing this game with me." The panic in Li Xiang's eyes instantly gave way to a frenzied fighting spirit. He slammed back into his chair, his fingers pounding the keyboard so fast they left trails of motion blur. "You want to hack my system? I'll hack yours first. Big Head. Cut the physical port. Activate Plan B. Switch to the backup line. Get me their IP addresses. Sun Wei. Get me the firewall code for the Vulture Fund. Their system architecture matches what I used on Wall Street. I know where the vulnerabilities lie. Sun Wei snapped into action, dashing to a computer as his hands blurred into phantoms. For a moment, the entire operations room fell silent except for the rapid tapping of keyboards and the heavy breathing of the team. Li Xiang's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils reflecting countless streams of rapidly scrolling code. Damn it! Think you can overwhelm me with traffic? You think I wasted my time in Silicon Valley? He roared. Big Head. Is the backup line for Plan B switched over yet? Done. Big Head's earnest face was drenched in sweat, yet his hands moved with rock-solid precision as he yanked the main server's network cable and slammed it into the backup physical port. The entire operations room's screens dimmed for an instant before blazing back to life. Sun Wei. The code! Li Xiang yelled. Coming! Sun Wei was drenched in sweat too. He sent Li Xiang a string of core firewall codes synchronized from Vulture Fund. Ha! This is it! Wall Street relics, I could dismantle them with my eyes closed. A wild gleam flashed in Li Xiang's eyes as his fingers flew across the keyboard, hammering out line after line of cryptic code into the terminal. Thousands of miles away, at a secret base somewhere on Hong Kong Island. The Ghost Team leader stared blankly at the abruptly interrupted data stream on the screen. What's going on? Did they disconnect? Before he could finish the thought, a server in front of him emitted a shrill, piercing beep. The screen instantly filled with a sea of blood-red code. Immediately, a massive skull rendered in ASCII art, grinning with mocking derision, filled the entire screen. Boss. Trouble. Our IP's been compromised. They've reverse-hacked our jump server. The supervisor's face drained of color. Before he could order the power cut, a line of defiant Chinese text appeared beneath the skull. You little bastards, go home and suck your daddy's milk. The alarms in the operations room abruptly fell silent. Li Xiang slumped heavily into his chair, exhaling a long breath. He looked like he'd been pulled from the water. Got it. He gave Zhang He a thumbs up, his voice hoarse. Yet as the digital battlefield smoke cleared, the financial war zone erupted with deafening artillery fire. Almost the very second the cyber attack was neutralized, Jinbang Industrial's stock price began an inexplicable vertical surge. 5. 8. 12. That white tick-charred line, at an angle approaching 90 degrees, defiantly shattered all technical indicator suppression and pierced through every bear's psychological defense line. In the lower right corner of the screen, the floating losses representing the short positions of He Guang Capital and Vulture Fund, that string of green numbers was now pulsing at a heart-stopping pace. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. Damn it! Over the encrypted line, Carl Lehman's magnetic voice vanished completely, replaced by a furious roar. Zhang, what the hell are they doing? Have they lost their minds? They're burning through cash. This is a suicide mission. Chapter 167, Weathering the Storm. We have to cut our losses. Now. Immediately. If we don't stop this, we're finished. Lehman's voice now carried an unmistakable edge of fear. No one paid attention to the roar on the other end of the line. Sun Wei's face had turned as white as paper. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his temples, landing on the desk with audible plops. His eyes were glued to the trading screen, lips trembling. He turned to Zhang He, his voice shaking. Mr. Zhang, something's wrong. The volume of funds is terrifying. This absolutely isn't just Li Jinbang's money. He's thrown every connection he could muster into this, maybe even underground moneylenders. Our leverage is way too high. The margin is almost depleted. At this rate, we'll get forced liquidated in 10 minutes max. Margin call. Those two words weighed like two mountains on the hearts of everyone in the trading room. Zhao Tianyu's face had gone deathly pale. Though he'd entrusted his entire fortune to Zhang He, witnessing the astronomical losses still clenched his heart in agony. His voice cracked as he spoke up. Young Master Zhang, should we close out some positions first? Better safe than sorry. Close part of the positions? Closing positions now would mean letting the blood already spilled go to waste and admitting defeat. Li Jinbang would pounce like a shark smelling blood, launching an even more ferocious assault to completely shred the remaining positions. Zhang He remained sunk into his oversized executive chair, his small frame resembling the only unyielding reef amidst this raging storm. He didn't glance at the screens or respond to Lehman's furious rant on the phone. Instead, he stared silently at Sun Wei and Zhao Tianyu, their faces drained of color. His gaze was eerily calm. He knew full well that Li Jinbang had lost his mind. This wasn't normal capital operation, it was a gambler, having lost every last chip, now staking his very life and entire fortune on the table. With this reckless gamble, he was betting that Zhang He, would be afraid, betting that Zhang He, would break down first. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Who's crazier? Me, a man who crawled back from hell, would I fear you, a pampered old fox? Stay calm. Zhang He finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the frenzied air. His gaze fixed on Sun Wei, piercingly sharp. Don't look at the spread, that's just for show. Sunway, calculate immediately, using the cash flow and collateral from every company under Li Jinbang's control, what's the absolute maximum funding he can leverage? I want a figure precise to the 100 million. He turned to Zhao Tianyu, contact Uncle Huo immediately. Tell him I need an urgent short-term loan whatever amount he can provide. Interest rate is irrelevant. Tell him I, Zhang He, owed him an enormous favor. We'll weather this. Once we survive his most ferocious assault, he'll be at our mercy. Zhang He's voice was unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority that reignited a glimmer of hope in the hearts of those on the brink of collapse. Sunway and Zhao Tianyu gritted their teeth and sprang into action. But stock prices wait for no one. On the screen, that white line continued its upward charge, leaving less than 3 price points before hitting the forced liquidation threshold on their accounts. That crimson warning line hung like a guillotine blade poised over their necks, cold, deadly, inescapable. A deathly silence fell over the trading room. Everyone held their breath, hearing only the frantic pounding of their own hearts. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Just one more tick. Sunway's palms were already bleeding from his fists clenched so tightly, while Zhao Tianyu's hand holding the phone shook so violently he could barely keep it steady. Just 1 second before the guillotine fell. Ring ring. Zhao Tianyu's phone rang out in the deathly silent room, sounding like nothing short of heavenly music. Zhao Tianyu fumbled to answer, nearly shouting into the receiver, "Hello, Uncle Hua." A single sentence came from the other end, and Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. He whipped his head around to face Zhang He, his voice trembling violently with excitement. "Young Master Zhang, Uncle Hua's money is here." The moment the words left his mouth, a massive buy order slammed into the short seller's orders on the trading board, forcibly halting the stock price's final plunge. The stock price halted just a hair's breadth away from the forced liquidation threshold. Phew! In the trading room, everyone slumped back into their chairs as if their bones had been pulled out, gasping for breath. Those few minutes had been more intense than everything they'd ever experienced combined. Yet the crisis was far from over. Li Jinbang's funds seemed inexhaustible, pouring relentlessly into the high-priced shares. They clashed with Uncle Hua's reinforcements and the remnants of Lehman Brothers' short positions in a brutal battle to the death. The stock price swung wildly back and forth, each fluctuation meaning tens of millions of dollars vanished into thin air. The battle had transformed from a lightning war into a bloody war of attrition. Both sides were fighting with bloodshot eyes. In this high-stakes game, there was no turning back. Whoever blinked first would die. Sunway's shirt was soaked through, clinging tightly to his back. He stared intently at the ticker line, frantically fluctuating within a narrow range, feeling as if his nerves were about to snap. This was a contest of willpower. Whoever cracked first would become the other's prey. Just then, bang! The door to the operations room was violently kicked open from the outside, and a striking yet slightly disheveled figure burst in. It was Wang Mani. Her usually immaculate makeup was now smudged, strands of hair clinging to her sweat-dampened temples. She clutched a laptop tightly to her chest. Though wearing high heels, she sprinted in with the intensity of a 100-meter dash. Her urgency caused her to stumble, nearly falling. "Mr. Zhang." Wang Mani's voice trembled, not from fear but from sheer excitement. She rushed to Zhang He's desk and slammed the laptop down. "I cracked it. That Shadow's encrypted communicator, I cracked it." At her words, all eyes snapped around, fixated on the small screen. Wang Mani's slender fingers danced across the touchpad, swiftly opening several windows filled with dense chat logs and transaction records. The orders came directly from Li Jinbang's personal secretary, using the Li family's internal code. I traced the funds all the way to an anonymous Swiss bank account. After stripping through several layers of offshore trusts, the ultimate beneficiary was Li Jinbang. Irrefutable proof. This wasn't just business rivalry, it was blatant attempted murder by hired hitman. Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! That Li Jinbang is a real bastard. Can't win fairly, so he resorts to murder? This isn't just capitalist ruthlessness, it's the madness of a desperate criminal. Chapter 168, The War of Capital. The moment Wang Mani finished speaking, the urgent ring of an old-school Nokia phone pierced the war room. It was the phone Zhang He had placed on the table, Li Jingqing's dedicated line. Zhang He pressed the answer button and activated speakerphone. "Xiao He." Li Jingqing's voice carried uncontrollable anger and exhaustion. "That Shadow confessed everything. We traced his social connections and entry records, linking him to a Hong Kong company called Huachen Security. Behind that company is Li Jinbang's loyal henchman. We've secured the employment contract and transfer records. The chain of evidence is completely locked down. The final nail in the coffin. One piece of evidence directly links him to the assassination attempt. The other, the mastermind behind the financial sabotage." 2 razor-sharp blades were simultaneously placed in Zhang He's hands. In the war room, everyone held their breath, watching the 7-year-old child sunk into the executive chair. They knew the decisive moment had arrived. Zhang He hung up the phone. From his small frame emanated a chilling, heart-stopping murderous intent. His eyes, which should have been innocent and pure, now held only a deep, icy pool reflecting the image of Li Jinbang's impending ruin. "Now, Manny." Wang Manny immediately stood at attention. Yes, ma'am. Send everything we have evidence of hiring hitmen, proof of stock manipulation anonymously to the SEC, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the financial sections of all major domestic media outlets, and the news headlines. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang He's mouth. The headline will read, Capital Shark Lijianbong, Hired Killers, Desperate Last Stand. I'll make sure everyone sees how this wolf in sheep's clothing tears off its disguise. Wang Manny's eyes lit up with a terrifying intensity as she nodded firmly, understood. Sun Wei. Zhang He's gaze shifted to Sun Wei, who was nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Yes. Sun Wei snapped to attention, forcing himself to stay alert. Close out all our short positions. What? Sun Wei and Zhao Tianyu froze simultaneously. Close positions? Closing them now wouldn't cripple them, but it would mean all their previous losses were for nothing. Yet Zhang He's next words made them doubt their own ears. Then, using every last cent we have including Uncle Hua's money buy call options on Jinbang Industries. Buy every single one available. He's lost his mind. This is absolutely insane. Those two words echoed in everyone's mind. After shorting for so long, pushing the other side to the brink, now we're supposed to flip and go long? What's the difference between that and firing on our own positions? Zhang He offered no explanation. He simply picked up the encrypted phone. Carl, the final feast has begun. His voice was calm and confident. You have 1 minute to consider. Close your short positions and follow me into the long side. If you want to recoup your losses with interest and then some, do as I say. A full 10 seconds of silence hung heavy on the line before Carl Lehman's hoarse yet resolute voice cut through the air. Zhang, you devil, I'll take your bet. Execute. At Zhang's command, the entire trading floor sprang into action with near frenetic speed. Sun Wei and Shen Ming's fingers danced across keyboards like phantoms, unleashing a torrent of massive short covering orders into the market. Instantly, an even greater wave of buy orders flooded the options pool. On Wang Manny's end, dozens of emails containing damning evidence flew through countless anonymous overseas servers, landing in the inboxes of major institutions and media outlets. Hong Kong Island, Jinbang Group headquarters. Li Jinbang held a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, a smug grin of certainty on his face. On the screen, bulls and bears continued their fierce battle, but he had already committed all his resources, even deploying the most shadowy underground funds. He refused to believe that Greenhorn could outlast him. Just then, his chief secretary scrambled into the room, pale as a ghost, clutching a trembling phone. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Something's happened. Something terrible. What's the panic about? Li Jinbang frowned, deeply annoyed. You see for yourself. The secretary handed over the phone with a mournful expression. One glance was all it took. The coffee cup in Li Jinbang's hand crashed to the floor with a clatter, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Sohu Finance headline screamed in blood red, bold font, shocking scandal. Jinbang Industrial Chairman Li Jinbang suspected of hiring hitmen, maliciously manipulating the market. Includes call recordings and transfer evidence. Boom! Li Jinbang's mind went completely blank. How could this be? How could that evidence have leaked? Before he could process it, over a dozen phones on his desk erupted simultaneously, ringing frantically. Calls from the Securities Regulatory Commission, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and every major partner bank, each one a death knell. Meanwhile, on the stock market, the true apocalypse had descended upon Jinbang Industries. The scandal spread faster than a virus. After a momentary pause, the stock price began an avalanche-like flash crash. That white intraday line plunged vertically into the abyss with unstoppable force. 10, 20, 30. The Li family and Huachin Group funds, which had been desperately propping up the stock earlier, were like a tiny boat facing a tsunami swallowed whole in an instant without even raising a ripple. Panic selling erupted in a relentless torrent. We're wiped out. Chairman Li. We've blown our positions. The bank's forced liquidation orders hit. We're done for. The trader's wails became the last sound echoing in Li Jinbang's ears. He slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the stock price on the screen plummeting like a dead dog as if all his vitality had been drained away. At the same moment, in the Heguang Capital trading room. On the screen, the figures representing their bull call option profits were skyrocketing at an unbelievable speed. 100 million. 500 million. 100 million. The blood they had bled earlier was now transforming into the sweetest nectar, surging back tenfold, 100-fold. Through the encrypted phone, Carl Lehman's voice came through like a dream. My God, Zhang, you're not a devil, you're a god. By following Zhang He, he not only recovered all his losses but also made the most insane profit of his entire career. In this battle, he conceded defeat with complete conviction and surrendered with utter admiration. Zhang He remained silent. He simply stared silently at the K-line chart on the screen, which signified the complete collapse of the Li family's business empire, remaining speechless for a long time. This time, he truly understood what a war of capital felt like. There was no smoke of gunpowder here, yet it was bloodier and more brutal than any battlefield. One misstep meant eternal ruin. Chapter 169, The Fall of the Li Family. Gulp. Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The sound echoed distinctly in the battle room, where you could hear a pin drop. Slowly, inch by inch, he shifted his stiff neck to look at Sunway beside him. Sunway's face was deathly pale, yet his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity, fixed on the final profit figure frozen on the screen. We won? Sunway's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with an unreal daze. He wasn't asking Zhao Tianyu nor anyone else, it was as if he were asking himself. We won? Just like that? A capital tycoon who'd entrenched himself in Hong Kong Island for decades, with deep roots and connections reaching everywhere, had we really brought him down like that, in a single day? Is this a movie? We won. Zhao Tianyu's response was a roar of rage, suppressed to the absolute limit before erupting violently. He grabbed a mineral water bottle from the table, no one knew whose it was, down half its contents in one gulp, then slammed it hard onto the floor. We won. We won. That roar instantly ignited the entire operations room. Oh. We won. We won. That old dog Li Jinbang is finished. Mengzi leapt to his feet, hugging Big Head beside him. The two burly men, each over 6 feet tall, wept and laughed like fools. Chen Ming and Li Xiang, usually sharp-suited financial elites, had completely shed their professional facades. They loosened their ties, unbuttoned their shirts, and pounded each other's shoulders hard, their eyes red-rimmed. We've survived. Only those who lived through this life or death struggle, where every order could mean the difference between life and ruin, where the funding chain could snap at any moment, could truly grasp how precious this victory felt. Champagne! Damn it! Where's my champagne? Zhao Tianyu charged toward the lounge like a madman. Moments later, he burst out clutching a bottle of Ace of Spades. With a thunderous pop, golden liquid mixed with foam erupted, drenching everyone from head to toe. The icy liquid ignited the hottest of emotions. The entire operations room transformed into a sea of celebration. Everyone was immersed in the ecstasy of victory, except Zhang He, who remained seated quietly in the massive executive chair. His small frame stood out starkly against the surrounding revelry. His gaze fixed on the K-line chart, now reduced to a lifeless line on the screen, his eyes grew deep and unfathomable. What goes around comes around. Li Jinbang, your retribution has only just begun. While Li Guang Capital's champagne bubbles still danced in the air, the top-floor office of Jinbang Group was now filled only with the relentless ringing of doomed phone calls. Li Jinbang stared intently at the screen. That vertical downward line of the tick chart pierced his heart like a dagger. He felt as though a boulder had crushed his chest, each breath tearing through him with agonizing pain. A metallic taste, sweet and bloody, surged uncontrollably up his throat. He tried to suppress it. He couldn't collapse. But just then, Li Jinbang's pupils suddenly contracted. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth, staining the massive LCD screen before him a startling crimson. Through the crimson haze, he thought he saw Zhang He's youthful yet icy face. You little bastard! That was his final thought. Then, darkness engulfed his vision. His body fell straight backward from the chair, unconscious. At the exact moment Li Jinbang collapsed, in a heavily guarded office somewhere in the metropolis, a document was stamped with a heavy red seal. Lin Jiangwo, vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, wore a stony expression. Neatly arranged on the desk before him lay several documents. Each one was potent enough to trigger a magnitude 12 earthquake in the capital markets. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and signed his name in bold strokes. Notice of investigation into Jinbang Industrial 0886.HK and its chairman Li Jinbang for suspected market manipulation, insider trading, and related offenses. Decision on imposing a lifetime ban from the securities market on Li Jinbang. After signing, he set down the pen and notified Hong Kong Island to execute immediately. Freeze all assets in Li Jinbang's accounts and all associated accounts. Not a single penny is to be allowed to leave. Yes. The force of official documents moves faster than bullets. Less than half an hour after the order was issued, sirens blared outside the Li family's hillside mansion in Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island. Over a dozen police vehicles surrounded the mansion, a symbol of wealth and status, completely, leaving no room to breathe. Outside, dozens of creditors and shareholders who had heard the news gathered, their shouts and cries of anger and despair filling the air. Li Jinbang! Give us back our hard-earned money! Open the door! I know you're inside! Under the glare of countless camera flashes, several expressionless police officers stepped forward. They affixed a white court seizure seal with black characters like a death warrant, severing all the Li family's glory firmly onto the priceless rosewood front door. The white seal with black characters seemed like a death warrant, severing all traces of the Li family's former glory. Meanwhile, in a premium ward at Jiulong Hospital, Li Jinbang slowly regained consciousness. What met his eyes were not the anxious faces of his family, but two stern-faced officers in uniform. Snow-white walls, the scent of disinfectant, and the cold metal of handcuffs around his wrists, the other end chained to the bedrail. It's over. Those two words echoed relentlessly in Li Jinbang's mind. The days that followed felt like a prolonged earthquake for the entire business world. Li Jinbang's crimes were unearthed one by one. Malicious market manipulation, attempted murder by hired hitman, embezzlement, and unexplained sources of substantial wealth, all charges compounded. In the courtroom, the once dominant financial titan had turned white overnight, looking as frail and aged as an ordinary old man nearing the end of his life. Finally, the judge's gavel fell. The defendant Li Jinban was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life. With his downfall, the vast Jinban industrial group was swiftly liquidated, auctioned off, and dismantled. The once prized assets of the Li family were devoured by a pack of hungry wolves. An era came to an end. Stanley Prison, Common Activity Room. The television broadcast the news that had sent shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. The Li family is finished. I heard Li Jinban got life imprisonment. He'll never see the outside again. Lisha stood motionless before the television, tray in hand, listening to the murmurs of fellow inmates. He seemed utterly drained of life. Finished? How could it be over? My father is Li Jinban, the king of Hong Kong Island. How could he lose? He refused to believe it. Until the news footage showed his father being escorted by bailiffs into the prison van. The once mighty man who seemed invincible in his eyes now wore prison garb, shackled, hunched over, his eyes vacant, a mere walking corpse. Chapter 170, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Boom! Lisha's entire world crumbled to pieces. The images before his eyes began to distort, and the sounds around him grew shrill and piercing. He seemed to see Zhang He again, those terrifyingly calm eyes staring back. It's you! It's you! It's all your fault, you little bastard! Lisha suddenly let out a scream that wasn't quite human, hurling the tray in his hands at the television. Then, like a madman, he charged forward, clawing and scratching at his father's face on the screen. Dad! Dad! Wake up! Wake up! They're all dead! They're all dead! He alternated between maniacal laughter and wailing sobs until several prison guards pinned him to the floor. Even then, he continued cursing and snarling. This once arrogant heir to a wealthy family had completely lost his mind at the moment he witnessed the collapse of his family's empire. The Li family's empire, from its collapse to being forgotten, often took only the blink of an eye. And Higuan capital was that very wind. Sun Wei adjusted his glasses, which had nearly slid down to his nose. He approached Zhang He, his voice trembling with both excitement and exhaustion. Mr. Zhang, the final profit figures are in. Every pair of ears perked up instantly. Zhang He slumped in his oversized executive chair, his small frame nearly sinking into it. He didn't turn around, merely uttering a faint MHM. Sun Wei took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength to deliver the figure that could stop any heart. After deducting all costs, interest, and the fees for our emergency loans, our net profit is 37,600 million. The tension in the war room, which had just begun to ease, instantly froze solid. You could hear a pin drop. 37,600 million? Zhao Tianyu had just lit a cigar when the figure reached him. His hand trembled, sending the expensive Cuban cigar crashing onto the carpet, scorching a small hole. Holy! My father worked his ass off for half his life in manufacturing, and his entire net worth probably doesn't even cover the change from that figure. Zhang Xiao made over 30 billion in a single day? This isn't making money, it's like running a nuclear-powered money printing machine. Mengzi and Dai Tu, the two dimwits, gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape for ages. They understood they'd won big, that they'd made a fortune, but their grasp of money was still stuck at the hundreds of thousands or millions level. The concept of billions was as distant to them as the stars in the sky. They knew it existed, but it was utterly beyond their grasp. Even Chen Ming and Li Xiang, the formerly trained financial elites, stood frozen in place, breath forgotten. They had witnessed capital miracles on Wall Street and in Luji Azui. But those miracles were built on massive capital reserves and complex financial models. For someone like Zhang He to employ such intricate leverage, to dismantle a group with 100 billion yuan market cap in a single day, executing a textbook perfect predatory takeover and ultimately walking away with billions in profits. This was no longer mere operation. It was art. It was magic. What are you all standing around for? Zhang He finally turned around, his deep, age-defying eyes sweeping over every person present. The revelry was over. Now it was time to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Chen Ming, he called out. Yes, boss. Chen Ming snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight. Contact the liquidation team in Hong Kong immediately. I want the properties owned by Jinbang Industrial and Repulse Bay in Central, plus that logistics warehouse they've stockpiled in the new territories. Tell them I'll pay in cash in one lump sum. Zhang Yi's tone was as calm as if he were haggling over vegetables at the market. Push the price down as hard as you can. The Li family had fallen, and there were plenty of hungry wolves eager to feast on the carcass. But only we could produce that much cash in one go. Whoa! Those presents sucked in another sharp breath. If earlier they had been stunned by the staggering profits, now they were utterly shocked by Zhang He's ruthless tactics, so meticulous he wouldn't leave a single bone fragment behind. While others were still celebrating their victory, he was already calculating how to dismantle the most valuable assets of his defeated enemy piece by piece at the lowest possible cost, stuffing them into his own pockets. This was truly devouring his prey without leaving a single bone behind. Zhao Tianyu stared at Zhang He's youthful face, a single thought occupying his mind. Thank God I'm his friend. If I were his enemy, I'd probably die without even knowing how. Before the list of Higuan capital spoils was even complete, an encrypted call from Hong Kong came through. Wang Manny answered it. After hearing just one sentence, her expression turned grave. She immediately handed the phone to Zhang He. Young Master Zhang, it's Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua. On Hong Kong Island, the only person worthy of the reverential title Uncle Hua was that legendary figure whose every move sent shockwaves through the entire business world. Zhang He took the phone, his tone carrying just the right measure of respect. Uncle Hua, hello. A hearty, resonant laugh filled the line, thick with a Hong Kong Cantonese accent. Youngster from the Zhang family, you're truly formidable. Ah he, that move of yours was brilliantly executed. Uncle Hua, you flatter me. If it weren't for you stepping in and securing the channels with HSBC and BOC, I'd have been completely out of options. Zhang He refused to take credit. He knew full well that without Uncle Hua's lifeline of funding, Li Zhenbong's war of attrition would have bled him dry. Ah, it was no trouble at all. Uncle Hua's voice brimmed with admiration. I like you not because you're ruthless or rake in big profits. It's because you're methodical in your approach, decisive in your moves, yet never cross the line. That good-for-nothing Li Zhenfen was never any good from the start, and these past years he's only gotten more reckless. You're cleaning up Hong Kong's back alleys, of course I'd lend a hand. Uncle Hua paused, his tone turning more serious. Ah he, this kid of mine, Hua, take you under my wing. From now on, if anything in Hong Kong Island needs sorting out, just say the word. This was no mere formality. It was a promise from one of Hong Kong Island's most powerful families. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Zhang He accepted with neither humility nor arrogance. After hanging up, the gaze of those in the operations room shifted from reverence to something bordering on pilgrimage. To have Uncle Hua say those words personally carried more weight than earning 30 billion. But before the news could sink in, another call came through. It was Carl Lehman. His voice trembled with near devotion over the line. I offer my most sincere apologies for my previous ignorance and arrogance. Your wisdom, your power, you are nothing short of God himself. To follow you in completing this deal is the greatest honor of my life, Carl Lehman. Chapter 171, just the beginning. This Wall Street wolf, Soros's protege, now humbled himself like a novice entering the field. He was utterly defeated. Zhao Tianyu curled his lip. Damn it, this foreigner's brown-nosing skills are sharper than mine. Mr. Lehman, Zhang He's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. You should be grateful you made the right choice. Yes. Yes. It was the most correct choice of my life. Carl hurriedly replied. Zhang, the Vulture Fund hopes to become the most loyal overseas partner of Higuan Capital. Your will is our guiding compass. Whatever you wish to accomplish, we are willing to be the sharpest blade in your hand. He was pledging his loyalty. He was tying the entire Vulture Fund to Zhang He's chariot. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Zhang He's response. Becoming a partner of Vulture Fund meant gaining a beast capable of stirring up the overseas capital markets. Yet Zhang He merely tapped the tabletop lightly and uttered a few words calmly. Partnership is negotiable. But, Lehman, he paused, his clear voice carrying across the ocean to Carl Lehman's ears. You must remember, at my table, you play by my rules. Dead silence hung on the other end of the line. Ryman felt the blood freeze in his veins. Zhang He's words, spoken with such apparent ease, carried more weight than when Soros had once lambasted him mercilessly. This was not a threat. It was a statement of fact. Yes. Of course. His voice suddenly boomed with an almost frenzied obsequiousness. Your rules will become Wall Street's ironclad laws. Mr. Zhang, I know, the entire Vulture Fund will be your most loyal defenders. Face? Dignity? What are those? Can they buy the extra zeros in today's account balance? Clearly not. To profit alongside God? Forget following rules, he'd gladly fly to the Magic City right now, kneel down, and polish this Chinese youth's shoes. Zhang He said nothing more and hung up the phone. The busy tone, to Lehman, sounded like the sacred music of heaven. He had been accepted. He had bet correctly. After hanging up, Zhang He casually tossed the black encrypted phone onto the desk with a soft thud. In the operations room, the lingering excitement of the celebration still hung in the air. The sweet, cloying scent of champagne mingled with sweat and adrenaline, creating an oddly intoxicating atmosphere. All eyes instinctively focused on the small figure. The drunken haze on Zhao Tianyu's face instantly cleared by half. Sunwei unconsciously pushed his glasses up, his gaze behind the lenses intensely complex. They had all heard it. Whether it was Uncle Hua's earlier promise, heavy as a mountain, or Carl Lehman's almost pilgrimage-like surrender moments ago. This 7-year-old child, in a single day, had not only dismantled a $100 billion business empire but also effortlessly won over both the local kingpin of Hong Kong Island and the Wall Street titan. This clearly exceeded the bounds of their comprehension. Yet at the very center of it all, Zhang He's face showed not a trace of joy. He sat quietly in the oversized executive chair that seemed mismatched to his frame, his deep eyes piercing through the immediate scene as if gazing upon a distant place beyond anyone's reach. It was a profound calm, so still it made one uneasy. Defeating Li Zhenbong meant as little to him as stepping on an ant outside his door. It didn't even merit a single flutter of his heart. Wang Mani was the first to break free from this eerie atmosphere. She walked over to Zhang He in her high heels and turned her laptop toward him, displaying the freshly compiled public sentiment monitoring report. Young Master Zhang. Her voice snapped everyone back to reality. Outside, the situation had completely exploded. Every media outlet's front page was dominated by the news of Li Jinbang's downfall and the collapse of Jinbang Industries. The entire financial circle of Hong Kong Island was buzzing with the story. She paused, pointing to a data curve on the screen. Regarding our information, there are scattered speculations online, and the name Guang Capital has been mentioned in some small investment circles. But since all our operations were conducted through overseas accounts and channels of the Vulture Fund, they have no direct evidence linking us to this incident. Mainstream discourse has largely focused on Li Jinbang hiring hitmen, reaping what he sowed, and the massive financial black hole within Jinbang Industrial. This was precisely the outcome Zhang He desired. Hidden behind the scenes, delivering a fatal blow. Very good. Zhang He's gaze swept across the screen as he continued monitoring. If any media attempts to dig deeper into us, ignore them completely. Do not respond in any way. Understood. Additionally, have your team shift focus and steer public opinion. Zhang He's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Direct the fire toward Hong Kong's financial regulators. Wang Mani froze for a moment. Have them discuss why a massive cancer like Jinbang Industries could operate on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange for so many years. Are there significant loopholes in their regulatory system? Why does it always take retail investors losing their life savings before anyone steps in to clean up the mess? Wang Mani's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant! Brilliant! This diversionary tactic not only absolved Guang Capital of all blame but also left regulators overwhelmed and too busy to investigate small fry like them. On a deeper level, it undermines market confidence in Hong Kong's financial environment. This kid, he's got a dark heart. I see. Wang Mani gave a charming smile, thoroughly impressed. One more thing. Zhang He's gaze suddenly sharpened. Keep a close eye on all recent cross-border capital flows in and out of Hong Kong, especially any unusual anonymous funds. This time, the scale is too large. We must prepare in advance. Roger that. Wang Mani nodded firmly, then turned immediately to assign the task. The operations room fell silent once more. All eyes were on Zhang He, awaiting his final instructions. Zhang He slowly rose from his chair, facing the first team he had personally assembled. His voice was soft, yet every ear heard it clearly. Li Jinbang is dead. But for us, this is only the beginning. Everyone held their breath. Zhang He's gaze swept across each face in turn. Today, we made 37 billion. We seized the Li family's most crucial land and assets at minimal cost. Sounds like a lot, right? Chapter 172, The Old Relic. Zhao Tianyu nodded instinctively. It's not just a lot, it's more than that. This is faster than robbing a bank. But in my view, this is nothing. Zhang He shook his head, his small face bearing a gravitas completely out of step with his age. This money, these assets, are merely our first decent stack of chips, the first proper pile we finally managed to accumulate. Chips? 37 billion, just a bargaining chip? Sun Wei felt his worldview shatter and reassemble, over and over. The real game wasn't being played in Shanghai or Hong Kong. Zhang He extended a finger, pointing eastward. It was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, Wall Street. The word sent a buzzing sensation through everyone's minds. Wall Street. That sacred ground and slaughterhouse that sends shivers down the spines of every financial professional worldwide. They were going there? Do you really think our esports industrial park is just about collecting admission fees and hosting tournaments? A hint of mockery crept into Zhang He's voice. No. That's not the end, it's our beginning. There, we will gather the era's most brilliant minds, the most cutting-edge technology, and the most substantial capital. In the future, we will use this platform to export our culture, technology, and influence to the entire world. I will make sure young people everywhere play our games, use our software, and follow our esports stars. I will make Guang a standard. Sun Wei's breathing had completely ceased. His mind went blank. He thought he had joined an investment firm with limitless potential. But after all this time, the boss's goal is to conquer the world? Chen Ming and Li Xiang, two former industry elites who had once stood at the pinnacle of their field, now wore looks of utter disbelief. Their former dreams had been modest, to become fund managers or technical directors, achieving financial freedom. But this 7-year-old boy was painting a picture so vast it stretched beyond the limits of their imagination. Mengzi and Dai Tu were completely baffled, but they caught the last line. Make the whole world use their stuff. Damn, that's awesome. Two flames instantly ignited in their eyes. Zhao Tianyu twisted his thigh hard, wincing at the pain. His mind was now a complete mess. What was going on? Winning should mean popping champagne, hooking up with models, buying luxury cars, and enjoying life, right? Why, with young Master Zhang, did winning one battle only mean fighting an even bigger one? He felt like he'd reached the pinnacle of life after his victory. But Zhang Xiao won, and it felt like he'd just finished the beginner's quests in the starting village. Now it was time to leave town and take on the real boss? What the hell? Who the hell is abnormal here? Days later, at the Magic City Government's Esports Industrial Park Project Advancement meeting. The long conference table gleamed, its surface adorned with rows of white enamel teacups bearing the national emblem, each filled with steeping tea leaves. Deputy Mayor Zhou sat at the head of the table, his face adorned with his usual gentle smile. To his left, a small child sat quietly in a chair, feet dangling a good distance above the floor. That was Zhang He. Behind him, Lin Wei and Chen Ming stood like two door gods, their expressions solemn. Across from them sat the heads of various departments: development and reform, industry and commerce, taxation, each sitting upright with notebooks in hand, expressions solemn. At the far end of the officials' table sat several local business representatives. Among them, an elderly man wearing a dark Chinese-style double-breasted jacket stood out. He appeared to be in his 60s, his hair combed meticulously. Slowly, he rolled two glossy walnuts between his fingers, their smooth surfaces clacking softly against each other. Tianyuan Group, Zhang Tianyuan. His cloudy eyes occasionally glanced at Zhang He, his gaze carrying a hint of contempt, as if looking at an unruly child. The meeting commenced. Vice Mayor Zhou cleared his throat, leaning forward slightly with his hands folded on the table. Comrades, fellow entrepreneurs, we gather today to advance our city's key support project, the Guangdian East Sports Industrial Park. This project is not merely about erecting a few buildings or attracting a handful of internet cafes. Its core lies in innovation. It lies in the future. It holds critical strategic significance for our metropolis in forging a new urban identity and attracting young talent from across the nation and the world. Deputy Mayor Zhou spoke with conviction, his gaze sweeping the room with authority. The conference room fell silent, broken only by the soft scratching of pens on paper. Suddenly, the clatter of walnuts shattered the solemn silence. Zhang Tianyuan set down the walnut in his hand and spoke slowly, his voice low but tinged with sarcasm. Mayor Zhou, innovation is commendable. We old-timers wholeheartedly support it. He began with a compliment, but his tone shifted abruptly. But staking billions of dollars and the city's best policies on a bunch of kids who do nothing but play video games all day, isn't that a bit frivolous? We built our careers in the real economy brick by brick, stitch by stitch. These are tangible things. This intangible game, we just don't get it. The air in the conference room instantly froze. All eyes instinctively turned to Zhang Tianyuan and Vice Mayor Zhou. This was a direct challenge in public. Zhang Tianyuan seemed oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. He paused, his cloudy gaze finally settling unabashedly on the small figure. Besides, how could such a massive project be led by a child? Boom! The words exploded in everyone's ears. Deputy Mayor Zhou's smile instantly froze. He felt his cheeks burning, as if he'd been publicly slapped. Zhang Tianyuan's words cut to the bone. Not only did he question the project's viability, but he also challenged Zhou's own judgment and decision-making abilities. A mere child's game had reduced his impassioned speech to a laughingstock. He wanted to retort, but the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't find a place to begin. What was the point of discussing internet thinking or future trends with an old-school businessman like Zhang Tianyuan? It was like playing the violin to a cow. For a moment, Vice Mayor Zhou was rendered speechless, his weathered face flushing crimson. Damn it! This stubborn old fool! Lin Wei's eyes instantly turned cold, and the fingers resting on her knees curled involuntarily. Chen Ming's brow furrowed as a surge of anger welled up inside him. An old fossil who only knows how to guard his own little patch of land. What gives him the right to criticize the boss's project? What the hell does he know about the future? Chapter 173, If you don't understand, it's not your fault. A deathly silence fell over the entire conference room. All eyes darted between Vice Mayor Zhou, Zhang Tianyuan, and the boy who had remained silent throughout. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Yet Zhang He, the very center of the storm, seemed utterly detached. He didn't even glance at Zhang Tianyuan. From the start of the meeting, his fingers had been tapping beneath the table, rhythmically and steadily against his knee. 1, 2, 3. As if calculating something. Only now did he slowly lift his head, meeting the gaze of the elderly man with the walnut-sized bun for the first time. His expression was calm, detached, even tinged with the amused scrutiny of an adult observing a child. Zhang Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Something was off about this kid's eyes. How could anyone look at him like that? A barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of Zhang He's mouth. His childish voice rang clear in the conference room. Mr. Jiang was right, things you couldn't understand really did seem like child's play. He actually agreed with Zhang Tianyuan first. Deputy Mayor Zhou's heart skipped a beat. What was this child up to? Zhang Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment, then his lips curled into an even wider smirk as he rolled the walnut in his hand faster. Good for you for knowing your place. Yet Zhang He's next words sent everyone's hearts leaping into their throats. So today, I've brought something along. I'd like to invite all the leaders and seniors here to decipher it. After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone, merely giving Chen Ming behind him a meaningful glance. Chen Ming immediately understood. He had been waiting impatiently and with a light tap on his laptop's touchpad. From behind the screen on one side of the conference room, the projector emitted a faint hum as a beam of light illuminated the snow-white screen. PPT. The officials present instinctively sat up straighter. On the screen, the first slide displayed a strikingly bright red growth curve. The title, in bold black type, read, Global Esports Audience Size and Forecast 1999-2006. Each subsequent figure felt like a sledgehammer striking the audience's hearts. 1999, 5 million global viewers. In 2000, 12 million. Projections indicate next year will surpass 30 million. And this was only the first page. Chen Ming's fingers swiped again, flipping the page. Esports Peripheral Industry Scale Forecast. Analysis of Professional Club Commercial Value. Profit Models for Tournament IP and Live Streaming Rights. Page after page, data, charts, and logical chains laid out with terrifying clarity. From the top-tier event organization, through the mid-level distribution of live streaming rights and commercial club operations, down to the foundational player training and game merchandise development. A complete business ecosystem so meticulously designed it was almost sickening, a blueprint for an industrial empire so vast it was terrifying. It all lay laid bare before these officials and old-school businessmen. The conference room fell silent, punctuated only by the sound of gasps. Everyone was stunned by this PowerPoint presentation. This is something a 7-year-old could make? What kind of international joke is this? Forget a 7-year-old, even their city's top think tank would need at least 10 days, maybe even half a month, to produce such a detailed and forward-thinking report on this topic. Deputy Mayor Zhou stared at the content on the screen, his breathing becoming slightly labored. He knew Zhang He was capable, but he never imagined his abilities had reached such extraordinary heights. This wasn't just a project proposal, it was nothing short of a Bible for the esports industry's development over the next decade. He had bet right. Zhang Tianyuan's hand, which had been rolling a walnut, had stopped at some point. His gaze locked onto the screen, and for the first time, his cloudy old eyes revealed shock and a hint of panic he couldn't hide. But he refused to admit defeat. He snorted heavily, his voice dry. All flash and no substance. All that fancy talk, and it's still just kids playing games? Zhang He finally rose from his chair at these words. He looked at Zhang Tianyuan, his expression calm. Mr. Jiang, do you consider gaming child's play? He paused, scanning the entire room. How about experiencing it firsthand? Zhang Tianyuan stiffened his neck, his face brimming with disdain. I'll see what tricks you can pull. Zhang He said nothing more, only glancing once more toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming clicked the mouse again. The PowerPoint presentation vanished instantly from the projection screen, plunging the image into darkness. The next second, explosive heavy metal music blasted from the speakers, accompanied by the roar of fire in the hole. The screen lit up, and every pair of eyes widened in shock. It was a world they had never seen before. First-person perspective. On the screen, the cold barrel of a sniper rifle shook violently as the camera moved. Run, jump, stop abruptly. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed as a kill notification popped up in the top right corner of the screen. The commentator's passionate voice booms in sync. Headshot. Veteran pulls off a flawless instant snipe. Takes out the enemy's breacher. The scene shifts, revealing an AK-47 centered on the screen. Rat-a-tat-tat. Tons of fire erupted, spent shells flying everywhere. The commentator's voice rose to a shrill scream. Madman's controlled burst fire. 1 shot, 3 kills. Holy crap. He wiped out the entire B site. Smoke grenades blocking paths, flashbangs disrupting positions, seamless tactical coordination, millisecond precise execution. All of this, delivered through an intensely immersive first-person perspective, slammed into the minds of every person in the conference room. The officials present stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape for what felt like an eternity. The young secretaries, who had been serving tea and water, watched with eyes aglow, their fists clenching unconsciously. Thrilling. So thrilling. The video ended, the screen freezing on the 4 bold characters, Yuan Squadron. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Zhang He's voice slowly cut through the silence, measured and deliberate, yet each word cut like a knife. Mr. Jiang, the old era relied on land and steel concrete structures. He extended a small finger, pointing first to his own head. The future era relies on this. Then his finger shifted toward the screen that had just gone dark. And here. The ability to capture attention, create culture, and lead trends that is the hard currency of the future. Finally, he looked at Zhang Tianyuan, whose face had long since turned deathly pale, his tone as calm as if stating a simple fact. General Manager Jiang couldn't make sense of it. It's not your fault. Those last 3 words, spoken lightly, landed like 3 resounding slaps, stinging Zhang Tianyuan's face. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on this standoff between grandfather and grandson. One was a veteran who had dominated Shanghai's business world for decades. The other was a 7-year-old child, still wet behind the ears, whose feet barely touched the floor when seated. Yet now, the disparity in their presence was starkly evident. Chapter 174, Zhang Tianyuan's Calculations. Zhang Tianyuan suddenly sprang up from his chair, his well-preserved face flushing a liver like crimson. The two walnut carvings in his hand clattered to the floor, rolling far away. His fingers trembled violently with rage, nearly poking Zhang He's nose. You insolent brat! You don't know your place. What do you know about business? What do you know about respect? I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. Is this how your parents taught you to speak to elders? Yet, faced with his roar, Zhang He didn't even lift an eyelid. Mr. Zhang, times have changed. In the past, you may indeed have crossed many bridges. But the future is a brand new highway. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As for respect, he paused, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The market only respects those who can see the future and seize it. Not those who cling to outdated calendars and flaunt their age. Zhang Tianyuan was rendered speechless, his chest heaving violently as if he might pass out. Deputy Mayor Zhou frowned deeply. The other officials present all looked awkward. The meeting couldn't continue like this. Just then, Lin Wei, who had been quietly seated in the back row, stood up. Leaders, Mr. Zhang, I'd like to add one point. What Zhang He demonstrated earlier highlights the immense commercial potential of the emerging esports industry. However, any new phenomenon inevitably faces challenges during its early development phase. Her gaze swept across the room, radiating a compelling air of professionalism. This is especially true given the large number of young people involved. How to properly guide them, prevent gaming addiction, and avoid neglecting their studies, these are the issues that require the government's focused attention and resolution. Our Securities Regulatory Commission has recently been studying related topics. We believe that channeling is more effective than blocking. Rather than treating it as a monster to be feared, we should proactively embrace it by establishing comprehensive industry regulations, player registration systems, anti-addiction mechanisms, and an esports education system for youth. Transforming it from a gray area pastime into a regulated, sunlit sport that can bring glory to our nation. This approach not only generates significant economic value but also forges a fresh cultural identity for our cities, one that resonates with the youth. His words were well reasoned and resonated powerfully. The eyes of several conservative officials who had previously harbored doubts about gaming lit up instantly. Exactly. This is exactly what the government should be doing. Lin Wei's words not only saved them from a difficult position but instantly elevated this project to the level of urban strategy and youth education. A flicker of approval passed through Vice Mayor Zhou's eyes. He cleared his throat and tapped his pen firmly on the table twice. The room fell instantly silent. Comrade Lin Wei has made an excellent point. Heguang Capital's plan is visionary, data-rich, and logically sound. I find it quite impressive. This project has been approved in principle by our city government. Departments of Development and Reform, Industry and Commerce, and Taxation immediately after this meeting established dedicated task forces to fully support Heguang Capital in implementing these policies. The East Sports Industrial Park will proceed with Heguang Capital as the primary lead and investor, commencing operations immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Mayor Zhou was the first to break into applause. Clap. The conference room erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone stood up, applauding wholeheartedly for this new venture about to take shape. Only Zhang Tianyuan. He remained frozen in place, his face turning ashen, then flushing crimson. The surrounding applause pierced him like needles, leaving him utterly humiliated. Finally, he managed to clap twice, his movements stiff and the sound hollow. After the meeting adjourned, the crowd gradually dispersed. The conference room door closed behind them, and the air in the corridor felt noticeably fresher. Chen Ming followed behind Zhang He, his face flushed with excitement. His fists clenched tightly, he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Lin Wei was the first to smile. She walked up to Zhang He, her tone tinged with teasing. You really pissed off that old man Zhang Tianyuan today. Zhang He kept walking, his expression calm. If you have to offend someone who stands in your way, so be it. Lin Wei chuckled and shook her head. This kid, really? Then she remembered the matter at hand. Oh, right, Uncle Qin is coming tomorrow. Zhang He's footsteps finally faltered. Qin Song, the luminary of Peking University's Computer Science Department, is also the lead coordinator for the Heguang Genius Youth Program. He'll be bringing several top Peking University students selected through the program for an internship in Shanghai. Zhang He's eyes lit up. What Heguang Capital needed most right now was top-tier talent. Chu Xiaoran, Su Wanqing. Those two names that had stirred up storms in the internet and capital circles in his previous life flashed through his mind. Would they be among those coming this time? He turned to look at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, you'll pick them up at the airport tomorrow. Yes, boss. Chen Ming immediately straightened his posture. Serving the boss was something he'd eagerly welcome. Lin Wei waved her hand. No need. I'll go tomorrow. Chen Ming froze. Lin Wei continued, I'll bring Uncle Qin to my place first. My dad's thrilled he's coming. He's been clamoring to play a few games of chess with him for ages. Zhang He smiled. Well then, we'll leave it to Sister Wei. Zhang Tianyuan trailed behind the trio, his face dark and sullen. He'd lived most of his life when had he ever endured such humiliation. Being lectured to, finger pointed right at his nose, by a kid who hadn't even grown a full beard yet, in front of all the bigwigs of the entire magic capital. A surge of anger choked his throat, leaving him feeling trapped and frustrated. He halted abruptly, turned his head, and lowered his voice to his secretary beside him. Go. Dig up every last detail on that little brat. Pay special attention to his relationship with Vice Mayor Zhou. Deputy Mayor Zhou and Guang Capital, a 7-year-old child? Who's really behind this? He refused to believe a mere child possessed such extraordinary influence. Zhang Tianyuan's abacus clicked furiously as he calculated, while Zhang He had already returned to Guang Capital. The conference room was thick with cigarette smoke. Zhao Tianyu, Wang Manny, Sun Wei, along with Chen Ming, Li Xiang, Big Head, and Meng Zi, all core members were present, each face radiating uncontrollable excitement. A municipal government project. A multi-billion yuan deal. This was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Zhang He sat in the main seat, his small frame sinking into the oversized executive chair, yet his expression remained as calm as a deep pool. His gaze swept around the room, landing first on Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu immediately sat up straight, like a schoolchild waiting to be called on by the teacher. Zhao Tianyu, you will serve as CEO of the newly established Guang Esports. Zhao Tianyu froze, then wild joy flooded his face, his excitement making him stumble over his words. Me? Young Master Zhang, am I really up to it? Chapter 175, what the heck is this? You have 3 tasks. Zhang He held up 3 fingers, build hype, recruit players, and secure sponsorships. Get the place hyped to the max, gather every young gamer in the city. Money isn't the issue. What I want is fame, the attention of every young person in the entire metropolis. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. Hype the event? Secure sponsors? Isn't that exactly what he does best? Mission accomplished, young Master Zhang. Zhang He nodded, shifting his gaze to Wang Manny beside him, dressed in an elegant skirt suit. Wang Manny, branding. Within 2 years, the words I want and like will become the gold standard in every young person's mind. Wang Manny's red lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Understood, young Master Zhang. Finally, Zhang He's gaze settled on Sun Wei, whose expression remained stern. Sun Wei, finance. Every penny invested in this industrial park must yield tangible results. I want it to become self-sustaining within 3 years. Sun Wei's brow instinctively furrowed. 3 years? A brand new industrial park with billions in investment, recouping costs in 3 years? That was pure fantasy in any financial textbook. Yet when he met Zhang He's gaze, those eyes, so deep and unchildlike, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come. He adjusted his glasses and nodded solemnly. I'll give it my all. The Guang war machine began operating at full speed. The very next day, Lin Wei arrived punctually with the most critical batch of ammunition Zhang He needed. The glass door slid open. Wang Manny, dressed in a sharp business suit and clicking her heels, stepped forward with a flawless smile. Team leader Lin, everyone, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Behind her followed 5 young faces, backpacks slung over their shoulders, their expressions a mix of innocence and curiosity. Wang Manny stepped aside slightly, gesturing for them to enter. Young Master Zhang is already waiting for you. This way, please. Young Master Zhang? The elite students from Peking University exchanged glances. That title sounded a bit shady? Lin Wei merely smiled, nodded, and followed Wang Manny's lead. The students immediately composed themselves and followed closely behind. Wang Manny stopped at the door of a conference room and pushed it open. Young Master Zhang, everyone's here. Inside the conference room, a single figure sat alone at one end of the long table. A young boy in a white t-shirt, head bowed over documents. All 5 students froze in their tracks. Are you kidding me? This was the head of Guang Capital that team leader Lin had repeatedly urged them to take seriously? Lin Wei seemed oblivious to the shock on their faces as she walked straight up to Zhang He. I've delivered the person. Mission accomplished. I need to get back to write the report. Zhang He lifted his head from his documents, revealing a youthful yet remarkably composed face. Thanks for your hard work, Sister Wei. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Sure thing. Lin Wei smiled in agreement, turned to leave, and waved her hand with effortless grace, leaving without a trace of lingering. The conference room door clicked shut. The air instantly grew awkward. 5 prodigies stood frozen in place, staring at the child seated at the head of the table, his feet dangling off the ground. Among them, a boy in a crumpled plaid shirt, his hair a messy bird's nest, kept his head down. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he kept stealing glances at Zhang He. His name was Chu Xiaoran. Beside him stood the only girl present, Su Wanqing. Her simple, elegant dress accentuated her graceful figure. A sweet, composed smile graced her face, yet her clear eyes sparkled with a scrutinizing light. Zhang He's gaze swept over each of their faces before finally settling on Su Wanqing. A faint smile touched his lips. He set down the documents in his hand and gestured toward the empty seat across from him. Why are you standing there? Sit down, all of you. The 5 prodigies exchanged glances, then reluctantly sat down as instructed. But their posture looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Their bottoms barely grazed half the seat, their spines rigidly straight as if awaiting a reprimand, or poised to bolt at any moment. What kind of situation is this? Top students from Peking University's Computer Science Department and Manhwa School of Management showing up at what looked like a fly-by-night operation to interview a kid who hadn't even finished 3rd grade? If word got out, they'd bring shame upon the entire Yuan campus. An awkward silence hung heavy in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Only Chu Xiaoran, after sitting down, continued to glance at Zhang He from time to time. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, maintained a poised smile throughout, her gaze darting rapidly around the conference room. From the decor to the equipment, down to the header of the document in front of Zhang He, she took in every detail. Zhang He paid no heed to their divergent thoughts, his small fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. First question. What technology do you think will transform the world in 10 years? The question caught the students off guard. Not about their major? Not about their grades? Right off the bat, such an abstract, grand question? A neatly dressed boy cleared his throat and spoke up first. I believe it will be biotechnology. Advances in genetic engineering will fundamentally transform medicine and agriculture technologies that are fundamental to human survival. He spoke with conviction, clearly having given it serious thought. Another student wearing glasses immediately added, I'm more bullish on the mobile internet. When computers fit in your pocket, information transmission will undergo a revolutionary shift, reshaping every business model. In the year 2000, this was already remarkably prescient. Zhang remained non-committal, simply posing his second question. If each of you were given 10 million in cash right now, where would you invest it? Why? 10 million. The sheer magnitude of the figure made several students' breath catch for a moment. Has this kid lost his mind? 10 million out of nowhere? After a brief moment of shock, they immediately followed their earlier train of thought, eagerly explaining their investment logic from market analysis to expected returns, striving to showcase their professional expertise. Only Chu Xiaoran remained silent throughout. Zhang He's gaze finally settled on him. What about you? Chu Xiaoran lifted his head and adjusted the thick, bottle-bottom glasses perched on his nose. What they were discussing was merely application. The moment he spoke, he offended everyone. The current network protocols are fundamentally flawed, riddled with vulnerabilities. His voice was hoarse, yet his speech was rapid. So-called security was nothing more than a castle built on sand. The future didn't belong to the things they were talking about. The future belongs to distributed systems and cryptography. He paused, his eyes flashing with fervor, but that would require tearing down the entire underlying logic and rebuilding it from scratch. Chapter 176, The Interview Ends. As his words fell, the room fell silent. Even Su Wanqing's flawless smile froze for a moment. Distributed? Encryption? What kind of fairy tale was this? The attendees were all academic elites. They knew these terms, but weren't they just ivory tower theories confined to laboratories? To completely dismantle and rebuild the entire internet infrastructure? This person must be out of their mind. The looks the other students gave Chu Xiaoran were now tinged with pity, as if they were observing a fool. Only Zhang He. His eyes lit up. It was the light of finding a worthy opponent, a kindred spirit. From its inception, the TCP/IP protocol never considered trust issues. Zhang He picked up his thread, his speech equally rapid. So we need a system that enables peer-to-peer value exchange without requiring a central server, correct? Chu Xiaoran's pupils suddenly contracted. He had been pondering how to build an immutable distributed database, never once considering that the ultimate application of this technology was value exchange. How could you? P2P is just the beginning, merely information sharing. Zhang He gave him no time to react, pressing on. What if we use hash functions to package transactions into blocks, stamp them with timestamps, and link them into an irreversible chain? And then introduce asymmetric encryption, making each person's private key the sole credential for their assets? Wouldn't that create a decentralized, absolutely trustworthy ledger? One technical term after another spilled from the mouth of a 7-year-old child. Chu Xiaoran was utterly dumbfounded. The color drained from his face, replaced by an unhealthy flush, and his breathing grew heavy. Madman. He thought he was the madman, but today he'd encountered someone even crazier. And this madman had already mapped out a clear path one Chu Xiaoran himself dared not even dream of. As the two traded words back and forth, the 4 Peking University students standing nearby were utterly lost, as if listening to gibberish. Su Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her palms drenched in sweat. She couldn't grasp the technical details, but she understood the phrase decentralized, absolutely trustworthy ledger. Her gut told her this held the potential to upend the entire financial system, a terrifying future. Finally, Zhang He paused. He looked at Chu Xiaoran, who was trembling with excitement, and posed his final question. What if I gave you a lab, enough money and equipment to turn everything you just described into reality? You wouldn't have to worry about commercialization or profitability. You could just dive in and experiment freely. His voice carried a certain magic. But it might take 3 years, 5 years, or even longer before anything comes of it. Would you do it? Chu Xiaoran's eyes instantly reddened. He leapt to his feet, his excitement so intense it sent the chair behind him crashing to the floor. I'm in. The word came out hoarse, yet thunderous. Zhang He smiled. He slowly turned his head, shifting his gaze from the ecstatic Chu Xiaoran to the only person in the room who remained composed, Su Wanqing. Your turn. Su Wanqing sucked in a sharp breath. She knew the real test had arrived. Suppose you're acquiring a company. The owner is an old curmudgeon, extremely difficult to deal with, and fundamentally looks down on women. How would you ensure, within 10 minutes, that he willingly sits down and listens to you carefully? The question was insidious, ruthless, and cut straight to the heart of human nature. Yet Su Wanqing's face broke into an even brighter smile. Leaning forward slightly, her clear eyes locked onto Zhang He. Simple. 3 steps. First, I'll print out a fake letter of intent to acquire his biggest competitor ahead of time. When he shows his contempt for me, I'll casually drop it on the floor for him to see. This would make him realize he wasn't my only option and immediately trigger a sense of crisis. Second, before he sits down, I'll casually mention a carefully concealed related party transaction in his company's last quarterly financial report, or perhaps an illicit private loan nearing maturity. This would make him realize I've seen through his cards. His arrogance means nothing to me. His contempt would instantly turn to fear. Third. Su Wanqing's smile now held an added confidence born of strategic mastery. I would tell him how much I admired the brand he had built from scratch. After the acquisition, not only would the brand be preserved, but he would also be rehired as the company's lifetime honorary advisor. Sting him with a slap, then offer a sweet reward. Give him fear, but also a way out. That way, he'll sit down like an obedient schoolboy and listen intently to every word I say. As her words fell, an eerie silence descended upon the conference room. If Zhang He and Chu Xiaoran's earlier exchange had been gibberish, then Su Wanqing's words were a living, blood-soaked dragon slaying technique. No, not slaying dragons. It was a heart-piercing dagger. This wasn't a business discussion, it was dissecting human hearts like specimens on an operating table, each precise cut landing on the most vulnerable nerves. The 3 Peking University students, who had been brimming with superiority moments ago, now felt a chill run down their spines. Gazing upon Su Wanqing's face, still radiant and captivating, they experienced for the first time an emotion called fear. This woman was terrifying. She wasn't some business school goddess, she was a devil. Chu Xiaoran snapped out of his technical fervor. He glanced at Su Wanqing, then at Zhang He, adjusted his glasses, and said nothing. He didn't understand business, but he understood this. This woman's methods and this child's thinking were cut from the same cloth. Ruthless, precise, leaving no room for mercy. Clap. Clap. A crisp round of applause rang out. Zhang He rose from his executive chair, his small hands clapping twice. Though his stature was too short, standing only a head taller than the desk, everyone present felt an immense sense of pressure. Very good. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on each face for a second. The interview is over. The 3 students felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. That's it? Chu Xiaoran, Su Wanqing, you 2 stay. A single sentence sealed the fate of the other 3. Their faces instantly drained of color, a mix of resentment, shame, and the awkwardness of being seen through. They had traveled all the way from Yen Garden to the Magic City, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. Yet before they even got a chance to touch the real game table, they were being asked to leave? Zhang He paid no heed to their emotions, addressing them calmly. You are all talented individuals, and Higuang Capital needs you. 3-month internship period, monthly salary of 800, room and board included. After 3 months, retention will be determined based on performance. Chapter 177, you've got to be kidding me. 800 yuan a month. In the year 2000, for an intern who hadn't even graduated yet, this was absolutely considered a high salary. Half an hour ago, hearing that figure would have sent them into ecstatic celebration. But now, glancing at Chu Xiaoran and Su Wanqing, who remained seated as if nothing had happened, they felt that 800 yuan was practically an insult. How could the gap be so vast? The 3 rose from their seats, utterly dejected. Let out by HR, they forgot even to say goodbye. The conference room door closed, leaving only 3 people inside. Zhang He sank back into his seat, his small frame disappearing into the oversized executive chair. He looked at Chu Xiaoran first. The lab you want, I'll have Zhao Tianyu handle it. Name it Genesis Lab. Address, equipment, personnel, you make the list. Whatever you need, we'll provide. No budget constraints. Chu Xiaoran's breathing grew heavy once more. Genesis. No limit. Each word pounded against his heart, setting his blood ablaze. As for you. Zhang He's gaze shifted to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing immediately sat up straight, her face resuming a flawless professional smile. She knew the real price was about to be revealed. A new department called the Strategic Investment Department would be established under Higuang Capital. Zhang He's fingers tapped lightly on the table. It would be specifically responsible for the company's external acquisitions, mergers, and certain matters best kept off the books. Su Wanqing's eye twitched. This kid sure speaks his mind. I'm placing this department under your command. Human resources, finance, legal affairs, all resources are at your disposal. I only demand results. Su Wanqing's heart began to race. Head of a department. An ungraduated student directly managing a core department? This wasn't an internship anymore, it was a leap to the top. As for your compensation. Zhang He paused, studying her with a smile that belied his age. Annual salary, 1 million. Additionally, you'll receive a 1% net profit share for every successful project. Boom! Su Wanqing felt as if a bomb had exploded inside her head. The smile on her face, that flawless mask of composure she'd worn since stepping through the door, shattered into pieces. 1 million? Annual salary? What did $1 million mean in 2000? Housing prices in downtown Magic City were only 3,000 or 4,000 per square meter. That year's salary could buy a several hundred square meter luxury mansion in the city center. Her father was a low-level manager at a state-owned enterprise. His total annual income barely reached 20,000 yuan. Was she out of her mind? Or was this kid the one who'd lost his mind? I don't invest in projects. I invest in people who can change the future. Zhang He stood up and walked toward the two of them. His small frame cast a towering shadow. One is responsible for creating the future. He pointed at Chu Xiaoran, who was so excited she was nearly hyperventilating. One is responsible for clearing every obstacle on the path to the future. He pointed at Su Wanqing, who had completely lost her composure. Welcome to Guang capital. Meanwhile, the door to the adjacent room remained closed, muffling the outside commotion. Only the hum of computer fans filled the space. Li Xiang and Big Head sat side by side, sizing out the young man across from them. He was thin, wearing black-rimmed glasses. We've reviewed your resume, gold medalist in the National Information Security Competition. Pretty impressive. Li Xiang pushed his glasses up and remarked casually, but we don't care about certificates here. We only care about skills. He gestured toward a computer beside him. I installed a simple firewall. You have 5 minutes to break through it. If you do, you pass. The young man's lips curled slightly at the corners, radiating confidence. It won't take 5 minutes. He sat down at the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as code scrolled endlessly across the screen. Li Xiang glanced at the screen, then discreetly glanced at Big Head beside him. Big Head understood. He slowly stood up, pretending to stretch, and moved behind the man. Just as the man typed the final command line, his finger hovering over the enter key, Big Head's hand came down without warning, slamming onto the laptop. Had that blow landed squarely, the computer would have shattered. Without turning his head, the man hit enter with his left hand while his right arm shot back to block the blow. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as he seized Big Head's wrist with a backhand twist, instantly neutralizing most of his strength. Simultaneously, a single green word flashed across the screen: success. The firewall was breached. Big Head froze, then broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Hey, not bad, kid. He pulled his hand back, rubbing his numb wrist. Only then did Joey turn his head, adjusting his glasses. Behind the lenses, his gaze was eerily calm. So interviews here come with sneak attacks? Li Xiang stood up, unable to hide the smile on his face. Financial warfare isn't just about coding behind a computer screen. Our opponents will resort to any dirty trick, including getting physical. He extended his hand toward Joey. You're Joey, right? Your reflexes and skills are solid. Welcome to Guang capital, starting with a probationary period. With this, the core team of Guang capital had secured another crucial piece. Tianyuan Group, Chairman's Office. Behind the heavy mahogany desk, Zhang Tianyuan slammed a document down with a heavy thud, his face dark and grim. The cover bore bold black characters: background investigation report on Zhang He. The boy in the photo had rosy lips, pearly teeth, and clear eyes, looking utterly harmless. Yet this very little brat had made him lose face in front of the entire Shanghai business and political elite. Zhang He, age 7. Father, Zhang Jiping. Mother, Li Sufang. Formerly laid-off workers from the 17th state-owned cotton mill. Assets under his name: Guang Internet Cafe, Guang Supermarket. Actual control: Guang Capital. Key connections: nephew of Municipal Bureau Criminal Police Captain Li Jingqing, close ties with CSRC Inspection Team Leader Lin Wei, highly regarded by Vice Mayor Zhou. The information is so sparse it's laughable. The son of a laid-off worker, starting from scratch at age 7, amassed billions in assets in a short time, and even hooked up with the vice mayor and the CSRC? Who's he trying to fool? If there's no one pulling the strings behind this, then write Zhang Tianyuan's name backwards. Deputy Mayor Zhou? Lin Wei? Or that Li Jingcheng? A 7-year-old child is nothing but a puppet paraded onto the stage. The real mastermind is hiding deep enough. A flash of malice flickered in Zhang Tianyuan's eyes. He picked up the rosewood phone on the desk and dialed an extension. Xiao Lu, come in. The door opened, and a female secretary in a business skirt suit entered, head bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. Mr. Jiang. Go to Yun'in and book Yun Chui Pavilion. Zhang Tianyuan's voice was devoid of any warmth. Tell them I'm hosting Mr. Situ for dinner tonight. Have them prepare with the highest standards. Chapter 178, Rules are for the weak. The secretary's heart skipped a beat. Yuan, the most exclusive private club in the Magic City, with a minimum per-person spending of 5 figures. Yunqi Pavilion, one of Yunyan's 3 most exclusive private rooms, had a minimum charge per room that would take an ordinary person years to earn. Mr. Situ. Few in the entire city could command such hospitality from General Manager Zhang. Yes, Mr. Zhang. I'll handle it immediately. The secretary dared not ask further questions and bowed before exiting. In the office, Zhang Tianyuan leaned back slowly in his chair, picking out the 2 decorative walnuts on the desk and rolling them between his fingers. Click, click. The dull clacking echoed jarringly in the quiet office. The gears of Heguang capital began spinning at high speed, while on the other side of the city, a conspiracy targeting it was already brewing. Evening, Yuan Club, Yunshui Pavilion. Inside the private room, antique rosewood screens carved with floral patterns divided the space into elegantly staggered sections. In the corner, a bronze incense burner held the finest agarwood, its smoke curling gently through the air, filling the room with a calming, meditative scent. Zhang Tianyuan sat alone at the table. Exquisite bone china tableware lay arranged before him, yet the tea in his cup remained untouched. He glanced at his gold Rolex from time to time, watching the hands tick steadily toward the appointed hour. The minute hand had just ticked over to 7 o'clock. The door to the private room slid open silently from the outside, pushed by a waiter. A man entered. In his early 30s, he wore a well-tailored Armani suit, no tie, with the top 2 buttons of his shirt casually undone. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, yet his gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Overseas hedge fund, Chinese partner, Sito Ho. Mr. Sito. Zhang Tianyuan immediately rose from his chair, his face plastered with a respectful smile as he hurried forward. He pulled out the chair at the head of the table and gestured for him to sit. Your presence truly graces this humble abode. Sito Ho gave a non-committal smile and sat down. Zhang Tianyuan promptly picked up a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the table and personally poured him a full glass. His demeanor was reminiscent of a servant attending to his master. Sito Ho lifted the glass, swirling it gently. The deep red liquid traced a beautiful arc along the glass's rim. He didn't drink, merely holding the glass to his nose to inhale its aroma. Mr. Zhang, you're always so busy. How did you find the time to treat me to dinner today? His tone was flat, tinged with amusement. Aren't you busy lately lobbying the government for policies and attracting investments? The word struck like a needle, piercing precisely into Zhang Tianyuan's heart. Tianyuan Group had recently applied for a high-tech industrial park project, only to fail even the initial review. Zhang Tianyuan's face stiffened, then dissolved into a long, drawn-out sigh. Ah, Mr. Situ, please don't make fun of me. He poured himself a glass of wine, downed it in one gulp, his face brimming with resentment. Don't even get me started. That juicy project got snatched up by some company called Heguang Capital. What's this East Sports Industrial Park nonsense? Let's be honest, it's just a fancy internet cafe. He recounted the meeting with exaggerated flair, deliberately omitting the details of his own public humiliation. Instead, he painted Zhang He as a greenhorn who'd hit the jackpot through underhanded means. Some 7-year-old brat jumping around in a meeting, spinning a bunch of leaders around like tops. Young people these days have no sense of propriety, all shortcuts and underhanded tricks. Not like our generation, who built everything brick by brick, honest and hardworking. Sito Ho remained silent throughout, merely holding his wineglass and listening quietly. His deep gaze, reflected in the swaying glass, gave away no emotion. Zhang Tianyuan vented his frustration, secretly observing Sito Ho's expression. Seeing no reaction, he grew impatient and shifted gears, launching into a tirade. Mr. Situ, this corrupt trend can't be allowed to persist. If this keeps up, how can honest businesspeople like us survive? This was a clear hint, hoping Sito Ho would step in and give the rule-breaking Zhang He a stern warning. Sito Ho finally set down his wineglass. He picked up his napkin and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth. Then, he smiled. That smile carried a hint of mockery. Mr. Zhang. Rules are meant to restrain the weak. Zhang Tianyuan's expression froze instantly. Before he could react, Sito Ho added another sentence in a leisurely tone. However. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed directly on Zhang Tianyuan. This kid named Zhang He, he's interesting. Zhang Tianyuan's heart tightened. Quite interesting? What does that mean? Should he help or not? He couldn't fathom the man's intentions, so he merely smiled along, not daring to respond. Sito Ho drained the red wine in his glass. The financial market is like a meticulously manicured garden. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. It requires stable order and controllable growth. Any weeds that grow too fast or too wild need to be trimmed. Otherwise, they would undermine the value of the entire garden. Zhang Tianyuan understood, and a weight lifted from his heart. He was about to take action against Zhang He. Sito Ho's fingers tapped lightly on the rosewood tabletop, producing a dull thud. Mr. Jiang, you have extensive connections and know the ropes in the Magic City. Project approvals, land use planning, tax audits. With each word he spoke, Zhang Tianyuan's eyes grew brighter. These dirty tricks, you should be better at them than I am. Create some trouble for him, slow him down, and make him understand that in this territory of the Magic City, having a few bucks and a deputy mayor on your side doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Zhang Tianyuan trembled slightly with excitement. This was exactly what he wanted to do. But relying solely on his Tianyuan group, he dared not openly oppose the projects favored by Vice Mayor Zhou. But with Sitohao backing him up, that changed everything. As for the market, Sitohao smiled, his eyes flashing with a wolfish gleam. I'll find an opportunity to give him a gentle nudge. Make him understand how deep the waters run and how high the skies stretch in the world of capital. Done. Zhang Tianyuan's heart surged with elation, his face instantly plastered with a fawning smile. He rose, refilled Sitohao's cup, and raised his own, lowering the rim to the very brim. Mr. Situ, your insight is profound. I raise my glass to you. From now on, whenever you need anything from Zhang, just say the word. The crisp clink of glasses echoed through the private room. Yet on the other side of the city, the sound emanating from the Zhang family's television cast a shadow over the warm atmosphere. Zhang residence, living room. The Chanhong Color TV broadcast the evening edition of Magic City Financial News. Led by Yiguang Capital, the Magic City Esports Industrial Park project with a total investment exceeding 1 billion yuan officially commenced today. A fleeting glimpse of Zhang He's youthful face appeared on screen. Chapter 179, Blackmailing the Blackmailers. The air in the living room grew still for a moment. Zhang Jiping's hand, holding his rice bowl, froze mid-air. Li Sufang's face instantly drained of color. The couple exchanged a glance, each seeing deep concern in the other's eyes. Yiguang Capital. 10 billion. These words felt utterly distant and overwhelming to them two honest, hard-working laid-off workers. The recent incidents Wu Xiuzhen's kidnapping and the near arson at the supermarket were still fresh in their minds. Now that their son's business was growing larger, would it attract even greater trouble? The elderly couple couldn't offer much help, but they mustn't hold their son back any longer. Li Sufang nudged her husband with her elbow. Zhang Jiping set down his chopsticks and bowl, took a deep breath, as if steeled with resolve. He looked at Zhang He, who was engrossed in the television, his voice growing heavy. Xiao He. Zhang He turned his head. Dad? I've discussed it with your mother. Zhang Jiping rubbed his hands together, a habit he had when nervous. Starting tomorrow, we're stepping back from managing both the internet cafe and the supermarket. Hand them over to whoever you want. The two of us will stay home and take good care of your grandmother. That kidnapping incident last time really scared the wits out of them. They're afraid. They're afraid of becoming their son's weak spot, a tool others could use to threaten him. Rather than live in constant fear, it's better to let go completely. Zhang He wasn't surprised at all. He had urged his parents about this matter many times before. He nodded. All right. His decisive response caught Zhang Jiping and his wife off guard. All the words they'd prepared to say got stuck in their throats. At that moment, Grandma Wu Xiuzhen, who had remained silent beside them, reached out and gently ruffled Zhang He's hair. Her eyes, which had seen so much of life's storms, were filled with tender affection. Little He. Grandma knows you're capable of great things. But no matter how important making money is, you must stay safe and sound. Zhang He picked up an orange from the coffee table, peeled it slowly and deliberately, then popped the first segment into his grandmother's mouth. He grinned, revealing two small fangs. Grandma, don't worry. I've got it under control. The warmth of home couldn't withstand the chill of the capital markets. Within days, Sitohao's warning crept silently through the network cables. Yiguang Capital Headquarters, Operations Room. On the massive LCD video wall, dense streams of data cascaded like silent green waterfalls. The air was thick with the mingled scent of caffeine and server cooling fans. Wang Nani pointed to an inconspicuous candlestick chart on the screen. Young Master Zhang, look here. Her voice was crisp, tinged with excitement. Hong Kong stocks, Longsheng Group. Over the past 2 weeks, more than 30 anonymous accounts have been steadily accumulating shares. The technique is highly professional, each purchase is small but never interrupted. Classic insider trading, position building tactics. Wang Nani switched to another interface displaying several columns from overseas financial websites. Simultaneously, several obscure overseas columns began hyping Longsheng Group's urban renewal project in Shanghai, painting an overly optimistic picture. No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun Wei beside her adjusted his glasses and projected a document onto the main screen. I pulled up Longsheng Group's financial reports for the past 3 years. Sun Wei's finger traced several jarring red lines across the screen. The debt-to-asset ratio stood at a staggering 83%, with massive short-term loans and cash flow nearing depletion. The so-called profits in the financial statements were entirely generated by selling off non-core assets. This company has been hollowed out for a long time. It's just hanging on by a thread. The war room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to the 7-year-old boy seated at the head of the table, quietly twirling a pen. Zhang He stopped twirling his pen. So that's the move. First, leverage capital advantages and information gaps to secretly build a position in a junk stock. Then release favorable news to inflate the stock price, luring retail investors to jump in. Once the fish were all in the net, unleash the massive short positions prepared long ago to crash the market. The stock price plummeted, leaving retail investors with nothing. And he, Sita profits from both sides, long and short, walking away with a fortune. Cruel. Classic. Was this a lesson for me? Or a show of force? Using the bones of countless retail investors to deliver a warning? Zhang He muttered under his breath, a cold smile curling his lips, one that didn't match his age. Since you've handed me the slaughtering knife, don't blame me for being ruthless. You want to prey on retail investors? Then I'll devour you first. His gaze swept over every person in the operations room. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable, piercing intensity. Xu Xiaoran. The young man in the corner, sporting a messy bedhead and grinning dumbly at his laptop screen, looked up. Present. You have 12 hours. I want every hidden debt, every illegal related party guarantee, every shady deal within Longsheng Group exposed and on my desk. Xu Xiaoran pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind the lenses. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not 12 hours. 8 hours will suffice. To me, the firewalls of these old-school companies are no thicker than paper. Zhang He nodded, shifting his gaze to Sun Wei. Sun Wei. Young Master Zhang, you decide. Based on the data Xiaoran gathered, build a short-selling model immediately. I need to know at what price point and at what exact moment their capital chain will completely snap. Down to the hour. Sun Wei's expression turned serious as he gave a firm nod. Understood. Zhang He's gaze finally settled on Chen Ming. Chen Ming. Present. Prepare all our reserve funds. Contact every bank and brokerage you can reach. Use maximum leverage. Get me the ammunition to short the market. He stood up, his small frame radiating an astonishing aura. He walked to the massive screen, extended a finger, and with a sharp downward swipe, cut through the K-line chart of Longsheng Group just as it began to rise slightly. Sito Hao wanted to push the price up to unload his holdings. We'll strike first, before he reaches the peak. We'll send him along with the entire Longsheng Group straight to hell. Boom! The air in the war room ignited like gasoline, boiling over in an instant. Flames ignited in everyone's eyes. This was the Zhang Xiao they followed. Cool-headed, relentless, and utterly fearless. Xu Xiaoran let out a startled cry and was the first to lunge back to his computer, his fingers blurring across the keyboard. On the screen, cascading streams of code poured down like waterfalls. Found it. There's server backdoor. Ha! Bunch of old fossils. First layer of firewall, breached. Database, I'm in. Chapter 180, a tough opponent. Sun Wei's team swiftly rolled a massive whiteboard into the center of the operations room. Complex financial formulas and data models began racing across its surface. Leverage ratio model established. Stress test initiated. Preliminary estimates indicate the counterparty's liquidation threshold is at. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had already picked up 3 phones. Speaking at an astonishingly rapid pace, he calmly issued one directive after another to the other end of the line. This is Chen Ming from Heguang Capital. Requesting emergency credit line, maximum amount. UBS channel, yes, connect immediately. Transfer all our profits from Nasdaq back here now, immediately. The entire Heguang Capital operation, like a precision-engineered yet ferocious war machine, sprang into full gear at Zhang He's command. A battle to strangle the financial titans has now begun, silently. A sleepless night. The next morning. The opening bell of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange seemed to ring in everyone's ears. On the massive video wall, the first hint of green appeared beside Longsheng Group's stock ticker. The stock surged upward by inertia. The stock price surged from 32 Hong Kong dollars. 325. 330. Follower retail investors began pouring in, with trading volume gradually increasing. Everything unfolded exactly as Sito Ho had scripted. Beads of sweat formed on Sun Wei's forehead as his fingers hovered over the keyboard, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang He's profile. Zhang He remained motionless, his small frame slumped in the oversized executive chair, his gaze deep and distant, as if watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. He was waiting. Waiting for the fish to swim deeper, waiting for the blade to rise higher. When the stock price touched the delicate psychological threshold of 348 Hong Kong dollars and trading volume hesitated for a split second, Zhang He finally moved. He said nothing, merely tilting his chin slightly. Chen Ming instantly understood, sucked in a sharp breath, and slammed his finger down on the enter key. Execute. Boom. A massive short order worth 500 million Hong Kong dollars, carrying the combined will of Heguang Capital and Vulture Fund, struck like a black lightning bolt, instantly shattering the calm market. On the screen, the green bullish candle seemed struck by a hammer, instantly shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, in Hong Kong, Singapore, Shanghai, and Beijing. In the inboxes of dozens of mainstream financial media editors, an anonymous email arrived almost simultaneously. Attached was Longsheng Group's meticulously detailed evidence of financial fraud so thorough it was horrifying. Every illegal guarantee, every fabricated transaction, every related party deal was meticulously documented. Even more damning was a record of secret email exchanges between Longsheng Group's chairman and an offshore fund, conversations that pointed directly to stock price manipulation and the deliberate targeting of retail investors. This gift, orchestrated by Chu Xiaoran and delivered by Wang Manny, became the final straw that broke the camel's back. What the hell is going on? Holy crap! Check the news. Longsheng Group's financial fraud. Is this real? Hard evidence. Run. Dump your holdings. The news spread faster than a virus. Panic, like a plague, instantly swept across the entire market. Countless retail investors frantically dumped their stocks, desperate to escape this sinking ship. Stock prices plummeted in response. The candlestick chart displayed a brutal, near-vertical cliff-like drop. 340. 320. 300. 280. Stuhao's team was completely stunned. They had no time to react, only watching helplessly as the stock price plummeted. Support the stock. Quick, support it. Pump it up. Use every last penny, pump it up. But it was useless. Hagwon Capital's funds poured in like an unstoppable torrent, merging with the overwhelming wave of negative sentiment to violently smash through every defensive line they had erected. On the order book, massive buy and sell orders clashed like a bloody slaughter. A buy order for tens of thousands of shares would appear only to be instantly devoured by hundreds of thousands of sell orders. Trading volume surged dramatically, each transaction splattered with the blood of the bulls. Sun Wei's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Young Master Zhang. They've placed 100,000 buy orders at 25 Hong Kong dollars. They're holding the line. That was their last line of defense. Once breached, there would be no resistance left. Everyone in the trading room held their breath, eyes fixed on Zhang He. Sito Ho, you think a wall of money can hold back a raging flood? Naive. Zhang He remained expressionless, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop. Devour it. He paused, his voice quiet yet laced with icy intent. Add another 50,000 short positions. Smash through it. Yes. Sun Wei's fingers danced across the keyboard like a blur. New orders issued. 50,000 short contracts. Like 50,000 precision-guided shells, they roared toward the crumbling defense line. The 100,000 buy orders couldn't hold out even a second, instantly torn to shreds. Longsheng Group's stock price collapsed completely. On the candlestick chart, the last vestiges of green vanished, leaving only a startling sea of red. 45. The entire market fell deathly silent. In the operations room of Hagwon Capital, after several seconds of silence, a thunderous roar of celebration erupted. We won! We won! We crushed them! Chu Xiaoran leapt from his chair, grabbing Sun Wei beside him and shouting with laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang He calmly picked up the milk on the table and took a slow sip. While Hagwon Capital celebrated wildly, hell broke loose in Sito Hao's office. Get out! Close all positions. Cut losses. Sito Hao let out a beastly growl into the phone. Smash! He slammed the expensive satellite phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. The office was in utter disarray. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the screen displaying the devastating plunge. An unprecedented defeat. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent before a flurry of punches sent him straight to the ICU. Zhang and a 7-year-old monster. I remember you. Sito Hao slowly sank back into his chair, his chest heaving violently. The fury in his eyes gradually gave way to a more sinister emotion. He realized he'd encountered an exceptionally troublesome opponent. This kid named Zhang He defied all conventional logic. A head-on confrontation would gain him nothing. This matter was far from over. He picked up his backup phone and dialed a number. It's me. The plan has changed. We're changing the game. The next day, Hikari Capital convened an internal strategy meeting. Sun Wei stood before the massive projection screen, his serious expression tinged with excitement as he pointed at a steeply rising data curve. Mr. Zhang, everyone, this is a new discovery I compiled through the night. Chapter 181, on the brink of collapse. The number of domestic mobile users is exploding. Alongside this growth comes a business model known as Telecom Value-Added Services (SP Services). A series of startling figures flashed across the screen. Ringtones, text message subscriptions, weather forecasts, and mobile games. Their profit margins were terrifyingly high, almost like making money out of thin air. Sun Wei swallowed hard, his voice dropping a notch. But the model was crude, riddled with gray areas. For instance, when a user sent a text to check the weather, the backend would automatically subscribe them to a monthly service, deducting fees each month. Complaint rates were sky high, but the money? It was genuinely easy to make. He clicked to the final slide. A bright red number appeared, followed by a long string of zeros. Based on our model projections, the top USP companies could achieve monthly profits of this magnitude. Tens of millions. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly, his breathing becoming heavy. He slammed his hand on the conference table, startling everyone. Holy! What are we waiting for? This is money for the taking. Young Master Zhang. Let's get moving right now. Assemble a tech team, buy a few channels, and we'll see a return on investment next month. He was already mapping out how to scale the operation, as if tens of millions in cash flow were already beckoning him. Beside him, Mangzi and Dai-Tu were equally enticed, their eyes brimming with greed. They didn't understand business models, but they understood the promise of tens of millions in monthly income. I disagree. A cool, clear female voice cut through the air. Su Wanqing shook her head gently, her expression utterly unruffled. This kind of money is easy money, but it's dirty money. Its business logic is entirely built on information asymmetry and excessive reliance on carrier channels, resulting in a terrible user experience. At its core, it's exploiting loopholes in regulations. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Zhao Tianyu. The moment mass user complaints draw regulatory scrutiny or carrier channel policies tighten, the entire business model will collapse instantly. All our invested resources will go down the drain, leaving a stain on Higuang Capital's brand. In the corner, Zhu Xiaoran, who had remained silent, muttered disdainfully. No real tech behind it, just a scam for suckers. Zhao Tianyu felt a bucket of cold water dumped over him. His face flushed crimson as he prepared to retort. Knock, knock. Zhang He's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop twice. The crisp sounds seemed to carry a magical power, instantly silencing the entire conference room. Every pair of eyes turned to the child seated at the head of the table. Zhang He glanced at the excited Zhao Tianyu, then at the composed Su Wanqing. We won't be taking that money. Zhao Tianyu instantly wilted, his entire body slumping. Tens of millions? Gone just like that? Zhang He ignored him, shifting his gaze to Su Wanqing with a hint of approval in his eyes. But your perspective has given me an idea. He shifted his tone. While the SP business itself may not be respectable, it proves one thing: users are willing to pay for wireless internet services. This market is currently a jungle of unregulated growth, but sooner or later, it will attract legitimate players. He looked at Su Wanqing and issued a new directive. Sister Wanqing, assemble a team and immediately begin researching the SP business. I don't want you studying how to make money, I want you to thoroughly understand how its distribution channels are built and how it manipulates user psychology. Master these aspects and build them into our knowledge base. When the regulatory blade falls, reshuffling the market and leaving everyone screaming in agony that S1 will enter with our legitimate, compliant wireless value-added services to reap the rewards. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted slightly. Staring at the mere 7-year-old before her, a storm of emotions surged within her heart. Others saw only the lucrative profits within easy reach. But he saw beyond that 2 or even 3 years ahead, when policies tightened and the market completed its self-purification, revealing a vast blue ocean of untapped opportunity. This wasn't foresight. This was a god's eye view. Su Wanqing stood up and, for the first time, bowed slightly to Zhang He from the bottom of her heart. Understood, boss. I'll handle it immediately. Su Wanqing took her leave, and the meeting room gradually emptied. Only Zhao Tianyu remained slumped in his chair, sighing over his millions in lost quick cash, while Zhang He had already returned to his own office. Seated in his executive chair, he flipped through the preliminary planning documents for the esports industrial park. The office was quiet, broken only by the rustling of paper. Beep. Beside the CRT monitor on his desk, an external camera flashed blue light. In the bottom right corner of the screen, a penguin avatar wearing a red scarf blinked frantically. It was a video call from Shenzhen. Zhang He clicked to answer. The screen flickered and distorted for a moment before stabilizing. A face worn to the extreme appeared in the center of the screen. Manhwa. This future titan of the internet industry now looked sallow-skinned, with sunken eyes and unkempt stubble. Behind his signature glasses, his face was etched with anxiety. We might not hold out much longer, Zhang's voice cracked hoarsely as he spoke. User numbers are still skyrocketing, registered users are about to hit 10 million. But this is no good news. The faster our user base grows, the faster we'll collapse. Server costs, bandwidth fees, everything is increasing exponentially. The company's cash flow, next month it will run dry. He gripped his hair in agony, his figure trembling on the screen. I approached Sowu, I approached Sina, trying to sell QQ. But they drove the price down to the bone. Hundreds of thousands, and they wanted to take everything we had. A few 100,000, and they think they can buy an empire destined for $1 trillion valuation. How ironic. Your earlier ideas about QQ space and those value-added services were brilliant, but we're running out of time. We simply can't develop and monetize them fast enough. We won't make it that far. Ma Huateng's eyes dimmed. He stared intently at the screen, at the face of that young child, and tentatively asked with his last ounce of strength. Mr. Zhang, do you still have interest in QQ? You could take over the entire thing. He was prepared to be fleeced by the other party. As long as QQ could survive, even selling his soul, he would accept it. Zhang He remained silent. In the office, only Ma Huateng's heavy breathing echoed through the static. It had come to this, after all. The wheels of history turned, not an inch off course. Just as Ma Huateng's heart sank to its lowest point, convinced the other was calculating how to swallow him whole at the lowest possible price. Zhang He spoke. His voice was steady and cool, devoid of any emotion. Mr. Ma, have you tried the QQ membership feature? Chapter 182, Baidu. What? Ma Huateng froze, his mind momentarily blank. QQ membership? What is that? It gives users certain privileges. Zhang He explained calmly. For example, custom avatars, red-colored names, unique chat windows, and faster level progression. 10 yuan a month. Ma Huateng was completely dumbfounded. Charging? Make users pay for a chat app? How could that be possible? Everyone now believes the internet should be free. He instinctively objected. Would users actually pay for this? Wouldn't it backfire and drive them away? We'll find out when we try. Zhang didn't give him much time to ponder, quickly shifting the subject. Don't worry about the money. Hagwon Capital can provide you with another bridge loan to address your immediate needs. Ma Huateng's heart instantly leapt to his throat. The real conditions were coming. He could almost predict what the other party would say next, demanding a certain percentage of shares, board seats, or control. Yet Zhang He's next words struck like a thunderbolt, searing through his mind. We don't want equity. No equity? Ma Huateng froze completely, his hand gripping the mouse trembling violently. He even wondered if he was hallucinating due to exhaustion. Wasn't he trying to take advantage of the situation? Wasn't he trying to swallow QQ whole? He simply wants to help me? Why? Interest? Just charge the standard bank rate for the period. Zhang He's voice, like a reassuring pill, shattered all of Ma Huateng's doubts, leaving only endless shock. When everyone else saw him as a burden, as an ant to be trampled at will, only this 7-year-old child, in the coldest winter, handed him a basin of blazing hot charcoal. This wasn't just an investment, it was a life-saving favor. Mr. Zhang. Ma Huateng's eyes instantly reddened, his voice choked with emotion. I. 1,000 words choked in my throat, finally coalescing into one sentence. No need for thanks for such a great favor. Zhang He merely nodded calmly. Before ending the video call, he offered one final piece of advice. Remember, the pressure from those giants is only temporary. Users are your strongest fortress, your most priceless treasure. Survival matters above all else. Beep. The video call ended, and the screen returned to stillness. Ma Huateng sat motionless in that cramped Shenzhen office. After a long moment, he suddenly slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with renewed intensity. Survival. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, Zhang He slowly swiveled his chair, gazing out the window at the myriad lights of Lujiazui. Another piece was placed on the chessboard. Contacts and social networking, these were the two pillars of the internet empire. Now, only one thing was missing, an entry point connecting everything. A search engine. Zhang He picked up the internal phone on his desk and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Chan Ming. Boss. The voice on the other end was as efficient as ever. Help me get in touch with someone. Li Yanhong, the founder of Baidu. Baidu? Chen Ming paused on the other end, clearly unfamiliar with the name. In those days, people still preferred to go online through portals like Sina and Soho, browsing categorized information. Pure search engine companies were hardly noticeable. Yes, find him and tell him that Hagwon Capital is very interested in him and his technology and wants to discuss an investment. Understood. Chen Ming asked no further questions and accepted the assignment immediately. That was precisely why Zhang He favored him. Execution always came first. After hanging up, Zhang He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. He knew that at this very moment, Li Yanhong was likely also scrambling around Beijing, running around trying to secure funding. 2 days later, in the conference room of Hagwon Capital's headquarters, a video call waiting screen appeared on the massive LCD display. Zhang He sat upright in the main seat at the conference table. To his left sat Chen Ming, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie. To his right sat Chu Xiaoran, wearing a plaid shirt with slightly disheveled hair, yet possessing a sharp gaze. One handled capital, the other technology. They were the trusted arms he relied on today. Exactly at the appointed time of 3 p.m., the screen flickered and the video feed connected. A refined man with an intellectual demeanor, wearing rimless glasses, appeared on the screen. His background was a modest yet tidy office. Li Yanhong. He gave a polite nod toward the screen, his gaze sweeping over the three people. Then, his gaze froze. Fixed intently on the figure in the center. A child? A child who looked no older than 7 or 8, seated in the position of honor? Li Yanhong's professional fake smile froze on his face, his mind going blank in an instant. What the hell? The chairman of Hagwon Capital? Whose child had wandered into the conference room to play? No, the two people beside him wore serious expressions, showing no sign of joking. Could it be? A ridiculous thought popped into his head. Dwarfism? But it didn't seem like it either. That face was clearly that of a child who hadn't yet shed his childish features. Li Yanhong felt decades of his understanding being overturned. Just as his mind was in utter turmoil, Chen Ming spoke up. He turned slightly toward the screen and introduced himself in a steady tone. Mr. Li, good afternoon. This gentleman is Mr. Zhang He, the actual controller of our Higuan capital. Boom! Li Yanhong felt his temples throbbing. It really was him. A kid running a capital firm that talks about investments without hesitation? Was it that Beijing had too many con artists, or was the world simply gone mad? He sucked in a sharp breath. As someone who'd seen his share of high-stakes situations, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Mr. Zhang, hello. Even he felt awkward saying Mr. Zhang. Zhang He paid no heed to the other man's astonishment, as if all this were perfectly natural. His small frame leaned forward slightly as he folded his hands on the table, his gaze steady and focused on the screen. Mr. Li, let's skip the pleasantries. I'm very interested in technology. Please begin your introduction of Baidu. His voice was soft, with a hint of childishness, yet his articulation was clear and his logic steady. Li Yanhong froze again. This presence. He shook his head, casting aside all distracting thoughts. Whether the other was a child or a prodigy, his purpose today was to secure investment. This was his one chance. He quickly got into his stride, pulling out the PowerPoint presentation he'd prepared long ago. Mr. Zhang, ladies and gentlemen. Baidu fundamentally differs from traditional portals currently on the market. Sina and Sohu rely on human editors to curate content, where users passively consume information like browsing a shopping mall. Our philosophy, however, is to empower users to actively and swiftly find the information they seek. Chapter 183, The Angel Who Brings Money. He clicked open a technical architecture diagram. Our core competitive advantage lies in our patented hyperlink analysis technology. Simply put, we can determine a web page's importance by analyzing all other web pages linking to it, thereby ranking it higher in search results. Technology-driven, results reign supreme. We deliver answers to users that are infinitely more precise than those found through internal portal site searches. Li Yanhong grew increasingly animated as he spoke. That was the absolute confidence of a tech entrepreneur in his own creation. On the other side of the screen, Zhu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. As a technical genius, he instantly grasped the value and disruptive potential of this technology. Zhang He, however, remained expressionless throughout, listening quietly. Only after Robin Li finished explaining the technical aspects did he slowly speak up, posing the most crucial question. What about the business model? How do you plan to monetize this? The moment those words left his mouth, Li Yanhong's enthusiasm cooled considerably. He shifted his glasses awkwardly. Currently, our primary revenue stream comes from providing search technology support to major portal websites and charging technical service fees. As for monetizing traffic on our own website, to be honest, we're still in the exploratory phase. As soon as Li Yanhong finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the conference room. He knew this was Baidu's biggest weakness. No matter how advanced the technology, if it can't be monetized, it's just a castle in the air. Just then, a sudden voice cut through the quiet. Your crawlers have a fatal flaw. The speaker was Zhu Xiaoran, who had remained silent throughout, his gaze fixed on the screen data. His voice was cold, yet it struck precisely at the heart of the matter. Li Yanhong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the disheveled young man. Zhu Xiaoran completely ignored his gaze, continuing unabashedly. First, your data coverage is insufficient. Your crawlers can only harvest static web pages and are powerless against dynamically generated content. Moreover, your server resources are limited, making it impossible to achieve sufficient depth and breadth in full web scanning. Second, your anti-scraping mechanisms are too fragile. I see no effective countermeasures against website anti-scraping strategies. Simple IP blocking, user agent detection, or even a slightly more complex CAPTCHA could wipe out your entire crawler army. Once portal websites recognize you as a threat rather than a partner and cut off your data sources, your technology will run dry. Zhu Xiaoran's words cut to the bone. Beads of sweat formed on Robin Li's forehead. He was well aware of these issues. They were the very challenges his team was tackling day and night. But these were the most deeply buried technical puzzles. How could someone sitting on the other end of a network cable, after just a 10-minute presentation, see through them so clearly? This person was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. A storm of shock surged within Li Yanhong, yet he forced his face to remain composed. This gentleman was correct. These were indeed the technical bottlenecks they were striving to overcome. Constrained by technology and resources, the efficiency of our crawlers is indeed a major issue. This amounted to an indirect admission. He expected the other party to press relentlessly on technical matters, but the boy named Zhang He gently waved his hand, cutting off Zhu Xiaoran's impending retort. Technical problems? They're not problems. Zhang He's voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Any problem that can be solved with money and time isn't a core issue. He looked at Li Yanhong on the screen, whose face had grown slightly pale, and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Mr. Li, your technology is excellent, but your direction has been wrong from the very beginning. Wrong? Li Yanhong froze. You're telling me I'm wrong about the cutting-edge technological vision I poured over a decade of my life into? Your biggest market isn't working for portal websites, nor is it B2B. Zhang He leaned forward slightly, his jet-black eyes seeming to pierce straight through one's soul. It's B2C. directly serving tens of millions, soon to be hundreds of millions of internet users across China. What you must build is not merely a search tool, but the sole, indispensable, irreplaceable gateway. Gateway. Boom. Gateway. Li Yanhong froze in place. All the technical challenges and business model uncertainties he'd faced before were shattered in an instant by those two words. Exactly. When everyone gets used to finding information through Baidu, Baidu ceases to be just a website, it becomes the toll booth of the entire internet. Traffic. Endless traffic. The commercial value behind this was simply immeasurable. As for profitability, Zhang paused, a deep smile uncommon for his age curling his lips. When everyone wants to enter through your gateway, yet the gateway space is limited. Tell me, wouldn't those desperate to rank first to be seen before anyone else be willing to pay a small price? Li Yanhong's breathing instantly became heavy. He understood. He understood completely. This wasn't just a technical service fee, it was a money printing machine. A never-ending money printing machine built on search technology. This business model simple, brutal, yet effective to the extreme. He looked back at the child in the center of the screen. That youthful face bore the calm composure of a strategist and the confidence of one who commands everything. In that moment, every trace of doubt and condescension vanished from Robin Lee's heart. Instead, he felt profound shock and a tinge of shame. He had judged by appearances and nearly missed a guiding light who could alter Baidu's destiny. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly toward the screen. Mr. Zhang, I understand. I've learned my lesson. Zhang nodded with satisfaction. This Li Yanhong was indeed a smart man. My terms are simple. Higuan Capital will invest $5 million for a 10% stake. We won't interfere with your daily operations or RD, and we won't appoint any board members. We will provide only two things: money and strategic advice. Li Yanhong was completely stunned. $5 million? For just 10% of the shares? And they won't interfere at all? Are there investors like this nowadays? This wasn't an investment, it was an angel come to hand over cash. He hesitated barely at all. I accept. On behalf of Baidu, I fully agree to Mr. Zhang's terms. Fearing the other party might change their mind, Zhang leaned back in his chair. Very well. He turned to look at Chen Ming beside him. For the subsequent details, you will lead a team to Beijing to finalize arrangements with Mr. Li's team. Chen Ming immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Understood, boss. Chapter 184, I Love You Virus. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Here we go again. The direction the boss chose was always so unexpected. The SP business was like this, the esports industrial park was like this, and now the seemingly unremarkable search engine was like this too. Yet every single time, the boss managed to articulate a perspective that felt like a bolt of lightning striking his mind. Perhaps that's what genius is. As soon as the meeting ended and the video call disconnected, Chen Ming turned and began arranging his itinerary. No sooner had he boarded the flight to Beijing than a global online storm erupted, crashing down upon Higuan Capital. Beep. 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 The urgent alarm pierced the silence of the operations room without warning. On the massive data monitoring screen at the command center's core, 7 or 8 of the dozens of green nodes representing cybersecurity status instantly turned a jarring blood red. Alert! Unknown worm virus intrusion detected. Alert! Data ports on servers 3, 7, and 12 forcibly tampered with. Alert! Core database firewall under sustained attack. The cold, synthetic voice blared one after another, pounding into everyone's hearts. Holy! Big Head shot up from his chair, his usually earnest face flushed crimson as he stared intently at the frantically scrolling red code on the screen. What the hell? Our firewall is top tier. Beside him, Li Xiang's face drained of color. His hands danced across the keyboard in a blur, desperately trying to regain control, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. No! The replication speed is too fast. We can't stop it. It's self-replicating and spreading like wildfire through the company's email system. The entire cybersecurity center descended into utter chaos. Only Chu Xiaoran remained seated at his station, utterly motionless. His face bore no expression. Those eyes hidden beneath his messy hair scanned the cascading data stream on the screen with icy precision. To him, this scene enough to drive any network engineer to the brink was merely a slightly more complex math problem. The door to the operations room swung open as Zhang He entered. His presence instantly calmed the frantic crowd, as if they'd found their anchor. All eyes converged on him. Zhang He didn't acknowledge anyone, walking straight to stand behind Chu Xiaoran. What's going on? Without turning his head, Chu Xiaoran tapped lightly on the keyboard, pulling up a segment of core code. Boss, it's the I Love You virus. His voice was as cold as ever, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. It came from the Philippines, spreading via email attachments disguised as love letters. Once opened, it sends infected emails to every contact in the user's address book while simultaneously formatting hard drives and corrupting system files. Its destructive power is immense, spreading dozens of times faster than the Melissa virus. Right now, roughly half of all networks across Europe and America are likely already crippled. The I Love You virus. Zhang He's pupils contracted slightly. He certainly remembered this terrifying virus that had caused over $10 billion in global losses in early 2000. He never imagined it would erupt at this precise moment. And it had targeted He Guang Capital. Looks like some unlucky soul in the company email couldn't resist opening an email from an admirer. What are our losses? Zhang He's voice was steady, betraying no emotion. Chu Xiaoran pointed to several red nodes already isolated on the screen. Fortunately, the 3-layer nested firewall I had you deploy earlier did its job. The virus was identified and isolated by the innermost firewall as soon as it entered, infecting only a few peripheral administrative computers. Our core data remains intact. I've already cut off all external mail servers. The virus is locked down in the quarantine zone. Zhang He nodded. Professionals are reliable. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued his orders. First, he held up one finger, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Contact all companies we've invested in immediately, especially Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu, to notify them of the virus situation. Have them conduct self-inspections to ensure their core data remains absolutely secure. Second, his gaze settled on Chu Xiaoran. I want you to develop a dedicated virus removal tool in the shortest possible time. Third, he turned to Wang Manny, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Once the removal tool is ready, immediately release it under the name of He Guang Capital. Utilize every media channel at our disposal to distribute the virus alert and the download link for the removal tool to the entire public free of charge. Remember, it must be free. For everyone. Li Xiang and Big Head exchanged a glance, then immediately turned and rushed back to their computers to execute the first order. A rare, faint smile touched Chu Xiaoran's lips, as if he appreciated this straightforward command. Analyzing the virus source code, its encryption method is quite simple. Give me half an hour. Wang Manny's eyes lit up instantly. Free? Release it to the entire public? This isn't just virus removal, it's pure advertising. A global cyber crisis, in Zhang Xiao's hands, had instantly transformed into the perfect stepping stone for He Guang Capital to make a name for itself, reaping prestige and brand value. And they'd be stepping onto the stage as saviors. Brilliant. Brilliant. What on earth was going through this 7-year-old's mind? Her heart raced, yet her face remained professionally composed as she offered a slight bow. Understood, young Master Zhang. I'll prepare the press release and distribution channels immediately. Wang Manny's efficiency was astonishing. Within half an hour of the press release going out, the entire Chinese internet exploded. At that time, most domestic enterprises and individual users had extremely weak virus prevention awareness. Countless companies' computers were infected one after another, systems crashed, critical data was destroyed, and the scene was one of utter devastation. Just as everyone felt helpless and IT departments were overwhelmed, He Guang Capital's announcement emerged like a ray of light in the darkness. The century virus is here. He Guang Capital issues emergency alert. Taking responsibility. He Guang Capital decrypts the virus overnight and provides free removal tools to the entire community. Technology for good. A company with social responsibility. Sina, Soho, and NetEase China's 3 major portals simultaneously featured He Guang Capital's news as their top headlines. Countless businesses and individuals suffering from the virus rushed to download the tool. When that simple yet effective program eradicated the stubborn virus from their computers, the name He Guang Capital became deeply etched in everyone's memory. Praise poured in like a tidal wave. Chapter 185, Delayed IPO. Amidst the external praise for He Guang Capital, someone in a top-tier office building watched coldly, a glass of red wine in hand. Staring at the news articles on his computer screen, which lavished praise upon He Guang Capital, a disdainful sneer curled the corners of his mouth. A publicity stunt. In his view, this was nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated, low-cost PR stunt. However, they had managed to transform an unexpected crisis into a flawless brand marketing opportunity in record time. The timing was terrifyingly precise. This kid named Zhang He really has something. Stirring the dark red liquid in his glass, Situ Hao's gaze grew deep and unfathomable. He had initially believed that the previous shorting of Longshan Group was merely a stroke of luck for that kid, coupled with his own underestimation. But now it was clear this was no accident. This opponent excels at spotting opportunities in chaos and delivering a fatal blow. Interesting. Situ Hao downed the drink in one gulp, a flicker of excitement and danger dancing in his eyes. For the first time, he didn't dismiss that 7-year-old as a joke. Instead, he regarded him as a true adversary worthy of his full commitment. The online praise had yet to fade when a cold front from across the Pacific quietly descended. For the first time, the war room at He Guang Capital fell into a deathly silence. The massive data monitoring screen at the center no longer displayed fluctuating K-lines, but instead a startling sea of blood red. The Nasdaq index was plummeting straight toward the abyss at a terrifying angle. The dot-com bubble burst. The ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, and the pungent smell of smoke mingled with the scent of cheap instant coffee, making the entire space feel oppressive and restless. No one spoke. A layer of dust seemed to settle over everyone's faces. Sunway pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes bloodshot beneath the lenses. He cleared his throat, his voice dry. We just received official notifications from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. They believe the market environment has deteriorated severely and recommend indefinitely postponing all IPO advisory plans for our portfolio companies. Indefinite postponement. Those 5 words slammed into everyone's chest. The air seemed to freeze. Why had they joined Higuan Capital in the first place? Beyond Zhang He's charismatic personal magnetism, the real draw was this visible rocket ship promising financial freedom. Follow Brother He, take the company public, achieve financial freedom, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. This was the ultimate dream that had driven them to abandon the stability and high salaries of Wall Street and Lujiazui to squeeze into this startup. Now, the rocket had stalled. An analyst, the most diligent one, always wearing glasses, unconsciously clenched his fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He'd just made the down payment on an apartment in Shanghai, counting on his IPO stock options to cover the mortgage. What now? In another corner, 2 engineers who had been lured in later with hefty salaries began exchanging nervous glances and whispering among themselves. This is it, the IPO is nowhere in sight, and we're just burning through cash every month. Maybe I should just go back to my old job. The pay's lower, but at least it's stable. Though their voices were low, they rang out jarringly in the deathly quiet conference room. Zhao Tianyu slammed his water cup down on the table with a thud, sending droplets flying. He could no longer sit still, his face flushed crimson as he turned to Zhang He, who had remained silent throughout. Young Master Zhang. When will this winter finally end? How much longer can our funds last? All eyes instantly focused on the young man seated at the head of the table. He was their last hope. Zhang He rose slowly from his seat. His small frame now seemed as solid as a mountain. Without meeting anyone's gaze, he extended both hands, gently bracing the edge of the conference table. Leaning forward slightly, his eyes swept across the blood-red screen. Fear? His voice was quiet, yet it reached every ear with clarity. No one answered. But the expressions on their faces spoke volumes. A faint curve slowly formed at the corners of Zhang He's mouth. It wasn't a bitter smile, nor was it self-mockery, it was a smile bordering on excitement. But let me tell you. This is the best of times. What? Everyone froze, thinking they'd misheard. The best of times? Internet companies worldwide are wailing in despair, countless billionaires have become penniless overnight, and you call this the best of times? Zhang He straightened up, surveying the crowd with piercing eyes. Over the past year, as long as you dared to say you were in the internet business, no matter how terrible your project was, you could secure funding and inflate your valuation to the heavens. That was a bubble. What is a bubble? It's that deceptive foam on top of beer, looks lively, but tastes like nothing but air. Now the wind has died down, the foam has dissipated, and the tide has receded. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable force. Only now can we see clearly who's been swimming naked. Those companies that tried to go public and raise money with nothing but a PowerPoint and a concept, they're all going to die. Die clean and quick. Is the IPO delay bad news for us? No. It's a tremendous blessing. It means we no longer have to deal with those foolish investment banks and fund managers. It gives us more time to quietly refine our products to perfection. To serve our users to the utmost. While those naked swimmers shiver on the beach, we'll be bundled in the thickest winter coats, clutching a sack full of cash. His gaze finally settled on Zhao Tianyu. You ask how long our cash will last? Our money isn't meant to be burned. Zhang He enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. Now, what we must do is not retrench, but expand against the tide. Use our ample cash reserves to acquire those teams holding core technologies and top talent, teams frozen to the brink of starvation by this cold wave. They once looked down on us. Now, they'll be begging us on their knees. From these ruins, a true empire will rise. And we will be the architects of that empire. The entire war room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every soul was struck down by these words, their scalps tingling, blood rushing backward. Panic, confusion, retreat? All vanished. Replaced instead by an uncontrollable surge of excitement and trembling. So that's how it was. In the boss's eyes, this global catastrophe was nothing less than a once-in-a-lifetime feast for the greedy. The lifeless eyes from before suddenly blazed with fiery intensity. Mangzi was the first to leap up, slamming his fist on the table as he roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Let's do it! The boss is right. Acquire them. Let's crush those bastards who once looked down on us. Chapter 186, Pixel Engine Studio. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his thigh. I get it. I get it now. When others fear, I covet. This is the pinnacle of playing the capital game. Zhang Xiao is a badass. The entire war room erupted in excitement. Let's do this. Stop whining, everyone. Get to work. Sunway, pull up the list of all the tech teams we've scouted but failed to close deals with. I'm calling every single one of them right now. Big head. Scale up our servers again. Get ready for the new project. The earlier gloom and despair vanished completely. Everyone charged back to their desks like they'd been injected with adrenaline, roaring with determination. The clatter of keyboards erupted once more like a torrential downpour. This time, more resolute and powerful than ever before. Winter had arrived. But for Higuan Capital, their spring had only just begun. Meanwhile, at the Yunin Club, in the Yunshui Pavilion private room, a purple clay teapot steamed gently atop the rosewood octagonal table, its rich Da Hong Pao aroma unable to dispel the chill lingering in the air. Zhang Tianyuan personally poured a cup of tea for the young man across from him, his posture uncharacteristically submissive. Situhao lifted the teacup, gently skimming the foam with the lid. His movements were elegant, yet his gaze was as icy as steel. He didn't even glance at Zhang Tianyuan, speaking instead with detached calm that carried an icy aura of absolute control. The market is a battlefield. In warfare, timing is paramount. What is the current timing? It is the dead of winter. Zhang Tianyuan nodded in agreement immediately. The man before him was a true dragon returning from Wall Street, ruthless in his methods, with a background as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. In his presence, I'm not even worthy to tie his shoes. Situhao set down his teacup, its base clinking sharply against the tabletop. This Zhang He spread himself too thin. The esports industrial park, investments in QQ and Baidu, which one wasn't a money-guzzling monster? Back when the market was booming, he could burn through cash by spinning tails to raise money from the stock market. But now? A cruel curve tugged at Situhao's lips. Even the landlord's family has run out of grain. Zhang Tian felt a chill in her heart. Here it comes. The money he burned daily was astronomical. With the Nasdaq crash, his subsequent financing channels were largely severed, leaving him to tough it out with cash on hand. This kind of battle was the easiest to fight. It was a war of attrition. Situhao finally lifted his gaze to Zhang Tianyuan, and the look in his eyes sent an inexplicable chill down the latter's spine. I'll activate overseas channels to drive down the stock prices of the companies he's invested in on the secondary market, turning his book assets negative. That's called cutting off the fuel from beneath the cauldron. And you, Mr. Jiang. HM? Zhang Tianyuan instantly straightened his posture. Your task is simpler. Spread some rumors in the market. Spread the word that Higuan Capital is facing severe cash flow problems and is about to collapse. The industrial park project is nothing but a scam, and defaulting on construction payments is inevitable. This is psychological warfare. Two-pronged attack. Zhang Tianyuan instantly understood. One strategy devalues your assets in the capital markets, while the other undermines your foundations in the real economy, sowing panic among partners and suppliers. So ruthless. So ruthless. This was nothing short of driving that Zhang guy to his death. A fawning smile spread across his face as he gave Stu Hao a thumbs up. Mr. Situ, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Before Zhang Tianyuan could finish his flattery, Chen Ming's efficiency had already left him in the dust. Higuan Capital Headquarters, Operations Room. Young Master Zhang, as per your instructions, we've identified 3 companies that best meet our current acquisition criteria. Chen Ming handed a document to Zhang He. The first company, Pixel Engine Studio. Their core technology is a unique image compression algorithm that can reduce image file sizes to 1/3 of industry standards while maintaining extremely low distortion rates. Currently facing funding gaps due to a lack of application scenarios, they're on the brink of bankruptcy. The future belongs to the image-driven era. Just take QQ show this tech could be leveraged in countless ways. Not to mention Weibo and Moments down the line. This is a goldmine. The second company, Hyacinth Team. A small 5-person team has been optimizing the underlying protocols of instant messaging. Their technology can reduce QQ's message delivery latency by 20% under identical network conditions while significantly lowering disconnect rates. They're running out of funds and seeking a package sale. The value of improving the experience for hundreds of millions of users by 20% is immeasurable. The third company is a data mining lab project team from Jiaotong University. They built a rudimentary user behavior analysis model, but it was too ahead of its time. It was dismissed as a useless skill, failed to secure funding, and the project is about to be shut down by the university. Big data. Precision targeting. Algorithms reign supreme. These students had no idea that what they held in their hands would become the holy grail fiercely contested by all internet giants a decade later. Zhang He's fingertips lightly traced over the 3 documents before finally resting on the first one. He looked up. Sister Wanqing, Xiaoran, come with me. Su Wancheng and Xu Xiaoran exchanged a glance before rising immediately. One handles business negotiations, the other handles technical evaluations. A perfect combination. Zhang He wasted no time, grabbing the car keys from the table. Off to Pixel Engine. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes that stood out starkly against its surroundings pulled up outside a dilapidated office building. The building didn't even have a proper name. Large chunks of plaster peeled off the exterior walls, exposing the gray, crumbling concrete beneath. The 3 entered the narrow hallway, where the air was thick with a damp, musty odor. Pixel Engine Studio occupied a corner on the 3rd floor. The open plan space, barely 50 square meters, was crammed full of partitions and assorted clutter. As Zhang He pushed open the door, a pungent mix of sweat, smoke, and the heat from electronic components hit him. 5 or 6 young people slumped listlessly at their workstations. Some stared blankly into space, others played Minesweeper, while a few simply slept with their heads on their desks. The entire office was dead silent. In stark contrast to this scene of decay was the farthest corner of the room. A young man with black-rimmed glasses and hair as messy as a bird's nest was staring intently at the old CRT monitor in front of him. His fingers danced across the keyboard so swiftly they left after images. The screen displayed a dense, scrolling stream of code. As if the collapse of the entire world had nothing to do with him. In his world, there was only code. Zhang He's footsteps halted. Su Wancheng and Xu Xiaoran followed his gaze toward the man. A slow smile curved Zhang He's lips. Found him. Chapter 187, The Solution. The young man's name was Lin Fan. In his world, only the dignity of the last few lines of code remained. Su Wancheng stepped forward, raised her hand, and knocked symbolically on the stained glass door. Knock knock. The faint sound echoed like a boulder dropped into a still pond. The young people slumped inside the office lifted their heads almost simultaneously. Their eyes flickered from blankness to shock. A woman in a tailored skirt suit, her elegant bearing making her look like she'd stepped straight out of a fashion magazine. A tech geek with messy hair, yet eyes as sharp as an eagle's. And another. A child, exquisitely carved like a jade figurine, who looked no older than 7 or 8. What kind of bizarre combination was this? Wrong door? Or here to collect scrap computers? While everyone stood dumbfounded, Xu Xiaoran moved like iron filings drawn to a magnet, completely ignoring the people in the office as he strode straight toward Lin Fan. His gaze locked onto the old Great Wall CRT monitor. Scrolling across the screen was a piece of algorithmic code he'd never seen before, so exquisitely structured it was practically a work of art. Xu Xiaoran's eyes lit up instantly, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. A genius. This was undoubtedly a hidden genius. He instinctively leaned closer, almost pressing his face against the screen, murmuring in admiration without realizing it. As someone suddenly invaded his personal space, Lin Fan's body instinctively stiffened. He finally pulled himself out of the world of code, glancing awkwardly at this man who looked even more unkempt than himself, then at Su Wancheng and Zhang He standing by the door. He stood up, his movements slightly unsteady from sitting too long. He was taller than expected, but very thin. The oversized t-shirt hung loosely on him like a clothesline. My name is Lin Fan. May I ask who you are? Su Wancheng stepped forward, took a business card from her elegant briefcase, and presented it with both hands. Hello, Mr. Lin. We're from Higuang Capital. She turned slightly, fully revealing Zhang He standing behind her, her tone solemn. This is our CEO, Mr. Zhang. Higuang Capital? Lin Fan's mind froze for half a second. That Higuang Capital that's been making waves in the investment circles lately? His hand instinctively wiped the card vigorously on his grease-stained jeans before nervously accepting the thin business card. But as he held it, he felt even more bewildered. Ms. Zhang? He'd assumed the lead investor was the formidable woman standing before him. Turns out it was this kid beside her, not even as tall as his desk. What kind of joke is this? Whose son was this, brought out to experience the real world? Zhang He met his puzzled gaze with a faint, composed smile. We're quite interested in your image compression technology. Lin Fan and the companions who had just stood up exchanged glances, their faces simultaneously breaking into bitter smiles. When he needed money the most, not a single investor was in sight. Now, just as they were about to shut down and head back to their hometown, the legendary Higuang Capital had come knocking. Lin Fan shook his head wryly, his voice tinged with the weary resignation of a fallen hero. Investment? Too bad you're a day late. Tomorrow the server hosting fees are due. If we can't pay, all our data will be lost. Next month's rent is also uncertain. Morale is low, and the team can't be managed anymore. We understand your predicament. Su Wancheng cut off his melancholy monologue with decisive efficiency. That's why we've brought a solution. Before he could finish, she had already opened her briefcase again and pulled out a neatly bound document. She handed the documents to Lin Fan. It was a letter of intent for acquisition. Lin Fan stiffly accepted the document, lowering his head to flip through the pages one by one. The brothers behind him craned their necks to see. When they caught sight of the words, a collective gasp filled the office. Acquisition? Not an investment? Buying out their entire team outright, along with this pile of junk? Zhang He's youthful voice broke the dead silence. We at Higuang Capital are willing to fully acquire your Pixel Engine team, along with all the technical patents and source code you hold. The entire team will be integrated into Higuang, with salaries increased by 20% from your current levels. We will provide you with the best hardware support in all of Shanghai and an independent R&D environment. The office fell completely silent. Even breathing seemed to cease. The young people exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Full acquisition? A 20% pay raise? Top-tier hardware? Was this manna from heaven? Or had they stumbled upon a new age scam? In their current desperate state, what could possibly be worth swindling? Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, making a dry sound. His lips trembled several times before he finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Why? Those 3 words drained him of all his strength. Yes, why? They had pitched their technology to every investment firm and tech company in the metropolis, all for a measly seed fund. The responses they received were either incomprehension, lack of potential, or accusations of flashy but empty promises. Now, just as they were about to pack up and leave, Wagwan Capital was offering to take over the entire project? This defies all business logic. Who says there's no market? A sudden voice cut in. It was Chu Xiaoran. He finally tore his gaze away from the screen, fixing Lin Fan with a look that screamed, "You bunch of idiots. Your adaptive compression algorithm's approach to handling redundant information is downright devious." Chu Xiaoran grew increasingly animated, even gesturing wildly with his hands. "Sure, you've made plenty of compromises and sacrifices in the underlying architecture to support all that junk hardware on the market," he continued, "but the core foundation is top tier. Just tweak it a bit, ditch the compatibility, and optimize it specifically for mobile. This thing will be a money printing machine." Mobile devices? Lin Fan froze. What was that? One of those Motorola palm-top treasures? Yet every technical term that popped out of Chu Xiaoran's mouth struck precisely at the core of Lin Fan's heart. These terms were incomprehensible to outsiders. They represented the blood, sweat, and tears he and his team had poured into countless days and nights arguing, compromising, and ultimately resigning themselves to abandonment. This man, who looked even more disheveled than himself, had only glanced at the code a few times and already seen through all their years of struggle and pain. Lin Fan's body began to tremble slightly, beyond his control. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. It was the thrill of a traveler who'd wandered alone in the desert for years, finally hearing the sound of home. A kindred spirit. Chapter 188, Pouring Gasoline on the Fire. Zhang He looked at Lin Fan's flushed face and spoke calmly. "I've said it before, what we value isn't your technology's present. It's the future. In the future, your technology will become the heart of our social products, enabling hundreds of millions of users to seamlessly share their lives. It will form the bedrock of our cloud photo albums, storing vast treasures of memories at minimal cost. It will even revolutionize the entire video industry, bringing high-definition video streams to every ordinary person's phone." With every word Zhang He spoke, Lin Fan and the team members behind him paled further. They couldn't comprehend it. But they were profoundly shaken. From the mouth of the 7-year-old child emerged a future so grand and sweeping that it was beyond their wildest imaginations. That future felt so real it seemed within reach. Zhang He paused, his calm gaze sweeping over every person present. "You can bring your technology, pack up, and join Guang to usher in a new era. Or cling to your pitiful pride, disband here, and return to your respective homes." He extended his small hand, pointing to the thin letter of intent on the table. "The choice is yours. But this opportunity, it comes only once." Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed intently on that letter of intent. The contemptuous glances and harsh words of past investors flashed through his mind like a movie on fast forward. No future. Waste of money. Child's play. Now, a genuine, even dreamlike opportunity lay right before him. But the other party was just a 7-year-old child. This was utterly absurd. Yet the words spoken by that man named Chu Xiaoran felt like a key, precisely unlocking the deepest chamber of his heart. It was the tremor of finally finding a kindred spirit after being abandoned by the entire world. Air flooded into Lin Fan's chest, carrying a metallic taste, yet it brought him a clarity he'd never known before. Bet or not? Bet. Losing would only mean returning to square one, packing up and getting lost. But if he won, he could witness firsthand the magnificent future this child spoke of. Lin Fan suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang He. In that gaze was the desperation of a last-ditch gamble, yet also the glimmer of rebirth. He said nothing, only reaching out with a hand trembling slightly from excitement to grab the pen on the table. The pen tip touched the paper, and with a few swift strokes, the others in the office watched, holding their breath, hearts pounding in their throats. He signed. The boss really signed it. Were they saved? A professional smile touched Su Wenqing's lips, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. She pulled another, much thicker document from her briefcase, one that had been prepared long ago. "Mr. Lin, this is the formal acquisition contract. The terms align with the letter of intent. Please review it." Lin Fan didn't even glance at it, flipping straight to the last page and signing his name once more. Setting down the pen, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if expelling years of pent-up frustration. He turned to Zhang He and bowed deeply. "Mr. Zhang." The title rolled off his tongue with genuine sincerity. "Thank you. We at Pixel Engine will never let you down." Zhang He accepted the bow with composure, his youthful face as still as a deep well. "I'll be waiting." He turned to look at Chu Xiaoran, who had been itching to jump in. "Xiaoran, you stay behind and handle the technical handover with Lin Fan's team." "Got it." Xu Xiaoran rubbed his hands together excitedly, grabbed a nearby chair, dragged it with a scrape to Lin Fan's computer, and plopped down. Hey, old Lin, right? I've been dying to rant about your underlying architecture. Sacrificing at least 30% performance just to support that junk. And your redundancy detection logic way too conservative. We could be more aggressive. That's how tech geeks communicate, straightforward and blunt. Lin Fan didn't feel the slightest bit offended. Instead, he lit up like he'd found a long-lost brother and leaned in eagerly. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. But we didn't have the budget. Running a single server test would burn through half a month's food money. The two scruffy men instantly immersed themselves in the world of code. Zhang He no longer watched them. He swung his short legs and turned toward the door. Su Wanqing carefully tucked the signed contract into her briefcase, then hurried after him in her high heels. The crisp echo of their footsteps reverberated through the old stairwell. Descending the final step, Su Wanqing finally couldn't hold back, a barely perceptible note of worry in her voice. Mr. Zhang, we just invested in Baidu, now we've fully acquired Pixel Engine, and we've promised them the best hardware support. Won't the company's cash flow be too strained? Zhang He's stride didn't falter for a moment. Money, if it can't become our weapon and barrier, is just a pile of numbers. Stepping out into the hallway, the afternoon sun was a bit glaring, and he squinted slightly. Hasn't Situhao always wanted to see my funding chain break? Then let him open his eyes wide and watch. Zhang He's voice was quiet, yet it carried a reassuring strength for Su Wanqing. That very strength now transformed into a thorn, piercing an office thousands of miles away. Shanghai, Lujiazui, the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Stuhao stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a cup of expensive Blue Mountain coffee in hand, overlooking the city below, which looked like a box of matches. An assistant in a business suit respectfully delivered a report. According to our informants embedded in various headhunting firms, Higuang Capital has been aggressively recruiting technical talent recently and just completed a new acquisition targeting a startup called Pixel Engine. Pixel Engine? Sito Ho snorted derisively, a sneer curling his lips. Another one of those shady little workshops. Let them burn. Let them burn for a few more days. Some greenhorn thinks he's the king of capital just because he got lucky in the stock market? Business isn't some child's plaything. Cutting off the fuel at the source, that's the real game. Wait until your cash flow dries up, wait until you're drowned by a flood of public opinion, then I'll see what you've got left to fight me with. With that thought, Stuhao set down his coffee cup and picked up the gold-plated phone on the desk. The call connected almost immediately. In a tone brooking no argument, he spoke calmly. Mr. Zhang, the rumors you spread earlier haven't had enough impact. Pour more fuel on the fire. I want the entire business community of Shanghai to know that Higuang Capital is about to collapse. Chapter 189, Data Report. Not long after Situhao hung up, an invisible storm began to stir quietly within Shanghai's business circles. Hey, did you hear? Higuang Capital seems to be in trouble. Which Higuang? The one behind that esports industrial park? You bet. Word is they overextended themselves. With the Nasdaq crash, their funding dried up. Seriously? They were bragging about it just the other day. Who knows? These concept-driven companies rise fast and fall even faster. Rumors spread faster than viruses. Within half a morning, news of Higuang Capital's impending cash crunch spread like wildfire through every office building in Shanghai. The phones at Higuang Capital's front desk were practically exploding. Hello, Higuang Capital. Hello? Is it true that your company's cash flow has dried up like they're saying online? Sir, that is an unfounded rumor. Our company. Beep. The receptionist had just hung up one call when another rang in. Hello? I'm a reporter from Financial Morning News. I'd like to interview President Zhang about your company's cash flow issues. I'm sorry, but our CEO. The young receptionist had just graduated and had never encountered such a situation before. Her face flushed bright red with anxiety, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Sun Wei strode into Zhang He's office, clutching several documents fresh from the fax machine, his expression grim. He placed the fax on the desk, a joint risk inquiry letter from several partner banks. Between the lines, they questioned Higuang Capital's current financial status and hinted at tighter loan approvals going forward. Zhao Tianyu happened to walk in delivering documents. Spotting the faxes, he snatched them away. After just a glance, his face instantly turned the color of liver. Damn it! He slammed his fist down on the desk with a loud thud. It had to be that bastard Jiang Tianyuan and that scumbag Situhao. What else could they possibly do besides playing these dirty tricks? Those bastards can't beat us fair, so they stab us in the back. Zhang He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely staring calmly at the sternly worded inquiry letters. Psychological warfare. Situhao's second move had arrived. First, suppress your assets in the capital markets, then, use public opinion to undermine your foundations. A two-pronged attack. Brutal. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing. Rumors stop at the wise, but partners and banks are neither wise, they are businesspeople. And businesspeople only believe what they see with their own eyes. Zhang He extended a finger and tapped the tabletop twice, producing a crisp sound. Sister Manny. Wang Manny, who had been standing nearby with an equally grave expression, immediately stepped forward. Young Master Zhang. Prepare the company's latest financial statements, cash flow data, and all external investment profit projections immediately. Zhang He's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating force. I want the most detailed version. He lifted his head, his gaze shifting to Su Wanqing on the other side. Sister Wanqing, you lead the team. Take these materials and visit each of our core partners, as well as the banks that sent the letters. Zhang He stood up. Though his frame was small, the powerful presence he radiated silenced the entire office. He enunciated each word deliberately. I want you to personally slam these documents down on their desks. Wang Manny and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, instantly grasping Zhang He's intent. No explanations. No announcements. No press conferences. Use hard data to crush all doubts. What immense confidence that demanded. The last trace of doubt vanished from both their minds, replaced by a blazing fighting spirit. They nodded in unison, their voices crisp and clear. Understood. Wang Manny's efficiency was astonishing. Within half an hour, a data report thick as a brick enough to silence any top auditor was delivered to Su Wanqing's hands. Half an hour later, at Tianyu Technology's president's office. President Wu held a cup of premium Longjing tea but didn't drink it, instead staring restlessly out the window. The phone on his desk had been ringing non-stop since morning, all inquiries about his collaboration with Heguang Capital. Truth be told, he was panicking. Tianyu Technology had just secured investment from Heguang Capital. They were now in the same boat. If Heguang truly sank, he'd be swallowing a bellyful of water too. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. It was Su Wanqing. Seeing her, Wu's heart skipped a beat. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and rose to greet her. Ms. Su, what brings you here? Su Wanqing wore a professional smile, but she had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. She walked straight to Mr. Wu's desk and placed the thick file folder on the surface. The soft thud made Mr. Wu's heart skip a beat. Mr. Wu, I know you've heard certain things recently. No need for words. Take a look at this first. Was this a showdown? Mr. Wu's Adam's apple bobbed as he hesitantly reached out and opened the file. His pupils suddenly contracted upon reading just the cash flow summary on the first page. Impossible. He flipped through the pages rapidly 1, 2, 3. The expression on his face transformed from initial skepticism to astonishment, and finally, solidified into utter disbelief. Every single figure on that page felt like a resounding slap across his face. A terrifyingly healthy cash reserve. The gratifying returns from several investment projects entering their profit cycles. Even a technical commercialization forecast report for the Pixel Engine and Hyacinth teams. This didn't look like a company on the brink of financial collapse. This was 10 times healthier than his own company's financial situation. Mr. Wu's breathing quickened. He snapped his head up to stare at the woman before him, who remained utterly composed. It all clicked instantly. What cash flow crisis? This was clearly someone jealous of Enlight's rise, striking from behind to destroy them. A surge of rage, mixed with lingering fear, welled up from deep within Mr. Wu. He had nearly fallen for those damn rumors and missed out on Heguang, this soaring dragon. He slammed the folder shut, pushed it back with both hands, his face already plastered with an apologetic smile. Mr. Su, I'm terribly sorry for the misunderstanding. It seems some short-sighted fool, jealous of your company, deliberately stabbed you in the back. He stood up and extended his hand towards Su Wanqing. Rest assured, our collaboration between Tianyu Technology and Heguang won't change a bit. In fact, we'll be stepping up our cooperation moving forward. Only then did Su Wanqing offer a genuine smile, gently shaking his hand. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Wu. She retrieved her documents without a moment's hesitation. I have another meeting to attend, so I won't keep you any longer.